Hunter Kim Junwoo was immediately bombarded with questions about achieving the world's first SSS rank. The reporters reminded him that he reached the world's top within a year of reaching the domestic ranking of rank 1. The questions continued, inquiring about the offer from the International Hunter Association and his resolution before clearing the high-difficulty dungeon. Cameras flashed as Kim Junwoo and his team made their way to the dungeon entrance, a sea of reporters surrounding them. It had been a long time since the last time they had deployed for an operation. The area in front of the dungeon was packed with reporters, though Junwoo Kim didn't recall talking about this. The reporters speculated that today might be an opportunity for them that they cannot afford to lose. Junwoo Kim offered a simple, "I'm sorry." He stated that he would like to focus on clearing the dungeon, an expected answer from their reaction. The reporters looked on, their expressions a mix of anticipation and disappointment at the short response. Seeing the benefit to others in having his voice in the media, he supposed he could provide a special service today. One thing Kim Junwoo could definitely say for sure was that he was different from the others. The hunter stated that his team always thinks about the safety of the citizens first and foremost. This wouldn't change, no matter what. Then, Kim Junwoo bid farewell to the crowd and departed with his team. Someone watching the broadcast noted that, as expected, the rank 1 hunter was different, despite his controversies. The hunter's expression hardened. The reporters seemed to have caught wind of something. The incident where he assaulted an employee of the dungeon cleaning team. Had he really thrown him against the wall? He looks on, brow furrowed, seeking clarification amidst the rising tension. What could they possibly mean by that statement? A man in the crowd addresses him, suggesting Junwoo is feigning ignorance. The atmosphere thickens with unspoken accusations. Elsewhere, a man watches with a sinister smirk. He believes the world ranking number 1 is doing well, after all. Another man, eyes gleaming with malice, comments on Junwoo's ability to harm someone the age of his father without any repercussions. The surrounding crowd murmurs, the news spreading like wildfire. They have heard something disturbing. The breaking news. Hunter Kim Junwoo is accused of assaulting a civilian. A reporter asks if the incident was properly recorded. A man's gaze intensifies, his expression unreadable as he listens intently to the unfolding events. A figure walks away from the crowd, dismissing the accusations as an unpleasant rumor. The crowd seems to agree. The protagonist walks on, seemingly unbothered by the rumors. Someone wishes Kim Junwoo good luck with the clearing today. A group of people look on with concern, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. A man's face contorts in anger, his teeth gritted as he processes the news. The situation is escalating. The Republic of Korea established the Supernatural Dimension Management Association. In short, the association was built to protect the country and its citizens. The association defends against the dungeons and monsters that have appeared. The association gathered talented people with supernatural abilities. The association organized its members and made 4 teams. Amongst them, the operations team handles the actual clearing of dungeons. In other words, they are the hunters. Amongst those, Operations Team 1 is regarded as the most elite. The leader of that team is... The team boasts a dungeon clearance success rate of 100%. Each member of the team is a high-ranking hunter within the country. The leader of that team is... Meanwhile, news surfaces regarding world's rank 1 hunter, Kim Junwoo, and his assault controversy. This wasn't his first, with testimonies constantly surfacing. The news cycle continued its relentless assault, each headline a fresh accusation against the world ranking number 1 hunter. Social media amplified the negativity, comments echoing the sentiment that he deserved the backlash. Frustration mounting, Junwoo Kim wondered aloud what was with that bastard. The woman with brown hair questioned if he was really asking because he didn't know. She admitted that she was the one who leaked the incident. The woman questioned the reporter's affiliation, wondering if it was a dispatch from Central News, while a car speeds down the highway. Kim Junwoo questioned what she was talking about, asking how a bastard who's not a reporter would know about that. The woman with brown hair stated that the son of the dungeon cleaning team leader, Park Gun-tae, was involved with the current incident. The hunter cursed, realizing the problem was that this wasn't the only incident. The woman with brown hair explained that testimonies of previous incidents were surfacing, backed by public opinion, and that things would get worse, advising him to rest at home. Chief Lee suggested that since he didn't have any schedule anyway, he should consider this as his vacation. Junwoo Kim, eyes glowing red, wondered if she knew. He grits his teeth, a raw, visceral hatred burning within him. In the back of the car, the woman acknowledges something, her expression unreadable. The woman with blonde hair offers her best efforts, her gaze steady and determined. The man in the car sighs in relief, glad he's not dealing with an unfeeling machine. From above, the interior of the car reveals a conversation about someone occupied with an international scouting case, likely waiting for things to calm down. The dialogue continues, hinting at a reluctance to speak and the potential for someone to be cut off. A stern-looking man declares he won't stand idly by if someone continues to act in a certain way. The woman in the car questions if someone is some sort of robot, her expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. The conversation suggests that even if public opinion is a mess, the established rank won't change, and the scouting won't fail. The man in the car affirms that something, of course, should happen, his expression serious. Hands clenched tightly, a silent display of building tension and resolve. After reading the articles, Kim Jun-woo's wrath boils over, a furious declaration escaping his lips as someone tries to calm him. He's at it again, someone observes, as one figure is grabbed by the collar by another. It seems now no one will be able to stop him. They were desperate and stopped him from going after the reporter, who he later found out was the son. He was reluctantly riding in the car to go to the association. Though he's calmed down compared to then, his anger hadn't disappeared yet. People praise Kim Jun-woo, calling him their savior and thanking him for saving them. A figure stands before a crowd, recognized as the country's youngest hunter. The scene suggests a formal event or recognition ceremony. His achievements are listed: the country's first S rank, world's first SSS rank, domestic rank 1, world rank 1. He even received a scouting offer from the International Hunter Association. Years' worth of achievements all became worthless. The hunter's eyes glow red with fury, his face contorted in rage. It would be strange not being mad at this. His teeth are clenched so hard that blood appears. The burning question hangs in the air. You dare to get in my way? So why did you do that? The protagonist sits in the car, arms crossed, a question mark hovering over him. He seems lost in thought. He says he already told them that the bastard grabbed him by the collar first, his tone sharp and defensive. Then he's asked about the reason he was grabbed by the collar. He knows they don't view the situation the same way. Cleaning team in a positive light to begin with, but this is the first time he's been in direct conflict with them. He sits in the car, admitting he doesn't even remember why. The car travels along the road with other vehicles. Someone thinks about arriving at the association, then that park. Kim Jun-woo recalls the name, Park Guntae. He demands that bastard be brought to him. He wants to settle things with him before it gets any noisier. The response comes back, understood. The woman driving curses, frustrated that everyone is too busy trying to mess with someone doing well. Her eyes widen, a sudden shock registering. Something appears suddenly in front of the car, prompting a startled reaction. The car speeds forward, headlights illuminating the road ahead. She shouts a warning to look in front of them, her expression terrified. The image blurs as the car moves rapidly. The car is surrounded by visual effects, indicating a sudden stop or impact. The car hurtled forward, its headlights cutting through the darkness. The world outside blurred into streaks of light and shadow as the vehicle accelerated. Suddenly, a blue notification window materialized. Learn skill. Excess time. Skill activated. His eyes blazing with blue energy, Jun-woo Kim focused his power. A surge of blue energy erupted, enveloping the car in its protective embrace. The energy swirled around the vehicle, a visible manifestation of the activated skill. He thought grimly, if I was late by even a second, I would have painted the asphalt in blood. Ahead, a truck barreled towards them. That truck, it didn't even try to stop, someone exclaimed. What the hell? That fucker. Are they drunk? The distressed woman braced for impact, her eyes squeezed shut. The driver's frustration was palpable. I'm already pissed off, as it is. Jun-woo Kim's gaze hardened. Just which bastard is that? A figure in a long coat strode away from the scene, their purpose unknown. The sound of a footstep echoes on the shattered ground. He finds himself on a rooftop, surrounded by debris. A sudden force grips him, and he wonders what is happening. He realizes this is an anti-supernatural arresting device, and he can't move his body. The vehicle speeds closer, an imminent threat. He is now enclosed, trapped within a confined space. Again, he is caught off guard, questioning the situation. He grits his teeth, realizing he can't use his skills. He plummets downwards, falling rapidly. A pained grunt escapes him as he suffers some kind of impact. The fall continues, unrelenting. His face contorts in pain as he continues to fall. A blinding flash erupts, tearing through the immediate surroundings. The force of the blast expands outward, consuming the nearby structure in a fiery inferno. The conflagration roars, its intensity evident in the swirling flames and superheated air. He stands silhouetted against the raging fire, a lone figure amidst the destruction. He chuckles softly, a dark amusement coloring his tone as he mutters to himself. The hunter reflects on the day's events, finding them predictably unpleasant. A bloodied figure, eyes burning with crimson light, issues a chilling challenge to any who dare oppose him. Awaiting the order, the soldiers stand ready, their weapons trained on the inferno. The command is given, and the soldiers prepare to unleash a hail of gunfire. Caught between the explosions and the approaching gunfire, he finds himself in the crossfire. His face is streaked with blood, a grim testament to the ferocity of the ambush. It was a meticulously planned ambush, one that would have spelled doom for an ordinary hunter. He is surrounded, unable to retaliate against the overwhelming force. The enemy's close in, their weapons trained on him. But he is someone who has battled more than thousands of times. His resolve hardens. Visions of past battles flash before his eyes, monstrous foes and impossible odds. He has faced worse. In a dungeon where life and death are separated by a hair's breadth, he has always found a way. A scream echoes in his memory. A surge of power courses through him, a familiar sensation before the storm. Because it is him, the hunter's inner beast awakens, ready to fight. I won't die from something like this. Kim Jun-woo summons his glowing swords, energy crackling around him. That's what he seriously thought, even as the odds stacked against him. He would overcome this. He kneels, surrounded. The soldiers advance, their weapons ready to fire. The situation seems hopeless. Blood and sweat streak his face, a testament to the battles he has endured. But his eyes still burn with defiance. That gun with a blue light. Until he had seen the Titan, a supernatural use gun meant for clearing purposes, he hadn't understood its true potential. He is struck by a blinding light, the force of it nearly unbearable. A voice observes that this is a bit dangerous. A figure stands silhouetted against a red sky, weapon raised and aimed. Critical damage is detected throughout his body, including heart failure. The system calculates the probability of revival. His death is confirmed. He lies motionless on the ground, defeated. He falls into the abyss. The system declares his death. His hand reached up, grasping for the light that streamed from above. A system message chimed, indicating a hidden skill requirement had been achieved. He floated in a dark expanse, surrounded by glowing, geometric shapes. The system message continued, attributing the change to the hidden skill, karma. The system declared that he was now returning 10 years to the past. The cityscape shimmered as a new message appeared, stating his job would be assigned according to the karma of his previous life. Meanwhile, the surface of the orange liquid rippled, disturbed by unseen forces. A figure was hauled from the depths, emerging from the strange container. The system interface flashed, indicating that a job was being assigned. Boots stood firm on the tiled floor, as monstrous remains lay discarded in the container. The system confirmed the job assignment was complete, and a man sighed in relief. The cleanup crew was under pressure. The next dungeon was only 45 minutes away, and the remains weren't completely gone. He is told to hurry up and move the sterilized monster parts to the monster incinerator. The system message appears, informing Junu Kim that his job is in the Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dementia Management Association. He has been assigned to the dungeon cleaning team. He thinks to himself that this job is tiring. Meanwhile, a figure stands silhouetted, a bright light obscuring their features as they dare to challenge the body of another. The figure is armed with a supernatural subjugation firearm, a Titan, as they refuse to die like this. Tears stream down his face, a grimace of pain etched upon his features as the light intensifies. A red symbol flashes, accompanied by a surge of energy as the anti-supernatural arresting device activates. The protagonist, Kim Jun-woo, gasps awake, his eyes wide with terror as the remnants of the nightmare cling to his mind. He sits up in bed, beads of sweat clinging to his brow, muttering that it was just a shitty dream. He shifts into bed, the sheets rustling beneath him as he tries to shake off the lingering unease. Jun-woo's eyes narrow, a grimace of discomfort twisting his features as he notes that his whole body is stiff. He glances around the room, taking in the familiar surroundings, a sense of disorientation washing over him. He wonders aloud where he is, his gaze settling on two large bags in the corner of the room. The space was a 26-square-meter studio apartment, worse than a pigsty. The toilet sat stained and grimy. This house was smaller than his bathroom. A woman considered the space. Could it be Director Lee's house? No, that seemed unlikely. She wouldn't even let him into her house if the world was destroyed. Junu Kim stood in the squalid room. He looked around, clad in a white t-shirt and gray sweatpants. Where the hell was he? His eyes widened, a question forming on his lips as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. A screen flashed before him, confirming his death and the acquisition of hidden skills due to his demise. A figure plummeted downwards, a stark image against a backdrop of swirling chaos. He stared, bewildered. Did it just say his death had been confirmed? His expression shifted to disbelief. This wasn't even a fucking comic. He stared into the mirror, his reflection staring back with a look of shock. His face, it was him from 10 years ago. To be exact, it was the face of... He stares, his expression a mix of disbelief and horror. A voice echoes, questioning the situation and identifying a system. A bright flash fills his vision. Kim Jun-woo is viewing the effects of the hidden skill, karma, and is shocked by what he sees. The system interface displays the skill's name, hidden skill, karma. The system reveals his condition, dead. He has been sent back 10 years due to the skill's effect, which cannot be cancelled. The information repeats, emphasizing the irreversible nature of his time travel. He stares at the holographic display, processing the impossible reality. Kim Jun-woo laughs, a mix of hysteria and relief in his voice, acknowledging his death. The system reiterates that this is due to the effect of the karma skill. He curses, remembering his past as a hunter, rising to rank by 28 and being 22 second in Korea and 525 fourth in the world. He reflects that if it were simply a return to 10 years ago, he would certainly still be a hunter, a rising star in the spotlight. However, something is different this time around. Something looms over him. The battlefield is silent, the monsters defeated. The screen displays his new job, dungeon cleaner. Is the great Kim Jun-woo now a dungeon cleaner? He sees the karma cancellation conditions displayed before him, a daunting task ahead. The condition to terminate karma. Ascend to the position of Secretary General of the International Supernatural Association within 5 years. The cancellation condition is to become the Secretary General? He thinks to himself, canceling it, going back to the way he was before death. And if he fails, he'll be a cleaner forever and rot here. Shit. He mutters that this doesn't make any sense, thinking of the International Supernatural Association. The International Association directs and oversees all associations around the world. The Secretary General has substantially more power than the President of the United States. In short, it is the highest position. He recalls that even he, who was the world's first SSS rank, failed to be nominated. But someone wants him to get that position, and within 5 years at that, he thinks, sorry, but he can't do it. Aside from not personally wanting to, it's impossible. He decides to ignore the system messages floating around him. Jinu Kim wonders who cares about this karma. Becoming the Secretary General is the only way he can return to his former life. Then it'll be more beneficial for him to live as a hunter like before. If he just had his skills, it wouldn't even break a sweat becoming SSS rank again. The system displays a list of locked skills, including Demon King and Omnipotence. All of his hunter skills are locked. What? Jinu Kim looks shocked. He curses the damn karma. He is surprised by something. Alright, hopefully it's some useful skill that he acquired. A new skill is acquired. The system announces passive learning, cleaning obsession. Effect, start cleaning, you idiot. He grits his teeth, a burning rage evident in his narrowed eyes. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the otherwise silent room. He remembers the moment of his death, a transition to something unexpected. 10 years prior, he finds himself waking up, disoriented, in a familiar yet unsettling place. The hunter reflects on his fall from grace, now a mere dungeon cleaner, his skills sealed away. His once great achievements, the skills that defined him, have all but disappeared. He wonders if he is truly relegated to this new, menial existence. But the hunter's pride remains, the last vestige of his former glory. More than anything, he must find those responsible for his death, those who robbed him of his life. The question lingers, was it the work of a clandestine private guild? Or perhaps someone within the association itself orchestrated his demise? An unknown number flashes across the screen. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. If not those two. He answers the call, a polite hello, escaping his lips. The caller identifies himself. Oh, you picked up. Mr. Jun-woo, it's me. All the caller is wondering is if he is too busy to come to work today. Team leader Park wonders to himself. Do I know anyone with that name? Elsewhere, a man on the phone smiles widely. He states that it's already been an hour since reporting time, his tone laced with amusement. Mr. Jun-woo, still on the phone, seems troubled. He thinks to himself about the job assigned to him by Karma, the dungeon cleaner. The voice on the other end admits that the last dungeon was a bit hard-hitting. However, it's not as bad today, though. He sounds serious. Team leader Park, surrounded by colleagues, laughs into the phone. He says he told that punk that he ran away just because it's a bit hard. One of the men with Team leader Park comments that there's always a couple of bastards who ditch them after the first day of work. He wonders why he's calling and making a fuss. Someone thinks that he doesn't even know how many people are waiting for him. Seriously. Another voice says that's enough, to hang up already, and that he's his own person. A stark white panel displays a simple, yet impactful message. Huh? No matter what state. Mr. Jun-woo's eyes widen in disbelief, a cold sweat forming on his brow. Looks like I really did die. Meanwhile, Team leader Park urges everyone to be quiet. He insists that he might have some reason that's his alone, his expression serious. He listens as the person on the other end of the line tells Mr. Jun-woo to rest if he's having a hard time. The man on the phone says that if something comes up next time, it would be good if he could text him in advance. The man on the receiving end agrees. Team leader Park Gun-tae chuckles, saying his name is quite hard to remember before repeating it. The name Park Gun-tae is displayed prominently. Team leader Park says that if Jinu Kim can come next time, it would be good, adding that he'll come now. Jinu Kim, heading to work, declares that he is coming right now. Meanwhile, the city looms, unaware of the protagonist's troubles. A bus waits, ready to transport its passengers. He was surprised when he came out of the house and couldn't find his Benz. Jinu Kim's expression hardens as he realizes his car is gone. He didn't have much choice but to ride a taxi, yet he found out that he didn't have a single penny in his wallet. He thought back to a time when he, Kim Jun-woo, had to ride a city bus. Anyway, Junwoo Kim reflected that he was living a completely different life than before. That meant his relationship with the world had changed completely too. It also meant that the violence he used against Park Geun-tae didn't happen here either. He didn't have anything to do with him right now, but if Park Geun-tae killed him in his former life, that was a whole different story. Because there was definitely something strange with his death, Junwoo Kim thought. Someone purposefully caused an accident and caught his attention. Plus, there's the fact that they had an anti-supernatural arresting device prepared to prevent him from using his skills. And lastly, the gun that was used to shoot him wasn't any ordinary gun. It was an anti-monster and supernatural subjugation firearm, Titan. It's one of the first-class weapons within the realm of firearms, and the technology behind the item is substantial and the price enormous. It's not an item that Park Geun-tae, a dungeon cleaner, can get his hands on. The man's grin widened, a chilling premonition hanging in the air. Perhaps a professional was hired out of spite. His expression darkened, a simmering rage just beneath the surface. His son, too, seemed to harbor a grudge. The scene shifted, the background blurring into an indistinct haze. He sat, legs crossed, a frown etched on his face. It was just assault because he pushed him a little bit? His eyes narrowed, a glint of annoyance flashing within their depths. The memory surfaced, a cold justification for past actions. He should have understood when he was using his words. Park Geun-tae's face was etched with desperation, his plea urgent. He begged, "Please withdraw it." Junwoo Kim regarded him coolly, his expression unreadable. He questioned the man's presence, asking who he was. Park Geun-tae identified himself, stating he was team leader Park Geun-tae from the dungeon cleaner team. Junwoo Kim admitted he hadn't heard that name before. The atmosphere grew tense. Park Geun-tae demanded, "Do you have any business with me?" He revealed he'd heard of suggested reduction in cleaning teams. Park Geun-tae continued, explaining the difficulty of their current situation. Junwoo Kim responded with a simple "ah," before asking why he was being approached. Junwoo Kim stated he only made the suggestion and had no authority. He directed Park Geun-tae to the regulation team to voice his concerns. He emphasizes the influence the Sir Hunter holds, and how his words alone can move the association. Team leader Park pleads with Junwoo Kim to not reduce the cleaning team numbers any further. Park Geun-tae, looking distressed, begs Junwoo Kim to reconsider his decision. The weight of the situation is heavy on his shoulders. Junwoo Kim reflects internally, acknowledging that his suggestion to downsize the cleaning teams had reached their ears. He admits he didn't expect them to come and meet him personally. The world ranking number one's gaze hardens. Junwoo Kim thinks that talking to the man would only be an annoyance for him, his expression unreadable. Park Geun-tae's face is etched with concern as Junwoo Kim's words hang in the air. He awaits the hunter's response with bated breath. Junwoo Kim suddenly shifts the topic, comparing the situation to lizards cutting off their tails. The hunter states that it's actually a very inefficient defense, leaving Park Geun-tae confused. As Junwoo Kim walks away, he continues his analogy, stating that lizards cut off their tails without hesitation when danger strikes. He then asks team leader Park what he thinks the reason for that is. A visual of a lizard severing its tail appears, accompanied by the text, "Because that's how they will survive." Junwoo Kim's eyes reflect a cold determination. The hunter elaborates, stating that no matter how inefficient and damaging it is, it's the only thing that will save its life. Junwoo Kim declares that's what a last resort is, as Park Geun-tae begins to respond. Park Geun-tae's expression is caught in a close-up, his thoughts swirling as he tries to formulate a response to Junwoo Kim's analogy. Junwoo Kim cuts him off, assuming Park Geun-tae wanted to say something about the tail. He adds that every human being thinks they are necessary to the world, and asks if he really thinks that's true. Park Geun-tae is taken aback by Junwoo Kim's question, his eyes widening in surprise. He is left speechless, only able to utter a confused. The association faces serious financial difficulties, Junwoo Kim explains, which means adjustments to the top hunter salaries are coming. Park Geun-tae bristles at the news. He retorts, questioning if their salaries are being affected, and reminds Junwoo Kim that the association's priority is protecting citizens from dungeons and monsters. Mr. Kim begins to walk away, stating that if the hunters aren't getting paid, who will do the work? He claims he had no choice but to use the last resort. Junwoo Kim scoffs at the idea that there's a limit to what Mr. Kim can do. He questions the cleaning team's contributions, implying they don't do much. Mr. Kim dismisses the cleaning team's importance, asking what else they do besides clean. He says the higher-ups will decide how many people to let go, so they should just move on. Mr. Kim continues to walk away, stating that his team is also proud of their work in their own way. He thinks to himself that he should have done this years ago. Mr. Kim reminds Junwoo Kim that the association's first priority is to protect the citizens. He states he's leaving because his comrade looks like he understands. Junwoo Kim, now alone, questions if the cleaning team are not citizens. The tension hangs heavy in the air. Elsewhere, a figure kneels before Junwoo Kim, begging him to reconsider. He finds their pleas annoying. Junwoo Kim tells the kneeling figure that he thought what he said was enough to make them understand, but he guesses it wasn't. He adds that they should thank them. Jinu Kim questions what the kneeling figure wants. He claims they aren't fighting with their lives on the line like they are, and that they just make money by cleaning comfortably in the back. Jinu Kim's expression hardens. He accuses them of acting like fucking parasites, leaving Mr. Kim in stunned disbelief. He is grabbed roughly by the collar. The man in the blue jacket's face inches from his own. The man demands to know what Jinu Kim just said. The man throws a punch, his fist aimed squarely at Jinu Kim's face. The attack is telegraphed, but still carries considerable force. But Jinu Kim easily sidesteps the blow. Park Geun-tae is left open, vulnerable, and wondering what the hell is happening. Park Geun-tae stumbles back, blood trickling from his face. He groans in pain, realizing he's been hit hard. Jinu Kim, phone in hand, coldly tells someone to get Chief Lee to take care of the parasite. His expression is one of utter disdain. He recalls telling someone not to let him get involved in this kind of mess. The memory fuels his current anger. Elsewhere, heavy boots stand on a city street, the scene hinting at a new development. A crowd of armed officers stand before a radiant, newly formed dungeon. Someone remarks that it's a yellow-level danger grade. A monstrous centipede, the Foxtrot Centipede, is identified as the boss for this particular yellow-level dungeon. A lone figure stands before the Foxtrot Centipede, recalling that he participated in the subjugation when he was 28. Jinu Kim reflects that he feels like he's back 10 years in the past, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. He stands before the dungeon, his expression unreadable. The past and present seem to converge in this moment. He is greeted by someone in the distance, calling out to Mr. Junwoo, announcing his arrival. Crimson eyes narrow, a voice echoing with a long-awaited sentiment. Their meeting has finally come to pass. The man's expression is unreadable, his gaze intense as he stares forward, a dark aura surrounding him. A voice declares that Jinu Kim is the one who made him this way, expressing a twisted satisfaction that he knew he would come. A wide, unsettling grin stretches across his face, a manic energy radiating from him. The words Dungeon Cleaner, Park Geun-tae, are emblazoned across the panel, solidifying his identity. Park Geun-tae greets Kim Junwoo with a wide grin, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he announces his arrival. The man's expression is unreadable. Kim Junwoo's eyes glow red. Park Geun-tae, hands on his hips, wonders why he seems so absent-minded. It's an image that matches that in his memory, but he doesn't seem like he could kill someone. Park Geun-tae leans in, asking if he had breakfast. Park Geun-tae exclaims to the others that he knew he would come, saying he looked sincere from the first day he saw him. The team stands together. Han Sang-hyuk is introduced as a cleaner from Cleaning Team 3. He thinks it's obvious Junwoo only came because he got caught trying to leave. Park Geun-tae scoffs, remembering the last time. He recalls the empty promises and the lack of action. Jang questions the need for more manpower. He believes 4 people should be enough for the task. Mun So-yeon stands silently, listening to the conversation. Her expression is unreadable as she awaits further instructions. Han Sang-hyuk declares that they should get started, now that everyone is present. He then asks how much time they have left. The team is informed that they only have 45 minutes to complete their task. The clock is ticking. One of the team members expresses surprise at the limited time. He didn't expect it to be so short. Another team member explains that the delay was due to someone being an hour late. Time is of the essence. Mun So-yeon thinks that the others are being rude. She resigns herself to the situation, knowing there's nothing to be done. Park Geun-tae urges the team to hurry up. He doesn't want to face criticism again for their performance. Junwoo is handed a mask. The man with brown hair is told that the size should roughly fit him. Junwoo looks at the mask with a questioning expression. He seems unsure about it. The team stands ready, prepared to begin their cleaning task. The pressure is on to complete it within the allotted time. He is asked if he's okay, and if he has any problems. He responds that it's not a problem. Another member of the team asks what exactly dungeon cleaners do. Their curiosity piqued. Kim Junwoo listens intently, his expression unreadable as he considers the question. Meanwhile, the Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dimension Management Association stands tall, a beacon of order against the encroaching chaos. The association, in short, is comprised of 4 main teams, each playing a vital role in the organization's mission. The organizational chart shows the structure. The control team, the hunter support team, and the operations team all fall under the association's umbrella. The dungeon cleaning team, a crucial part of the organization, is ready to deploy. The control team diligently monitors the status of dungeon appearances and collects vital information, their screens glowing with data. The hunter support team produces and maintains weapons and items, supporting overall activities with their technical expertise. The operations team stands over a fallen beast, a testament to their combat prowess and dedication to eliminating threats. And, deeper within the dungeon, the team continues their work. Jang confirms he is disinfecting the area. He notes the corridor is wider than he thought, so there might not be enough solution. Another team member suggests spraying wider and asks Sang-hyuk to check the location of the boss room. So-yeon is asked to check the internal gas level. She confirms. Another team member comments that the boss is quite large this time, so it will take a while to dismantle, urging everyone to hurry up. Junwoo, wearing his mask, thinks to himself, wondering why they are pretending to be so busy. The team continues to move deeper into the dungeon, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Suddenly, Junwoo is called out, someone asking where he is going. One of the team members warns that it's dangerous to walk around this cavernous dungeon alone like that. Another member reminds him that they were heading to the boss room, questioning his actions. One of the team members insists that they should be following closely since the boss room is that way. Another disagrees, stating it's this way. The sound of footsteps fades as Junwoo walks away, leaving the team in confusion. The team expresses their disbelief and frustration at Junwoo's sudden departure. One of the dungeon cleaners speaks up, questioning the group's direction. He demands that if anyone doesn't want to continue, they should just say so. Team leader Park expresses his annoyance, citing their tight schedule. He questions why they are acting up. The cleaner with brown hair stands alone, seemingly unfazed by the team leader's frustration. Another cleaner insists that the map was provided by the control team. Team leader Park tells him to check with his own eyes where the boss room is. The map shows a dungeon that has been cleared by the hunters deployed for the operation. Junwoo looks up, seemingly confident. One cleaner argues that the map cannot be wrong. Another cleaner insists that the map is wrong and that the correct path is definitely this way. He questions the control team's competence. One of the cleaners exclaims that he's going insane and asks if the team leader thinks Junwoo is drugged up. Two of the cleaners stare ahead, one asking how Junwoo can be so confident. Junwoo looks down, thinking about his confidence in clearing the dungeon. A close-up of Junwoo's face shows his determined expression. Junwoo thinks that whatever he says, they wouldn't believe him even if he told them. The group of cleaners stands together, seemingly unsure of what to do next. He checked to see if his teammate was injured. The hunter asked, concerned, if he was hurt somewhere. The team leader assured him that he was all right. The two men stared at each other through their masks. Team leader Park questioned what Junwoo meant when he said there were only 45 minutes left. He pressed him, asking if he didn't know it was the time until the dungeon closes. Kim Junwoo realized what Park Geun-tae was talking about. He muttered that it was that. All dungeons naturally disappear after being cleared. The time it takes is, on average, 2 hours. Hunters usually don't care because they leave the dungeon immediately after clearing it. But it's an important time for the cleaning team who enters the dungeon once it has been cleared. Park Geun-tae questioned why they should clean it if it'll disappear anyway. He chuckled, remarking that it seemed Junwoo didn't know. Kim Junwoo explained that a cleared dungeon doesn't just disappear, it's just taking a break. Park Geun-tae stated that he knew that much, but it was explained that the monsters will be back in place. It was explained that the dungeon reopens, and there are bodies of monsters piled up. Park Geun-tae remarked that that doesn't really seem like a problem, and the gas emitted by the decomposing monsters is very lethal to humans. Also, if the corpses pile up, it will restrict the actions of the hunters. He battles a hulking, green-skinned monster, the aftermath of previous fights littering the ground. The team's job, in other words, is to help hunters focus on clearing the dungeon with peace of mind. Park Geun-tae states that it's okay, although it has never happened before. The team should be proud of their work, because without them, there would be nothing. The man on the left thinks to himself that it is bullshit, as Park Geun-tae says that it will directly affect the dungeon if there are no hunters. The team's main tasks are to dispose of the monsters, clean the byproducts of the clearing, and make sure there isn't any of the hunter's information left behind. The man thinks to himself that it is something he has never heard in his life, of course, a cleaner rescuing a hunter. The team has arrived, and according to the map, this should be the boss room. The team stands together, ready to face whatever lies ahead in the boss room. Park Geun-tae reaches out to open the door, ready to face the boss. The man looks surprised, wondering what is happening. The team realizes that this isn't it, as they stand in a different location than expected. He states that this isn't the place, frustration evident in his voice. The others look on, questioning what exactly happened. The team leaders suggest that since they are in the wrong place, they should finish up for the day and get out. Someone asks how much time is left until the limit. The response comes back, 22 minutes. Team leader Park believes that should be enough time, a smug look on his face. The others seem to agree that it's better than getting criticized, and one states their agreement. It seems like it's unanimous, so they decide to keep going despite the limited time and incorrect location. Kim Junwoo, surprised by the decision, questions what is enough, his expression conveying disbelief. One of the team members questions if they shouldn't be doing what they're supposed to do, given the little time left to work. Someone points out that there are only 22 minutes left, questioning what will happen if the dungeon closes. Team leader Park laughs, stating that at the latest, they'll be stuck for up to a year. He continues to laugh maniacally, suggesting that they'll just stay locked in there then. To summarize it in one word, death. Someone thinks that the others aren't in their right mind and are crazy. He questions if they are risking their lives just to clean, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. Park Geun-tae responds dismissively, stating that things have always been this way, his tone nonchalant. The team leader urges everyone to hurry up, while another member suggests leaving if they don't like it, adding that he never expected anything from Junwoo. Another team member tries to defuse the situation, suggesting they forget it and continue on their own, assuming it must be Junwoo's first time in a dungeon. Then Park Geun-tae says that he probably looks down on cleaning anyway. A woman stares intently, her expression unreadable as the tension rises. The hunter stands with his back to the viewer, seemingly lost in thought. He reflects on his 15 years of hunting experience, a time during which he never failed a clearing, not even once. The result of his efforts was achieving the world's first SSS rank, as well as the world's #1 rank. His face contorted in anger. He thinks that no one could say anything about his dungeon career. He fumes, feeling belittled in a dungeon by the cleaners. Elsewhere, the team discovers a small passage in the room, offering a potential escape route. Park Geun-tae looks on, his expression thoughtful as he considers the implications of this discovery. Team leader Park silences the others, his voice laced with impatience. He demands they listen to what he has to say. The team learns that the boss room is approximately 500 meters away. Taking the shortest route through the passage will take 8 minutes, but running will shorten the trip to 5. Park Geun-tae declares that he will take the lead this time. He adds that if anyone doesn't like it, they can simply leave. Someone calls out, telling Junwoo Kim to wait. The team descends into the dark passage, the sound of their footsteps echoing. The group moves quickly, descending further into the unknown. Junwoo Kim pauses before a dark doorway, his breath visible in the cold air. He continues forward, the sound of his footsteps growing louder. The team stands together, their faces obscured by masks and determined expressions. The team reacts with surprise, their eyes widening behind their masks. A monstrous figure is revealed, clad in red armor and bristling with blades. The Foxtrot centipede stands triumphant over fallen foes. This centipede-type monster towers over 10 meters in height. Park Geun-tae observes that this truly is the boss room. A glance at the room's condition reveals that a fierce battle has already taken place. Assuming a 20-member team, casualties would typically be around 5 or 6 people, but they were. The text reveals that this monster's weakness is the hollowed part of its forehead, just above its huge chin. Park Geun-tae urges Kim Junwoo, stating that there's no time left, so they should start quickly. Kim Junwoo questions what Park Geun-tae is doing, emphasizing that there's no time for games. A surge of red energy emanates, accompanied by a powerful sound. The monster lets out a terrifying roar. The monster's face is illuminated by glowing red eyes. A group of people look up in fear at the massive monster before them. Someone exclaims that it's still alive. The group stares in disbelief. It's impossible, they think. It's definitely a monster that was cleared. A man's eyes widen in shock. Something is happening, but what? He grits his teeth, a wave of pain washing over him. This is a pain in the ass. A monstrous form looms, its shadowy figure punctuated by glowing red eyes and a maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Before the beast, a team stands ready, their figures dwarfed by the sheer scale of the creature before them. Kim Junwoo's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he realizes the situation's gravity. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension building in a confined space. The team remains, a silent tableau of anticipation before the looming threat. One of the team members wonders if the monster's rigor mortis indicates its final struggle, while another berates them for not checking properly. A grotesque close-up reveals the monster's decaying head, a macabre testament to its recent demise. Another team member, observing Junwoo's reaction, suggests it's his first time seeing a boss monster and advises him to stay back. A team member dons a gas mask, preparing for the potential hazards that linger in the monster's wake. One of the team members notes Junwoo's blank stare, reassuring him to step back if he can't handle touching the creature. Junwoo's shock turns to anger as he questions what the others are saying, his frustration mounting. He couldn't believe it, demanding the knife. The other man looked on, concerned by his impatience. The team members watched as Junwoo approached the massive, grotesque monster. One of them questioned what he was doing. Team leader Park warned him that if he put the knife in without knowing anything, his wrist would break. He reminded Junwoo that he was supposed to dismantle it. The hunter gripped the knife tightly, preparing to strike. His stance was firm, ready to exert force. He was told that the knife only goes between the 3/3, 6/4, and 12/4 segments. It wouldn't go in anywhere else, so he shouldn't waste his energy. It seemed the nerves were still responsive, so he should ignore them even if they moved while he was cutting. Junwoo paused, absorbing the information. The team watched him intently, waiting for his next move. Team leader Park questioned what he was doing, implying he was just looking around. Another team member stated they should get to it. He was instructed to insert it at an angle and lift up, not just shove it in. He was also warned not to touch the tail, as many hunters had died from its poison. The team members commented that he was quite the nagger, expressing their annoyance with his constant instructions. Junwoo was warned not to step on the blood either, as it wasn't poisonous, but it was a strong adhesive. Once you step on it, you won't be able to move. Team leader Park was accused of showing him the control team's file and trying to help the newbie. He denied it. He insists that the other man is lying, stating that a novice cleaner couldn't possibly know all that. Team leader Park's expression hardens as he mutters that the information shouldn't even be in the file. He wonders aloud how the protagonist could know all of that if the information is restricted. Park Geun-tae's eyes narrow as he contemplates the situation, suspicion evident in his gaze. A blue screen activates, displaying the words, passive learning and cleaning obsession, passive activating. Junwoo Kim remains in the background. The scene shows the aftermath of the dismantling, with debris scattered across the environment. A bloody knife lies discarded, a testament to the brutal work that was just completed. A message declares that the dismantling is complete. Junwoo announces that he is done here as well. Elsewhere, the long, segmented creature lies defeated, surrounded by onlookers. Kim Junwoo wipes sweat from his brow, a look of relief washing over his face after the intense battle. Suddenly, something unexpected occurs, prompting Junwoo to exclaim in surprise, "Wait." Lightning crackles around him as Junwoo, startled, wonders why he feels so rewarded by the situation. The woman insisted that he only did a small portion of the work. Park Geun-tae questioned her statement, pointing out that he practically did everything. Park Geun-tae remarked that a very promising person had come, teasing Han Sang-hyuk that he must be nervous about it. He is making a fuss over some cleaning. Someone suggested they call it a day and head out, noting there were only 5 minutes until the limit. They stated there was enough time and that everyone did great work. The team moved through the tunnel, ready to leave the area after their work was complete. The end of the task was in sight. He thought it was easier than he thought, all thanks to Junwoo. The man in the gas mask seemed surprised by something. A close-up revealed a boot covered in the black, viscous substance. Someone wondered if the blood was leaking from a hole in the bag. Someone exclaimed that he stepped on it after telling them to be careful. The team seemed to be arguing about the situation. Team leader Junwoo was unable to move. He told everyone to stay back, insisting he was fine, but something was clearly wrong. The blood of this monster was adhesive. Even as a hunter, he couldn't get out of it with his strength alone, finding himself stuck. But the situation was not hopeless. The text indicated that it's weak against high heat, so this skill can easily melt it. Junwoo activated his skill, Hellfire. Red energy emanated from his body, ready to combat the adhesive substance. The skill was unavailable. The system message indicated that this skill was locked, leaving the team in a precarious situation. He grimaces, the situation becoming dire as the adhesive monster blood holds him fast. The hunter realizes the gravity of their predicament. They are truly stuck. Team leader Park shouts, demanding to know if Wei-jang brought the rope. Another hunter quickly ties the rope around Junwoo as the rest of the team prepares to pull. The team strains, Han Sang-hyuk among them, yelling for everyone to pull hard on the rope. Hands clench tightly around the coarse rope, muscles bulging with the effort. The team is pulled upwards, suspended by the rope, their fate hanging in the balance. Junwoo remains stuck, frustration etched on his face behind the gas mask. He wonders about the limit. Time is running out. Only 55 seconds remain. They resolve to pull again. The count begins, but it's not working. A voice urges Junwoo to quickly remove his hazmat suit. Han Sang-hyuk hesitates, warning that the gas level is too high and dangerous. Team leader Park demands to know if they want to be trapped there, his expression intense. What is he saying? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Park Geun-tae is trapped, unable to move. Why are they all stuck together? He wonders aloud. Even lizards cut off their tails to survive. A desperate comparison rings out. Park Geun-tae explodes in anger. He demands that someone take off their suit immediately, ordering them to come to their senses. Kim Junwoo believes they're less intelligent than lizards, a harsh assessment of their current predicament. The team decides that this isn't working, and they should leave. Another member questions what Park Geun-tae will do. Those who can must survive, one of the team members declares. Another retorts that it's ridiculous and would be better if. Park Geun-tae barks out an order. Quickly get out, it's the team leader's order. Kim Junwoo's expression hardens, a silent resolve etched on his face. A figure stands amidst the ruins, the air thick with tension and the weight of the situation. The digital timer displays 10, a stark reminder of their dwindling time. A figure sprints through the debris-strewn environment, urgency driving their every step. He stood in the dim light, the digital timer looming nearby, displaying the number 8. The team leader placed a hand on the other man's shoulder, a silent exchange passing between them. The man with the mask spoke, his expression serious as he addressed the other man. 7. The timer continued its inexorable descent. 2 figures sprinted away, their forms blurred with speed. 6. The timer ticked down as the figures fled. The figures moved towards a bright light at the end of a long corridor, the timer now at 5. A group of people watched with expressions of shock and dawning horror. The 2 masked men remained, the timer now displaying the number 3. A hand reached out toward the blinding light, as the timer showed 2. The man's eye reflected the intense light, his expression unreadable. 1. The final countdown. A blinding light erupts, illuminating the space between two ancient pillars. The team members look on, their faces etched with worry and concern. Panting, the team gathers around a fallen comrade, their expressions grim. The team members watch with a mix of concern and relief on their faces. The team surrounds someone, their faces a mixture of emotions. Park Geun-tae smiles, sweat glistening on his brow as he breathes heavily. Park Geun-tae's expression shifts to surprise as he says, "What?" Park Geun-tae's eyes widen in disbelief. Just now, in a dungeon with no monsters. A disembodied voice asks, while cleaning. Two hands reach out to each other. A voice says, "S. The gas level is lower than I thought." What relief. Team leader Park says, "You worked hard in your first dungeon of the day. Well, let's just consider ourselves lucky since it could have been worse." A voice exclaims, "I almost died, but you say we were lucky." Wait, did you just say first? Another dungeon of the day? The hunter's expression betrays his weariness. He wonders if this is just the beginning, questioning how many more dungeons await. The hunter's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent, expressing his shock. "Today was one such unlucky day," the man exclaims, his expression a mix of frustration and exhaustion. To lighten the mood, someone suggests a team dinner, though a hint of reluctance can be detected. The team stood together, discussing the expenses that were supposed to be covered by their boss. One of them wondered how they would survive if they had to pay every time. Team leader Park suggested they split the bill, adding that Junwoo Kim was the main character of the day and should join them. He asked them to let him save face during times like these. The team leader then asked if there was anything anyone wanted to eat. Someone in the group urged the others to decide quickly, as even standing was tiring. Another asked why he wasn't coming with them. He declared that he was not going. Kim Junwoo remained firm in his decision. The others seemed surprised by his refusal. He thought to himself that there was no need to build a relationship with them, but that was that. He mumbled that he had something to do today. Team leader Park reassured him that he wouldn't force him to come to the team dinner, but it would be nice if he did. He responded that it wasn't that. He said it was nothing and bid them goodbye. The team leader told him he did a great job today. As he walked away, the others called out, telling Kim Junwoo that they would see him tomorrow. He needed to get back safely, but the thought lingered in his mind. The city stretched out before him, a silent witness to his turmoil. Lying in bed, he considered the identity of his killer. It wasn't team leader Park, he reasoned. Park wasn't heartless enough. If not Park, then who? Someone driven by resentment, perhaps, but who could harbor such a grudge? Apart from Park, there were others who might hold a grudge. Yang Kwan-mo, the youngest of the team, whom he often swore at, came to mind. Hwang Dong-wai, from the control team, also surfaced in his thoughts, the one who always received his kicks to the shin. He wondered why there were so many potential enemies. There should only be one or two, he thought, not a crowd. What was the point of dwelling on it now? The man who killed him in his past life must be a stranger, someone unknown. In the end, if he wanted to get proper revenge, he needed to rid himself of this damned karma and return to his previous life. The conditions for karma cancellation were clear. Ascent to the position of Secretary General of the International Supernatural Association within 5 years. To do so, he needed to become the Secretary General. If only he had his skills, he lamented, he would have become a hunter again, easily achieving his goals. Suddenly, a blue screen materialized before him. The system was opening. He couldn't properly check the system this morning, and now he's paying the price. But there's a skill unlock condition that he must now contend with. The system displays a list of unlock conditions: Fire Angel, Limit Breaker, Omnipotence, Rolling Paper, and Demon King. Kim Junwoo scoffs, declaring that if this is the case, there's no reason to be a cleaner. He decides to check the unlock conditions. The conditions are: Dungeon Cleaner's average annual salary is over 60 million won. A man with red hair expresses his frustration, exclaiming that it's all too much. The realization hits him. The conditions are related to the cleaning team. He groans in annoyance. A hand holds a bottle of cleaning solution, a symbol of the task ahead. Kim Junwoo stares at the TV, surrounded by cleaning supplies, as if the system is mocking him. You want me to live and breathe the cleaning team? He thinks. Cleaning supplies and trash bags litter the floor, a visual representation of his potential future. His eyes glow with a strange light as passive activation. Cleaning obsession appears, suggesting a shift in his mindset. He surveys the scene, multiple versions of himself already hard at work. The state of the room prompts a question. Had he lived his past life without even cleaning? A wave of annoyance washes over him. How long had this been expired? The notification sound rings out as Junwoo's expression darkens. He is clearly not pleased. An unlock condition has been achieved after one day at work. The Hyper Boost skill has been unlocked. The daily commute was proving to be a grueling experience. It had been a week of crowded buses. The dungeons, however, were a different story. It had been a week since he began cleaning them. During that time, the protagonist had already cleared 25 dungeons. His efforts were starting to bear fruit. The dungeons were a mess, requiring 6 10-liter bottles of cleaning solution. 30 monsters have been dismantled. Amidst the carnage, new skills were being unlocked. The protagonist's power was growing with each dungeon cleared. A new skill had been acquired, Hyper Boost. The movement speed of the user drastically increases during battle. It was unlocked through the random condition one day at work. It's a fairly high-efficiency mobility skill. The Hyper Boost skill was only useful when linked with attack skills. The protagonist needed to find a way to integrate it into his combat style. Training. The protagonist continued to clean, a monotonous task. He let out a sigh. Well, it's better than nothing, he thought. The protagonist resigned himself to the grind, hoping for better skills in the future. The unlocked conditions for Fire Angel, Limit Breaker, and Omnipotence seemed practically impossible to achieve. He observed the bustling crowd, a stark contrast to the challenges he faced. Dungeon cleaning was the most extreme job at this time, and the team seemed to feel it. Of course, there were also some relatively easy unlock conditions, such as increasing interest in the dungeon cleaning team. What was particularly easy, though, remained to be seen. There was a rising interest in the association, and if he, a former SSS rank hunter, cooperated, the association's interest would rise all at once. Of course, they wouldn't believe the words of a mere cleaner so easily. The man sat at the table, seemingly unconcerned with the protagonist's internal struggles. Should he contact the guys who used to be on his team and build a trusting relationship first? Yeah, of course, with over 10,000 hunters in Korea, it would be so easy to get into contact with them, he thought sarcastically. He pictured the vast number of hunters, a sea of potential allies or obstacles. He paused, lost in thought about the best course of action. He was startled by the sudden outburst on the bus, the other passenger's voice booming. Someone had missed their stop, demanding silence from the other passengers. A voice wondered why only 2 of them were present, questioning if the others were running late. The protagonist and Han Sang-hyuk were talking about buying more solution and Wai Jang taking a break. Han Sang-hyuk mentioned missing his stop as a smirk crept across the other man's face. The protagonist offered coffee, suggesting they drink it while they waited. The protagonist thought about Han Sang-hyuk's attitude, which seemed almost angelic compared to his own first day. He pressed, asking what they were waiting for and urging them to go inside. The protagonist stated that it wasn't finished yet, his expression firm. He clarified that he was talking about the clearing, which was still in progress, as a scene of figures before a glowing portal appeared. The fact that he hadn't given up yet was beyond his expectations, he mused. He notes that this isn't a dungeon he's cleared before. It appears to be a middle-aged blue-gray dungeon at best. The dungeon reveals a building, its structure tinted blue by the dungeon's aura. One of the figures scoffs, calling someone pathetic. Another figure seems unsure, questioning the situation. The protagonist remarks that it's not like he can go in and help with the clearing himself. He thinks to himself that it should be over soon, hoping for a swift resolution. The text declares that this was a mistake while a cat sits on some stairs. 30 minutes pass, and the man with black hair looks increasingly frustrated, his expression contorted in anger. The man internally fumes, questioning what kind of trash is taking so long. The woman with brown hair exclaims that they're coming out, signaling the end of the wait. A foot steps out of the dungeon, the blue light fading as the exit nears completion. Someone scoffs, remarking that it's obvious they're all D-rank hunters, unimpressed by their performance. 2 figures stand outside the dungeon, observing the scene. One comments that they're just clearing a blue dungeon, yet they're a mess. He listened to Team Leader Park complain about the team's performance. They weren't worth their salary, according to him. What a waste. A cascade of dark blue hair shimmered in the light. His eyes widened, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. Kim Junwoo muttered, "Huh? She's..." A figure emerged from the light, her footsteps echoing softly. It was a familiar face. Long black hair framed a flawless complexion, like that of an actress. The nameplate read, Kim Min-ju. Team Leader Park watched her, a complicated expression on his face. She was once my direct subordinate in my team. Kim Junwoo stared, his surprise evident. Why is that girl? He wondered. Kim Min-ju tilted her head, a silent question in her eyes. She stepped forward, her voice cool and composed. Excuse me, do you have a problem with me? He hesitated, his expression unreadable. No, Kim Junwoo replied. But the tension was palpable, his clenched jaw betraying his true feelings. He couldn't help but think about reaching out to his old team. It seemed like only yesterday they were together. Team Leader Park recalled a woman who seemed to harbor a deep-seated, irrational dislike for him. He remembered when he suggested she retire due to her injury. It was not an easy conversation. The memory flashed in his mind. She unleashed a torrent of curses upon him. He had thought he was jesting it for her own good, but she didn't seem to realize it at all. Team Leader Park knew her skills were never lacking, despite their differences. Kim Min-ju called out to Junwoo Kim, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. Team Leader Park watched them, wondering if he knew that hunter, Junwoo Kim. He denied knowing her, but his gaze lingered on Kim Min-ju for a moment longer than necessary. Kim Min-ju mused that she must resemble someone he knew. noting his menacing expression. The other man chimed in, joking that he thought she was his ex, causing a brief moment of awkwardness. Jinu Kim looked surprised by the comment, while Kim Minju smiled and the other man quickly apologized. He stood with the others, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Had something happened that he was unaware of? The kneeling man erupted, his voice filled with anger. He questioned the other man's claim that nothing was wrong. An unseen voice boomed, demanding silence with a furious outburst. A figure with glowing blue energy prepared to get to work, his expression determined. Meanwhile, a blue-grade building-type dungeon loomed, a structure twisted into a nightmarish landscape. It was a dungeon born from a building. Inside the dungeon, one of the figures asked if Junwoo had studied this place in advance, suggesting prior knowledge. The response indicated limited knowledge, only knowing that the boss was a human-type monster. The speaker had been bombarded with questions about dungeons and monsters. The man in the white apron stated that his extensive knowledge was an absurd lie, but no one had called him out on it yet. As a building-type dungeon, the byproducts weren't very noticeable, but they should still make sure to clean every nook and cranny. Blood tended to collect under the stairs, so they should pay careful attention to that, the dungeon's grim details revealed. Two men stood side by side, their expressions grim as they surveyed the scene before them. The building-type dungeon stood tall, a testament to the twisted reality that had taken hold. He stands beside Team Leader Park, who appears deeply concerned by something he is seeing within the dungeon. The object of their attention is a human-type monster, Vega, a monster with the appearance of a woman, standing at approximately 160 centimeters. The protagonist kneels, examining the Vega monster closely, his expression unreadable as he studies the fallen form. Team Leader Park asks why he is blanking out, his brow furrowed with a mixture of concern and curiosity. He dismisses Park's concern, stating that it is nothing, though his expression suggests otherwise. Something is off. A subtle unease hangs in the air, unnoticed by the others, but keenly felt by the protagonist. The Vega he knows is not particularly dangerous, but the image of the monster battling Kim Minju flashes through his mind. As long as one is mindful of its fast movements, it's not very difficult to defeat, but Kim Minju struggled against it. 10 years ago, Kim Minju was a B-rank hunter, her expression determined as she wielded her sword. Although it doesn't sound great, a B rank is considered quite powerful, and if it wasn't for her injury, she would have had the potential to reach S rank. In particular, her innate ability to handle swords was even higher than his at the time, a testament to her skill and dedication. Yeah, even though she was quite detestable, she was capable, a complex figure whose past continues to influence the present. Blood splattered around her. The woman stood unsteadily. Below, a winged figure with glowing eyes watched from the shadows. Her face contorted in a mix of shock and pain. She never would have gotten flustered by a blue-grade boss, but this was different. Park Guntae carried Kim Minju, concern etched on his face. He asked why she kept blanking out, questioning if she was trying to shoulder the burden alone. The team leader's expression hardened, though he spoke with a hint of resignation. It wasn't like it had anything to do with him now, and he doubted he'd see her again anyway. The camera focused on Kim Minju's back, revealing a series of bloody, crisscrossing cuts. The damage prompted a silent, internal question. A man's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered about his back, then realized something about the blade marks. His eyes narrowed, a dawning realization crossing his face. He couldn't believe it. Don't tell me, that girl. The man's expression shifted to one of shock and recognition. The implications of his realization began to sink in. It was 5 a.m, and Jinu Kim had only managed to sleep for about 2 hours. He grumbled about being unlucky for 3 days straight. Even when he was a hunter, he had never had such a tight schedule. The air crackled with energy. One of the uniformed figures expressed his frustration. If it was going to be like this, they should call when they were done. The man continued to complain, stating that they should at least think a bit about the people waiting. It was already an hour past the scheduled time. Another man noted that Jinu Kim seemed quite tired. He admitted that he was, and started to respond. A woman with dark circles under her eyes smiled, declaring that she had always had great stamina. The man from before asked Jinu Kim if he was all right, concern etched on his face. One of the people in aprons told him to take it easy. Another responded with a confused, huh? Ah, okay, and noted that they were finally coming out. Several figures walked through a glowing portal. It had been an hour and a half. The woman with long black hair wonders why they keep running into other hunters. A man in a suit carries a sword on his back, flanked by 2 others. The group walks away from the portal, heading towards a nearby building. The group continues their walk, their intentions still unclear. He stands before the woman, the air thick with unspoken tension. The distance between them closes, the sound of movement barely audible. Their faces are inches apart, the silence broken only by their breathing. He grits his teeth, muttering about a mannerless brat standing in his way. Her hand clenches into a fist, her frustration simmering beneath the surface. Bloodied weapons lie discarded on the ground, a testament to battles fought. Kim Junwoo wonders if he should tell her something, his expression troubled. He decides against it, his face hardening with resolve. He considered whether he should care about her, but dwelling on the past only made his blood boil. The sound of a door opening quietly echoed through the room. The woman in the hospital bed acknowledged his presence. She asked how his body was. Kim Junwoo thought to himself that she didn't even get up despite her superior being here. She admitted that it hasn't been long since her surgery ended, so she wasn't sure how she felt. Kim Junwoo wondered if someone who uses a sword ignores inflammation of their muscle until it deteriorates. The man in the blue suit stood nearby, listening intently to their exchange. The woman questioned why he didn't tell her earlier, and what was with his tone of voice. Mr. Kim scoffed, saying that she was just saying that because she regretted how everything turned out. He added that in that state, she couldn't be a hunter anymore. Kim Junwoo thought to himself that she should have also developed her left-hand grip, and that blindly trusting her arm strength to swing her sword led to her shoulder getting destroyed. Mr. Kim suggested that she just retire. The woman was taken aback, questioning what he was doing. The association's position was unanimous, a document stated, citing injury as the reason for retirement. A woman lay in her hospital bed, a letter clutched tightly in her trembling hands. Mr. Kim spoke with a stern expression. He questioned how she could overexert herself to this extent. The woman, her back to him, insisted that this kind of injury was nothing, reminding him of her reason for being a hunter. Kim Junwoo slammed his fist down, retorting about her current condition, making her a burden on the team. Mr. Kim chided her for not informing him of her pain, saying that she should have told him before it became a serious problem. The woman looked up, a flicker of regret in her eyes as she considered his words. Mr. Kim scoffed, reminding her that he knew she was in pain, despite her claims to the contrary. Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she recalled being told there wasn't a single person who wasn't hurting. Mr. Kim dismissed her concerns, stating that she was told to get back to work, implying she thinks she's the only one in pain. Her eyes widened, tears streaming down her face as she questioned whose fault it was that she had to endure this whole time. Mr. Kim and the woman faced each other, the tension palpable as she asked how it was her fault. He explodes, questioning if her shoulder injury is his fault. He accuses her of not taking care of her own body. After a few days of rehabilitation, she insists that she can still do it, despite her condition. He scoffs, wondering who will do her work and what she can even do with her injured shoulder. Kim Junwoo continues his tirade, suggesting she join the cleaning team if she wants to live like a parasite. He asks if she has ever considered him as a comrade, his expression a mix of anger and disappointment. She apologizes, admitting it was a stupid question, her eyes cast downward in shame. Now showing his true colors, Junwoo admits he never liked her from the beginning. Tears stream down her face as she acknowledges that he hated her, the weight of his words crushing her spirit. He continues, stating that he doesn't even treat the people under him as people, his eyes filled with disdain. She pleads, her voice barely a whisper, desperation etched on her face. Towering over her, Kim Junwoo coldly tells her to be born as a human in her next life. Tears welling, she curses him, calling him son of a bitch, her voice filled with anguish. He reconsiders his past actions, a wave of regret washing over him. Had he truly been so insensitive? He struggles to recall the specific incident, his mind drawing a blank. He likely dismissed her concerns without a second thought. Mr. Kim reflects on her potential, lamenting that her injury had prevented her from achieving greatness. A flicker of guilt crosses his face. A sense of foreboding descends, a silent acknowledgement that something significant is about to unfold. The protagonist is visibly disturbed by his thoughts. The weight of his past actions continues to burden him. The woman in the suit calls out to him, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. She awaits his response. Mr. Kim is flustered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He seems caught off guard by her sudden inquiry. The woman in the suit appears taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. She presses him to repeat what he said. Mr. Kim begins to explain the mechanics of sword handling, focusing on the strain it places on the body. He elaborates on the potential for shoulder overload, even with a quick attack stance. The woman in the suit listens intently. Mr. Kim demonstrates a sword technique, emphasizing the importance of balance between both hands. The woman in the suit seems to grasp the concept, a thoughtful expression settling on her face. She understands the need for balanced strength. She watches as Kim Junwoo's expression betrays his thoughts, as someone implies he lacks knowledge. Kim Minju dismisses his concerns, confident that the smart hunter will figure things out, as he is enveloped in a blue light. She is advised to seek an examination from the support team, her expression reflecting worry. Meanwhile, the hospital stands tall, a beacon of hope and healing. The doctor, with a reassuring smile, states that it could have been a serious problem. Kim Minju, taken aback, questions what he means by that statement. The doctor points to an X-ray, revealing that her right shoulder is inflamed. The doctor explains that he will prescribe anti-inflammatory medication, but correcting her stance is more important, prompting her to ask for clarification. She's told that her overall balance is not good and that she should develop her left hand's grip strength, leaving her in disbelief. Kim Min-ju recalls that the weird cleaner had said something similar, realization dawning on her face. Elsewhere, the hospital stands bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Kim Jun-woo, surrounded by others, declares that he is seriously going to die. Someone offered congratulations to everyone, but another questioned their actions. The man with brown hair looked exhausted as he asked what the other wanted from him. A woman in a suit was questioned about making her ex-girlfriend wait until now. The woman's eyes narrowed, her expression unreadable. Jun-woo's face was split with shock, while the other man looked angry. Someone wondered why she was here, their voice filled with surprise. The woman with long dark hair stands tall, a sword resting at her side. She wonders how she could make her ex-girlfriend wait until now. Jinu Kim stares, utterly shocked. Why is she here at this hour? A nearby voice whispers that she was his ex. In the background, onlookers murmur, wondering if it's better for them to stay away from whatever is about to happen. Two men in uniforms bid farewell, one thinking that someone must be happy. Another mutters, "Damn it," under his breath. The man in uniform speaks to the woman with long dark hair, saying he's tired and needs to catch the last bus. The woman walks forward, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the night. With a sharp sound, she draws her sword, the steel glinting in the dim light as she faces Junu Kim. A sudden, silent question hangs in the air. Her eyes widen, a silent question escaping her lips. How did he know? Junu Kim's face contorts in terror as he realizes she's pulling her blade on him. He is asked why he isn't answering, and how he knew about her shoulder. The woman with the sword accuses him of pretending not to know anything. It seems the protagonist is being scrutinized, as if she got an examination done in the meantime. The woman with the sword admits she was pretending to know. She claims she wanted to give Hunter some tips she picked up from the internet. The protagonist is taken aback. The woman's sword fighting technique is supposed to be a closely guarded secret, forbidden to leak to outsiders. Damn it, he thinks, he butted in unnecessarily and just threw suspicion on himself. Her sword fighting was definitely special, he muses, and not something a dungeon cleaner would know. The woman with the sword says he is suspicious. If this continues, she thinks it will be reported to the association and she'll be under suspicion as a spy from the outside. He recalls seeing blade wounds on the monster's corpse. Blade wounds? He looks off to the side, lost in thought about the implications of what he's learned. The wounds that required right-hand strength to inflict were deep, but the follow-through techniques were shallow. It was then he realized that the wounds were dealt by a swordsman who lacked strength in their left hand. Vega is a boss monster characterized by its fast attack speed. The woman with long black hair considers the situation, concluding that something isn't quite right. The figure in black takes advantage of speed and counterattacking, a well-known method of attack. The woman's analysis continues. She believes her opponent's body isn't able to match and respond to Vega's speed. For a brief moment, Junu Kim felt a strain in his shoulder. The woman with long black hair speaks to the man in the white apron, stating the symptom would be minor in everyday life. The man in the white apron explains that he's sure Junu Kim felt the need to move his body in an instant, especially as a swordsman. The younger man with brown hair recalls that during his hunter days, he was the world's first all-class. The woman with long black hair narrows her eyes, thinking she has figured something out about him. The younger woman with short black hair points at Junu Kim, accusing him of being a freelancer hunter. Junu Kim looks surprised, hearing nonsense and rumors of others like him in Seoul. The woman with long black hair looks forward, determined, with armed figures behind her. The unseen speaker wonders if he is a top ranker who hides his abilities or a high-ranked hunter from a private guild. He faces the woman, denying the accusation. He insists that he is not a hunter, despite what she may think. Junu Kim, wearing an apron, seems offended by the question. He asks what he looks like if not a cleaner. The woman states that his response should be enough. She needs to work tomorrow, so she will be taking her leave now. As she walks away, she thinks that if she were a good hunter, she would have plotted to gain something from this encounter. Junu Kim clarifies that he is just a dungeon cleaner now. He thanks her, implying that he doubts they will see each other again. The woman stops and looks back, surprised by his words. She simply asks, "What?" Junu Kim wonders what she said just now, realizing she was thankful. He thinks to himself, Kim Min-ji to me? Kim Min-ji, he touches her face with a gloved hand, a thoughtful expression on her face. She seems to be considering something. She asks if it's okay with him, though the context of her question remains unclear. Looking up at a tall building, Kim Min-ji wonders if this is a break, and why it's happening so suddenly. He suggests that Junu Kim should get some rest, as even the support team thought it would be good for him. The reason for this suggestion is the result of the examination he received back then. Kim Min-ju says that he is suggesting a break because Junu Kim's shoulder hurts a bit. Lee Soo-young, captain of Operations Team 1, got in through connections last month, only 5 years older than Kim Min-ju. Lee Soo-young didn't even imagine that as a possibility back then, and asks if Junu Kim is planning on going on some trip with his boyfriend or something. The woman denies this. Lee Soo-young asks if she's planning to attend something like an academy to learn some sword skills. The woman sighs, saying it's a cleaner. The woman states that she will sort it out herself. Lee Soo-young asks what she is trying to do, stating that it's a cleaner from the dungeon cleaning team. Lee Soo-young says that since there's no one to learn from, she's going to go to a cleaner and learn sword fighting. And as an active hunter at that, she might as well finish learning at the Kendo Academy. The woman says that she will sort it out herself. The hunter wonders how he knows it's the cleaner who asked her to get an examination. Kim Min-ju is approached by a woman at the reception desk, who notes her frequent visits. She responds vaguely. Elsewhere, a man clicks his tongue in annoyance, muttering about that nurse. Kim Min-ju explains that he hasn't agreed to teach her yet, recounting her previous rejection. A man with gray hair asks what? The man raises his voice, demanding to know what she intends to learn if he refuses to teach her. Kim Min-ju resolves to keep trying until he gives in. The man sighs, telling her to figure it out herself. He informs her that a large-scale clearing is taking place in a few weeks, so she should be back before then. Kim Min-ju thanks him and leaves the room. Another man thinks that the organization is regressing, wondering what a hunter could learn from a cleaner. The man with gray hair worries about what the other teams will think if they hear about this, especially Operation Team 2's captain. A close-up reveals the intense anger in a man's eyes. The thought of it sends shivers down someone's spine as they dial the number. Lee Soo-young learns that the captain of Operation Team 1 is the executive management director. He wonders what it is about. The order is given to transfer the call to him immediately. Someone declares that there is something they have to say. Meanwhile, a bright orb pulses with energy. Musical notes seem to dance around someone's head. A man in a mask and uniform is observed in what appears to be a dungeon. Someone thinks he's finally gone mad. A few days later, a skill has been unlocked. The man in the mask questions why the restraint was lifted when he didn't do anything. He wonders if the end justifies the means. One of the masked men asks what is going on. The man in the mask doesn't want to interfere with someone's personal life, but he wonders why that person is there. An injury is revealed. He states plainly that he brought her here, his expression obscured by the mask. Someone vehemently denies being the one who brought her, adding that they don't know when Mr. Wai-jang will return. Two figures discuss the kneeling woman, wondering if it's better to have an extra person. One admits she's a hunter, but worries what the association will think of her cleaning. Kim Jun-woo clarifies that he didn't bring her because he wanted to. Someone asks if he's listening. The kneeling woman looks up, pleading to be taught sword fighting. Someone calls out teacher, while another wonders if she ate something that was off. The man is annoyed that a hunter is asking a cleaner to teach them, wondering how to get her off his back. The man with arms crossed tells her that if she helps with the cleaning, he'll think about it. Someone remarks that a B-rank hunter would hate to do the work of a dungeon cleaner. Someone exclaims that this is not what they had in mind. Kim Jun-woo admits that he underestimated her. He thought she was someone with a big ego, but didn't know she wouldn't mind doing these kind of chores. He stood amidst the dilapidated surroundings, the hunter contemplating how events had spiraled to this point. The perspective shifted, now focusing on So-yeon, her vision framed by the mask she wore. Kim Jun-woo and So-yeon stood together, the woman holding a broom, the silence punctuated by unspoken thoughts. The focus tightened, an extreme close-up revealing So-yeon's features, a study in quiet determination. The frame captured both Kim Jun-woo and So-yeon, their expressions unreadable behind their protective gear. The perspective zoomed in further, an intense focus on So-yeon's eyes, magnified by the mask's lenses. The atmosphere hung heavy, a palpable tension filling the air, thick with unspoken implications. Kim Min-ju sighs, clearly frustrated. She admits to herself that she underestimated someone and didn't expect to be followed. A student exclaims that a spot isn't erasing. The teacher is kneeling, attempting to clean the area. The student retorts, upset at being called teacher. He asks if she really thought she could wipe it off with just her strength. The student is going crazy. He questions what the substance is. The teacher instructs the student not to clean them at the same time. She explains to first wipe the human blood with a rag, then dissolve the rest using fire. The teacher explains that the things stuck to the floor are monster flesh. The student looks on, listening intently. It takes too much solution to clean it, so the teacher suggests gently scraping it off with a dagger instead. The teacher instructs to place all the removed byproducts in one place together. A hand places the removed monster flesh into a pile. The teacher advises that if a dagger is used, it should be wiped off immediately, as it could get corroded by monster blood. She stares forward, her expression unreadable behind the mask and the grime. Mr. Kim asks what's with that look, wondering if she doesn't want to do it. So-yeon insists she was just thinking that cleaning is quite profound. He observes that she really isn't a normal person, is she? Kim Min-ju chuckles, stating that this isn't much, while another cleaner scratches his head, seemingly unsure. The cleaner's face is shown with a large question mark and exclamation point, highlighting his confusion. That's nonsense. Someone thinks it's great that they're standing here laughing in this situation. He reflects on how he used to be a SSS rank hunter, and now he's proud to be a full-fledged cleaner. Kim Min-ju curses under his breath, frustrated with his current role. The unnamed cleaner compliments So-yeon, saying that for her first time, she's doing quite well, to which Kim Min-ju replies, "Is that so?" From So-yeon's perspective, the two men look great. The air is thick with an unknown something, and So-yeon's expression betrays a hint of unease behind a mask. The other team member, already finished with the area, suggests they move on together to the next task. The team member wonders if So-yeon is alright, given the number of corpses in the area. The team member expresses enthusiasm about working with a hunter, asking if So-yeon minds. The pair heads off, promising to return soon. The team member wonders aloud if Miss Hunter will win. The team member's question hangs in the air. A sense of foreboding settles as So-yeon wonders what to do. So-yeon reflects on her impulsive decision, now unsure of what to say. She wonders why she had to do something she's never done before, a clear sign of her unease. The situation clearly bothers So-yeon, though the exact reason remains unspoken. Another woman observes that So-yeon seems quite tired and asks if she is alright. The woman laughs, though her expression seems somewhat strained. So-yeon admits she hasn't slept well for the past few days. The woman wonders if something has been keeping her up. The source of her sleeplessness remains a mystery, at least for now. The woman suggests they stop talking about her and talk about So-yeon instead, trying to shift the focus. So-yeon demurs, claiming she doesn't have anything interesting to say, deflecting the attention. The woman is surprised to learn that So-yeon followed in her father's footsteps and became a hunter. She asks if they work together. Meanwhile, a superior tells a man not to feign illness and to work properly, showing a lack of empathy. The man's colleagues made him walk on eggshells. He endured working due to fear of becoming a nuisance, which worsened his injury. The woman finds it unbelievable how his fellow colleagues could do that. So-yeon simply says no, perhaps indicating her own experiences. The man's words echoed the harsh realities of the association, where colleagues were non-existent. Only ranks above and below mattered. So-yeon spoke of her father, a B-rank hunter, until he was fired, a fate that seemed to weigh heavily on her mind. The silhouette of a man lamented that he was just a disposable tool, a sentiment that resonated with So-yeon's earlier statement. The woman in protective gear explained that the association as a whole was like that, a place where hierarchy was everything. She continued, noting that the same applied to the hunters she worked with, except for the cleaning team, implying a different dynamic. A profound silence filled the grand hall, the two women standing before a massive stained glass window. The woman's question hung in the air, inquiring if someone was interested in the teacher, hinting at underlying tensions. The woman in protective gear remained stoic, her expression unreadable behind a mask. A woman's face flushed with a visible blush, betraying her inner feelings. The question lingered, followed by a smirk, as if to say that the answer was obvious to anyone paying attention. She hesitates, seemingly unsure of what to say next, as the other woman looks on. In her mind, she recalls Junwoo's dedication. He was responsible, even if he had a rocky start. The woman with brown hair blushes behind her mask, remembering how she thought he would quit, but now he works harder than anyone. So-yeon listens intently as the woman explains that Junwoo knows dungeons and monsters inside out, even possessing information not present in the data. The woman's words echo in So-yeon's mind. Kim Junwoo is no ordinary cleaner. She recalls a time when, with just a few marks left on a corpse, Junwoo figured out the condition of the one who cleared it. The woman with brown hair thinks that is more than enough of a reason not to lose him. The woman with brown hair assures So-yeon not to worry, she is not interested in him that way. So-yeon states that the association acts extremely strong toward the weak and extremely weak toward the strong. She grits her teeth, resolving that she needs to become strong. She realizes that in order to accomplish that, she needs his help. So-yeon asks the woman with brown hair what she is saying. One of the women in uniform asks So-yeon if she is someone's ex-girlfriend. She seems taken aback by the question. Elsewhere, one of the workers announces their arrival. The worker complains about superiors who try to hit on them, the sentiment echoed by his colleagues. They wonder how So-yeon grew so close to someone. The ornate doorway looms before them. One of the workers tells the others to be extra careful today, reminding them that the boss is a deadly poison monster and to be fine. The team prepares to enter. The workers respond in agreement, with So-yeon among them. The worker reflects on the discomfort of the hazmat suit and gas mask, especially today. Another worker expresses that they don't think it will interfere with their work. Speaking of which, one of the workers suggests it's time to change their equipment and to ask the association to raise the budget, fearing an accident if they continue like this. One of the workers complains about being overworked while the association saves money. The team paused before the imposing doors. He instructed everyone to stop there and put on the hazmat suits. With a heavy groan, the doors slowly opened, revealing the path ahead. A strange sound echoed through the dungeon, a signal of unknown dangers lurking within. The team faced a massive slime monster, its form glistening ominously in the dim light of the dungeon. Kim Junwoo warned everyone to be careful, emphasizing the importance of keeping the slime off their skin. The boss monster, a maximum slime, appeared deceptively ordinary. A dire warning filled their minds. Prolonged exposure to the deadly poison and stench would lead to poisoning. Their golden time was a mere 5 minutes, and there was no hope if poisoned within this dungeon. The hunters stood vigilant, the dungeon's oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily on them. They knew they had to be more careful than usual. The stakes were higher than ever before. Junwoo checked on Sang-hyun, ensuring they were all right. The kneeling hunter responded with a confirmation. Someone urgently asked, inquiring if Miss Hunter was all right. The man in the hazmat suit called out, concern etched on his face, So-hyun. So-hyun's voice trembled, barely audible as she repeated her name, clutching her stomach. She collapses to the ground, a soft thud echoing in the chamber. Her teammates stand around her, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Blood stains the stone floor. The world spins around So-hyun as she lies prone. A throbbing pain radiates from her head, blurring her vision. Everything fades to white. He reaches out, gently touching So-hyun's arm, a concerned question hanging in the air. Meanwhile, the team finds Mun So-hyun collapsed amidst the debris, her condition unknown. Her eyes betray a deep distress, a single tear escaping from beneath her mask. Kim Jun-woo cradles So-hyun, desperately trying to rouse her, his voice filled with urgency. Alarm bells ring as someone notices So-hyun's pallid complexion, a clear sign that something is terribly wrong. The team realizes her air purifier malfunctioned, and her hazmat suit is compromised, compounding the danger. Panic sets in as they realize the need to get her outside and call for immediate support, regretting any lack of caution. Junwoo and another member prepare to lift So-hyun, but a grim realization dawns. It's already too late. The narration box explains that the golden time has passed, making it impossible for the support team to administer the antidote in time. She was succumbing to the maximum slime's poison, racked with pain. The others urged Kim Jun-woo to act, their voices laced with desperation. Another voice responded, a hesitant why yeah. It was Kim Min-ju, her tone laced with uncertainty. The command was sharp, cutting through the tension. Kim Min-ju was ordered to draw her sword without delay. A desperate plea echoed, questioning the intent. What were they planning to do to Ms. So-hyun? The question hung in the air as another voice demanded to know what was wrong with Junwoo, his hesitation palpable. Time was running out. The order was repeated, urgency lacing every word. Draw the sword, and do it quickly. A cold voice offered instruction, minimizing the gravity of the act. It was just one cut, a simple swish. The protagonist's inner turmoil surfaced. He couldn't bring himself to cut down Ms. So-hyun, no matter what. The figure insisted, clarifying the target. It wasn't Ms. So-hyun they needed to cut down, but her. Another plea, desperate and urgent. Junwoo was reminded that So-hyun was in critical condition, her life hanging by a thread. The command was given again, cold and precise. Do it, Kim Min-ju, and do it quietly, quickly. So-hyun's breath hitches behind her mask, her eyes wide with apprehension. Her brow furrows, sweat beading as she grits her teeth behind the mask. So-hyun stands firm, addressing the others. She says she doesn't know what they're thinking. A surge of power emanates from her as she summons a skill. The system announces the activation of an acquired skill. With a surge of blue energy, So-hyun raises her sword, preparing to strike. Kim Min-ju's eyes widen in alarm, shouting for her to wait. He cries out, telling her that he didn't tell her to use her skill, unsheathing dance. The blade flashes, poised to strike with deadly force. Blood splatters across Kim Min-ju's face as he desperately pleads for her to listen. The system detects an attack directed at the caster. The system now assumes a fighting stance. He clutches at his wound, blood seeping through his fingers. The pain is intense, almost unbearable, as masked figures surround him. One of the masked figures declares that they will take So-hyun to the support team, expecting to see the others there. Another figure questions the decision, pointing out that getting to the support team from their current location would take at least 30 minutes, even by taxi. Despite his injuries, Kim Min-ju begins to glow with a blue aura, preparing to activate a skill. The blue energy intensifies around his legs, swirling with power as he prepares to move. A pillar of blue energy erupts, signifying the activation of his skill. Kim Min-ju grits his teeth, his face contorted in pain and determination, as So-hyun looks on with concern. The skill, Hyper Boost, is now active, granting him enhanced speed and power, but at a cost. He knows he needs to hurry, as there are only 3 minutes left. The urgency is etched on his face. Meanwhile, the sky above reflects the turmoil below, a canvas of swirling clouds and impending urgency. The Republic Hospital Medical Center looms in the distance, their destination and only hope. One of the masked figures expresses their gratitude, relief washing over their face. The doctor explains that it was quite dangerous, but thankfully they arrived within the golden time. He says that they can take a look at her progress and go inside. The doctor expresses his gratitude, thanking someone repeatedly for their actions. A voice declares that the person in question is Kim Jun-woo, finally revealing his identity. Kim Jun-woo stands among others, his expression a mix of concern and determination as he faces an unseen challenge. The doctor reminds Mr. Jun-woo that before he leaves, he needs to stop by the hospital reception to pay for his stitches. A disembodied voice remarks with surprise that he gets paid for sewing a couple of stitches. Mun So-yeon laughs, a sound that brings a moment of levity to the tense situation. A group of onlookers share concerned glances, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. Mun So-yeon lies in a hospital bed, surrounded by concerned faces, as someone comments on how much she worried them. Someone apologizes, while another voice expresses frustration over the age and condition of the equipment. The situation escalates as it's revealed that the purifier has broken, adding another layer of urgency to the scene. A voice echoes, advising against cursing within the confines of the hospital. One of the workers questions the logic of avoiding curses, while neglecting to replace hazmat suits for over half a year. Another worker complains that if the hunters so much as whisper a complaint, they get new gear, but the regular staff are ignored. The first worker challenges anyone to deny the truth of his statement, standing firm in his complaint. The man in the black jacket is told that it's okay, as he says that he is not saying it's the hunter's fault. One of the workers suggests taking the situation as a chance to rest, promising to investigate and address the industrial accident. So-yeon looks shocked, repeating the phrase industrial accident with disbelief. Another woman tells So-yeon to stop thinking about it, as Kim Jun-woo is asked where he is going. A boot steps forward, suggesting someone is leaving or approaching a location. It is revealed that Ms. So-yeon suffered an accident on the job due to old equipment. A person in a suit walks down a hallway, their destination unknown. A person smiles, their intentions unclear. He sees a system message indicating a Hellfire unlock condition. Dungeon cleaning team budget expansion. It's the perfect timing to suggest a budget expansion, he thinks. The man's eyes narrow, a sinister plan forming in his mind. By provoking them with this accident, he muses, the association will have no option but to lend support for the sake of their image. He continues, a cruel smile spreading across his face. If he unlocks this as well, he would already have 2 skills then. At this rate, it won't be long before he says goodbye to the cleaning team. The man in the apron asks Mun So-yeon if Mr. Jun-woo didn't look so good, wondering if something was wrong. So-yeon replies that of course, he's probably angry. So-yeon reflects on her own actions, realizing she caused too much trouble. Her expression is filled with regret and concern. The man in the apron shakes his head, acknowledging the trouble. He seems to understand the situation and its implications. The man speaking from earlier states that it's not. His expression is serious and determined, hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. So-yeon looks thoughtful, processing the information and the emotions surrounding the situation. She seems to be considering the bigger picture. So-yeon thinks the guy might look hot-tempered, but he's someone who cares about his colleagues. She seems to be defending Jun-woo's character. The man in the apron agrees, stating that you can tell it right away. He seems to be supporting So-yeon's assessment of Jun-woo. So-yeon reflects that he takes care of his colleagues to the extent of sacrificing his body. She knew it. There's a lot to learn from him. The man in the apron says that the more you see of that guy Jun-woo, the more weird he seems, doesn't he? He seems perplexed by Jun-woo's actions. The question hangs in the air, a silent plea for clarification. The man explains that Mr. Jun-woo saved her, even using a skill to do so. So-yeon is surprised to hear this. Mun So-yeon is shocked. She didn't even realize that Jun-woo had saved her. She laments not having the chance to express her gratitude. Someone asks what the woman with long black hair thinks of Jun-woo, bringing the conversation back to him. The woman wonders if Jun-woo is perhaps angry that she didn't thank him. So-yeon considers whether Jun-woo is a teacher, but she isn't sure. She thinks he seems like a good person, and that his face is her ideal type, though he has a tough personality. The man clarifies that he was asking for a hunter's point of view, not that. The woman with long black hair is lost in thought, her expression unreadable. The group realizes that the question was from a hunter's point of view, and the woman with short brown hair finds it embarrassing. The man thinks that Jun-woo is wasted as just a cleaner. He knows dungeon raid tactics and information related to monsters far better than most hunters do. So-yeon is asked if they're considering moving him to the operations team. The other person agrees it would be good for Jun-woo as well, though difficult. Mun So-yeon considers the situation, her expression thoughtful. The problem, however, is that the teacher is on the cleaning team. The person with short brown hair and the older person look surprised at this revelation. So-yeon responds that it's not that, it's actually the opposite, implying there's more to it than meets the eye. The person with short brown hair looks concerned, seeking clarification from the older person. Even a B-rank hunter can't get a sense of his real skill level, but he would know his own abilities better. After all, the teacher chose the cleaning team and not the operations team. The person with short brown hair and Mun So-yeon look at each other, both with concerned expressions. The group agrees that they can't think of anything other than that, questioning why he would possibly get his hands dirty. Mun So-yeon states that it's just a small prediction, but her expression suggests she believes there's more to it. She believed the teacher possessed tremendous skills, yet desired to remain uninvolved with the association's hierarchy or the hunter system. Kim Jun-woo's expression tightened. His eyes narrowed as he considered the implications of her words. His brow furrowed, a hint of anger flashing across his face as he seemed to recall a past slight. Mun So-yeon continued, stating that if his intentions were as she suspected, she wouldn't speak of him moving departments again. The others looked on, murmuring about Mr. Jun-woo and questioning if he thought highly of them. But this just popped into his mind. If he thinks so highly of his... The woman's eyes widened in surprise, a silent question hanging in the air as she listened intently. That's not surprising at all. Jun-woo stood silently, his arms crossed, a determined look etched on his face. His hand clenched tightly, a sign of the inner resolve he held within. The man with the stern expression demanded, "Who are you?" Jun-woo responded, stating simply, "I'm a cleaner." A man stands, his back turned, as he faces someone in a dimly lit room. The nameplate on the desk reads, Director Seo Min-cheol. The man sits with his hands clasped, a thoughtful expression on his face. Seo Min-cheol, the person at the very top of the Seoul branch of the Dimension Management Association. Around this time, the Seo Min-cheol line joined one by one through connections, and their influence on the association was enormous. One man states that, if that's the case, the other should have gone to the management department. Seo Min-cheol asks which hunter goes around clearing off the grunts one by one, suggesting to just catch the boss, and it's over. Seo Min-cheol realizes the person he is speaking to is a hunter. Seo Min-cheol's expression is one of dawning realization. The man wonders if a cleaner himself has come to the director asking for a budget increase. He questions the allocation of resources, wondering if even the captain is considered just a regular worker. The response is a simple, curt agreement. Seo Min-cheol crosses his arms, suggesting that Junu Kim would go after someone without knowing better. He continues to press the issue, asking where the cleaning team is supposed to spend the money, as the expenses don't amount to much. The man in the casual clothes explains that he's asking for an increase because the budget is smaller than those expenses. Seo Min-cheol laughs, calling him a bold guy. He scoffs, stating he was turning a blind eye to his behavior, but now asks how he dares, revealing that there has been an accident. Even though the equipment is quite old, there wasn't enough in the budget to buy new ones. Since they weren't able to do anything about it, they continued working like that, and the hazmat suit got torn. Even the gas mask wasn't functioning well, so one of the team members got exposed to the monster poison. Seo Min-cheol states that's because it just happened. He thinks to himself, wondering what this bastard is counting on, being so frivolous and rude. Kim Jun-woo says he honestly understands that Seo Min-cheol wants to save money on the cleaning team, but he shouldn't allow for accidents to happen. He questions if it's too much to ask for money to buy hazmat suits and gas masks. The question hangs in the air. If the headquarters claims to have no money, where did the tremendous amount come from? The man scoffs, implying that Jun-woo is too new to understand the situation at the association. A smirk plays across Jun-woo's lips, unreadable. Kim Jun-woo suggests that this year's budget must have been quite large. The numbers are staggering. The budget for the supernatural subjugation department alone could have been tens of billions. Seo Min-cheol is taken aback, questioning how Jun-woo knew that the money was allocated to the operations team. The tension between Seo Min-cheol and Kim Jun-woo thickens as they stand face to face. Min-cheol asks him to share a little of it where it's really needed. The question hangs heavy in the air. What is Jun-woo's true agenda? Kim Jun-woo reminds him that he already stated he is a cleaner. Seo Min-cheol points out that as the director of the headquarters, Jun-woo should be thinking about his position, especially since it's only been 2 months since he joined. Min-cheol emphasizes that Jun-woo rose to this position with great difficulty, so he should work there for a good while. The cleaning team is already rumored to be. The city lights glowed, illuminating the towering skyscraper. Seo Min-cheol faced Junu Kim, who grinned, asking if he was being threatened. Seo Min-cheol, his expression hardening, stated that he understood what Mr. Jun-woo was implying, but that it was just calling it as it is. A muscle in Seo Min-cheol's jaw clenched, a silent sign of his rising tension. Kim Jun-woo leaned forward, a predatory glint in his eyes. He inquired how much Seo Min-cheol wanted him to raise the budget. The hunter replied that he could raise it as much as he liked, because only budget expansion was mentioned in the skill unlock condition. A strange, blue light emanated from Kim Jun-woo as he smiled, stating that whether it's 10-1 or 100-1, as long as it goes up, it's fine. Kim Jun-woo turned to leave, declaring that their conversation was over. Before departing, Mr. Jun-woo paused, turning back to ask if he happened to know Hunter Kim Min-ju. Seo Min-cheol smiled knowingly, implying that he did indeed know her, and that he would review. The voice on the other end of the line issued an order, demanding budget expansion and contact information before abruptly dismissing him. Junu Kim wondered why her name had been brought up. Kim Jun-woo turned, his expression thoughtful as he considered the implications of the conversation. The sound of a door slamming echoed through the room. Another slam, this time the sound of a drawer being shut forcefully. Someone scoffed at the mention of a cleaner, dismissing it as bullshit. A voice responded with a simple, "Yes, director." Soo-young reported that a cleaner had recently visited. The other man noted that Kim Min-ju had mentioned learning swordsmanship from someone. The man declared that the individual in question was no mere cleaner. He paused, considering what else he could be. The man wondered what he could be. Another voice admitted they didn't know, but insisted he was definitely more than just a cleaner, likely affiliated with the association somehow, given his knowledge. The man on the phone stated that the individual had proposed expanding the cleaning team's budget, but he suspected that wasn't his true objective. The man on the phone paused, then inquired if he was currently a member of the cleaning team. The other voice confirmed it, questioning the reason behind it. The man on the phone remarked that it was just in time, as he was planning on teaching them a lesson anyway. The other voice questioned what kind of lesson. The man on the phone, a sinister smile spreading across his face, ordered them to teach those below how to bow their heads to their superiors. The next day, a portal shimmered before the imposing tower, hinting at the supernatural events within. A man in a blue uniform stared at the document in his hands, his expression shifting to disbelief. What is this?" he muttered. The document was a notice of disciplinary action, its contents seemingly shocking. Mun So-yeon, visibly upset, confronted the man. "Ms. Hunter, does this make sense? This isn't right," she exclaimed. The man in the blue uniform seemed taken aback by the news as well. The reason for Mun So-yeon's disciplinary action was the violation of the multiple employment prohibition. Accumulation of fatigue due to multiple jobs had been deemed the cause of the accident. Another cleaner expressed her frustration. They don't pay us worth a dime. Yet what? The cleaners were informed that all claims for industrial accident and compensation were dismissed. The notice of disciplinary action detailed the affiliation, position, and name of Mun So-yeon, along with the grounds for the disciplinary action. The decision was the dismissal of the industrial accident application and compensation. The accident was deemed caused by personal negligence, and there was no evidence that the equipment was old, so the request for budget expansion was rejected. The disciplinary action seemed to have struck a nerve. Jun-woo's face contorted in disbelief, muttering a curse under his breath. The voice boomed, questioning CO Min-cheol's behavior. The unseen speaker seemed ready to confront him. Appearing beside him, So-yeon attempted to defuse the situation. She reassured Mr. Jun-woo, insisting that she was truly fine. The words hung in the air, a mix of disbelief and justification. Even a disciplinary action was just a warning, or so it seemed. Despite the circumstances, So-yeon offered a reassuring smile. Her attempt to lighten the mood was evident. So-yeon admitted she held no expectations. This was just how things were for the cleaning team, a constant state of chaos. Jun-woo's mind raced, trying to decipher her words. He wondered if his skill was finally unlocking amidst the turmoil. Another voice chimed in, claiming to see Jun-woo in a new light. The situation was clearly being misinterpreted. The accusations flew, questioning the motives behind Jun-woo's actions. Had he really taken a bullet for them, meeting the director because of it? The crowd's sentiment turned accusatory, labeling Jun-woo as a madman and a psycho. Their perception of him had shifted dramatically. The situation grew increasingly bizarre. Someone lamented that their feelings had been conveyed well, while another wondered if everyone had eaten something strange. Jun-woo's expression shifted to utter bewilderment. How could they possibly interpret the situation in such a way? He is urged to consider Jun-woo's good heart and work ethic. So-yeon is told not to overdo it, but she insists she's better now. No matter how one looks at the situation, something feels strange and unsettling. He reflects on not asking for much money or suing for compensation. But he wonders if there's a reason superiors are finding fault with someone working multiple jobs. So-yeon expresses disbelief, questioning if the situation is happening because of her actions. Kim Jun-woo asks her what she is saying and why she thinks it's her fault. So-yeon recalls talking to the captain about the cleaning team during her last break. Someone suggests that the captain might be teaching them a lesson. The question hangs in the air. What's the name of your team, captain? So-yeon looks concerned, her expression reflecting the weight of the question. Lee Soo-young is introduced as a representative figure of the CO Min-cheol line. He became Control Team 1's captain through connections, and without any talent of his own, he has gone on a power trip. The man's expression hardens, a sense of understanding and frustration washing over him. Yeah, no wonder fuck. The man asks a question, his expression suggesting he already knows the answer. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the nature of the unfolding events. Kim Jun-woo looks up, his expression a mixture of concern and confusion. The unseen speaker voices their shock at the sudden turn of events. The location is identified as Samsung Station in Seoul, Siheogu. Nearby, a man asks his companion what they should have for lunch. The woman replies that anything is fine, prompting a chuckle from her partner. Meanwhile, a strange purple energy begins to manifest in the area. Panic erupts as people flee from the source of the mysterious energy. The purple energy intensifies, crackling with an unknown power. The crowd stares in disbelief as a dungeon appears, prompting someone to call for immediate reporting to the association. A voice expresses a sense of familiarity, as if this has happened before. A man with black hair stands calmly amidst the chaos, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. A guttural roar echoes through the dungeon as a grotesque monster bares its fangs. More of the green-skinned creatures advance, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Kim Jun-woo stands firm amidst the horde, his grip tightening on the pickaxe. He mutters, skill activation, as blue lightning crackles around his hand. His eyes flare with an electric blue light. The movement speed of the caster will increase drastically in battle. Surrounded by a surge of blue energy, Jun-woo experiences a hyper boost. The dungeon air crackles with the unleashed power. With enhanced speed, Kim Jun-woo strikes, executing a dungeon intercept against the monsters. Dungeon intercept, the act of clearing a dungeon secretly, a bad-mannered act freelance hunters usually try for money. Kim Jun-woo reflects, noting that it has been a while since he has done this. One must clear the dungeon quickly and without information, but the mortality rate is high. It doesn't matter to him. The hunter wonders if he can finish in 10 minutes. It was a simple dungeon that would take less than 10 minutes for him, who was the world's #1, but that was when he had the skills. Now, without any defense skills, even a single hit would be enough to kill him. Nevertheless, the reason for him to still be able to clear the dungeon quickly is, it's the 4th boss. He states that he has already been to this dungeon. The hunter unleashes a strike of blue energy against the mechanical foe. The blue energy crackles as the sword descends. The blue aura intensifies around him, a sign of his power. His grip tightens on the sword, channeling the blue energy. He continues his assault, the blue energy blade cutting through the air. The sword connects, impacting the mechanical enemy with force. The mechanical enemy is struck with a powerful surge of blue lightning. A skill activates, promising a massive damage increase when attacking weak points. The mechanical enemy explodes in a burst of fire and shrapnel. The hunter sits, contemplating the average hunter's performance, 3 to 4 dungeons a week. It's not a bad showing, he thinks. Well, anyway, it's a lower-level dungeon, so there's less of a profit. The association vehicles are piled up near the dungeon. 2 men discuss a freelance bastard and what will happen to him if he gets caught. If caught, you get fired, though you get off with just by paying compensation if you're lucky. They wouldn't even consider that it's the work of a cleaner. It's almost time for the hunters to arrive now. Shall I stop here today? He adjusts his cap, thinking to himself, let me take a look at the stunned expressions of some of. The text mentions the hunters, setting the stage for the events to unfold. After 2 days of absence, he, too, had that stunned expression as if something unexpected had occurred. The man with silver hair appears thoughtful, his hand resting on his chin as he considers the situation. Someone clears their throat, perhaps to gain attention or interrupt the silence. The man with brown hair is told that it's a field trip. Lee Soo-young wonders why that guy is here and if he caught on. The man with silver hair says that sometimes you have to interact with the other teams to develop comradeship, laughing as he speaks. Another man responds, while thinking that the man with silver hair is someone who doesn't even bat an eye over the cleaning team. The man with silver hair says that they don't have to mind him and can continue their work as usual, a smile playing on his lips. He thinks that the captain of the operations team personally visits now of all times, suspecting that he is the culprit of the intercept. One of the men asks if they shall start their work, saying he'll bring the gas mask and the hazmat suit, so they should put them on and come in. The man thinks that, after all, he'll only be watching from afar anyway. Someone wonders how much time is left, and is told that there is 1 hour, and they'll be fine if they hurry, as they are surrounded by monsters. He wonders if there's still some chemical left behind, inquiring about the concentration. Kim Min-ju is asked if there is any chemical left. The voice declares that the flesh is totally hardened, so they need to go at it with a bit more strength. They also request a new mop. So-yeon is asked about the gas level. The team waits for her report, their masks obscuring their expressions. The response comes, 150 micrograms per square meter. They're rotting quite quickly. Han Sang-hyuk is asked to help with the dismantling if he finished cleaning. Pretending to be all busy because the boss is here, he considers throwing some bait in here. He wonders if she's still here. Min-ju is addressed, and she responds with a simple, yes. The air is thick with unspoken tension. He wonders if an intercept happened in the last 2 days, his expression hidden behind his mask. She thinks to herself, wondering if she knows that there was an intercept while she was on a break. The scene reveals not only Kim Min-ju, but other figures standing around a body. The situation appears grim. Damn it. Is he trying to feel it out? This is bad. The masked man's thoughts betray his growing unease. The woman with black hair thinks that the backlash of hunters must be no joke. The stakes are clearly high. Well, we're keeping our eyes out for the person in question, but it isn't easy. The director of the headquarters must be quite angry as well. The man wonders if catching the one who intercepted will be rewarded handsomely. One of the figures questions if there will be a reward for such a task. The woman confirms that a hunter who catches the culprit will get extra points on their rank evaluation. If another team catches them, there will be a personnel transfer. In other words, if the cleaning team catches the person who intercepted, they can move to another team. The man with short dark hair says that if there's anyone apart from Minju who's interested, please talk to him. The man with dark hair declares that it's over. Offering to transfer to another team, is he? The man with dark hair thinks that he may have gotten in through connections, but he forgot that he's a bastard, not an idiot. Junwoo is shown in a close-up, looking concerned. One of the figures asks if the man with dark hair is okay now, since he got hurt yesterday. One of the figures says that he knew it and told the others to be careful when dismantling the monster. The woman with short dark hair exclaims that it's good that he got hurt yesterday. Imagine getting hurt when a higher-up comes in like today. The man with dark hair calls someone a bastard, saying he knew it. He recalls a time when he started singing while dismantling something, a habit that apparently has consequences. A disembodied voice questions whether someone has lowered their defenses simply because they received a few compliments. The two men stand amidst the grime, one scratching his head as he declares that something is simply impossible. The sinister men discuss their loyalty. Han Sang-hyuk states that he would immediately report anyone suspicious to the director. The protagonist observes a group of people in respirators, wondering if they have lost their minds. It's suggested that the cleaning is the cause of their mental deterioration. Meanwhile, a young woman in a school uniform is shown, her expression unreadable. Someone reports that they have found the director, the words echoing against the backdrop of a towering skyscraper. Mr. Kim is back to work, and he's already on the phone, his expression suggesting urgency and displeasure. A question is posed about whether there have been any intercepts, and Lee Soo-young's name is mentioned in response. A suggestion is made to increase the cleaning team's budget, prompting confusion and disagreement. Mr. Kim, now visibly enraged, demands that someone be disciplined, his voice booming over the phone. An unseen figure demands to know if someone plans to ignore something. The man in the suit believes they have made a grave error. He thinks they messed with the wrong person. Mr. Kim observes that the cleaner is unusual, his hands clasped on the desk before him. The person on the other end of the line is shocked, demanding to know what was just said. You see Century Bank stood tall, a monument of steel and glass against the sky. Inside the bank, a child pointed, their voice filled with alarm. Mom, that uncle is bleeding a lot. The mother quickly hushed the child, her eyes darting around nervously. Shush, that scary man will hear. A man with a cap smirked, a glint of something wicked in his eyes. On the phone, a man's voice boomed with anger. What are you talking about? We should discipline him. Just now, the support fund was deposited anonymously and in the name of the cleaning team. The man's expression shows his concern. The conversation turns to the support fund. It's noted that 20 million won isn't a huge amount, but it matches what was intercepted. Mr. Kim, on the phone, exclaims, then doesn't that make it even more certain? His tone is sharp and demanding. The text reveals that as soon as the intercept was over, a similar amount was deposited to the cleaning team. The situation has become a bigger problem, further confirming the culprit, according to the text. Mr. Kim stands by the window, contemplating the city. He wonders if a dungeon cleaner who has intercepted makes sense. The question is posed. If someone had the ability to intercept, would they be on the cleaning team? Mr. Kim's expression shifts to one of surprise as he considers the implications of the cleaning team. The text suggests that if it were him, he would never stay there. Why do the dirty work when you can climb the ladder? Mr. Kim seems to confirm something, but something still seems strange to him. He appears to be deep in thought. It was strange from the beginning, and he came to Mr. Kim directly about increasing the budget. He appears concerned. Mr. Kim faces another man, who wears a smug expression. The tension between them is palpable. A stern gaze pierces the shadows, suspicion etched into every line. Someone is on the cleaning team who shouldn't be, he states with absolute certainty to Soo-young. The phone line crackles as he considers the implications of the information. He believes that person is undoubtedly an insider of the association, a mole perhaps. The man with glowing blue hair is mentioned as the association as Mr. Kim speaks on the phone. The man on the phone knows that the president of the association doesn't see him in a positive light. No wonder, he thinks, the fellow members would outright cover for him, protecting their own. He is sure they knew he was from the line of the president, making the situation even more complicated. Damn it, he thinks, why didn't he think of that before, now realizing the depth of the problem? Anyway, it seems like a warning. He says they're being watched, so they better work properly or else. Someone believes they have made a mistake, the consequences of which are yet to be seen. The line stretches, a silent divider between what was and what will be. The team's recent success was cause for celebration. The intercept case had been resolved, but the work was far from over. The deposited support fund would soon be reflected in the budget. The team gathered before stacks of boxes, their contents unknown. One of them wondered what was inside. One of the workers questioned if the captain had ordered something. The team discovered a hazmat suit and gas masks. They were puzzled by the unexpected supplies. The box contained gloves, a dark shirt, and several gas masks, all neatly packed. Kim Min-ju noted the gloves and chemicals. He questioned if headquarters had provided this support, but another worker denied it. It appeared that something had already been done. Kim Min-ju found an official letter among the supplies. The worker with the letter thought it would likely claim to be from an anonymous supporter, but the amount of equipment seemed excessive for 20 million won. The worker's eyes widened as he read the letter, realizing the amount was actually 100 million. He stares at the document in disbelief, exclaiming over the massive sum. 200 million? It's really 200 million. Another man, equally shocked, demands to know what has caused such a stir. He wants to see the document as well. The document reveals the shocking truth. It's 10 times the amount that was originally deposited. After a thorough review by the association, the team pores over the details of the document, trying to understand the implications. The notice of disciplinary action reveals that the deterioration of equipment, due to a lacking budget, had a severe effect on the accident. The notice is addressed to Mun So-yeon. Headquarters has decided to provide an additional budget, although the increase is slight, according to the announcement. The woman and a man react with surprise at the news of the budget increase, questioning the sudden change. The organization expresses its deepest regrets and sends its apologies to Ms. Mun So-yeon for the incident. In addition to the apologies, a small payment will be awarded as consolation for the disciplinary action. The woman is shocked to learn that 100 million won will be awarded for the industrial accident compensatory damages. Overcome with emotion, she covers her mouth, struggling to process the news. The team is in disbelief, realizing that Mr. Junwoo was responsible for this impossible outcome. He denied any involvement, but the accusation hung heavy in the air. Kim Junwoo vehemently denied the claim, but the man behind him smiled, clenching his fist. Mr. Kim expressed his surprise at the association's changed stance, something he had never witnessed before. The smile on Mr. Kim's face widened as Junwoo looked increasingly concerned. It was written in the letter that they had made another decision. Kim Min-ju insisted that they only needed to know what happened, not who was responsible. Someone agreed emphatically. The situation was unclear, shrouded in mystery. The team discussed moving everything to the office, questioning why it wasn't delivered there in the first place. The team wondered if they even had an office to begin with. They did have an office, but it was useless. Someone inquired about the location of the office. Kim Min-ju announced that he would move the items with the teacher, dismissing the rest for the day, leaving one person confused. So-yeon questions why Junwoo should agree with a certain condition. Another man looks on, concerned. So-yeon confidently states that the two of them will do it. She asks if Junwoo is okay with that. A thought bubble appears, with So-yeon wondering if she can refuse if she's not okay with it. A system message indicates that an unlock condition has been achieved. The budget of the cleaning team has been expanded, and the skill, Hellfire, has been unlocked. Junwoo walks away down a street, carrying a box. The setting sun casts long shadows. With this, another skill has been unlocked. Junwoo smirks, thinking there's not much time until he says his goodbyes to the cleaning team. So-yeon confronts Junwoo, asking if he was responsible for the intercept that happened over the last 2 days. If he did it. Junwoo asks what So-yeon would do if he said he did it. She tells him not to worry. Then, what's the reason you spoke up? So-yeon states that the monetary compensation and the cleaning team support funds were the money he earned through the intercept, weren't they? He knew the members of the cleaning team were aware of the situation, too. It was just that the situation put them in a tight spot, so they were being careful with their words. She wondered if she had been caught, believing she had been quite thorough. The proverb stated that no matter how hard a talented person tries to hide their skills, they're always visible to others. The figure in the suit stated that someone's ability was at a level where it couldn't be hidden away, even if they wanted it to be. Kim Junwoo stood next to the figure in the suit, listening intently. A warning was given. Someone had somehow evaded it this time around, but next time they would slowly start sticking out to the association. If that happened, it would be difficult for him to remain on the cleaning team, he thought with a sinister smile. The thought arose, talking to the higher-ups and planning to send him to the operations team? So-yeon thought that a day had come where Kim Min-ju would help her. There was a reward for taking her on with the cleaning team. Finally, someone thought, escape from this tough cleaning team. A cardboard box sat on the floor. She holds the document, her expression serious. Mun So-yeon asks if he wants to remain on the cleaning team. The protagonist's eyes widen, a question forming in his mind as he stares, dumbfounded. With a fierce cry, Mun So-yeon declares she'll help him. She wants Kim Junwoo to remain on the cleaning team. Mun So-yeon explains that a B-rank hunter might not be of great help, but if she becomes an A-rank hunter, the offer hangs in the air. She can help him stay on the cleaning team. Kim Junwoo's face contorts in anger, his teeth bared, a vein throbbing in his temple. The unspoken question explodes. Is she kidding him? Meanwhile, the intercept case concluded successfully, or so it seemed. But immediately afterward, another incident occurred. What the hell is going on? The two men stare in disbelief. One of them stammers, trying to articulate what they are seeing. Before them, the walls are covered in hateful graffiti, a stark message directed at the cleaners. The sentiment, dripping with malice, hung in the air like a toxic fume. The dungeon, upon their arrival, was far from the pristine state they usually maintained. Obscene words, scrawled in monster blood, defaced the walls, a crude mockery of their efforts. The scene was clearly designed to provoke, to insult the cleaners and their work. Adding to the chaos, the corpses of monsters were deliberately strewn about. Soyeon, her face a mask of outrage, urged Junwoo to retaliate. She felt this was unacceptable. He, however, remained stoic, suggesting they ignore the vandalism. He knew that any direct action could backfire. The scene of carnage was designed to elicit a response, to break their composure. He reasoned that a lack of reaction would eventually deter the perpetrators, whom he suspected were from the operations team. The protagonist wanted to retaliate, but he knew he needed to avoid conflict with the operations team to unlock skills. He believed that this childish prank would cease in a few days, so he decided to ignore it. That was what he had thought. The cleaning team continued their grim task, scrubbing at the bloodstains marring the dungeon walls. Even after 3 days, the hateful defacement hadn't stopped. Mun So-yeon questioned why they were acting this way. One of the cleaners insisted that they should face the operations team. Another cleaner stated that they were just denying it, as Junwoo said. He then asked if they had any proof that they did it. One cleaner argued that they were already busy enough clearing the dungeon. He questioned what a cleaner would know. Someone on the phone suggested leaving it to Hunter Minju. Another voice questioned if they were being told to look past it. Kim Junwoo, his face contorted with rage, declared he was going to contact someone. He commanded them not to clean this place. Another cleaner remarked that the psycho was going again. Someone asked where Mr. Junwoo was going. Another voice lamented that it was still working hours, and he was being a hunter for 3 days straight. But more importantly, what's great is, he sees the passive skill, OCD, has been activated, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A voice echoes, filled with resentment, cursing the damn hunter brats. Elsewhere, a man in a suit complains about working 15 hours a day, already feeling dead tired. The man strides forward, his destination clear, his purpose unknown. The group of people are welcome to the Seoul branch headquarters, but one of them is still upset about missing the last train. The man stands over the group, demanding they move, his tone leaving no room for argument. The man walks away from the group, leaving them sprawled on the floor, a question hanging in the air. Kim Junwoo is confronted by someone asking who he is and how he dared to hit a hunter, demanding he stop right there. A declaration rings out, promising to see the very end of it today. The man in the white suit stands triumphantly, surrounded by fallen opponents. Mr. Kim, looking at a document, demands to know who dared to hit a hunter, ordering them to stop right there. Mr. Kim's expression is one of pure, unadulterated fury. The two cleaners discuss the rotten smell, one mentioning it's because of what happened 3 days ago. One of the cleaners expresses his fear that someone isn't on the cleaning team. The group of people are visibly shocked by what they are witnessing. Someone curses, complaining that they are getting in the way and that they are being watched. The faces of the group show a mix of surprise and concern. One person questions what it matters if they are, while another complains about them messing with another team's budget. Two people discuss how the cleaning team should just do their job and be quiet about it. He roars, his face contorted in fury, teeth bared in a display of raw aggression. A woman with long, dark hair looks up, her expression unreadable as she demands to know which team they're from, her voice sharp. Mr. Kim stands between two men in gray uniforms, the tension palpable as the woman's question hangs in the air. One of the men seems confused. The men in gray uniforms glare down at the woman, offended by her informal tone. How dare she speak to them so casually? Her eyes narrowed. The woman repeats her question, a clear threat underlying her words. Just get lost while we're still making nice. Her expression hardening, the woman repeats her demand, her gaze intense as she awaits their answer. Which team are you from? One of the men scoffs, questioning if she would even understand if they told her which team they were from, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The man's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the woman's unwavering intensity. He and his companion exchange angry glances, their frustration growing at the woman's continued questioning. One of the men explodes, calling the woman an asshole and declaring that she is their team's senior, Kim Minju. The two men bow deeply, greeting Kim Minju respectfully as she acknowledges them, stating that they are from her team. Kim Minju offers a simple, almost questioning apology, her expression unreadable in the close-up. She wonders why they are apologizing, as she didn't know they were on her team either. Her eyes glow with an ominous purple light, a clear warning to those who dare disrespect her. The hunter declares that they should apologize for being lesser humans. Two men are on the ground, seemingly defeated. Another man asks if Mr. Sang-hyuk is all right. The woman states that there are always guys like them among the newbies. Kim Minju speaks, saying that those who think there's something now just became hunters. One of the men on the ground apologizes, saying they are merely E-ranks. The other man replies that they are fine. The purple energy intensifies, a sign of the hunter's immense power. The two men share a look of grim determination, their faces etched with a mix of fear and resolve. A man greets everyone, wishing them good morning. He then tells Ms. Kim Min-ju that she has come today as well, and suggests they start their work. Kim Min-ju responds that she has come to give her greetings, her expression unreadable. Several subordinates stand in formation, bowing deeply to show their respect. They have learned a lot during this time. One of the subordinates expresses how incredibly grateful they are for her help. It's only been a week since Kim Min-ju started working here. Perhaps she was a quick learner, and now she was fully able to understand the workload of one person. Kim Min-ju smiles, stating that it's only up to today. She thinks to herself that she should be the one grateful. One of the subordinates cries, calling her Yuni, and expressing how thankful they are for meeting such nice people. Kim Min-ju tells the subordinate to make sure to stop by sometime and show their face. The subordinate replies, of course. Everyone was sad about Kim Min-ju leaving except for one person. A man stands with his arms crossed, seemingly unaffected by Kim Min-ju's departure. It's because someone told her to leave. The text says, "You don't come from tomorrow on." Hearing that, Kim Min-ju was shocked. Kim Min-ju was quite shocked, but she quickly realized what it meant. Because asking her to not come anymore meant that someone would give in to her request. After that, based on knowledge and experience, a clearing schedule was decided on. She held a clipboard, ready to take notes. As long as she followed his instructions, she could achieve A rank within half a year, he thought. Blue energy crackled around Kim Min-ju. The present him couldn't build a career like his past life. A thought echoed in his mind. A figure in a suit stood beside her, a plan forming. He intended to develop Kim Min-ju into the best hunter and use her as a tool for negotiating with the association. A sinister smile crept across Junwoo's face, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Purple energy emanated around him. He spoke, mentioning that in his previous life, she was a use and throwaway tool. Junwoo apologized, but even in this life, she was still just a tool. Someone was writing in a notebook, the word teacher appearing in a speech bubble. The pen scratched against the paper. Mr. Junwoo looked surprised, asking what it was. He held a clipboard in his hands, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. A woman smiled brightly, saying, "Thank you, really." Her eyes sparkled with genuine gratitude. The protagonist looked concerned, saying he was sure she would never need it, but if she ever needed help, she should feel free to call him anytime. A voice responded with an "oh, okay," a sense of unease in the tone. The question lingered, was she always like this? In any case, Kim Min-ju left the cleaning team just like that. And within a day, that sort of thing happened, as graffiti covered the walls. The three figures walked away from the graffiti-covered walls, their destination unknown. The scene was bleak and unsettling. Skyscrapers towered, their glass facades reflecting the clear sky above. Inside an office, one worker chuckled, finding the memory of the cleaning man from yesterday increasingly amusing. Another worker agreed, finding the bald man's request for someone to oversee the cleaning team a funny sight. He wondered how the trivial cleaning team dared to keep an eye on the budget meant for the hunter team. Suddenly, Kim Junwoo's expression twisted into a mask of fury. A brutal punch landed, the force of it echoing through the office. The hunter stood over a fallen man, his apron stained. The man on the ground sputtered, demanding to know who his attacker was. Kim Junwoo stared down, his face unreadable. Another blow connected, the sound sharp and sickening. The victim gasped, calling him a madman. Kim Junwoo activated a skill, his eyes glowing with power. Mr. Kim, enraged, declares that the cleaner bastard doesn't know his place. The word necromancer appears, glowing with an eerie light. A skeletal figure wielding a massive scythe emerges, wreathed in dark purple energy. Mr. Kim's expression shifts to one of shock as the skill manifests. The skeletal figure looms as Mr. Kim vows to make the protagonist pay. A screen displays the activation of a unique skill, Death Attack. The skeletal figure stands menacingly as Mr. Kim questions how he dares mess with a hunter. Mr. Kim shouts that the protagonist has been totally caught today. Kim Junwoo, enraged, curses the situation, promising to make sure they can't ever mess with him again. The skeletal figure looms over Mr. Kim, the death attack skill in full effect. Mr. Kim exclaims, questioning how the protagonist dares use a skill on him. Two men in gray uniforms are on the ground, one complaining about the protagonist's actions. He loomed over Junwoo, berating him for his lack of training and education as a hunter. Mr. Kim demanded to know if Junwoo thought he could assault a hunter and get away with it, furious that an E-rank small fry dared to interrupt him. With a snarl, Mr. Kim raised his hand, poised to strike the kneeling hunter. Junwoo lay on the ground, defeated. Mr. Kim sneered, calling him too much of a scaredy cat for a hunter. Mr. Kim grabbed Junwoo's face, his grip tight and unforgiving, demanding he listen closely. He declared that from this day forward, he would no longer clean the dungeons Junwoo cleared, threatening to spread his misdeeds to reporters and the internet. Junwoo's face was a mask of pain and humiliation, the bruises a testament to Mr. Kim's assault. Mr. Kim questioned if the association would cover up the incident for a mere E-rank small fry. He continued, stating that if Junwoo wanted to keep his job, he should find the cleaning team and beg for forgiveness. Mr. Kim challenged Junwoo to take off his badge and settle things in a dungeon match. His eyes glowing with menacing intent, Mr. Kim roared his challenge. With all this ruckus, the man in the suit approaches Junwoo Kim, seemingly annoyed by the disturbance. The office space sits in the background, silent and still. Two men are sitting on the floor, clearly injured, a skull rolling away from one of them. Junwoo Kim's thoughts drift to Lee Soo-young, wondering if he wasn't supposed to be on a business trip. He worries about the mess he'll be in if he gets caught. The man in the suit smiles politely, asking, "What brings you here, Mr. Cleaner?" Junwoo Kim looks on, confused by the man's respectful tone. He wonders what's with him now. The man's hands are clasped together, as he wonders if the budget from the other day hasn't been sufficient, chuckling to himself. Junwoo Kim stands over the two injured men, while the man in the suit observes, thinking they've been messing around while clearing. Complaints about the cleaning team are being made. One of the injured men, with a bloody face, points an accusing finger, exclaiming, It's a lie. That bastard resorted to violence out of nowhere." A furious voice booms, demanding to know who dares call him a bastard. A pained grunt echoes through the room. A man in a suit bows deeply, profusely apologizing on behalf of the irate individual behind him. Junwoo Kim adjusts his earring, telling them to be more careful in the future. The man in the suit says he will take his leave, and Junwoo Kim begins to walk away. Junwoo Kim's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He thinks to himself that it would be best if they didn't cross his path again. It ended like that. However, one question lingered. Would it cause Captain Lee Soo-young's change in attitude? Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair holds a drink, asking if the man beside her has any idea. The woman mentions that she also took a week off. She says that nothing in particular comes to mind, and dismisses them as pathetic earaches. Junwoo Kim observes a group of people apologizing, thinking that they apologized well, but still. The woman with dark hair declares that she scolded them severely, so she is sure it won't happen again. She adds that even if they wanted to, they can't do it anymore. Her expression firm, the woman with dark hair states that she fired those two. Elsewhere, a man with brown hair and a black cap looks on with a worried expression. Mun So-yun states that the hunters were fired. A man with a cap looks shocked, exclaiming, "What?" The man wonders if the operations team hunters were fired because he said he didn't want to see them. A man in a suit smiles, thinking about the strangely polite attitude from back then. Another man curses, wondering if the team is leaving after they've finished cleaning. The cleaning team is thanked for their hard work. The team is asked to wrap things up well, and it's noted that Operations Team 1 also did a great job. The hunters continue with their strange behavior at every clearing, leading one cleaner to wonder if they've already done all the cleaning. Mun So-yun observes that the Operations Team is treading carefully around the cleaning team, something she's never seen in her 10 years as a cleaner. At this rate, one of the cleaners wonders if they won't swallow up the Operations Team. Another cleaner tells him not to be arrogant, reminding him that it's all thanks to Junwoo Kim. So-yun expresses her gratitude that Mr. Junwoo is on their side, but admits she's a little worried. Junwoo Kim seems to be thinking about what So-yun is saying. The question of who is taking whose side lingers in the air, along with the thought that they might be lying low and avoiding someone. So-yun looks concerned as she speaks with Junwoo Kim. Junwoo Kim warns that they're being wary of them now, but some of them might have their eyes on them. Another cleaner remarks that it would only be the case if there's someone who's pretty fearless. The focus shifts to the back of So-yun's head. So-yun smiles, stating that it's not like the other person did anything wrong. Junwoo Kim says that he just doesn't understand. The text reveals that they got an increase in budget after confronting the director, and the hunters got fired with a single. One of the cleaners asks what the other is trying to imply. He eyed someone outside the panel, wondering if they were who he suspected. The cleaner continued, questioning if they were aligned with a big shot that even superiors wouldn't dare to mess with. Kim Junwoo's expression shifted to surprise. He asked what. The other cleaners stood in the background, a palpable tension filling the air. He told them to stop with the nonsense and get back to work, while another cleaner chuckled. The thought hung in the air, aligned with a big shot. He wondered if someone like that would really be a cleaner like him. Meanwhile, a man in a suit sat in a dark room, the sound of tension filling the air. Lee Soo-young was on the phone, being warned to be careful with the cleaning team. Lee Soo-young sighed, thinking about the sharp-eared man. The captain of Operations Team 1 was wary of the cleaning team, noting that the organization seemed to be doing just great. Operations Team 2 Captain Im Dong-bin is introduced as Lee Soo-young's immediate senior and a professional busybody. Im Dong-bin, looking agitated, demands silence from someone who doesn't know anything. His outburst continues, questioning who the person in the cleaning team thinks they are. Kim Junwoo, seemingly unfazed by the outburst, acknowledges the rumors about someone being aligned with the association president. Im Dong-bin remains visibly annoyed, while Junwoo continues eating, seemingly unconcerned. Im Dong-bin expresses his frustration, suggesting that if someone had climbed the ladder with confidence like him, they wouldn't have to tread so carefully. The dialogue intensifies, with someone being told to leave if they've come to pick a fight, and accused of having a nasty temper. Kim Junwoo calmly states that he'll take care of it, holding a small, round object. Im Dongbin, looking increasingly enraged, questions what Junwoo is saying about the cleaner running wild and counting on his connections. Im Dongbin declares that he'll help Junwoo and finally get to play his role as a senior, too. Junwoo looks at Im Dongbin, a small object still in his mouth. Im Dongbin asks what Junwoo plans on doing, to which Junwoo replies, nothing. Im Dongbin's expression tightens as he wonders if the cleaning team has made a critical error. He stands beside Kim Junwoo, a silent intensity passing through his mind as he thinks, that madman. What trickery is he up to this time? Junwoo Kim wonders, his face unreadable. A subtle, almost sinister smile plays on Kim Junwoo's lips, unseen by the concerned Im Dongbin behind him. Im Dongbin presses, asking if he intends to tread carefully around the cleaning team forever. A disquieting thought lingers. How can an elite operations team, one leader, be like that? A voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know the condition, the words hanging over a discarded bag. The unseen speaker declares, with smug satisfaction, that they knew he would be fast. Kim Junwoo dismisses the concern, stating it's nothing hard, before inquiring about Im Dongbin's team's massive clearing next week. Im Dongbin's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he thinks of a dungeon near Yeongdongpo. The words multi-zone dungeon appear, hinting at the challenges to come. A multi-zone dungeon is revealed to be a special dungeon that opens the next location once the boss in an area is defeated. Normally, ordinary ranked dungeons are greenlit as green ranked, but this one is different. The difficulty is high. Exit is impossible until all bosses are defeated. Therefore, this is an important project, one that requires a month of preparation and another month of operational planning. But the man in the suit confidently states that they will handle the situation. Leave that to us. One of the men questions if the other is being too demanding. The other retorts that he can quit if he doesn't like it. The man mentions that the director gave his permission and asked them to resolve the matter amongst themselves. Im Dongbin achieves success by poaching others' accomplishments. However, he can't directly touch the cleaning team. The man in the suit expresses his frustration, saying it's not going to be the only massive clearing. He thinks that if that opportunist takes care of the cleaning team, it will pay for itself. One of the men agrees, but asks in return to make sure he doesn't get caught in the crossfire. Someone exclaims that Soo Young is quite generous, as expected. The smiling man says that someone on the other's team is. The statement continues, questioning if the person is on the rise, and was her. A dark smile plays across his face, a hint of malice in his eyes. This fucking bastard, he growls, teeth bared. Where did he hear that from? Mr. Kim smirks, while elsewhere, Im Waijang sits at his desk, sighing in frustration. A bus makes its way down the road, carrying its passengers to their destinations. Mr. Kim's eyes gleam with ambition as he stares at the screen. Sailing from here. The situation has changed for back then. As things started to go well, unlocking the skills became easier. The screen displays unlock conditions. Junior summon / unlock condition. Dungeon cleaning team, 1 new employee, and over immersion / enter into a joint project with other departments. The screen shows that a joint project with other departments is possible, despite the cleaning team only being around for a few months. A speech bubble reads, joint project with other departments. If it was like it was in the past, that would have been absurd. But looking at the present operations team, it seems possible. Mr. Kim observes the screen, which displays unlock conditions for a dungeon, cleaning team wage raise, and raising interest in the team amongst ordinary citizens. A speech bubble states the goal, raising interest in the dungeon cleaning team amongst ordinary citizens. He sat, a digital notification pinging on his device, the screen displaying complex data streams. Suddenly, a video call connected. A woman's voice called out, addressing him as T-Teacher, with urgency. Switching to a phone call, Junwoo Kim explained, we are clearing a multi-zone dungeon this time. I was selected as the leader of the clearing squad. On the other end, the woman, riding on a bus, remarked, is that so? The leader of the large-scale clearing unit. Your worth must be going up. He brushed off the praise, stating that it wasn't important at the moment. Kim Junwoo's expression shifted to surprise as he heard. They want the cleaning team to participate in it, too. Elsewhere, the towering skyscrapers loomed, symbols of the power structures at play. Mr. Kim, his face etched with worry, lamented, our budget is taken away. Our place of work is taken away. Now, looks like our job is going to be taken away too. Within the cleaning team, tensions rose. One member exclaimed, exactly. Why is the cleaning team coming to the place of clearing? Another cleaner whispered, should we be hunters while being scared of the cleaning team, darn? His colleague cautioned him to speak quietly. The team gathered around their captain, concern etched on their faces. Captain, are you all right? One of them asked. The captain, trying to maintain composure, replied, I am fine. He noted the rarity of a cleaning team being present in such a place. The man at the head of the table spoke, asking everyone to be seated as the meeting was about to begin. He seethed inwardly, thinking that they were merely B and C rank hunters, yet they were being so rude. He wondered if he should turn them on their heads. The woman wondered if, since it was a multi-zone dungeon, those assigned to Team 1 should be the ones handling it. She noted that these guys weren't Team 1, though. It seemed to them that Lee Soo-young had handed over the project to Team 2. They questioned why such a huge project would be handed over to the next team. The woman stated that she was sure they would have been prepping this for at least 2 months, showing her concern about the change in plans. The operations team 2 captain entered the room, his arms outstretched as if making a grand entrance. The captain addressed everyone in the room, his expression suggesting a confident demeanor. One of the men stated that he was in charge of the Yongdongpo project this time, while another listened intently. Kim Jun-woo's face darkened with anger, thinking that the other man was a bastard. The text revealed the name of the operations team 2 captain, Im Dong-bin. The man's eyes widen in shock as he realizes, that bastard is Im Dong-bin. He recalls that Im Dong-bin poached some of his accomplishments back when he was still a rookie. He was quite famous for piggybacking onto others' projects. So that bastard's the current operations team 2 captain? The teacher asks, what's the matter, Mr. Junwoo? Kim Min-ju warns that nothing good will ever come from associating with that bastard, so make sure she stays away from him. Mr. Kim states that the duration for this operation is 24 hours, and, as all of you are aware, you cannot get out of multi-zone dungeons until all the zones have been cleared. If there's anyone who doesn't want to participate, please let us know by the end of today. Though I'm sure there could be no such person. Alright then, we will now proceed with the Yongdongpo zone briefing. As all of you are aware, you cannot get out. There will be 3 groups in this clearing, and since this is going in 24 hours, the monster carcasses will begin to rot. As the corpses decay, poisonous gas will be released, hindering the dungeon clearing. That's where Dungeon Cleaning Team 3 comes into play, according to Mr. Kim. The team will naturally receive a generous bonus, given the large scale of the project. Mr. Kim asks if the cleaning team can handle the task. The cleaning team members stand silently, awaiting further instructions. There really isn't any reason to say no, Mr. Kim thinks, as it's a good opportunity to interact with the operations team. This is also a great opportunity to unlock another skill, according to the system. If they don't accept now, there might never be another joint operation with other teams in the future, as they're just the cleaning team. However, one of the cleaning team members refuses. The cleaning team member seems resolute in his decision. The man pauses, seemingly taken aback by something he's just heard. He wonders what it could be. The response is clear. To contribute to a fraudulent record of good performance will be a fate worse than death. The question hangs in the air. Why would Mr. Junwoo refuse such a rare opportunity? The others wonder. One of the team members asks the captain what he thinks, as the implications of Junwoo's decision ripple through the group. Regardless of the others' opinions, Mr. Kim refers to Junwoo as a punk, clearly frustrated by his choice. One person speculates that Junwoo is simply worried about the team's safety, trying to reassure the others. Another counters that while the briefing was short and sweet, this operation is actually very dangerous, hinting at unseen threats. The woman's surprised expression reflects the shock and concern spreading through the group as they consider the danger. The team discusses the operation's nature, a 24-hour nonstop endeavor potentially filled with monsters, and the fact that Junwoo knows best how dangerous this clearing will be. He believes that Junwoo must have anticipated their eagerness and refused quickly, knowing the risks involved. The tension rises. The two people agree that Junwoo's actions were entirely expected, understanding his cautious nature and awareness of the situation. Someone expresses their frustration, calling the situation a betrayal and questioning why they were misled. Mr. Kim laughs, declaring that they now understand Junwoo's intentions. He states that their team will not be participating in the operation. Another woman announces that she, too, will be opting out of the operation, surprising Mr. Kim and another team member. 2 other women question the decision, reminding her that she is the leader of this operation and that they are not joining because of her. The woman explains that she is not keen on joining and doesn't believe she is good enough to be a leader. More importantly, her teacher told her not to get involved with that man. The woman smiles, seemingly confident in her decision and the guidance of her teacher. She thinks to herself that in such a situation, she should listen to her teacher above all others. Mr. Kim laughs, agreeing that it's also one way to put it, seemingly accepting her reasoning. Elsewhere, the towering buildings stand tall against the sky, hinting at the scale of the events unfolding within. A man with light hair is shown with a serious and determined expression, his eyes narrowed. Another man, dressed in a suit, smiles sinisterly, suggesting a hidden agenda or malicious intent. The dungeon cleaning team will not participate, the man in the blue suit declares. Mr. Kim seems pleased by this development, a smug look on his face. He continues to laugh, seemingly enjoying someone else's misfortune. The man in the red jacket listens intently, his expression unreadable. Someone off-panel is warned that the protagonist is not someone to be trifled with. They note how quickly he notices when something is amiss. Mr. Kim, his eyes narrowed, tells someone to leave if they're looking for a fight. His tone is sharp and dismissive. The conversation shifts to the operations team too and their ability to complete a project. It's mentioned that even Kim Min-ju backed out. Again, Mr. Kim angrily tells someone to leave him alone. His frustration is palpable as he repeats his demand. He then asks if someone is considering hiring a private guild. A sinister laugh escapes him as he poses the question. A hand slams down on a desk, the sound echoing the rising tension in the room. Mr. Kim curses under his breath, clearly agitated. He considers using the director's influence to his advantage. He decides that he needs to write a mandatory participation roster, a sign of his growing desperation. The mandatory participation roster is described as an executive order for compulsory participation in dungeon clearing, issued under the authority of a director from the association. Mr. Kim points accusingly, warning that disobeying such orders can result in disciplinary action or even a request to resign in lieu of dismissal. He seethed, his eyes narrowed in fury. He muttered about a novice with no operational experience. His anger was palpable. A few days later, time passed, but the tension remained. Word spread that Dongbin was implementing a mandatory participation roster. The surprised woman's eyes widened. Their team was being forced to join the clearing. The scene was chaotic. The woman wondered why there were so many people present. A voice explained that a dungeon clearing of this scale naturally attracted media attention. The crowd buzzed with nervous energy. Some wondered if they would be interviewed, regretting their appearance. Someone questioned why the so-called leader looked so nervous. The woman with black hair and the man with brown hair exchanged worried glances. The man with brown hair advised her to look tough, stating that a nervous hunter would make the citizens uneasy. The voice urged them to straighten their shoulders, questioning how they could conduct the clearing if they were so nervous. She insists that she's fine, the type who's tough when it comes down to it, though tears gather in her eyes. A voice echoes, filled with nervous laughter, as it anticipates the actual battlefield. Mr. Kim speaks up, stating he's saying this just in case, his expression serious. The advice continues, urging everyone to focus on clearing the dungeon once they enter, rather than paying attention to the team. Mr. Kim then asks that she keep the transceiver on, just in case, his tone laced with concern. A moment of silence hangs between them, punctuated only by unspoken thoughts. A frustrated groan escapes someone's lips, the tension palpable. The entrance to the dungeon looms, a stark reminder of the task ahead. A man with a boisterous grin announces that they're going to do an inspection, his enthusiasm somewhat unsettling. The focus shifts to the supplies, with confirmation that the chemicals and equipment are all present and accounted for. Mr. Kim and Kim Min-ju are shown checking a box filled with various supplies, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. Mr. Kim assures everyone that there are enough provisions and water as well, trying to instill a sense of confidence. The man in the white jumpsuit stands confidently before the group, assuring them that despite the exhaustion, they will face no problems if they stick to the usual routine. The backs of 3 figures are seen as they prepare to follow his lead, ready to unleash a loud group cheer. One of the men gestures, drawing the other's attention. He tells him to take a look at something in the distance. The 2 men watch as a smaller figure in the distance urges others to come on, their tone mocking the scene unfolding before them. The sound of a crisp step echoes through the area. One of the men wonders aloud where someone might be. Kim Min-ju smirks, surrounded by his team. He reveals that he is the leader of the cleaning team. Kim Min-ju tells the woman with long black hair that he will leave the dungeon clearing under her care. One person asks if the man is coming with them too, expressing surprise that he would be since Min-ju is going to be the leader. The other person explains that sometimes, as long as a hunter has sufficient qualifications, they can also be appointed as the leader, confirming that it is the case with Min-ju. The woman with short hair admits that Min-ju does possess the talent to become a leader. The woman with long black hair stands silently, her back to the viewer, as the truck waits. There's definitely a reason Dongbin didn't assume that position. That bastard doesn't. The man in the foreground smirks, believing that he doesn't have the faintest idea of how to be a leader on the actual ground. He's from the operations planning department, doesn't have any experience as a leader, and yet he's always been a parasite, living off of dungeon raids. The man's smug expression seems to confirm the assessment of his colleagues. Another voice chimes in, stating that he's also joining them on the ground, so there's no need to be anxious just because it's his first time being a leader. The man offers his help if any problems arise, while the woman with black hair thinks to herself about his attitude. And just a reminder, the cleaning can't be delayed, the man states. The man with brown hair replies that they'll do their very best. Someone thinks to themselves that the man is a rude bastard. Another man thinks to himself, wondering how long he can keep up this impertinent attitude. The woman with black hair responds with an okay. Someone states that everyone's already aware, but let him say. She addresses the assembled team, the sunlight glinting off their tactical gear. The woman explains that there will be 3 teams clearing the dungeon, teams A, B, and C. She continues, outlining the order of progression. Team A will be followed by Team B, then Team C. The speaker adds that the cleaning team will also be joining the operation, veterans who require little oversight. The assembled group stands ready, aware that any situation could become life or death. Kim Min-ju urges them to ask for help from the cleaning team if needed. The team members exchange confused glances, unsure what to make of this instruction. Elsewhere, a man in a suit seems to be reacting to the unfolding situation. A man questions Kim Min-ju's reaction, wondering what's behind it. The team struggles to understand what she is saying. A man looks on, equally perplexed by Kim Min-ju's statement. Someone clarifies, asking if she meant the operations team. She addresses the group, her sword gleaming in the light. Kim Min-ju announces that it's time for a final rundown before the operation. The cleaner's expression is resolute, her eyes focused on the task ahead. The air crackles with anticipation. Green energy flares as Kim Min-ju's words echo. Once everything is ready, they will commence with the operation. The team prepares for action. The team members stand ready, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. They await their leader's command. A monstrous figure looms through a green energy portal, a terrifying glimpse of what awaits. The team steels themselves for the challenge. The order is given. Let's go clean up some dungeons. The team moves forward, ready to face whatever lies beyond the portal. The cleaner stood amidst a scene of carnage, surrounded by the remains of fallen monsters. He swept away the gore, another cleaner visible in the background, diligently working to clear the area. A massive, crimson monster corpse lay nearby, a testament to the battle that had taken place. One of the cleaners spoke, explaining that despite the scale of the operation, they were just the cleaning crew. The cleaners lamented that they likely wouldn't even meet the operations team until everything was over, and questioned the point of their work. One cleaner, frustrated, accused another of thinking they were a hunter and insisted they should just stick to their jobs. A voice declared that if they were done dismantling, they should get ready for the chemical treatment. The cleaners discussed the importance of treating the corpses before placing them in vacuum-sealed bags, lest they rot before the clearing was complete. They were told to bear with it and be extra careful, as they were working on a big project, and that usually they would burn the monster carcasses on the spot. The corpses burned, but they couldn't afford to do that now since there was an ongoing clearing. To prevent the monster carcasses from rotting, the team dismantles, chemically treats, and vacuum seals them in bags. The man with dark hair looks on, seemingly concerned about when they will finish this task. The older man grumbles about the workload, his expression conveying his frustration. Someone complains that they haven't been working long enough to already be looking for food. The woman with gray hair suggests they have some snacks before continuing their work. She explains that she brought a few chocolate bars just in case they got hungry. The woman offers one to Mr. Junwoo, smiling warmly. Another worker apologizes for interrupting, knowing he hates being disturbed while working. Kim Junwoo glares, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Someone requests the strawberry-flavored snack. The team enjoys their snacks in a lighthearted moment. The older man announces that snack time is over and it's time to get back to work. Although it was the first big project, the team had done this before. Everything was proceeding smoothly, or so it seemed. The sealed plastic bags, filled with the dungeon's refuse, awaited their turn for proper disposal. But 8 hours into the job, the situation began to shift. While the operations team continued clearing the dungeon with ease, a stark contrast was forming. The operations team unleashed a torrent of blue energy, obliterating the dungeon's monstrous inhabitants. The cleaning team was in a completely different situation. By the 10th hour, the team members began feeling fatigued. During the 15th hour, one of the cleaners, Han Sang-hyok, injured his hand while dozing off, a minor inconvenience. As they were fixing their injuries, their exhaustion continued to pile up, the weight of the task pressing down. And just like that, the gap between the cleaning and operations teams began to grow significantly, a widening chasm of efficiency. During the 18th hour, the situation reached a critical point. A voice crackled over the walkie-talkie, identifying the speaker as the operations team. He groaned. The dungeon's gas level was getting high, so they needed to check it out. The cleaning team was behind. He spoke into the radio, reporting that they were currently in the 5/4 zone. The response crackled back, questioning why they were so far behind. An apologetic voice came through the radio, promising that they would take a break for only an hour before resuming their cleaning duties as quickly as possible. The cleaning team members listened intently as the voice on the radio grew more agitated. The speaker accused them of ignoring the growing gap between the teams by taking a break. The man with the radio requested that leader Kim Min-ju temporarily stop the clearing. The response was immediate. That was not possible, as they would fall behind schedule. The cleaning team members, visibly exhausted, questioned if they were being told to keep going despite their condition. The tension in the air was palpable. The voice on the radio retorted that the cleaning team's condition was not their problem. It was up to them to figure something out, he insisted. The cleaning team members were reaching their limit. The situation was becoming too much to bear, their expressions conveying their frustration. The man with the radio questioned why they couldn't send the hunters who were resting. His tone was laced with disbelief and annoyance. The cleaning team offered a compromise, stating that if they received some help, they would do their best to catch up. They hoped for a reasonable solution. The radio sat silently, the tension building as the cleaning team awaited a response. The device seemed to amplify the weight of their situation. A furious voice erupted from the radio, demanding to know why a hunter would be asked to clean. The speaker unleashed a string of profanity. The angry man on the other end of the radio demanded that their team captain be put on the line immediately. His eyes burned with rage. The superior questioned what they were doing, reminding them that they said they'd do well on their own. Kim Min-ju stood with his hands clasped, the armed figures behind him a silent threat. One voice demanded if they couldn't see how high the gas level was, while another suggested catching up on unfinished jobs. Kim Min-ju listened as one of his subordinates questioned why they were wasting time coming all the way here. The time to be playing around was over. They were clearly neglecting their duty. Kim Jun-woo was asked where leader Kim Min-ju was and why they needed to know. Kim Jun-woo stated that he had already mentioned several times that the dungeon clearing couldn't be interrupted. Kim Min-ju was told that they had been working nonstop for 18 hours and asked if he thought they were all machines. Kim Min-ju cursed, calling the situation a disaster. Kim Min-ju yelled that a major dungeon clearing would be. The man with silver hair laments the hunter's wasted efforts. The bonus, among other things, will disappear into thin air. He is confronted by Mr. Kim, who questions his actions. Neglecting duty, insubordination, abandonment of post during a raid are the accusations. Mr. Kim emphasizes that it's their team's first time joining and actively clearing. He states that these aren't things they can simply gloss over. Mr. Kim vows to ensure the cleaning team is held accountable for their actions. His expression hardens with resolve. A scoff echoes through the room. Mr. Kim laughs, finding the situation strange. He was wondering to find fault in whatever way possible so he can dish out those disciplinary actions. After all, haven't they always been an amazing bastard? Who favors this kind of method? Mr. Kim explains that the operations team can't keep walking on eggshells around the cleaning team. So he created this plan to break their spirit by forcing disciplinary actions down their throat. Mr. Kim is enraged by something he heard. He calls the other person a bastard, accusing them of being conceited. He boasts that even if the president of the association himself comes out, he won't be able to cover this up. Have someone back you. Mr. Kim smugly declares that the cleaning team is abandoning this operation. He questions what they will do now that the dungeon gas level is still rising. The static crackles over the walkie-talkie, a sign of the chaos unfolding. Im Dongbin speaks into the device, identifying himself. He is Team Captain Im Dongbin. A monstrous roar echoes, shaking the very foundations. A voice cuts through the din, asking, "Leader Kim Min-ju, you busy?" The beast bellows again, its fiery breath illuminating the scene. In the background, two figures struggle against the inferno. A voice responds tersely, stating that they're a bit busy. Another wonders why he is suddenly speaking informally. Amidst the chaos, a report comes in. The cleaning team has abandoned the operation, leaving the situation even more dire. A stunned silence hangs in the air, broken only by a single, incredulous question. What? His face contorted with rage, Im Dongbin barks into the walkie-talkie. He declares that he will take command and demands the leader position. The team captain's voice rises in fury. He questions what a rookie knows and repeats his demand for the position. A dark-haired figure reflects on the situation. He thinks that Im Dongbin is a bully and that nothing has changed. Im Dongbin presses, demanding confirmation that the team will not continue cleaning. Someone calls him teacher, questioning his authority. Kim Min-ju's voice drips with menace. He asks if Im Dongbin has had enough and wants everyone to just keel over and die. She could only manage a confused, quiet sound in response to the chaos. The scene around Kim Min-ju was one of devastation, the dungeon having only barely been cleared. Im Dongbin's voice crackled over the comms, demanding to know what was taking so long. He continued his tirade, ordering her to hand over command and accusing her of risking everyone's lives. Kim Min-ju, with a look of grim resolve, acknowledged the order and agreed to relinquish command. A sinister figure relished the news, thinking it would have been better if she had done it sooner. Meanwhile, a message was being delivered to the dungeon cleaner, Kim Jun-woo. The message stated that Kim Min-ju, the current dungeon clearing leader, would hand over command to Cleaning Team 3's Kim Jun-woo. The sinister figure's eyes glowed with malevolent energy as his grin widened. Those around Im Dongbin were shocked by what he had said, their faces reflecting disbelief. The sinister smile promised ill tidings. It had been a while, but from that moment on, he would be commanding the operation. The man with dark hair grins, his expression unsettling as he raises his gloved hands. Behind him, a figure watches silently. He asks if he should show what he was like when he was on active duty. The man's expression is unreadable, his face smudged with grime. A tense silence hangs in the air as the group awaits his next move. The man in the suit erupts in laughter, a manic grin spreading across his face. He questions the idea of a dungeon cleaner leading a dungeon clearing, asserting his own position as team captain. The man in the suit shouts, frustrated that the protagonist seems to misunderstand his role. Kim Jun-woo smirks, implying that he understands the importance of command within a dungeon. The man in the suit is taken aback, stammering as he asks how Jun-woo knew and if he was a hunter. The man in the suit continues to question why people keep asking if he is a hunter, finding the question important. The man in the suit declares that everyone's life is at stake, and this situation requires more than disciplinary actions. He argues that the responsibility should be given to a veteran hunter, not someone like Jun-woo. An urgent demand fills the air, promising leniency for the cleaning team. Another voice expresses indifference to the fate of the cleaning crew. A sinister smile spreads across the face of a man with dark hair. More than that, looking at you brings back some bad memories, and I feel like shit. Mr. Kim sweats, a strained smile plastered on his face as he reflects on past accomplishments. The man in the apron declares that someone no longer has to do anything, surrounded by armed figures. The man is officially dismissed from this operation, the words hanging heavy in the air. Eyes widen in shock, a silent scream building behind them. A furious roar erupts, the man's face contorted in rage. Dismissed in action, the ultimate disciplinary measure, stripping all benefits and incentives. A sharp voice commands silence, questioning if this is the first taste of disciplinary action. The enraged man is being held back as the man in the apron asks, "Action?" Over the comms, Kim Jun-woo announces himself, identifying his role within Cleaning Team 3. Team Captain Im Dong-bin addresses all units, making an announcement over the radio. The message is clear. They're now officially dismissed from the operation. Amidst the chaos, a woman with long dark hair hopes everyone can endure a little longer. Im Dong-bin continues, stating that Hunter Kim Min-ju has transferred command to him, and they will follow his lead. He orders Teams B and C, currently on break, to assist the cleaning team. Confusion and disbelief hang in the air as the order is received. The hunters express their discontent, feeling that their purpose has been reduced to mere cleaning duties. Im Dong-bin announces that Teams B and C will also be officially dismissed from the operation due to insubordination. Shock reverberates as the weight of the announcement sinks in. Desperate, Im Dong-bin tries to reach Team A over the comms, but receives no response. Kim Min-ju speaks into the communicator, confirming that Team A has arrived to assist. The message relays that the number of people has decreased significantly, so they'll have to work a lot harder to succeed. Command asks if they're currently clearing the 11th zone, assessing their progress in the face of adversity. The response confirms their location, but warns that this monster is unlike anything they've faced before. The monstrous bear's crimson eyes glow ominously. A stark warning flashes. It is immune to attacks. The team is warned that any attack will render the bear immune for 10 minutes. The Guardian-class hunter is ordered to the front, with healers focusing their buffs. The hunters acknowledge the command. They are instructed to let those with high physical stats bear the brunt of the damage, as it won't hurt much anyway. The hunter with the shield is told to be ready to counter immediately, preparing to defend against the monster's assault. Kim Min-ju asks if the hunter with the sword has been training their left-hand grip, testing their readiness for the upcoming battle. The response is confident. The team is given the go-ahead to begin their assault on the monstrous bear. The command echoes, ensuring everyone has heard the instructions and is hurrying to their positions, ready to engage the enemy. The team moves into formation, preparing to face the monstrous bear, its glowing red eyes promising a brutal fight. The woman with the ponytail declares that she has applied the buff. A skill activation, Celestial Blessing, is in effect. The monster, eyes glowing red, responds aggressively, inviting the attack. It roars, ready for the fight. A golden attack strikes the monster, impacting with a burst of light and energy. Blue lightning crashes down upon the monster, sending it reeling from the force of the blow. The woman with blue hair is activating a skill, Circle Counter. Blue lightning crackles around her. The blue lightning intensifies, arcing and crackling with raw power. The monster is struck again by the blue lightning, the force of the impact visible. The woman with blue hair slashes with her sword, channeling the blue lightning into her attack. The monster growls in pain and frustration, its red eyes burning with intensity. The woman with dark hair looks on with concern, whispering the word teacher. The man with short hair reports that Zone 11 is clear, speaking into a radio. Three men react with surprise, their expressions mirroring a shared shock. The message crackles over the radio, conveying utter disbelief at the situation. He acknowledges the impossible news with a chilling smirk, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. The team is warned that the 12th zone is populated by ghost-type monsters. They are further advised that physical attacks will be ineffective. The swordsman-class hunters should remain behind. The magician-class hunters are instructed to use their strongest skills, foregoing intermediate abilities. The next zone is an illusion zone, requiring healer-class hunters to activate all purification skills, focusing on hit-and-run tactics. The three men look on with shock, questioning what they are witnessing. The man in tactical gear speaks into his radio, wondering if the person in question is more than just a cleaner. The team is told to unleash all their skills at once for the last zone, but one man on the ground believes it's impossible. The reason for this impossibility is revealed. Their skill effects are weaker due to exhaustion, impacting everyone's stamina. He scratches his head, relaying that their stamina has also significantly decreased, questioning their chances at this rate. One of the figures urged the other to stay put and endure. He also asked if they could bring the thing down. Ignoring the advice, Junwoo Kim walked away from the group, heading toward the light at the end of the tunnel. A surge of energy crackled in the air, a sign of the battle to come. The hunter's expression hardened, her resolve solidifying as she faced the unknown threat. She struck the crystalline monster with a burst of power, shards of energy flying in all directions. The monster's glowing purple eye pulsed with an ominous light, hinting at the power it possessed. The attack landed, but the impact seemed to have little effect. The protagonist realized that this wasn't an ordinary monster. It was on a completely different level. The woman with black hair noted its high endurance, preparing for another strike against the massive foe. Its speed was the monster's most dangerous attribute, far exceeding its size. Caught off guard by the monster's speed, the hunter was struck, a look of surprise on her face. The blow connected, and she grunted in pain, her eyes reflecting the intensity of the impact. The monster towers over the battlefield, its crystal sword gleaming ominously. The blade descends with incredible speed, cleaving through the air. The air crackles with displaced energy as the attack continues. Kim Junwoo coughs, blood trickling down her chin from the force of the blow. The hunter's vision blurs, struggling to maintain her focus. Despite the injury, Junwoo's eyes burn with determination. Jang calls out to her, concern etched on his face. Teacher. Lying prone, Junwoo manages a strained smile. I can handle this much. Weakly, she reaches out, her fingers grasping for a weapon. The hunter looks up at Jang, requesting his aid. Pardon? Hand me your sword. Jang hesitates, a look of surprise on his face. He grips the sword tightly, his expression unreadable as he considers her request. A giant rock ogre appears, an unexpected red-class monster in this location. The massive creature looms before Kim Junwoo, and he feels a sense of intimidation. He steels himself, muttering the words to activate his skill. There's a skill he's managed to unlock specifically for this project. The screen displays the unlock condition. Enter into a joint project with other departments. The over-immersion skill requires a specific unlock condition to be met. The requirement to enter into a joint project with other departments is highlighted. The over-immersion skill is tied to entering a joint project with other departments. Kim Junwoo stands ready, his sword reflecting the desolate landscape around him. The skill, over-immersion, significantly increases the effectiveness of any skill activated by the caster during combat. The air crackles with energy. A colossal stone fist descends, threatening to crush him. He calls upon the power of over-immersion, a surge of blue energy erupting. The hunter kneels, the blue aura intensifying as he faces his opponent. His eyes glow with power, crackling with purple lightning as the skill takes hold. The figure stands amidst the chaos, surrounded by shattered rock and raw energy. Purple energy explodes around him, the hunter ready to unleash his attack. The ogre roars, its single eye glowing with a malevolent purple light. A wave of red energy surges forth, a sign of the hunter's next move. The blue crystals stand as silent witnesses to the unfolding battle. The ogre pauses, a moment of hesitation before the storm. Realization dawns on the ogre as the hunter's true power is revealed. The hunter activates Hellfire, his sword now wreathed in searing flames. The system displays the effects of Circle Counter, increasing damage by 3,000% when attacking weak points. The skill Over Immersion amplifies the effects. Hellfire and Circle Counter combine, engulfing the protagonist in flames. Energy explodes outward. The monster's face is consumed by the inferno. The flames intensify. The sound of impact echoes. The explosion throws debris as onlookers react in shock. Amidst the destruction, one of the figures questions the protagonist's true nature, while another dismisses him as just a cleaner. Doubts linger as one of the figures wonders how he could be just a cleaner and suggests scouting him immediately. The woman with long dark hair urges everyone to keep the teacher's ability a secret. The value of skills, stats, and equipment are emphasized as the keys to money, honor, and power for Hunter. Such trivialities held little importance for him. His focus lay elsewhere. He cursed, annoyed by the grime. A passive skill activated, cleaning obsession. To be where he wanted, working alongside his comrades, that was enough. News spread of Team Captain Im Dongbin's dismissal during the Yongdongpo operation, organized by the association. Further reports indicated the captain had been misappropriating employee performance bonus funds. The news report was displayed on a phone screen, the disciplinary action against Im Dongbin headlining the broadcast. The man's face contorted in rage, demanding to know what the others were doing, furious that a team captain could be dismissed during such an important operation. Two men stood before another, who offered an apology, the tension palpable in the room. One of the men muttered that it was all because Kim Min-ju and that cleaner plotted together. The man spat out his words, demanding to know who they thought they were lying to. He questioned if they really believed no one knew this mess was created by trying to steal Kim Min-ju's achievement. The man, visibly upset, accused the director of trying to push all the blame onto him, reminding him that he also gave approval for that mandatory roster. The tension in the room was thick. The man's face was obscured by shadow as he spoke, his tone laced with menace. Hey, Ome Dongin, does it look like we're friends? Antagonist, Mr. Kim grabbed the man by the hair, his grip tight. Soo-young treats you as his senior, so you think you're something now? The man's face contorted in pain and fear. There's no way to just let this situation go, since it's already all over the media. Antagonist, Mr. Kim, still holding the man, instructed someone to write a report. They were to wait for a decision to be made. He moved away, his hand gesturing. What? Still not. The sound of a door opening echoed through the room. The sterile walls of the office seemed to close in. Another man spoke, concern etched on his face. Dididakto. What if Senior M tells that cleaner we helped him? A voice, filled with frustration, exclaimed, Damn it. The man with gray hair looked towards antagonist, Mr. Kim, awaiting his response. Yes. The conversation shifted focus. About Hunter Kim Min-ju. Elsewhere, a woman beamed, holding a bouquet of roses. A question hangs in the air. What do they think about making her team captain? A notice of disciplinary action is issued, the specifics remaining undisclosed for now. Team captain Im Dongbin faces demotion, along with disciplinary transfers for several team members. The most eye-catching thing was Dongbin getting demoted, which for a hunter was no different than getting fired. And so, the vacated position. The team celebrates the new promotion, congratulating the new team captain on her achievement. The woman with flowers smiles, acknowledging everyone's support. The woman with flowers expresses her gratitude, but someone asks if she is crying. The woman with flowers denies crying, blaming it on pollen, but is reminded that the flowers are artificial. She reflects on how quickly everything happened, downplaying the significance of her new role. It's revealed that she's an operations team captain now, on the same level as Captain Lee Soo-young. She held the bouquet, a polite smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the office. It was emptier than she'd expected. The remaining team members sat around a table, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken concerns. So many people had been let go at once. The new captain's expression remained composed, though she knew the situation was dire. Only 17 members remained. She couldn't help but wonder if her appointment was a sign that they'd given up on the team. Too much humility is deceptive, she thought. The captain's cheeks flushed slightly as she considered her teacher's influence. She was grateful for the support. One of the team members clenched his fist, frustration evident on his face. He was upset that his teacher was congratulating her. The new captain thought to herself that she still belonged to her teacher's team, even as a captain. She was grateful for his support. The man in uniform cautioned her not to say such things in front of the team, even by accident. He seemed concerned about morale. Kim Jun-woo wondered if other hunters would be pleased to hear their captain was a cleaner. He seemed skeptical. The team had almost been forced to leave because of her, the text bubble declared. But now, a new message. We're back. A group of figures approached, their footsteps echoing in the hallway. One of them declared he was starving and wanted gukbap for lunch. The team members looked on in shock. It was the cleaning team, back from wherever they had been. The cleaning team's arrival was met with a strange, almost unsettling energy. They greeted someone with an overly enthusiastic bow, their intentions unclear. One of the figures stepped forward, introducing herself as Hong Ji-yeon from Operations Team 2. Hong Ji-yeon expressed her honor at meeting him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The cleaning team praised Kim Jun-woo, complimenting his performance during the last operation. They asked that he think of them as teammates, their expressions earnest. The team offered their assistance, promising to be there whenever needed. Kim Jun-woo observed them, wondering what was wrong, but acknowledged their reliability. Hong Ji-yeon assured him that headquarters wouldn't bother him easily now, urging him to relax. She noted that it was almost time for someone to arrive, her expression thoughtful. The support team had mentioned an assistant would be coming in today, she recalled, acknowledging Kim Jun-woo as an honorable team captain. Kim Jun-woo considered the idea of an assistant exclusive to an operations team captain. He recalled the help he received from someone when he was a team captain. His eyes narrowed as he remembered those days, a hint of pain flickering across his face. The memory crystallized. His full-time assistant when he was on active duty was Lee Young. She was the only one with him on the day he died, a haunting truth that lingered in his mind. And she's also the person who had been with him the longest, he thought, wondering if Manager Lee was already at the association. Han Sang-hyuk asked what the assistant's name was, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. He realized he didn't know yet, remembering that they only told him someone would come today. He thought to himself that he should forget it. The man with brown hair exclaimed that if someone was coming, they should be on their way then. Han Sang-hyuk insisted that he didn't have to leave, but Junwoo said it was fine. It was about time for them to get to work anyway. The cleaning team bid him farewell as he prepared to leave, Han Sang-hyuk among them. He reached for the doorknob, ready to face whatever awaited him outside. He looked toward the doorway, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A woman's voice echoed from the hallway, a soft exclamation of surprise. A young woman with short brown hair and glasses stood nervously, holding a file. His eyes glowed with power, but he thought to himself that she was not who he expected. The woman from the hallway recoiled, a visible shudder running through her. With a nervous smile, Kim Min-ju introduced herself, inviting him to enter. A man's voice called out, reminding Junwoo that they were running late. He knew it wasn't her. Another figure announced his departure, the sound of his footsteps fading as he walked away. A voice called out a farewell, but internally, the speaker noted that Kim Junwoo looked intimidating. Meanwhile, the city skyline gleamed in the setting sun, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Kim Min-ju's face was drawn with exhaustion, her thoughts betraying her weariness. The woman with brown hair and glasses seems agitated, her expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. Deputy Manager Lee A-young approaches, her expression calm and collected as she is announced. Lee A-young's smile is knowing as she reminds the other woman of her assignment. The woman admits that the director may not care about her, despite Kim Min-ju being a good person. The woman is shocked by the information she is receiving. The woman with brown hair insists that she is being serious. Lee A-young listens intently as the woman shares rumors about the team captain's connections. The woman reveals she bumped into Kim Junwoo and didn't like him, finding him ill-tempered. The woman thinks that Kim Junwoo is practically flaunting how powerful his backing is. The woman believes that Kim Junwoo has never been able to get into a relationship. Lee A-young seems intrigued by the information, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Elsewhere, two men gossip about Kim Junwoo, noting that he somehow came up with a budget for his team. The men discussed how he even got rid of the operations team members. They disregarded the cleaning team members, and those weren't ordinary hunters. The woman in business attire stated that all of that is just for the sake of his reputation. She bet he'll avoid all the blame as soon as a major problem pops up later. The woman with brown hair listened intently, a hint of intrigue flickering across her face. Is that so? She mused. Han Sang-hyuk, holding a file, thought about Kim Junwoo. She was now getting curious about what kind of person he is. Elsewhere, Kim Junwoo wondered who's talking about him behind his back. He seemed annoyed by the gossip. Someone commented that the guy's been picking his ears all day. A shimmering barrier stands firm, a stark warning conveyed by the caution tape stretched across its base. The hunter scrapes away at some unseen substance, his brow furrowed in concentration as he tackles the dungeon's grime. The afternoon, the protagonist continues his work while the woman with black hair stands nearby, seemingly lost in thought. The hunter questions if she even has time to be here, implying she has other work. She retorts, asking what he means, stating this is work too. The newly promoted team captain is here cleaning dungeons, and the man wonders if their team members must be overjoyed, given he's a hunter at that. The woman wonders aloud if it's enough to cut up a monster like this, and how to loosen the flesh sticking to the floor. The hunter laughs, declaring he'll show them how, a confident smirk playing on his lips. One of the workers asks if there is anybody who wants to help them disinfect, stating the job won't get done unless someone helps. Because Operations Team 2 is of one mind and body with Cleaning Team 3, the work continues. He held the cleaning tool loosely in his hand, a look of defeat on his face. The hunter declared, "I give up." Someone asked what was actually the matter, implying they came all the way there to help with something. Mun So-yeon spoke about having some difficulty coming up with this month's operation plan for cleaning. Kim Junwoo, with a small, wry smile, responded, I see." The woman with black hair asked what it was, urging him to tell her. He responded with an emphatic yes. The diagram showed that 50 dungeons were assigned, requiring around 40 people, which was acceptable. However, Team 2 had only 17 people, missing about 20 people. Moreover, they said dungeons below blue grade wouldn't count towards a quota. The woman with black hair exclaimed, "That's bullshit. Headquarters will randomly set the lowest grade for the association, but that doesn't matter as long as its mission is accomplished. Dungeons from blue to navy grade are. In fact, it's included in the quota. A navy grade dungeon can be cleared by 3 to 4 people. Indeed, there are too many dungeons allocated for the number of people they have." The sound of something sparkling filled the air. If your team members are having a hard time, you can always rely on the support team. She was surprised by the revelation, noting it down. There were people who had no idea how to do anything despite being team captains, he thought. For 10 years, what would a fledgling team captain know? She thanked him so much. The woman with black hair smiled, stating that she was always owing the teacher something. He said it was fine and to leave if she was done with her business. They still had to wrap up the cleaning. He asked if the teacher was uncomfortable. The woman with black hair looked shocked. He clarified that he wasn't talking about her, but someone else. The woman with black hair gasped, seemingly reacting to his statement. He asked if she and Miss Hyun knew each other, looking at the woman with black hair. The woman with black hair was on guard. She asked what he was talking about, stating that she met her for the first time in his office yesterday. He thought they had been glowering at each other since yesterday. The man with brown hair was surprised to learn that she was his ex-girlfriend. The woman with black hair stated that he must be eager to die. Team Captain Kim Min-ju told him that he needed to attend the general meeting for operations soon. She asked if they didn't still have plenty of time and if they could eat before they go. Kim Min-ju suggested that Ms. Hyun go out first so she could make a reservation for a restaurant, since phones don't work in dungeons. She would treat to celebrate her promotion. He agreed, stating that he would make a reservation for 9 people, including the cleaning team. Kim Min-ju walks away, thinking that, of course, it's got to be a reservation for Korean food. Kim Jun-woo is told that he can make calls inside here, but he knows there's just something he needs to talk about with her alone. The teacher asks if he knows someone in the support team. Kim Min-ju asks if he knows someone in the support team. Jun-woo was told that he got a call from someone in the support team, and she said she wanted to meet him, but what's strange is she asked him to keep it a secret from Ms. Hyun. He wonders what she wants. Jun-woo wonders why someone from the support team is looking for him. He thinks to himself, don't tell me she wants to keep an eye on him after he wrecked the operations team. Does she want to give him warning not to mess with the support team? Jun-woo tells her he'll meet her when he's free. Kim Min-ju says yes, she'll do that. Someone says that they finished cleaning early because of them, and thank them so much. They say that it's nothing, and they'll come over tomorrow as well to help out. The group is excited to be invited to lunch in celebration of the promotion, asking if they can really come. The next day, a strange, glowing portal crackles with energy in the middle of a parking lot. A young boy, lost and terrified, calls out for his brother, his voice trembling with fear. Hearing something in the distance, the boy calls out, hoping it's his brother. His hope turns to horror as he looks up and sees a monstrous figure looming over him. A chilling voice echoes, pleading for help, but the words are coming from the monster. Confused and hesitant, the boy responds, unsure of what to do in the face of such a creature. The monster lunges, its intentions now clear as it attacks the defenseless boy. Crimson streaks fill the air, a visual testament to the sudden, brutal violence. A horrifying visage appears behind the boy, a monster with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. The boy's scream pierces the air, a raw expression of pure, unadulterated terror. More crimson streaks paint a gruesome picture of the ongoing attack. Elsewhere, a breaking news report details a disturbing incident involving a boy entering a grade school. A young boy lies in hospital bed, hooked up to machines. A doctor and nurse attend to him, while a breaking news report details the incident. A boy attacked by a monster in a dungeon. According to the injured student, he was able to enter the dungeon because there was no barricade at the entrance. Mr. Kim sits at his desk, his expression hardening. The phone on the desk displays the same news report, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on Mr. Kim. 2 women stand together, concern etched on their faces. One of them states that dungeons aren't supposed to be accessible to the public. Mr. Kim's face contorts in fury as he demands to know why a barricade wasn't set up in the first place. He emphasizes that it's one of the basics. A text box explains that they were thankful to have found the kid when they were about to get off work. A blue energy surrounds the boy as he is rescued. The text box continues, stating that if they had arrived a few moments later, that kid could have. Mr. Kim, visibly enraged, demands to know how this happened before things get any bigger. The question hangs in the air. Which dumbass made the mistake? A man in a waiter uniform looks shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was planning on putting up the barricade, but he forgot and went out to eat. The woman with long black hair stares in disbelief, asking what he is saying. Someone is sure that the teacher set up that barricade, placing blame on an authority figure. Another person demands that they lower their voice, reminding them that they are in front of the director. Mr. Kim wonders aloud if the mistake is from the cleaning team, seeking to understand the source of the error. Another person steps forward, claiming that it is not the cleaning team's fault, but their own. Mr. Kim, visibly angered, demands to know what they were thinking, his expression one of disbelief. The person responds that there is no such thing, and they're only telling the truth, standing by their statement. The person offers to admit it in person tomorrow, taking the stance that it was an error on their part, if someone can save a seat for them. Someone notes that the press conference is scheduled for 9 a.m. tomorrow, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Mr. Kim states that there is no way to avoid disciplinary action, emphasizing the consequences of the accident. Mr. Kim dismisses everyone, saying they can all leave if they are done here, signaling the end of the meeting. One person is sweating, while another stands beside them, the tension palpable in the air. The scene shows a ground-level view of people's feet, suggesting the aftermath of the meeting and the weight of the situation. She demands to know what he is doing, her expression a mix of frustration and concern. The teacher is accused of putting up the barricade, the accuser claiming to have seen it with their own eyes. The woman acknowledges that he is trying to protect the cleaning team, but insists that his actions are ridiculous. The question lingers. Even without the barricade, how could a child enter a dungeon so easily? The woman's eyes widen as she considers the possibility of a monster left alive in a dungeon that was supposed to have been cleared. The situation is assessed as someone's deliberate plan to screw things up, a clear act of sabotage. The woman's tone is sharp as she continues to press the man, the tension between them palpable. The question is posed: why does he have to take responsibility when it's not even his fault? The woman's expression shifts to confusion, her brow furrowed as she processes the situation. With what he said, she believes this is a setup and asks if he has a way to quickly catch the mastermind. He begins to speak, but his words are cut off, leaving his intentions unclear. The woman emphasizes that they're not dealing with ordinary people, and there's no way to find anything out before the press conference tomorrow, leaving them in a difficult position. The unseen figure declares they will handle everything for now. The words of Kim Min-ju echo in the background. This is definitely someone's scheme. A Vega monster, not meant to be in that dungeon, was deliberately attacked until near death. The smiling man wonders if any of that even matters now, his expression suggesting a darker intent. A holographic display flickers into view, showing the unlock condition for Polymorph. Increase public interest in the dungeon cleaning team. His eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. He grins, a sinister aura emanating from him. After all, he thinks he's about to unlock another skill with ease, his confidence bordering on arrogance. The woman at the desk stares intently at the screen, a frown deepening on her face. This isn't it. She thinks something is amiss. Someone suggests the barricade was removed by mistake, but the question lingers. How could a child accidentally enter the dungeon 30 minutes before it was set to disappear? Even worse, there was still a monster left in a clear dungeon. The situation grows more concerning. The woman believes someone definitely planned this. The pieces are falling into place, revealing a deliberate act. A man with an apron admits it was his fault, all to conspire against the teacher and the cleaning team. A man's eyes glow with an unnatural light, his expression unreadable. Based on the situation, the culprit should be someone inside the association. Suspicion falls on those closest to the events. The woman at the desk feels helpless, unable to do anything. Instead of being helpful, she can only be a bystander. The woman sighs, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. One of the team members speaks up, addressing the captain with concern. He expresses his unease about the current situation. A hand gently rests on a shoulder, perhaps in a gesture of comfort or reassurance. The team discusses Kim Young-woo, questioning why he's taking responsibility when he seemingly did nothing wrong. They agree on the need to find the real culprit. The captain addresses the team, acknowledging their support for Kim Young-woo. She recognizes their desire to help him during this difficult time. The captain's expression hardens, her gaze intense as she contemplates the situation. The captain announces the suspension of all operations for Team 2. She declares that they will focus on finding the real culprit behind the incident. A hand slams forcefully onto a table, emphasizing the gravity of the captain's decision. The captain states that even if they fail to meet their monthly quota, they will continue the mission. She asks if anyone has any objections. One of the team members remarks that no one would be surprised if their team disbands anyway, so they might as well ignore the quota. The team member continues, questioning if they aren't an abandoned team already. A voice declares that there are no objections. The captain confirms that Operations Team 2 will proceed. The captain stands with another female figure, a sense of uncertainty hanging in the air. With a bright smile, Captain Kim Min-ju expresses her pleasure at finally meeting someone. Lee A-young introduces herself as the deputy manager of the support team. A few hours earlier, the scene shifts to an earlier point in time, hinting at a significant event that occurred recently. The woman with glasses, her voice thick with emotion, inquires about what happened. She is told not to worry, and to simply consider the incident as bad luck. Lee A-young crosses her arms, pressing for details. She asks what their plan of action is, while the woman with glasses sits slumped over a desk. The captain expresses surprise that someone connected to the association president could have made such a mistake. It's revealed that cleaner Kim Jun-woo volunteered to take the blame, even though Captain Kim Min-ju believes it wasn't his fault. Someone questions why he would take responsibility if he did nothing wrong. The woman with short brown hair looks shocked by this revelation, her hand raised to her mouth. The captain wonders if there's still someone like that within the association, questioning what Kim Jun-woo is trying to do. He still possessed that kind of personality, even though he's closely connected to the association president, one man mused. As expected of the director, one man thought as he counted bills. It might be possible for him to drain all the stagnant, rotten scum from this association. Miss Hyun should keep this a secret from the rest of the team, Mr. Kim stated, placing a hand on her shoulder. Should they help them out? What brings you all the way here from the support team? The woman with blonde hair asked. The woman with brown hair responded that she was here to offer some help. She had heard about cleaner Kim Jun-woo's situation from Miss Hyun. You're going to investigate the truth behind the incident, aren't you, Mr. Kim asked. The woman with brown hair confirmed that was correct. He then asked if she had made any progress. Not yet. They were just about to start, the woman with brown hair stated. They were planning to go to the location and see if they could secure any CCTV footage. It seemed she was there in time to save them from taking a useless trip, Mr. Kim thought. Even if they were from the association, they couldn't simply view CCTV footage without permission from the police. Also, she had already checked the case files. He understood they were running on a tight schedule, so going there would have been a waste. Then, is there another way? She listens intently as Jang speaks, her expression thoughtful. The report comes in. Ms. Haiyun is currently tracking the locations of the cars in question. Haiyun focuses intently, her eyes seemingly burning with determination as she works at the computer. Kim Min-ju explains that once the cars are located, they can check their black boxes using an official document. Jang expresses gratitude for the help being provided. But Jang states that, of course, there's a price for this offer. She stammers, admitting she's only been a team captain for 3 days and doesn't have anything to offer the superior. Kim Min-ju asks if the captain has a close relationship with cleaner Kim Jun-woo. Kim Min-ju crosses her arms, awaiting a response. The question lingers. What kind of person is Jun-woo Kim? There are many rumors, it seems. Jang expresses curiosity to see which of the rumors are true. She looks on with a questioning expression. He continues to listen as Kim Min-ju expresses her surprise, stating this is her first time hearing such rumors. The rumors clearly have her attention, as she stares wide-eyed, a look of disbelief on her face. Jang responds, his tone serious, confirming that these rumors have been circulating headquarters for weeks now. Kim Min-ju admits that she doesn't really have any friends inside the association, which is why she is just now hearing about this. Jang is taken aback, exclaiming, "Hold on, don't tell me this person." He can't believe they think of Kim Jun-woo as a mere cleaner. Nearby, two figures discuss their poor team captain, thinking they should talk to her more frequently from now on. The team captain, seemingly oblivious to their concern, lets out a small laugh, hiding her face. The two figures observe her, one remarking that she's laughing because she has no friends, while the other says their captain is so pitiful. The pair continue to discuss the situation, noting that a cleaner is taking the blame for something that wasn't his fault. They also observe that the team captain is getting all of her members involved just to help that cleaner. The team captain smiles faintly, thinking that there are still such people within this rotten association. One of the figures from before requests to meet Kim Jun-woo in exchange for something, while another urges Ms. Haiyun to hasten her search for the cars. Operations Team 2 has been dispatched, the details of their mission still unknown. Someone is thanked for wearing something well, but the context of the exchange remains unclear. Now then, Kim Jun-woo, preparing for a press conference, reflects on his attire. He bought something special for the occasion. Kim Jun-woo receives a call. It's So-yun. She asks what's the matter, her tone laced with concern. He wanted to ask her something important, but she's not answering his calls. A growing unease settles in. The woman on the phone speculates that she might be busy clearing a dungeon. She assures the other party that team captains are usually hard to reach. Kim Jun-woo seems unconvinced. He admits to receiving a concerning text message earlier, his brow furrowed with worry. What could the message be? Reading the message, Jun-woo is shocked. The message states that she would definitely save Mr. Jun-woo, and if she was late, he should be convinced otherwise regarding the press conference. So-yun asks Mr. Jun-woo if he knows what she's talking about, questioning if something has happened. The call with cleaning team Moon, So-yun, ends abruptly, leaving unanswered questions hanging in the air. Kim Jun-woo, now visibly agitated, abruptly ends another call. He thinks to himself, furious at Kim Min-ju's recklessness. He immediately calls Kim Min-ju, demanding to know what she's doing. He declares that he's on his way. The woman in the car barks orders in her phone, her expression tight with urgency. Her companions shout in agreement, their voices a chorus of anxious assent. The plan is to find evidence that proves it wasn't their fault, focusing on black boxes installed in cars parked near the dungeon that day. The car speeds down the road, the driver focused on the task at hand. They're on their way to secure what they need by this evening. Kim Min-ju's face is contorted with anger as he speaks into his phone, demanding to know why they didn't stay put. The determined girl resolves to help, declaring that she can't always rely on her teacher and will definitely assist with this task. Kim Min-ju's expression is strained as he continues the call, a status window visible in the background. He pleads for them to stay still so he can unlock a skill. Someone is determined to prevent that idiot from finding any kind of evidence, making sure to take note of every car's location. Kim Min-ju agrees to text the locations, addressing someone as teacher. The situation seems tense as he deals with stubborn subordinates. The phone displays a recording, and the person on the other end is described as looking scary. The recording is labeled "Stupid Follower." A sudden attack throws a man to the ground, the sound of impact echoing. He cries out in pain and surprise. A loud, drawn-out scream fills the air, a desperate cry for help or a reaction to something terrifying. The woman and the other men react with shock and fear, their faces reflecting the horror of what they are witnessing. A dire situation unfolds as the system announces the activation of battle mode. Kim Jun-woo grits his teeth, preparing himself for what's to come. The system initiates a skill activation, triggering a hyper boost. Nearby, onlookers shield their eyes from a sudden, intense light. Streaks of blue energy surge along the highway, enveloping the vehicles. A powerful explosion erupts within the city, shaking the foundations. The air crackles with raw energy, a prelude to the coming storm. Bathed in blue light, Kim Jun-woo is empowered by the surge of energy. The unleashed power manifests as brilliant blue streaks, cutting through the air. A voice echoes, posing a challenge. Shall we? Meanwhile, the camera pans to a building at night. Two figures arrive, announcing themselves as being from the association. A man leans in, his expression serious as he asks if the other is a member of the injured child's family. The response is firm, a refusal to engage with anyone from the association. The woman states that the dungeon cleaning team will release their statement tomorrow, and that what happened isn't the cleaning team's fault. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he considers the unfair punishment that awaits the cleaning team, finding the prospect pleasing. He speaks of the cleaning team, his eyes glowing with power as he calls Kim Jun-woo a bastard. The sentiment is clear. Someone is seen as an easy target, ripe for exploitation. In a parking lot in Daejeon, a black car sits silently. Kim Jun-woo sits in the driver's seat, looking off to the side. A man with blood streaming down his face suddenly appears, screaming that Jun-woo is a zombie. The man with blood announces that he is from the association. His face contorted, the man with blood asks for Jun-woo's cooperation. Suddenly, the man with blood reaches into the car, grabbing Jun-woo by the neck. The man with blood demands to know what Jun-woo is doing. He continues to yell, questioning why Jun-woo would break an innocent person's black box. Kim Jun-woo calmly states that he will compensate him. Jun-woo activates his skill, Hyper Boost. He unleashes a wave of blue energy, the force of which causes someone to scream. Elsewhere, a group of figures gathers around a black car in an underground parking garage. A woman in a suit declares that they are from the association, requesting cooperation. A man beside her looks on with a crazed expression. Another man shouts, dismissing the association's claims as bullshit. Someone demands to know what they think they're doing, threatening legal action. The woman with glasses reports to her captain that the black box is no good either. She thinks to herself, frustrated that someone got to all the black boxes first, wondering how far these people will go. Meanwhile, the camera shows an exterior shot of a building at night. Inside, a woman sits at a desk in front of a computer, lost in thought. Two figures stand talking, their conversation unheard. The woman in the suit suggests that they want Kim Jun-woo to get blamed for the incident, questioning if the orders came from the association. He questions the extent of the association's control, even over fired hunters. The stoic man with slicked back hair listens intently. Sweat beads on his brow as he awaits a response. The pressure is mounting. The man in the blue suit wonders if he received orders from the association. He doesn't even have an apology for what happened to his little brother. The association is taking action for the brother who is injured. The yelling man doesn't know that it's all for show. He is furious. He has nothing else to say to the association. The hospital patients whisper about the woman being from the association. They also mention the young man who injured the kid's older brother. The woman in the suit asks if she came here to settle. She will come back when no one is around because there are too many ears listening. A hand reaches for a door handle, ready to open the door. One of the figures calls the association bastards. Disgust fills the room. The young man in the hospital bed asks if they can stop this now. He looks distressed. Staying in the hospital all day is suffocating. He is also sick of getting injections every day. He demands to know what they're talking about, accusing someone of not helping with revenge. A hand rests on the patient's neck, as a voice tells him to be a bit more patient. The man in the blue suit says he was thinking of letting things slide. The man in the blue suit stands over a woman, remarking on their current situation. Kim Jun-woo sees how the pieces fit together, realizing a kid couldn't have moved the barricade alone. The voice notes that relocating a monster on the verge of death would have been easy for a former hunter. The man in the blue suit stands behind the patient in the hospital gown. The patient realizes the person is young, wants to get back at is the person who saved him. Kim Jun-woo yells that it's all someone's fault. Someone asks if they know how it feels for the head of a household with no parents to lose his job because of a damn cleaner. The patient yells that someone should pick a fight first. The man in the blue suit stands calmly, listening to the outburst. He tells the man in the gray tracksuit that he will forgive him. The man in the tracksuit seems surprised by this statement, questioning what he means. A surge of power emanates as a message declares that a skill will be unlocked tomorrow. The implications of this new power remain to be seen. In a twisted way, he can thank this guy for unlocking the skill. The man's expression is unreadable, but his eyes betray a hint of something dark. The man in the gray tracksuit kneels on the floor, a thud echoing in the room. Two figures stand behind him, observing his actions with concern. Then, he states that he will be on his way. The man's suit is immaculate, but his intentions are unclear as he departs. He tells the man to stay as he is and not to do anything until tomorrow. He adds, almost as an afterthought, and also, the man in the gray tracksuit is told not to hold a grudge against others, as it never ends well. He is also told to treat his little brother better, too. The boy in the hospital bed asks if he heard that, stating that he said he forgives him. The man in the gray tracksuit kneels beside the bed. The next day, a press conference is being held, cameras flashing as the speaker prepares to address the audience. The atmosphere is tense with anticipation. The press conference is being held at the Seoul headquarters of the Supernatural and Dimension Management Association. The official statement is from cleaner Kim Jun-woo from Cleaning Team 3. Kim Jun-woo states that he is cleaner Kim Jun-woo from the dungeon Cleaning Team 3. He stands before the cameras, ready to make his statement. Kim Jun-woo begins by apologizing to the student who was injured in the unfortunate event yesterday. The lights glare as he speaks, his expression serious. He appeared on the monitor, acknowledging his mistakes. Not putting the barricade at the entrance was one of them. As such, he was taking full responsibility for the incident. It was his fault, he admitted. Elsewhere, a man in a suit declared, "I won." There was no way the newbie team captain and her little hunters could stop him now. The man smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes, as he enjoyed the unfolding events. Back at the press conference, the flashes of cameras punctuated the air as he continued to speak. Another man approached Park Geun-tae, asking why he was there. He had heard from assistant Song Hae-yun that he would be. A speech bubble indicated that someone was releasing their official statement today. The smirking man dismissed someone, telling them to get out of there. He had received a lot of help from them, so he would let their team captain save them this time. The man's expression shifted to concern as he questioned what good all of this was going to do. Park Geun-tae introduced himself as the captain of Cleaning Team 3. Generally speaking, the team captain is the person in charge. Park Geun-tae declared that he was the team captain, as long as cleaner Kim Jun-woo was a part of his team. The man listening remarked that if you put it that way, there's no one in the team who's faultless. The tension in the room was palpable, with accusations flying. The question hung in the air, were the seniors also to blame? Moon So-yeon from Cleaning Team 3 stepped forward, introducing herself. Beside her, Han Sang-hyuk also made himself known. The speaker gripped the podium, his knuckles white. He demanded to know why they were all there. Mr. Kim declared that as Kim Jun-woo's direct senior, he believed the blame should fall on him. He braced himself for the consequences. Another voice chimed in, lamenting their failure to support a junior. A separate, angrier thought questioned why others were so eager to interfere. The distressed character's face contorted in anguish. What was the point of building things up like this, he wondered. Raising his hand, Mr. Kim suggested that the entire cleaning team should take responsibility for the incident. He looked around the room, awaiting a response. Another voice cried out, claiming it was their fault, as the senior was the one to blame. The room was filled with tension and shifting blame. The accusation rang out. The team leader was the one at fault. The pressure mounted, seeking a scapegoat. Mr. Kim, his face a mask of fury, bellowed for everyone to shut up. The chaos needed to end. The distressed character's expression intensified, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and desperation. The situation spiraled further out of control. He shouts at the reporters, insisting that it's only cleaner Kim Jun-woo's fault. A voice booms, declaring that these people are not at fault. Kim Min-ju, the captain of Operations Team 2, announces that the injured child has something to say. The crowd murmurs about Kim Min-ju being the youngest ever to be promoted as an Operations Team captain. The boy admits he was just curious about dungeons, so he confesses that he moved the barricade out of the way and went inside. The boy tells Kim Min-ju that he did those things on his own and is really sorry. Someone reiterates that the cleaning team has nothing to do with this incident. Kim Min-ju explains that they put up the barricade as they have always done. Someone thinks that no one will believe him if he says he did it all by himself. The man tells Kim Min-ju that kids are terrible liars, adding that he kept emphasizing on my own to cover up for his young. Another man thinks that he knows he's his little brother, but he's such a good kid. Tears streamed down his face as he thought of his older brother. Why would he feel any gratitude for a brother like that? The decision had been made. Kim Jun-woo would turn himself in. He walked away, a woman following close behind, the weight of his choice heavy on his shoulders. A young boy looked up, calling out Hyung. His voice was filled with worry. The boy stood with a man in a suit before a somber display. Hyung, does this mean we can't see father anymore? He reassured the boy, promising to fill their father's place. You trust your Hyung, don't you? Surrounded by adults, the young boy covered his face, overcome with emotion. Footsteps echoed as the boy's Hyung walked away. The boy looked up at Kim Jun-woo, his voice trembling. Hyung, are you going to jail? He smiled, though a hint of sadness lingered in his eyes. I gotta receive punishment if I did something wrong. He is grabbed roughly by the collar, the older man's grip tight. The younger man retorts, calling him a punk. The older man's hand remains clenched around his collar as he insists that he must live well, even alone. The older man promises that he will be back before he even knows it, his expression unreadable. He replies, telling him that even if he is gone, he shouldn't be a picky eater and should always get along with his friends. He continues, telling him to make sure he stays healthy, his voice filled with concern. With a nod, Kim Junwoo responds, his voice barely a whisper, but filled with determination. A forced smile stretches across his face, tears welling in his eyes as he tries to hold back the overwhelming emotion. Meanwhile, he tells his brother to be careful too, his voice cracking with emotion as he tries to maintain a brave facade. He cries out, saying it's his fault, that he is the one to blame for the situation they are in. A figure clad in a cleaning suit is enveloped by a surge of power, identified as a hyperboost. The figure wields a gleaming blade, engulfed in hellfire. The figure is surrounded by crackling energy, experiencing overimmersion. The unlock condition has been fulfilled. Polymorph, increase public interest in the dungeon cleaning team. A figure in a cleaning uniform stands in a hallway, ready for the next task. Team Leader Park stands at a podium, ready to make an official statement to the 575 people watching. The chaos has attracted more attention, even though there wasn't much interest in the actual incident. The number of viewers increases to 5,251, then 4,002. Viewers comment on the cleaning team, wondering if the cleaning team's flower is shining. A woman is shown as viewers comment on her, wondering if they will get to see her in person if they apply to the cleaning team. Viewers express their excitement for the cleaning team to open recruitment, with some saying they'll quit their jobs to apply. The world is seen as unfair, as the woman managed to attract interest in the cleaning team with just one live broadcast. He mused that he should thank So-yeon for unlocking this skill. Kim Min-ju approached annoyed. She questioned why he had called her over when she was so busy. A voice asked if he was here, reminding him about the person who wanted to meet him. A woman in a suit offered a greeting. It was a pleasure to meet him, she said. He looked surprised as he shook her hand. The woman introduced herself as Deputy Manager Lee A-young from the support team. His eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as shock set in. Manager Lee dash. Lee A-young smiled, urging him to accept her handshake as her hand was getting tired. He thought, comparing the woman who had worked as his assistant to the one now working as a deputy manager. Was this really the Lee A-young he knew? It was hard to believe they were the same person. She is both a witness to his death and, at the same time, a suspect, Junwoo Kim considers, looking at the document in his hand. For now, he thinks, there's nothing wrong with being careful. A handshake seals a deal as a voice says, Cleaner Kim Junwoo, I've heard a lot about you. Your official statement at that press conference was also quite memorable. The woman's voice continues, remarking that Kim Junwoo doesn't seem as charismatic as she's heard. Lee A-young sits composed, her hands clasped in front of her, a slight smile playing on her lips. Kim Junwoo looks at her, a question forming in his mind. Does he need to be? Lee A-young laughs, stating that he would for the discussion they're about to have. The woman's smile widens, a hint of something calculating in her eyes. The question hangs in the air. How far do you want to go? Kim Junwoo stands with Lee A-young and another woman, listening to what she has to say. What she means to ask is how far. He replies that he has no idea what she's talking about, as she offers her assistance if he's planning to climb higher, shoving Song Min-cheol off his seat as the director, for example. Lee A-young sits, her expression unreadable, as the offer hangs in the air. Lee A-young expressed her desire to see the headquarters turned upside down, noting that the current state of things displeases her. She mentions the cleaning team's limited access. Elsewhere, a man in a suit speaks on the phone, referring to the support team as Little Gophers. Lee A-young, identified as part of the cleaning team, listens intently. The text explains that the cleaning team and the support team have always been treated badly. But one day, a cleaner appeared out of nowhere and started messing with people regardless of their rank. Lee A-young continues, relaying the story of a cleaner who appeared and started causing trouble regardless of rank. She also mentions that the cleaning team couldn't even access the cafeteria without him. The woman in the black suit asks if he is saying that the support team will help. Kim Junwoo listens intently, as Lee A-young clarifies that she isn't saying exactly how things will unfold. Her expression is serious. The story sounds exactly the same to him. Lee A-young responds, stating that he can understand it that way if he chooses. Tension hangs in the air as Kim Junwoo and Lee A-young stand with another woman. The atmosphere is thick with unspoken words. She states that she doesn't know what his future plans are. Lee A-young asks if he thinks it's enough to just have a cleaning team and a fledgling operations team. She wondered if joining hands with the support team would be reassuring. The deputy manager apologized for intruding, questioning if it was okay to decide this matter alone. The deputy manager affirmed that she had that much authority. Then, Junwoo Kim inquired how much help the support team could offer. The support team could provide a lot of things, including manufactured weapons and focus support. Junwoo Kim suggested that these conditions would be more useful in convincing the operations team than the cleaning team. Indeed, there's a reason this woman can be this confident even though she isn't the department manager. It's because her father is a member of the association's board of directors. Executive Director Lee Do-shik is one of the few high-ranked executives in the association who actually knows how to run the organization, and Lee Ae-young was also able to rise to the department manager position. Since Jinu Kim went back in time, she's just a deputy manager now. The two of them became a very powerful connection within the association. The deputy manager stood silently. Unfortunately, it didn't last very long. 5 years from now, Lee Do-shik will be fired from his position as an executive director, a fate seemingly set in stone. While reforming the Seoul headquarters, he most likely got on the bad side of the higher-ups. After that, Lee Ae-young's influence in the support team dwindled until she became his personal assistant. It was probably then that her personality changed, and she became robotic, a shell of her former self. Jinu Kim wonders if her proposition is actually Executive Director Do-shik's plan, a carefully laid trap. If he makes the mistake of cooperating with her, once Executive Director Lee Do-shik gets fired, both the cleaning team and the operations team might disappear without a trace, swallowed by the shadows of corporate intrigue. Lee Do-shik tells her that he is grateful for her offer, but he politely refuses, standing firm in his decision. Ae-young is taken aback. What could be the reason for his refusal? Lee Ae-young turns her head sharply towards Lee Do-shik, her expression unreadable. Ae-young clarifies that she was just telling him to keep doing what he's been doing so far. Lee Do-shik responds that he will, but he doesn't want any kind of help. She wonders if he is that confident or if he just dislikes her, the question hanging heavy in the air. Jinu Kim thinks that Lee Ae-young isn't the one behind his death in his previous life, but he still doesn't think he can fully trust her, a seed of doubt firmly planted. He states that both assumptions are incorrect, dismissing the previous line of thought. Someone declares they'll get going, mentioning they still have some cleaning to do. The woman with blonde hair looks surprised, stating that there is cleaning to do. A group of people in cleaning uniforms greet Mr. Junwoo as he arrives. Someone impatiently tells another to hurry up and get here. Two people in cleaning uniforms discuss that Han Sang-hyuk isn't there yet. The conversation continues, revealing that Han Sang-hyuk is on leave today because his older sister is coming to Korea. Sang-hyuk's older sister is an international hunter affiliated with the International Association, and she came back to the country for a job. Someone mentions that Sang-hyuk's only family left is his sister, as they prepare to get to work. Since that's the situation, someone told Han Sang-hyuk to take a few days off, leaving only a few to work for about a week. The man with brown hair thinks that even a punk like that has some things to worry about, as the other man tells him to mind his own business. The group laments that there are only 3 people to do this job, and they will definitely miss the last train. The team needed to work hard to fill Sang-hyuk's place. He was asked where he put the cleaning solution. So-yeon said it was beside her. She offered to bring it over. Kim Junwoo was asked if he had packed everything. So-yeon was also asked if she had packed everything. Someone off-panel demanded to know who the hell they were. So-yeon hadn't even noticed because there were usually 4 of them. Gu Sang-chan, a reporter from Central News Daily, introduced himself. He was in charge of covering Cleaning Team 3 starting today. The man in the suit asked why they hadn't heard anything about the coverage. He was surprised they weren't notified. The man in the suit explained that he even went through a lot just to get that permission. He questioned why they were suddenly interested in covering their cleaning. So-yeon was told it was because of their press conference the other day. A lot of people were now curious about the dungeon cleaning team. There were also a lot of stories related to the cleaning team coming out right now. However, there are many people who don't know what a cleaning team actually does. So, the reporter thought he'd take this opportunity to write a cleaning team special, but it seems he's being told not to. Sang-hyuk listened as the team debated the merits of the upcoming article. One member thought it would be good if more people learn about their job, potentially leading to more recruits. Another member voiced concerns, worried that the job's perception might worsen. Wouldn't it just make people's perception worse, he wondered. The man agreed with the captain, but then paused, a thought striking him. He seemed to consider something. By any chance, he wondered aloud, could publishing an article about the job also increase the number of applicants? Another member chimed in, explaining that while articles might temporarily raise the number of applicants, it's often not a good thing in the long run. The woman smiled, stating that she would do her best in writing, ensuring something like that wouldn't happen. She seemed confident in her abilities. Someone shouted no, demanding that the article be written in a way that makes the job look as easy as possible. The pressure was on. The man thought to himself that the job was so damn easy that they'll think even he could do it. He smirked, pleased with himself. If Sang-hyuk did that, he was told, then he could continue covering their team. He was excited by the prospect and offered to take on the task. Elsewhere, a man watched with a sinister expression. Something was brewing, and it wasn't good. CO Minchiel, a system message appeared. Hyperbleed, unlock condition. Acquire 1 new member for the dungeon cleaning team. He thought to himself that someone kept trying to mess with him, but it only seemed to work in his favor. Another voice questioned why the director allowed a reporter. The idea of covering the cleaning team surfaces, suggesting it would boost their morale if a good article came out. The response is dismissive, the unseen speaker confident that such a positive outcome is unlikely. The gruesome reality of a hunter's work is juxtaposed against the idea of a reporter writing about it. The man with dark hair questions if a reporter could accurately portray such a job. Seo Min-cheol sees a larger scheme at play, viewing the article as an opportunity for the cleaning team to learn their place. The man with gray hair seems confused by Seo Min-cheol's statement, prompting him to ask what's the matter. Seo Min-cheol asks if the cleaning team was informed about the reporter's visit, receiving a simple acknowledgement in response. Dungeon cleaning seems like a never-ending job, one of the men laments. He then asks if he can call the other, Hyung-nim. Another voice chimes in, asking Junwoo how long he has been working in the cleaning team. Surprised, one of the men didn't expect Junwoo to be a newbie. He then inquires about Ms. Mun So-yeon. The cleaning team looks on, clearly annoyed by the current situation and the noise. One of the men grits his teeth, admitting to himself that he's only putting up with this to unlock a skill. The team hopes that a good article will come out, potentially attracting a few more applicants to join their ranks. A scream pierces the air as someone cries out in terror at the sight of a monster. One of the men notes that it's already dead, expressing his relief. He then asks what they should do with it. Another man exclaims how exciting it is, declaring that it's time to dismantle a monster. He thinks to himself that this is the part he enjoys the most, a sinister grin spreading across his face. One of the men asks if they should dismantle this one, clearly excited about the prospect. A plush teddy bear lies discarded on the ground, surrounded by its brethren. This teddy bear has been modified, replaced with cotton stuffing and a protruding tongue. Han Sang-hyuk's face contorts in a grimace, his glasses reflecting the scene before him. He sits on the ground, seemingly in shock, his suit rumpled and covered in dust. Voices call out to him, asking if he is all right, while another warns to be careful. A woman with wide, crazed eyes clutches a similar modified teddy bear, a chilling smile on her face. There are many kinds of danger within a dungeon. Han Sang-hyuk stands, arms crossed, a determined look on his face as he is flanked by two others. The voices continue to call out, fear evident in their tone as they repeat his name. Mr. Sang-chan? A sinister smile spreads across a man's face, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Another man's expression hardens, a vow escaping his lips. He will shatter the entire impression they had of him. The woman with short black hair takes notes, listening to the terms. They don't have enough people, yet must finish cleaning within 2 hours, working 3 to 4 dungeons a day. She faces her colleagues, who are wearing aprons. Despite the harsh conditions, one asks if she thinks it's still worth doing what they do. Kim Junwoo grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead. He thinks to himself that he can't let it wrap up like this. The hands of dungeon cleaners are shown at work. Come to think of it, someone asks if Junwoo checked it. Kim Junwoo's eyes widen in disbelief. What do you mean, it's your first payday? He thinks to himself, that's it. A stack of money is displayed prominently. If there's nothing appealing about the work, then it all comes down to the money. Even if the job is terrible, as long as there's a lot of money offered, people will still be interested, Junwoo thinks, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he looks at his phone. The phone screen displays a balance calculation for the month, showing total working days, hours, and a bonus from participating in a joint project, totaling 3,563,240 KRW. Kim Junwoo looks up, realizing something. He worked 300 hours in a month for a measly 3.5 million won, and that's with a bonus already included. The phone screen shows text about 100-fold difference compared to what he used to earn as a hunter. It's missing 1 0. They got a lot for this month. The woman with short black hair and her colleagues are shown again, right? They're pretty rich since there's a bonus on top. The woman and Kim Junwoo stare with shocked expressions, both seemingly realizing the implications of the situation. He lets out a gasp, his face conveying that he'd rather die than do this job. At this rate, an article will come out stating that even NEETs won't consider this job. Someone laughs, pointing out that they've only sent half of the payment. A team member exclaims that their team gets paid twice a month after all. The protagonist looks at his phone with a confused expression, muttering a quiet pardon and what. Another team member laughs, wondering how they could get a monthly salary like this for the work they're doing. The team confirms that the monthly salary is around 7 million won, with one member responding with a hesitant yes. Someone remarks that it's great and more than what you can get most big companies, attracting people's interest even though it's a little hard. Kim Junwoo, along with the other team members, is shocked, realizing the implications of the high salary. A team member warns that if their lie gets caught after the article comes out, they'll never have the chance at getting new recruits. Someone urges them to hurry up and say they were just joking, but another voice declares that they're not joking. Standing in the dungeon, the team member emphasizes that they are not lying about the high salary. He was keeping the cleaning team in mind, but another man, somewhere else, was described as raving mad. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason to the behavior of that human, and the question remained, why was he doing all of these things? It was all for the sake of the cleaning team. Well, in any case, it was better to stay out of the way of a madman like him. Someone knocked on the door, breaking the silence of the office. The door burst open as the man in the uniform announced he was coming in. Kim Jun-woo cursed under his breath, recognizing the approaching figure. Speak of the madman. The man in the uniform stood before Kim Jun-woo, his expression expectant. He asked, "What's the problem this time?" The cleaner looked directly at Kim Jun-woo, his gaze unwavering. "My salary, please," he stated simply. Kim Jun-woo questioned the request. A salary increase? But he had only been working for a month. What's more, his contract-to-hire probation period wasn't over yet. Kim Jun-woo sighed, asking how much of a raise the man in the uniform wanted. The response was immediate. "Make it double." Frustration etched itself onto Kim Jun-woo's face. His eyes narrowed in disbelief at the audacity of the request. Kim Jun-woo leaned forward, his expression intense. He asked why the cleaner wanted to increase his salary, pointing out that the current amount wasn't low for a non-permanent employee. Kim Jun-woo watched the man in the uniform, his expression unreadable. He conceded that it wasn't that bad if he just looked at the amount. He considered the cleaner's request, acknowledging that the job's difficulty warranted a higher compensation. The protagonist's expression shifted, a hint of concern flickering across his face as he listened. The cleaner pressed his demands, insisting that the entire team's salary be doubled, his tone unwavering. The situation demanded endurance. Kim Jun-woo's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he questioned the cleaner's true motives. The protagonist found a request outrageous, even for a general corporation. Doubling the entire team's salary seemed excessive. The cleaner sighed, internally admitting that Song Min-cheol had a surprisingly good read on the situation. The thought crossed his mind that if it were him, he would have started cursing right away. Kim Jun-woo accused the cleaner of trying to pin a blunder on him, his voice laced with suspicion. The protagonist swore that fulfilling the cleaner's demand was simply beyond his capabilities. He realized he might have jumped the gun too early, as the system displayed unlocked conditions for new skills. He reflected that he'd been too rash in trying to unlock 2 skills at once, regretting his haste. The polished shoe strides forward, each step echoing in the sterile environment. A voice calls out, demanding the attention of CO Min-cheol. The executive director confronts CO Min-cheol, questioning the distribution of operations and accusing him of favoring Team 1. A jovial voice booms, announcing the arrival of a guest. The man with the beard holds up his phone, snapping a photo of Kim Jun-woo and CO Min-cheol. The executive director seems unamused. He pauses, turning back at the sound of the booming voice. The man with the beard continues to take pictures, much to the confusion of Kim Jun-woo. The man with the beard reveals his surprising reason. He's a fan. The man with the beard identifies him as Cleaner Kim Jun-woo from Cleaning Team 3. Meanwhile, Executive Director Lee Do-shik's power is waning, but he remains influential. He did his best to keep them apart, but they still met. Elsewhere, Lee A-young used to follow idols, a stark contrast to her current role. The man in the black suit asks Junwoo Kim how the executive director knows someone like him. Lee Do-shik laughs, mentioning Junwoo's fame for ousting Lim Dongbin from his office. He asks if it's true that Junwoo is running Operations Team 2 and has connections all over headquarters. The man in the suit with the blue tie points a finger, saying there's another rumor about Junwoo setting things up to swallow the headquarters whole. Junwoo Kim looks surprised, wondering what the man is even talking about. The city lights twinkle in the distance. Lee Do-shik laughs heartily. He claims to know about the cleaning team having ridiculously low salaries. Lee Do-shik asks if there was a reason Junwoo came to see CO Min-cheol, adding that he can't guarantee he'll hear him out, as it's something that can't be decided by him alone. Kim Jun-woo thinks about what a sharp intuition Lee Do-shik has. It's payment season this month for the operations teams. The dungeon information provided by the control team to Operations Team 1 was already over 100 pages long. The man with the beard looks on. Someone observes that CO Min-cheol is making it too easy for Lee Soo-young, who's aligned his faction, to perform well. Lee Do-shik questions Kim Jun-woo, asking if the captain of Operations Team 2 is aligned with his faction. Do-shik states that one's status as a cleaner or hunter isn't important to him. Lee Do-shik tells Jun-woo to show him what he can do to deserve a salary increase. That way, Do-shik can justify the proposal he makes to the board of directors. Do-shik tells Jun-woo to work together with Operations Team 2 and see if he can beat Team 1 in terms of performance results at least once. Lee Do-shik's eyes narrow as he stares intently. Do-shik states that he can then guarantee a salary increase for the cleaning team, demanding that Jun-woo show him how good he is. Kim Jun-woo looks nervous and sweats as he considers the request. A few days later, the scene shifts forward in time. 3 figures stand in what appears to be a classroom or training area, their expressions unreadable. One of the students asks their teacher why they have been asked to gather there today. Jun-woo stands with his back to the viewer, thinking that it's nothing unusual, as it's already payment season for the operations teams. He declares that this time, Operations Team 2, along with Cleaning Team 3, will aim for the #1 spot. The teacher is asked why they have been gathered here today. He explains that it's payment season for the operations teams, so nothing unusual. The team is just rushing to meet their quota. CO Min-cheol is openly backing Team 1, and Team 3 hired freelance hunters. The teacher wants them to make more progress this time. One of the team members notes that they'll be able to break away from the shabby treatment. The teacher asks if they are up for it or not. One of the team members says that if the teacher puts it like that, how can they not do it? The teacher says he will help them out and has a plan, adding that cleaner Kim Junwoo is going to help them. The team members agree that they'll do it with no questions asked. One of the team members says it's not like the cleaning team is irrelevant during the operations team's payment season. The team will be systematically cleaning the cleared dungeons, which is the most important part. The operation requires perfect coordination between the operations team and the cleaning team. She insists, clearly upset. He pauses, correcting himself. The truth is, another team is involved in this operation. The woman with blonde hair says that he cruelly turned down her offer, but he still calls her when he needs her. The woman with blonde hair wonders if he has any idea how upset she was, stating that anyone else wouldn't even spare him a second glance. Kim Junwoo states that he does. Lee Do-shik tells him in advance that she holds grudges, as the others look on. The operations team and the cleaning team can't win this on their own. That's why he swallowed his pride and asked Lee Yong for help. Lee Do-shik smiles, saying that they'll talk more about this next time, and asks what help he needs from her. If the work of other cleaning teams gets delayed, there will be no choice but to slow down the rate of dungeon clearing. That will be their chance. This time, they will use any method to rise up. The support team will provide A+ or higher grade weapons and consumables, and the hunters should be attended to every 2 days. The woman in the black suit insists on a clear chain of command. She also requests plasma cutters and drones for the cleaning team. The woman with short blonde hair gestures emphatically. Someone at the table questions why so many resources are needed for the task. The man with brown hair looks displeased. He questions the others about their talk of securing a stable rating. Someone believes another is only trying to obtain an insignificant rank. They also criticize a nepotism baby team captain who lacks knowledge. The woman with short blonde hair stands before a group in black suits. The discussion continues, focusing on operations. The woman in the black suit speaks, her expression serious as she addresses the team. The man with brown hair raises a finger, emphasizing that their aim is something specific. The speech bubble indicates that this time, the control team is involved in some way. The woman with short blonde hair explains that operations team 1 has most of the information on the dungeon formation. She notes the difference in intel between teams. Someone reassures the others that there's no need to worry. Another person questions when and where dungeons will appear. The man with brown hair crosses his arms, confident in his sense that a dungeon is going to open soon. Someone expresses surprise at another sudden appearance. They apologize for interrupting the meeting. The man on the right side of the room smirks, as the other two point with expressions of shock. The woman wonders if the cleaning team usually takes the reins when it comes to joint operations of this scale. The group of people look up, their faces etched with confusion, as a strange purple energy crackles into existence. Someone wonders what that sound was, before realizing it was the dungeon they spoke about just now. A man declares that everyone should go clear some dungeons. The man looks forward, a concerned expression on his face. The woman looks forward, her expression serious. Someone orders the support team to quickly prepare the equipment. 2 tall buildings stand against the night sky, their windows glowing with light. 2 people discuss maximizing the use of CCTV cameras to prevent overlapping routes and ask about the preparations for the cutters and weapons production. The woman asks if they have tried asking the Department of Raw Materials Management, noting that if they fall behind, the other team's schedules also get affected. The man responds that they can't spare anything since they're also lacking materials. The angry woman states that it's not that they're lacking anything, they're giving everything to someone else instead, and instruct to steal from them if they keep refusing. Someone reluctantly agrees, while another questions if they are truly all right. The woman's expression shows her concern, her eyes wide behind her glasses. One of the women expresses her annoyance at hearing the term little gophers used repeatedly. The other takes responsibility and urges her to continue. A fist clenches, and the speaker vows not to miss the chance to ruin both Seo Min-cheol and Lee Soo-yeon. Elsewhere, the ground trembles, a sign of the impending battle. A monstrous skeleton appears, a glowing blue orb emanating from its maw. An army of skeletons, armed with swords and shields, stands ready for battle. The woman with long black hair prepares to strike, her eyes narrowed behind her mask. She moves with incredible speed, kicking up dust as she advances. The woman swings her sword, ready to cut down the skeletal foes. The man with brown hair expresses his frustration at having to face giant iron skeletons. They are warned that the skeletons are as tanky as the giant rock ogre they fought before and advised to use a one-shot KO skill. The monster's weakness is the spinal joints at the back of its neck. Concentrating attacks there should make it easier. Someone declares they'll take care of the big one. The rest of the team is instructed to attack the others themselves. The leader figure commands everyone to listen. They are to attack using the formation they've practiced. The team advances, running towards the giant skeleton monster, ready to engage. The woman with her hair in a bun lets out a battle cry, her expression fierce. She prepares to strike, her face set with determination as she faces the enemy. The bearded figure shouts, calling out to their captain in the heat of battle. The woman with long dark hair prepares to unleash her power. Her fist clenches, ready to deliver a devastating blow. She strikes with a burst of green energy, her attack connecting with force. A figure is sent flying, falling through the air amidst the chaos. Another figure cries out, their power surging as they unleash an attack. He declares that he has stunned the giant skeleton monster with a powerful blow. A skill is activated, bathing the area in a bright light as two figures stand ready. The team receives a beneficial buff, enhancing their abilities for the coming fight. With his sword glowing, Kim Jun-woo leaps towards the stunned monster, preparing to strike. Another skill activation message appears, signaling further enhancements. Someone shouts, perhaps stealing themselves for the coming onslaught. The giant skeleton monster's skull is shown, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Sword raised high, he prepares to deliver a devastating blow to the monster. The name of the attack is revealed, True Unsheathing Dance. Seo Min-cheol wonders when Kim Min-ju grew so much. The sword connects, impacting the giant skeleton monster with tremendous force. Kim Jun-woo looks on, a hint of uncertainty in his expression. The monster is impaled, swords piercing through its massive form. A woman watches with wide eyes, a look of shock etched on her face. Amidst the debris, a man in a vest stands firm, observing the aftermath. A lone sword lies discarded on the ground, a testament to the battle. A voice whispers, "That scared me." With a determined step, he initiates the skill activation. The system displays a notification. Over-immersion significantly increases the effectiveness of the skill activated by the caster during combat. Swords encircle him, glowing with an ethereal purple energy. The monster's face contorts in rage, its eyes burning with a furious red light. Standing before the gaping maw, Kim Jun-woo prepares for the final strike. The sword crackles with power, ready to unleash its devastating force. The blade plunges downward, impaling its target with incredible speed. Hyper Boost activates, amplifying his abilities to their peak. He unleashes a burst of power, the purple energy crackling around him. A concentrated beam of that same energy pierces the air. Kim Jun-woo stands before a massive form, the purple aura still radiating from his body. The man known as Captain grins widely, his expression full of excitement. Park smiles knowingly, observing the unfolding events. Captain and another person watch with awe. The equipment from the support team is truly magnificent, he thinks. Someone questions the need for such a dramatic entrance, as an object is shattered by a blast of blue energy. Captain asks Jun-woo if they can keep the cutter for themselves, believing 10 dungeons a day would be easy with it. The voice explains that it will be difficult, as the item was imported from overseas at a high price for weapons production. One of the women states that she has already sent the manufactured item. The group is told to let the support team take care of them. Someone wonders if they can ask for this as a favor from the deputy manager. Captain confidently states that getting first place won't be a problem at this rate. A skyscraper stands tall, reflecting the warm hues of the setting sun. The updated cumulative number of cleared dungeons is displayed, showing Operations Team 1 and Team 2 tied. The two men below the screen appear displeased with the results. The man in the suit states that while the number of cleared dungeons may be the same now, the gap between the two teams will definitely widen. A fist clenches tightly on a desk, knuckles white with tension. Frustration boils over as someone shouts, "FUCK? Just what the hell is the problem?" The man in the suit leans forward, his expression intense as he looks down at someone. Someone exclaims that if this continues, Team 2 will have a huge lead over Team 1. They then accuse Kim Jun-woo of protesting because he wasn't given a raise. A woman tells the captain that they have to return it, as they are shown holding a weapon. Operations Team 1 faced a monstrous beast, its eyes glowing with menacing energy. A voice boomed, laced with frustration. The man demanded they use all their skills. The man with the communication device relayed orders. This raid was under the leadership of Seo Min-cheol and Lee Soo-yeon. The man continued his tirade, berating the cleaning team for falling behind schedule. The two figures could only apologize. A joint operation was underway, led by Kim Jun-woo. He knew the monster grew stronger over time, urging a quick attack. The monster roared, a terrifying sound as it faced a barrage of attacks. The team still had plenty of time, but they were urged to rest. They were 1 hour ahead of schedule. The monstrous beast loomed, its form radiating a dark and ominous presence. A joint operation unfolded between Operations Team 3 and some freelance hunters, all working together. Tension mounted as the three individuals displayed intense and determined expressions. The man's rage is palpable, his voice booming with unrestrained fury. One man questions if the support team has also joined forces with them. He wonders if they're on friendly terms with the support team. The support team's deputy manager, Lee A-young, is said to have some power. The man with the beard asks if Executive Director Lee Do-shik is involved in this operation. The man's face contorts in anger, realizing that Team 1 is getting all the resources. He believes this is unacceptable. It's stated that he isn't the kind of person who'd sabotage the association's primary representative team. The speaker wonders if they also managed to get the control team on their side, showing images of key players. It's stated that their alliance could be considered a division capable of clearing dungeons by itself, as the man with the tablet looks on. One man asks if the other is planning to join hands with the cleaning team, as the other stands in the background. The man smiles thinly, stating that there is no way he would do such a thing. Paeon Chonghyan, member of the command and control team, declares that they should not give them any more dungeons to clear. The man looks shocked, questioning what that means, his hands clasped tightly together. The man's eyes narrow with intense anger, his expression one of pure fury. The unseen figure gives a stern warning, forbidding any authorization to Team 2. A team reports their success in clearing Sichodong, but their teacher limits them to 5 dungeons a day, conserving energy for a final push. Paeon Chonghyan beams, wielding a strange device with obvious satisfaction as his team works diligently. He chuckles, expressing his approval of someone's actions. Paeon Chonghyan asks the man with dark hair what he thinks, suggesting the task is easy for anyone. The dismantling is done with a cutting machine, and disinfection is done with a drone, according to the text. The man with dark hair remarks on how easy the task is, while Paeon Chonghyan questions if all the stuff comes free of charge. Paeon Chonghyan corrects himself, addressing the man with dark hair as Sangchan. Paeon Chonghyan expresses his desire for new blood on the team, pleading with Sangchan for help. Sangchan reflects on the bigger picture, acknowledging that their progress is due to Paeon Chonghyan. A call goes out, a plea echoing in the void. The cleaning team is requested to answer. A woman with short blonde hair turns to the man beside her, concern etched on her face. She asks what the matter is. An official notice declares that all dungeon clearing operations requiring completion are now under the jurisdiction of Operations Team 1. Kim Junwoo's brow furrows as he hears that the control team has sided with Seo Mincheol. He wonders if their persistence is becoming excessive. The current tally of dungeons cleared is displayed, showing the progress of Operations Teams 1 through 4. The woman with short blonde hair explains that the problem lies in the sheer number of dungeons that Team 1 is tasked with clearing. The cleaning teams struggle to keep up with the overwhelming number of dungeons, working tirelessly to clear the aftermath of the battles. Kim Junwoo looks down, a shadow of concern crossing his face as he acknowledges the 3 dungeons left uncleaned, a number that threatens to rise. He looks up, a glint of determination in his eyes, though he admits that the consequences of unclean dungeons are no longer his concern. After the operations, the cleaning team is the one who has to clean things up. The figures in protective suits express their dismay, wondering what they should do in the face of such overwhelming tasks. Kim Junwoo's expression hardens as he realizes that failing to secure first place this time will mean no salary increase and difficulty in getting an article published. He grits his teeth, knowing there's too much at stake to give up. One of the cleaners speaks into his radio, believing Team 1 will eventually reach their limit. He hopes they can catch up with a final spurt. However, the problem is that dungeons are being allowed to go uncleaned, becoming increasingly dangerous. Even with protective suits, the cleaners know there's no way to survive the poisonous gas in an uncleaned dungeon. If this continues to happen routinely, the order of clearing the dungeon before cleaning it up might be switched. The cleaners will have to deal with the consequences of the uncleaned dungeons. The cleaners are forced to enter dungeons with live monsters still inside. One of the cleaners worries that he'd probably be fine, but the other team members might not be. The cleaner holds his communication device, ready to respond to any calls. The operations team and support team are requested to reply to the call. The Uedo Supernatural and Dementia Management Association stands tall against the night sky. The building stands during the day, a symbol of the organization's presence. A new message blares on the screen. 3 unclean dungeons have been found within the Seoul area. Someone expresses their intense anger, directing it towards Seo Mincheol, calling him a son of a bitch. The man in the suit clenches his fist, furious that someone claimed to be elite, yet turned a blind eye to the disaster. Secretary Yu is ordered to contact the control immediately, the urgency clear in the tone. A woman looks on with concern as someone urgently demands the team captain's presence. The man in the suit responds with a terse, almost reluctant yes. Meanwhile, the concerned woman states firmly that there is no need for something, though the context remains unclear. The man, visibly annoyed, questions why she's looking for him during office hours, his tone sharp. The woman calmly replies that she is there on work matters, attempting to defuse the situation. He retorts, questioning her etiquette towards her superior, implying she should be more polite. The man threatens to fire her, but then dismisses the need to cancel all operations because of the uncleaned dungeons. The man's expression is one of simmering anger, his eyes narrowed and jaw clenched. The dangers of unclean dungeons are being discussed, with concerns about the risks they pose. It's explained that every team member involved in the collaboration has joined the cleaning team. Cleaning Team 2, Operations Team 2, and the support team are currently working on the unclean dungeons. The cleaning team is hard at work, clearing out a dungeon. Blood stains the floor, a testament to the dangers within. The man with the beard admits he's not up for it, but it was the leader's orders. He asks what they're talking about. Kim Jun-woo, eyes glowing, relays a message from their leader to Secretary Yu. Secretary Yu watches as the door closes behind her, a sense of finality in the air. Someone asks if the man in the suit is leaving already, his departure seemingly abrupt. Secretary Yu states that she doesn't have a lot of free time, implying a busy schedule. She adds that she also has some cleaning to do, hinting at her involvement in the dungeon cleanup. The man with the beard laughs, exclaiming, "Ha-ha, would you look at those crazy punks?" He admits defeat this time, wondering if that means he will win next time, a hint of rivalry in his tone. The question hangs in the air. How are others so obedient? Before the disciplinary committee, a subordinate confirms receipt of instructions. Song Min-jeol is informed that he has lost to the cleaning team once again. The news ignites a visible fury on Song Min-jeol's face. The city looms, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. A question arises. Should they halt the operations now? The man worries about what will happen if their actions are exposed. The man states that not only the other teams, but even the boards will likely make a fuss. From the moment they handed out the exclusive authority to clear dungeons, all the other teams became their enemies. The man states that things have already gotten out of control, so it's too late to try and fix it now. Boarding CO Min-jeol's ship ended up being in vain. He strides forward, reporting to the director that there's no need to stop the operations. Operations Team 2 and the support team were dispatched to assist with the dungeon cleaning. The man on the left wonders if there won't be any problems if they proceed with their operations. The other man notes that Operations Team 2 dropped out of the competition. He also wonders if Lee Do-shik's daughter is with the support team. One of the men believes it's fortunate that Operations Team 2 won't be able to clear dungeons. He thinks it's a given that they'll take first place in the final ranking. Supporting Kim Min-ju is also present. Someone is relieved that they don't have to deal with the uncleared dungeons anymore, considering it a bonus. Another person is shocked, realizing they've lost every chance they had to fix this mess. The situation has devolved, and now they are in a terrible situation. The hunter carefully cuts into the monster's hide, the blade meeting resistance with each pass. Other hunters stand guard, their presence a silent promise of protection as the dismantling continues. The woman with short brown hair questions why the cutting isn't going through as easily as it should. The woman with long black hair explains that several cuts following the grain are necessary. She continues, explaining that usually the blood is wiped off intermittently, but since they're short on time, it's better to dismantle these first. The woman with short brown hair is told that she's still doing quite well for a first-timer. The woman with long black hair says it's because she's already been helping them a few days before, adding that you can't be forceful. The woman with short brown hair looks dejected, wondering if she's being left out again. The woman with long black hair smiles, stating that she is just kidding. One of the hunters in the background thinks that the woman with long black hair is an eccentric person and that it's almost time to wrap things up before the dungeon closes. The woman with black hair expresses her gratitude, thanking the man with brown hair for his hard work, addressing him as teacher. A group of hunters stand together, one commenting on how tiring the day was. An unseen figure asks if there's a problem. The woman with black hair responds, saying it's nothing. Kim Jun-woo explains that at the current pace, achieving the number 1 spot seems difficult, and he feels like he's making everyone suffer in vain. The woman with black hair is surprised that he cares so much. The woman with black hair smiles, calling him attentive. Another man reassures someone not to worry. Even if the teacher decides to go ahead with the plan, they won't be doing it anyway. A member of the cleaning team thinks that if everyone's only goal was to get first place, none of them would have joined the cleaning team when asked. Kim Jun-woo and the woman with black hair continue their conversation, with the woman stating that everyone doesn't seem to be in the right mind and asking if the results were that far behind. The team has spent entire days just cleaning, but they still have 3 weeks left, so they consider beginning now. The hunters remark that it looks like they're also doing overtime, and their team still has a lot of energy. He wondered aloud about grabbing a bite to eat first, his expression thoughtful. Then, heavy boots thudded on the metallic floor, the sound echoing in the space. A blinding flash erupted, momentarily obscuring everything in a burst of light. Kim Min-ju apologized for being late, his face beaming with a wide smile. Even though things got to this point because of people who were blinded by the desire to only get achievements, the control team had already called off all ongoing operations, leaving one man in shock. The screen displayed the final settlement ranking, showing Operations Team 2 in second place. The team erupted in cheers, celebrating their second-place victory despite being out for 4 days, while Kim Jun-woo looked surprised. One man smugly remarked that even losing was a victory, while a woman looked on, confused. The man in the red jacket is furious, questioning if he's trying to pour gasoline on a burning house. The man in the blue suit stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he listens to the accusation. The man in the blue suit declares his intent to hold CO Mincheol severely accountable, adding that there's something else. He reflects that it must be about the reform of the headquarters, just like what happened in his previous life. Kim Jun-woo states firmly that he is definitely not going, his expression resolute. A man thanks everyone for their hard work, his tone appreciative as the two women behind him smile. A voice calls out, wishing everyone to take care on their way. Someone asks if everyone is going to leave already, suggesting they should all have a meal together. A voice exclaims that something sounds good, expressing enthusiasm. Someone asks if the captain is going, adding that Mr. Junwoo should come too. Two people insist that someone is not staying out of this one, with one affirming that's right. Kim Junwoo looks concerned, his expression suggesting he's contemplating the situation. He agreed to attend, unaware of the events that would unfold. A celebratory atmosphere filled the air, a stark contrast to what was to come. A voice echoed, filled with regret. I knew I shouldn't have come. The disciplinary committee meeting was underway, the consequences looming large. The committee meeting was held at the headquarters to address the incident. Team Captain Lee Soo-young reasoned that they carried out the dungeon clearings, unaware the resources were concentrated on Team 1. CO Mincheol's justification, however, was even more ridiculous, claiming the resource monopoly was for the association's image. The man in the suit expressed his disbelief that the control team would give everything to Team 1. Eventually, CO Mincheol received a salary cut as punishment for his actions. Control team's Captain Pyeon Chong-hyun received a verbal reprimand for his role in the incident. Lastly, the control team's captain was also reprimanded, and Pyeon Chong-hyun even personally apologized. That was how the incident ended this time, a chapter closed but not forgotten. So, Kim Jun-woo looks on, wondering why he was called here. Pyeon Chong-hyun admits that this is a bit embarrassing, but she'll be frank. She explains that she hasn't paid him for helping out in the joint operation yet, and thought he helped out of kindness. Kim Jun-woo is surprised, stating that he never said he'd give everything for free. He asks to make sure that she doesn't think he's doing this for free. Pyeon Chong-hyun responds that it's not at all, and it's quite a personal matter, which is good to hear. She asks if he knew that the person was her father, adding that not a lot of people in the headquarters knew about that. Pyeon Chong-hyun mentions that after that settlement season, people at the headquarters have been paying a lot of attention to the cleaning team now. Kim Jun-woo and others listen as someone explains that it's no surprise a cleaning team is involved in a struggle between operations teams. The man in the suit continues, saying it's thanks to such a team that Operations Team 2 was even able to get second place. It's said that it's only natural that they will pay attention, but another voice says it's the opposite. Kim Jun-woo is surprised by the praise the cleaning team is receiving, as others around him seem to agree. He overheard that everyone seems to consider the cleaning team as an object of envy. Pyeon Chong-hyun questioned how the cleaning team could be seen that way. She added that they don't have anything to be jealous of, though. Pyeon Chong-hyun stated that Kim Jun-woo got second place during the settlement season, and the results speak for themselves. She added that if only things went smoothly, he could have taken first place for themselves. Moreover, it wasn't a secret that everyone went to help clean, putting aside performance competition without any hesitation. It must have been quite a shock for the people inside the association who only cared about results. It was a great move on his part. He was aiming for that in the first place, wasn't he? Kim Jun-woo responded that he had no idea what Pyeon Chong-hyun was even talking about. He asked if that even had anything to do with their deal. Pyeon Chong-hyun stated that this time, there's going to be a new cleaning team. Pyeon Chong-hyun added that they're already talking about personnel appointments. The payment he wanted to ask from her. Pyeon Chong-hyun smiled at him. Pyeon Chong-hyun stated that she thinks there's no other person more suited to establishing Cleaning Team 6 other than him. Kim Jun-woo questioned what authority he has to decide on whom to pick, stating he's just a cleaner. Pyeon Chong-hyun responded that when it comes to choosing which person qualifies, a team captain's authority is more than enough. He is informed that he will be promoted to team captain, a proposition that hangs heavy in the air. The woman with short brown hair questions the decision, wondering how someone with only 2 months of employment can be promoted so quickly. She suggests Captain Park as an alternative. Supporting Pyeon Chang, Hyon finds it amusing to hear such concerns voiced, his expression unreadable. The woman with blonde hair observes a diagram showing the new position of cleaning section chief, a recent addition to the organizational structure. Supporting Pyeon Chang, Hyon explains that the operations department can now have a section chief, implying growth for the cleaning teams. Kim Jun-woo flatly refuses the original idea of taking the section chief seat. The woman with short brown hair anticipated his response, not bothering to ask him directly. To be honest, the proposal of becoming a team captain isn't bad, he thinks. It could be a good springboard for climbing up the ranks in the future. However, the protagonist realizes that being a team captain is a lot more troublesome than he initially thought, a wave of anxiety washing over him. By the way, the text continues, shifting the focus. The woman with blonde hair questions what hiring new staff has to do with him. He replies that it obviously has nothing to do with him. The woman with blonde hair smiles smugly, suggesting that genius recognizes genius, implying he should be involved in the hiring process. Anyway, he is told to start looking for the most suitable people around him, scouting from private guilds or persuading people on the streets. He sat with his arms crossed, seemingly unconcerned. There was no need for that, not with the number of recruits coming. The message hung in the air, recruits would be coming soon. Pyeon Chonghyan looked surprised. Recruits? She asked. Elsewhere, two men discussed a reporter covering their team. The man with the apron requested that the article make their work look easy. The man with the apron smiled, explaining that he asked the reporter to write the article in a way that made working in the cleaning team look as easy as possible. Pyeon Chonghyan interrupted. Sorry to interrupt you, but that article's already out. Haven't you read it yet? A notification appeared on a phone. The man with the apron thought, huh? But he said he'd call me once it's out. The man with the apron's face contorted in anger. The phone displayed the article. What the hell is this? It read. Cleaning dungeons ensures they can be cleared smoothly, which is the primary job of the dungeon cleaning team. Throughout this process, the dungeon cleaning team is exposed to dangerous gases and poison. Their numbers are few, they have high-intensity jobs, and their working hours are terrible. However, just by looking at these tasks, what they do can be considered a typical 3D job, difficult, dirty, and dangerous. After closely observing the cleaning team, it turned out that their job wasn't only limited to these tasks. While it was normal to expect other cleaning teams to be overwhelmed with work during the operations team settlement season, cleaner Kim Junwoo from Cleaning Team 3 planned and led a joint operation. The cleaning team is not just a team that cleans dungeons. They also coordinate the jobs of all teams, which would lead to efficient and stable operations. The core of the association is the planning team. That is why they require more skills and better abilities compared to other teams, even though their salary is quite low. It was said that the dungeon cleaning team was the frontliner of the association. Someone remarked that they thought he was younger, and that he was someone to keep an eye on, a true leader. Kim Junwoo stared intensely at his phone, his expression a mask of fury. Reporter Gu Sangchan sent a message, demanding to know what the hell was with the article. The same message pinged again from reporter Gu Sangchan, accompanied by a winking emoji. Kim Junwoo, still holding his phone, was asked what he thought of the article, if it came out well. The responses to the article were quite crazy, with some calling the cleaning team the big shot and a special operations team. The woman with blonde hair noted that the common misconception of the job being unimportant had changed a little. There were no applicants for the cleaning team yet. The woman and Kim Junwoo discussed how excellent skills and good abilities were required, even though the salary offer was low, and that after reading the article, no one would be interested in applying. Gu Sangchan was on his hands and knees cleaning, yelling out his own name in frustration. A voice echoes with unrestrained fury, leveling an accusation of betrayal. The man's face contorts with rage, sweat beading on his brow as he speaks. A subordinate wonders if he will be promoted to team captain. The standing man confirms the possibility of a new position. The man at the window believes Kim Junwoo is the source of their troubles. The speaker asserts that Kim Junwoo holds the real authority. He suggests that the new cleaning team 6 would be an exception. That being said, the man states that the new team will imitate cleaning team 3, a plan that seems to cause the other man to question him. Someone more capable than Kim Junwoo is needed, the man thinks, his eyes glowing with intensity. The man explains how Kim Junwoo expanded his influence by backing Kim Minju. They're also going to raise their own cleaning team to widen their influence, and are getting on this train using a cleaning coin. The man is reminded that he said he wasn't touching the cleaning team anymore, causing him to look back in surprise. He glares upward, his expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. Even executive directors are vying for the new team captain position. They also share a similar goal, already contacting private guilds. They are searching for suitable talent they can exploit. Mr. Kim considers expanding his influence to the cleaning team, ensuring no one interferes with his plans. He reflects on a past glance, realizing it wasn't entirely wrong. Operations Team 2, the support team, and even the control team are joining the cleaning team side. At this rate, a division impervious to the headquarters' influence could be created, a prospect that looms large. However, the woman notes, if someone from their side joins the new cleaning team, things could change drastically. The headquarters' influence can be felt, a dark presence looming over everything. In other words, depending on who gets the position of the cleaning team captain, it will change everything. Mr. Kim instructs Soo-young to scout freelance hunters in Gyeonggi-do. He will also go out to take a look himself. He wonders if there is a specific criterion for choosing someone. Do they need previous cleaning experience, for example? It's just a cleaning job in the end, so what's the need for that? Just look for someone with a high rank and a lot of experience clearing dungeons. Mr. Kim walks away, pondering what to do about Kim Junwoo. He'll definitely be interested in the new team, he thinks. Doubts linger as to whether they can find someone more capable. The speaker wonders how amazing a person brought in by a greenhorn could even be. Putting others aside, the man in the suit thinks they cannot afford to lose, even when it comes to fights involving personal connections. The man in the suit, Mr. Kim, appears surprised, perhaps by the implications of his own thoughts. A discarded cigarette pack and scattered butts litter the floor, hinting at a hidden habit. Someone reflects, surprised, thinking that he had quit smoking years ago. Kim Jun-woo takes a drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling into the air. It's been some time since the settlement season ended, and he's enjoying the chance to laze around. Han Sang-hyuk stands behind Kim Jun-woo, a concerned expression on her face. A personnel appointment notice is displayed, prompting someone to question what the heck they are thinking. The personnel appointment notice details Kim Jun-woo's change of position, from cleaning team member to cleaning team 3 captain. Kim Jun-woo looks at his phone, where Han Sang-hyuk's face is visible. She thinks it's reasonable, even though he is a team captain, but it's hard to believe he's just a mere employee. Kim Jun-woo sits with a cup, responding that those are her own thoughts, and that organizations work differently. Kim Min-ju wonders how the selection of new team members is progressing. Han Sang-hyuk, smiling wryly, declares that he isn't doing it. Han Sang-hyuk questions what he knows about choosing people, adding that he doesn't know anyone suitable for the job. Kim Min-ju observes that the teacher doesn't have any friends either. The text reflects on a loss of motivation after the joint operation, suggesting that the vacancies will naturally be filled. Kim Min-ju listens intently. Kim Min-ju presses him, asking what criteria he would use if you were to personally pick someone. Han Sang-hyuk muses that he would choose someone submissive with a good personality. Kim Min-ju is surprised by his answer, and asks what kind of person he would choose for herself. Han Sang-hyuk thinks it would be nice if it could be someone like the teacher, who has a strong sense of justice and takes good care of his colleagues. Han Sang-hyuk wonders if it shouldn't be the other way around. Meanwhile, a man in a suit asks if cleaner Kim Jun-woo is present. Kim Min-ju and Han Sang-hyuk turn to the man in the suit as he asks who they are. He introduces himself as Pyeon Chang-hyun, control team captain, making contact the other day. Kim Min-ju and Han Sang-hyuk listen as Pyeon Chang-hyun explains the reason for the control team captain's visit. Pyeon Chang-hyun declares that the new cleaning team 6 is a must-have, eliciting surprised reactions from the other two. Pyeon Chang-hyun's expression hardens, a look of grim determination settling on his face. He resolves to side into that new team, whatever it takes. Someone questions what they're talking about as a fight breaks out. A voice declares they will help, unable to stand associating with Seo Min-cheol and the others any longer. The speaker notes that there's a lot of interest in the cleaning team at headquarters, a team that can't be kept in check. It has now become a team that has the highest priority to be acquired. They're all fighting amongst themselves just so they could get their hands on the new team first. The figure wonders why someone like that would go to a cleaning team instead of an operations team, finding it ridiculous that they're looking for someone to replace him. The man in the suit states that Mr. Kim should be getting prepared, as the list contains hunters from well-known guilds and former operations team captains. A stack of documents sits on the table, presumably the list being discussed. The man with the documents says to just tell him, and they will do their best to accommodate them with the budget they have. He expresses confusion at how fast this development is going. The man with the documents looks concerned as he holds the list of names. Mr. Kim confirms that he has been nominated for the promotion to team captain. The man in the suit looks surprised, mentioning that the nomination was suppressed by the new cleaning team 6. The man with the documents asks if he is being asked to pick someone from the list to be on his side, wondering if Mr. Kim really decided to join this side. The man with the documents continues, stating that the more teams he has under his management, the better. Mr. Kim states that he is good with what he has right now, so he is not buying that. Mr. Kim says that it has nothing to do with him, and tells them to hold on. The man in the suit reacts with surprise, putting his hand up. The man with the documents is thinking about it again. A man in a suit extends his hand, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The protagonist looks up, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he considers the offer. It was actually quite tempting. The man in the suit's smile widens, anticipating a favorable response. The deal is sealed with a handshake. He states that he will be in his care then. A holographic display indicates that the job satisfaction rate of the dungeon cleaning team needs to increase from its current 18%. The man in the suit assures Junu Kim that he will carefully review his list as well. Meanwhile, the camera pans across a cluttered and dirty apartment, hinting at the living conditions within. Junu Kim pinches his nose, clearly repulsed by the stench. He thinks that this is a garbage dump. Someone is seen sleeping soundly in a bed, oblivious to the surrounding squalor. He startles a woman sitting amidst the trash. He asks her to excuse him, noting that there's a person here, and exclaims that she scared him. The man yells at the woman to take a shower and find another job if she got fired in the U.S. The woman with blonde hair looks down, seemingly ashamed, as the man berates her for not even cleaning the house. She presents a phone, the screen displaying an article about a dungeon cleaning team. Her smile is wide, almost predatory. His eyes widen, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow as the implications sink in. He calls out, desperate to stop her train of thought. "Hey, wait, Nuna, don't tell me." The room is a disaster, trash bags overflowing. He watches as the woman stretches, seemingly oblivious to the squalor. His voice trembles as he voices his fear. Don't tell me you're thinking of entering the cleaning team. The woman's name is Han Yu-bin, a former International Association hunter. Her smile doesn't waver. He reminds her of her recent job search. Didn't you just ask me earlier to go look for a job? Kim Jun-woo pondered the situation, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. He knew that adjusting the workload in accordance with his salary was a key factor. The phone screen displayed the current statistics, a stark reminder of the exhausted workers and their need for a good working environment. The problem, however, was that the cleaning team didn't satisfy either of those two requirements. And yet, the job satisfaction rate was already at 18%. How naive were these people, he wondered. The workload would decrease as soon as the new team was formed, but creating a good working environment remained a challenge. For anyone to create a good working environment, they must have a lot of knowledge and a good understanding of the cleaning team. A man smiled widely, perhaps thinking he had the solution. Another man looked on with a serious expression, seemingly aware of the difficulties. He knew a little about the current situation in the association. Apparently, there's a new cleaning team. He scoffs at the idea of being a replacement for someone. The man takes a sip from his mug, the silence hanging heavy. The man drinking tells him that just because he was asked to come doesn't mean he's already passed. He adds that if he begs for a favor, he's willing to recommend him. The man states he is currently looking for people to join a cleaning team, questioning why his former rank would matter now. The protagonist retorts that if he's going to brag about being a former guild member, he doesn't have to worry about it, as he's already regretting coming here. Shin Taehwan explodes, demanding if the protagonist knows who he is. The man accuses him of acting high and mighty now just because he's become a bit famous in the association, threatening that he's going to regret this. His expression hardens, a clear warning etched on his face. The protagonist thinks to himself that he'll still see him later. Someone questions if he thinks he's talking down to him when he's just an A-rank hunter, implying that those punks from the previous meetings are also the same. Someone says that they are a successful hunter, so it's special that they're joining the cleaning team, considering them just dumbass. The protagonist thinks it's obvious what will happen if those guys join the cleaning team, wondering why Captain Pion gave him this kind of list. He stares intently at the documents in his hands, a furrow in his brow. The ringing of his phone pierces the silence. He answers, and a woman's voice greets him warmly. She expresses her gratitude for his hard work and the trust he inspires. The woman's tone shifts, becoming more pointed. She questions what he's talking about and reminds him of a previous request. Lee A-young smiles into the phone, her expression suggesting a playful challenge. She seems confident in her words. He is urged to hurry to headquarters, the urgency clear in the speaker's voice. The name Han Yu-bin hangs in the air, a question mark implied. The question echoes, who is that? A glimpse of orange hair hints at the person in question. Han Yu-bin stands confidently, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Kim Jun-woo and Lee A-young stare at her, both wondering who she is and what her purpose might be. Lee A-young wonders aloud where he even found someone like her, a hint of jealousy in her tone. The woman's words carry a hint of surprise, wondering why she brought her here. Kim Jun-woo is assessed, found lacking in charisma. The interviewer apologizes for the blunt assessment, suggesting they proceed with the interview. The air remains thick with unspoken judgment. An internal outburst reveals the interviewer's true feelings. She considers Jun-woo a runt. The interviewer, a former International Association hunter, questions why someone of his caliber would apply for the cleaning team. She continues, suggesting that if levels are the concern, operations teams or private guilds will be a better fit for him. Jun-woo admits he's already been disqualified as a hunter, his expression tinged with resignation. He explains that he doesn't know any other job and can't even be a hunter anymore, so he applied here because the job seems similar, at least. The woman crosses her arms, her gaze sharp. She wonders if he is perhaps not looking for someone anymore. Kim Jun-woo hesitates, then asks if she knows what a cleaning team does, his brow furrowed. The interviewer is taken aback by the question. She wonders why he isn't asking why he got disqualified. Jun-woo explains that in the US, the cleaning team's job is to clean up residual products in dungeons. The interviewer looks skeptical, her expression a mix of disbelief and weariness. He listens intently, but the interviewer's words take an unexpected turn, cutting off his expectations. Jang elaborates, explaining that the Korean cleaning team coordinates special projects and oversees operations in general. Kim Jun-woo is visibly confused by her explanation. What the hell is she talking about, he wonders. The supporting character then asks if he came after seeing that article. Kim Jun-woo confirms with an enthusiastic yes. The protagonist apologizes, stating that the cleaning team isn't as grandiose as it made itself out to be. Jang explains that it's the same as the teams in the US, just a team that cleans up dungeons. A sinister smile creeps across her face. She knew it. This method's similar, she thinks. Kim Jun-woo, still confused, asks what she means by that statement. Jang recalls hearing similar words when she first entered the US branch. She reveals that it was just a trap to filter out morons who only look at the superficial shiny title of the operations team. An unseen speaker declares that they are already a veteran, and that kind of method won't work on them. Kim Junwoo reviews her file, thinking that she's definitely not quite right in the head, but her specs are indeed amazing. A hunter from the International Association, she is a force to be reckoned with. She is classified as a high-ranking berserker, a testament to her power. As a hunter, her specs are not lacking, but they have nothing to do with the cleaning team. He muses that this person is not any different from the others, and with her specs being this high, her self-esteem must also be much higher compared to the others. Kim Junwoo states that since he was asked, he doesn't mind doing the job as a courtesy. My Jang is shown with a question mark above her head, as it's a pity to let go of such talent, but she doesn't fit into the cleaning team. The man with glasses looks like he'll have to reject My Jang. He pauses, realizing that My Jang is Sang Hyok's older sister and an International Association hunter. My Jang asks if his younger brother's name is perhaps Han Sang Hyok. The man with glasses panics, saying that he can't tell him that she came in for an interview today. He realizes that this is an unexpected turn of events. My Jang thinks that she should be able to treat them well since her only precious family member belongs to this kind of team, calling him a crazy woman. She's confronted by Junwoo, who angrily tells her that she shouldn't have come here. He questions what kind of cleaner she could be if she can't even clean up her own house. My Jang retorts, asking why he asked her to look for a job in the first place. She then asks what kind of person would apply at her younger brother's workplace, calling him a dumbass. A man stares forward, his expression unreadable. He wonders if he might be wrong. Meanwhile, the towering office building stands tall against the sky. Inside, a panel of interviewers sit at a long table, waiting for the next candidate. The Human Resources team lead reviews a document, her expression serious. The director sits with his hands clasped, observing the proceedings. One of the interviewers thinks to himself that he is just a cleaner for now. Lee Yang seems to have told them that it doesn't make sense that there's no representative from the cleaning team when they're looking to hire a new cleaner, even though normally, this isn't a place she can sit in. The man in the apron wonders why they are always giving him trouble. He thinks to himself that this is big when they're only looking for a cleaner. Moreover, the applicant's qualifications seem excessive for a mere cleaner position, a former deputy leader of an A-class guild, and a former operations team captain. And then a former hunter of the International Association is also in the running for the position. One of the interviewers remarks that they don't have a lot of time, but that person looks interesting. He adds a dry huh. That person eventually ended up being his candidate, though he admits she's a little weird. It'll be fine since she's a former International Association hunter, right? The interviewers sit at a long table, ready to begin the questioning process. One of them thinks to himself that he'll be asking his questions first. In the event you meet a monster that couldn't be defeated by the current team during an active clearing operation, how would you deal with it? Please, she says, awaiting the question. Take turns in answering, starting with Mr. Kangwoo Hyok. The operations first, and then come up with a new plan for later. If we push to continue clearing despite the hopeless odds, it will only lead to meaningless casualties. Executive Director Go Eun-young's candidate, Kangwoo Hyok, as a former operations team captain, he answered cautiously. If you give up on operation right in the middle of it, it would be a huge financial loss. Executive Director Song Cheol-shik's candidate, No So-min, gave an ideal answer that interviewers would be pleased with. The man in the suit orders the active operation to be suspended. He suggests returning to the location with other teams to continue. Director CO Min Cheol's candidate, Shin Tae-hwan, is a former deputy leader of the Aries Guild. The guild ranks among the top 10 in Korea, and he is currently a freelance hunter. One of the men remarks that CO Min Cheol won't miss out on a guy like Shin Tae-hwan. He seems confident in the candidate's abilities. The woman with gray hair sits at the table. Her reply was good enough to be called the perfect answer for this interview. The announcer states that the last candidate is Miss Han Yu-bin. The interviews are nearing their end. Han Yu-bin sits at the table, her expression unreadable. She awaits her turn to answer the questions. The man with brown hair thinks that this punk, Han Yu-bin, is Kim Junwoo's candidate. He seems skeptical. The woman with gray hair seems to be contemplating something. She is deep in thought. Kim Junwoo observes the candidates. He is likely assessing their potential for the job. One of the men at the table thinks that if they realize it'll be difficult for them to clear only after starting the operation, it will be too late. One of the men wonders if it isn't already a doomed operation in the first place. The situation seems dire. Han Yu-bin imagines herself in the situation. She thinks that if it was her, she'd just go die out of embarrassment. He sits across from Shin Tae-hwan and Han Yu-bin, the silence in the room thick with unspoken tension. The silence weighs heavily. He thinks to himself, questioning his own sanity, I must be crazy. His thoughts continue to spiral, wondering aloud, at least to himself, why they would even choose someone like her. It was nice to have some free time after being so busy. The woman with dark hair agreed that the settlement season had been hectic. Mun So-yeon, the deputy manager, wondered if it was true that all the applicants for the new team were hunters. My Jang wondered why everyone had to come there to goof off. It was true, but it was a good thing for the cleaning team. The deputy manager smiled, holding her cup. She revealed that they were trying to make a replica of Junwoo Kim's cleaning team. The woman with dark hair commented that it was a typical quirk of higher-ups. Whatever was popular nowadays, and whatever was making issues, they just had to imitate it. The deputy manager added that they didn't even care about the actual cleaning team itself. Moon So-yeon stated that if you took a look at the candidates selected by those people, it was quite obvious. They were only going to think of the cleaning team as their own property. That's just when the cleaning team is now working with their heads held high. The two women were in a close-up, listening intently. The cup of tea sat silently, as if listening to the conversation. The deputy manager declared that Junwoo Kim must absolutely win during this recruitment. So-yeon seems hesitant, as if unsure how to broach the subject at hand. Someone begins to speak, excusing themselves before continuing. The two women are excited about someone being brought in. The woman wonders if the person is strong, and perhaps even female. The woman with the school uniform admits she's not exactly sure either. The woman with orange hair thinks that teacher Mr. Junwoo is an interesting person for sure. Elsewhere, a group of people sit at a long table, seemingly in a meeting. He smiles slightly, seemingly amused by something. Oh, mother. The woman with orange hair questions the need for rules of operations, suggesting that killing monsters should be enough. She then wonders about equipment. Someone asks if their own team or the association is more important, questioning the thought process of whoever came up with that question. He listened as the woman questioned the system, not understanding why permission was needed to clear a dungeon. She wondered if performance results were more important than protecting citizens. She had been answering that way since earlier. One of the men wondered how the hell she was even able to enter the U.S. branch. He wiped his brow, concerned. Someone mused if this was some sort of American style. It actually didn't matter if this punk failed. Someone thought, their eyes narrowed. If this went on, the problem was that Shin Tae-hwan was going to be the strongest candidate. For the man who had to increase the job satisfaction rate of the cleaning team, he was the worst candidate. Someone told himself to wait. Someone wondered if it was also fine if everyone failed. The woman stated, Mr. Junwoo, we will wrap up the interview now if you don't have any further questions. Someone wondered, when taking a centipede monster apart, how many equal parts should it be cut into? He questions why they are suddenly asking that kind of question, as the three figures sit at the table. The man in the black suit wonders if they aren't hiring for the cleaning team, so it should be fine to ask a question related to cleaning. Kim Junwoo states that it seems like no one knows since no one is answering, and prompts the next question. The man in the black suit asks what is the most effective cleaning method for monster slime and human bloodstains on walls. The table shakes as someone slams their hand down. Kim Junwoo slams his hand on the table, visibly frustrated. He thinks that they don't even know the basics, and that they are truly a bunch of amazing talents. The man in the black suit thinks that based on his standards, all of them are disqualified. Meanwhile, the sun sets, casting a warm glow. Someone comments that after talking that big, he only managed to bring this one midget here. The man in the black suit stands next to Kim Junwoo. Kim Junwoo is told that he is not satisfied with her either, but he thinks she's better than him. He retorts, asking if that's just from his perspective. He was being told that the interview wasn't going his way, and someone decided to turn things upside down. A sinister grin spread across the man's face, daring someone to do as much as they could. The woman in the office mused that it seemed like the person wouldn't get selected no matter what they did. The man in the suit continued to grin, seemingly enjoying the unfolding situation. Kim Junwoo wondered why the hell someone was so confident and feeling that proud. Something didn't feel right. A hand held a file, perhaps containing information about the candidates or the situation at hand. Startled, Kim Junwoo exclaimed in surprise, as the woman in the office also reacted to the sudden event. The woman with her hands on her hips retorted that if they were going to ask that kind of question, they could have at least given her some clue. The woman explained that she was there because of someone's recommendation, but she only ended up getting embarrassed. Kim Junwoo and the woman looked at each other, both with expressions of surprise and concern. Someone wondered if they simply pick people who haven't even prepared anything. It was said that if someone came wanting to be selected, then they should have come well prepared on their own, and that they find it troublesome to do preparations, and yet they want to do well during the interview. The woman with auburn hair looks down, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Had her words somehow wounded someone's pride? She quickly denies the implication. It wasn't like that at all. She insists, her expression earnest. The woman listens as the man in the white apron explains the situation. He says that, despite his own preference, there will be a practical task. A disembodied voice echoes with a stern warning. Come prepared, it commands, and don't expect a free ride. The woman walks away, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the hallway as she processes the information. Frustration mounts within her. She clenches her fist, her face contorted in anger. She thinks to herself, her anger directed at someone she considers an arrogant cleaner bastard. Elsewhere, a man yells at a woman sprawled on a couch. He demands she stay still, lest the downstairs neighbors complain again. The building stands silhouetted against the night sky, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. A voice wonders who thought applying was easy. He adds that she's lucky Kim Junwoo didn't swear at her. The man shakes the woman awake, her expression one of annoyance as she is roused from a rest. One man remarks that the other always loses his temper when the cleaning team is involved. From what he can see, the woman is already disliked, and it might be better not to expect to be selected. The woman states she doesn't know what to do with the practical task, and that she's not interested. He doesn't really know anything about the cleaning team, and he's sure he'll be humiliated again if he continues. The man tells Han Yubin that it was good thinking because he was going to quit if she passed as a cleaner. Someone threatens, asking if the other person really wants to get hit. The man asks if she's expecting a delivery, but she says no. Someone states that they're also not expecting any guests. Two women in uniform excuse themselves, apologizing for coming over without calling first and asking to come in. The women explain that they are here to talk about the practical task. The woman is surprised, as someone wants to help out Miss Yubin. The woman wonders what they mean by wanting to help her out, as they're helping her with the practical task this time. Someone begins to speak, but their words trail off, hesitant and unsure. A group of people stand in what appears to be a brightly lit room, waiting for something to happen. A man shouts, questioning if Captain Park is present, and also the deputy manager. Someone observes that there are so many people, even the control team captain is present. A man in a suit asks to be allowed to be straightforward, as the crowd listens intently. A question hangs in the air, the implications of the situation unclear. Someone urgently declares that Miss Han Yubin has to get selected in this recruitment. One person excitedly offers to share their cleaning know-how, while another asks Captain Payan to calm down. A dire warning is given. If you don't pass, then there's only death left. Someone questions if team captains from the association gathered just to help. Han Yubin wonders if this is a common occurrence in the Korean association, looking shocked. She expresses her gratitude for everyone gathering enthusiastically to help her, but seems hesitant. Someone declares they are not planning to show up for the practical task, leaving another man in shock. A wave of terror washes over the group, their faces contorted in fear. The man in the suit screams, his eyes wide with horror. A week later, the day of the practical task had arrived. A group of people stood before a shimmering, unstable portal, ready to begin. The woman with orange hair questioned why Junwoo Kim didn't want her to come. He simply replied, "Kinda." The woman with orange hair was visibly annoyed. She thought that if he felt that way, he shouldn't have recommended her in the first place. The man in the suit stated that he didn't come because he wanted to and questioned why they were here. Anyway, the woman with orange hair had a confidence in her eyes, despite the dark circles underneath. The woman with orange hair had been studying all night for days. Junwoo Kim's expression was unreadable. The man in the suit said that they would see if that was the case. The woman with orange hair stated that she was there to receive an apology for being ignored last time. The woman with orange hair demanded that he do it now, but she still wouldn't do it later, so he should stop dreaming. She gives a knowing smirk declaring about that. The woman with orange hair is told that they'll just have to wait and see. Her companion questions why she uses casual speech. The man with the glasses expresses that this week has been difficult thanks to his colleagues. They seem enthusiastic about the challenge. The man in the suit wonders what his colleagues are talking about as the protagonist tells everyone to gather around. Speaking into a megaphone, he reiterates that the practical task will be taking place inside a real dungeon. The applicants are informed that they will be entering the dungeon with the examiners. The applicants will be evaluated based on how they deal with each issue presented. The man in the white apron urges everyone to judge cautiously and act accordingly. One of the applicants asks if the dungeon has already been cleared. The man with the megaphone explains that an active dungeon was chosen since dungeon clearing is also included in the practical task. The man with the megaphone states that all applicants are hunters anyway, so there shouldn't be any problem. Footsteps echo. They stand before a blinding light, clad in matching uniforms, ready for what awaits. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes. The footsteps grow closer, the source still unseen. The team lies prone, defeated, the echoing footsteps a grim reminder of their failure. The man in the suit addresses someone, stating that an issue has arisen, repeating the grave announcement. The man in the suit receives an SOS from Operations Team 4, but no other team is available to assist, so the current team must go. A voice declares that they will complete the clearing within 20 minutes and then assist, asking if anyone objects. Another voice agrees, stating that they will do the same, as it is easy enough in that situation. The person with the clipboard agrees that it would be a logical decision. The man in the suit wonders how they will proceed, noting that each member has abilities on par with current operations team captains. The score sheet lists Kong Woo Hyuk, Mun So-min, Shin Tae-hwan, and Han Yubin. A sinister smile appears, promising that all of them will receive deductions, justifying their inevitable failure due to ignorance. A voice cuts through the air, someone present lodging their objection. The woman with orange hair declares it impossible to complete the task in just 20 minutes. Another suggests a tactical shift, proposing a retreat before attempting to clear the dungeon later. A man scoffs, questioning the purpose of their presence if they cannot even accomplish that. The majority, it seems, has decided to continue with clearing the dungeon, despite the objections. The woman with orange hair clicks her tongue, a clear sign of her displeasure with the decision. Someone silently disagrees, thinking to themselves, no way. Kim Jun-woo looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he reviews the information on his clipboard. Elsewhere, someone at a table believes the others are making a huge mistake right now. The text explains that this practical task isn't just an evaluation for dungeon clearing, but also an interview for the cleaning team, requiring completion within 20 minutes. Tiny figures scurry about, perhaps representing the cleaning team under pressure. He is convinced that proposing a retreat here is the correct decision, his expression resolute. A woman with a sinister grin looms over another, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. A surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. From the depths, a monstrous hand claws its way into reality. A terrifying roar echoes as a horned beast materializes, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The assembled group stares up in horror at the newly summoned monstrosity. One of the hunters shouts, "Summon," as a surge of magical energy envelopes the area, preparing for battle. The summoned creature stands tall, its grotesque form a testament to dark magic. He is engulfed in a crimson aura, his eyes blazing with power as he prepares to strike. Another wave of raw power emanates, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The protagonist moves with blinding speed, a red streak against the encroaching darkness. The ground trembles as the battle reaches its fever pitch. The monstrous creature howls in pain as a blast of green energy slams into it. He activates the skill, Oberon's Tooth, as green energy swirls around him. The skill activation takes effect, the energy coalescing. The monster, eyes glowing red, is struck by a powerful blow. Another character uses Knuckle Punch, striking a smaller monster. Someone exclaims in surprise. The observers note how easily the yellow-grayed dungeon boss was defeated. The group discusses the hunter Han Yu-bin and whether she is really from the International Association. They believe the simple attack had meaning. Someone reports to the cleaning team that an issue has arisen. A character expresses surprise at something unseen. The cleaning crew stands over the defeated monster, preparing to clean up the mess. A character smiles sinisterly, their intentions unclear. A character in a car is startled, questioning what they are seeing. A training guide for operations team captains sits ready for review. One man remarks that Kim Jun-woo is still a cleaner, so it isn't possible to get to his level. The other man assures him that there's no need to worry, as he called him here because of that. He asks if this isn't different from what he was told, that the new team would be a cleaning team in name only. Kim Jun-woo wants the practical task removed, but there isn't enough justification to do so. The man speaking says that it would be how things are once he's hired, but right now he still needs to go through an examination. The man suggests taking a look at the last page of the document. The document shows the name Jun-woo, and it is stated that he'll bring it up right after clearing the first boss. The text describes how efficiently they can deal with irregular situations that arise during dungeon cleaning. The man in the car states that since he's the former deputy leader of the Ares Guild, there shouldn't be a need to worry about examinations related to clearing or equipment. Supporting Kim states that it's the task for the cleaning team made by Kim, and asks if he has the confidence. He also expresses that it's as easy as eating a piece of cake. The text says it's exactly the standard task you'd expect from that guy, and, at this rate, completing his task would be a breeze. A sinister grin spreads across his face, promising pain. The tension hangs heavy, thick with anticipation. Due to delays in other cleaning teams, Kim Jun-woo is informed of change. The current dungeon must be cleaned alone, and there isn't much time left to fulfill the promised support. The man in the cleaning uniform smirks, a hint of malice in his expression. He reveals that all team members died while clearing the dungeon, except for the person being addressed. Now, the muscular figure must clean the dungeon all by themselves. The muscular figure stands ready, prepared for the daunting task ahead. The man in the cleaning uniform expresses shock, questioning the situation. The man in the cleaning uniform reveals that the task is different from what he was told. Kim Jun-woo states that they can take turns stepping forward to solve the issue. They must move quickly because they only have 20 minutes to finish the job on their own. He looks up, a flicker of defiance in his eyes, as he faces the looming figure before him. Elsewhere, a man grins, his purple eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. The defiant words echo, a promise of resistance against overwhelming odds. In your dreams, you bastards. The walls of the facility are covered in grime and some sort of viscous liquid. The substance coats the walls, a testament to the brutal work being done here. The man with brown hair speaks, while the woman with silver hair holds a tablet, seemingly monitoring the situation. More of the viscous substance is splattered across the walls. A figure diligently scrubs at the walls, attempting to clean the mess. The cleaner's resolve begins to crack. He shouts that he can't do this anymore. The man with brown hair wonders what's wrong with the cleaner, criticizing his lack of skill. The woman with silver hair announces that Wu Hyok has been eliminated. The man with brown hair states that next is Mr. Shin Tae-hwan's turn. Shin Tae-hwan, the former deputy leader of Aries Guild, an A-class hunter and ranked number 1 among the Berserker class in Korea, looks determined. He voices his disbelief, questioning if he's being told to get on his knees to do cleaning. The state of the area is shown, as a voice wonders how it can be cleaned up within 20 minutes alone. The cleaning supplies sit nearby, untouched, as the enormity of the task becomes clear. The protagonist questions if this task is too ridiculous, stating that it's practically impossible. Shin Tae-hwan declares that he didn't hear anything about this, his anger rising. Another man in a suit expresses his anger, calling someone a bastard for their manner. The man in the suit looks displeased, with another man and a woman standing nearby, observing the situation. A man with glasses states that the task doesn't make any sense and questions if they should be doing something they're capable of handling. Shin Tae-hwan is criticized for going all out and fighting like an idiot, when it could have been easier to clean up if he took it down in a more straightforward manner. The man with glasses asks what Shin Tae-hwan said, his expression suggesting rising anger. The man with glasses asks what about Miss Han Yu-bin and if she will do the practical task. Miss Han Yu-bin is addressed directly, her name spoken with a questioning tone. The man with glasses speaks, implying that Han Yu-bin will also give up. The words hang in the air, a silent question mark over their grim task. Kim Jun-woo and the others look down, a collective sense of surprise washing over them. A glowing blue blade descends with incredible speed. The blade strikes, impacting with brutal force. Blades of light crisscross, a deadly dance in the air. The air crackles with energy as the glowing blades continue their assault. The woman with red hair wields the glowing blade, a silent predator in the shadows. The glowing blue blades continue to slice through the air. Han Yu-bin falls, surrounded by the deadly blue light. A voice exclaims in disbelief, "This punk! Isn't she spraying the chemical and cutting up the corpse at the same time?" The onlookers are amazed by her efficiency, noting she's blocking the gas and blood while cleaning up. Kim Jun-woo's expression tightens, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Doing such a thing is impossible unless a seasoned expert taught her. A memory surfaces, a figure stating that Yu-bin's colleagues were too enthusiastic, making the task quite a challenge. The protagonist's gaze is intense, focused on the colleagues. The woman with orange hair is surrounded by thick ropes and swirling energy, just as someone mentioned earlier. The ropes vibrate with power, the air crackling with unseen forces. The ropes are anchored to large slabs of meat, each impact resonating with a sharp, distinct sound. With a determined hop, the woman with orange hair pulls on the ropes, her expression focused. The meat pulsates with each pull, the ropes straining under the immense pressure. She continues her work, each movement precise and powerful. Kim Jun-woo observes, realizing that with that momentum, she'll be able to accomplish the task within the given time. A voice wonders why she suddenly became so serious about cleaning, calling her a lunatic. Kim Jun-woo acknowledges that Han Yu-bin will be able to pass the recruitment at this rate. The speaker's plan to make everyone fail has been completely ruined. A man's face contorts with rage, questioning if someone is being boosted too blatantly. He demands to know how their candidate is the only one completing the task. He suspects prior knowledge. The speaker finds Shin Tae-hwan so blindingly radiant that he can't even look at him. Two men in aprons discuss the situation. One claims it's unfair hiring practices. The back of the woman with orange hair is shown as she is called a brainless bastard. The woman with orange hair stands defiantly, facing the other candidates with her arms crossed. Shin Tae-hwan demands if the woman with orange hair has something to say to him, calling her a midget. The woman with orange hair wonders why Shin Tae-hwan is behaving this way again. She thinks it's unfair to be called out for something she can do. The woman with orange hair smiles confidently, seemingly unfazed by the insults. Shin Tae-hwan continues his tirade, calling the woman with orange hair a bitch. Shin Tae-hwan accuses the woman with orange hair of relying on the director's support, implying she won't be selected regardless. He listens as the woman with orange hair speaks of levels and paying respects to a great bastard. The woman continues, scoffing at those who left a mediocre guild without even rising to leadership. Shin Tae-hwan retorts, questioning if they were booted out instead, his expression mocking. He thinks of the woman with orange hair as this fucker. The woman with orange hair is shown activating a skill called Rampage, her domestic berserker class rank displayed as number 1. The woman asks if he knows why she was fired from her previous job, a sinister smile spreading across her face. She is a former International Association hunter, activating High Panic Berserker. The woman with orange hair declares that she broke his entire jaw to pieces, her expression wild. Her global ranking is shown as number 152. The woman with orange hair stands amidst red energy, facing Shin Tae-hwan and others. Shin Tae-hwan grimaces, uttering ugh. He thinks that this midget is no ordinary hunter. He is met with a flurry of red energy as the woman with orange hair advances, screaming for him to go to hell. The woman activates a skill, her hand now glowing with intense blue light as she prepares to strike. Shin Tae-hwan grits his teeth, his expression a mask of determination as he braces for the incoming attack. A foot slams down, the impact radiating a wave of blue energy outwards. A voice demands to know what he thinks he's doing as the skill Hyper Boost is activated. The woman with orange hair sits with a man in a white coat, the scene suggesting a moment of respite amidst the chaos. The man in the white coat, now in battle mode, questions how Shin Tae-hwan dares to behave in such a way in front of the examiners. A man with glasses pleads for the fighting to stop, suggesting that further conflict will only lead to humiliation. A restrained man demands to be released, wondering if his captor is more than just a cleaner. The woman with orange hair calls someone A-class trash, her expression filled with disdain. Shin Tae-hwan is struck, the attacker claiming self-defense since he was the one who initiated the conflict. A pained scream echoes through the scene. He commands Han Yu-bin to lower her weapon as she stands over an examiner lying on the ground. The request seems to catch the hunter off guard, her expression shifting to one of surprise. A hand firmly grips the blade of Han Yu-bin's sword, preventing any further action. Someone wonders if she's going to withdraw from the exam, given the current situation. Han Yu-bin relents, stating that she will stop now, her expression softening slightly. It's observed that people in the Berserker class tend to have quite a temper. Han Yu-bin and Shin Tae-hwan stand among the other examiners, the tension in the air still palpable. An apology hangs in the air, unspoken but clearly intended. Meanwhile, the city stretches out under a vibrant sunset, the pillars of the Hunter Association standing tall. Shin Tae-hwan, looking flustered, tells Han Yu-bin that he came to apologize for his gross behavior. He admits he acted rashly during the last interview, though it's noted that her appearance today was perfect despite her anger management issues. Han Yu-bin, still skeptical, asks Shin Tae-hwan what he is up to, her eyes narrowed. He is told that the truth is the woman received help from his colleagues. Regardless of the help she received, it was still she who completed the task, and she had the will to learn. The woman with orange hair states that she understands and accepts the apology. It's not like they're going to see each other again anyway. Han Yu-bin walks away, putting his hands behind his head. The woman states that he already told her, didn't he? She adds that she just came to hear an apology from him. The woman continues, saying that since he already did some shit like that, it looks like getting hired is out of the question now. She says that the cleaning team is different from what she had in mind anyway, and the job is both dirty and tiring. Then, he says he's leaving first as he walks away. The woman wonders who he thinks she is. A swirling vortex of blue energy crackles with electricity. Someone shouts at Kim Junwoo, calling him a crazy bastard and asking if he is out of his mind. A voice booms with unrestrained fury, demanding an explanation for some unknown action. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she stares at the screen in disbelief. The message confirms the unthinkable. Han Yu-bin has been accepted into the Supernatural Management's Cleaning Team 6, a revelation met with utter shock. The day after the recruitment process, a new chapter began. A sudden question arose, hanging heavy in the air. The person with brown hair thought, it's good that I got an apology from that bastard, Kim Junwoo, but lying upside down amidst a chaotic mess, the person with brown hair trailed off in thought. Amidst the scattered debris, the question lingered. Who the hell is that guy, really? The person with dark hair was able to keep up with the speed of my unique skill, High Panic Berserker. The person with dark hair even managed to stop my attack with just one hand, a feat that even that dumb Berserker was also. How is that even possible? They wondered. The person with brown hair looked on, a mixture of confusion and disbelief etched on their face. The internal monologue continued. For a cleaner who wasn't even a hunter? In the first place, why is someone like that in the cleaning team? The question hangs in the air, its importance seemingly dismissed. Han Yu-bin stares intently at the phone resting on the table. A new message arrives, congratulating Han Yu-bin on passing the final interview for the Supernatural Management's Cleaning Team 6. A sense of bewilderment and shock permeates the scene. Her eyes widen in disbelief as Han Yu-bin stares at the message on her phone. A curse erupts, a raw expression of her sudden realization. Elsewhere, three figures stand before a towering building, their expressions unreadable. The building looms, a silent sentinel in the New York skyline, bearing the mark of Genius Hunter. The location is confirmed, USA. A fist clenches, power gathering for a decisive strike. The man in the suit demands to know why the operations file remains, his anger palpable. Another figure assures him that the data under the control team was deleted. Word spread that there was a copy with the operations team. Jason, the International Hunter Association's control team captain, is furious. He shouts that if the file gets out, everything will be over. Han Yu-bin expresses her frustration, hoping that if the file is leaked, it will at least be done in a nicer manner. Chloe, the International Hunter Association support team manager, remained silent. Jason, enraged, calls out Yu Bin Han's name. A few months ago, an accident occurred during an operation led by her. A surge of red energy emanates from a hand. A woman with orange hair looks up, startled by something above her. A hand crackles with red energy as it descends towards Han Yu Bin, who is lying on the ground. Someone yells to watch out. Han Yu Bin groans in pain as she lies prone. The woman with orange hair shouts to Angel about his arm. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes roars. They stood before the monstrous figure, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Han Yu Bin urged Angel to leave and call for backup, determined to hold the creature off. A surge of energy crackled as a skill was activated, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. Angel's expression was fraught with worry, knowing the danger Han Yu Bin faced. Han Yu Bin cried out as he was struck, the force of the blow staggering him. He glanced down at a cherished necklace, a memento of a life he was fighting to protect. Angel pleaded with Han Yu Bin to live, their voice filled with desperation. Another blow landed, the impact echoing through the surroundings as Han Yu Bin struggled to stay standing. A skill activation message appeared, Limit Breaker, a last-ditch effort to overcome the odds. The hunter fell, the world blurring around him as the monster pressed its advantage. Pain seared through Han Yu Bin's body, each strike threatening to extinguish his resolve. Angel cried out for help, promising to call for backup and begging Han Yu Bin not to die. The supporting agent's face contorts with fury. She screams, promising retribution if Han Yu Bin dies. The monster roars, its fangs bared in a terrifying display of primal rage. The monster's massive claw looms over a woman with silver hair, casting a long, ominous shadow. The monster's roar echoes through the halls, a deafening declaration of its savage power. The floor lies in ruins, a testament to the brutal battle. Angel desperately calls for backup, identifying their team as Operations Team 3. Frustration etched on her face, she demands an answer, her voice laced with urgency and fear. The monster's foot looms over a fallen figure. A desperate message is sent. This is Control Team. The cold, automated response echoes through the comms. No backup is available at this time. She explodes in fury, refusing to accept the denial. Even one person would be enough, she insists. Her eyes glow red with rage as the automated voice repeats its refusal. Sending backup is not possible. The monster continues its relentless advance, its massive feet pounding the ruined floor. Meanwhile, a man in a suit stands by a window, his expression a mask of displeasure and cold calculation. The question hung in the air, who would waste precious resources like this? A woman with silver hair watched as the scales tipped, balancing money and power. It wasn't profitable, not when private funds were being embezzled for operations. The official report listed it as an accidental death, a closed case. Since the higher-ups didn't care, manipulating the reports was easy, but Han went on a rampage. That rampage provided an excuse to kick out a thorn in his side. The suspension notice was issued for Han Yu Bin, hunter, belonging to the U.S. Association. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, according to plan. A man with a mask sat at his desk, his knuckles white as he gripped the edge, until Han went and took the control team's operation file with her before leaving. He didn't know how she found out about it, but the USB drive held the key. If the file is made public, it won't only reveal the truth behind that accident, but also all the embezzlement and corruption he had committed so far. Two figures, cloaked in shadow, finalize an agreement with a handshake. A data-filled USB drive rests atop a file folder. The USB drive slides into the folder, securing the transfer of vital and potentially dangerous information. The stakes are clear. That file must be retrieved, no matter the cost or the methods required to obtain it. Mr. Kim, seated imposingly behind his desk, leans forward, his expression unreadable. He asks, with a hint of menace, if they want to negotiate. The man with blonde hair considers the situation, his back turned to the viewer. He speaks of someone's personality. The question hangs in the air. Will she even be willing to negotiate? And what is Han's current situation in all of this? Mr. Kim's gaze is intense, his expression suggesting a mixture of calculation and barely suppressed anger. According to the intelligence, Han Sang-hyuk didn't join an operations team, but a cleaning team instead. The team learns that she has rejoined the association, her profile re-registered in the association's private network. The city lights twinkle below, a silent witness to the machinations unfolding within its borders. It seems that she has entered the Korean Association, a move that raises even more questions. The revelation sparks confusion and disbelief. Why would that crazy woman join a cleaning team, especially after her hunter license was revoked? The two figures discussed a joint operation with the Korean Association, planned for the following week. They emphasized the importance of securing that operation, no matter the cost, as a hand hovered over a globe. A man with a mustache declared that Han, wherever he may be hiding, remains within his grasp. He looked forward to their reunion, his fingers resting on the earth. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-woo, now the cleaning team 3 captain, smiled as he noted it had been a long time since he unlocked a new skill. His colleagues called out to Kim Jun-woo, questioning if he was brewing the chemicals himself and asking for his help in dismantling something. 2 workers muttered that Kim Jun-woo had lost his touch after becoming team captain. The knives will be useless once the monster's carcass hardens. They need to hurry and speed things up. Kim Jun-woo, visibly annoyed, responds to Han Sang-hyuk. He says he's coming, but wonders why they still address him so casually. He reflects on how he thought unlocking his skills would be easier once he held some kind of position. He is being called a team captain, but feels like he's still just a cleaner. The authority he holds doesn't have enough power to create any significant ripples within the headquarters. Captain Payon looks at his phone, a message displayed on the screen. Captain Payon receives information about a dungeon that has appeared around Namtaryong. It seems an operations team and a cleaning team need to enter together. Captain Payon wonders if there is an available team that can join immediately. He considers calling the operations team first. He is on the phone, a slight smile playing on his lips as he listens to the response. The person on the other end says that if he does that, both teams will have problems with their timelines. They ask to let them do something about it. The phone dials a number labeled Underling Cleaner. Miss Han Yubin is on the phone. She says she just finished work and is about to go get lunch. The person on the other end responds with, "Oh, wonderful. Another unclean dungeon has spawned, and they need her to hurry and clear it." Kim Jun-woo demands to know why his team is always asked to clear dungeons. The response comes back that they will help once their current job is done. A man on the phone smirks, telling Miss Han Yubin that he overestimated her skills. Han Yubin shouts, affirming that they're going to clear the dungeon. The man on the phone smiles sinisterly, holding his device. He thinks to himself that Han Yubin owes him for this, and he will definitely ask for payment later. It's revealed that he's been handing over all the complicated dungeons this past week to Han Yubin. 2 workers in aprons discuss how they seem to have more free time at work now. Since there's one team capable of doing something that typically requires 2 teams, their workload has been cut in half. A burst of blue energy emanates. The man smiles as he unlocks a new skill, Replica. He thinks about pushing all the jobs he doesn't want to do on others and watching them suffer, musing that being a team captain is pretty nice. The boy proudly announces that he has ironed his dad's clothes. The dad, bandages visible on his back, carries a set of clothes, surprised by the gesture. "Oh my, you didn't have to." The dad seems lost in thought, a slight frown creasing his brow. He examines the clothes, a dark suit, with a critical eye. The dad chuckles, remarking that his work clothes are a bit worn out. He tells his son that he doesn't have to iron them anymore. The boy looks up at his dad, a worried expression on his face. "Dad, did you get fired?" The dad's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, Park Gun-tae, the new cleaning section chief of the Supernatural and Dementia Management Association, stands tall, having been promoted. Congratulatory words fill the air, noting how sharp supporting Park's suit looks. He laughs, accepting the well wishes with a cheerful, "Haha, thank you." Supporting Park proudly proclaims, "I, Park Gun-tae, am on my first day working as a section chief." He wishes everyone a nice day as well, his good mood infectious. Someone is clearly frustrated, clicking their tongue in annoyance at the current situation. The operations team seems to be in disarray. Kim Min-jaeum looks concerned as someone sighs heavily. Chu Ji-yun stands by, listening intently. The regular meeting of the operations teams is underway. Someone questions Captain Payon's judgment, challenging his perspective on the current issue. Captain Payon stands near the table, observing the meeting. He inquires about the source of the problem, seeking to understand the concerns being raised. Kim Min-jaeum and Chu Ji-yun stand together, listening to the discussion. Kim Min-jaeum states that all operations are in accordance with the cleaning team's schedule, questioning why there's a problem. The team debates priorities. Someone suggests that dungeon clearing should be the association's top priority. Another reflects that everything has been out of place since Kim Jun-woo became a cleaning team captain. The red-haired man expresses his frustration. He wonders if they will stop working altogether just because they're tired, questioning if continuous operations should be canceled because they're falling behind. Captain Payon states that he knows someone switched allegiances to join their side, but he can't allow it. He asks if they have ever thought about the hunters fighting for their lives on the front lines, emphasizing that dungeon clearing always comes first. The team discusses the cleaning teams. Someone suggests that by considering the cleaning teams, they can avoid unreasonable schedules together. Another argues that since they're a team formed to clean up, they should be the ones putting up with such schedules. The red-haired man and Chu Ji-yun are present. Someone states that it's right and questions why they should care about the cleaning team schedule in the first place. The meeting continues, and the discontent grows. Someone blames Kim Jun-woo for the situation, questioning how he can match the schedule of clearing in accordance with the cleaning team, despite his influential backing. They also remark that he's just a team captain who's still wet behind the ears. The operations team meeting was tense. Captain Park expressed his disbelief, unable to imagine a cleaning team performing so poorly in his day. The man beside him raised a hand, telling him to hold on, as the discussion grew heated regarding the appointment of an unskilled person as team captain. Kim Min-ju interjected, stating that she understood their frustrations, but thought their reaction was a little immature given the circumstances. With a resounding thud, she slammed a stack of documents onto the table, questioning if they considered her an unskilled person who disregarded operation efficiency. Captain Park retorted, making it clear that just because Kim Min-ju was sitting with them now, she shouldn't think they were all on the same level. She placed another stack of papers on the table, the sound echoing in the room. Captain Park watched her with a furious expression. Kim Min-ju stated that the number of clear dungeons had increased by 30% compared to the previous month, highlighting the team's progress. The captain continued, adding that such performance was almost comparable to the results during the settlement season, further emphasizing the team's achievements. She argued that if they described such a thing as disregarding efficiency, they were implying everyone could easily achieve that level of performance. Captain Park was warned that she had been let off the hook so far. Captain Lee Soo-young declared that she wasn't done talking, interrupting the heated exchange between the other two. The captain pointed out that there were only 100 dungeons worked on that week, and none of them had any issues, questioning the validity of the complaints. The graph showed a clear upward trend, and the accident report indicated 0 accidents, further supporting the team's improved performance. The team sits around the table, tensions palpable as one calls a newbie team captain unskilled, despite their efficiency. Another team captain understands the situation. The woman in the black suit states that the operations teams aren't the only ones existing in the association. Someone questions the idea of trying to get teams within one organization to match each other. The man with the angry expression says that they will come to their senses if they are out of the picture. The man angrily tells Captain Kim Min-ju that if she wants to keep going like this, she can do it all by herself. The man in the suit asks, "Pardon? What do you mean?" Two men with sinister expressions state that if Kim Min-ju likes the cleaning team so much, she can adjust to them on her own, because their teams won't be participating in operations next week. Kim Min-ju asks if the loop dungeon is opening next week, stating that it's good then, and they can keep all the loot from the loop dungeon to themselves. It is stated that Team 5 will also leave themselves out. It is stated that Team 8 will leave as well. The man in the suit says that they'll be taking their leave first, as the meeting continues. The meeting is interrupted as Hwang Dong-hee bursts into the room, apologizing for the intrusion. Hwang Dong-hee explains that they receive a call from the U.S. branch, requesting to speak with Captain Payon. Hwang Dong-hee seems confused by the request from the U.S. branch. Someone points out that the director is not present at the moment, but confirms they were handling things before. He sits at the table, unsure of what to make of the situation. Someone laments that another person is already in charge of making their schedule, making it hard to decide for themselves. The men are puzzled by the U.S. branch's sudden interest in a joint operation with the Seoul headquarters for the Loop Dungeon. Hwang Dong-hee is informed that Operations Team 2 will be participating in the dungeon clearing. The men look displeased with this development. Hwang Dong-hee asks what's the matter, a smile playing on his lips. Someone is asked if they suddenly decided to acknowledge the schedule. Hwang Dong-hee declares that Operations Team 2 will be joining as promised, a smug look on his face. The speaker notes that the Loop Dungeon is quite a difficult one. One of the figures comments on Lee Soo-young's plan to ride on someone's coattails again. The woman declares that Captain Kim Jun-woo will be the supervisor in charge of this operation. The man with the surprised expression is taken aback by this announcement. Someone announces that it looks like they're done talking, ending the regular meeting. He asks if someone just finished clearing, his expression unreadable. The woman with orange hair states that she has nothing to say, seriously. Kim Jun-woo asks her why she chose to suffer instead of using her unique skill. She's surprised and asks how he knew about her skill. He tells the woman with orange hair that it's obvious she belongs to the Berserker class. He reflects on a past situation, clarifying that the circumstances were different then. The discussion continues, highlighting the conflict between efficient dungeon clearing and thorough cleaning procedures. He questions the woman about her perspective, emphasizing that they are both simply trying to do their jobs amidst a difficult situation. Kim Jun-woo, noticing her weariness, asks if she has eaten, to which she replies with a tired affirmation. The woman is depicted in a chibi style, suggesting she needs to complete one more cleaning task. The woman behind him seems to be getting angry, a red aura emanating from her as she demands to hit him. A hand holds up a phone, the person musing about receiving a call from an overseas number. Someone wonders if he is Captain Kim Jun-woo from the U.S. branch of the International Association. An apology is issued to Miss Yu-bin, stating that the speaker came to help but is now unable to. The speaker explains that they received an urgent phone call and must leave, entrusting the others to finish up the work. Kim Jun-woo walks away from a figure engulfed in a red glow, leaving the situation behind. Miss Yu-bin is now completely enveloped in a powerful, red aura, her power unleashed. He confirms that he can talk on the phone now, the chandelier above gleaming. Kim Jun-woo heard that the Loop Dungeon in Seoul is about to spawn. As he is aware, Loop Dungeons rarely spawn in the U.S., making this event significant. A man in a suit smirks, seemingly aware of the situation and its potential. He explains that he wanted to propose a joint operation, mentioning that Mr. Pion provided Junwoo's number. The words Loop Dungeon are displayed, highlighting its nature as a special dungeon. The dungeon reverts to the beginning if the boss monster isn't cleared according to specific conditions, and the number of loops is infinite. In other words, clearing this kind of dungeon can be done an indefinite amount of times until the conditions for it to be successfully cleared are met. The monstrous boss of the Loop Dungeon bears its fangs, ready to strike at any moment. Even in his previous life, he had to go through a similar dungeon 100 times before he was able to succeed in clearing it. There was no other hell like it, so the fact that their side was the first one to propose a joint operation is significant. The grim task of cleaning up the dungeon continues, though it hardly feels like something to celebrate. The phone call sends him into a rage. It's pure bullshit, he thinks, his face contorted in anger. Those bastards have always been nothing but frauds. He recalls a similar call from the U.S. branch, who claimed they needed experience. And then, they returned to the U.S. after sneakily stealing the time stone item that can only come out of a loop dungeon. The headquarters was naturally outraged since an item that could have further strengthened the organization was stolen. And of course, he got one hell of a scolding by the president of the association. The Seoul headquarters was in charge of planning and overseeing the operation. He reflects that he was deceived because he didn't know better at that time, but now that he's aware, there's no reason to accept their proposal. Speaking into the phone, Junwoo Kim expresses his gratitude for the proposal, but states that they will proceed with the operation. A woman with pink hair is shocked. She wonders if he's refusing, and with only their forces. A man with a mustache says that he understands the sudden job proposal must have caught him off guard. Junwoo Kim hears that their side intends to handle the budget for this operation, and they can also deposit into his personal account. He thinks, he wants to pay me off? I didn't have this kind of condition in my previous life. Someone remarks that he's actually lobbying to a cleaner, a sinister smile spreading across their face. If they think they can insult him by offering only a few bucks, how does $1 million sound? Kim Junwoo's eyes widened, sweat beading on his forehead as he processed the offer. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim, on the other end of the call, seemed quite pleased. He remarked that 1.2 billion won was way better than he was expecting. A figure stood in the shadows, contemplating a weighty decision. Should he take it or not? A phone buzzed with a message from a stupid follower. The message detailed a boycott and a request for a joint operation. The message reiterated the U.S. branch's request for a joint operation, urging a call back after reading the texts. The situation was explained. Operations Team 2 would be the only participant due to a boycott, and the sender was the supervisor in charge. Kim Junwoo's expression hardened as he stared at his phone, anger radiating from him. The question hung in the air, just what the hell happened at their regular meeting? An older man, seated at a large desk, declared that they would carry on with the joint operation. Examining a tablet displaying a document with a woman's photo, someone noted, there's a little problem though. Since it's a loop dungeon, it's better to proceed with the operation along with a cleaning team. However, the document detailed budget constraints, specifically regarding the cleaning team. A voice reassured, stating there was nothing to worry about. A man with a sinister smile played with a toothpick, his expression unreadable. Kim Min-ju's voice echoed, "Thank you. Then, I'll see you soon." In a dilapidated building, someone considered pushing back the cleaning schedule. They thought it would be fine if Team 6 and their own team participated. Suddenly, a voice cut through the discussion. "Wait." A man with glasses looked up, a surprised expression on his face. Holding a phone, someone questioned, "If we're talking about the U.S. branch, isn't that Han Yubin's former workplace?" Three faces displayed a mix of shock and concern, their eyes wide with apprehension. Kim Min-ju's expression was one of deep concern, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The question hung in the air. Is it okay to have Han Yubin participate? 1 week later, rain lashed down, obscuring the city in a veil of gray. The downpour mirrored the somber mood hanging in the air. Under the cover of umbrellas, a group stood silently, their faces grim. The day of the joint operation with the U.S. branch had arrived. The rain continued to fall, each drop a heavy weight on their shoulders. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. The group remained still, the silence broken only by the sound of the rain. The operation was about to begin. Lightning flashed, illuminating the group for a fleeting moment. How come the atmosphere's more tense than the actual joint? Inside, two people stood near some supplies. It's already been an hour since their meeting started, because joint operations with other associations aren't common. The speaker continued, explaining that the meeting beforehand is important because the parties involved have different rules when it comes to combat and clearing dungeons. Besides, a loop dungeon is a place where even experienced hunters have a hard time, so they must be more anxious. A woman's worried voice echoed, questioning if it's possible to be stuck in there for life. Her eyes widened with fear, her expression a mask of terror. The thought of being trapped was unbearable. One of the men asked why she was scaring people before it even starts. He wondered if she's going to be able to work properly if she's scared. Another voice chimed in, stating that the problem is that they don't know what those guys for the U.S. branch are planning. Electrical energy crackles around the building, a silent prelude to the challenges ahead. The dungeon's dangers are not to be underestimated. Some hunters have lost their minds after looping through it. The ominous symbols swirling in the darkness serve as a stark warning of the dungeon's inherent risks. But Jinu Kim knows something others don't. He's cleared this dungeon before in a past life. Possessing information the U.S. control team lacks could raise suspicion, a risk he's willing to take. Kim Min-ju also needs experience as a leader, so he plans to leave the dungeon clearing to her. A glimmering time stone hangs suspended in the air, a prize he intends to claim. Captain Kim intends to quietly take the time stone without anyone knowing, a secret agenda brewing beneath the surface. The woman with fiery hair demands to know why she wasn't informed about the joint operation with the U.S. branch. The response is simple. She wouldn't have agreed to participate if she had known. Two onlookers speculate whether the pair are about to have a big fight, sensing the rising tension. One suggests calling the others over, but is cautioned not to pick a fight unnecessarily, despite the apparent fun. The cleaning team members stand in the rain, one remarking that the other side seems ready to start something. Another member of the cleaning team urges their companion not to cause any problems during the official operation, no matter what. Kim Jun-woo is worried, knowing that Han Yu-bin could lash out at any moment, complicating their plans. Elsewhere, two men in suits stand under an umbrella, one observing that some people are definitely up to something. Under the current circumstances, the operations team captains will likely take the chance to pick on the cleaning team if anything goes wrong. The cleaning team stands together, their expressions a mix of concern and determination as they prepare for the task ahead. One of the cleaning team members reflects on the saying that tearing something down is easier than building it up. A member of the cleaning team thinks to themselves that they can't let them tear down all that they've built so far. The reflection of a figure in a puddle shows the weight of the situation, the sound of rain echoing around them. Someone greets the cleaning team captain, expressing their pleasure at meeting them. Under the umbrellas, Jason, the control team captain, introduces himself, and Chloe, the manager of the support team, does the same. The men in suits stand together, their expressions unreadable as they observe the unfolding events. He offers a polite greeting, introducing himself as Kim Jun-woo. A man in a suit, holding an umbrella, speaks of having heard about his talents, particularly in dungeons. He adds that the praise is flattering. Han dismisses the need for modesty. He notes that it has been a while, asking how the woman in the apron has been. Han expresses his relief that she is participating, wondering if she is being forced to do so. The woman in the apron appears troubled by Han's words, her expression hardening. She retorts that she doesn't like it, but questions what she can do when it's her job. Han acknowledges that there should be a distinction between personal and private matters, apologizing for the incident involving Angel. Elsewhere, a masked figure demands to know if someone took something with them when they quit. Back in the rain, Han suddenly grabs the woman in the apron, his intentions unclear. The woman in the apron denies taking anything, her expression a mix of defiance and fear. Han states that he understands, suggesting they talk again later, the sound of rain intensifying. He looks forward to working with them on this operation as a group of people stand before a tall building. He listens to the instructions, a serious expression on his face. The woman finishes speaking, giving him a direct order. He acknowledges, stating that he understands. Elsewhere, a man's face is illuminated by a sinister red glow. He declares that he will retrieve the file from that woman. A lone figure stands before a swirling vortex of blue energy. He instructs everyone to gather around him. A group of figures, cloaked and hooded, stand in the rain. The leader explains that today's operation is a loop dungeon with 2 zones and 2 bosses. The woman with blue hair clenches her fists, energy crackling around her. She acknowledges that they may not have many participants. Despite the limited numbers, the team believes that with their combat power, there shouldn't be any issues as long as they clear the dungeon slowly but surely. The team is urged to figure out the conditions for clearing the dungeon while conserving as much strength as possible. However, because it is a loop dungeon, they don't know how long it will take. The hooded figures are determined to fulfill the conditions to clear the dungeon one by one, following the manual prepared by the U.S. branch. A group of individuals, some wearing tactical vests, stand ready. They appear to be part of the team preparing for the dungeon operation. A group of people wearing aprons are gathered. They announce that they will begin the operation now. A closer view shows the figures in aprons, their expressions determined as they prepare for their task. The building stands tall, with a swirling blue energy field emanating from its base, signaling the start of the operation. The command rings out, urging everyone to keep going for the final blow. An affirmative echoes in response. The protagonist sprints away from the massive, sandy creature, its heavy steps pounding the ground behind him. He is sent flying backwards, sword still in hand, amidst a burst of light. The sandy creature looms over him, a towering figure of immense power. A skill activates, a 1,000-armed bodhisattva. The creature's massive arm swings down, a devastating blow about to land. His eyes glow with a fierce determination, ready to face the impending attack. The sword pulses with a brilliant blue energy, a sign of the activated skill. The blade intensifies, the blue glow promising a powerful counterattack. A voice calls out, announcing that they've defeated the first boss. The team continues through the dungeon, maintaining a steady pace. They must conserve their strength for the next boss room. Han Sang-hyuk is asked how the marking is going. He holds a device that emits a red glow. He replies that it's going well. Instructions are given to mark not just corridors, but also intersections and explored rooms. The map shows the dungeon layout, marked with large red X symbols to indicate explored areas. Han Sang-hyuk looks concerned, the marked map visible behind him. The task seems daunting. He is reminded to write down the time and loop number when making those marks. Han Sang-hyuk responds with a firm, "Yes, sir, as you command." Miss So-yun is instructed to check the number of people and their latest condition every time the loop resets. Miss So-yun, holding a document, stands next to Han Sang-hyuk. She appears serious and focused on her task. The team is told there's no need to dismantle the carcasses of smaller mobs. They should just burn them. This will keep the cleaning on schedule. Miss Yubin is in charge of mapping out the dungeon's interior. She reviews the information on her tablet. Han Sang-hyuk questions whether mapping the dungeon is the job of the team captain. He seems to be challenging the division of labor. Miss Yubin retorts that it doesn't matter whose job it is. Whoever knows how to do it should do it. She adds that she really wants to hit him just once. She thinks to herself that she hates quick-witted runts. Currently, Kim Min-ju's operations team 2 is clearing the dungeon as the vanguard team. The U.S. branch is right behind them, supporting their rear. The cleaning team is following after them, cleaning up as fast as they can. On the surface, clearing the dungeon is going as smooth as a baby's bottom, but the problem is that guy called Jagan. Judging by how he kept glancing her way since earlier, Mun So-yun thinks something is going on. If he's aiming for the time stone, then he shouldn't have time to worry about the cleaning team. Does he have another purpose? Oh well, it's none of my business because as long as I'm here watching, you'll never be able to get your hands on the time stone. A character smiles sinisterly. Yes, they've also gone through the corridors. This is the only one left. Then this is a boss room. If everyone's prepared, they're going in now. Yes. The darkness looms, a silent prelude to what awaits beyond the threshold. A blinding light erupts as the team steps through the doorway, entering a new arena. The interior of the boss room is revealed, a grand hall with towering columns bathed in a crimson glow. One of the team members reports that they've entered the boss room, but the boss monster is nowhere to be seen. Another team member calls out for their teacher, their voice filled with concern. Mun So-yun states that the communications are down, a grim realization washing over her face. So-yun's expression hardens, a sense of foreboding settling in as she anticipates the unknown threat. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the chamber, a warning of impending danger. Red energy beams rain down from above, striking the ground with explosive force. The team looks up in alarm, realizing the attack is coming from a ceiling. A shout rings out, warning everyone to dodge the incoming attack from above. So-yun's eyes widen in terror as she witnesses the deadly assault, bracing for impact. The force of the unseen attack sends bodies flying through the air. The sounds of impact echo through the chamber. A desperate cry pierces the din as the unseen assailant continues its assault. The team is caught completely off guard. Kim Jun-woo looks up, his expression a mask of shock and disbelief. He can't believe what he is seeing. A sudden, sharp pain. A hand is impaled by a glowing, ethereal spear. The victim cries out in agony and confusion. Emerging from the chaos, a towering figure stands revealed. Its armor glows with menacing red energy. The weapon strikes true, piercing flesh and bone. A pained gasp escapes the victim's lips as they fall. Mun So-yun's eyes widen in horror. Behind her, the tactical team stands frozen, caught between shock and terror. The massive blade drips with fresh blood, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the unseen attacker. The armored figure stands tall, its glowing eyes burning with malevolent intent. It is a terrifying sight to behold. The woman with dark hair can only watch in disbelief as the scene unfolds before her. The situation is spiraling out of control. Frustration mounts as the man wonders how they are still able to keep up. The plan is set. They need to take the file from that bitch Han as soon as possible, as there's something strange about Captain Kim Jun-woo's cleaning team. The team stands ready, one of them holding a walkie-talkie, prepared for the next order. Eyes narrowed. The man's expression hardens, crackling with barely contained energy. He is being watched, and he knows he has to think of a way to delay them somehow. Captain Kim Min-ju is ordered to report on the progress of clearing. The door explodes inward, the force of the blast sending debris flying. This is Operations Team Z, ready to breach the building. The message comes through. They're done with clearing, but something seems off. The man holding the walkie-talkie looks surprised, perhaps sensing something is amiss. He narrows his eyes, sensing something amiss. This punk is acting weird, he thinks, wondering if something happened. The scene is filled with the sounds of pain and anguish, as someone lies severely injured. The team surveys the scene, a landscape of destruction. The air is thick with dust, and the grim reality of what just transpired. The back of someone's head is visible, their posture suggesting shock or grief. A gloved hand lies amidst the debris, stained with blood, a stark reminder of the battle's cost. The expressions of the men are a mixture of shock and disbelief, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Someone cries out, reporting the grim news: casualties. Tears stream down the woman's face, a silent testament to the horror she has witnessed. The concerned man recounts the sudden attack, lamenting his inability to do anything. The woman stands beside the man in the suit, her silence speaking volumes about the devastation they face. He speaks to the woman, his expression a mix of frustration and regret. He admits to making a mistake. A stark message flashes: the clearing conditions were not achieved. The loop dungeon clear has failed. The pair stand before a massive monster, the reality of their failures sinking in. Another screen appears, counting down the seconds. The loop will reset in 5 seconds. A man questions the failure, disbelief etched on his face. The situation is dire. Panic sets in as someone realizes the loop is restarting. Kim Jun-woo and the woman look up, their faces reflecting a growing sense of dread. A blinding light engulfs everything. Bathed in blue light, they face the monster once more, the reset imminent. The symbol of the loop glows brightly. The world dissolves into streaks of light. A figure kneels in grief, surrounded by others. The air hangs heavy with sorrow as they mourn fallen comrades. This unexpected incident has shaken even the U.S. branch. An emergency meeting is now underway to address the situation. Given the perilous situation, non-combat personnel, like the cleaning team, were accompanied by the U.S. branch's team for rear support. The cleaning team members' expression is grim, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The problem lies with operations team too. Currently, they are in no condition to exert their full power, physically or mentally. Moreover, the core of the team's power is in the worst condition, adding to the dire circumstances. Even though she's the youngest team captain recognized by the association, she would still have a hard time coping with the deaths of her team members. As possible so she can grow, but the focus is on Kim Min-ju. Someone desperately pleads, "Please tell me, teacher." The hunter looks up, a question forming on his lips. He seems unsure of what he just heard. Kim Min-ju's eyes glow with an eerie light, consumed by a burning desire for vengeance. She contemplates the Atlantic golem's weakness, her mind racing. The air crackles with barely contained energy as the supporting character's resolve hardens. Her focus is absolute. Her crimson eye reflects a newfound understanding. Kim Min-ju realizes the fortunate nature of their repeating loop dungeon. A declaration echoes, promising relentless revenge against the monster. The endless loop fuels this burning resolve. With a sharp tap to the forehead, Kim Min-ju confronts the protagonist. She demands, "Hey, how dare you look at me like that?" The hunter winces, the tap clearly stinging. A voice commands, "Listen well, Kim Min-ju." Kim Jun-woo's expression hardens with concern. He counters, stating he is not taking revenge, and asks if she is thinking of putting the rest of their team in danger. The supporting character's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She tells herself to quickly get back to her senses so she can analyze the situation objectively. The demand rings out, a clear order given. "Give me a briefing on the bosses you've cleared." The images of the golems appear, bathed in blue and red light, respectively. The first boss was a golem giving off blue light, and the second one was a golem emitting red light. Kim Jun-woo inquires if there was anything notable right after clearing them. Kim Min-ju replies that other than that, there was nothing remarkable. She wondered if they were right after clearing. The first boss emitted blue light all over its body after it collapsed. And the same thing happened with the second boss, but with red light. Kim Min-ju asked if there was a reason why the two bosses glowed with different colors of light. Coming to think of it, when the loop restarted, the system window that popped up was glowing with a bluish color. Kim Jun-woo wondered if that bluish glow was a hint for ending the loop, and Min-ju agreed that a red glow has never come out when the loop restarts. The second boss should be taken care of first, or rather, the two monsters should be cleared at the same time. Someone announced that everyone should gather around, as they would have a briefing for the operation. They would be divided into 2 teams this time, and then clear both boss monsters in unison. Communications will stop working once the boss monsters appear, so they will finish clearing them at the same time exactly 20 minutes from now. Everyone is already physically exhausted, but since they're already familiar with the boss's pattern, it should be enough to simply cooperate with VTHE US branch. The team approaches, confident that this time they will succeed without any casualties. They move forward, ready to face the challenges ahead as a united front. Kim Min-ju asks Jinu Kim if Miss Yubin is going to be all right after the recent incident. A voice suggests that Han should join their team to bolster their forces. Jinu Kim acknowledges their team lacks a melee class, making a quick clear in 20 minutes difficult. Another team member points out their experience working together should ensure a smooth operation. However, Miss Yubin's hunter license has been revoked. Kim Minju argues that if someone is to join the expedition team, she is the better candidate. Someone responds that it's fine with them, as they're in a bind after all. A voice declares that now is not the time to be worrying about others. Another member states that Han Yubin is a lot stronger than her. Kim Minju tells them to leave it and focus on clearing the area. Jinu Kim warns that if they let their guard down, the same incident from earlier will happen again. The monstrous entity unleashes a deafening roar, its true colors revealed. Its glowing red eyes burn with savage intensity, mouth agape in a terrifying display. He is sent hurtling through the air, a blur of red against the streaks of light. The force slams into him, a blinding impact that throws him back. Kim Jun-woo lies prone, staring up at the sky with a grimace of pain etched on his face. A voice calls out, urging everyone to prepare for cover fire as a skill begins to charge. Celestial Blessing activates, bathing the area in a radiant glow as the character prepares their attack. The skill unleashes with a resounding HAP, the energy crackling in the air. The monster is struck, red lines flashing across its body as it braces for the impact. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of green light, the character launches forward. The monster's face contorts in a furious snarl, its red eyes burning with rage. Streaks of light erupt, signaling the devastating power of the attack. He is sent flying backwards, engulfed in a blinding light. A woman with long, dark hair watches in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. A man with short, red hair grits his teeth, realizing their efforts are not enough to stop the onslaught. Someone reflects on the situation, realizing the others are too exhausted to continue fighting effectively. The woman with long, dark hair is struck, blood splattering from her head and shoulder as she is sent hurtling through the air. She plummets downwards, a helpless silhouette against the chaos. Below, others shout a warning, urging their captain to dodge the incoming attack. The force of the blow is immense, a visible shockwave rippling through the air. The woman cries out in pain as the attack connects. A massive foot descends, crushing everything beneath it. The source of the devastation is revealed, a monstrous creature with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. A collective gasp of horror echoes through the battlefield. Her eyes wide with determination, she is engulfed in a fiery aura. A lone figure stands defiant against the encroaching hellfire, sword in hand. The helmeted figure looms, wreathed in hellfire, an embodiment of destruction. The woman calls out, her voice filled with concern for their teacher. The sword is gripped tightly, ready to strike against the inferno. He stands firm, a bulwark against the encroaching danger, protecting his companion. The disembodied voice urges someone to take matters into their own hands. The woman kneeling warns that the team's safety hinges on defeating the enemy. The woman with the sword hesitates, doubt clouding her face as she clutches her weapon. Kim Jun-woo's gaze intensifies as he focuses on Kim Minju. The unseen speaker reminds her of her training, questioning her dedication. A voice emphasizes the importance of this moment, reminding her that it's all for the sake of protecting her team. If it were the Kim Minju he knew before his regression, this clearing would have been impossible. A hand grips a sword tightly, energy crackling around the blade, ready for the coming battle. However, she is not the Kim Minju he once knew. Something has changed within her. Kim Minju moves with newfound confidence, wielding her swords with deadly precision. Right now, she is his follower, Kim Minju, ready to follow his lead into the heart of the conflict. The protagonist has awakened a unique class, Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor's blade glows with power, ready to cut through any obstacle. He has now become a perfect ambidextrous swordsman, capable of wielding any blade with deadly skill. The situation intensifies on both the U.S. branch and Han Yubin's side, the air thick with anticipation. Energy crackles, a tangible force in a confined space. The figure with orange hair kneels, weapon at the ready, prepared for what comes next. The armored figure demands, his voice booming, questioning if Jason will provide proper support. Enormous, shadowy hands reach for the figure with orange hair, threatening to engulf them. The figure cries out, barely escaping a fatal blow. I almost got killed. Han, surrounded by allies and swirling energy, acknowledges the dire situation. Look here, Han. There's not much I can do when everyone's already exhausted. The character with short, dark hair remains silent, his expression unreadable. The figure with orange hair is told that only 5 minutes remain, to which they respond with frustration. I know, God damn it. The figure's inner turmoil is evident as they express their frustration with the exhaustion of others, but reaffirm their determination to clear the challenge. A unique skill activates, High Panic Berserker. The activation of a unique skill, High Panic Berserker, is announced. The woman with red hair, eyes glowing, declares she has no choice but to end this quickly. Red streaks fill the air as the skill takes hold. The man with orange hair watches with a smug grin, stating that it is finally happening. The woman with black hair is awakened, her sword gleaming. It is explained that a hunter who raises their unique skill to the maximum level will receive a unique class. Though it sounds simple, only a handful of A ranks have been awakened, the woman crackling with energy. Well, even with that, the situation remains dire. It seems Kim Min-ju only has enough strength for one attack in her current condition. Someone declares they will support her. The woman with black hair urges someone to trust her and attack head-on. A voice echoes, promising the power to cut the enemy in half. Kim Junwoo and Kim Min-ju stand ready, determination etched on their faces. She affirms the plan. A foot stomps down, initiating the final assault. A surge of red energy erupts, signaling a devastating attack. A small figure launches toward the monstrous figure, amidst a deafening roar. The skill activates, 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, Sword Emperor. Kim Min-ju's eyes glow with power as she prepares to unleash the skill. A desperate cry pierces the air as the attack intensifies. The monstrous figure looms, but the small attacker stands defiant against it. A wave of fire engulfs the battlefield. The fiery assault continues, consuming everything in its path. Kim Junwoo is caught in the blaze, seemingly overwhelmed by the flames. The battlefield erupted as the armored figures were consumed by a sea of hellfire. The words flashed across the screen, skill activation, hellfire. Kim Junwoo, hand outstretched, commanded the flames with a resounding go. From above, Kim Min-ju gazed down, her expression unreadable as she prepared her next move. The hellfire continued to rage, consuming everything in its path. A monstrous visage emerged from the inferno, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Bathed in blue light, the hunter prepared to strike, her dark hair flowing around her. Her eyes narrowed, focused on the enemy before her. The monstrous face loomed, a terrifying guardian of the flames. Sword in hand, Kim Min-ju leaped forward, ready to unleash her next attack. The words appeared, promising a deadly technique, unsheathing sword dance. The system announced the victory, clearing conditions achieved, the dungeon's challenges overcome. With the announcement, the loop would end, the immediate threat neutralized. The battle concluded, the pair stood before the silent guardian, its purpose fulfilled. Elsewhere, another team confirmed their success, having completed their objective on time as well. Supported by Junwoo Kim, Kim Min-ju let out a sigh of relief, the tension leaving her body. Kim Junwoo looked at her, asking if she was okay after the intense battle. Min-ju smiled weakly, stating that at least she didn't think she was dying. A team in black suits approached them, asking if they were all right after the dungeon clearing. Back at headquarters, Operations Team 2 requested confirmation from the Expedition Team. The Expedition Team congratulated them on successfully clearing the dungeon, reporting nothing unusual and allowing the headquarters team to leave first. One of the men in black suits stated that the Expedition Team would clean up first, and then they would follow. The man smiled, revealing his true intentions, knowing they would do something like this. A voice declares that they will go ahead, allowing the others to leave first. A smaller figure calls out for their teacher. Kim Junwoo looks up, a determined expression etched across his face as he prepares for what's to come. A skill has been acquired, Replica. It allows the user to replicate another's unique skill for 1 minute. A towering figure looms over two individuals, one with a bun and the other with a look of shock, creating an atmosphere of intimidation. The woman with orange hair demands to know if they think they can get away with attacking their troops during an operation, her voice laced with anger. A man in a suit stands imposingly over a fallen figure, while another woman stands nearby, observing the scene with concern. The man with red eyes coldly states that no one would know if he killed them all, because dead men tell no tales. A voice wonders if the association would care if a few cleaners died, hinting at a callous disregard for human life. A hand reaches out, perhaps in desperation or aggression, its intent unclear. The man in the suit holds a knife to Han's neck, demanding the operations file she took, his tone menacing. Han insists that she doesn't know anything about any file, thinking that the man waited until she used up her skill. The man's voice dripped with malice, making it clear that cooperation was not expected. A blade glinted as the man holding it promised to send his victim to greet a departed friend, along with his colleagues. Someone lay prone on the ground, a faint glow emanating from their form. Kim Junwoo stood bathed in a blue aura, his weapon ready. The screen displayed the activation of the replica skill, 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. A man in a suit stood before a group of armed individuals, his expression unreadable. Someone questioned why an ally would be attacked during an active operation, noting the bad relationship between the two. Kim Junwoo's back was turned, his weapon visible behind him. Since the dungeons had been cleared, Kim Junwoo suggested they leave before continuing their conversation. A glowing purple figure materialized, multiple gun barrels visible beneath it. The armed individuals stood ready, surrounded by a glowing purple aura. He found it rude to be interrupted while he was still talking, Junwoo remarked. The man with red hair declares that some cleaners must die. He shouts for them to be shot. A skill is activated, combining the powers of a necromancer with a Gatling gun. A skeletal figure appears, wielding a Gatling gun with deadly intent. He grips the Gatling gun, purple energy swirling around him as he prepares to unleash its power. The sound of gunfire echoes through the air. The Gatling gun roars to life, spitting a hail of bullets. More bullets fly, tearing through the environment. One of the men questions if what they are doing is right. The man with red hair asks if he is suggesting they leave witnesses. The man with red hair agrees that the International Association won't care if a few Korean cleaners end up dead. He wonders why anyone would want to mess things up during his operation. He shouts at his enemies, calling them bastards. He surveys the fiery scene, noting the presence of a mechanic, a magician, a necromancer, and others, along with their class levels. Heavy artillery stood ready, promising a brutal hail of firepower. The strategy hinged on skills linked together, focused entirely on long-range combat. The woman with orange hair questioned the man with the sword, wondering if they didn't have enough budget. A voice boomed, questioning if someone was provoking them further and if they were thinking of fighting them alone. Yubin, the captain, asked someone to pipe down, stating that they were too noisy. The man in the suit looked over, calling out to Chloe. Someone had already contacted people outside via radio, so backup should be arriving soon, and 2 others would be fine since they were just unconscious. The blonde-haired character wondered which side the woman with orange hair was on. A ghostly figure, wielding a Gatling gun, offered a piece of advice as a senior. The sword strapped to his back glinted in the dim light. Yubin stated that putting only long-range people in one team was simply suicidal. The woman with orange hair mentioned a berserker class as an example. The disembodied voice mocks the idea of Han having high hopes. The man in the suit scoffs, reminding everyone that he is just a cleaner. The man with the apron observes that it will take a few more hours for that punk to recover. Kim Junwoo wonders if Han is planning to waste time until he can fight again, but dismisses the thought. A screen displays the message that the skill, Replica, has been acquired, allowing the user to replicate another's unique skill for 1 minute, specifically Han Yubin's High Panic Berserker. Red energy crackles around a weapon, hinting at the power being unleashed. The group of men in suits stand amidst the red energy, seemingly ready for action. Shocked expressions fill the faces of onlookers, their eyes wide with disbelief and concern. The screen displays High Panic Berserker as the moment of activation arrives. The man with red eyes, now engulfed in a red aura, asks if his opponent is ready to get the shit beaten out of him. A red aura blazes around him as multiple gun barrels lock on. The situation is growing dire. His eyes glow with crimson light, a red rod held firmly in his grasp. Power surges through him. He declares his intent to dominate, a promise of brutal force hanging in the air. The orange-haired man shouts, trying to rally his comrades. Fear is evident in his voice. The order is given to hold the line, a desperate attempt to withstand the protagonist's power. The orange-haired man's face contorts in disbelief and confusion. He can't believe a cleaner can use skills. A voice expresses doubt, a sense of impending failure permeating the air. The Atlantic Golem's power manifests, a blue figure emerging amidst digital displays. The system displays the acquired skill, Polymorph, which changes the size or form of a target object. The target object is specified, Mop. A surge of red energy fills the area. The transformed mops strike with deadly force, impaling the men in suits. All right then. Kim Junwoo's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he wields the weaponized mop. He wonders if he should start cleaning up trash like the cleaner that he is. The transformed mops continue their assault, eliciting screams of terror from the man in the suit. The transformed mops continue to strike, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The man in the suit shouts at the others, demanding they maintain their formation. A surge of blue energy crackles through the air. The sound of the attack echoes loudly. Kim Junwoo prepares to strike the man in the suit with the transformed mop. The battle continues, a lone figure silhouetted against the chaos. He swings the mop, now a formidable weapon, with incredible speed and force. The makeshift weapon connects with brutal impact, sending a shockwave through the air. The man in the suit is sent flying backward, his colleagues stunned by the sudden assault. A new passive skill is acquired, Hyperbleed, increasing all stats as stamina is consumed. The replica, High Panic Berserker converts to a stamina consumption buff, enhancing his abilities further. Kim Junwoo's eyes glow red, a crazed grin spreading across his face as his power surges. The remaining men in suits are sent sprawling, unable to withstand the hunter's enhanced strength. The man who took the brunt of the attack groans in pain, his face contorted in agony. The combination of Hyper Boost, Circle Counter, and Replica amplifies his combat prowess. Blood trickles from the man's mouth as he stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He plummets towards the ground, questioning what is happening to him. Kim Jun-woo stands victorious over his fallen opponent. The battle swiftly concluded. An ominous voice echoes, promising pain to someone who doesn't grit their teeth. His eyes burning with intensity, Kim Jun-woo prepares to unleash a devastating blow. The man in the suit, face contorted in fear, desperately tries to reason. Wait. Let's talk. We can talk. His plea is cut short as a fist, crackling with red energy, slams into his face. The hunter moves with blinding speed, his fist a blur of crimson power. The force of the blow sends the man reeling, a brutal impact echoing through the air. The man in the suit can only manage a pain gasp. He lies defeated, surrounded by his fallen comrades, the other men in suits. The remaining men in suits can only watch as their leader is brought down. He looks down at the scene, his expression a mix of determination and grim satisfaction. A hand gripped the man's collar, voice dripping with menacing sarcasm. He was being forced to answer. The orange-haired woman considered the situation. The man had been able to perfectly execute skill activation, linkage, and even skill. It was a flawless judgment. His dominating leadership in the association was clear, even though he was just a cleaner. The man in the suit kneeled, a display of submission. His overpowering strength was undeniable. The woman's eyes widened in shock. The man behind her remained stoic. She realized he was in the U.S. branch. The man in the suit looked up, a pained expression on his face. He seemed to be in distress. He raised his weapon, ready to strike. The other person pleaded for him to wait, fear etched on their face. He is challenged, accused of intending to kill. The accuser questions if he believes the International Association will stand idly by. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face as he holds a knife. He wonders how they would even know if he killed his target or if they died in battle. Captain Kim orders someone to stop. He warns that if he continues, he will be putting himself in danger as well. The person is shocked, realizing that touching someone from the International Association would also put them in danger. He appears enraged, as another man yells, pointing out that the target is an International Association's control team captain. The sound of impact echoes as several figures are struck down, lying defeated on the ground. A loud, guttural scream pierces the air, a testament to the brutal attack. Tears stream down the person's face, a clear indication of the pain and fear they are experiencing. He scoffs, dismissing the importance of the target's affiliation. He doesn't care if he's from the International Association and the U.S. branch can go to hell. He declares he's making an example out of him to ensure they'll never go around stepping on other people again. Captain Kim stands over the defeated, his expression grim. He wonders if they should settle one last thing. A voice from the ground weakly asks what else there is to settle, fear evident in their tone. An open hand awaits, ready to receive something of great value. A stern command echoes, demanding immediate compliance. Kim Jun-woo extends his hand, but the man in the suit seems taken aback. "Pardon?" he asks, surprised by the demand. The hunter's voice booms, accusing the other man of hiding the time stone and warning him against further theft. How'd he know? Kim Jun-woo dismisses the other man's stammering denial. He declares that everything will be forgiven if the time stone is returned. The hunter continues, stating that he will discuss the file with Ms. Han Yu-bin, after which it will be discarded. A choked sound escapes the man in the suit, a sign of his inner turmoil. The man, revealed to be Captain Jason, is in distress. He wonders aloud what he should do. Captain Jason questions if this is really all right, his anxiety growing. Sweat beads on Captain Jason's brow as he contemplates his options. A subtle smile plays on Captain Jason's lips as he declares that he understands. The time stone is placed into the waiting hand, its blue glow illuminating the exchange. Han Sang-hyuk speaks, beginning the conversation with a pointed statement. He stands with Junu Kim, an expectant look on his face. The question hangs in the air, a veiled accusation. Nothing happened in this place, right? The associate recalls an incident from his time at the U.S. branch. He mentions an accident involving Jinu Kim's friend. Han Sang-hyuk admits to promising to get rid of crucial evidence. He then asks how Jinu Kim knew about his friend's story. The man with orange hair reveals that Kim Min-ju told him about it. She mentioned it back when he was getting private lessons from them. The associate holds up a USB drive. He states that this is the file that Jason was frantically looking for. The man with orange hair looks at Jinu Kim, awaiting his response. He asks if he's okay with giving it to him. He thinks it's just wishful thinking for him anyway. Han Sang-hyuk tried to contact the press and asked for help from reporters as soon as he came back to Korea, but the woman with orange hair considers the photo in her hand. She wonders who would want to work on corruption in the White House. Rumors swirl that anyone who dares touch the International Association will be silenced, with no one finding out about it. Han Sang-hyuk stands over a body on a stretcher. He dismisses Jason as an idiot for coming all the way there for a useless file. Kim Jun-woo holds up a USB drive, a smirk playing on his lips. He mentions knowing one reporter who's a nut job. Before, his head still throbs whenever it rains, a lingering reminder of past events. The woman with orange hair stares intently. her expression unreadable. Han Sang-hyuk demands to know where the hell the other man got that kind of file. Kim Jun-woo smirks, taunting him. He asks where all his guts went when he wrote his article. The man at the computer types away, grateful that he won't be starving to death, but the amount of work that will go into this is insane, and the ripples that stemmed from one file have spread significantly. Kim Jun-woo speaks on the phone, learning that the operation under Han Yubin's command in the past was re-examined, and so they're conducting an ongoing investigation now. As a result, the control team captain, Jason, was exposed to have been involved in several cases of corruption and even embezzlement of dungeon profits. He was also imprisoned for causing internal conflict during an operation. 19 people on the expedition team had their hunter licenses revoked. They received the same charges. The governments of other countries felt the seriousness of the situation. They announced a national audit of their own hunter associations. The protagonist smirks, his expression unreadable. He thinks his head would be throbbing less. He arrives at a hospital room, the fluorescent lights reflecting off the polished floor. A woman lies in the bed, her face pale. He reflects that this is the second time he's visiting this punk in a hospital. The woman lies still, her eyes closed. The room is quiet, save for the hum of the machines. Her eyes flutter open, a smile gracing her lips. "Teacher, you're here," she exclaims. He responds, asking how she is feeling. She replies that she is a lot better, and the surgery went well too. She inquires about the hearing, her expression shifting slightly. The protagonist crosses his arms, a small smile playing on his lips. He tells her he's glad to hear that. A flashback flickers, revealing a past incident. Someone mentions that he went overboard by breaking his legs. It seems someone among the higher-ups has taken care of that. The situation quietly went under the rug. Even those within the International Association won't be able to fully conceal the fallout from this incident. They've already issued an official apology to the Seoul headquarters during this morning's press conference. He stood near the hospital bed, a somber expression on his face. A woman lay resting, her eyes closed. It couldn't be helped, and it wasn't something they could have anticipated. Someone had been in charge of the huge operation where such an incident occurred. The two men discussed the situation. The other team captains would seize this opportunity and try to take advantage. Kim Min-ju and another might have to pack their things in advance. Kim Jun-woo looked down at the patient. Surely she wasn't thinking of working in her current state, was she? The woman in the hospital bed spoke softly. "Wait, teacher." Her hands trembled slightly as she held the document. She seemed to be in pain. Kim Jun-woo sat nearby, watching her. He asked what she was talking about, urging her to just check the document. The document was an industrial accident receipt. It should be sent to her personal account soon. Kim Jun-woo reassured her that he had already taken care of filing her sick leaves. He told her not to worry about work and to focus on recovering, suggesting she apply for a rank reevaluation when she had time. Her expression was troubled. She wondered if it was okay for her to accept this. A voice questioned why she was suddenly acting like that. A group of figures stands silently, surrounding a covered body in a kneeling form. The whole incident wouldn't have gotten this serious. Kim Jun-woo kneels, head bowed, seemingly blaming himself for what has transpired. He is asked why he is blaming himself. Kim Min-ju lies in her hospital bed, recovering. She is told that she gave it her best and has gotten stronger. Kim Jun-woo looks on with a slight, knowing smile, observing Kim Min-ju in her recovery. Kim Min-ju looks down, a shadow crossing her face as she is told she did well. Kim Jun-woo stands beside Kim Min-ju's bed, his phone displaying former PA as it rings. The moment is tense. Kim Min-ju confirms that she is at the hospital, speaking to someone on the phone. Kim Jun-woo wonders if something happened, while Kim Min-ju explains that Executive Director Lee Do-shik just wants to. Kim Min-ju thinks to herself that she should go now, wanting to be left alone. Kim Jun-woo tells Kim Min-ju to take care, his expression suggesting concern. Kim Jun-woo observes that Kim Min-ju isn't even looking his way as he leaves. He decides to let it slide since she's injured. She looks down, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. The hospital gown hangs loosely on her frame. The man with brown hair wonders if the woman has seen the response from the citizens. He notes that the cleaning team's popularity is exploding. The man smiles, as he has acquired the summoner and priest classes. He maintains a composed expression. The woman with blonde hair asks manager Lee if there is any progress with that favor she asked for. Kim Min-ju discussed the compensation for the deaths that occurred during the operation. The compensation for the bereaved families and funeral ceremonies went smoothly, so they don't have to worry about anything else. A man in a suit admitted he didn't expect Kim Min-ju to personally step in, but he heard there could have been more casualties if she hadn't. Under those circumstances, she wondered what kind of madman would dare go against the International Association. The city skyline stood tall against the setting sun. Still, she was grateful that there was still a person like her who doesn't hesitate to jump into fire or deep waters. The man asked Kim Min-ju to please be more cautious from now on, because due to this incident, everyone in the association will closely observe her now. Fighting really didn't suit him, he thought. He wasn't sure when it came to monsters, but fighting with fellow humans left a bad taste in his mouth. Elsewhere, A man with a beard sighed deeply. One man asked if the International Association was putting pressure on him. He replied, "Not yet." She acknowledges the potential for repercussions, knowing that the board of directors is considering cutting ties before the International Association intervenes. A voice assures that they managed to hold them off, at least for the time being, but the relief is temporary. Kim Min-ju warns not to be thankful yet, certain that the issue will resurface, casting a shadow over any momentary victory. From an outsider's perspective, the man with reddish-brown hair concedes that they might be right, acknowledging the board's month-long push on an important matter. In this precarious situation, where the entire board hangs in the balance amidst negotiations with the International Association, a handshake seals a deal. The man in the center is told that he screwed them up big time, the sound effect emphasizing the severity of the situation. The man with reddish-brown hair acknowledges that they've placed him in the doghouse, a metaphor for being in trouble. Kim Min-ju reveals that he is also in the same boat, having gotten on the other executive director's bad side after covering for someone in this incident. Though everyone is already looking at him unfavorably, the man with reddish-brown hair still hopes everything goes well, a sentiment tinged with anxiety. The man is warned that, given the circumstances, he's also going to have his fair share of troubles from now on. The group is informed that the regular audit has been scheduled for next quarter, adding another layer of pressure to the situation. Despite the audit, one of the figures believes there shouldn't be any problem, but another cautions that it's too early to be complacent. There shouldn't be any issues, as the actual audit is what truly matters. In a past life, many died because others created unnecessary problems. A group of men stand in a hallway, the air thick with unspoken tension. The upcoming audit weighs heavily on their minds. Kim Jun-woo reflects on his past. Back then, he was the one conducting the audit. Now, he's the one being subjected to it. All this time, he was only concerned with expanding, but that's not enough now. The weight of the situation is becoming clear. Both he and another must find a way to survive now. The stakes are high, and the pressure is mounting. That being said, another man asks, can he help him out a little bit? The request hangs in the air, heavy with implication. If he cooperates, his future in the association can be guaranteed. Is he perhaps interested in being a director? The offer is tempting. He's not sure. Being a team captain already seems excessive. Even now, he wants to step down. The burden of leadership weighs heavily. Even for someone like him, this matter isn't as simple as he thinks. As he was saying, he's made a lot of enemies right now. The group of men stand together, their expressions grim. The weight of their collective enemies is palpable. From now on, it won't be easy to deal with everything on his own, until the board comes to a final decision regarding what they talked about. Earlier, it's best for him to lie low as much as possible. The advice is clear. Discretion is paramount in these uncertain times. He is told that everyone seems eager to get payback on a cleaner like him. The man wonders what Jun-woo will ask of him first. The man with the beard says that it's something that won't be too difficult for him. He asks Jun-woo to meet the president and convince him. The man with the eye patch wants Jun-woo to convince the president to return to the association. He remains silent, awaiting a response. The man with the beard states that, as Jun-woo knows very well, it's been 3 years since the president left the association. He is asked if he knows where the association president is. The man awaits his answer with a stern expression. The man with the beard asks why Jun-woo would ask him such a thing. He reiterates his request to meet and convince the president. The man with the eye patch wonders who else he should ask aside from Jun-woo, who is the exclusive personnel of the association president. He looks up, a question mark forming in his mind. He seems confused by the question. Jun-woo has heard rumors like that going around, but he didn't know there were people who actually believed it. He realizes that's why Lee Soo-young and Seo Min-cheol were acting docile towards him. Did they assume he has direct connections to the association president? The man with the beard is shocked to hear that Jun-woo has no connections at all with the association president. He exclaims in disbelief. He wonders if that's true, if he really has no connections at all. He is left in disbelief. The man in the suit expresses his disappointment, his gaze fixed on someone just outside the frame. The other man hesitates, finding it difficult to be completely honest about the situation at hand. He struggles to convince him. As he walks away, the man wonders if anyone else knows about the information he just shared. A voice suggests letting things be, fearing the trouble that might arise if the truth were to be discovered. The man in the suit announces that the next operation will be entrusted to Captain Kim Jun-woo. A document is held up, perhaps containing the details of the upcoming operation. The man in the suit asks if anyone has any objections to the plan. 2 men stand together, the one with red hair looking concerned, while the other with a ponytail remains stoic. The man with the ponytail states that there are no objections, and the man with gray hair agrees. The meeting is then concluded, the participants preparing to leave the conference room. The man with glasses observes that the team captains seem to have changed their attitudes. An internal conflict was brewing, corruption in the U.S. branch, and discourse with the International Association were all at play. Everyone was just trying to protect their own interests amidst these sudden events, the man thought. He accepted the coffee, admitting that he was worried about the future, and offered a quiet thanks. Someone questioned why he was acting like that again, even though he had done his job well. The incident had the board of directors in an uproar, and because of this, the entire board was now watching Captain Kim Jun-woo very closely. The man wondered if they would be safe because the board had their eyes locked on Kim Jun-woo. It was emphasized that this was not just any other person. This was Captain Kim Jun-woo. The man with glasses wondered what could happen to him when he's got the association president behind him. It was only true if the president was really backing him, the man stated, his eyes widening in surprise. He was warned not to mention this anywhere else. The stakes were high. During the latest recruitment process, some executive directors claimed they'd never heard of the name Kim Jun-woo. The man dismissed it, thinking it was something serious. Maybe those two just didn't know about him, he mused. The conversation turned to Lee Do-shik's dedication within the association. Doubts were cast on why someone with presidential connections was unknown. A silver-haired man with an eye patch stood imposingly behind another figure. There was no evidence they had contacted each other. The discussion shifted to Kim Jun-woo. It was noted that he had no prior work history in the industry before joining the cleaning team. The men reacted with visible shock. One placed a hand to his mouth, while another pointed a finger accusingly. The man in the red jacket suggested that Kim Jun-woo might be the person they were discussing, a possibility that seemed to unsettle them. Hands clenched tightly, a silent indication of the rising tension within the room. A man in a suit held up a file, feigning surprise. He claimed he had simply forgotten that he left the file there. The man bowed apologetically, asking to be excused. He quickly turned and exited through the nearby doors. A pregnant pause hung in the air, thick with unspoken questions and growing unease. The two men stared, their faces etched with shock and dawning realization, the implications hitting hard. One of them stammered, admitting that he also didn't know, the uncertainty palpable. A lingering question remained. Had he overheard their conversation? The paranoia began to set in. He drapes his coat over his shoulder, a contemplative look on his face. One man wonders aloud if Kim Jun-woo is connected to the association president. His companion confirms that he heard the same thing. A sinister laugh escapes him, his face contorted with malice as he plots his next move. His thoughts turn dark, consumed by the desire to inflict pain on his target. He wonders how he should cook that damn rat bastard. So, Mr. Kim sits at his desk, a stern expression etched on his face. He wonders aloud if Kim Jun-woo has any connections to the association president. Another man questions Soo-young, demanding if she can take responsibility for her words. The man in the suit remains silent, the ellipsis hanging heavy in the air. Documents are placed on the desk, certified personal records, certificates of family relations, diplomas, and so on. A man with silver hair smirks, stating that he also did a background check just to be sure, but everything is clean. Nothing indicates that he has anything to do with the association president. The man in the suit holds up a document, displaying a photo and personal information. It is said that Kim Jun-woo is definitely a cleaner with excellent abilities, but it is strange to say that he is moving under the direct orders of the association president. Even when he got involved with the International Association this time, neither the hair nor hide of the association president was seen, the yelling man in the suit exclaims. Mr. Kim exhales, the weight of the situation settling upon him. The two men agree that what is being said makes sense. He slams his hands on the desk, enraged. What have they been doing all this time, oblivious to the cleaner's deception? The man's face contorts with anger. A hand points to the documents on the desk. Someone asks Soo-young if she knows what was discussed during the general meeting a month ago. The man in the suit suggests selling the Korean Association to the International Association. The man with silver hair looks up, questioning if the International Association would take over their own association. It's stated that the Korean branch is the largest among the independent associations. The man in the suit sits at his desk, listening to the other man. He seems to be considering the proposal. The question hangs in the air. Isn't this quite a big deal if it's successful? The man with red hair states that those who are retiring can make huge profits. The remaining executives and hunters will be absorbed into the International Association without having to say anything. But the problem is that old-fashioned geezer, the association president, left all of his authority to Lee Do-shik and vanished. The man holds his head, realizing that the final consent would have to come from Lee Do-shik, but there's no way an overly patriotic guy like him would agree to sign it. That's why he was making a deal with the International Association behind Lee Do-shik's back. The plan hinged on securing an agreement, a strategy designed to amplify pressure on Lee Do-shik. Everything had been progressing smoothly, until Kim Jun-woo interfered, meddling with the U.S. branch's operations. Thanks to that interference, the higher-ups, including antagonist Mr. Kim, are now quite furious about the situation. The stakes were high. Failure to deal with Kim Jun-woo this time meant being thrown out onto the streets. But even without the president's approval, was it still possible to sell the association to the International Association? It was possible, but only if Lee Do-shik, who held full authority, gave the final approval. But then, if the president came back to the association, wouldn't it all be in vain? That person left everything behind for 3 years. For what reason would he choose to come back now, after all this time? Even the executives had no idea where he presently was, adding to the uncertainty of the situation. It's time, antagonist Mr. Kim thought, to teach that con man a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. A phone screen displayed the contact information for Exec Director Song Cheol-shik, setting the stage for a crucial call. Executive Director Song Cheol-shik, relaxing in a bathtub, was asked if he could bring forward the scheduled audit for the next quarter. Suddenly, a solution emerged. A way had been found to deal with that bastard, Kim Jun-woo, once and for all. Mr. Kim states his intention to provide a report that can be used as a reference during the upcoming audit. Elsewhere, a man lounging in a tropical locale speaks on the phone, his tone suggesting a question or uncertainty. In an office setting, a man on the phone reminds his colleague, Min Cheol, that the entire board of directors is relying on him. The voice on the other end of the line assures that everything will be done to move the audit forward. The man in the tropical setting holds up a glass of red liquid, contemplating the possibility of a vacant seat on the board of directors. Meanwhile, 3 individuals in black suits and white aprons observe the situation, one expressing concern that they are going overboard. Back in the office, the man asks if the audits have always been this meticulous, suggesting a change in procedure. The woman in the apron confirms that they are being awfully fussy this time, hinting at increased scrutiny. Captain Kim Min-ju is questioned about whether she personally wrote all the operations plans for the past few months. The woman in the suit, now identified as Captain Kim Min-ju, appears surprised by the question and asks for clarification. He holds the document out, questioning its contents. Captain Kim Min-ju affirms his statement, her expression unreadable. But according to what he's heard, she's been taking advice from somebody else. She admits to taking advice, explaining that she hasn't been a team captain for very long, so she went around asking questions here and there. If that's the case, then why did the other team captains say that they've never given any advice to Captain Kim Min-ju? Moreover, these plans are altogether quite similar. There are a lot of suspicious things in this situation. Piles of documents sit stacked, perhaps containing the answers to these questions. Miss Kim Min-ju's glasses glint as she stares intently, a bead of sweat forming on her brow. Judging from this, she was the project leader during the previous joint operation. She confirms this with a simple yes. The other team captains decided to boycott that particular operation, a fact that startles her. Why is that? She doesn't really know. It seemed there was something related to it that they didn't like. If she told her that it was their way of protesting against how teacher arranged the schedules for clearing, it'll just further strengthen her suspicion about me having a proxy. The man adjusted his glasses, relaying that he'd already heard about the situation from the other team captains. The topic of discussion, Kim Jun-woo's capricious management of the headquarters schedule. Miss Kim Min-ju is asked if she has always been close with cleaner Kim Jun-woo. Since Kim Min-ju offers no response, the man with red hair states they will leave it at that. The conversation shifts, questioning whether they should conclude things this way and what happened during the joint operation. Kim Min-ju stands firm, the question of who was receiving advice from a cleaner hanging in the air. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with tension. The figures in suits depart, leaving the lingering message that she will be hearing from them soon. The woman appears concerned, as the topic of an audit and someone working behind the scenes comes up. At the support team, Hunter Management Office, Deputy Manager Lee Ah-young is present. The question is posed, was there a reason for sending over all Class A+ equipment to Operations Team 2? Isn't it natural for the support team to give their support to a team that was passionate about operations? He listens as the woman across the table questions the support team's involvement. She wonders if the competition should only be between the operations teams. At that time, Operations Team 2 managed to secure second place in the final settlement, despite being outnumbered. The final settlement scores are displayed. The man in the suit holds a document, his expression suggesting concern. He seems to be reviewing the details with a critical eye. The woman asks what he is trying to say. She wonders if the results could be considered rigged, given the circumstances. Meanwhile, Section Chief Park reads the reports, noting that he didn't make the cleaning team's schedule himself. The scene is set in the cleaning team office headquarters. The man is startled, sweat beading on his brow. He stammers, barely able to get the words out, indicating he is under pressure. The scene shifts to the control team, Operations Command Center. The text box simply states the location, setting the stage for what's to come. Captain Pyeon Chong-hyun is questioned about putting a cleaner in charge. The atmosphere is tense, with unspoken concerns hanging in the air. The man looks cornered, his eyes wide with anxiety. He is asked if he has anything to say, implying he is being accused of something. The response is short and dismissive. There's none. This suggests a refusal to cooperate or a lack of explanation. The man speaks of things that went against regulations. His expression is serious, indicating the gravity of the situation. The woman asks if they are all related to cleaner Kim Jun-woo. Her tone is accusatory, implying a conspiracy or conflict of interest. Sweat beads on his brow, a knot forming in his stomach. The tension hangs heavy, a silent storm brewing. Kim Jun-woo checks his phone, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he reads the message. The message from his former PA warns that the audit team is actively investigating the support team. He furrows his brow, a sense of unease washing over him. Why the sudden change in attitude? Han Sang-hyuk watches as Kim Jun-woo is asked a direct question. Was he the captain of Cleaning Team 3? The man in the suit responds, introducing himself as Choi Jun-hyuk, the audit team captain. Choi Jun-hyuk requests that he come with him for a moment. Elsewhere, the setting sun casts long shadows across the imposing building. Han Sang-hyuk observes that he has been silent for the past 2 hours, and it seems they've been waiting for this moment. The unseen figure notes that targeting those around him instead of the actual target is a nasty but effective method. Choi Jun-hyuk holds a document, his expression unreadable as he looks at Kim Jun-woo. Taking away the ability to communicate with other teams was a brilliant trick. The silence was designed to make him feel anxious. When silence persists while everything is cut off, a person will naturally start overthinking. Confined to a chair, the figure wondered what was going on with the other teams. The more thoughts he had, the more anxious he became, his face contorted in distress. Anxiety put a lot of strain on him until he could not bear it any longer, his rationality crumbling. He would start giving them the answers they wanted, willing to take responsibility for everything. The figure begged for it to stop, his eyes glowing red with desperation. However, this kind of manipulation happened to be his area of expertise. He had managed to axe several people using this exact method, and would be disappointed if they thought it would work on him. Han Sang-hyuk faced another man, commenting that this must be a huge headache for the audit team. The other man questioned the timing, noting that the audit was supposed to be scheduled next quarter. He sits across from Jun-woo, mentioning that something has to be moved a few months earlier than expected. The protagonist casually inquires about Executive Director Song Cheol-shik. Mr. Kim smiles faintly, mentioning that it's his wife's birthday next month. The protagonist wonders aloud if he has thought about a present for her, suggesting she likes champagne. Jun-woo offers a recommendation, if Mr. Kim doesn't mind. Mr. Kim's expression hardens slightly, a subtle warning in his eyes. Mr. Kim Jun-woo tells the protagonist to watch what he says, but Jun-woo laughs it off, apologizing and promising to keep his mouth shut. A silent declaration hangs in the air. Starting now, things will be different. The protagonist's eyes narrow, his focus intensifying. The more he stays silent, the more absorbed he becomes. The question lingers. Who is this bastard? He will be in your thoughts. Mr. Kim's thoughts race. He wonders if the protagonist already knows everything, dismissing him as just a. Someone mutters that the cleaner is spitting nonsense, questioning why he's asking about Executive Director Song Cheol-shik, of all people. Demanding answers, she wanted to know where he had been and why he hadn't been answering his calls. She had been looking for him all over the place and needed to know if the audit team had already visited. Her voice rising, the woman's expression hardened as she pressed for answers, her frustration palpable. Changing the subject, she inquired about the situation with the other teams. The news was grim. It was terrible. He questioned why they were taking things this far, his brow furrowed with concern. Her expression was one of distress, the weight of the situation bearing down on her. She suggested that she could just leave the association. He responded, incredulous, asking if she could still joke in the situation. The woman in the red jacket states that she and Miss Minju would be fine even if they left the association, suggesting they could join a guild. The woman with brown hair looks concerned, noting that the rest of the cleaning team will remain within the association. She worries about Hae-yun and the others. The man with brown hair pauses, seemingly in thought. He expresses his concern for them as well, but the woman with brown hair, looking at her phone, says she understands. The phone rings. A voice announces, "Hello, Executive Director. This is Kim Jun-woo." The man with the beard, identified as Captain Kim, is asked why he wasn't answering his phone. The caller dismisses it, mentioning rumors about him not being connected to the association president. The executive director sits in his office, a question hanging in the air. "If I hand you a sword, would you wield it?" Captain Kim, on the phone, responds with a firm, "Of course." A close-up shows a suit and tie, as the person on the other end of the line says he understands and will call again soon. Kim Jun-woo asks Manager Lee if she is free right now. She responds, questioning why he is asking. He states that he wants her to go somewhere with him, adding that he has time since the audit concluded, but Kim Min-ju's expression suggested lingering dissatisfaction. The sound of finality echoed in the air. Nearby, an unnamed man in an apron seemed to be waiting for instructions. He stood with his hands clasped. The man in the apron was told to wait in the lobby. The woman with red hair reflected on a past life. The woman's red eyes burned with determination, fueled by past grievances. She vowed to repay those who wronged her. Seriously? Kim Min-ju drove, her brow furrowed in annoyance. Beside her, Kim Jun-woo sat quietly. The ride was proving to be quite uncomfortable. Kim Min-ju slammed her hand on the steering wheel, her frustration boiling over. Kim Jun-woo looked startled by the sudden outburst. She exclaimed that she wasn't even his assistant, questioning how many hours she had been driving. Kim Jun-woo casually admitted that he didn't have a driver's license yet. Kim Min-ju was shocked, retorting that if he didn't have one, then he didn't have one. Meanwhile, a car sped along the highway at night. Below, a mysterious package sat, its contents unknown. She questions his choice of provisions. Why would he bring instant ramen when they're going to the mountains? Kim Min-ju finds it odd to bring instant ramen as a gift, especially since they don't know who they're meeting. He tells her to follow him and watch her step as they venture deeper into the forest. The sound of their footsteps echoes through the night, the forest illuminated by the moon. They arrive at a secluded house, nestled deep within the mountain's embrace. Kim Min-ju, visibly tired, wonders if anyone is home as they approach the entrance. A hand knocks on the door, a silent plea for someone to answer their call. An old man with piercing eyes appears, his gaze fixed on Kim Jun-woo, demanding to know who he is. His voice echoes with an underlying intensity, questioning how they managed to find this place. The old man grips Kim Jun-woo's shoulder, declaring himself as Captain Kim Jun-woo from the Seoul headquarters, wanting to speak with him. Kim Min-ju is shocked, exclaiming, "Mr. President?" in disbelief. The man is revealed to be President Park In-byum, a figure connected to the emergence of dungeons 50 years ago. Before associations and guilds existed, this person, along with 5 colleagues, created the legend of the Hunter world. Later on, he established an association all on his own, and is still the incumbent head of the Korean Supernatural and Dimension Management Association. President Park In-byum, standing before the two, tells them not to forget to keep their mouths shut. Kim Min-ju looks shocked, questioning what he is saying. The president stands with his hands clasped in front of him, a stoic expression on his face. Kim Min-ju and Kim Jun-woo stand side by side, the woman's shock contrasting with the man's serious gaze. The spicy ones, she thinks. President Park In-byum asks how long they're going to stay, answering that it will be just 30 minutes. A voice calls out, telling someone to come in. A disembodied voice wonders if it worked. A steaming bowl of noodles sits, undisturbed, as a voice demands to know who is present. The woman in the blue dress questions how he found this place, given his supposed lack of connections to the president. She wonders if this is worth making a fuss about. The response is sharp. Even their father doesn't know about this place. The older man with the goatee tells them to dig in. The protagonist and Kim Min-ju thank him for the food. The older man reminisces about a time, 50 years ago, when this was the only thing he and his colleagues ate for a month while clearing a dungeon. The group sits together, the noodles steaming between them. Kim Min-ju laments having to travel to town to buy the ingredients, as her legs aren't as strong as they used to be. President Park, holding chopsticks, demands to know what the protagonist does and how he knew how to get here. He states that no one should have known about this place. The group continues to eat, the tension palpable in the air. The protagonist offers to explain how he knows about this place, but warns that they probably won't believe it. President Park expresses surprise that a cleaner managed to find him. Lee Ah-young introduces himself as Deputy Manager Lee Ah-young, and then asks about the young lady next to the protagonist. Lee Ah-young and Lee Do-shik, members of the support team, stand ready. The woman appears anxious, awaiting instructions. From above, Cleaning Team 3 Captain addresses the pair. He asks what they want to tell him. Lee Ah-young and the protagonist exchange worried glances. The board of directors is currently coordinating with the International Association for a takeover. Someone hopes that the captain can put a stop to it. The captain, stroking his beard, questions why he should intervene. He declares that the association can go down the drain for all he cares. He then asks if it isn't the association he established himself. The captain recalls a time 50 years ago when there were no operations teams and the like. A system? Information? The captain wonders who knew what those things were. He reflects on the trouble he went through to establish the association. He laments that people have become too well-fed and don't understand what it feels like to be hungry, and criticizes the fighting over seats and money. The captain states that he now has absolutely no interest in whatever they are doing. He tells them to go back if they don't have anything else to say. The question is posed. Will he hand over his seat as the president? Lee Ah-young and the protagonist are surprised. They point out that he said he wasn't interested anymore, so why is he still holding on to his seat as the association president? The captain asks what they just said. The offer hung in the air, to relinquish his position, to embrace a peaceful retirement. But Lee Ah-young grabbed Han Sang-hyuk, questioning if he truly wanted to keep the position out of greed. Park In-byum scoffed, suggesting that even impudent individuals could rise to the rank of team captain these days, while Kim Jun-woo declared that the association was the true source of madness. The priorities of the association should be the safety of civilians and clearing dungeons. However, the people who should have, they had worked silently for the safety of the citizens, only to see those same citizens become pests. Those who rode on the coattails of others grew more powerful. The faces of the men were grim, their expressions reflecting the weight of the situation and the dark undercurrents at play. A question arose. Did they still dare to call him crazy after witnessing such a predicament? It was revealed that he had been thinking about the association. Lee Ah-young and Kim Jun-woo exchanged a look, the latter stating that it was all just for show, a carefully constructed facade. Now that they had reached this point, were they still claiming to be indifferent to the association's fate? They were asked to stop uttering meaningless words. Han Sang-hyuk remained with his head bowed. If he had truly lost interest in the association, he would have resigned completely. Kim Jun-woo declared he would not return if this was the state of the association the president desired, questioning if that was truly the case. The reason he wore that heavy crown until now. The question hung in the air, a veiled accusation about ulterior motives. President Park's expression darkened. He felt the eyes of the board of directors scrutinizing his every move, like vultures circling prey. What could he possibly do when he felt so isolated? He lamented that he didn't even have someone he could truly trust. A figure with long silver hair stood impassively, as someone suggested that Executive Director Lee Do-shik was present. The conversation turned to the topic of handing over authority to someone they believed in, and the speaker dismissed that person as immature. Two figures sat across from each other, discussing how joining hands with Executive Director Lee Do-shik was the only way to restore the association to its former state. President Park considered the proposition of joining forces with Lee Do-shik, but he wondered what benefit he would receive for coming this far. The question was posed. Had Lee Do-shik promised him a seat as a director? A voice declared that they had received an offer, but rejected it, stating they planned to leave the association soon anyway. The woman with short brown hair looked shocked, as Kim Jun-woo stood behind her, a serious expression on his face. Kim Jun-woo stood before President Park, who asked why the board of directors was pressuring him. Park admitted that was indeed the case, but it wasn't the reason. The conversation shifted to the importance of knowing the reason for a cleaner's resignation, but the speaker insisted they had said everything they could. He declares that he has said what he needed to say and will be leaving now. The man across from him has yet to give his answer. Anyway, the older man wonders if they have known each other before, questioning why he knows things so well. Outside, the woman asks Kim Jun-woo if it's true that he is really leaving. She is hurt by his decision. As they walk, she questions if this is his way of taking responsibility for the recent incident, but he says that is not related at all. The woman looks at him intently, asking if he really means to leave. She exclaims that he can do whatever he wants, but if he leaves, what are other people supposed to do? She wonders why she is even asking him, as they should know what to do with their own lives. The woman is shocked and speechless. He walks away, leaving her dumbfounded. But if he leaves, it's going to be quiet. A recent article exposed International Association Control Team, Captain Jason's corruption. The news was revealed by a dungeon cleaner from the Korean Association, leading one to remark on the captain's unexpected level of craziness. An older man reads the article, his brow furrowed. He wonders aloud about a cleaner capable of causing trouble for the U.S. branch of the association. The cleaner punk is strong, indeed. So strong that someone has yet to meet anyone who can compare to him, a man thinks to himself. He's someone who will be unrivaled wherever he goes, especially here in this country, the narration states. The older man continues to read the news. He laments that had he discovered him earlier, he would have kept him by his side. The association was created in a way that it won't be destroyed, and yet people are fighting to the death over it. The narration explains as people shake hands. The unusual authority of operations teams, office politics among the executives. He got tired of everything, so he left it all behind and went to live in seclusion for 3 years. However, just like what that cleaner said, someone has to make up their mind if they want to step down from their position as the association president. The older man looks at his tablet, seemingly in contemplation. He agrees with the sentiment. That's right. 3 years is already a long time for a break, the narration states as the title of the series is displayed. The meeting commenced, the topic a joint operation with the Cheongnam branch plan for the coming week. The man at the head of the table inquired if there was a team available to participate in the operation. The man's face betrayed his anxiety, beads of sweat forming as he awaited a response. Operations Team 4 was already scheduled, someone reported, and Team 5 wouldn't be able to participate either. Team 7 was also unavailable. It seemed no one could participate, so the suggestion was made, why not ask Captain Kim Jun-woo to come to the rescue, as usual? If it was Kim Jun-woo's division, Operations Team 2 could go, another man chimed in, grinning widely. The conversation shifted to the fact that they had lost contact with Captain Kim Jun-woo. Elsewhere, a man with slicked-back hair chuckled, remarking that someone's people were in deep waters, but he had already abandoned ship. The woman with long black hair sat silently, thinking that the association was definitely going to good places. The woman and the man next to her exchanged worried glances, the silence heavy with unspoken concerns. Song Min-cheol, you asshat, you're still alive. I knew I could. The man with slick-back hair, Song Min-cheol, ate with gusto, laughing maniacally as he did so. The question hangs in the air. Is there still no word about Kim Jun-woo? One man suggests that he chose to disappear because he's at a disadvantage. All the people around him would have already left. Even if he returns, He can only continue cleaning as quietly as a mouse. 3 men sit at a long table laden with food. One of them declares that it's all thanks to the executive director for lending them his power. The only one remaining now is executive director Lee Do-shik. The camera focuses on a plate of food. A voice wonders if they will be able to get his signature for the takeover. Even if he doesn't want to, a board meeting has been called this time. The agenda on the table would be executive director Lee Do-shik's retirement. But for what reason? The speaker asks if they were able to get something that can be used against him. The man in the suit states that there's no need for that, since it'll be the end of his term anyway. The speaker notes that if the president of the association's seat is vacated for a specific reason, the executive director's term, who has been given full authority by the association president, automatically lasts until the president returns to his seat or retires from office. However, if the association president has not performed his duties for more than 36 months, and it has been determined that he has no intention of continuing his job in the future as well, a lone figure stands defiant as countless hands reach out, a vote looming to forcibly remove the president. The air crackles with conspiracy. One man questions if the plan is to strip the president of his position. Seo Min-cheol confirms the plan, adding with a cruel smile that he will send Lee Do-shik to accompany him on his way out, so he wouldn't feel too lonely. The discussion continues, focusing on whether the majority of votes will be in favor of their scheme. There are executive directors waiting for the president. Another man assures them not to worry, stating he handed out a few things and immediately received clear-cut answers. He tells Seo Min-cheol to keep up the good work. One of the men mockingly asks if he should call him Executive Director Seo now, punctuating the question with a sinister laugh. The man at the head of the table admits he hasn't thought that far ahead yet, and asks if anyone has someone to recommend as a replacement. The conversation shifts, with someone asking what they think of Captain Lee Soo-young as a potential candidate. The man on the left acknowledges that someone contributed greatly to this recent event, hinting at a power play within the organization. The man considers if someone is good enough to be his replacement, a silent contemplation hanging heavy in the air. Someone expresses enthusiasm, stating, "Ooh, hell yeah," and thanking someone profusely, implying a sinister plan is coming to fruition as they are finally done cooking these rat bastards. Kim Jun-woo will leave the association in no time, and even if he decides to hold out, he's got no one left to help him anymore. The announcement arrives. Executive Director Lee Do-shik, entrusted with the full authority of the association president, is to be removed from his position. Sinister forces seem to be at play, as one man grins with glowing eyes, while another appears to be savoring a dark victory. A new power is rising. The word arrives that Song Cheol-shik will soon be the new authority figure in the association. Whispers circulate about the audacity of someone who created a mess, now daring to crawl back into headquarters. Some express disgust at the thought of associating with him. The situation grows more chaotic. Some mutter about lunatics, while others inquire if their teams were also targeted. The situation intensifies as Captain Kim Jun-woo is suddenly attacked, his cry for help cut short. Despite the turmoil, the work continues. The need to clear dungeons remains a pressing concern for some. The audit's aftermath proves more severe than anticipated, leaving one individual deeply troubled by the unexpected response. Isolation sets in. Even teams previously on good terms are now hesitant to get involved, signaling a shift in alliances. A woman with dark hair greets someone with a seemingly innocent, "Ah, you're here." The audit team's presence is confirmed, having already visited that morning, adding to the growing unease. Tension rises as the woman is asked if she is angry, and if that anger is directed at the person addressing her. The woman wonders aloud why she would be angry at the teacher. She believes others are the true antagonists. She states that the person in question didn't even do anything wrong, her tone laced with frustration. The woman's anger simmers as she declares that very fact is what fuels her ire. The woman recalls a time when the teacher took the lead. Others eagerly followed, treating him as the highest authority. Kim Jun-woo wonders what Kim Min-ju is talking about. He doesn't recall ever looking after them. Kim Min-ju continues, suggesting that he is already having a hard time, so why concern himself with others? She thinks it's all her fault. She presents a document, telling him to read it. She suggests that if he has time for nonsense, he should use it to get more sleep instead. The document contains a summary of information about yellow and higher grade dungeons. It also includes operation plans for those dungeons. Kim Min-ju looks surprised, holding the document in her hands, a small exclamation mark floating beside her. She says that she knows he'll do well even without her help. She thought she'd give it as a farewell gift. Kim Min-ju's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she stares at the document. Kim Jun-woo tells the teacher to hold on and not to tell him. He seems flustered by the situation. The situation was bound to get chaotic, and a warning was issued. Don't go running around trying to help other people. He knew he had to focus on the job he had to do, despite the surrounding turmoil. Frustration mounted as someone wondered if their phone was just for decoration, questioning why their calls weren't being answered. The blonde woman in the suit exclaimed, startled, asking if something had happened. It seemed that the blonde woman was deeply affected by the news, her expression conveying distress. Someone had submitted a proposal to dismiss the association president from his position, leaving the man with brown hair and the black-haired woman in shock. The plan was to dismiss the association president so they could force Lee Do-shik's term to end. Lee Do-shik's eyes glowed red, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he looked down at the man with brown hair. The group reviewed the documents, the tension palpable as they discussed the implications. Someone angrily declared that Song Cheol-shik wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted. Therefore, at this board meeting, they would discuss the proposed dismissal of the incumbent president of the association, followed by the retirement of executive director Lee Do-shik. Association President Park In-beom had fulfilled his duties for 36 months, and it had been confirmed that there was no way to reach him during that period. Based on the evidence, the board of directors has determined the association president has no intention of fulfilling his duties. The speaker announces that he will now reveal the results of the vote regarding the dismissal of the association president. The man prepares to announce the results, holding the document in his hands, ready to reveal the association's fate. Chairman of the board of directors Jang Dae-hyun's face contorts with rage, thinking, "Song Cheol-shik, you bastard." From what he sees, it seems even executive directors Go Eun-young and Hong Il-kwon have joined the opposing side, likely bribed to do so. The speaker continues, while another man realizes that if they succeed in dismissing the association president, he can't remain on the board of directors. Someone tells executive director Lee Do-shik that he has worked hard, seemingly praising his efforts in this endeavor. He is told not to be discouraged. Even if he leaves the board of directors, he can still stay in the association. He is then asked about becoming a cleaning team captain, as there will be a vacancy soon. CEO Min Cheol's eyes glow red with anger as he thinks about how someone has turned against him, forgetting the favor he did for them. The speaker announces that he will now announce the result of the voting. The room's silent with anticipation. The result of the voting regarding the dismissal of Association President Park In-beom is announced. 32 votes in favor, while someone interrupts, stating they have a question. The question hangs in the air. Is the association still willing to fulfill its duties? A look of surprise spreads across the man's face, his eyes widening slightly. A voice declares that it's too late. The votes have already been counted. Smug laughter fills the room as one of the men in suits says that someone is grasping at straws. A foot steps forward, a subtle shift in the power dynamic. "Yes, I see," a voice acknowledges. The man in the suit addresses the room, stating that it has been a long time. Confusion erupts as the crowd wonders what is happening, questioning if it's the president. A figure surrounded by flames appears, seemingly out of reach. The man with the white mustache and beard reveals he heard something interesting is happening at the association. Terror grips the faces of the onlookers as they witness the unfolding events. Disbelief hangs heavy in the air. It can't be. The staff debated whether it was best to cut ties with their captain. Kim Jun-woo's name hung in the air as the gravity of the situation settled over the room. They said that operations team 2 was in a huge mess because they were the closest team to him, and they wondered if they should keep their distance as well. The hunter stood before a monstrous, red creature, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The woman with the ponytail stuttered, but declared that she would cut him off if that's what they wanted. But Kim Jun-woo wouldn't. He thought it couldn't be helped, even if it was a selfish decision, and that they still had to make a living. He questioned if they wanted him to turn his back on the captain just because things had gotten difficult. The woman declared that she was never doing that as long as she still had her pride. She told the others not to worry, that she wouldn't let them get caught in the crossfire, and that she had to get payback no matter what. The woman with the ponytail stated that she was the kind of person that had to pay back what she'd received no matter what. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, sputtering out a question. He seems to recognize the approaching figure. A wave of shock ripples through the assembled group. They are clearly unprepared for this sudden arrival. A voice cuts through the stunned silence. It seems familiar, carrying an air of authority. The man with the white beard and hat stands tall, his gaze sharp and assessing. The man with the white beard addresses Lee Do-shik, remarking on his changed appearance after a long absence. The man with the white beard speaks, his words carrying a weight of unspoken meaning. He seems to be acknowledging a debt. The men in suits exchange a look, a silent understanding passing between them. Despite the current situation, they believe anything is still possible. The man with the white beard reflects on the state of affairs, lamenting the chaos that has unfolded in his absence. He feels betrayed by those he once helped. Lee Do-shik confirms that he has lost weight, his expression unreadable as he stands before the man with the white beard. A desperate plea hangs in the air, a voice begging for understanding and perhaps forgiveness. The man's face is contorted in fear as he begins to speak, his words cut short by the unfolding events. The man with the white beard dismisses the concept of rules with contempt, his expression hardening with resolve. He questions if the proper protocol was followed before submitting a proposal to dismiss them. He demands to know if they're even aware of the proper procedure. A man pleads with someone not to be unreasonable, explaining that no one knew where they had been for the past 3 years. How were they supposed to contact them? Lee Do-shik, eyes glowing with power, wonders how the cleaner managed to find him. The man is shocked, exclaiming that Kim Junwoo being involved doesn't make any sense. He reflects on the information Soo-young brought him and the investigations he conducted to be safe. He found nothing that could suggest any connection to the association president. The man realizes that the proposal went through without notifying the association president, even though there was a way to contact him. That seems to be the case. Another man wonders how that will affect what's happening now, given that the results from voting are already decided. The man demands that they hurry up and make their decision, stating that he has already dealt with So-Harry. The men in suits stand around a table, seemingly in deep discussion about the unfolding events. Lee Do-shik's eyes widen in shock, sweat beading on his brow as he realizes the implications. The room was filled with tension as the men discussed the association president's absence. One man thinks that Song Cheol-shik is to blame for the president not showing up. Another man claims there was a mistake during the presentation of the process, and they were unaware of it. The group seems to be in agreement. One of the men states that he thought the president was properly notified. He says that if he knew the president wasn't notified, he wouldn't have voted in favor. Another man questions how Executive Director Song can handle things this way. One man suggests that they pretend nothing happened, since the situation was against the rules. Another man says he is glad that the president is all right. The speaker thinks of the others as shameless bandwagoners. Someone argues that what they did was against the rules. The men discuss trying everything they could to reach the president. One man asks if they have forgotten that they even formed a team dedicated to figuring out where the association president was half a year ago. One of the men tells another that he should have some conscience and stop doing this. He is reminded that he has been hiding for 3 years and suddenly decided to come back now. The question hangs in the air. So what will be your decision, Jang Dae-hyun? The man with red hair is being pressured. Sweat beads on his brow as he considers his options. The proposal will be retracted. The meeting was in full swing, the attendees seated around the long table, all eyes on the man, standing at its head. The man with the white beard, dressed in a dark suit and hat, held his gaze steady, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, the sound of a cane slamming against the floor echoed through the room, cutting through the tense atmosphere. A voice boomed out, declaring that he wouldn't ask for too much, only that they remember this one thing. Several members of the association looked on with concern, their faces etched with worry and apprehension. The man announced that, as of today, he would establish a planning division and was thinking of pushing through with an extensive internal reorganization. The implication hung in the air. Someone will be in charge, but who would it be? The man with the white beard turned his gaze towards a man with red hair and a beard, asking, "What do you think, Lee Do-shik? Can you do it?" A voice complained that he always gave these things to him, stating that his term had officially ended now that he was back. The voice continued, demanding that he do at least this much if he still wanted to stay with the association, before asking, "If I hand you a sword, would you wield it?" The man with the white beard stood in front of an elevator, his back to the viewer, the weight of the question hanging heavy in the air. Lee Do-shik smiled, a sinister glint in his eye, suggesting a willingness to accept the challenge. The man in the suit and glasses declares that he has accepted a sword from the association president. Suddenly, hands slammed down on a table, the impact echoing through the room. The back of a man's head is visible as the tension rises. Han Sang-hyuk, his expression stern, announces that they will now proceed with reforming the headquarters. The cleaning team members are informed that they are no longer allowed to use the cafeteria. One wonders what they were talking about just now. Someone asks why, and another explains that they received a notice from the higher-ups stating the cleaning team shouldn't be allowed in the cafeteria. One of the cleaning team members asks which higher-up made the decision. Another responds, questioning if they would even know them. Mr. Junwoo is told that they can just go eat outside. Another member of the cleaning team agrees, saying the cafeteria food isn't that great anyway. A confused voice wonders why they aren't allowed in the cafeteria when they're all working together. The scene shifts to a person standing near a table. The situation's still unclear. A smiling man in a suit says it's okay and invites someone to come over. A place is available to get food from at this hour, suggesting an alternative location. He stands with his team, the air thick with unspoken tension. The recent denial still hangs heavy. The food tray, a symbol of their denied access, sits untouched. Just what kind of notice was this? The word is out. The cleaning teams aren't allowed to use the cafeteria now. Han Sang-hyuk wonders why that is. There were claims from other teams say they are dirty and stink. The man in the suit holds his nose in disgust. Oh well, isn't that a given considering that they handle monster carcasses all day? Even now, there's a bit of smell. The man in uniform asks how this came to be. Hunters handle monsters too, don't they? Why? You ask why they get exposed for using a proxy in making their operation plans. Kim Min-ju might even get replaced as team captain. As far as he knows, Kim Min-ju writes her one operations plans. She could have just gotten some advice from others, couldn't she? Why are you bringing that up with me? Do it with the audit team. Are you sure you have time to worry about others? He heard. Is that so? What are you trying to say? The man in the suit smirks, a hint of malice in his eyes. For a bastard without a backer, wasn't enough to be able to do whatever you wanted up until now. He attempts to pick up the scattered food with his chopsticks, but the task seems futile given the mess. A woman with brown hair demands to know what he thinks he is doing, her voice laced with anger and disbelief. A man in a suit, eyes blazing with fury, demands to know who they think they are glaring at right now, brandishing a strange weapon. The man in the suit pours a dark, viscous liquid over the ruined food, further contaminating the scene. The man in the suit implies that they must think he is a moron because they have only seen him being a yes man recently. The woman with brown hair and Junwoo Kim stand at the table, surveying the mess. The man in the suit threatens them, saying he'll make sure they never work again. The man in the suit states that if they are cleaners, then they should just clean. The man in the suit, a sinister smile plastered across his face, declares that they must clean this up too. The man in the suit adjusts his tie, the gesture carrying an air of dominance and control. An older man with a mustache looks on, seemingly surprised by the unfolding events. The workers exclaim in surprise, recognizing the man in the suit. He remarks that they showed up on time. The man in the suit asks why the older man came, suggesting he should rest. The older man replies that he came to see him. The speaker expresses his satisfaction, stating he is glad to have witnessed such a scene. The sound of impact echoes. A man in a hat strikes a prone figure, the force of the blow evident. A voice booms, addressing Lee Soo-young directly. He is warned to stay out of the way and keep his mouth shut if he wants to remain in the association. The man with long white hair stands over the fallen figure, his expression unreadable. Confusion hangs in the air. The man in the uniform declares that someone thinks too highly of themselves. A threatening voice warns that if something like this happens again, the target should come find him. The speaker states that there are a lot of hunters around now, so kicking out a few of them is acceptable. The man in the hat says he'll leave now that he's seen the other man's face and suggests they eat lunch together if he has time later. The other man understands and tells him to take care on his way. Lee Do-shik is instructed to tell the fallen man to clean up what he spilled once he wakes up. He responds affirmatively. The fallen man lies on the ground. He observes someone, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. It's an odd feeling, this nagging sense of recognition. An apology hangs in the air, unspoken but clearly present. The man's face is etched with worry, sweat beading on his brow as he looks down. He insists that Song Cheol-shik forced his hand, begging for understanding. The response is cold, cutting through the man's desperate plea. The man suggests a good word to the president, but Junwoo Kim dismisses it, reminding him that he is just a cleaner. Desperation contorts his features as the weight of his situation crushes him. A heavy silence falls. He begs, pleading for a single chance to be spared. In exchange, he offers to reveal everything about Song Cheol-shik, promising to expose every case of corruption. The sound of shuffling precedes Director Seo's desperate offer. He looks down at Director Seo, his expression unreadable as the director mentions Min Cheol. Director Seo is taken aback by Junwoo Kim's cold response. Director Seo asks how he can call himself a mere cleaner when he has yet to see someone as capable as him. The director's face is flushed with desperation as he accuses Junwoo Kim of ignoring him all this time. Director Seo wonders why Junwoo Kim would lay his hands on someone who's just hardworking. The director wonders what's going to happen to him now. Junwoo Kim smiles faintly, the setting sun glinting off his face as Director Seo kneels behind him. Director Seo admits that he also has no idea what will happen. The two men stand silhouetted against the sunset, their conversation hanging in the air. Director Seo's face contorts in rage as he remembers that he was told Junwoo Kim wasn't backed by the association president. Director Seo reveals that this information is what he found out during his investigation. Director Seo throws papers into the air, questioning how Junwoo Kim knew the association president. The protagonist's anger is palpable as he questions how someone knew a specific location. The older man behind him seems equally concerned by this revelation. The return of a previously uninterested figure is now attributed to Junwoo Kim's actions, stirring up resentment and unease within the association. The older man insists that Junwoo Kim's relationship with the president is far from ordinary. He bases this on Junwoo Kim's ability to persuade the president to return. The speaker reflects on seeing Junwoo Kim and the president together, noting that they seemed like friends who had known each other for decades. The intensity in his eyes hints at the turmoil brewing within him, a storm of suspicion and uncertainty. A man in a suit attempts to defuse the situation, urging someone to calm down. However, the warning that our heads are about to roll suggests the stakes are incredibly high. The demand to calm down is met with incredulity, the ringing sound emphasizing the escalating tension. The man on the phone is clearly struggling to maintain control, his anger simmering beneath the surface as he begins to speak. The question hangs in the air, a direct challenge to someone's actions and motivations. The woman's fury is unleashed as she confronts someone about Kim Jun-woo, her voice filled with rage and disbelief. The demand for an explanation is met with hesitation, suggesting a difficult truth is about to be revealed. The man in the suit expresses concern over whose words to trust, hinting at a deeper conflict and potential betrayal within the organization. Executive directors are in an uproar, demanding answers. Someone speaks into the phone, his expression tight with suppressed anger. The man on the phone explodes, demanding why he should take responsibility. He accuses the other party of setting up Lee Do-shik with the association president. His voice rising, he questions who the other person thinks they are to yell at him, his anger palpable. The intensity of the conversation is mirrored in the expressions of those involved, their faces contorted with rage. The man accuses the other of stealing credit for accomplishments and stealing dead inventories from dungeons, threatening to spread the word. He warns that if the other doesn't want to be sent packing and thrown in jail, they better do something about the situation. One man sits at his desk, head in his hand, while another stands nearby. He notes that Soo-young, the director, is already done for, and he is also getting axed because of the other man's actions. The man sitting at the desk wonders why the blame is being pointed at him again, his tone laced with frustration. The enraged man dismisses the other's concerns, telling him to forget it and get out, his fury barely contained. The sound of his anger echoes, a visual representation of his explosive rage. The man sitting at the desk reveals that he even used his own money to dig for information about Kim Jun-woo, his expression a mix of anger and desperation. He questions why he is being immediately thrown away now that a problem has come up, his fist clenching in frustration and anger. Even though he knew the man was a bastard, he couldn't just sit still in this situation. It was time to risk everything, the man thought, his expression hardening with resolve. He would bite first, he decided, before he himself became the victim. A group of people watched intently as a news report played on a large screen, their faces grim. The news report detailed a slew of corruption allegations within the ROK, Supernatural and Dementia Management Association, referring to it as Association Gate. Association President Park In-beom had taken the opportunity to announce the need for reform within the association. Another report revealed that a director in the association was found to be using large sums of money obtained from bribery for illegal acquisitions, naturally earning the outrage of citizens. Executive Director Song Cheol-shik from the association was also under prosecutorial investigation, according to another news ticker. Seoul Headquarters Director Seo Min-cheol sincerely apologized to the entire nation, the news reported. The whistleblower, the news stated, was still in the process of exposing several instances of corruption. The gathered group murmured, impressed by the scale of the unfolding events. One wondered why everyone was gathered there again, while another recalled Captain Lee Soo-young's earlier appearance. Lee Do-shik vowed to take responsibility until the end, creating a healthy association. These incidents of corruption circulating through the media were blamed on him in his previous life. Since it's all been exposed now, it won't be easy to dismiss Lee Do-shik with false accusations. Executive Director Lee Do-shik, who was thrown out by his own hands in his previous life, has succeeded in reforming the headquarters. He climbed up to that spot by pulling down whoever stood in his way. He stood, a stern look on his face. But now, to think that he's with those people he kicked out. How come these punks are just slacking off while someone else is working really hard? They're already watching a fire burning right now, aren't they? Lee Do-shik stated he didn't know about other people, but they shouldn't say those words. He then suggested a get-together. Someone suggested talking about the get-together some other time, asking if he had time right now. He replied that he did, inquiring what was the matter. He was told it was nothing big. The president is inviting them to have lunch with him. He was thinking of paying him a visit anyway. He sits at the table with President Park in a restaurant, the sounds of other diners filling the air. The president seems to have already decided on what he's having. President Park suggests that Kim Jun-woo should definitely get the short rib soup when he's here. He seems to be pushing a particular agenda. Kim Jun-woo looks displeased by the suggestion. The protagonist's expression hints at a deeper discomfort with the situation. President Park chuckles, stating he's quite familiar with this place. He recalls having to come here with this old man to eat for about 300 days a year in his previous life. Kim Jun-woo is visibly annoyed as President Park records him with his phone. He feels like he's going to get sick just by the smell of it. Kim Jun-woo wonders what the reason was for being called here. He just felt. President Park mentions that Song Cheol-shik and his people are going for each other's throats, something Jun-woo probably already saw on the news. The atmosphere at the table remains tense. Due to this incident, Song Cheol-shik was dismissed from the board of directors. Seo Min-cheol is about to be thrown to Ullyeong-do. President Park is still thinking of what to do with that fool, Lee Soo-young. The buildings below him suggest the scale of his influence. Kim Jun-woo listens intently, his expression unreadable. The takeover deal with the International Association has been scrapped. President Park states that even if the headquarters gets reformed, it would still be difficult to deal with those executives who had already turned their backs. He asks if the International Association said anything. Kim Jun-woo replies that nothing in particular was said. Maybe from the beginning, they didn't really think it was anything important. He sat at the table, listening intently as the man behind him spoke of recent troubles. He hadn't even been able to see his wife's face these past few days. The man with white hair listened, considering the situation. He wondered if it wasn't better to have something to do rather than nothing at all. Mr. Kim chuckled, recounting how his life had been precarious just a week ago. He admitted his whining was just him showing off, expressing his gratitude to Junwoo Kim. Mr. Kim made it clear that he would be asking for interest later on, hinting at future demands for the debt he was owed. Lee Do-shik affirmed that he had returned and was now reforming the association. He paused, considering what he should do from then on. Mr. Kim questioned why Lee Do-shik was asking him that, a subtle tension filling the air as they discussed the future of the association. Lee Do-shik inquired if things were going according to what Mr. Kim wanted, wondering who else he should ask then about the association's direction. Junwoo Kim was told that he didn't have to do anything for the time being. It was explained that pushing for reform too hard might create conflict within the association. Lee Do-shik urged them to show that they were just doing what they had to do, with no intention of creating internal conflict within the association. The group sat around the table, the tension palpable as they discussed the potential for conflict. Mr. Kim listened intently, responding with a simple, exactly. Junwoo Kim stated that he understood, suggesting they stop with the official advice and have a personal conversation instead. Lee Do-shik asked what that personal conversation should be about. Mr. Kim responded that there was nothing in particular he really wanted, suggesting they raise the annual salary of the cleaning team as a possible topic. Someone questions if that's all, while another voice dismisses the protagonist as a perennial punk. The director clutches his head, visibly frustrated by the situation unfolding before him. The director looks at Kim Junwoo, inquiring if he has any plans to become a director himself. An unseen speaker declares that among everyone they've seen, Junwoo is the best suited for the position. The protagonist hands a document to a man with a beard, apologizing for not having enough time to visit him. Kim Junwoo's expression is unreadable as he presents the document. The document reveals a resignation, effective immediately. He declares that he is quitting his job, effective immediately. A resignation letter is handed over, the stark words of final severing. The older man remains silent, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications. The resignation letter sits on the desk, a symbol of change and new beginnings. The man with the beard asks if he is serious and if there was anything he didn't like. He responds that he will actively reflect on it. He clarifies that it's not about dissatisfaction, but rather that he has his own goal. The text states that since the takeover didn't push through, they are now opposing the International Association. He stands before a towering building, contemplating the implications of his choice. If he chooses to stay with the Korean Association, he will never be able to get near the International Association. Right now, he looks determined, his eyes set on a distant prize. The text declares that it's time to start seriously preparing to enter the International Association. The older man with white hair and a goatee seems to be listening intently. He was informed that there was nothing he could do if the other person had already made up their mind. Operations Director Kim Junwoo was told that everything was left to him for the rest of the month. Junwoo looks up, clearly confused by the sudden change. Han Sang-hyuk tells him that he shouldn't stop working now that he's passed his resignation. He adds that it's a violation of the Labor Standards Act. Junwoo is told that the timing is perfect, as Han Sang-hyuk has a favor to ask of him. Junwoo asks what it is. The request hangs in the air. Does he have time this evening? Han Sang-hyuk's expression hardens as he awaits Junwoo's answer. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the Perfect Balance Corporation, an organization affiliated with the International Hunter Association. A man wonders why they weren't able to collect the time stone, and now even the Korean Association has failed. Captain Kane wonders how they could have suffered such huge losses just because of one guy. Captain Jason is told that he should come up with more excuses. The man with glowing eyes demands to know if Captain Jason has anything to say. Chloe is asked why she failed in collecting the time stone during the joint operation with the Korean Association. It seemed there was someone involved who hailed from headquarters. Captain Chloe had decided to give up the time stone, fearing reckless actions would lead to capture. The man with the beard and glasses wondered if they had noticed their identity or their aim for the time stone. He wasn't really sure about that, so he asked who this clever guy was. The screen displayed images of several individuals, identifying one as a cleaner from Seoul. The situation was deemed quite the most absurd thing anyone had ever heard so far. The man with the mustache questioned if they were saying that a mere cleaner was responsible for sabotaging their mission. Then, the question arose, why did the takeover fall through? According to what he heard, it was the Korean Association that came up with the proposal in the first place. It seemed the mission was canceled because the missing president of the Korean Association suddenly came back. The angry man with the beard questioned just who the hell that bastard was. They had agreed to the takeover because of the time stone, and yet he also managed to stop that. The screen displayed information about the reformation of the Korean Association due to these incidents. The man with blonde hair noted that a cleaner managed to climb up to the position of an operations director. He asked if there was any information on him, but nothing stood out. However, there was one interesting thing. It seemed that cleaner. The corporation analyzes the data, the holographic displays highlighting the subject's potential capabilities. He can use skills, and is possibly far more. The question arises, is a cleaner who possesses skills and is stronger than hunters registered in the hunter ranking system? He is more competent than most hunters. The man with the beard states that he immediately checked beforehand, and the cleaner isn't registered. The holographic display shows two figures. The man asks if it makes any sense that someone who possesses supernatural abilities isn't registered in the ranking and is even working as a cleaner. He slams his hand on the table. He considers that the cleaner might be an irregular. The man's expression is thoughtful as he contemplates the situation. A sinister look crosses his face, hinting at the darker thoughts brewing within. His eyes narrow with a calculating glint. The woman with long hair is told that an irregular appeared and even has the time stone. She asks how they are planning to approach it through the time stone. The man responds that they will try approaching them using another method. The holographic display shows the team discussing their options. Now that the ways to legally retrieve the stone have been blocked, they have already crossed the line where things can still be settled through dialogues. He is thinking of using a dimension stone. He considers that even if they use a dimension stone, the other side will be prepared. The woman asks if there's a way they can get information regarding the Reformed Korean Association. Her expression is serious as she awaits an answer. He states that there isn't yet. His gaze is intense, suggesting a determination to find a solution. Hunter Young Min-ho, masked and imposing, clasps his hands, ready to give instructions. A man in a black coat strides forward, two spectral skulls trailing behind him. The glowing skull affirms, answering the unspoken command. Yang Min-ho, the #1 ranked freelance hunter, is called upon by a client. The hunter gestures, his intentions unclear. The man in black declares that the timing is perfect, as he needs something new. A blonde-haired man looks on, his expression unreadable. Energy crackles around the hand of the man in black, power coalescing. The glowing skull pulsates with energy, ready to obey. The man in black thinks about reporting to the Secretary General. Yang Min-ho declares that the meeting is over for the day. The hunter warns to keep something in mind, as faces flash by. A chilling declaration echoes from a twisted visage, that irregular beings are the enemy. Darkness swirls, an ominous prelude to unseen events. A moment of quiet anticipation hangs in the air. Kim Jun-woo's expression is serious, a stark contrast to the revelry occurring elsewhere. Around a table, men discuss the cancellation of a supposedly important meeting, now reduced to a mere get-together. Frustration simmers as one man fumes, unable to believe others can celebrate without regard for the feelings of others, while another stands with a fire extinguisher. There isn't enough time left, he thinks as Kim Jun-woo pours liquid into a pot. He acquired karma after dying from an ambush, a figure falling into the depths. The hidden skill, karma, activates, sending him back in time due to his death. To cancel the effects of karma, Kim Jun-woo must ascend to the position of Secretary General of the International Supernatural Association within 5 years. Captain Park Gun-tae is a prime suspect, but he doesn't seem like the type to do something like that. While working as a cleaner, he looked for other suspects in the association, but no one seemed to have the ability. The conclusion remains that the culprit is someone more powerful than the domestic association. The conditions to cancel karma require ascending to Secretary General of the International Supernatural Association within 5 years. The time remaining is 4 years, 9 months, 3 hours, and 30 minutes. If this goal is not achieved, Hunter Kim Jun-woo will be completely erased. The figure stands, resolving to simply stay where they are now, though the reason remains unclear. Upside down, the figure notes that they have been able to unlock enough skills. The cleaning team was also promised a salary increase. All that's left for Kim Jun-woo to do is to find a way to enter the International Association, his expression determined. A woman approaches Kim Jun-woo, questioning why tonight's protagonist is drinking on his own. She seems concerned. The woman thinks to herself, wondering if she heard correctly about the protagonist. She then guesses her father just wanted to play. The woman laughs heartily, surrounded by others, seemingly enjoying the company despite her earlier thoughts. Everyone came running here as soon as they heard he was safe, the man declares, raising a bottle in celebration. The woman, supported by 2 men, insists that she can still drink more, despite being told she's had too much. The woman admits she's also not that fond of get-togethers, but seems to be enjoying herself nonetheless. A man eats ramen, declaring it's still the best, while another wonders if it's fun to do this with other people once in a while. He heard the woman's voice behind him, a statement rather than a question. She seemed to accept the situation. A group of figures stood silhouetted against a red backdrop, their expressions unreadable from this angle. The figures beckoned him forward, their smiles wide and welcoming. They urged Kim Jun-woo not to isolate himself, inviting him to join their revelry. In his previous life, he had been met with disdain, anger, and resentment. Now, things were different just for him. He smiled, a genuine expression of happiness spreading across his face. He agreed to join them, ready to embrace the moment. Now, they've come together with no hesitation. He thought to himself that this was okay once in a while. Making the most of the few skills available, he aims for a vulnerable point with the handle of the blade. And then coming up with actions that accurately target monsters' weaknesses seemed to be the most difficult part. His head's going to explode. He hopes all of his skills will be revealed soon. Of course, the action scenes were not the only difficult ones. With a certain level of quality and detail needed, there were still lots of unsatisfactory things. In Chapter 22, Lee Ah-young's hands and legs change direction, a shift in the narrative's course. The woman is on the phone, her expression suggesting a serious conversation. The phone displays cleaning Team Moon So-yeon, the call lasting only a few seconds. The cartoon figures react with shock and surprise. Outsider Moon So-yeon. In Chapter 42, the spilled food disappeared, a mystery unfolds. Clean it up, you punk. The demand echoes as spilled food lies scattered. An obedient Lee Soo-young lies prone, seemingly compliant with the demand. I still have a long way to go. The cartoon cat sighs, a sentiment of weariness. He keeps missing stuff because he's constantly under time pressure, a reflection on the creative process. The Miss Assistant points out a flaw in the manuscript. A cat-like character acknowledges the error with a simple, oops. Lee Sam-dol, the drawing teacher, is depicted as a duck making duck noises. A woman inquires about the delivery of the artwork. One woman cheerfully announces she's done working and will play games. Another points out that there are 5 fingers, not 6, in the drawing. Jae-sam, the king of speed, is asked not to send the work at dawn. Kim Ka-hyun, who joined late, is noted as a hard worker. The text expresses gratitude to Yu Chai, So-gang, and Lee Hyo-ju, among others, for their contributions. VIP Moonbeat expresses infinite thanks to the artist, Koilgoil, for creating fun and amazing work from almost nothing. Gratitude is expressed to the many people who helped the lacking creator finish the first part of the series without getting disheartened. The text thanks the readers who read the series until the end of its first season. The creator states they will work harder for Season 2 to prepare and make up for past shortcomings, aiming to make readers smile once a week. The cat-like character asks the audience to please wait for a little while. She offers a sincere apology, her expression conveying deep regret for her actions. He listens intently, acknowledging that her judgment was based on a first impression. A voice reflects on the thoughtless act of judging Captain Kim Jun-woo, admitting the truth of his disruptive arrival at the association. The aftermath of a chaotic scene unfolds, with figures sprawled on the ground amidst standing individuals. He dismisses something with a wave of his hand, seemingly unconcerned with the situation. The woman with orange hair is visibly shocked, her eyes wide with surprise. A voice contemplates meeting someone for the first time, sensing a potential kinship between them. The captain stands between the two women, a silent observer of their unspoken tension. A sense of competition hangs heavy in the air as the two women exchange intense glances. The woman with orange hair offers to buy Captain Kim a meal, her expression suggesting a hidden motive. The silence hangs heavy, pregnant with unspoken words and hidden intentions. Han Yu-bin smiles knowingly, holding a mug as she mentions Captain Han Yu-bin. The scene was set at a red-grade underwater dungeon near Incheon Port. Time was running out. Only 30 minutes remained until the clearing deadline. A voice echoed, identifying the glowing structure as their headquarters. A desperate plea cut through the comms. Operations Team 1 urgently requested a response, declaring an emergency. The water level continued to rise, making it increasingly difficult for the team to continue clearing the dungeon. Retreat was impossible. The exit had vanished. The team vowed to figure out what was happening as quickly as possible. The woman demanded to know the location of Operations Team Captain Kim Min-ju and Guild Captain Cha Hyun-suk. Someone speculated that the missing captains were attempting to clear the boss, leaving the rest of them behind. A woman's face was partially obscured by a dark, scaly texture, her expression unreadable. The scene dissolved into a distorted, abstract image. A dragon-like creature with piercing red eyes emerged from the chaos. A serpentine dragon coils, its form radiating an ominous, otherworldly power. Arcane symbols flare, crackling with an energy that distorts the very air around them. The dungeon erupts. Stone and debris are launched skyward in a cataclysmic explosion. A man's face contorts in a furious yell. Captain Kim Min-ju, he shouts. Crimson energy gathers around a weapon, focusing into a point of destructive potential. A beam of red light pierces the darkness, a concentrated blast of raw power unleashed. A monstrous roar echoes through the dungeon, shaking the very foundations of the structure. A gleaming sword rests against a backdrop of draconic scales, a silent promise of conflict. The sword's reflection shimmers on the water's surface, mirroring the impending battle. A woman, bloodied and distressed, can only manage a pained, ugh. A figure strides across the water, their purpose unknown, their destination uncertain. Tears of blood stream down her face as she thinks, "Teacher, I did what teacher told me to, but..." A strange energy crackles in the air, a silent prelude to chaos. The dragon-like creature looms, its scales shimmering with an ominous light. The creature seems to have reached its destination, its presence heavy with finality. Panic erupts as contact is lost with Team Captain Kim Min-ju. The order comes down. Stand by. No support available due to potential dungeon exits. A woman cries out for Miss Min-ju, as she is informed that Kim Jun-woo is present. The director relays the dire news. Operations Team 1 is in an emergency situation. Time is running out. Only 30 minutes remain before the clearing deadline. Ah-young declares she is heading to their location now, urgency etched on her face. A man in a suit expresses his fury, refusing to accept a failed clearing under his command. Another man curses the International Association, resolving to take action. The strange energy intensifies, a storm brewing on the horizon. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead. The distressed man with glasses clutches his phone, his expression filled with worry. He curses under his breath, a chilling realization dawning on him. Another truck is approaching. The truck barrels forward, its massive form a looming threat. Metal screams as the truck continues its relentless advance. The distressed man with glasses grits his teeth, a surge of determination hardening his features. A deafening explosion rips through the air, the force of it shaking the very ground. Voices cry out, desperately calling for Mr. Jun-woo, questioning the unfolding chaos. The calls from Mr. Jun-woo echo, while a smirking man watches from afar, a sinister smile playing on his lips. With a snap of fingers, the plan is set in motion. Another explosion erupts, sending debris flying through the air. A cataclysmic explosion engulfs the scene, a maelstrom of fire and destruction. The story circles back, returning to a point in the past. 2 weeks have passed since the infamous Association Gate incident. A pen scratches across the page, finalizing some unknown agreement. The man at the desk mutters to himself, questioning why he's doing this. In the end, he became the operations director. After the Association Gate, many changes occurred within the association. CO Min Cheol and Lee Soo-young, deemed responsible for the incident, were demoted. Kim Min-ju became the captain of the newly formed Operations Team 1. The B-class hunter from 6 months ago now leads the association's most elite team. A total of 10 dungeon cleaning teams were created. Moon So-yeon and Han Sang-hyuk declined offers to become team captains. Han Yu-bin dyed her roots. Meanwhile, manager Kang Hyun-suk was dismissed from the support team, and Lee Ah-young took over the position. The man at the desk thinks to himself, expressing his dislike for his new position. He questions the organization's decision to appoint him director so close to his departure. One man states that nothing big is happening. The other thinks that if something does happen, his resignation won't be accepted. So, he thinks an incident-free discharge, or rather, an incident-free resignation would be ideal. Whatever happens, he tells himself, he has to let this 1 month pass by quietly. Well, he muses, considering the situation before him with a furrowed brow. The director acknowledges that he's also gained some benefits after taking on the role. He realizes that this means most of his skills have been unlocked, a significant milestone. The director notes that he can unlock this skill even after becoming the director, but to unlock it is a bit too difficult, he thinks, considering the unique skills unlock conditions. He reflects that he was seriously thinking of registering his rank officially, now that he has achieved S rank unofficially. In the first place, he recalls, his original goal was to unlock his skills and become a hunter again. But oh well, he thinks his range of activities has already expanded even without him becoming a hunter. It looks like he'll have to give up on Demon King in this lifetime, he thinks, as a knock sounds at the door. Director, may I come in? A voice asks. He responds, yes, go ahead. The voice belongs to Assistant Shin Suzy. The woman in the black suit approaches, carrying a tall stack of documents in her arms. She places the documents on the desk with a thud, startling Director Han Sang-hyuk. The woman states that these are the documents needing his approval, as a fiery background flares. Her expression shifts to manic, a demonic figure looming behind her, as she demands he read the documents before signing them. The director looks up at the woman, who asks if he has anything else to report, mentioning the support team's proposal to expand the item research facility. She explains that they want to do more research on the time stone, but it seems they don't have the proper environment, adding that the estimated budget alone exceeds 50 billion. The director looks at a document, asking how much budget they have left in the operations department right now. He is informed that there's an estimated 82 billion left. The woman's face is close up as she demands that he give it to them. She questions his decision, asking if that wouldn't compromise the budget for next month. He replies that it doesn't matter. Director Han Sang-hyuk adds that while he's at it, he should take next quarter's budget as well and use it to provide the cleaning teams with the latest equipment, as he looks lovingly at cleaning supplies on a screen. He held the document, recalling the last time he saw the control team's equipment. It was in a sorry state. That being said, he wondered if they should replace all of the control team's equipment. Communications kept getting interrupted, and errors popped up in their dungeon mapping. It was time to do something about such occurrences. He was leaving in a month anyway, and this was his revenge for being forced to take this seat. He would inform the association president himself. The director was approached by a woman in a suit. She asked if he had a few minutes of his time. Captain Pion, did something happen? He guessed that something had, with operations starting next week. He stated that they could call it a problem, asking to be allowed to elaborate. The director looked back at the woman in the suit, a question mark appearing above his head as he listened to Captain Pion. Captain Pion slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming that too many hunters had left after the reorganization. He continued, saying that with the number of people they currently had, they would have problems. They had already done their analysis. To reach at least some level of stability, they needed to hire at least 32 more people. What he was saying was that they were ridiculously understaffed. Meanwhile, a supernatural signature had been detected at Incheon Port this time. At this rate, it wouldn't be possible for them to clear a red grade. The situation is serious enough to warrant a trip to the underwater dungeon. Director Kim seems stressed, but one of his employees thanks him profusely. The woman with short brown hair is surprised that something got approved. She understands the situation, but wonders if Director Kim even read the proposal, considering the budget. The woman admits that Director Kim skimming the proposal caught her off guard. The woman with short brown hair finds Director Kim to be unique, considering the support team's research was always considered wasteful. She wonders what he's thinking for the next quarter and why the other woman is laughing. The woman with black hair thinks she also used to do that. One of the women often thought that Director Kim was an obstinate person doing things full of nonsense. The woman with short brown hair is on the phone, saying that even if they don't understand, he also said they're going to... The woman with short brown hair thinks that Director Kim is not the type of person to do things without thinking first. She wonders what everyone is supposed to do. That's true. The woman with short blonde hair states that the person in question is on a completely different level. Sometimes, she gets curious about just how far ahead he's looking. Moreover, when he was still part of the cleaning team, he really took care of his colleagues. The woman with short blonde hair says that he's not one to turn a blind eye towards injustice, and that he is simply amazing. She asks the woman with short blonde hair to forgive her for asking this, but, Manager Lee, do you perhaps like Director Kim? The woman in the black suit smiles slightly. The woman with short blonde hair is smiling. Person. In any case, the woman with short blonde hair is glad that he approved the proposal to expand the research facility. She can't wait to start conducting research on this guy here. Before them, suspended in a chamber of light, floated a shimmering blue gem. The figures in dark suits stood silently, their hands hovering near a complex control panel. A disembodied voice echoed, identifying the object, a time stone. The city skyline shimmered in the distance, buildings reflecting the bright sunlight. Life continued as normal on the streets, cars and pedestrians moving about their day. Elsewhere, Han Sang-hyuk gripped the steering wheel, his thoughts drifting to a troubling topic, an underwater dungeon. The image of the underwater dungeon flashed in his mind, a place of unknown dangers. Just as its name suggested, it was a dungeon spawned literally under the sea, difficult to clear due to the lack of underwater breathing hunters. Deep beneath the waves, a colossal sea serpent lurked, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The operations plan for the dungeon had to be thoroughly prepared to perfection, considering the dangers within. However, Han Sang-hyuk wondered if the underwater dungeon was supposed to be open at this time of year. Something about the situation felt strange, a sense of unease settling over the city. The headquarters of the country's #1 guild, Ares, stood tall. It was nice to meet Kim Jun-woo, the operations director of the Supernatural and Dimension Management Association. The man with spiky hair seemed eager to make a good impression. The spiky-haired man introduced himself. My name's Cha Suk-hyen. Cha Suk-hyen admitted he had always wanted to meet Jun-woo in person, expressing his fluster at the unexpected visit. Cha Suk-hyen was the Ares deputy leader, holding the domestic rank #4 as a mechanic class. The man with gray hair stated that he had heard the news of Jun-woo's promotion to operations director in just 3 months, despite only being a cleaner previously. Ares guild leader, Jang Yul, held the domestic rank #2 as a support class. That said, Cha Suk-hyen was curious about what kind of accomplishments Jun-woo had achieved in a place where several insufferable know-it-alls have gathered. He took a sip from his cup. The man with gray hair told Jang Yul that he was too humble, adding that news of his reputation had even managed to reach this place, director. Jang Yul guessed that Jun-woo was there to scout for some people, based on their previous conversation on the phone. He felt like he was trying to fish for something from him. The man with gray hair stated that the association can do what it wants, so he didn't think there's an urgent need to fill in a few vacancies. Jang Yul wasn't sure he had ever done anything special, but according to the information from their control team, an underwater dungeon was most likely going to spawn soon at Incheon Port. The guild was preparing to send people to cover the area, wanting to be ready in advance. The man with silver hair considered the statement. He then inquired about the reason for choosing their guild. Kim Jun-woo sat across from him, stating that there was no other reason needed, as they were the ranked #1 guild. The man with brown hair emphasized that they were the #1 guild. The scene shifts to a view of the association's site, with several figures in the background. The silver-haired man, Shin Tae-hwan, had once been a deputy leader of this guild. He considered himself someone who could distinguish between personal and business matters. Shin Tae-hwan and Kim Jun-woo continued their discussion, the tension palpable between them. A hand extended a recruitment contract, emphasizing the good conditions offered within. Shin Tae-hwan apologized for interrupting, inquiring if Jun-woo had a list of people waiting to change jobs. The two men faced each other, their expressions unreadable as the negotiation continued. Kim Jun-woo looked down, considering the offer before him. Shin Tae-hwan stated that he would have to refuse the offer. He declares, with unwavering intensity, that he has no intention of entering into any contract with the association. The Scarman's expression is unreadable, but his words are clear. He demands that they go back. The chibi figures apologize, explaining that their return was delayed due to their failure to manage their overall condition. The chibi figure promises that from now on, they will work hard to bring more interesting works to their readers, signing off sincerely as Goyle Goyle. The man in the suit appears taken aback. He wonders what he just heard. Shin Tae-hwan leans back in his chair, listening to the offer being presented. The supporting Shin Tae-hwan reclines further, his expression firm. He states that he will have to refuse the offer. The man's eyes glow red with intensity, a crimson aura surrounding him as he listens. A hand holds a glass, the contents swirling within. The voice declares they have no intention of entering into any contract with the association, leaving the other party at a loss. Kim Jun-woo looks on, listening intently. He is told that he won't see this kind of offer anywhere else. The man with silver hair sits surrounded by papers. He states that money is not the issue. Kim Jun-woo leans forward, his expression inquisitive. He asks what it is about then. Before answering, the man asks if they plan to scout in other guilds besides them. The man with silver hair rests his chin on his hand, his gaze intense as he considers the question. The man declares that he does not plan to scout in other guilds. An exclamation punctuates the silence, hinting at rising tensions. The director is told that the relationship between the association and the guilds is already known to be poor. Things have gotten worse, especially these days, the man thinks, considering what the association has been doing. Yeah, it's not like he's wrong, the text declares over a background of vertical lines. The private guilds are not affiliated with the association, but that doesn't mean they are entirely independent. The guilds don't view the association in a good light, either. The current system allocates operations among teams. Only then will clearing rights be handed over to the guilds, given that there are still any dungeons left. On the surface, this may seem like a reasonable deal, but the association takes all the dead stock. But if a dungeon doesn't have any inventory, what then? Then there wouldn't even be any crumbs left for the private guilds, it is explained. The association would use their position to shove the guilds around, the text declares. Thus, their relationship became that of a tyrant and the oppressed, a bitter strife between a boss and his subordinate. Co Min-cheol believed it must have been none other than Co Min-cheol's work. The man with silver hair was told that if they decided to enter into a recruitment contract with the association, they'd become a public enemy. Mr. Kim didn't expect that Co Min-cheol would still care about ethics when he was there for profit in the first place. He didn't think ethics was a word that applied. Side should bring up, even though they were known as the #1 guild, they still wanted to avoid having conflict with the other guilds. The man with silver hair was thanked for the heads up. At the moment, the atmosphere among the guilds in Seoul wasn't that good. If they were thinking of paying a visit to another guild, don't expect a warm welcome. The man with silver hair remained silent. So that's Kim Jun-woo? Yang stood behind the man with silver hair. Were you trying to join hands with the association behind my back? Kim Jun-woo's slight smile hints at a deeper calculation beneath the surface. The dark-haired man's face contorts in anger, demanding to know when the other arrived. Han Sang-hyuk stands beside Jun-woo as he states that the association's days are numbered. The dark-haired man scoffs, questioning if the #1 guild would allow itself to be subservient to the association. Jun-woo states that he can't give the dark-haired man a lot of time to think about it. Kim Jun-woo smiles, stating that things have already been set into motion. Han Sang-hyuk stands with a hand on his shoulder, a silent agreement passing between them. Han Sang-hyuk's scarred face is shown in detail as he considers the plan being discussed. Kim Jun-woo asks if the plan involves pretending to be on their side while inciting everyone to fight each other. Jun-woo stands behind Han Sang-hyuk, their alliance clear despite the risks involved. Han Sang-hyuk questions what the dark-haired man is trying to achieve, given he's not even part of any guild. The floating skulls serve as a grim reminder that the association is going to collapse soon, one way or another. A disembodied voice promises that ignoring the offer will soon be regretted. And lastly, the man with silver hair smirks, holding a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. The silver-haired man's hand is seen closer as he demands that someone hold their tongue. The man with silver hair sits on a couch, while Kim Jun-woo stands nearby, lost in thought. Kim Junwoo wonders what he's going to do now that he is the guild leader, aware that they will eventually have to pick sides. The man with silver hair believes that taking Yang Min-ho's side is an excellent way to keep earning profit, not only for them, but also for other guilds. However, he has no idea what that guy is really up to. The man with silver hair sits with his arms crossed, considering that the offer from the association is good for them, but they also have to consider their relationship with other guilds. One thing is for sure, at least Kim Junwoo is nothing like Seo Min-cheol. Kim Junwoo wonders if he's someone they can be friends with. He is not sure if it's up to that extent, but he doesn't seem like a corrupt guy. The man with silver hair tore up the contract and insulted the association right in front of his face, but he didn't even blink. If it was Seo Min-cheol, there's no way he would have simply sat still. Kim Junwoo thought he was going to be a pushover, but he changed his mind in the middle of their conversation with that annoying attitude. His dull voice made others feel as though their concerns were trivial. There were two types of people who gave off that kind of atmosphere, like a sergeant who'd worked for years and was about to be discharged. But he thought that was highly unlikely, since he only became the director less than a week ago. Or he's currently sketching a much bigger picture that these trivial matters are barely worth a glance. The man sitting states that he is no vessel. A woman enters the room. Someone is yelling at Jang Yul for not answering their phone, stating there's serious trouble. Aphrodite Guild leader Yu Ji-woo heard the guilds in Seoul are currently conducting large-scale dungeon. The two men are shocked, one of them asking if it is Yang Min-ho. After leaving Ares, he went to several other guilds, realizing Jang Yul was right without question. They wouldn't let him in, claiming their guild leaders were away on urgent business. To make matters worse, some wouldn't even allow him to schedule an appointment. Han Sang-hyuk cursed under his breath, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He knew that if he acted out, it would only push him further from a peaceful resignation and closer to all-out war with the guilds. He wondered why they were taking out their dissatisfaction for what the association did to them on him. Han Sang-hyuk questioned if he was the one who abused his power. Meanwhile, Captain Pion's name flashed across the screen as the phone rang, unanswered. The director received a call, the urgency palpable even through the device. The man in the car gripped the steering wheel, his expression grim. He knew this was an urgent matter, one that required immediate elaboration. Dungeon interceptions were happening all over Seoul, and they were happening now. 18 cases in just 2 hours. The situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. He stares at the phone in disbelief, the situation somehow worsening. What's even worse is that it's still going on. According to reports, the Seoul guilds are responsible for the attacks. It doesn't seem to be the work of only 1 or 2 guilds. The director is on the phone, observing the city. The situation is dire, and he is trying to understand the scope of the problem. It looks like almost all the guilds in Seoul are involved. No matter how the director looks at this, the situation is grim. The expressions on their faces show the gravity of the situation. The news is not good, and the tension is palpable. This seems to be a declaration of war. The implications are enormous, and the consequences could be devastating. The city burns, a visual representation of the chaos and destruction that has been unleashed. The situation is spiraling out of control. A declaration of war? Of the private guilds to the association? What the hell has gotten into their group? The director sits, overwhelmed by the unfolding events. The weight of the situation is heavy on his shoulders. No, on second thought, a more critical question is, the city burns as the question of timing looms large. Why the hell did they choose this timing? The question hangs in the air, unanswered and ominous. A boot stands firm amidst the chaos, as word comes in about Yang Min-ho. Having finished intercepting Sangam-dong, he wonders if the association is still not responding. The 7-star guild leader, Sun Jong-hyun, is informed that they have yet to make any notable movement. That's odd. Someone thinks they're usually the type that doesn't stay still. It seems they thought too highly of them. A newly appointed director is mentioned as a hand holds a wine glass, the scene hinting at a gathering. There's concern that Hunter Yang Min-ho may not be fine, and if they demand compensation for damages, they won't be able to shoulder it. Sun Jong-hyun stands before a dragon-like creature, stating that no matter how weak they've gotten, they are still the association. A voice warns that this is why they'll end up being stuck with the association their entire life. The man with silver hair, holding a wine glass, says that they seem to have forgotten how they threw away their self-respect just so they could grovel at them to give them dungeons. Surrounded by others, the man acknowledges that, of course, doing this isn't right, but the situation is what it is. The question is posed, do they think the association will extend a hand to them just because it's been reformed now? Above all, the man with silver hair notes that the new director is a former cleaner who knows nothing, and it hasn't been that long since he was appointed. He speaks on the phone, relaying that if all the guilds rise up like this, the inexperienced director will try to negotiate no matter what. The building looms, wreathed in ominous red energy. The voice on the other end assures him that they will receive an available dungeon by then, a point he insists he already made clear. A man's face fills the frame, his expression intense. He declares that no one is going to help them other than themselves. A close-up reveals a stern face. The disembodied voice warns that if they miss this opportunity, they'll have to live mooching off the association for the rest of their lives. The building stands tall against the sky. A voice questions, "Tell me, guild leader Sun Jong-hyun, is that how a guild leader should live?" A group of men stand together, their faces obscured in shadow. One of them simply states, "No." The man urges them to keep going and beat the shit out of those association bastards. Another man responds, "Yes. Understood." Han Sang-hyuk is on the phone again, relaying instructions to move to the next point and hurry, as they've been delayed a little. The group walks forward, identified as the 7-Star Guild based on their uniforms. A disembodied voice says, "You are." A close-up reveals a gleaming weapon, its purpose yet unknown. A woman with long red hair declares, "I am Captain Kim Min-ju of Operations Team 1 from the Supernatural and Dimension Management Association." The group stood their ground, weapons ready. He gripped the hilt of his sword, prepared for a fight. A voice echoed, clear and firm, demanding compliance. "You should stop now." Kim Min-ju, Operations Team 1 captain, issued a stern warning. She declared, "Before I have to use force." The director's words hung heavy in the air, his concern mirrored by the man across from him. A blinding light erupted, filling the sky. It seemed to be a declaration of war. Elsewhere, armed men stood ready, their faces grim as they prepared for what was to come. The man in the suit watched the unfolding events. He knew this was nothing less than an open challenge to the association. The director insisted that they couldn't allow themselves to be seen as weak in this situation. It looked like they must get ready for an armed conflict. The man's face contorted in shock and anger. Armed conflict? First, they had to take legal action against the interceptions that had happened so far. This also had to be reported to the association president. The man hesitated, wondering if there was really a need for that, as the association president was a very busy person. Even then, this still had to be reported, because if this continued, the damages would exceed tens of billions. The legal team was already preparing to start collecting evidence. Things would only get big once the legal team got involved. Moreover, if the president heard about this, resigning on time would be a thing of the past. The director in the suit promises to talk with them and resolve things. He asks for the legal team to be on standby. A message arrives, ordering them to stand by for now and not to report this to the association president. The director understands, assuring them he's thought things through. He warns that their side cannot bear any further losses. Kim Jun-woo, sitting in his car, acknowledges the message, stating simply, "I understand." He sent a message back, letting them know that he will call them back soon. Kim Jun-woo's contact list is displayed, showing various contacts such as Crazy Reporter and Underling Cleaner. A woman with orange hair is on the phone, reporting that they've just finished their work in Jamsil. She's asked where she is right now. Kim Jun-woo is on the phone again, telling someone to be on standby, just in case, acknowledging that they were supposed to be off work soon. An underling cleaner yells in frustration, seemingly upset about the situation. The call ends. It's clear that the guilds have a lot of built-up resentment towards the association. A cleaner understands that they're being ignored because they used to be a cleaner, highlighting a potential class divide. Kim Jun-woo wonders if that's really reason enough for them to conduct large-scale interceptions, questioning what benefit they hope to get out of messing with the association. Something shady was indeed going on, no matter how one looked at it. Before using force, the group gathered outside, discussing their next move. The man in tactical gear questioned if an operations team would use force against a private guild. The woman with the sword stated that they would if they had to, while another man noted that everything they had been doing was against them. The law was the law, but there still hadn't been any instructions from their teacher. Even then, they couldn't just allow them to leave this place. All she could do was keep them tied up here for as long as possible, the woman thought, her expression grim. One of the men asked if they were able to afford the compensation for the damages. Another man responded that they didn't plan to compensate for anything, stating that they were much more shameless than he thought. The man in tactical gear questioned if they had forgotten all the things they had been doing to them. The woman with the sword asked why they would go this far, questioning if they harbored dissatisfaction. The man with red hair argued, questioning the effectiveness of official complaints. He seemed frustrated by the lack of response to their previous attempts. His anger flared, the man shouting that they should have intercepted the dungeon much earlier. His face contorted in rage. Kim Jun-woo stood silently, her sword held ready. Another man stood behind her, seemingly in support. Her expression hardened. Kim Jun-woo stated simply, "I understand." A message appeared, indicating the activation of a unique skill, Wild Beast Transformation. The situation was escalating rapidly. The man with red hair glowed with golden energy, his eyes burning with defiance. "I refuse," he declared. Surrounded by his allies, the man unleashed a surge of power. The air crackled with energy as his transformation began. Kim Jun-woo gripped her sword tightly, preparing for the coming confrontation. The sound of steel echoed in the air. Blue energy enveloped her, Kim Jun-woo's eyes glowing with a cold light. She was ready to fight. Her voice calm, Kim Jun-woo issued a final warning. "This is my last warning. Please come with us while I'm still talking nicely. A colossal foot descended, dwarfing Kim Junwoo and the others. The ground trembled under its immense weight. The monstrous clawed foot loomed, a voice echoing, "Well, you can try." The transformation was complete. He stood firm, issuing a defiant challenge. "If you can make me." A figure lunged forward, a sword arcing through the air with deadly intent. The transformation took hold, twisting the figure into a monstrous beast. A cacophony of battle cries erupted as the transformed figure faced a horde of enemies. Elsewhere, figures in suits moved with purpose, their mission shrouded in secrecy. The Ares Guild stood tall, a symbol of power and influence in the city. One of the men admitted, "It's embarrassing to admit, but that's the truth." There, the man explained that there were a few signs that something was off, but they never thought they'd conduct dungeon interceptions as a group. Another man questioned, "So you're saying even the Aphrodite Guild wasn't aware of their plan?" The man continued, stating that among the guilds in Seoul, it seems the Ares and Aphrodite guilds were. He wondered why they hadn't tried to rope the two of them in, as an orange glow emanated from his hand. Perhaps something had happened that put them at odds with the other guilds, a man speculated. Not at all, the scarred man confidently stated. They had maintained good relations with all the other guilds. If this plan was schemed among the guilds, there's no way they wouldn't have heard anything about it. Then that makes it even stranger, as a group of masked figures held up flags. In Seoul alone, there are already more than 20 guilds. Already more than 20 guilds, the text bubble stated. If they added up all their members, they would total about 1,000. For a group of this size to be mobilized at the same time, someone's definitely leading them, a man observed. The scar man leaned forward, asking if they suspected him. It's actually the opposite, the text bubble declared. The scarred man stated he said this with full faith in Mr. Jang Yul. A close-up of a hand on a desk showed a moment of contemplation. A person like him, who puts a lot of emphasis on ethics, wouldn't have employed this kind of method, the woman stated. Also, he wouldn't have the time to be sitting here leisurely if he did do this. Hold your tongue, Jang Yul, the silver-haired man instructed. Circumstances right now, there's a very high chance that the person orchestrating this isn't part of the guild. The protagonist, Jinwoo Kim, is asked what he is thinking of doing now. Han Sang-hyuk sits, flanked by an armed woman, and asks if they will hold them legally liable. Han Sang-hyuk states that, for him to resign peacefully, this incident needs to be resolved quietly. The woman in the tactical vest reacts with surprise as Han Sang-hyuk declares he plans to negotiate by talking with them. Jinwoo Kim sits at a table, stating that someone would have had to clear those dungeons eventually. He questions what it matters if a few other people do it instead. Han Sang-hyuk, looking stressed, says it'd be for the best. The woman beside him looks concerned. He explains that it is to prevent things from getting out of hand for no reason, so that he can resign peacefully. Han Sang-hyuk wonders how such a great man can exist. A man in a blue suit thinks that Yang Min-ho's proposal isn't even worth considering now. The man in the blue suit reflects on who would have thought a man of such integrity would exist inside that rotten association. The woman in the tactical vest informs Han Sang-hyuk that there's a clash happening between the 7-star guild and an operations team. Sweat beads on his brow as the man considers the situation in Sangam-dong. A clash is brewing, threatening to escalate. One of the women declares that she will take her leave first. A man in a suit heads out. The two figures sit in silence, the tension palpable between them. The unspoken words hang heavy in the air. The woman wonders aloud if he is personally heading to the site of the incident, even though he's the director. The scar man states that he has already made up his mind regarding which side they're going to choose. If it is that person, Kim Junwoo acquires a new skill, Hyper Icon. The screen glows with power. A sense of hope emerges. It's possible that everyone's wishes can somehow be fulfilled. A hand grips a staff, ready for action. The fate of many hangs in the balance. The armored man roars, his face contorted in rage. A woman in a suit flees from the scene. A monstrous face looms, teeth bared in a terrifying display of power. He soars through the air, energy crackling around him as he prepares to strike. A system message appears, announcing the acquisition of a new skill, Destroyer. The protagonist is engulfed in a blinding light, the force of his new skill rippling outwards. Elsewhere, two men clash swords. A third watches, commenting on the childish display. Kim Junwoo lands, declaring himself as the association's director of operations. A woman stands behind the man in the suit as he asserts his authority, stating that he is the one in charge. The man in the suit observes that Kim Min-ju was likely just stalling for time. Kim Min-ju is praised for her efforts. Another man declares he will take over the conversation. The man in the suit responds with a confident, "Yes." The man in the suit is questioned, asked if he is Director Kim Junwoo. The man in the vest wonders why the director would come personally, and if he intends to arrest them. The man in the vest declares they will not stand still and will end things then and there, his eyes glowing red. The protagonist, Kim Junwoo, stands face to face with a man in a blue suit. He states that he came to talk, but the other man's attitude is making him reconsider. The man in the blue suit retorts, questioning if Kim Junwoo intends to kill them all. A man in a vest is sent flying backward. Mr. Kim watches with a cold stare, wondering if Junwoo is just a child. Kim Min-ju, with a stern expression, contemplates whether she should kill him for real. Operations Team 1 responds to Kim Min-ju's call. The team reports an incident near Jamsil, a problem with a guild intercepting an orange-gray dungeon. They've been receiving calls for help, and it seems they're under attack by the boss monster. The man in the vest lies defeated on the ground. Kim Min-ju hears about the incident near Jamsil. Lee Do-shik is shocked, exclaiming that it can't be. He realizes that it's the dungeon his wife's guild went to. The red, glowing eyes of the boss monster stare menacingly. The air hangs thick and heavy, a suffocating blanket of gray. An agent reported an incident near Jamsil, her expression serious as she delivered the news. The man in the suit relayed information regarding the Earl Grey Guild. They were intercepting an orange-gray dungeon when the boss monster attacked. A captive man sat with his hands bound, surrounded by shadowy figures. The angry man's face contorted in rage. He realized that it was the dungeon his wife had entered. The agent and the man in the suit continued their discussion, seeking more information about the situation. The man in the suit, his expression determined, ordered them to prepare for a rescue operation. Meanwhile, an explosion rocked the city, the shockwave rippling through the buildings. The agent looked back, her eyes widening in shock at the unfolding chaos. A massive claw descended, poised to strike with devastating force. The agent screamed as the claw crashed down, the sound of shattering glass echoing through the air. Jumping from the building's edge, Kim Junwoo descends with a determined look, weapon in hand. The director questions what has happened, his expression a mix of concern and urgency. The screen displays the dungeon's classification, an orange-gray dungeon, originally planned for a careful clearing. It seems another guild has already entered, intercepting their carefully laid plans. The director expresses concern that the control team, who entered an hour ago, may have been wiped out. Frustration boils over as someone yells about the recklessness of intercepting dungeons without proper information. The director orders someone to be grabbed quickly, his urgency palpable. The restrained man struggles, demanding to be released, his anger evident. Kim Junwoo is warned that it's still too dangerous to enter the dungeon. A swift strike lands, the sound echoing as the restrained man reels from the impact. The restraining man attempts to calm the situation, urging the man on the ground to calm down. The director warns that entering now will only add to the casualties, his tone grave. The unseen speaker expresses his frustration, questioning if he should leave it alone. He looks off to the side, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief at the suggestion. The unseen speaker continues, questioning if that is what they deserve. The director, standing firm, declares that they do indeed deserve this fate. Han Sang-hyuk explodes in anger, questioning how the director could say such a thing. A disembodied voice simply responds with a questioning what. The director states with resolve that he is the one who will be going in. The camera focuses on the director's chest, highlighting the straps of his harness. Someone accuses him of making a fuss, while another voice hesitantly addresses him as director. The director is asked what he means, as he is told that there is no reason for him to get involved. The director explains that even an operations team would suffer losses if they were the ones doing the rescue. The director continues, stating that the operation wouldn't be profitable even if it was successful, so he asks them to stop kicking up a fuss. He agrees, his mind occupied with thoughts of cleaning obsession, peaceful resignation, and the association's budget. The order is given. Operations Team 1 is to move out, accompanying the speaker. One of the team members seems surprised by this sudden directive. A stern voice commands that a blockade be established around the dungeon with the utmost haste, sealing it off from outside interference. The speaker declares that they cannot allow other guilds to rush in after hearing about the incident, and so they will take command, ordering everyone else to be on guard. A subordinate urgently calls out to the director. The director observes a screen displaying other individuals in action, their movements captured in a blue, digital glow. The director, Han Sang-hyuk, notes that a guild has mistakenly entered an orange-gray dungeon, a potentially catastrophic error. A disembodied voice muses, wondering if someone intentionally provided the wrong information, setting this chain of events in motion. A figure on the phone, a smirk playing on their lips, inquires if this situation is also part of some grand design. Two figures stand face to face, the air thick with tension. One believes that conflict with the guilds is the most effective method to weaken the association's power. Hunter Yang Min-ho is being addressed, told that he was instructed not to create something as large as this. The speaker finds it quite fun, too. The man in the suit speaks, concerned that their actions might be discovered. At this rate, they might end up uncovering their trail. The Korean Association has initiated a rescue operation. Director Kim Junwoo has personally taken command of the operation. The new director seems quite concerned with his public image. It looks like the new director is quite concerned with his public image. A former dungeon cleaner is commanding a clearing operation. However, a former dungeon cleaner commanding a clearing operation? That dungeon isn't something incompetent people can clear. The association has always placed its own interests above others. Expecting them to really conduct a rescue operation for a guild that intercepted a dungeon will only lead to disappointment. If this operation fails, he is planning to use the Dimension Stone, so please follow my instructions. The director stands before a glowing object. Our plan isn't simply for your amusement. The two people are shown, one with a smirk. The director sits at a bar, lost in thought. A dark figure is shown. Holding a glowing object, the director curses under his breath. What a bitch. The hallway stretches onward, the name Kim Jun-woo hanging in the air. The silver-haired man's expression is one of intrigue. He wonders aloud what the protagonist's true motive is, finding him an interesting guy. A new skill has been acquired, Destroyer. He clenches his fist, golden energy crackling around him. The energy explodes outward. Golden light envelopes him, power radiating from his back. Over the comms, someone asks the director for his location. The response comes back, they're already there. They're in front of the boss room. The boss monster is known as the Black Tiger Dragon. Surveying the fallen creature, one of the team members remarks that airborne enemies are a pain. Another says they'll be contacted again once more information is available. The order is given, everyone, prepare for entry. The team stands ready, swords drawn, prepared to face the Black Tiger Dragon. A heavy thud echoes through the darkness. 5 figures stand before a massive, arched doorway, the only source of light in the cavern. The team advances, the darkness making it difficult to see. One of them curses the poor visibility. A voice urges caution, advising everyone to search their surroundings carefully. Another reports finding a weapon that seems to belong to guild members. Kim Min-ju examines a sword, its blade slick with a viscous, green substance. She wonders if it's monster blood. Kim Min-ju continues to examine the sword, concluding that it definitely came from monster. Suddenly, a shout pierces the silence, warning Kim Min-ju that something is behind her. A skill activates, engulfing a hand in hellfire. A figure is sent flying by a kick wreathed in flames. Kim Min-ju looks up, startled by the sudden attack. The source of the attack is revealed to be a massive, spider-like creature. The creature's red eyes glow menacingly. Kim Min-ju stares up at it, thinking it's a spider, while another wonders how it could be mistaken for a dragon. The captives groan, bound and helpless. One wonders aloud what they're doing here. The figure with long black hair states that rescuing Kim Min-ju comes first. They will proceed with the clearing later, once they have more information. Kim Jun-woo clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. He acknowledges the plan with a terse, understood. A holographic display flickers to life, announcing the activation of an awakened skill, Swordsman, Meteoric Blade. The figure with long black hair grips a blade, crackling with blue energy, ready to strike. Streaks of light erupt, illuminating the darkness with blinding speed. The figure with long black hair slashes downwards, the blade leaving a trail of shimmering energy. Another skill activates, Hyper Boost. A figure is enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, enhancing their capabilities. Kim Jun-woo is now surrounded by a brilliant blue aura, his power surging. A monstrous, spider-like creature with glowing red eyes looms into view. Kim Jun-woo is startled, letting out a surprise hup. A foot slams down with tremendous force, crushing something beneath it. A woman with dark hair stands over another, who is bound and lying on the ground, as a mysterious hand looms above. He is caught off guard by the appearance of a monstrous, spider-like creature with glowing red eyes. Kim Jun-woo realizes how the others were wiped out by just a single spider, understanding dawning on his face. A stream of viscous, luminescent green liquid descends, its source unseen. The hunter is suddenly drenched in a strange, glowing green substance. The woman with dark hair shouts, her expression a mix of anger and disgust, surrounded by armed figures. Someone exclaims in disbelief, uttering a curse in the face of the unfolding events. A hand reaches out, seemingly from the depths of the unknown, grasping at something unseen. An unseen figure expresses their disgust, complaining about being covered in vomit. A man activates a skill, a surge of power emanating from him as he prepares to fight. The name Uriel is prominently displayed, perhaps the name of the skill or the entity associated with it. A shoe is coated in the same viscous green liquid, suggesting a widespread contamination. He stands amidst a blinding light, the spider-like monsters looming above. The air crackles with energy as the situation intensifies. Elsewhere, a group of onlookers gazes up at the same brilliant light, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. Kim Jun-woo's eyes glow with newfound power. A system message appears, announcing the passive activation of Cleaning Obsession, urging him to clean up the mess. Now covered in green liquid, Kim Jun-woo's stoic expression breaks. He snarls, "You're all dead, you spider bastards." The woman's anger flares, her expression a mask of pure frustration. Someone tells the pouting figure to stop behaving that way, questioning how long they plan to continue. The woman's rage intensifies as she shouts, seemingly addressing someone named Captain Kim. Someone remarks on the woman's attitude, clearly disapproving. The man in uniform declares that Operations Team 1 will enter the dungeon with him. The woman thinks to herself that it has been a while since she participated in a clearing. The woman smiles, thinking that all she has been doing is cleaning, and it was getting boring. The man in uniform tells Han Yu-bin to be on standby, to which she responds with surprise. The man in uniform explains that it's a rescue operation anyway, and that Kim Junwoo always leaves things to her when it comes to clearing. Han Yu-bin, annoyed, thinks that the man doesn't know what he's talking about, and that a real dungeon clearing is accomplished through an operation. The woman with orange hair listens, clearly displeased by the conversation. Someone believes Captain Kim isn't worthy of being a director, complaining about standby duty. A man explains that the operation can only save money if the rescue is successful. He emphasizes the financial risk if the rescue fails. The man in the suit states that a lot of blame will be directed at the association. He adds that Director Kim won't be spared from the criticism. Despite the risks, the man speaking insists that Director Kim decided human lives are more important. He threw himself into the middle of the operation. Another man asks everyone to refrain from speaking badly of Director Kim. He believes Kim Junwoo is the most suitable person for his current position. Captain Pyeon Chonghyan of the control team swears that he will always follow the director. His voice booms with conviction. From here on out, the scene shifts. Several people are on the ground, seemingly sick or injured, their faces pale and drawn. The woman with orange hair looks on with worry. She silently pleads for the director to come back safely from the dungeon. A group of people stand before a swirling portal of energy, ready to enter the unknown depths of the dungeon. The man faces a horde of grotesque, spider-like creatures. He seems unfazed by the monstrous threat before him. A passive skill activates, Cleaning Obsession. The command rings out. "Clean up, you idiot!" Kim Junwoo, now glowing with power, declares that they are all dead. His eyes burn with righteous fury. He stands defiantly before the monstrous spiders, their red eyes gleaming menacingly in the dim light of the dungeon. Kim Junwoo orders Kim Min-ju to evacuate the hostages, his resolve hardening. He vows to crush the monstrous insects into pulp. Kim Min-ju questions the change of plans, reminding the director that rescuing the hostages was the priority. A booming voice declares a sudden change of plans, echoing through the dungeon. The director's face contorts with fury, flecks of green slime clinging to his shoulders as he shouts. He repeats his command, his voice laced with urgency, demanding that they take the hostages and evacuate immediately. Kim Min-ju is taken aback by the sudden shift in strategy, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. A call goes out for everyone to assist the hostages as the director's Cleaning Obsession passive skill activates. The director urges everyone to escape quickly, declaring that he will buy them time against the monstrous threat. A winged figure stands tall, seemingly relieved that the dead weights are gone. Kim Min-ju notes that the teacher changed the plan for their safety. Kim Min-ju expresses her unwavering loyalty, stating that they will always follow the director as he acquires the destroyer skill. The director's gaze hardens, his expression resolute as he prepares to face the monstrous spiders head-on. The mechanical spider looms, its multiple red eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. A blinding vertical slash of golden light descends, promising swift and decisive judgment. He strikes, the golden light impacting the mechanical spider with tremendous force. The force of the light explodes outward, a pure and destructive energy. The mechanical spider groans under the assault. One down, but more remain. Kim Junwoo leaps back, assessing the damage he has inflicted on the monstrous machine. The mechanical spider's head is visibly damaged, sparks flying from the ruptured metal. Golden wings of light erupt from his back, readying him for the next phase of the battle. The mechanical spider moves again, its damaged form still a threat. Its red eyes glow brighter, focusing on a new target. The mechanical spider unleashes a beam of green energy, a desperate counterattack. Realization dawns. It's ignoring him, targeting the others instead. He's surrounded by a radiant, yellow aura, assessing the mechanical threat. It seems the hunter believes it possesses some intelligence. A system notification appears, announcing the acquisition of a new skill, Hellfire. Energy crackles around his hand, the newly acquired skill manifesting before him. He looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he sees the mechanical spider looming above. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the mechanical spider's construction, its red lights glowing ominously. The hunter is now surrounded by a swarm of the mechanical spiders, their red eyes piercing the darkness. Kim Junwoo's expression shifts to disbelief, muttering a quiet, "How?" A surge of green energy erupts nearby, signaling a new threat. One of the figures shouts a warning, urging their captain to watch out for the incoming attack. The figure with long hair stares wide-eyed, a silent scream trapped in their throat. The two figures brace themselves, fear etched on their faces as the attack draws near. A fist clenches tightly, ready to strike or defend against the impending danger. He is swarmed. Mechanical spiders descend from above, their metallic legs clicking against the stone floor. Yet Kim Jun-woo stands firm, seemingly unfazed by the mechanical onslaught. A strange, shimmering substance coats his clothes. The mechanical spiders advance, their multiple eyes gleaming with predatory intent. They move with unnerving speed, their sharp legs poised to strike. Skill activation. The words appear in a blue box as the acquired skill, Divine Protection, activates. He clenches his fist, a sphere of brilliant light forming in his palm, radiating intense heat. Elsewhere, a sudden blast of green energy slams into a huddled group, sending them sprawling. A woman shouts, urging everyone to run toward the exit with all possible speed. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the corridors, a desperate scramble for survival. One of the mechanical spiders approaches, its red eyes fixed on Kim Jun-woo as he walks away. He hears a voice, goading him. The mechanical spider looms large, its metallic body gleaming under the harsh lights. Kim Jun-woo points forward, a determined look on his face, ready to face whatever comes next. He gains a significant boost to his skill effectiveness. The protagonist also acquires a new skill, Great Mage's Hand Gesture. A surge of purple energy emanates from his fingertip, crackling with immense power. The purple energy strikes a massive, spider-like silhouette, obliterating its form. Amidst the falling debris and swirling purple energy, he stands tall, his glowing wings spread wide. A splatter of green slime covers the scene, accompanied by strange, echoing sounds. Covered in the green substance, Kim Min-ju grits his teeth, a furious expression contorting his face. Meanwhile, the control team captain announces the successful rescue of the hostages. The operation was a success. Kim Min-ju's name is shouted in anger. Someone acknowledges that he has worked hard. A man stares in disbelief, exclaiming, "Yes, sweetheart." Another wonders about Captain Kim's whereabouts. The team confirms the operation's success. They anticipate the teacher's imminent arrival. They stood in formation, the tension palpable as one spoke, stating he was just looking around. The director, covered in slime, demanded Captain Payon provide him something to wipe himself with. Han Yubin responded to the director's orders with a simple, "Yes," as she stood before the team. Han Yubin instructed someone to go in and take care of the cleaning. The director also mentioned guild leader Sun Jong-hyun, his expression unreadable. The director's face was flushed, beads of sweat trickling down his brow as he stood close to another. The director spoke to a man in tactical gear, who offered him a towel, questioning if he thought they were doing it for free. The woman with orange hair stood with a stern expression, surrounded by her team. The man with short black hair, his face contorted in anger, declared that if they wanted to play hero, they had the wrong address. He continued, his voice rising, stating it was obvious what a director like him was trying to do. A figure was beaten, kneeling on the ground, as the unseen assailant questioned if he thought he had paid back what he owed. The man with short black hair was revealed to be G Guild leader Jang Yul, speaking as the representative. The man clutches his head, seemingly overwhelmed with regret. He offers his apologies for the guild connections. The crowd listens intently as he expresses his embarrassment. He acknowledges the behavior of pointing fingers at the person who rescued others. Another man speaks, his face scarred, but his expression earnest. He admits he was really moved by the director. Even in this kind of situation, he didn't hesitate to go in on his own, prioritizing other people's lives over the interests of the association. A speech bubble hangs in the air, filled with question marks. The meaning is unclear. The crowd continues to express their support. They are confident that their guild will peacefully coexist with the current director. The crowd mentions Deputy Guild Leader Cha Suk-hyun and Guild Leader Yu Ji-woo. They stand together, listening intently. The crowd believes the director's actions will serve as an example for them all. They are touched by his personal involvement. The crowd expresses their surprise. They thought the director would simply turn a blind eye. Someone admits they read the article about the director when he was a cleaner. They had no idea he was such a great person. The crowd agrees that the director is different from the previous one. They are impressed by his actions. The crowd declares the director is the hope of Korea and even the whole world. They are filled with admiration. The crowd's adoration was palpable, their voices rising in unison. He watched the spectacle, his expression unreadable as the cheers continued. The protagonist wondered what all the fuss was about, his brow furrowed in confusion. The speaker was deeply touched that someone decided to get personally involved in the rescue operation. The group didn't know there would be someone like Kim Jun-woo in the association. The man in the suit requests that they stay at the association forever. Kim Jun-woo's expression is stern as he listens to the conversation. The group acknowledges that it is thanks to these people that someone's wife was able to come back alive. The scarred man doesn't think they're wrong about the rest of what they said. The speaker is sure the director is well aware of what the association has been doing to the guilds, so he hopes they understand. The woman asks guild leader Jang Yul if she looks like a damn fool to him. Kim Jun-woo knows everything the association has done. The man in the suit asks if that is a reason for them to break the law. The man questions if they think there's some kind of philanthropist after causing so much damage and simply saying it can't be helped. He was furious, his face contorted in rage as he shouted his grievances to anyone who would listen. The man in the blue suit stood calmly, flanked by two others, as he questioned the definition of going too far. He mused that whatever their reasons for the interceptions, it was honestly none of his business. The man in the blue suit continued, stating that it wasn't important for someone like him, who was just waiting to get out of there. The man with silver hair declared that what's more important is how this incident affects the future, as there's no guarantee it won't happen again. The scene shifted to an injured person being attended to by medical personnel, as the man with silver hair spoke of filing a claim for damages to avoid bankruptcy. The man in the blue suit handed a stack of papers to another man, suggesting that if there's nothing else to take, they can still put those bodies to work. Director Kim presented a contract, stating that everyone there will pay for all the damages they've caused. The man with silver hair, along with another man, expressed outrage, accusing someone of turning them into slaves. The unseen speaker declared that they were not done talking yet, and that they would see if the others continued reading down once they paid for all the damages. The camera focused on Director Kim, his expression unreadable as the terms were laid out. Clause 6 of the contract details the sharing of proceeds with the association, in exchange for clearing rights. The contract also stipulates that once all damages are compensated, the association will receive 5% of the proceeds from dungeon clearings. Director Kim, visibly taken aback, demands to know what he just heard. Sweat beads on his face as the director realizes guaranteeing the right to clear means something significant. One of the men in suits expresses his desire to establish a reasonable contract between the association and the guilds. Another man in a suit argues that it's impossible for the association to clear everything alone. Director Kim wonders if this kind of contract is even possible, given the association's past behavior. The director declares that he has no idea how things were before, but he is in charge now. Kim Jun-woo states he couldn't care less about what the top brass will say. It's said that Director Kim conducted a rescue operation after bringing a large-scale dungeon interception under control. And then he also came up with a middle ground that could accommodate everyone, as the two men stand face to face. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-woo is told that there is something he hasn't been told yet. He asks if the other man can spare a moment of his time. The director tells Kim Min-ju to wrap things up there, and then asks Han Yu-bin why she is still there when she should be cleaning. The woman sarcastically agrees that she is a slave, and the director tells her not to worry and to just leave it to him. Someone off-panel calls the woman teacher. The truth is, he knows who is pulling the strings behind this interception incident. The director asks if he has ever heard of Yang Min-ho. The name echoes Yang Min-ho. In his previous life, he was ranked below him as the number 2 hunter in Korea. To be precise, it would be more accurate to call him a troubleshooter rather than a hunter. He was called the cleaner among their ranks then. Since he was a messed up guy who didn't mind accepting all kinds of dirty jobs, his class was originally a magician class. A forbidden ritual requires 13 living humans to be sacrificed, but he activated a taboo skill. Forbidden ritual. A figure emerged, bathed in emerald light, having become a dark magician class unlike any before. After that, he admits he forgot all about him, since he wasn't included in the Hunter's World ranking. Even if he was far beneath him in his previous life, he's not someone that could be easily touched by the present him. Yang Min-ho told them different information regarding the dungeon's grade, rescued earlier. He's probably trying to escalate the conflict between the association and the guilds by causing a few deaths. To kill people just for that reason. Do you happen to know where that fucker is right now? He's someone who regularly hides his identity, but I know where he often shows up. He wants to kill people. A man in a suit and tie is shown on a news broadcast. Operations Director Kim Jun-woo of the Supernatural and Dimension Management Association successfully rescued the Earl Grey Guild from a dungeon. Two people look at a phone, discussing the director's recent success. One comments on how good he is at his job, while the other hopes he remains in charge. 3 figures stand outside a coffee shop. Suddenly, a fist slams into a surface with a resounding crack. Kim Jun-woo's actions have clearly upset someone. His face contorted in anger. He thinks that the director is much crazier than he thought. Not only was he able to clear the dungeon, but he also succeeded in winning over those guilds. The next operation requires contacting Chloe immediately. A man in a suit stands on the stairs, looking down with a stern expression. He demands, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" The man smirks, his eyes glinting with amusement. He doesn't care about whatever monkey businesses the other person is up to. The man's expression hardens, a dark thought crossing his mind. He questions if this is just a hunter playing with human lives. The man's face is stern, his eyes narrowed. He warns that he'll let it go with just a warning this time. However, his face contorted with rage. The man threatens that if his work is interrupted one more time. The man's face is inches away from another, his teeth bared. He declares that he's not going to let it slide anymore. He looks down at someone, a faint smile playing on his lips. Why should he even bother listening to them? The man's eyes glow red with anger. He scoffs at the idea of the other being a director and questions his confidence in coming alone. The man's expression hardens. He implies that Kim Junwoo won't understand with mere words, hinting of violence. Who knows if he'll be harmed? The man in the suit launches an attack, moving with surprising speed against Junwoo. Two women scream in terror, witnessing the unfolding confrontation. The man's face contorts with rage, his eyes narrowed, and his expression murderous. Someone nervously suggests calling the police, fear evident in their voice. Silence hangs in the air, thick with tension and uncertainty. Meanwhile, one of the women warns Yang Minho to watch out from now on, implying a threat. The man walks away, muttering that he's going to kill someone for real, his anger palpable. Elsewhere, a child's voice calls out, asking when their dad is coming home. It seems someone is going to be very late for work, having gone somewhere far away. A young girl, her hair neatly tied in a bun, speaks excitedly into her phone. She tells her dad to take care on his way. Elsewhere, a man with short silver hair and a scar across his face drives. He tells someone on the phone that they can go to sleep. The last words echo in the air, the road ahead blurred with speed. Headlights cut through the night as something unexpected occurs on the road. Inside the car, the driver's smirk vanishes, replaced by a look of shock and dawning horror. The car swerves violently, and a figure is ejected from the vehicle, tumbling through the air. The car continues its uncontrolled descent, a blur against the dark trees, as the figure plummets downwards. The sounds of impact echo through the night. The driver, injured and disoriented, crawls away from the wreckage of his burning car. A figure lies motionless nearby. His face bloodied, the driver's thoughts race. He wonders if that kid was up there earlier. He looks towards the girl with black hair, concern etched on his face. He asks if she is all right. A spectral skeleton appears, glowing with an eerie blue light. Kim Junwoo's face is a mask of pain, his expression a mix of anger and desperation. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension hanging in the balance. A surge of brilliant blue light erupts, bathing the surrounding area in an ethereal glow. Jang Yul, his face contorted with rage, barks at someone to be quiet. A figure looms over Yang Minho, who kneels on the ground. He questions Yang Minho's loyalty, expressing disappointment in his choice. Director Kim Junwoo coughs, his face bearing the marks of a brutal fight. A disembodied voice speaks of finding a compromise for the sake of everyone involved. Unfortunately, Jang Yul is surrounded by spectral skulls, his expression shifting to one of surprise. The spectral skulls loom closer, their eerie glow contrasting with the darkness. Jang Yul's smirk widens as he declares that everyone will not include someone, pointing a finger for emphasis. With a shout, he unleashes a blinding, holy light from his hand, preparing to strike. Two figures stand silhouetted against the radiant blue light, poised for a confrontation. He stands amidst the ethereal glow, a floating orb suspended above him. Kim Junwoo's smile is wide and unsettling, framed by spectral skulls. The Republic of Korea's Hunters Dimension Management Association tracks its financial performance. Despite significant losses from recent large-scale incidents in Seoul, the director assures everyone that ultimately, everything is going well. The enthusiasm of the contracted guilds is remarkable, and the eradication amount has increased by 40% compared to last week. With the current size of the operations team, 100 missions per month were the limit, but the burden of subjugation has reduced, netting 5% of the profits for free. Social media users comment that Director Kim has certainly solidified his position with this incident, calling him a true leader that comes once in a lifetime. Now in Seoul, excluding freelancers, all hunters are affiliated with the association, and in the future, there won't be any shortage of them. During a meeting, personnel matters are discussed. The woman with blonde hair smiles, thinking she'll show them later. Han Sang-hyuk reflects on his impending resignation in 3 weeks, wondering what it was all for, though he has achieved all the goals he had in mind. Seeing that there hasn't been any news on Yang Minho since that day, he figures this wraps it up. Now, there's only one thing left before he resigns. He considered his options, thinking that if he could just finish this one thing well, it would be time to resign. He decided to get to the point. Han Sang-hyuk stood before a monstrous figure, the topic at hand being the underwater dungeon expected to appear in Incheon Port. He hoped nothing would happen until he could finally resign from his position. The shooting range stretched before them, but the woman wondered why they had to meet at such a place. Standing in the shooting range, the woman questioned why research was being conducted in such a place. The woman raised her weapon, firing a shot. The discussion of the underwater dungeon seemed far away. The handgun discharged a blast of blue energy as the woman maintained her stance. The blue energy slammed into the target, leaving a visible impact. Han Sang-hyuk, surprised by her recklessness, questioned her actions. She replied that it looked cool in movies to shoot with one hand. He suggested that she should have at least tried shooting once before. The woman countered that maybe he could teach her how to shoot a gun properly. The woman winced, the recoil clearly causing her pain. Han Sang-hyuk explained that he had been researching weapons using fragments of the Time Stone. He clasped hands with Junwoo, the deal seemingly sealed between them, though the details remained unspoken. The conversation turned to the nature of the power they were discussing, something condensed within a small stone. A woman in a suit explained that the conditions to meet the clear conditions in the loop dungeon had failed. It seemed, according to the discussion, that the power originated from the Time Stone after all. The man in the black suit speculated that the power might apply not only to space, but also to objects and even living beings. A hand gripped a gun-like device, its design intricate and hinting at advanced technology. The possibility of time travel was raised, based on director Lee Ah-young's words. Han Sang-hyuk considered the implications, speculating about a bullet containing the Time Stone's power inside the Titan who shot him in a past life. A figure in dark clothing gripped a weapon, a conjecture forming in their mind about why they could regress. The only place that could have possessed such technology at that time was the International Association. However, at that time, the International Association had made him a scouting offer, which was the reason for wanting to kill him, even using the Time Stone. The woman with brown hair approached Han Sang-hyuk, urgently announcing that she had news for him. The woman's expression is tight with worry, her eyes wide. The man in the suit mentions Ares Guild's guild leader, Jang Yul. The woman beside him looks on. A framed portrait shows a man, his gaze steady and resolute. The young girl's face is etched with sadness, her eyes downcast. Looking up at the adults, the girl asks when her dad will come back, confessing how much she misses him. One of the men asks the other what happened to the team leader, his voice hushed. The man with glasses recalls being busy preparing for the Incheon port dungeon. Given his exhaustion after the subjugation, they're considering it an accident-related incident. Hunters never know when they might die, the text ominously declares. It's disheartening that he passed away like this, the text reveals, as a man stands in mourning. At the funeral, the young girl calls out to her mom, identifying the deceased as the guild leader. He stood in somber silence, his gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance. He reflected on his limited involvement with the guild, both before and after the regression. A white flower was held delicately, but the holder thought that things weren't supposed to be this easy. The protagonist stood near a framed portrait, the word "kived" hanging in the air. Guild leader assistant Cha Suk-hyun stood firm, his expression unreadable. Cha Suk-hyun and another man walked with purpose down the corridor. Cha Suk-hyun was informed that the official notice had been read, and support was requested for the upcoming dungeon in Incheonport. He acknowledged the difficult situation. The man with red hair stated that he had a condition. With gritted teeth, the man with red hair pleaded for someone to catch the guy for him. Cha Suk-hyun believed this was the work of a bastard, and in his heart, he wanted to find that bastard and kill him. The man with red hair was assured that they would catch him for him, but he seemed doubtful. The subjugation operation was scheduled to commence soon. Preparations were underway. The culprit, it seemed, was Yang Mi-ho. He had been quiet, but crossing the line like this was unexpected. What could he possibly believe in an act this way? There had to be someone backing Yang Mi-ho. Someone was indeed backing him. As mentioned before, his goal was to weaken the association, no matter the cost. The top hunter in the country was opposed by the association. It was difficult for an individual to prepare such a large-scale intercept operation on their own. On the day they first had contact with him, he seemed to be receiving instructions over the phone from someone. Given the circumstances, there was no doubt that a force larger than the association was supporting Yang Mi-ho. A force larger than the association was at play, and the underwater dungeon had suddenly appeared at a different time from the past. When considering the possible scenarios, the most likely one was using the Dimension Stone. To make that possible, you need facilities capable of reliably operating bank items. And personnel with the corresponding expertise were required for the task. The only organization capable of meeting the necessary conditions would be the International Association, an organization that has always been a thorn in their side. The man with brown hair is informed that they couldn't retrieve the Time Stone from the U.S. branch, unlike in his life before returning. It makes sense, the man thinks, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he considers the implications. They employed Yang Min-ho, the top-rank hunter in Korea and a freelancer. To solve all of this, the text reveals. Three figures stand together, their expressions unreadable as they contemplate the gravity of the situation. The man with brown hair declares that they need to prepare, urging everyone to get right into the mission preparation. The text indicates their destination, Incheonport. Meanwhile, at Incheonport, one of the men in hard hats asks, "Hey, Mr. Kim, where are you?" The two men in hard hats stare at the water, noticing ripples forming on the surface. One of them murmurs. A surge of pink energy erupts from the depths, illuminating the scene with an eerie glow. One of the men cries out, "W-O!" as the pink energy intensifies, accompanied by a strange sound. The pink energy swirls and crackles, a display of raw power unleashed from beneath the surface. A figure strides forward, the click of their heels echoing in the sterile environment. Intense eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down their face as they consider the situation. A voice reports that they've successfully created a dungeon. The condition of the central, glowing crystal is then questioned. The response comes, it's stable and should last for over a week, graded as red. The woman with silver hair inquires about the plan, even with the dimension stone. She wonders about the connection between creating a dungeon and retrieving the time stone. Soyeon states that for now, she plans to wait until the Korean Association initiates the subjugation. The question is posed. Does she plan to take advantage of the subjugation and steal the time stone? She replies that while not impossible, she doesn't think violence is necessary. Revealing their faces to the Korean Association is considered risky. Mun Soyeon plans to use this dungeon as bait for a hostile takeover. The woman with silver hair declares that she sees a hostile takeover in the works. Someone comments that team leader Chloe is quite formidable, but another voice dismisses this as an exaggeration. The conversation shifts to the irregular and Kim Jun-woo, the director of the operation department. It's suggested that they should observe him for a bit longer, as he's become well known. It's decided that it might be a good idea to have a contingency plan for the variables at play. The man's hand crackles with blue energy as he confidently states that he will handle the situation. The team members, clad in black uniforms, approached the towering structure. The speaker emphasized that they were meticulously chosen individuals with exceptional skills, no exception to the rule. Aphrodite Guild leader Cha Seokyeon and Ares Guild leader Yu Jaiwoo stood ready for the mission. The entire Operation 1 team had convened, ready to receive their orders. Kim Min-ju, Operation 1 team leader, announced that the 2nd team had also gathered in full force. Operation 2 team leader Choi Jong-hoon stood alongside his team, prepared for the briefing. They were facing a red-level dungeon in Incheon Port, a mission carrying significant risks and numerous variables. The teams stood assembled, awaiting the commencement of the mission briefing. His gaze was intense, focused on the task ahead. He declared that they would commence with the mission briefing. The briefing begins, highlighting the extreme risk of the dungeon mission. The underwater environment makes the initial conquest challenging. A group of individuals stands at attention, listening intently. They await further instructions regarding the perilous task ahead. This mission will be led by team leader Kim Min-ju. She, along with Operation Team 1, will take the forefront in the dungeon assault. The team advances into the dungeon. They will divide positions, with the operation team in the front and the guild alliance in the rear. Given the high level of risk, Kim Jun-woo explains that the most favorable approach is to conduct the assault in several stages. Communication is key. The boss of this dungeon is reported to be an immortal python, a distinctive type of monster. Its jaws are ready to strike. However, since the mapping hasn't been completed yet, Kim Jun-woo states that they will need to determine the location as they proceed with the operation. The dungeon is a one-way structure, and they cannot exit until the mission is accomplished. In case of insufficient information, they are to follow the leader's discretion. This concludes the briefing, and the team will briefly wait for the equipment to arrive. The team acknowledges the instructions. The director is approached by Kim Jun-woo, who holds a document. He asks if he may inquire about something. The director gives his consent. He tells Kim Jun-woo to go ahead with his question, his expression unreadable. Kim Jun-woo, with a serious expression, asks the director if he is a hunter. The question hangs in the air. He appears taken aback, his brow furrowed in a mixture of surprise and concern. The director continues, explaining that he initially assumed Jinu Kim was a regular civilian, given his cleaner background, but he doesn't appear to be an ordinary person. Kim Jun-woo's expression hardens as the director asks if there's a specific reason for that, suggesting his gaze is reminiscent of a beast. The director presses, reminding him that he was in charge of overseeing the previous rescue operation. He questions how an ordinary person could enter an orange-rank dungeon alone. Kim Jun-woo is asked about his rank. He responds that he is not a hunter and hasn't registered his rank. The director continues to press, asking if there's a specific reason for not registering as a hunter, his expression unwavering. The director states that it's not urgent, and he intends to do it if the need arises in the future, implying he has many inquiries. Another man laughs, questioning what's so crucial about one's rank, his expression smug. It is stated that this time, they'll have the opportunity to witness the director's abilities directly. Han Sang-hyuk apologizes, stating that the director won't be participating in this operation, standing between Kim Jun-woo and the other man. Han Sang-hyuk announces that the equipment and underwater combat suits they requested have arrived, gesturing towards the suits. The specialized Goliath suits are designed for underwater combat. High-tech equipment minimizes water resistance for the wearer. The sleek, black material of the suit gleams, promising protection and agility beneath the waves. These custom-made suits require careful handling and should be protected from rough usage. One of the figures questions the need for a pose. The other explains that the director requested they model the suits. Due to constraints in both suit numbers and the quantity they could procure, preparations were made accordingly. The woman with short blonde hair explains that the suits are precisely matched to the mission participants. She tells Kim Jun-woo that he shouldn't consider participating in the operation later. Whenever his subordinates are in danger, he should charge in without hesitation. The woman adds that when it comes to risky situations, they should just use common sense. The woman with short blonde hair reflects on their hard work leading up to this moment. It's declared that no one will be criticized for being cautious. The order is given, everyone, get into your suits, load the gear, and let's go. The woman yells for everyone to start moving. She wonders when she will get to don one herself. Meanwhile, the team loads the specialized gear onto the truck, preparing to depart for their mission. He watches as the woman with black hair says, "See you later," to someone unseen. Another woman with orange hair stands nearby. The details of a black suit become clear, the fabric reflecting the light. The suit appears to be part of a specialized uniform. Kim Jun-woo listens as the woman with black hair asks if he is going to die, questioning his unusual greeting. He wonders what she would do if he truly believed he was going to die. He states that he will be providing guidance from now on. Kim Jun-woo continues, asking if she seriously believes that outcome would occur, even if she genuinely believed he might die in any scenario. A disembodied voice gives instructions. Just keep moving straight ahead and don't hesitate. The woman with black hair smiles faintly, a determined glint in her eyes as she prepares for what's to come. Kim Jun-woo is told to come on and set out fast, as it's a genuinely significant operation after a long time. In the background, the woman with orange hair is addressed. The woman with orange hair wonders what's happening, noting that she wasn't even called, yet she is already there. Han Yubin is informed that the cleaning team won't be part of this operation, and she reacts with shock. It's stated that there's no assurance that they'll succeed on the first attempt if they advance together. The order is given for everyone to set out. Kim Jun-woo stands behind Han Yubin, who looks worried and mutters that she is hungry. A large truck rumbles down the city street, its destination unknown. The truck driver declares that he will be on his way. Han Sang-hyuk stands near the truck, listening intently. He mentions that he would like to ask Han Yubin something. A man places a comforting hand on a girl's shoulder as she looks down, seemingly troubled. Trucks speed toward a shimmering, otherworldly portal. A holographic display tracks the trucks as they approach their destination. Two men observe the holographic display, confirming that the Korean operational team has reached the vicinity of the dungeon. A man on the phone relays that they will be entering the dungeon in less than 40 minutes. Hunter Yang Miho is asked if he has reviewed the mission plan document. A man holding a wine glass confirms that he has thoroughly read the mission plan from start to finish. They had claimed the Korean Association would be dismantled, leading some to expect a war. But it seemed a hostile merger is the real goal. Even the method of approach leaves much to be desired, the man with silver hair thinks, swirling the red liquid in his glass. So, the plan devised by the office is now in motion. Yang Miho, a member of the International Association's Mountain Division, PB Corporation, and the Hunter Balance Adjustment Team, is ready. Just comply with my plan without question, the man with silver hair commands, his grip tightening around glass. The balance in Korea now falls under your purview, a voice says over the phone. Han Sang-hyuk is told to take some responsibility for the role he's been entrusted with. As long as your cover remains intact, the shadowy figure says to the blonde woman on the phone, her expression unreadable. Even Representative Emma would be genuinely let down if she finds out about this. Yang Miho thinks, his eyes narrowed. The organization under the International Hunter Association, a part of PB Corporation, is known as the Hunter Balance Adjustment Team. A secret organization, led by Director Mark, was formed to balance the abilities of superhumans worldwide. The text reveals as the man with silver hair and a beard smirks. With the inexplicable emergence of dungeons, individuals with superhuman powers appeared. The text explains, as figures in black suits stand ready. Their mission is to control those with enigmatic abilities, which are still of unknown origin. The text continues, as silhouetted figures stand in glowing light, and covertly eliminate superhumans with powers deemed to be able to destroy the global order as their rationale. The Balance Team has deployed subsidiary organizations worldwide. A silent force has covertly maintained a balance of power among superhumans. Yang Miho, using the convenient pretext of order, has unleashed the forbidden. Skills of superhumans were ordered for elimination. He admits that he and Chloe don't really get along. But at this moment, there's one thing they can see eye to eye on. The director has given the order, get rid of Kim Jun-woo. They make contact. His eyes gleam with sinister intent. His head was genuinely enticing. The director confirms that they've made contact. He orders them to halt the activation of the dimensional stones and make it in sync with. A strange sound echoes. Energy crackles in the distance. A strange, distorted energy hums in the darkness, vibrating intensely. The team has reached the surface. They confirm that radio silence will be maintained upon entering the dungeon. The divers prepare, their faces obscured by diving masks and serious expressions. Something pierces the water's surface, a dark, jagged form rising from below. The team descends into the depths, diving deeper into the unknown. One of the divers plunges downward, the pressure increasing with every meter. The woman adjusts her equipment, her gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. They are surrounded by an eerie purple energy, illuminating the underwater landscape. The woman observes the strange energy, a sense of unease washing over her. The purple energy intensifies, bathing the divers in its otherworldly glow. The man in the suit confirms that they have entered the dungeon, and any unusual circumstances will be reported immediately. The team will initiate mapping first. The teacher is contacted, static crackling in the comms. Static crackles, obscuring the communication. He stands with his back to the room, observing the data on the screen. Kim Minju shouts that the communication signal is weak. He demands verification of the communication equipment's condition. The director is informed that communication with the operatives currently engaged in the mission has been lost. Even the location tracker devices on their suits have gone silent, leaving their status unknown. The man shouts that the dungeon has vanished, his face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. The tension is palpable as the men exchange worried glances, the implications of the dungeon's disappearance weighing heavily. The team stands ready, prepared to face whatever lies ahead. One of them declares that this is the raid team. The team advances, their footsteps echoing in the darkness. Choi Jong-hoon speaks into her comm, reporting their arrival inside the dungeon and their plan to begin mapping the interior from Zone A3. A voice responds, acknowledging the information and urging them to proceed. Choi Jong-hoon attempts to contact the control team again, but the signal is weak. She wonders if the underwater location is interfering. One of the team members exclaims in alarm, his eyes wide with concern. The team leader is alerted to something being off with the dungeon entrance. The team is told to be cautious and retreat to the entrance. A surge of pink energy pulses ominously. The team stands before the pulsating light, unsure of what awaits them. Choi Jong-hoon wonders what could have happened, realizing they haven't even defeated the boss monster, and the dungeon entrance has vanished. The woman scans their surroundings, a flicker of concern crossing her face. The oppressive darkness of the dungeon seemed to press in. The situation was rapidly deteriorating, and a disturbing question hung in the air. Is this even possible? Leader Choi Jong-hoon is informed that communication with headquarters is down. Furthermore, the woman reports that water has begun to seep into the dungeon. Choi Jong-hoon grimaces, muttering that the situation couldn't possibly get any worse than it already is. As if summoned by his words, a hulking monster wielding a trident emerges from the shadows, ready to confront them. From above, a hand descends, perhaps to join the fray or offer assistance in the face of the encroaching threat. A surge of blue energy emanates from Choi Jong-hoon as he declares that they will deal with these creatures first, prioritizing the immediate threat. A small, mechanical puppy, designated Ardino.3, appears, drawing a comment about its unexpected cuteness amidst the chaos. Choi Jong-hoon asks if they should take care of the monster, as the robot puppy wags its tail, awaiting instructions. A sinister smile spreads across Choi Jong-hoon's face as he reveals that Ardino.3 is set to self-destruct. With a blinding flash, the robot puppy detonates in front of the monster, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. The resulting explosion engulfs the area, a testament to the robot puppy's explosive capabilities. He stares in disbelief as the woman screams, the shock reverberating through the room. What had she just witnessed? A desperate order rings out, demanding Ardino.4 to emerge. A towering armored figure looms over a smaller, glowing form as the woman watches on. A plea for help hangs in the air. The dungeon entrance has vanished. Cameras detect nothing, and psychic waves are silent, leaving no trace of its existence. The team wonders about the raid team, questioning if communication is still possible with those trapped inside the underwater dungeon. It has been silent for a while now. The team has been trying to re-establish contact, but to no avail. Communication is down, and the dungeon has undoubtedly closed. The man in the suit reflects that he has never seen a dungeon close before the extermination was complete. Once trapped inside, escape is impossible until the dungeon reappears, whether that takes a week or a month. Choi Jong-hoon recalls the next appearance of the underwater dungeon, the implications weighing heavily on him. A year from now, the likelihood of over 50 members of the raid team enduring for a year in an underwater dungeon is deemed impossible. Over 50 personnel, all perished, their fate sealed within the depths of the vanished dungeon. The sudden appearance of dungeons without warning and their abrupt closure during the raid was definitely no coincidence. Someone was intentionally controlling the dungeons, and there was only one place where such a thing was possible. The culprit was clear, the International Association. This was tantamount to declaring war on them. The man in the suit acknowledged that the raid team was equipped with Goliath suits. He wondered how long they could breathe underwater. His colleague confirmed that on average, it was about 4 hours, but during combat, it decreased. 2 hours would be cutting it close. As leader Choi Jong-hoon turned to leave, he was asked where he was going. If they could reactivate the resource stone within the remaining time, they could rescue them adequately. The man's expression was grim. They had to somehow establish contact with International Association. Meanwhile, the night sky hung heavy over the city. A port bustled with activity, cranes looming over stacks of shipping containers. A car sped along the road. A voice requested that the chairman convene the board of directors right now, wondering what was going on. The older man with the eye patch spoke into his phone, stating that they might have to go head-to-head with the International Association. He stated that he would get it ready. Kim Jun-woo wondered why the International Association was going to such lengths, even resorting to using dimensional stones. Was it retaliation for refusing the merger or payback for exposing the corruption in the U.S. branch? Their intentions, whatever they may be, remained unclear as he clenched his fist. Suddenly, a strange pink energy enveloped the area around the car. The energy swirled violently, distorting the air around it. The hunter's eyes widened as the energy intensified, pressing against the vehicle. Confusion and alarm filled his face as he braced for impact. Outside, the car was lifted from the loading area, surrounded by shipping containers. The energy continued to crackle around the vehicle, lifting it higher. The car was sent flying through the air, spinning away from the loading docks. Kim Jun-woo stood, seemingly unharmed, near the wrecked vehicle. He considered the situation, his expression unreadable as he contemplated his next move. Kim Jun-woo's name hung in the air. Another man, his face partially obscured by an eye patch, questioned his past apprehension. He wondered why he had ever feared someone so easily dealt with. Standing near a vehicle, a man in a suit admitted his shame. He had overestimated Jun-woo, believing there was something more to him. Inside the vehicle, Jun-woo lay injured amidst shattered glass. Even then, his opponent acknowledged that he already knew he was an ability user. Despite their powers, ability users are still human. They lack inherently special bodies or immortality, making them vulnerable. A skill was acquired, highlighting the fact that without skills or equipment, they're no different from ordinary people. That's precisely why even hunters are easily exposed to surprise attacks, their guard often lowered in moments of peace. Living in their own superiority, they never even imagined being ambushed, making them easy targets for those who plan carefully. A hand clenched, a silent declaration. He had never failed once, a testament to his meticulous planning and execution. The question lingered. Which hunter goes about their daily life with their skills activated, constantly prepared for an attack? With a snap of fingers, the job was declared done with ease, a chilling testament to the speaker's confidence. He stood firm, a truck looming behind him, a faint blue aura surrounding his body. His expression hardened into a smirk. He declared that he would look for his opponent's head and take it. The camera focused on the details of his suit, the tension building with each passing moment. His eyes narrowed, a cold glint in them. He stated that he was too busy to die here. A voice echoed, expressing hatred for trucks and noting that the protagonist had to show up on his own 2 feet. Young Miho stood, enveloped in a white aura. His expression was serious, his gaze intense. A notification appeared, indicating that the skill Auto Guard had been acquired, automatically defending against a portion of damage for a set duration. He looked surprised, realizing that he had clearly succeeded in the surprise attack. The question lingered. How did he use a skill in that short time? The moment to defend himself had arrived, but it was revealed that the defense skill had been activated in advance. The man with brown hair stated that he had a big opponent in the past, emphasizing that he had to be prepared. A voice declared that he wouldn't just stand by if he saw him again. The man with brown hair stated that he had said the protagonist had no reason to listen to him. He wonders why a former cleaner always has his defense skill activated as an ability user. What is the man in the blue suit anyway? The man in the blue suit smirks, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. The man in the blue suit declares, "You're here to pick a fight." With a snap of his fingers, the air crackles with unseen energy. The 2 figures stand amidst a swirling blue aura, the tension palpable. A screen flashes announcing skill acquired, corrosion, as the man in the blue suit smiles. The screen shifts, now displaying skill activation. The man in the blue suit holds out his hand, a glowing blue energy emanating from his palm. He looks on, a question forming on his face as he witnesses the display of power. The man in the blue suit stands close, his corroding touch a looming threat. He wonders, everything he touches corrodes? The man in the blue suit thinks, this is going to be a pain, as another screen appears, skill acquired, decay. With a sinister grin, Han Sang-hyuk says, well, try. The world ranking number 1 narrows his eyes, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. He narrowly avoids a blast of putrid green energy, the force of it shaking the very air around him. The air crackles with the residue of the attack, the stench of decay permeating the area. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, his hand crackling with the same sickly green energy. Kim Jun-woo flips backward, narrowly avoiding another blast of the corrosive energy. The figure in the suit remains unfazed, his expression unreadable in the dim light. 3 spectral skulls float behind him as he taunts, questioning if Jun-woo is going to run like a scared mouse. The figure stands before a row of shipping containers, his dark trench coat billowing slightly in the breeze as he speaks. One of the spectral skulls asks who is bothering him, its glowing eyes fixed on Junwoo. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The figure's grin widens, the three spectral skulls floating ominously behind him. He asks one thing of Junwoo, revealing himself as Jangyul. Kim Junwoo launches himself forward, a surge of power coursing through him. He moves with blinding speed, a blur against the backdrop of the docks. The hunter faces his opponent, the figure in the trench coat standing calmly before him. Hyper Boost activates, enhancing his abilities to their peak. The system announces the activation of the Extreme Speed Sword technique. Han Sang-hyuk's face is partially obscured, but his gaze is intense. His expression hardens, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Another skill activates, Moss. The battle is about to begin. He plummets from above, a blur against the sky, preparing to meet his target below. With a resounding thud, the hunter lands on the rooftop, ready to engage. Han Sang-hyuk, observing the protagonist's arrival, internally laments the extended duration of their confrontation. The villain addresses Kim Junwoo, stating he is in a hurry and might spare his life if he is allowed to leave. Han Sang-hyuk's expression shifts to a smug grin, hinting at a hidden agenda beneath his words. The green energy intensifies around the villain, as he reveals that he is also working on something. Han Sang-hyuk reflects on an order he received. Someone wants Kim Junwoo eliminated. The man in the suit smirks, acknowledging Junwoo Kim's savvy nature within their line of work. Kim Junwoo responds, understanding that keeping secrets is essential for survival in their profession. A screen displays the activation of polymorph and immersion skills, hinting at a transformation about to occur. Surrounded by purple energy, Han Sang-hyuk decides to consider this task as just another part of his job as a cleaner. The villain is now engulfed in green energy, with spectral skulls swirling around him, a visual manifestation of his deadly intent. He considered the irony. What a coincidence that he was also known as Cleaner. The city stretched out below, a maze of containers and towering structures. He stood amidst the cityscape, a question weighing on his mind. How long could he maintain this? A serpentine form emerged, its hiss echoing through the air. A figure stood poised with a blade, surrounded by an aura of blue energy. The snake's form loomed large as the figure prepared to strike. Meanwhile, a splash echoed, disturbing the silence. A voice questioned, asking Team Leader Kim if she wasn't using her awakened skill a bit too much. Team Leader Kim, seated and holding her sword, responded that it was okay. She cursed inwardly, regretting that she should have saved it for the boss fight. The monstrous, serpentine creatures hiss, their presence a suffocating threat in the enclosed space. The endless horde of monsters continues its advance, pressing the team back into the rising water. The woman with long black hair grips her sword, her expression a mask of grim determination. The team finds themselves in a desperate situation, the battle growing increasingly difficult as the monsters relentlessly approach. Gasping for air, Han Sang-hyuk feels the pressure mounting as the dungeon continues to flood around them. Kim Junwoo struggles against a massive serpent, the lack of oxygen making each movement a monumental effort. The hunter realizes her current strategy isn't working, but she steels herself, determined to find another way. Han Sang-hyuk resolves to take matters into her own hands, declaring that she will go and defeat the boss. He stood ready, rifle in hand. As the woman with the rifle looked up, a sense of urgency hanging in the air. The team leader was confronted by three members, their expressions a mix of concern and defiance. One of them declared it was too risky. The situation was dire, all communication was lost, and the exit was blocked, making their predicament incredibly dangerous. The team leader understood the risks, telling everyone to stay put and leave as soon as the exit opened. One of the team members protested, arguing that taking on the boss alone in a red-gray dungeon was a suicidal mission. He insisted it was better to stick together. Another team member began to speak, suggesting that there was no need for all of them to take. The situation was a dangerous gamble, with the odds stacked against them. Another team member chimed in, declaring, "Count me in as well." "Hey, Team Leader Kim, are you trying?" One of the team members acknowledged the real possibility that they might not make it out alive, but asked, "What's the harm in trying? If they were facing death, wasn't it better to go down while at least seeing the boss's face?" Leader Kim thought that trying to talk them out of this seemed futile, their determination unwavering. Leader Kim relented, stating that they would wait there until the leaders returned, accepting their decision. The aftermath of a struggle is evident, several figures prone on the ground. One voice expresses reliance on an unseen ally. Kim Junwoo declares that now that things are settled, they must depart immediately, his expression firm. A spectral, canine construct appears, its form glowing with an inner light as it emits a soft, echoing bark. A sharp tack sound echoes, the source obscured by a burst of energy. The spectral dog carries three figures on its back. They've all heard of the immortal python, a boss monster with no known weaknesses. Judging by its type, it's guessed that the immortal python is an exceptionally formidable boss among the red-grade ones. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands beneath a beam of light, surrounded by the cavernous darkness. A voice echoes through a long corridor, urging everyone to make sure they're thoroughly prepared for what lies ahead. A monstrous roar emanates from the immortal python, its eyes glowing menacingly as it prepares to strike. The scales of the immortal python shimmer, hinting at the immense power contained within the formidable beast. A blurry image suggests a figure emerging from the depths, shrouded in mystery. A character with short, dark hair smirks, his expression hinting at a hidden agenda. A figure stands amidst swirling energy, his hand raised, conjuring a potent force. The energy coalesces around his hand, a vibrant blue glow illuminating the space. A smirk plays on the man's lips as he declares, "This won't be enough by any means." He gazes upon a towering structure, its form shimmering with an otherworldly light. An assessment echoes. His skills are deadly, effective both at close range and from afar. Elsewhere, another man, his expression grim, mutters, "I need to find an opening." The man with silver hair's power slams into the ground with tremendous force. He raises his hand again, the blue energy crackling around him. A blade of pure energy slashes through the air, leaving a trail of light. The man's face is a mask of cold confidence, his eyes gleaming with power. He scoffs, "How stupid can you be?" as another voice cries, "That's such a cheap trick." The energy blade descends, poised to strike with deadly precision. He gazed at the ethereal, skull-shaped energy, its blue glow illuminating the space. The energy pulsed with an otherworldly light, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding it. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he assessed the situation. Standing before the towering containers, the man in the black coat muttered, "This brat." He wondered where Jinwoo Kim had gone, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of the protagonist. The man with silver hair stood alongside another, both seemingly observing something with intense focus. Han Sing-hyuk smirked, his eyes gleaming with malice as he thought, "You should have focused here, idiot." A figure plummeted downwards as the man in black realized, "You just created an opening with a misfire." He was in that container box? The angry man's face contorted with rage. He used his skills elsewhere to weaken my defenses and make his escape. That's beyond bold. He's crazy. A violent burst of orange energy erupted, signaling a powerful attack. The falling man continued his descent, the word destroyer looming behind him. A concentrated beam of yellow energy shot forth, an indication of immense power being unleashed. A blinding flash erupts, bathing the area in brilliant light. He stands amidst the destruction, gazing up at his towering opponent. What on earth? The silver-haired man, blood trickling from his mouth, identifies himself. A cleaner. He inflicted damage on the domestically top-ranked player. His face contorted in rage. Kim Junwoo shouts his frustration. Jerk. Purple energy crackles around the cleaner, a visible manifestation of his power. Arg, arrogant jerk. The silver-haired man's eyes glow with power, a smug expression on his face. Did you really think you had no weaknesses? The camera focuses on Junwoo's face, unseen, as the cleaner continues his taunt. Then you hadn't met me before. The narrative explains that every skill is deadly, but tends to have weak endurance. They can't sustain battles for long, so they always resort to sneak attacks or try to lure opponents into fighting. The silver-haired man presses his advantage, reminding Junwoo of his past. And you were originally a mage class, right? The cleaner's question hangs in the air, his expression unreadable. How did you? The narrative reveals that Junwoo could have easily dodged the attacks earlier with his agility, but magician classes are not very athletic. He is surrounded by a magical circle. The silver-haired man stands framed in the doorway, listening to the unseen speaker. He seems taken aback by the words, which claim he did well to hold out. The silver-haired man's face contorts in rage, blood dripping from his mouth. He shouts his defiance, declaring that he is number one. A voice retorts, dismissing his claim. He is, in fact, only second. A skill activates, identified as Destroyer. Kim Junwoo's fist is wreathed in golden flames, his expression one of intense focus. He is ready to fight. The hunter's voice explains his previous absence. He was not present, implying that the silver-haired man's ranking was achieved in his absence. Even with things being more relaxed, the man in the suit can't help but smile. The group wishes they could eat together like this more often, and that Kim Junwoo could join them. Junwoo is busy with his mission, so there's nothing they can do about it. The people standing are unsure whether to be amazed or dumbfounded that someone who is a lowly cleaner is now the head of the operations center. The man in the suit says that he wouldn't even be envious if he were in Junwoo's position, as he's simply out of his reach. He then asks what's wrong with Yubin. The man notes that Yubin has been downcast since a while ago, as she eats her food. The director is disappointed because she was denied permission to skip cleaning and join the operation. With Junwoo in charge, there's no need to be concerned, she thinks to herself. The man in the suit says he'll be back, as he looks at the trucks. The man in the suit tells Yubin that he actually has a question for her. The man in the suit thinks that Jang-Yul's death is related to the International Association, as he approaches Yubin. He drapes a cloth over the woman with orange hair, questioning if members who were a nuisance to the International Association often died. The woman with orange hair remains silent, seemingly unsure of how to respond to the question. The panel shows a collage of faces, with the question of what the connection is between guild leader Jang-Yul and the International Association, and that these things have happened before. It's noted that since a hunter's job is always dangerous, most people dismiss these events as conspiracy theories. Kim Junwoo is told that there's a rumor going around that unlicensed hunters or those who pose a threat to the International Association are killed. The woman with orange hair states that they act without mercy, her expression hardening. Kim Junwoo states that he needs to prepare, while the woman with orange hair looks on with a concerned expression. Meanwhile, Director Kim thinks that the International Association has targeted him and that there will be a bigger fight in the future. The woman with orange hair questions why they're doing this again, as Director Kim states that if he is right, they should all be careful. In the future, the International Association will probably start monitoring their surroundings, the woman with orange hair thinks. Director Kim wonders if there is anything they can do to help Junwoo, but another person states that just standing by is their way of helping. The woman with orange hair expresses that she is worried about Junwoo, her expression conveying her concern. One person voices their worry that Kim Junwoo might end up killing someone. Another counters that he isn't one to give up easily. Elsewhere, a man and woman share a laugh, seemingly unconcerned with the previous conversation. Orange energy flares around a man's fist as he prepares to strike, muttering a single word. A desperate cry echoes, filled with disbelief and pain. Why? The glowing hand lashes out, accompanied by a furious outburst. Why are you bothering me when I'm busy? This is bullshit. The attacker justifies their actions, fearing the consequences. People will think I'm a villain. The victim, bloodied and battered, desperately pleads for mercy. Stop. The assault continues, the orange energy intensifying with each blow. The attacker's rage fuels the assault, their words laced with contempt. You started it first, and now you say stop? The attacker's frustration boils over, their words dripping with venom, but being a real pain in the ass. Standing over the defeated figure, the attacker delivers a final, scathing insult. This arrogant jerk. He coughs, blood trickling from his mouth, still clinging to the idea of being number one. Even after such a beating, is he still unable to think straight? A man adjusts his tie, his expression unreadable, as he begins to speak. The car is completely wrecked, and the registration hasn't even been processed yet. The fallen hunter thinks to himself that it doesn't really matter anymore, and perhaps it's a good thing. The man in the blue suit turns and walks away from the injured hunter. The man calls out, his voice sharp and commanding. The man on the phone is told to call the client who commissioned him. It seems Mr. Kim has a job to do. The hunter laughs, bloodied and broken, claiming he doesn't know what the other man is talking about. Mr. Kim accuses him of playing dumb, asking if he's trying to get himself killed. With a grunt, Mr. Kim grinds his heel into the hunter's face. Mr. Kim continues to berate the hunter, asking if his attempt to kill him was just a coincidence. A voice demands immediate action, wanting to confront the mastermind behind recent events. The man is told that getting involved with them would be a mistake, but he seems undeterred. The prone figure is warned that his death will not be pleasant if he continues down this path. The injured man lies on the ground, his phone beside him, a silent testament to the brutal encounter. Meanwhile, the ringing of a phone pierces the air as Kim Junwoo receives an urgent call. The phone sits on a desk, waiting to deliver its message, whatever that may be. On the other end of the line, Han Sang-hyuk inquires about Hunter Yang Miho, demanding confirmation. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he confirms that he handled him well. Kim Junwoo's expression shifts to shock as he hears the name, a realization dawning on him. Han Sang-hyuk questions the other party's affiliation, pressing to know if they truly represent the International Association. He demands to know their true intentions, suspecting there's more to their actions than meets the eye. Han Sang-hyuk states that he will respect their right to remain silent, the conversation ending abruptly. He cries out in pain as the skill Bloody Helix activates, causing continuous blood-sucking. The protagonist hunches over, clutching his chest, a look of agony etched on his face. A skull lies discarded nearby. A disembodied voice emanates from the phone, a sinister proposition hanging in the air. Let's see who will speak first, this jerk or you. On the other end of the line, Han Sang-hyuk listens intently, a smirk playing on his lips. Wow, he begins. The voice on the phone continues, still not saying anything? All right, then I'll talk to myself. The voice explains his conjecture. Someone is manipulating dungeons using dimensional stones, and that someone is probably connected to the International Association or a closely related one. The voice ponders the organization's motives, questioning why they would go to such lengths against their Korean association. He continues, stating that he has thought extensively about what they might want from them. Only one possibility comes to mind, the voice says, accusing them of being after time stones. The man in the suit dismisses the accusation, stating that their imagination is quite rich and telling them to keep listening, as he is not done yet. The voice continues, stating that transferring bank items between associations is... A man's face is shown, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Impossible, he exclaims. To obtain something of that caliber, one must seize it by force. However, using force might expose one's identity, so taking over the entire association seems the only option. The man with dark hair looks at his phone, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He's about to call someone the new. Kim Jun-woo is on the phone, learning that the comers were planning a hostile takeover. They opened dungeons and tried to eliminate affiliated hunters. The hunter yells, demanding to know the other party's real identity, his face contorted in rage. So the conclusion is, a question mark hangs in the air as the hunter considers the situation. The man with dark hair is surrounded by chaotic energy. He claims he doesn't understand what is being said, finding it unreasonable. The voice on the other end taunts, suggesting that Kim Jun-woo still hasn't figured out the situation. They ask if he's confident his identity won't be exposed. Kim Jun-woo screams in frustration, realizing he might be exposed. He is told to just reopen the dungeon and pretend like nothing happened. The man with dark hair, eyes glowing with anger, threatens to come looking for someone if they don't open it within 10 minutes. Kim Jun-woo stands before a futuristic screen, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. A hand slams down on a table, the sound echoing the rising tension. He grits his teeth, the weight of the situation pressing down. Yang Mi-ho, it seems, has fallen into enemy hands. The man's face contorts in fury, a dangerous aura swirling around him. The moment someone utters a word about PB Corporation, the glowing figure's eyes burn with malice, a promise of death hanging in the air. The necks of all employees under the CEO will be forfeit. In a darkened control room, one man orders the reopening of something. His colleague responds with confusion, unsure of the command. The man with orange hair explodes in anger, his face contorted in rage. He demands to know if someone has lost their mind. A disembodied voice commands, activate the dimensional stone again. The man in the suit issues a chilling order. Tell the balance adjustment team to make Kim Jun-woo their top priority target. Everyone around him too. The response is immediate. You understood. And a further command is given. Start disrupting their location tracking from now on. The man in the suit stares at the floating gem, ordering all data to be reset. He thinks of Kim Jun-woo. A surge of power crackles through the air. Elsewhere, a man stands at a shipping yard, the containers looming behind him. The man in the shipping yard is on the phone with Director Lee Ah-young, reporting that something has come up. He requests B-rank hunters in an escort vehicle. He laughs, a chilling sound in the tense atmosphere. The hunter wonders if his opponent truly knows who he's dealing with. The man in the blue suit stands tall, looming over Kim Jun-woo. He declares that everyone around him is now in danger, but Jun-woo remains unimpressed. The man grabs Jun-woo by the hair, sneering. He accuses him of confessing to killing Jang Yeol, but Jun-woo retorts that he needs to finish what he's doing first. A spectral skull materializes, its eyes burning with an eerie light. Then it will talk. The skull's form intensifies, its presence growing more menacing with each passing moment. The man in the blue suit's expression twists with fury. He curses his opponent under his breath. A beam of light erupts from the container yard, piercing the sky. The power is building. A glowing symbol pulses with energy, a sign of the immense power being unleashed. The beam of light continues to ascend, a beacon of raw energy in the night. The air crackles with anticipation. The man in the blue suit is engulfed in a green aura, his power reaching its peak. The transformation is complete. Elsewhere, a woman with a sword and her companions stand ready, sensing the surge of power. They prepare for battle. Even the staff are aware of the shift in energy. The world is changing. A dark energy swirls, a vortex of power taking shape. A passive skill activates, a sacrifice of the soul, a support awakening skill. A figure stands bathed in a golden light, power emanating from within. Jang Yeol gazes at the floating skull, wondering if a protective shield surrounds him. The vortex continues to churn, a gateway to another realm perhaps. The skull floats, a manifestation of Jang Yeol's power as the caster. Jang Yeol's expression hardens, resolve etched on his face. Elsewhere, the man with silver hair and glasses declares that he owes someone one. Meanwhile, Yang Mi-ho has already left, the man with black hair fumes. A voice echoes, dismissing the day's events as a disgrace. The man with black hair's face contorts in rage, his eyes burning with fury. A vow of revenge hangs in the air, a promise of retribution. A unique skill awakens, the thousand-armed cannon, fourth of the 6 cannon. A character yells as the power manifests. The skill is identified as the 4th level, 11 face cannon. A figure stands in the background as the power intensifies. A dragon-like creature appears, its scales shimmering with an intense, glowing blue energy. Kim Jun-woo's expression twists in frustration. He curses under his breath, realizing the situation's gravity. The red eyes of the dragon-like creature glow menacingly. A voice echoes, admitting that the current attack is insufficient. A winged figure stands before the massive dragon-like creature. It seems they have used too many awakened skills already. Kim Jun-woo cries out as he is struck by an unseen force, the impact throwing him off balance. The dragon-like creature looms closer, its massive form filling the space with an oppressive presence. The winged figure is crushed by the dragon-like creature, a testament to the overwhelming power it possesses. A surge of energy emanates outward, a symbol of the immense forces at play in this confrontation. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, sending debris flying and reshaping the landscape with its devastating force. He shouts, his face contorted in anger or frustration. Behind him, a woman with purple hair looks on with a concerned expression. Elsewhere, a woman with dark hair stands amidst rubble, a sword held firmly in her hands, ready for a fight. A voice groans, admitting that the red-rank boss might be too much for the three of them to handle. Sweat drips down his face as he faces the unseen threat. The woman with purple hair stands behind him, rifle in hand, while the sword-wielding woman watches from afar. Hope. The question hangs in the air, etched on his face as he stares into the abyss. The situation is dire. Entertaining the idea of victory is impossible. They are severely underpowered and in the worst possible conditions. A monstrous creature looms, dwarfing the figures of the man and the woman with purple hair in the background. Its presence is overwhelming. They have almost zero information about the boss, making the already desperate situation even more hopeless. Even in peak condition, victory would be doubtful. They have all reached their limits, and the end seems near. The woman with purple hair looks on in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. He stands behind her, equally stunned by the revelation. It's simply a desperate situation, with no clear path to survival or victory in sight. The woman with purple hair questions what team leader Kim Min-joo means, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. The woman with silver hair prepares to bind the enemy's movements. Only 5 seconds remain, enough to immobilize it. She musters her last ounce of strength for a final strike. The woman with long black hair knows she's already at her physical limit. Even a slight movement could cause her to miss, but they'll give it a try, knowing this will likely be their last attack. Junu Kim, her eyes glowing with determination, assures them not to worry. She'll finish it off this time. The unique skill, Steampunk Awakening, activates the steam golem. The mechanical figure's red eyes glow ominously. The man with short black hair shouts, comparing the student to the mechanical snake roars, its metallic body gleaming. The woman with long blue hair moves with incredible speed, her sword a blur of light. Struggling, Junu Kim grits her teeth, determined to succeed no matter what. The mechanical snake's face is shown in close-up, its red eyes burning with intensity. Targeting lines lock onto the mechanical snake as it prepares to fire. The woman with silver hair activates the unique skill, Artemis Awakening, preparing for a death strike with her sniper rifle. He focuses, channeling a surge of emerald energy into his weapon. With a shout, Kim Jun-woo unleashes a torrent of glowing gears. The final assault begins. A voice commands, urging her forward, Team Leader Kim now. The mechanical snake's eye cracks, a crimson ichor seeping from the wound. The monstrous serpent writhes, its metallic body glowing with an ominous red light. The towering form of the mechanical snake looms, a terrifying presence against the skyline. The machine pulses with raw power, its internal mechanisms whirring and straining. He grits his teeth, a desperate plea escaping his lips. Don't you dare to fail. Kim unleashes her Lol strike, a blinding flash of energy aimed at the serpent's core. The mechanical snake's head looms, the target of the devastating Holy Cannon attack. With a final, desperate strike, Kim plunges her weapon into the heart of the mechanical beast. Kim Jun-woo, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, grips her glowing weapon. She steels herself, knowing this next strike must count. The blue energy intensifies, radiating around her with palpable force. The air crackles with anticipation. Her hands tighten around the hilt, knuckles white. She urges the weapon to endure, to deliver the final blow. A figure plummets through the air, a sword falling away. The battle's toll becomes visually apparent. The mechanical snake's red eye glows menacingly. It is wounded, but far from defeated. In a flashback, the protagonist recalls following instructions. She kept going straight, trusting in the plan. Now, facing the present challenge, she realizes her limits. This may be as far as she can go. She had hoped to demonstrate a stronger version of herself. The battle has pushed her to her very edge. The mechanical snake's head is visibly damaged, sparks flying from the point of impact. The attack landed, but at what cost? Golden energy flares around the mechanical snake's scales. It is gathering power, preparing to retaliate. A skill is activated. Omnipotence. A new power enters the fray, shifting the balance once more. The mechanical snake rides, engulfed in golden light. The battle reaches a fever pitch. The sleek, dark fabric of a suit jacket catches the light, adorned with a subtle mechanical snake design. A man and a woman stand close, their expressions mirroring a shared anxiety, a silent understanding passing between them. Kim Jun-woo sits in the back of a vehicle, the city lights blurring past as he glances at his watch. He breathes a sigh of relief, muttering to himself that he is, in fact, not late for his engagement. Meanwhile, towering skyscrapers pierce the sky, symbols of the power and influence at stake within their walls. Inside, tensions flare. One man berates another, exclaiming that it has been 2 hours without any contact from their director. Frustration mounts as someone demands to know how much longer they have to wait for the director's arrival. The board members express their displeasure, questioning if Kim Jun-woo, the director, thinks convening a board meeting is a joke. A voice interrupts the complaints, offering an apology and explaining that some work had to be done. One of the men stands up abruptly, questioning why the apologetic figure is so wet, implying he is the late director. He stands dripping and asks if it is raining outside, feigning ignorance of his soaked state. Dismissing the obvious, he nonchalantly states he just went swimming. The focus shifts to the success of the recent raid. The team members manage to defeat the boss, with only team leader Kim Min-ju sustaining a minor injury. Despite the victory, the atmosphere remains tense as they discuss the implications of the recent raid. Just three, took on a red-level boss? The implications of such a feat hang heavy in the air, a testament to their power, or perhaps a sign of something more sinister. Now, let's get to the main issue. The man with the eye patch prepares to steer the conversation towards the more pressing matters at hand. What's the significance of clashing with the International Association? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the established order. Mr. Kim states that his team was technically another entity affiliated with the International Association. The revelation sparks a reaction from Junu Kim. I believe they were attempting a hostile takeover of our Korean association. The pieces begin to fall into place, revealing a larger, more dangerous game. A corporate acquisition and merger without the target company's consent. The definition of their current situation is laid bare. But it's challenging to discuss the specifics. The complexities of the situation become apparent as they struggle to articulate the details. Anyway, it was dangerous, but we successfully repelled their attack. In other words, it means they might launch another assault. Junu Kim relays the information. Is it a warning? It was the International Association that attacked us. Mr. Kim believes it is just suspicion. Regrettably, there's no concrete evidence. But that doesn't mean we can sit idle. We need to prepare for what comes next. However, in our current situation, we're not in a position to challenge the International Association, Mr. Kim concludes. Even with our alliance with the Guild, they are primarily our tactical support. They can't offer much assistance beyond that. The limitations of their resources become painfully clear. The organization has already been marked as a target by the International Association, a grim reality weighing heavily on their minds. As long as they hold the time stone, the attacks from the International Association will continue without end. One member refuses to passively accept this fate, declaring that they must prepare to counter the association, even if their true objectives remain unclear. To confront future assaults, they acknowledge the need to acquire the power necessary to defend themselves and their interests. To achieve this, they must enhance their capabilities, pushing beyond their current level of strength and expertise. The man with the eye patch acknowledges their position as the largest independent association, but stresses that they are still independent. He then asks what the plan is. The group discusses going international, acquiring and establishing branches by merging with other independent associations to broaden their horizons. One of the men interjects, stating that for an independent association like theirs, establishing overseas branches is undeniably challenging the International Association. A voice argues that restraining the International Association is only making them their adversaries, escalating the conflict. If they begin acquiring other independent associations, the International Association will undoubtedly take action, escalating the situation further. During the meeting, one of the men questions whether the International Association truly attacked them, pointing out that they only have suspicions, not concrete evidence. The idea of attacking the International Association is deemed absolutely off the table, as the directors believe they are right in their cautious approach. The older man with the eye patch cautioned against relying solely on suspicions. Making the International Association an adversary carried too much risk, he believed. The fact that he was pushing for this so strongly, despite knowing these risks, made Junwoo wonder. There must be a compelling reason for it, right? Mr. Kim relented, seated at the head of the table. He told them to go ahead and do as they pleased, despite the potential for serious trouble if the association falls. The decision hung heavy in the air, clearly made with emotion rather than logic. Tensions flared between some members of the organization. Mr. Kim revealed his long-held animosity. He had never liked those guys from the beginning, which was why he established the Korean Association as an independent entity. But now, because of them, his subordinates almost got into serious trouble. The consequences of their actions were becoming increasingly clear. Whether it's the International Association or anyone else, Mr. Kim believed it foolish to sit idly by. He wanted to make it abundantly clear what happens when they provoke them. Junwoo stood beside Mr. Kim as he spoke, listening intently. Mr. Kim urged them to do whatever they could, whether it's establishing overseas branches or anything else. Another man, fixated on a calendar marked D30, expressed his eagerness to take the lead. Regrettably, the agreed-upon date with the association chairman had already passed. It appeared they would need to designate someone else to handle this matter. Some found it odd that someone would share an opinion and then take off like that. Mr. Kim reassured them, saying not to worry about it. He knew this might happen and prepared in advance, having just posted something. Mr. Kim held up his phone, displaying a personnel assignment announcement. It wasn't something allowed by the usual procedures, but he was doing it especially for them. He grits his teeth, blood dripping from his nose as he clutches his phone. He begs the person on the other end to stay for one more month. One of the men admitted he was still in shock, believing he was going to die during the operation. He continued, stating that they owed their lives to team leader Kim Min-ju and the director. Another man expressed sadness that the director's term was ending as the director approached. The director greeted them with a simple, "Good morning." His face contorted with rage. The man repeated the greeting, "Good morning." One of the men wondered if Joe was having a bad day, as the director walked away, engulfed in flames. Someone muttered, "Damn it." One of the men called the director an old geezer, reflecting on how his resignation was pushed back a month. He thought that since he had already extended his contract, he would have to take care of this one too, wanting to dump the work on someone else, but realizing he had to do it now. Meanwhile, a woman declared she had a lot to settle with those International Association bastards. Even if they hadn't killed him in his past life, they sure pissed him off. He couldn't find them on his own if he just sat in the director's seat. They failed their attack and didn't get the time stone they wanted, so they'll come back for him someday. He might even meet the bastard who put the Titan in his head again. Kim Junwoo considered the worst-case scenario. Someone could die. Those bastards tried to kill 50 hunters for a hostile takeover. There's no guarantee they'll only target him. If he remained in the association, someone would always be in danger. Kim Junwoo sat surrounded by others, deep in thought. The memory of past battles flashed before his eyes. He sat at his desk, lost in contemplation. Kim Junwoo, you are really exhausted, he thought. He worried about people who didn't even matter to him. Anyway, once this work was over, Kim Junwoo was going to leave the association and deal with it alone. The association chairman's words echoed in his mind, a possible out. Mr. Kim paused, reflecting on the chairman's offer and the overseas business trip ahead. Director? The assistant appeared, holding a stack of papers. Status analysis data you requested. Mr. Kim accepted the documents. The assistant then inquired, were you going to leave the country? He stated he would be leaving within the week and booking a plane ticket for the day after tomorrow. Mr. Kim considered the question of company. He would think about it and get back to her today. The assistant relayed news from the hospital ward. Our team leader, Kim Min-jo, is awake. She asked if he would like to visit her. Mr. Kim dismissed the suggestion. There's no need, but she is alive now. The assistant's expression hardened, a silent judgment passing over her face. Demon. Mr. Kim seemed unfazed by her reaction, having seen it all before. Been there, done that. A document addressed to Kim Min-jo warns her about further injuries from industrial accidents, threatening termination if she gets hurt again. Kim Min-jo smiles faintly as she reads the document. Kim Min-jo's expression shifts to concern as someone asks if she is okay. A man with black hair tells someone to step inside, questioning why they are blocking the doorway, while another comments on the team leader's golden character. A girl with orange hair, carrying a basket of fruit, asks Kim Min-jo if she is all right. Kim Min-jo sits up in her hospital bed as the girl with orange hair approaches. The man with black hair mentions taking a holiday after wrapping up their current task, while another wonders how much Director Kim has been pulling strings. Someone tells Director Kim's offspring to drop them a line, even on vacation, assuming they will be chilling and having a blast. The girl with orange hair tells Kim Min-jo that things have been a bit overwhelming lately, and another person tells her to take it slow. The man with black hair is asked if he is really just an A rank, as his fighting power was rumored to be almost S rank. Kim Min-jo explains that Director Kim intervened, but it is practically the same as the team leader handling it. The man with black hair comments that it seems like the dungeon opened when they were in the midst of the fight. The report detailed the events. When their members subdued the boss, Director Kim rushed right over to the scene. The flashback continued, showing Director Kim carrying supporting Han Sang HYUK. The report stated that it was ordered by team leader Kim Min-jo. The man's expression was unreadable as he listened to the account of what happened. Then, Director Kim said something like this, his face betraying nothing of his true intentions. The words hung in the air, well done. Supporting Han Sang HYUK lay in her hospital bed, a faint blush rising on her cheeks as she remembered the events. A friend leaned over her, asking if she was about to explode from joy, but supporting Han saying HYUK denied it. Meanwhile, a knock echoed through the hospital room. A woman with short hair asked, "How's your health, Team Leader Kim?" The woman holding a basket of fruit called out, "Oh, assistant." The assistant admitted it was a bit odd to bring this up while she was in the hospital, but the assistant continued, saying that the takeoff was the day after tomorrow, so the bag should be packed early. Director Kim considered this trip to be of the utmost importance. As for the person accompanying Team Leader Kim, Min-jo, the arrangements were being finalized. The man with black hair listened intently, his gaze sharp and focused. A subtle shift in the air hinted at unspoken tension. A deal was being struck, the details carefully negotiated. It would be Han Yubin, the woman with orange hair declared. Same deal, get those bags packed early for the departure of the day after tomorrow. Han Yubin's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing with determination. The building loomed, a symbol of power and control. 2 days later, at Incheon International Airport, figures moved with purpose against the bright terminal windows. Then, let's depart, the man with black hair stated, adjusting his glasses with a decisive air. Peering over the top of her sunglasses, she suggested they enjoy the trip. He strode through the airport, pulling his luggage behind him. Expanding overseas was the best choice, given the current situation. He had created as many allies as possible to prepare for the international association. He had expanded it from domestic to overseas. However, there was one issue with this plan, a significant problem looming on the horizon. Venturing abroad under the banner of the Korean Association, she wondered if they were talking about forming alliances or acquiring independent associations. Mr. Kim sat across from her, a cup of coffee in his hand. That's right, he confirmed, nodding slightly. If it failed, they would all be jobless, she stated. He replied that it was a grand scale, just her style, and he appreciated that. The woman noted that they couldn't even dream of a severance package. Nevertheless, he told her to look for another job, just in case. If he ended up jobless, she would take the reins, wouldn't she? She smiled, a soft blush on her cheeks, as she considered the possibilities before them. She was just kidding, she said, telling him to lighten up. Where was the prestigious first branch of their association going to be? Mr. Kim, standing before a holographic map, revealed their destination, Vietnam. The woman smiled, finding the choice not bad. The association was set up there relatively recently, and the operational setup was still lacking, so if they could align the conditions right, it was worth a shot. He listened intently, a slight frown forming as he heard that there was a snag. The budget was running thin, a fact that seemed to weigh heavily on Mr. Kim's mind. A woman questioned him sharply, demanding to know how he intended to take it over. Mr. Kim sat at the table, responding that they would figure something out by hook or by crook. He thought to himself that the budget was the first thing he didn't need to mull over. Mr. Kim revealed that he was quitting after wrapping up this Vietnam gig, his bodyguard walking closely behind. As for the budget coming next, they'll just have to figure it out on their own, he mused, gazing at the plane. The woman with orange hair sighs audibly, her expression conveying a deep sense of weariness. An unseen person retorts, suggesting she take a nap if she's so tired, clearly annoyed by her behavior. Someone questions what the man with brown hair expects to find by staring at the documents. He and the woman with orange hair sit side by side on the plane, reviewing documents. He states that there doesn't seem to be anything important in them. The man with brown hair asks if anyone said the information was important, while another voice says he is going through it to see if anything comes up. The woman with orange hair looks expectantly at the man with brown hair, waiting for him to find something. The man with brown hair says that there's nothing really worth it, and they need something that can provide essential help with a small investment. The woman with orange hair suggests supporting the operation team, mentioning that there aren't many hunters in Vietnam. The man with brown hair thinks it's a bit of a challenge. The man with brown hair states that the budget is so tight that they'll have to go home empty-handed if they don't do something. The woman with orange hair agrees. The man with brown hair notes that the Vietnam Association doesn't have a support team, adding that the conditions aren't met to create a team that requires advanced equipment and research facilities. The man with brown hair continues, saying if there's no support team, it would be awkward to support the operation team, but sending a support team would be more trouble than it's worth. The woman with orange hair seems to be thinking hard, and the man with brown hair says he was just thinking. The woman acknowledges that the person she's speaking to is a pretty experienced operation team leader. An airplane soars through the sky, promising new destinations and challenges ahead. A voice inquires if the person they are addressing is from the Korean Association. Hein, the control team leader of the Vietnam Association, extends a hand in greeting. Kim Junwoo shakes hands with Hein, who compliments his Korean. He responds with a polite thank you. Hein states that he will take him to the headquarters. The cars speed along the road, as someone remarks that it's a bit of a drive to the headquarters. Hein suggests that Junwoo take a nap, as he must be tired from his trip. He declines, stating he'll take a look at the streets as they go. Junwoo and the woman in the car both respond with a ha-ha, okay. The car drives through a city devastated by destruction, resembling a war zone. In some places, entire villages have been leveled to the ground, a testament to the scale of the devastation. He notes that the area hasn't received any help with recovery, unlike the city. The man with brown hair jokes that's why he told him to take a nap. It's probably not something you want to see as a foreign business visitor. The man with brown hair asks if he can be told what happened. He looks out the car window. The man with silver hair recalls that Kalo is what they used to call dungeons in Vietnam. When the comet Senia collided with the Earth and opened up the dimension, dungeons opened all over the world, and it was chaotic. At that time, they were ignorant about abilities and dimensions, while other countries quickly defeated the monsters that came out of the dungeons. Monsters shriek and roar amidst the chaos. They were late in their initial response. The man with brown hair asks if they didn't have any awakened people. He responds that they did, but they couldn't find the dungeons in time. The man with brown hair agrees, adding that Korea had similar conditions, so it was tough to build up a dungeon rating system in the early days. The man with silver hair states that Korea is not that big, and the information industry is quite advanced. He's right. Even though they had similar conditions, they were able to build up the system relatively quickly because of two things. He considered how swiftly they could pinpoint a dungeon's location and how rapidly they could arrive. Building a successful dungeon rating system had been their goal, and they were fortunate enough to achieve both aspects early on. But Sang-hyuk felt that things weren't really any different now, despite their efforts. They hadn't even fully recovered from the damage suffered 50 years ago, and the dungeons kept popping up relentlessly. If a dungeon appeared in the mountains where the road was completely cut off, they would have to wait for the road to be repaired. In the meantime, monsters escaped and caused more damage, creating a never-ending cycle of destruction and repair. In that case, Sang-hyuk wondered if it would be better to just sell the association to the International Association. The man in the suit responded that there was a reason for that, though he did not elaborate further. Why hadn't they at least tried to ask for help from the other associations, he wondered. About a year ago, a red-grade dungeon appeared in the Puzeryong Mountains, posing a significant threat. At that time, 36 hunters from the operation team were trapped in the boss room, facing imminent danger. They were unable to carry out a rescue operation with their own resources and requested support from the International Association and other major associations around them. In the end, they all died. Not a single place helped. He smirks, recalling that the Korean Association offered no real assistance either. Their help was more of a hindrance, in retrospect. Even before his regression, he knew this much. The then chairman of the association proposed he lead a rescue operation, but he flatly refused. There was nothing to gain there. The man in the suit's expression hardens as he remembers the offer. It seems that Seo Min-cheol and Lee Soo-young refused it too. Two men in suits exchange knowing glances, their expressions smug. Despite everything, he's still happy now. The corner of his mouth quirks up into a genuine smile, a rare moment of contentment. Han Sang-hyuk's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Something has caught his attention. The atmosphere is tense. One voice thinks it's really a thorny seat, while another declares they're just going to sleep. The man in the suit stands guard as the vehicle comes to a stop. The passengers seem weary and disoriented. The focus shifts to their feet, clad in polished dress shoes. They have arrived somewhere. Wake up, friends, we have arrived. The destination is revealed to be a building under the moonlight. Armed figures stand watch outside the building, their expressions grim. The situation is clearly dangerous. Confusion reigns as the group wonders if they've been kidnapped. One asks, "Are you kidding me? What crazy person would kidnap us?" He stood with his comrades, rifle in hand, as they towered over the woman with auburn hair. The man in the suit stood between two concerned women. One of them asked what they should do. Mr. Kim suggested they just break one arm for each of them. Another woman disagreed, suggesting they listen to what he has to say. The woman with auburn hair screamed, her face contorted in terror. Heavy footsteps echoed, the sound amplifying the tension in the air. The man in the suit was tied up, flanked by two men in maroon jackets. He was asked what he wanted. One of the men in maroon stated that they needed money, dismissing the idea of revenge for a rejected funding request. They were planning to demand a ransom from the Korean Association by holding them hostage, an international crime. He held a gun, stating he knew he had no choice. They needed to continue the raid, and for that, they needed money. The man's eyes narrowed, the word raid hanging in the air. One of the men in maroon jacket stated that it was because they didn't have the money to continue to raid. He confirmed that they were in a very difficult situation, lacking equipment, personnel, infrastructure, or information. Kim Jun-woo states that he understands the Vietnam Association is in a difficult situation. Two figures stand behind Mr. Jun-woo, listening intently to the unfolding conversation. He is told that they cannot acquire their association, the tone firm and unyielding. Han Sang-hyuk looks shocked, the image of a destroyed building looming behind him. Han Sang-hyuk retorts that there is no information about that in the latest data, his expression incredulous. The man in the red jacket explains that the paperwork says it's for government funding, but the reality is that their association is disbanded. A man with silver hair reveals that their association was completely destroyed. A man with an eye patch states that the government blocked it because they would not provide funding if it was acquired by the International Association. The association continued to struggle financially and eventually collapsed as employees resigned en masse. Kim Jun-woo is now tied up and kneeling, surrounded by several men in suits. The government continues to issue orders to raid, but there is no money for the operation. Jun-woo realizes it wouldn't be easy to acquire. Tied up, Jun-woo reflects that he never thought it would be a shell association that only exists on paper. He stands surrounded by others, but the situation is dire. It was, as one of the women states, a complete waste of time. The man's expression hardens, his eyes gleaming with malice. It's better to start from scratch, he thinks, not worth negotiating. Surrounded by his men, Mr. Kim offers a second chance. A chance to rebuild the Vietnam Association, but on his terms. Mr. Kim's expression is smug as he lays out the condition. The Vietnam Association will be a branch of the Korean Association. The silver-haired man, face contorted in rage, presses the gun closer. He demands they stop playing tricks and just call the association. The cold steel of the gun presses against the man's neck. The threat is clear. If they don't comply, he'll put a hole in their head. Meanwhile, at the Seoul headquarters of the Korean Association, plans are being made that could affect the entire region. One man voices his unease. He asks the chairman if he's sure about launching an overseas branch, especially with Vietnam as the first target. The man with the beard recalls a past incident. He questions why they would opt for Vietnam when they have good relations with other associations. The man with the eye patch is desperate. He came back hoping not to be jobless within a month, his future hanging in the balance. The man on the phone doesn't recognize the number. He wonders who is calling, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The news is shocking. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he repeats the question, demanding clarification. The man with white hair stood at his desk, a looming, furious face berating him. The unseen figure demanded to know what they were doing. Elsewhere, a man in a suit slammed his hand down on a desk, the sound echoing through the room. He shouted at the unseen scoundrels. The situation was unclear, but the term voice phishing hung in the air. Someone wondered aloud what was happening. He listened intently, his eyes widening in disbelief. The protagonist, Kim Jun-woo, had been taken. Mr. Kim revealed the terrible news. Kim Jun-woo had been kidnapped, and the perpetrators were demanding a ransom. He warned everyone to be cautious, as it was a voice phishing scam. Han Sang-hyuk stood before the shimmering portal, the assembled figures awaiting his command. He simply stated so. He loomed over the kneeling woman, his expression cold. Han Sang-hyuk questioned, Seoul branch manager? The woman stammered, I'm S3. A sudden, violent strike. A pink energy blade pierced Han Sang-hyuk, blood blossoming around the wound. The figures watched in silence, their faces unreadable. The woman with dark hair remained kneeling, saying nothing. His eyes widened in disbelief and agony. The shock of the betrayal registered on Han Sang-hyuk's face. Gasping, Han Sang-hyuk clutched at his chest, the pain searing through him. He could only manage a choked arg. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, the impact echoing in the silent room. The scene unfolded from above, the figures surrounding the fallen Han Sang-hyuk. One mused, you, Chloe, were trustworthy. Her eyes glowed with malevolent energy. The woman's face contorted with rage. She thought, I really hate people who break my trust. The glowing hand tightened its grip. Team leader Chloe thought, I guess my trust wasn't a big deal, huh? He trembled, sweat beading on his brow. The situation was spiraling out of control, and he could feel the pressure mounting. Chloe stared ahead, her expression unreadable. Her silence was more unnerving than any accusation. The retrieval of the time stone had failed once more. The seemingly legitimate hostile takeover was unveiled by the cleaner, leading to a complete defeat of Yang Min-ho, the top-ranking figure in Korea. The consequences were dire. Their organization's existence now stood exposed, vulnerable to outside forces. The woman in the white suit listened intently. If the Secretary General found out, they would be in deep trouble. They had to do better from now on, she insisted. Now that he knew about them, Chloe believed they should take care of that cleaner as soon as possible. She asked the man what he thought they should do now. The woman's eyes burned with intensity. What a joke, she thought. After failing so spectacularly, he was saying that again. This time, Chloe, the team leader, was just being greedy and got herself into trouble. Balance adjustment work is not something that can be handled by just anyone, especially not a field staff. A hand hovered over a mouse, ready to click. You're implying that under your leadership, Mark, the outcomes would have differed? Mark, his expression grim, simply replied, yes. Fine, but the timing isn't right. The woman addressed the room. Immediate action would only affirm their existence to the world, she stated, her voice firm. The man with the neatly trimmed mustache expressed relief that detailed information hadn't leaked yet. The man with light hair advised maintaining a low profile, suggesting they postpone addressing the time stone. The bearded man instructed them to pause the bank item recovery case, prioritizing assimilating the independent association. The woman with long silver hair stared intently, her expression unreadable. The silver-haired woman questioned if they could believe the entire situation was caused by an Asian cleaner. A man with dark hair smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. The woman with long brown hair looked shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. A voice suggested getting rid of the entire cleaning team. The bearded man slammed his fist on the table, declaring that every one of those voice-fishing bastards deserved a good beating. The two men in suits looked at each other, surprised by the outburst. The man in the red jacket, Kim Jun-woo, stammered, announcing that they had Kim Jun-woo with them. The man frantically tries to reconnect, his voice rising in pitch. They really hung up, leaving him in disbelief. A growing unease settles over the group. He voices his concern. Had they captured the wrong person after all? One of the men questions the captive's behavior. If they aren't listening, are they even members of the association? He wonders what they should do. The man with dark hair considers another possibility. Perhaps they simply don't care about being kidnapped. Another suggests they might be testing them. A disembodied voice observes that the captives are acting far too calm. Despite being held at gunpoint, they seem unconcerned, chatting and yawning as if nothing is amiss. The man with the headband furrows his brow, his unease growing. He thinks of the association president, who doesn't seem to care about the branch director's kidnapping. The man's eyes narrow, his frustration mounting. He mutters in disbelief, "Oh, come on." His face contorts in anger, his teeth gritted. He spits out a venomous phrase. "These infuriating Koreans." The man with silver hair declares that they're all a bunch of trouble, his frustration evident. The man with the headband states that they knew they were being subtly ignored, his expression grim. A voice explains that the captives are just low-level employees with no experience, so they don't understand what's happening. The women below look terrified. The man in the suit is visibly sweating, overwhelmed by the situation. Surrounded by his bound colleagues, the man in glasses can only sigh in exasperation. The silver-haired man wonders what their next move should be, given the captives' reactions. A phone rings. The silver-haired man receives a message. Take the hostage to the cave. The silver-haired man confirms that he has received a call. He learns of a yellow-grade dungeon appearing in the south, deemed more profitable. Vietnam General Political Bureau Director Viet read the magazine, seemingly unconcerned. The silver-haired man is told that it's impossible to take on a yellow-grade dungeon with the current conditions. The silver-haired man expresses his frustration with his useless subordinates. He declares that if they lack the ability, they should at least sacrifice their lives. Viet demands they stop arguing and deal with his orders, threatening consequences for failure. The night air hangs heavy, thick with unspoken tension. He curses under his breath, frustration evident in his posture. The team under his command consists of just 2 operation teams, small in number. The control team is a single person, and the cleaning team has 3 members. Logically, it's not a force capable of conquering even a green-grade dungeon. The scene is a graveyard of bodies, a testament to the dangers they face. It was nothing short of telling them to die. Changing the plan, Viet orders them to conquer the yellow-grade dungeon first. The man in the red jacket is shocked by the sudden change in plans. What? With the current budget, they can't even afford a single piece of defensive gear. Proceeding like this would wipe them out at the entrance of the yellow-grade dungeon. Even with over 100 dungeons currently neglected, the upper echelon is just filling their own pockets without providing any support. Viet acknowledges, yeah, it's a crappy situation. The man with silver hair smirks, declaring that abandoning this endeavor means the end for their operations in Vietnam. The tunnel looms, a dark maw in the landscape. Somehow, a fair deal must be negotiated with those inside. If that's... The structure stands as a silent sentinel. Wouldn't abandoning Vietnam and seeking other associations be wiser? There's no need to stubbornly endure all this trouble for this place. Viet, bound and helpless, declares he can't give up on the Vietnamese association. Why else would he have selected this place as the first target? Well, Malaysia, Cambodia, Singapore, Thailand, and so on, all surrounding countries are members of international associations. Among them, Vietnam alone remains an independent association. Even that has been disbanded now. Branches of international associations need to deliver a certain percentage of components and items obtained during dungeon conquests to the headquarters. However, it can't be transported through air. If the items are transported by plane, there's a risk of a gas malfunction due to the psychic abilities. The National Association branch. Anyway, the branches in Southeast Asia have no choice but to use land routes for transportation. And the only route is in the north of Vietnam. However, the Vietnamese Association couldn't capitalize on this advantage. It had a significantly weaker setup compared to neighboring associations. The plan is to seize control of that transportation route. To achieve that, it's crucial to establish a branch here. You mean, the map highlights Vietnam, confirming that all items and components from Southeast Asia will converge there. Kim Jun-woo hears that Vietnam is poised to become the largest hub in Asia. The man with orange hair believes this will cause trouble in the International Association, no matter how he looks at it. Kim Jun-woo states that causing trouble was the intention from the beginning. A tool is being created to keep the International Association in check. Viet orders someone to call the association again, as the tied-up woman with black hair remains silent. A stern warning is issued. If the negotiation falls apart, they are the ones who will take the fall. They must figure out a way to get the money. Viet grabs Kim Jun-woo by the tie, his expression menacing. Kim Jun-woo's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. The woman with black hair realizes they still don't understand the situation. Viet continues to threaten Kim Jun-woo, warning him that messing around like that could lead to serious trouble. The tied-up people plead with Viet to spare their lives. The man speaking affirms that the woman knows how to negotiate. He urges someone to quickly tell the other man to listen carefully. The team leader is alerted that they are in big trouble. The alert comes from the Green-Gray dungeon, where the operation was canceled earlier. A dungeon break has occurred. It was detected in the Mafi Range Canyon 30 minutes ago, and now the monsters are heading this way. The man expresses his fear, realizing that what they were afraid of has happened. They are now in real trouble. 3 figures are bound with rope, their expressions unreadable. They are dressed in formal suits, suggesting they are important individuals. The man with spiky hair stares intensely, his gaze unwavering. His expression suggests a mixture of determination and concern. He recalls that the operation team was small. He questions whether they can really take down the escaping monsters with such a limited force. The man in the suit states that it feels like they are way too short for evacuating citizens and carrying out rescues, hinting at a lack of resources. The man wonders aloud who is going to help in this situation, expressing a sense of desperation and uncertainty. Someone is talking about setting up an association to help with subjugation. Another voice dismisses this as mere boasting, suggesting impatience for action. The group is told to deal with the monsters swiftly and come back to claim their money. The man with spiky hair is in the foreground. The man asks what the others think, seeking their opinion on the situation and the proposed course of action. He listened as one of the tied figures expressed concern. Subduing the monsters with so few personnel seemed like a losing battle. The 2 captives remained bound, facing their captor. The situation was proving to be quite troublesome, indeed. The figure in the suit explained the dire consequences of total failure. If everyone was wiped out, they would have to rebuild the operation from scratch, prompting a confused response. Below, a mass of monster hands twitched. There was nothing left to ponder, it seemed. The figure in the suit stood with the tied-up figures. Before another day went by, something would have to change. Flames engulf a building, the inferno casting long shadows. The woman's voice cracks as she shouts, desperate for Eddie. In the background, a man urgently speaks into his phone. A man lies prone near the burning wreckage, while a white dog barks frantically, trying to get his attention. The leader of the group urges his team to prioritize rescuing the citizens. They are short on manpower and need help. The fire rages, consuming everything in its path. Heavy boots stride forward, undeterred by the chaos. Standing in a snowy landscape, one of the figures wonders what they are facing, a sense of unease washing over them. One of the 2 hunters questions if it could be a monster, but the detector isn't picking up anything. He has a bad feeling. A massive form plummets from above, its descent heralded by a deafening roar. The leader barks orders, urging everyone to spread out and use all their skills to attack. The monstrous creature unleashes its power, red energy crackling around its form as it descends upon the hunters. He continues to fire, frustration evident in his expression. The hunter knows they aren't doing enough damage, and their numbers are struggling. The barrage continues, focused on preventing the massive monster from escaping. Each shot echoes in the desolate landscape. The ominous warning rings out. Once it's inside, who knows when it will resurface again? Elsewhere, under the cold moonlight, 3 figures stand on what appears to be a ravaged battlefield, their expressions unreadable. The hunter grimaces, stating that the current situation is untenable. He suggests regrouping with Team 2. Another hunter, eyes wide with alarm, questions if they're suggesting they all perish here. The silver-haired hunter orders someone named Hyun to control the team leader. Retreating in this situation would jeopardize citizens' lives. The unseen figure believes that retreating would only expose their incompetence to the world. From a distance, a group of people express their gratitude, calling the hunters jerks with affection. The dire message states that if they retreat as well, there's no hope left for this country, urging people to become hunters in the future. One of the figures steps forward, declaring that he will go, his resolve firm despite the grim circumstances. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, the implication clear. This action might result in complete destruction. He glances to his left, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. The other man remains stoic. A lone figure stands amidst the dust, declaring that no one knows where the attack will come from, and they must be prepared. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension building in the atmosphere. The leader commands them not to falter. This is a direct confrontation, and they must block the scorpion right here. The ground trembles, a deep, resonant vibration that sends shivers down their spines. With explosive force, the mechanical scorpion erupts from beneath the surface, scattering debris in all directions. The men look down, a dawning horror on their faces. What's happening under their feet? It feels like it's digging under them. A massive foot slams down, the impact reverberating through the earth with a deafening swing. They're lifted off their feet, suspended in the air as the unseen force pulls them upwards. A strangled cry of ARRGH echoes as the unseen force tightens its grip. The mechanical scorpion looms, its metallic body glinting menacingly. The men cry out, begging the T-Team leader to save them. The protagonist Kim Jun-woo crouches low, his eyes narrowed in determination. He prepares to act, ready to face the mechanical beast. A monstrous roar echoes as a colossal creature bursts from beneath the earth. Two figures, clad in matching uniforms and armed with a rifle, face the threat. One urges, fear evident in his voice, to flee. The man with the headband's face is etched with terror, sweat beading on his brow as he stares at something unseen. A desperate plea for help rings out, a voice crying into the void for any sign of salvation. The creature's reflection is visible in a terrified eye, a silent cry for help echoing in its depths. Footsteps pound the ground, a frantic scramble for escape from the looming danger. The world blurs as a figure plummets downwards, caught in a moment of uncontrolled descent. A figure falls through the air, a sound of rushing wind accompanying their descent as they exclaim in surprise. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts, a beacon of power against the encroaching darkness. With focused intensity, a man activates a skill, golden light radiating from his outstretched hand. The man with the headband is struck by an unseen force, staggering from the impact. A figure descends, arms outstretched, declaring, "I'm here to rescue you." A massive, shadowy form looms over a figure on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The man with the silver headband screams, his face contorted in terror. A skill activates, the text proclaiming omnipotent. The activation of a skill sends out a powerful pulse. The man with the silver headband lies prone, as someone asks why he didn't retreat and if he wanted to play the hero. He is surrounded by others, their expressions a mix of concern and accusation. Mark stands with two others, questioning if they realized it's impossible to deal with the monsters under these conditions, or if they were all set on dying here. The silver-haired man asks what they're supposed to do, stating that if they don't handle it this way, there won't be any monster that they can subdue. The silver-haired man questions if he was willing to take the hits with the expectation of dying, wondering if it's ignorance or naivety. The silver-haired man states that people who make a living exploring dungeons shouldn't die, and if they're already short on personnel for extermination, what will happen to the remaining dungeons if they all die too? Mark stands over the kneeling man with the silver headband, asking who doesn't get that, even if their abilities are. A woman with auburn hair questions if they have to proceed in this manner, while the man in the suit is turned away from her. A bald man scoffs at the idea, declaring it nonsense, and that those who lack ability are truly lacking. He holds a magazine, telling them not to deceive themselves. It's not that they lack ability. A man with a silver headband listens as a man with a cap says that the current situation is the outcome of recklessly giving extermination orders. The man with the cap asks if they are not considering the tactical team situation or conditions, as the man with the silver headband sweats. A close-up reveals the man now realizes why they didn't even acknowledge his willingness to help. The man with the silver headband trembles, his face contorted in frustration. His fist clenches tightly, a sign of building anger. In an unchanging reality, a powerful ground slam attack erupts. The ground cracks and shatters under the force of the blow. The man in the suit is told that they are coming again and need to dodge quickly, but he orders them not to dodge, but to attack. Mark explains that if they attack the ground, monsters will jump out. He demands they hit the ground with all their skills, not wanting to repeat himself. Mark wonders if it would be better to attack first, but decides to give his method a shot. Another man shouts, ordering everyone to focus their attacks on the ground. The silhouetted figures in the distance comply, striking the ground with force. The ground begins to crack and break apart under the concentrated assault. A massive scorpion-like creature emerges from the shattered earth. Mark explains that scorpion-type monsters boast a solid defense thanks to their sturdy exoskeleton, but their attacks aren't particularly threatening. When their hidden tactics are thwarted, they expose themselves as they are now. If you grasp the strategy, even with scarce equipment and personnel, this monster is easily defeatable. When its movements are sluggish like now, keep targeting the head. The silver-haired man lets out a battle cry, sword in hand. The ground continues to break apart. A voice calls out, cheering for team manager Hewen. The scorpion monster's massive tail looms, dripping with a viscous fluid. The monstrous scorpion stands tall, its multiple eyes glowing ominously. He pants heavily, catching his breath. There's still a long way to go, he thinks. A surge of power courses through him, a manic grin spreading across his bloodied face. Skill activated, Rampage. Blue energy crackles around him as he leaps toward the scorpion monster, sword raised. From the sidelines, the group of onlookers shouts encouragement. "Leader," they cry. A blinding light erupts, signaling a powerful attack. The light intensifies, accompanied by a deafening roar. He stands victorious atop the defeated scorpion monster, the crowd below watching in awe. He roars in triumph, blood streaming down his face, a testament to the fierce battle. The black-haired teammate grits his teeth, a mix of exhaustion and determination etched on his face. Beside him, the blonde-haired teammate shares a similar expression, both looking towards an unseen objective. The silver-haired teammate raises his fist high, a triumphant shout escaping his lips. Blood streaks down his face, a testament to the battle they've just endured as he yells, We won." A wave of cheers erupts from the crowd of teammates, their voices blending into a unified roar of victory. Mark stands with a woman in a suit, observing the celebration. He thinks to himself, creating such chaos over just defeating one green rank monster. The woman in the suit stands beside Mark, a child in a suit standing in front of them. She thinks the journey ahead seems long. The child thinks, indeed, when will they become hunters? The woman continues, I can't comprehend it at all from my standpoint. Well, the teammates celebrate together, arms around each other, basking in the afterglow of their hard-fought victory. A teammate's voice cuts through the revelry, urging restraint. Come on, save the joy for later. The silver-haired teammate stands beside the black-haired teammate, his expression serious. He asks, Now, do you have the willingness to listen to me a bit? Mark smiles faintly, an offer hanging in the air, an offer to re-establish the association. The silver-haired teammate's face is shown in a close-up, the blood and dirt a stark reminder of the battle they just fought. Mark asks if he finally has their attention. His proposal involves rebuilding the association. Kim Jun-woo's face is marred by blood, his expression unreadable. The fabric of his jacket is stained with the aftermath of the fight. One of the men behind Jun-woo questions his confidence, suggesting it would be like starting from scratch. He expected as much, and says they should ask themselves this question, not him. Mark continues, stating that they might have to go against their higher-ups who have been holding them back. It might be good enough if it's just going against them, but they might have to become their enemy at times. Mark's eyes narrow, a hint of menace in his gaze. The question hangs in the air. Does he have the confidence to do that? To be blunt, if he has any doubts, he should just give up. Mark warns them not to come to him later and say, This isn't possible, or I can't do that. Jun-woo stands silently with the other man, his expression still unreadable. Silence. He listens to Mark's words, flanked by two subordinates in black suits. The man in the black suit states that he understands. Kim Jun-woo's face is marred by a cut, but his expression is resolute. He declares that he will give a try. The hunter's brow furrows, disagreeing with something that was said. He thinks to himself, No, that's not right. Mark speaks, telling someone they should be respectful when asking for something. He adds that it's not just for his benefit. Mark's expression shifts to concern as he hears Jun-woo's plea. The silver-haired hunter asks for help. The man in the black suit states, Good, and now. His words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken expectation. The group stands together, the tension palpable. Someone asks if they should fight now, and Mark responds that it should be their boss first. A voice declares that something needs to be done right away, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Jun-woo's chibi head floats above a landscape, expressing concern. He worries about what will happen if they don't rest. A disembodied voice tells someone that they will lose weight, the meaning unclear in this context. Meanwhile, a few days later, the scene shifts to Hanoi City Center, showcasing a modern cityscape. The sound of ticking clocks fills the air as the group sits at a table. They have been fighting all night. The woman with orange hair fumes, complaining about their tardiness. She believes they have some nerve making them wait. Another voice agrees, noting that even important people feel the sting of disrespect. Viet, the General Political Department Director of Vietnam, is revealed. It is said that Viet holds real power in the military. Rumors suggest he may soon become the Minister of Defense, his influence in Vietnam being at a significant level. With that kind of power, Viet must be living well, even after destroying the association. He stands tall, a pin of the Vietnamese flag on his lapel. Meanwhile, a man in a suit arrives, apologizing for being a little late to the meeting. He seems calm and collected. He explains that he's been busy with work, a Vietnamese flag pin visible on his suit. He chuckles lightly, trying to ease the tension. Viet smiles, his eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. He asks if they have been waiting long, his tone polite but subtly probing. The man in the suit responds that he has waited long enough, his expression firm. He seems unbothered by Viet's subtle taunt. The scene cuts to a low angle, focusing on the edge of a table. The tension in the room is palpable. Viet stands with two men in suits behind him, his expression thoughtful. He seems to be contemplating something important. Viet wonders if it was Kim from the Korean Association. He thinks that Kim is younger than he expected, questioning if he is a newcomer. Viet's expression hardens, and he flips someone off. His earlier politeness has completely vanished. He remarks that it has been a long time since he joined, expecting to meet impressive people. Viet asks why he was summoned, considering the others present are just rookies. Mr. Kim states that the Korean Association is looking to pursue a merger with the Vietnamese Association. The man smiles, adding that as a newcomer, he should understand the situation. It's explained that the situation might not be entirely familiar, but it is a little difficult for their association. Viet acknowledges that the Vietnamese Association is currently in a state of practical dissolution, existing only on paper. Mr. Kim reveals that he knows the director is taking all the financial support, calling him a rascal. He asks if he's being threatened to support the merger. The question is posed whether the association can be gained by using this situation, but it's deemed not plausible. A hand is shown holding a mug. Mr. Kim states that since the association exists only on paper, the merger resolution shouldn't be a difficult task. He adds that if he signs, he'll ensure he receives 10 times the current financial support. He recoiled, his expression a mask of disbelief. The offer was clearly far more than he anticipated. Mr. Kim, holding a cup, inquired about the nature of the payment. He wanted to know if it was a one-time deal. The offer was not a one-time deal. Mr. Kim clarified that the payment would be 10 times the current amount, each month. Mr. Kim explained that if Viet handled the paperwork, they would provide him with 10 times the current financial support monthly. Documents were presented, outlining branch development and their hub business. Viet was told to take his time to review them. Viet examined the documents, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications of the deal. The silence stretched as Viet continued to review the paperwork, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. Mr. Kim mused that it was indeed a business idea one might not have considered, distributing the byproducts of neighboring associations from their end. Viet stated that he roughly understood what they were aiming for, but questioned if they were risking too much by exposing so many details. He suggested he might take the initiative himself. Mr. Kim, drinking from his cup, responded that daring as it may sound, there was at least no one in Vietnam capable of driving this forward. Mr. Kim continued, stating that if Viet could rebuild the association, create a hub, and even provide a monthly allowance, it would be on the condition of being acquired by the Korean Association, right? A voice from off-panel confirmed that was correct, solidifying the terms of the agreement. He states that the terms are not a bad deal at all, a smug look on his face. Viet asks what else he needs to do besides signing the contract. Mr. Kim responds that they will proceed with the business in their own way. Viet is told that it's better this way, so he doesn't have to bother with it. Mr. Kim hopes that Viet won't touch the punitive profits for the time being. Viet responds with a confused as he listens to Mr. Kim's terms. Viet questions if it isn't a principle to distribute punitive profits in proportion to operational capabilities. He asks if Mr. Kim is implying that the current profits he's enjoying are justified. The text bubble questions if it's justified, stating that even without a sense of shame, there should be some limit. Viet states that Mr. Kim is correct, his expression serious as he considers the implications. Mr. Kim explains that's why he mentioned not touching the profits for the director, his eyes gleaming. Viet's face contorts in anger as he yells at Mr. Kim, the tension rising between them. Viet's expression hardens as he emphasizes that this is a deal. Viet continues, stating it's a business arrangement for mutual benefit, reasonable for those who contribute more to the operation to receive more. Mr. Kim's eyes narrow as he tells Viet to just accept what he offers, warning that being too greedy might lead to losing both money and friends. A sinister smile spreads across a mouth, revealing sharp, predatory teeth. Mr. Kim, eyes narrowed, greets someone as his bloodthirsty friend, reminding them that this isn't Korea. Mr. Kim asks if it isn't obvious who would be at a greater disadvantage in this situation. A woman with black hair agrees, stating that it's quite clear who would end up on the losing side. The woman with black hair, along with a man with brown hair and a woman with orange hair, stands silently by a long table. Several people sit around the long table, the details of their conversation obscured. A man with silver hair asserts that there's some backbone, unlike someone who's all talk and no action. Another voice agrees to not touch the profits from now on, but demands the other party keep their end of the deal. The man with silver hair responds, of course, as the meeting continues around the table. A hand firmly signs a document, sealing the agreement. Mr. Kim's face is shown with a look of anticipation as the plan is discussed. The document reads, what do you want to do and how do you plan to start? Viet reflects on his initial observations upon arriving in Vietnam, noting deficiencies in basic infrastructure and identifying dungeon location information as a key issue to address. The meeting was underway, the participants seated around the large table. The man at the head of the table inquired what was next. Mr. Kim stated that they needed a cleaning team, his expression serious as he considered the task ahead. The group discussed the substantial costs associated with their plans. They had saved on acquisition expenses, but other costs loomed. The woman with orange hair looked surprised, asking how much of the budget could be allocated. She then stated that they would use the full amount. Mr. Kim paused, then declared that, of course, that might not be enough. They would need to secure investments from elsewhere. The man with silver hair responded that if Mr. Kim could persuade them as he did today, they should be able to attract investors easily. Mr. Kim turned to the man with silver hair, questioning whether he was not confident in their plan. The man with silver hair replied that he would give it a try, a determined look on his face. Mr. Kim smirked, seemingly pleased with the response he had elicited from the other man. Instructions were given to Kim Min-ju to take the local operations team and start urgent punitive actions. Han Yubin was told to gather reliable individuals and form a cleaning team. It was mentioned that Mr. Hyun should focus on finding investors, as had been discussed earlier. Someone declares that they will look into construction companies. Mr. Kim walks with his entourage, ready to begin. A voice declares, "Let's begin." Director Viet is asked if they can really trust these Koreans. The man in the suit recalls that they ignored support requests in the past, wondering if they might have some hidden agenda. For now, he suggests they observe. Mr. Kim states that if the business succeeds, they will quietly gain profits. A disembodied voice warns that if it fails, they can hold them accountable and extract compensation. Someone is being held back and asked to reconsider, expressing that this is unexpected. A pleading man cries out that his family depends on the small income from farming, and if they take that away, they'll truly suffer. Mr. Kim, looking displeased, asks what's going on and orders the pleading man to be quickly sent to the underground prison. The man continues to plead as he is dragged away by soldiers, while someone thinks they're troublesome people. Mr. Kim states that if he says hand it over, just hand it over without any fuss. During the first week of Vietnam business development, the cost and time required to connect roads throughout the country proved to be prohibitively expensive. Therefore, the focus shifted to areas with a high concentration of dungeon appearances as they began to repair existing roads as much as possible. To facilitate rapid response, they installed as many heliports as possible at key points throughout the affected regions. A network was built so that dungeons could be reported anytime, anywhere, via a smartphone app, streamlining the reporting process. Kim Min-ju personally trained the operation team to improve their rating efficiency, ensuring they were well prepared for any situation. Based on the increased rating speed, Han Yubin took charge of the cleanup team, organizing the effort to maximize efficiency. As the budget increased, the business was able to accelerate, and investors naturally flocked to capitalize on the growing opportunities. When they generated profits more than 15 times the original investment budget, a support team was established with that money to further enhance operations. For the required personnel and equipment, requests were made from the Korean Association, leading to the expansion of both the support and operation teams. This made it possible to perform operations more efficiently than ever before, effectively generating rating revenue through monster byproducts. The man in the red jacket stood with his back turned, while Mr. Kim faced forward, a child between them. As the scale grew and the system was established, it began to gain self-reliance as the original association. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim stood with Han Yubin and the child in front of a tall building, the sun shining brightly. As of this week, rating would be possible throughout Vietnam, and the other teams were doing well without their help. One of the women stated that she guessed she would have some free time now, as she hadn't slept for more than 3 hours in the past month. Han Yubin told Mr. Kim that he really worked hard, expressing relief that it went well. The woman asked if they got the basics in place and how the hub side was doing, mentioning the logistics center was under construction. Quinn had negotiated with the surrounding associations, and although they weren't too happy, they agreed, as a building was under construction. It was understandable that they would be upset, as they had been using the road for free, and now they were suddenly asking for money. Han Yubin and Mr. Kim stood together, as they might think they were trying to control them. The establishment of the Vietnamese branch and the hub was like finally having a weapon to counter the International Association, which was Mr. Kim's goal. It was a way to keep the International Association in check, while making it impossible for them to touch them without a second thought, as the purpose of the Vietnamese business had been fully met. He believes it's time for them to return to Korea. Someone mentions that director Lee Ah-young has already returned. She is preoccupied with her headquarters work. Someone spoke to Mr. Junwoo, but he didn't pay attention. He expresses a desire to visit a Vietnamese restaurant before leaving. He is asked to please be careful. She says that she's very upset. He states that they should wrap things up soon. Now, it's the final stretch. They have to receive what they have to receive and give what they have to give. Director Hein receives the planning document for the 5 teams' operations this week and is asked to confirm and adjust the schedule. He says he'll check it now. He states that since Operation Team 4 went on a raid yesterday, they should be the lowest priority. The document is reviewed, and the question is posed. How is the cleaning team's work progressing? The man with brown hair responds that there are no problems and they should proceed with the next operation immediately. He adds that, just in case, they should ask the support team. The man with silver hair leans back in his chair, lost in thought. He is feeling it again, but he can't believe it. The man with brown hair reflects on how they really built an association from scratch. He recalls thinking they would just throw money at it like crazy, but Kim Junwoo solved the fundamental problems. First, he adjusted the operation system to fit the circumstances and the situation. and he even triggered a self-purification process in the association that was thought to be hopeless. The man with brown hair looks on, impressed. Above all, he never would have imagined that he would expand the cleaning team first and then build up all the other teams. And he didn't just give them weapons, he taught them how to use them. From the perspective of someone who watched the entire process from the sidelines, it was awe-inspiring. He considered the words, a slight smile gracing his lips. They had sent a savior, though he thought they'd send someone low-level. It was a bit sad, he thought, to hear that they were leaving now. The man standing beside Kim Junwoo chuckled, a wide grin on his face as he looked at him. The man admitted that he thought Kim would stay and take over as branch chief, his expression one of surprise. But apparently, he refuses, even if it means death. The question then became, who's going to be the branch chief? Kim Junwoo scratched his cheek, a slight blush rising as he listened to the conversation. The man congratulated Kim Junwoo, telling him that he'd been promoted, a wide smile on his face. Elsewhere, a polished black shoe stepped forward, the sound echoing in the room as someone called out to Hein. The voice continued, noting that he seemed to be doing well these days, his face glowing with success. The camera focused on the back of a dark suit, the fabric smooth and expensive. Kim Junwoo looked at the man beside him, a question in his eyes as he asked what was up. A bald man in a suit, a Korean pin on his lapel, reminded someone that now that they were affiliated with the Korean branch, they had forgotten about the hierarchy. He walked with purpose, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the hallway. Inside the office, Mr. Kim sat at his desk, surrounded by his men. Mr. Kim slid an envelope across the table. He questioned what it was. The envelope contained secret instructions. Deliver it to Kim's office discreetly. He slammed his hands on the desk, his face contorted in frustration. The man in the suit questioned if he was trying to be greedy now, wondering who would have thought he would succeed like this. Mr. Kim's smile widened, a sinister glint in his eye. He warned that he wouldn't do what he was told, stating it wasn't difficult and wouldn't harm him. He looked down, contemplating the situation, and reminded himself to think carefully. Mr. Kim declared that this was Vietnam, and no one there could disobey his orders. His smile grew even more menacing, as he stated that he already knew that, didn't he? Mr. Kim asked who would be closer to him when those guys leave, the Korean Association or him. Mr. Kim leans in, his words laced with condescension. He questions if Kim Junwoo believes his new position has changed anything. A promise hangs in the air, spoken with an intensity that suggests more than meets the eye. The man with white hair looks up at the man with dark hair. A chilling declaration echoes. As long as one lives in this country, separation is impossible. The words carry the weight of absolute control. Mr. Kim, his face obscured by sunglasses, asserts his dominance. He declares that no matter how high one rises, he will always have their neck in his hands. A close-up reveals Kim Junwoo's eye, reflecting a flicker of unease. The weight of Mr. Kim's words seems to be sinking in. Mr. Kim offers a promise, tinged with menace. He assures someone that he won't take their position away, not now at least. A question arises from an unknown source. Is allying with the Koreans a good idea? Wouldn't it be better to have them as allies? Mr. Kim, his expression stern, demands to know if someone is doubting his judgment. The tension in the room is palpable. He dismisses the notion, clarifying that his concern lies with the hub being built by the Korean punks in the north, which is expected to generate $100 million annually. Mr. Kim's gaze hardens as he calculates the potential revenue. The figure of almost $8.3 million per hangs in the air, unfinished. He questions if the 50% that Kim promised is all they're getting. He acknowledges that $4 million a month is a lot of money, but it's still only half of what they could have gotten. If he could have all the money in the world, would half be enough? The man in the blue suit wonders if Hein will follow their orders. Mr. Kim orders someone to throw the documents away, confident that it won't happen. Kim Junwoo is well-trained, but his fear makes him predictable, the man thinks. The man in sunglasses questions if the dog is now attached to another owner. That's why Mr. Kim gave him the job directly. Mr. Kim believes there's nothing better than a stick to bring a scared dog back. A snarling dog is shown, teeth bared. Even if he's stupid, the man with scars will understand once he sees the documents. Mr. Kim states that if he doesn't follow his orders, the documents will come to him next time. The documents are a proposal to check the one-party system through the construction of the Vietnam branch infrastructure. Even if he is loyal to Kim Junwoo, things will be different if his life is at stake, Mr. Kim thinks. He sat back in his chair, the words hanging heavy in the air. He has no choice. Before him, documents lay spread across the table, each one a piece of the puzzle. The only way forward, Mr. Kim mused, was to force the issue. Either Hein would end Kim Junwoo with his own hands, or he would die in his place. The weight of the decision pressed down, a calculated risk in a dangerous game. The alternative was unacceptable. The man's face was grim. The stakes were too high to consider any other outcome. But, logically speaking, there was no way he would choose the latter. The man in the suit seemed confident in his assessment. The man received confirmation, a simple "you got it," sealing the agreement and setting the plan in motion. Elsewhere, Director Hein was being informed of Kim's arrival, the news delivered with a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim sat at his desk, the gears turning in his mind as he orchestrated the events to come. A man peered from behind a door, his eyes wide with surprise or perhaps apprehension at what he was witnessing. Energy crackled in the air, a visual representation of the power and danger at play. The documents were infused with this energy, transforming them into weapons in this high-stakes game. The man with silver hair laments that he has lived his life as a dog, barking and rolling over on command. Mr. Kim places a hand on the shoulder of the man in the suit, a gesture that seems to carry a weight of unspoken expectations. He vows to show his teeth to protect something more precious, and to overthrow his lousy owner as well. The man with silver hair declares that he will put his life at stake for someone, his expression resolute. The determined man in the suit is taken aback, wondering what Mr. Kim is talking about. The documents fluttered around him as the man in the red jacket stood firm, his expression unreadable. Mr. Kim declared he would stake his life on Junwoo Kim. Mr. Kim's face was partially obscured by the scattered papers, but his eyes burned with intensity. The stakes were clearly high as the documents swirled around him. Mr. Kim's subordinate looked up at him, his face a mask of shock. He stammered, offering to be Mr. Kim's loyal dog, but the offer was met with silence. Junwoo Kim held up a document, his gaze unwavering. He pointed out that Mr. Kim's signature was on it, meaning the document was approved in his name. The man in the blue suit was surrounded by two women in black suits. He declared that Junwoo Kim would frame the director and other people as spies, his expression twisted with malice. Mr. Kim's plan was to nullify the merger and acquisition, swallowing up the entire shares of the Vietnamese Association. The scope of his ambition was vast and ruthless. The subordinate revealed that Viet had come to him a while ago, asking him to hide the document in Mr. Kim's office. Mr. Kim demanded to know who made it. Junwoo Kim's expression hardened as he revealed that the police would raid Mr. Kim's office tomorrow. The hunter was closing in on his prey. Mr. Kim stood, the papers scattered around his feet. He was informed that as this was a serious matter, all ongoing businesses would be dropped. The situation was spiraling out of control. Mr. Kim's eyes narrowed, his face a mask of fury. He muttered that he had warned him, but he still got greedy. His anger was palpable. Mr. Kim admitted he knew he wasn't someone to be trusted, but he didn't think he would be this brazen. He wondered why Viet gave him this job. He listened to the man in the red shirt, considering the implications of what he was suggesting. The man with silver hair remained silent, his expression unreadable. Mr. Kim thought to himself that the man probably didn't even think he would do that. The man in the red shirt stated that he gave Mr. Kim this job as a warning, and that if he didn't stick with him, next time it would be his turn. A sinister figure believed that if it was coming from the head of political affairs, he, who even feigned death, was not so bold as to ignore his warning. Mr. Kim looked confused, wondering what kind of figure he was to the man. The man with silver hair said that they needed a capable leader, and wondered why someone like him ended up coming to Mr. Kim in the end. Mr. Kim knew he was a bit emotional, and considered himself a failure. Mr. Kim sighed. The fact that it had come to this meant he was considering something. He thought that these guys were wiping all of them out, and just wouldn't leave him alone. Mr. Kim would like nothing more than to beat their asses right now, but unfortunately, this isn't Korea. As long as they have sharpened their swords, there will be no room for negotiation. Above all others, Viet holds the true power of the country. Using force against him could ignite a war. Mr. Hyun sits, head bowed, a picture of despair. He whispers a single word. Antagonist Mr. Kim asks if he remembers what was said. He suggests that Mr. Hyun might have to turn against his boss. Antagonist Mr. Kim orders Mr. Hyun to piece the torn documents back together. He needs to see what's in them. The question hangs in the air. He wants him to put these back together? The answer is a simple, damning confirmation. Yes, he tore them. The next day, the city's skyline gleams, oblivious to the machinations unfolding within its walls. A man in sunglasses presents a document. It details the supervision of the single-party system through the cultivation of local hunters' agenda. Kim Junwoo, the current head of the Vietnamese Association, is informed that he will be taken into custody. It's in his best interest to come along peacefully. The soldiers stand firm, awaiting his compliance. The two men share a look, unspoken tension hanging heavy between them. Antagonist Mr. Kim instructs Kim Min-ju and Han Yu-bin to carry out his orders well. The woman with orange hair stood silently as the man in suits spoke. Hein, with his silver hair, acknowledged someone's statement. Kim Junwoo paused, considering the situation. Mr. Kim interlaced his fingers, his expression unreadable. The director stood before his men, an imposing figure. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Vietnam's Ministry of Public Security. The sound of metal echoed as the handcuffs tightened. Kim Junwoo, now in handcuffs, thought the interrogation room felt suspicious as he was escorted by Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim announced that he had brought the protagonist to the director. The director acknowledged the delivery, praising everyone's work. Kim Junwoo sat at the table, awaiting his fate. He holds out a document, his expression a mix of challenge and expectation. You approve this, right? Kim Jun-woo eyes the document warily. This is the first time I've seen it. But why did it come from your office? I doubt it. Mr. Kim's gaze hardens. Well, it seems like you have the mistaken belief that you can get away with tampering with documents somehow. How long do you think it will take to make another identical document? The director's words hang in the air, a veiled threat. Mr. Kim continues, his voice laced with accusation. It seems like you're the one with the misconception, director. Are you laughing? Junu Kim's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them. He offers a counter, his tone laced with defiance. Just trying to let this slide. Instead, I'll give you what you want. The Korean Association will hereby give up the acquisition of the Vietnamese Association. Mr. Kim's expression shifts, a hint of satisfaction playing on his lips. What? Of course, we won't demand any penalties for this. Kim Jun-woo leans forward, his gaze unwavering. What are you saying? Exactly as you heard. We'll hand over the entire association and hub. Isn't that? He presses, his voice low and dangerous. What you want. So now you're not begging for mercy. Mr. Kim acknowledges the truth in Jun-woo's words. Well, you're not wrong. Anyway, instead of handing over the association, it means you're letting us go. Mr. Kim's eyes glint with a strange mix of respect and amusement. It's camaraderie. You're quite the gentleman. Mr. Kim smiles thinly, acknowledging the shift in power. Yeah, now you're being gracious. The interior of the building was cold and unwelcoming, the air thick with tension. He sat at the table, signing the document, his hands bound by cuffs. Mr. Kim stated that, as promised, he and his colleagues would fulfill their end of the bargain. He mused that he was the type who didn't leave any loose ends untied. A gun was leveled at a man lying prone on the ground, the threat palpable. Mr. Kim held the weapon, his expression conveying a ruthless determination. He truly was a man with no trust. A smiling man remarked on the sincerity of gratitude for bringing in the money, calling someone a smart young individual. A deafening quong echoed through the scene. Someone yelled for the director, indicating that something had occurred. A voice demanded to know what was happening, adding that they were busy and would see to it later. Now, a man pointed a gun at Mr. Kim, who was seated. He stated that it was much more urgent, questioning what was going on. The man in sunglasses looked shocked, stating that he had received an unexpected call from the International Association. He is clearly agitated, judging by the sweat on his brow and the furious expression contorting his face. The issue? The International Association has apparently taken a sudden, unexpected action. They would take a strong stance at the national level. The unilateral increase in hub fees at the Vietnam Association seems to be the core of the problem, affecting multiple nations. The situation is escalating, with neighboring countries also expressing their discontent about it. Mr. Kim demands to know what nonsense this increase is. A man seated at a desk admits he's not exactly sure what's happening. Suddenly, a masked man appears, grabbing Mr. Kim roughly by the shoulder. The bald man seems surprised. The masked man sneers, calling Mr. Kim a little bastard, his grip tightening on his shoulder. The bald man demands to know what the hell the masked man has done, questioning the hub fee. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face, hinting at a darker scheme unfolding. Abstract lines of red energy pulse, suggesting a shift in power or a dangerous plan in motion. Someone asks if they're handing over the association, implying a significant betrayal or power shift. The document reveals a plan to hand over both the association and the hub. The speaker wonders if they'll all end up in jail if they just do the takeover. He stood with his back to the window, the full moon illuminating the tense discussion. Were they really going to do as he pleased? The woman with black hair questioned if there was a better way. Silence hung in the air, thick with unspoken tension. He scoffed, calling their rivals freeloading scumbags. He declared they weren't just going to hand things over. His eyes glowed red in the dim light as he ordered everyone to be notified in the Southeast Asian neighboring associations right now. A sinister smile crept across his face as he learned they'd be tripling the hub distribution fee. His glowing eye reflected the message. They also wanted 5% of the distributed products to be paid to the Vietnam Association. And if they didn't comply, they were ready for armed conflict. Han Yubin interjected, stating that they'd already finished the negotiations. If this came out like that, the backlash from neighboring associations would be enormous. The man with silver hair seemed shocked, questioning if the director was out of his mind. He asked if he had a bad bowl of pho for lunch. The director stood silently, the implications of the situation hanging heavy in the air as he looked out the window. His reflection showed a sinister smile as he thought that if they're still hungry after eating like that, they should feed them. Hopefully, they won't get an upset stomach. A man pointed a gun, yelling that this was his damn mess and demanding he get his ass out there and fix it now. His eyes darted around, sweat beading on his brow as a silent dread washed over him. The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the scene shifted to a stark, empty space. Mr. Kim leaned in, his expression intense. He reminded the other man that he was the top authority at the Vietnam Association. The man's smugness was evident as he leveled a pistol. Mr. Kim told him that he should handle it himself. The question dripped with menace. Why was he being told this if he was the one in charge? Ismail, the Malaysia branch director, is furious. He wonders if the others are trying to start a war. Miller, the Cambodia branch director, notes the recent growth. He can't seem to find any signs of the Vietnamese guy. Presert, the Thailand regional director, remains stoic, listening intently to the unfolding situation. The older man with glasses chuckles darkly. He believes that greedy pig is finally digging his own grave. France, headquarters of the International Association, a place of both power and secrets. The International Hunter Organization manages and registers all hunters around the world. It has a total of 52 branches. A finger taps impatiently on a desk, a sign of growing tension and anticipation. A woman in a suit states that the Secretary General is currently at the Vietnam Association and tells someone to come in. From within a car, someone states that they have heard the news, their tone suggesting concern. Wesley, the Secretary General, reads about the establishment of a hub and an increase in distribution fees by the Vietnam Association. It seems there will be strong protests. Someone decides to disregard the branch's reactions for now, focusing on a more immediate concern. It seems that whatever is happening is not good for them. The Vietnam Association, after the government thwarted the merger, seemed unconcerned, but within a month, they showed remarkable growth. One of the men calls someone a moron, adding that they seem to have found a white knight somewhere. According to the report, they managed to make a deal that everyone could agree upon. According to team leader Kane's opinion, it seems like the Korean Association has a manager who entered Vietnam. The speaker states that the Korean Association is planning to establish branches over the Vietnam Association. It probably wasn't directly driven by those Vietnamese. As for Kim Jun-woo from Korea, there have been several reports about him considering establishing a branch in the United States. According to the report submitted, they managed to make a deal that everyone could agree upon while making a profit for the International Association branches. According to team leader Kane's opinion, it seems like the Korean Association has. There's no way they will increase the distribution fee by 3 times the amount that has been negotiated. No wonder his actions seem too clever. There's only one person stupid enough to do such a thing. It seems like Vietnam might have stabbed them midway. One of the men states that this is going to become problematic. While getting rid of Vietnam would solve the problem, it would eventually mean helping Korea devour the Vietnam Association. He considered the resistance from Southeast Asian branches. Above all, the potential financial losses would be significant as well. The woman with blonde hair turned to him, her expression questioning. Then what would you do? She asked. She continued, explaining that killing Kim now wouldn't prevent him from falling into the hands of the Korean Association. She suggested that this time, they'd have to take a step back. Her gaze was firm, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a man in a suit smirked, his intentions unclear. Mr. Kim walked forward, a group of men following closely behind him, their presence imposing. If a satisfactory agreement is not reached regarding the notice of hub cost increase, someone declared that they will take a firm stance on a national level. Another voice responded, calling them a crazy bastard. Mr. Kim pointed a gun, his face contorted with rage. He demanded that the other man hurry and fix this mess. The man being threatened was asked if he was the director of the Vietnam Association. The person in charge should handle it themselves. He holds the gun, a glint in his eye betraying a cruel amusement. Why are they questioning him like this? The gun is now leveled, pointed directly at the other man. The man on the receiving end of the barrel calls him a lunatic. Mr. Kim stands over the man, who cowers on the ground. He asks if the man is so desperate to die, reminding him that he was clearly warned. A fist connects with a face, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. His face is shadowed, but his eyes burn with intensity. He warns that greed will lead to losing both money and friends. His jaw is set, his gaze unwavering. He seems determined to see his plans through, no matter the cost. His eyes widen in horror, a realization dawning on his face. He had added one more thing, and now he understands the consequences. Mr. Kim stands triumphant, his foot planted firmly on the chest of his defeated opponent. The message is clear. He is in control. Panic sets in as the message arrives. Director, they're in big trouble. The situation is spiraling out of control. The man kneels, defeated before Mr. Kim. The power dynamic is stark, the consequences of failure laid bare. The man in the military uniform looks distraught, relaying news of calls from branches in Malaysia, the Philippines, and Thailand. The situation is escalating internationally. The man warns that if costs aren't lowered, they're willing to resort to border closures and even the use of force. The stakes are rising dramatically. At this rate, the older man's face is contorted with worry, the pressure mounting from unseen forces. He vehemently denies any involvement, insisting it's someone else's doing, not his. Those around him state they were unaware of this. However, his protests fall on deaf ears. They don't seem to accept his explanation. Mr. Kim suggests that because they only see the association as a source of money, they're uninterested in the surrounding circumstances. Kim Jun-woo smirks, implying that if someone continues living like that, they'll They'll make a lot of enemies and might die without realizing it. The smiling face, bathed in red light, clarifies that it's not a threat, but advice, even if dying is involved. A voice laments that no one will know whose hands were responsible. Then someone shouts an insult. Mr. Kim's voice echoes, followed by a figure with glowing eyes demanding to know what's happening. Two men in suits and sunglasses stand guard as a man with silver hair brandishes a sword. Vietnam Party Secretary Pan, enraged, accuses someone of planning to sell the whole country because he ignored their past actions. The older man, sweat beading on his brow, insists that he can handle it, despite the mounting pressure. He nervously contemplates the consequences if he goes to the branch. He seethed, grabbing Jinu Kim by the collar. "Is this some kind of joke?" he demanded, thinking this would solve the problem. Mr. Kim pressed, mentioning Kim from the Korean Association. He questioned if Jinu Kim was that person. Mr. Kim stood over the fallen man, the one who spearheaded this project. His associate confirmed that was right. Mr. Kim stated that they couldn't handle this right now. Since he created this mess, he would take responsibility and fix it. Jinu Kim wanted to do that too, but there was something at stake over there. He glanced at the stack of papers. Mr. Kim asked if they were done now. He begged the man to take it back and not get involved with him in the future. The man with silver hair was advising not to get involved. He seemed quite bold, as expected from the top rank. Mr. Kim declared that the man was on his own to handle the situation now. The sound of finality echoed in the air. The man with silver hair stated that they didn't know anything about this matter. His expression was unreadable. The man with silver hair wondered if it was okay to be like that. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. It was quite bold, as expected from the top rank, where power is nice. It seemed to mean taking responsibility for this matter, almost like being officially recognized as a respectable independent institution. Mr. Kim's face contorted in rage. He thought to himself, this bastard. His anger was palpable. He is furious, accusing someone of betrayal. Mr. Kim demands to know how they dare betray him, kneeling with a gun in hand. His face contorted with rage. Mr. Kim shouts for someone to go to the secretary and say it's Daejo's doing, no matter the cost. Elsewhere, Jinu Kim promises he can offer twice as much. He orders someone to do exactly as he says now. Jinu Kim expresses his annoyance, stating that someone is being too noisy. With a swift motion, Jinu Kim swings his sword, the blade whistling through the air. Mr. Kim, now terrified, desperately pleads for someone to save him, admitting he was completely wrong. His eyes wide with fear, Mr. Kim raises his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself. A flag, emblazoned with a star, is sliced in two, falling to the ground. Defeated, Mr. Kim remains kneeling, the severed pieces of the flag lying before him. Standing over him, Jinu Kim declares he is no longer someone's dog. Meanwhile, efforts to recover were intensified. As expected, the Vietnam Association director faced a dishonorable dismissal. Various corruption charges were uncovered, the most shocking being the misuse of association funds for a year. Thanks to this dismissal, he was promptly brought to trial, facing the consequences of his actions and the wrath of the public. And the situation escalated as the public's anger reached a fever pitch, demanding justice and accountability. On the way to the trial, enraged citizens even made him lose his remaining hairs, showing the extent of their fury. Right after, Mr. Kim immediately held a conference and summoned the directors of nearby country associations, seeking to address the unfolding crisis. It was to renegotiate the hub distribution issue, a critical step in damage control and regaining public trust. By proceeding with the recontracting in a favorable direction for the branches as a gesture of apology, there shouldn't be a reason for them to reject it. That concludes the briefing on the hub renegotiation, a pivotal moment in determining the future of the organization. One of the directors speaks up, stating that he believes the terms of this new contract are not bad for the directors as well. Another director, however, refuses to accept the terms, creating a point of contention among the leadership. The tension is palpable as the directors grapple with the implications of the proposed renegotiation. Exemption from all distribution fees for 1 year and a freeze on distribution fees for the next 10 years are on the table. But if these negotiations fall, he questions the decision to withhold product from the International Association. Headquarters, it seems, wouldn't approve of this. The word comes down, it's a directive from headquarters. Should negotiations fail, the Southeast Asian branches will bear the consequences. A voice warns that since headquarters is quite angry, Director Kim Jun-woo should be cautious. Is the headquarters really intervening? He considers the situation. The 10-year cost freeze is a painful condition, especially considering the economic growth the hub could bring. He admits he didn't want it to come to this, but there's no other way. He has to request assistance from the association president, who retorts, "Do you always have to contact me only when there's a problem?" His phone rings, the sound cutting through the tense atmosphere. He glances down at the screen, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Meanwhile, a close-up reveals the texture of a dark suit jacket, hinting at unseen events unfolding elsewhere. A man is bound to a chair, blindfolded and helpless. The scene is eerily silent, save for the faint hum of the unknown. A thud echoes as something falls to the floor. The captive man strains against his bonds, fear etched on his face. A masked figure holds the captive. A note demands 100 billion at the Tay border checkpoint. The situation has escalated into a kidnapping. He stares at his phone, his expression a mask of shock and disbelief. The news is clearly devastating. The screen fades to black, leaving only the chilling implications of what has just transpired. Two men sit, injured and defeated. Behind them stand a figure in a black mask and Mr. Kim, observing the scene with a cold gaze. The man with the beard, Mr. Kim, orders that they be taken care of immediately once they are finished. Manager Preserve is asked if everything is in order, despite the instructions coming from headquarters. The man is reminded that the headquarters can't continue to exempt several Southeast Asian branches from delivery. The man in the suit states that the conditions mentioned in the briefing are important. The faces of three men are shown, one with an eye patch and a long white beard. A man in glasses receives a call from PB Corporation's balance team. He notes that the conditions were actually reasonable for them. Kim Jun-woo, Vietnam hub manager and head of the Korean Association's operations division, is going to be murdered today, according to one of the men. One man laughs, suggesting they might be able to grab the hub for free if that happens. Another wonders if they should consider the consequences and plan for what comes next if it fails. A man states that their Southeast Asian branches won't thrive without passing through the hub, his expression grim. Two men in black stand behind two kneeling figures with bags over their heads, a silent threat hanging in the air. The man's eyes widen, his face etched with worry and a sense of foreboding. A disembodied voice expresses a desperate hope that there won't be any failures. A hooded figure orders the others to move quickly, their captives still bound and helpless. Several armed figures confront a group near a glowing, swirling portal. They demand to know if they think they can get away with this. The portal pulses with energy, illuminating the surrounding area. The armed figures remain vigilant, weapons trained on their targets. Two figures observe the scene from a distance, their expressions unreadable. They watch the confrontation unfold with a sense of detachment. One of them expresses surprise, wondering if this is retaliation for Vietnam. The situation seems more complex than initially assumed. The figure with black hair notes that the Thai Association occupying the dungeon without permission seems odd. Something is not adding up. The figure with orange hair wants to go in and rescue them right away. The other figure cautions that acting hastily could be more dangerous. They are waiting for the chief to arrive and for instructions. Patience is required, despite the urgency of the situation. The figure with orange hair emphasizes that the operation team is captured and they need to be rescued quickly before something happens. Time is of the essence. The figure with black hair states that they still lack information about the enemy. A lack of intelligence could prove fatal. The figure with orange hair insists that whoever the enemy is, they just need to rescue them quickly. The figure with black hair mentions the chief. Someone is still unaware of the current situation. The priority is reporting first before acting. Information is key. The two figures express frustration, noting that their working styles don't match. This difference in approach could lead to conflict. The woman in the black suit receives a timely call, her expression unreadable. Mr. Kim is on the phone, confirming that he is about 3 kilometers from the western Laos border. Visual confirmation reveals 3 armed individuals with abilities equivalent to 2 operations teams. Simultaneously, 12 hostages, including Huin and the Vietnamese mission team, along with janitorial staff, are being held captive. Based on earlier conversations, the captives appear to be hunters affiliated with the Thai Association, suspected to be a cartel. The woman with black hair states that it is still too early, with 1 hour remaining for negotiations. However, the phone screen displays the contact name, Teacher. The woman with orange hair suggests that it might be okay if the two of them join forces. Mr. Kim, while on the phone, kicks another man. He is warned that their goal might not be money, and to be careful. Mr. Kim states that it will take some time for him to get there now, entrusting the hostage rescue to the two of them. The woman with black hair responds with a confident yes. Polished black dress, shoes step forward, ready for what comes next. The woman with long black hair is told, then, let's quickly rescue the hostages. The woman with short orange hair suggests loosening up a bit. The woman with short orange hair says they need to infiltrate the building first. However, the exact number of enemies is unclear. The woman with long black hair seems surprised by this information. The two women approach the building, where 2 hooded figures stand guard, weapons ready. The woman with short orange hair declares that she has a fantastic idea, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. A person in a black suit gives a thumbs up, their intentions unknown. The hooded figures stand guard, their expressions hidden, their rifles held at the ready. The woman with long black hair states, I brought the hostage who was hiding, as she stands next to a hooded figure. The woman with short orange hair, rifle raised, orders someone to step aside. One of the hooded figures speaks into a walkie-talkie, reporting a suspicious person spotted at the entrance. The woman with long black hair engages multiple hooded figures in close combat. She is restrained, fear evident in her eyes as a hooded figure looms. He wonders if these guys have sharp eyes. The woman with short orange hair touches her shoulder, urging her to split up. She thinks it's better to move alone to confirm the hostages' locations. A long corridor stretches into the distance, the cold, metallic architecture hinting at a secure location. Mr. Mark receives a report. 2 intruders have infiltrated the building. His expression hardens at the news. The man with silver hair is bound and blindfolded, a captive in an unknown location. His fate hangs in the balance. One of the men declares he is leaving. The other watches him go. Tension fills the air as the situation escalates. Mr. Mark orders the team leaders to handle the situation together. His gaze is intense, conveying the gravity of the situation. Skills are activated, the words Lizardman and Robin Hood appearing on screen. A transformation is underway. The man with blonde hair activates his skill, energy crackling around him. He prepares for battle. The lizard-like creature speaks, finding the situation both annoying and advantageous. He seems ready to fight. The bound man with silver hair warns everyone to be careful, realizing these guys are not ordinary hunters. His expression is grim. A fierce battle erupts, figures flying through the air amidst bursts of blue energy. The conflict has begun. They take a stance, eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. The woman with long black hair surveys the scene, noting that something feels off. These movements are not of hunters trained for subjugation. It's like there's some kind of killing machines, a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes. The woman with long black hair appears concerned. Her eyes widen in surprise. The lizard-like creature leaps through the air, scattering debris. It crashes through a wall, the impact sending fragments flying. Debris rains down. The creature's hand clenches. This is Kim Min-ju, team leader of the Korea Association Operation Team 1. Kim Min-ju stands amidst the destruction, a menacing figure. Kim Min-ju hisses, promising, "I'll finish you off quickly." The woman with long black hair is injured, blood trickling from her lip. She's lost in thought. He thought to himself, the situation reminding him of Yubin's words. The woman with long black hair gripped her sword tightly. This feeling was different, and failure loomed if the battle dragged on. She activated her awakening skill, True Thousand Armed Avalokitesvara. She knew she needed to end this fight with a single, decisive blow. Her eyes glowed with intense power. The woman with long black hair engaged the lizard-like creature in fierce combat. She looked surprised by the creature's movements. The lizard-like creature laughed, mocking her speed. "Ha ha ha, is this the speed of a rank? How amusing." The creature continued its relentless assault. The woman with long black hair narrowly dodged a sweeping attack. A powerful blue energy blast erupted. The lizard-like creature, now injured, exclaimed, "It's quite painful. At this rate, I might die." The hunter unleashes a devastating attack, blue energy erupting around the lizard-like creature. The force of the blow sends tremors through the underwater dungeon. He lands heavily, panting from the exertion, while the lizard-like creature collapses nearby. As expected, the skill still puts too much strain on him. The lizard-like creature roars, its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. The ground shatters as the creature prepares its counterattack. The lizard-like creature speaks, acknowledging the hunter's skill. The creature activates a forbidden skill, Chimera. The lizard-like creature declares that it will show something interesting on its end too. The hunter realizes that the creature is using a forbidden skill, a skill that makes you lose your humanity. The chief faced a hunter using a forbidden skill during the underwater dungeon. 2 figures appear, and the hunter wonders if they could be affiliated with the International Association. The text speaks of enemies ahead, ones that are not ordinary hunters. It feels like seeing monsters. The man in the suit wonders how he can become stronger than he is now. He reminds himself to stay calm and remember the teachings of the chief. Mr. Kim instructs the woman to use her shoulders and pull up the strength from her arms. She seems surprised by his sudden appearance. The woman states that he appeared just now. Her expression is one of shock and concern. Mr. Kim notes that Kim Min-ju has undoubtedly become stronger than before. He advises her to fix the habit of using her shoulders too much to get even stronger. Mr. Kim states that she is proficient at using a sword with both hands, but her balance is strangely off. He tells her to watch closely when he demonstrates it once, as the situation is urgent. Mr. Kim raises a sword, declaring a demonstration. The woman watches with a worried expression. Meanwhile, Han Sang-hyuk, in his lizard-like form, declares that Kim Jun-woo foolishly walked right into his trap. The lizard-like creature states that he will kill by cutting veins, demonstrating with a swipe of his claw. The lizard-like creature curses, furious at being treated like trash. The lizard-like creature uses the forbidden skill, Chimera, Taste of Fear. A foot descends with crushing force, the impact promising devastation to any beneath it. Mr. Kim warns that with individuals possessing such traits, it will be over once the head is destroyed. Mr. Kim states that upon their return to Korea, he will provide special training. The woman responds with an enthusiastic agreement. A voice notes that it has been a while since they had a training session. Guns blaze as a masked figure advances, hostages bound and helpless in the background. The order rings out, eliminate him. Bullet holes pepper the walls as Mr. Kim barks orders into his phone. He demands the location of Hein and his group, frustrated by the building's vastness. The masked figures continue their assault on the tied-up hostages. Mr. Kim declares he will free the cleaner hostages and join the fray. A voice warns of the unknown dangers lurking, cautioning that their enemies might include something like that freak lizard. A masked figure, armed and ready, receives a transmission over the walkie-talkie. He acknowledges the message with a curt hey. Mr. Kim, his face grim, issues a ruthless command over the comms. Spare neither the target nor the hostages. Wipe them all out. The man in the suit confirms the brutal nature of the order, stating simply that it is a slaughter order. The masked figure acknowledges the command with a chillingly calm, Roger that. Kim Jun-woo's eyes blaze with a fierce blue light, a sign of his power activating as he prepares to confront the threat. The masked figure reels back, caught off guard by an unseen force. The figure is overwhelmed by a flurry of attacks, cries of pain echoing as they are struck repeatedly. The men shout for their boss, their faces etched with concern. Smashing through the wall, Kim Jun-woo urges his team to escape through the back as he prepares to rescue the others. Han Sang-hyuk, monitoring the situation, warns of another cleaner team seized on the other side. He directs the men in uniforms to go a certain way, noting that the enemy has placed the hostages far away. One of the men in uniform quickly moves to follow the order. The sound of destruction echoes through the area. Through the hole, the team spots their target ahead. Malaysia's shield activates, protecting the allies as they brace themselves. Kim Jun-woo activates a skill, golden energy radiating from his outstretched hand. The hunter's expression hardens, his eyes focused on the task ahead. More time than he expected. The title card proclaims the return of a genius hunter, as someone declares they've finally found their target. A woman in a black suit extends her hand, her expression a mix of determination and apprehension. The woman finds herself surrounded by masked figures, one complaining about the hassle of finding her and questioning why they were locked up so far away. A voice rings out, recognizing her as team leader Han Yubin, but another scoffs, dismissing her abilities in this place. The man with the blindfold, blood trickling down his face, shouts a desperate warning to run away, that this place is too. He looks up at Han Yubin, who simply utters a soft in response to his warning. Surrounded, Han Yubin questions what the masked figures are doing, as one urges her to stop daydreaming and leave. The man with the blindfold stares at her, questioning if she is truly a cleaner team leader and how she could be here. Han Yubin, unfazed, states that there will be no questions until they catch their breath, her expression resolute. Suddenly, a red slash appears, indicating a swift and unseen attack against the team leader. A commanding voice orders someone to be quiet and behave, the threat hanging heavy in the air. He stood ready, the bow taut in his grip, an arrow aimed true. The woman with orange hair declared that she would take care of this guy, ordering the others to run. The protagonist asked who was taking care of who, calling the other person a brat. A screen flashed, displaying the words, Forbidden Skill, Centaur. He drew back the arrow, preparing to unleash its power. The woman with orange hair grunted, feeling the impact of an unseen force. The ground cracked under the tremendous strength being exerted. He declared that he would cover the man with silver hair, who was already engaged in combat. The protagonist released the arrow, its trajectory aimed with deadly precision. The ground continued to crack, the force of the battle intensifying. The woman with orange hair screamed, her face contorted in pain and fury. The man with silver hair was injured, blood staining his clothes as he was called team leader. A skill is activated, identified as High Panic Berserker, bathing the area in a red glow. The figure stands amidst the swirling red energy, power radiating from them. The woman with orange hair stares, sweat dripping down her face, wondering if this is the power of a forbidden skill. Elsewhere, the man with dark hair smirks, calling the situation a troublesome one. The woman with orange hair looks up, facing a towering armored figure. A sword clashes against an unseen foe, the impact echoing through the air. The woman with black hair strikes at the armored figure, protecting her companion. The woman with black hair warns Minju, noting that these foes feel different from any hunters they've faced before. The man in the suit stands over a fallen sword, observing the situation with a calculating gaze. They don't seem like ordinary cartel members. He continues, stating he's never heard of such individuals during his time. The woman with black hair urges the woman with orange hair to fight together, warning that prolonging the battle will only worsen their situation. The man in the suit interjects, telling them to wait a moment. The woman with orange hair demands to know what is being discussed. The man with silver hair states that Hein is in a critical situation. He warns that something might go wrong if they don't finish them off soon. The man with black hair supports the man with silver hair, holding him. The woman with black hair looks on with a serious expression. The centaur figure wonders how long they have to wait. The woman with black hair tells the woman with orange hair to wait just a moment. The woman with black hair suggests taking a breath and analyzing the enemy carefully. The woman with black hair kneels before her teacher, asking them to tell her something. The man discusses how to inflict more pain on the one who made their team like this. He tells Kim Min-ju to pay attention. It is said that the team leader will endanger the rest of the team if they lose control of their emotions. They must relax and assess the enemy rationally. A close-up of a man's face is shown. The panel is blank. The woman with long black hair remains silent, her expression unreadable. Her eyes suddenly glow with power. She commands, "I'll bind his legs." You hit him. Yubin urges her to act quickly. Get your strongest skill ready. 1 minute left. The woman gazes down at her opponent, a powerful, centaur-like figure. A skill activation window appears, displaying Tree Spear. The centaur-like figure exclaims, "Huh." The centaur-like figure lunges forward, initiating a swift attack against the woman. The centaur-like figure charges ahead, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The woman with long black hair is forced to retreat. The centaur-like figure taunts, "You're running out of time." A close-up reveals the centaur-like figure's smug expression. The one who's in a rush is you, not me. The centaur-like figure continues its relentless assault, pressing the woman back. The centaur-like figure, spear in hand, declares, "Too predictable." Is this the... The centaur-like figure scoffs, questioning her strength. Best you can do is the 5/4 rank in Korea? He finds himself trapped, the barrier having sprung up around him with surprising speed. The centaur-like figure refuses to believe it, shouting in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. His patience wearing thin, the centaur-like figure prepares to strike, demanding they perish. Kim Jun-woo sprints forward, closing the distance between himself and his monstrous opponent. Han Sang-hyuk's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he realizes the strategy at play. Kim Min-ju explains that a four-legged walker is most exposed when airborne, a smart tactic indeed. Someone expresses their gratitude, and Han Sang-hyuk seizes the moment, urging Yu Bin to attack. With a surge of red energy, Kim Jun-woo unleashes a devastating attack on the trapped centaur-like figure. The man in the suit shouts, seemingly trying to stop the attack, but it's too late. The air crackles with power as Kim Jun-woo activates his berserker skill, enhancing his already formidable abilities. He executes the guillotine, a final, decisive strike meant to end the battle swiftly. Kim Min-ju observes the display of power, impressed by the destructive capabilities of the woman. A voice echoes from below, marveling at the sight above. He struggles, unable to rise. Amidst the wreckage, one of the figures urgently declares that Hein is in trouble. They must escape. The man with silver hair is carried away. Others follow, evacuating the area. The silver-haired man's companion urges him to stay awake, but he believes this is the end. A voice promises to take him to the hospital, but the silver-haired man's vision is fading. His expression is pained, but he manages a weak smile. Looking up, the silver-haired man remarks that the last sky he can see isn't bad, since it's clear. Surrounded by concerned faces, the silver-haired man recalls the last time he enjoyed the sky with such a refreshing feeling. His eye reflects the fading light. A distant voice expresses gratitude for being freed from chains, vowing to fight for their country. Lastly, he thought, a tear streaking down his face, he could finally be happy without any regrets. A voice echoed, expressing gratitude for being accepted as they are, a sentiment that hung in the air. Silhouetted figures stood over another, their forms casting long shadows, the scene heavy with unspoken tension. A few days later, the airport bustled with travelers, each a silhouette against the bright terminal windows, going about their lives. Mr. Kim, flanked by two women, stared ahead, his expression unreadable, as if contemplating a complex calculation. Kim Jun-woo laughed, a touch of mania in his eyes, declaring that he had told them he wouldn't die. One of the women remarked that he was really going now, urging him to visit sometime, while Mr. Kim questioned when he'd have time for fun. Mr. Kim's expression hardened as he suggested that Jun-woo come to work and see how well they were doing. The protagonist countered that even coming to have fun would be more pointless than that, a smirk playing on his lips. The two men stared at each other, a silent challenge passing between them, their expressions a mix of amusement and something darker. They shook hands, Jun-woo acknowledging that Mr. Kim was the one who did a great job before saying his farewell. Mr. Kim received a call from the Korean Association. He listened intently, his expression unreadable as he absorbed the information. A figure loomed, promising no mercy. His silhouette stood against a cosmic backdrop, a silent threat hanging in the air. The demands were clear, compensation for equipment and personnel supported to the Southeast Asian branch. The answer, however, was a firm and absolute no. The Thailand branch and surrounding branches were held responsible for the incident. Some members had already gone to trial, facing the consequences. The message was blunt. What could be done if they failed due to incompetence? Intervention in national issues was impossible, so they were told to solve it themselves. Mr. Kim's face contorted in disbelief and anger. He questioned the meaning behind the words, his shock palpable. On the phone, the man reassured the branch manager, promising protection. He emphasized that they were the only branch in Southeast Asia capable of direct communication. The man slammed his fists on the desk, unable to solve the problem alone. He lamented dragging in so many branches just by listening to someone. He seethed, recalling that they were the only ones who got into the ridiculous contract with the Vietnam hub in the end. The sound of hands slamming on the desk echoed, a display of raw frustration and barely contained rage. A phone screen displayed an incoming call from the Thailand branch manager, Prazit. The situation was escalating. A figure stands silhouetted against the window as a knock echoes. The man in the blue suit announces his return to the Secretary General. He heard the report through the secretary. The man stands before a window overlooking the Eiffel Tower. The identities of the hunters were exposed, and the hub negotiation failed. The man with silver hair expresses his disappointment. He trusted team leader Mark to do well, but the operation failed. Mr. Kim, his face etched with shame, admits his failure. The man with silver hair reassures Mr. Kim that it's okay. The message, he says, must have been delivered clearly. A figure walks through a dark, ominous landscape. Everyone around him, it is warned, will be endangered. The man with silver hair states that even if he is great, he won't be able to run wild in the future. He adds that he has shown an example. It's time to push for the global hunting rights integration that they planned for. The man with silver hair instructs Mr. Kim to get rid of the useless places. No matter how, grow the good ones. Eliminate the ones that bother your eyes. A looming darkness hangs over the two men, an unspoken threat permeating the air. About 32 days had passed since the completion of the project in Vietnam. Now he considers the next task at hand. Mr. Kim's face contorts in rage, his eyes burning with a furious intensity. He grits his teeth, barely containing his anger. Seo is being supported by a colleague. Another asks if she is okay, but she dismisses it as just a headache. Mr. Kim curses under his breath, his frustration mounting. A system notification flashes, indicating a change in his goal achievement status. A system message declares that the association's hostility towards him has exceeded the threshold. His current goal achievement status will be updated accordingly. Mr. Kim smirks, his red eyes gleaming with malice. He wonders aloud what 1% could possibly mean. A tiger roars ferociously, its power palpable. A man with silver hair stands before it, seemingly unfazed. He placed a hand on the tiger as a skill activated, summoning the creature, a beast of force. The tiger, Puck, seemed bored. The chairman announced his return, noting it had been a while since he saw Puck. He wondered what the chairman had done on his business trip. Puck meowed, asking who was there. The chairman realized he hadn't seen him in this life yet. The chairman couldn't believe that the branches of the International Hunter Association were working together to kidnap and occupy dungeons. The chairman sat on a bench with a man with dark hair. The man asked if the surrounding associations had anything to do with what they were doing. The man with dark hair thought so, but that was just his guess. He believed some organization related to the International Hunter Association gave the direct order and asked how the headquarters were. The chairman stated that there was nothing at all, though a voice phishing happened once. The man with dark hair guessed something was bothering him, to which Mr. Kim replied that was good. The man with dark hair stated that they were warning them that it would be more dangerous if he kept moving. The chairman asked him what was wrong. He responded that if it were just him, he'd be glad. Two women yelled that they were trying to threaten his surroundings. Mr. Kim sat on a bench, and when asked if something was bothering him, he simply said yes. The organization members were strong when it came to kidnapping. Of course, they caught him off guard. They were the ones who succeeded in killing him, someone of the SSS rank. If they're determined to target him, he wouldn't be able to win. Mr. Kim strokes the tiger cub's head. He says that someone went to get rid of a ward, but instead, another one got attached. Mr. Kim offers an apology. The tiger cub seems surprised by the gesture. Kim Jun-woo stands, his expression thoughtful. He admits that he didn't expect them to go this far. Mr. Kim looks at Jun-woo, questioning whose fault it is. The tiger cub looks on. The thought crosses someone's mind. It's not his fault. The question hangs in the air. What's the next move? Aggressive retaliation? Isn't it dangerous to cause more trouble? Mr. Kim and Jun-woo stand together, the tiger cub nearby. Someone declares they're going to proceed in the shadows. Jun-woo states his intention to create a subsidiary, independent but loyal. The plan is to handle overseas and international responses without the association breathing down their necks. Mr. Kim wonders if they're just going to imitate the International Association. Imitate it? The unseen speaker contemplates consuming something, the nature of which remains a mystery. A sinister smile plays on Mr. Kim's lips as he extends a hand, as if offering a deal with the devil. Elsewhere, a man with an eye patch and a white beard stands beside a tiger wearing a collar, questioning the tiger's origins. The tiger simply replies, meow. Standing behind Mr. Kim, the man with the eye patch suggests concealing their activities under a different business name. An idea is proposed, with someone suggesting that it could be considered a cover business. The man with the eye patch gazes out at the city, his expression unreadable. Mr. Kim declares that he will trust the chairman's decision, acknowledging that once the project begins, there's no turning back. The man with the eye patch states that they will be making the International Association their enemy, and that they will also face the risk of a warlike military confrontation. A group of individuals, including Mr. Kim and the man with the eye patch, stand together, seemingly united in their purpose. On a rooftop, one silhouetted figure asks another if they're trying to intimidate them. The man with the eye patch states that he is simply stating the facts, adding that they're discussing this in. A roaring tiger emphasizes the point that private means you don't want anyone else to know. The man with the eye patch pets the tiger, declaring that it's time to get started. Someone laments his departure, admitting they had hoped to keep him in the association. The man with dark hair looks angered by the statement, expressing his gratitude for everything that has been done for him. Mr. Kim assures him that this is not a goodbye, but a temporary separation, as Junwoo bows in acknowledgement. Junwoo states that Mr. Kim should be grateful to him. Mr. Kim states that he has a personal question for Junwoo. Junwoo asks what he means, and Mr. Kim asks what Junwoo really wants to do with his life. Mr. Kim reminds Junwoo that he turned down the offer to be the next association chairman. He continues, saying that Junwoo only took the current headquarters position because Mr. Kim pushed him to. Mr. Kim observes that Junwoo doesn't seem to care about success or money, and despite rising from a cleaner, he has never shown any ambition. The camera pans to a view of a tall building. Junwoo admits he's not sure what he wants to do, but he does have a goal. That goal, Junwoo declares, is to go higher. He clenched his fists, the weight of his ambition pressing down on him. The resignation was complete, but the numbers on the screen told a grim story. He had hoped to unlock his skills, become a hunter again, and rejoin the International Association. But now he was on their hit list, his path forward blocked. His current relationship with the International Hunter Association was very bad, the probability of achieving his target a mere 1.068%. It was unrealistic to hope to become the Secretary General with such a slim chance, so he knew he needed to change his plan to reach his objective. There was only one thing he could do now, a new path forward forming in his mind. Maybe he should start a new international association and become its Secretary General. He didn't know if that damn karma would agree, but he had no other choice. He needed to do something. Meanwhile, it had been a long time since he'd seen Director Park. Junwoo, how have you been? Director Park asked, a wide smile across his face. Director Park commented that he looked as radiant as ever, as Junwoo noted that he was finally leaving. He asks what Junwoo's plans are after he leaves, mentioning the current economic climate. Junwoo responds that he's going to start a cleaning team dispatch business. Director Park notes that many independent associations in other countries need more cleaning teams. He asks if that isn't the case in Korea too, stating that even Seoul is short of people. Kim Junwoo agrees, saying that there's a lot of demand, and it would benefit both sides. Director Park recalls that Junwoo was always very passionate about cleaning, almost to an extreme. To be honest, Director Park admits he didn't think Junwoo would last more than a day or two, but he always did more than his fair share. Director Park pauses, a small smile playing on his lips as he remembers the past. They almost died a few times, the memory flashing through their minds. But they also had a lot of fun experiences, the images showing their camaraderie. Director Park expresses his gratitude, saying that thanks to Junwoo, he was able to get the position of cleaning team director and be a good father to his son. Director Park pats Kim Junwoo on the shoulder, telling him that he has worked hard for a long time and is their lucky charm. He remains silent, the memory of a past encounter hanging heavy in the air. The director stands tall, offering his unwavering support. I'm always ready to assist you if you need anything. A close-up reveals the director's composed demeanor, hiding any deeper intentions. The memory continues, Junwoo's battered face a testament to the director's past actions. You've done a great job, director. The director's face is shown again, the weight of the title hanging in the air. An apology hangs in the air, thick with unspoken meaning. I apologize for what happened then. The director's words leave Junwoo confused and wary. What? A subtle smile plays on the director's lips, hinting at something more. There is something of that kind. The team expresses their gratitude, presenting a framed award to someone for their hard work and dedication. Mr. Kim receives a bouquet of flowers from a woman in a black dress, a gesture of appreciation for his efforts. He is offered a $2 bill, a symbol of good luck, but he claims he has nothing to offer in return. The good days are over, one man says, wondering if the association will even run properly without the director. Someone suggests scouting the cleaning team members, but the response is that they need a foundation first. Mr. Kim, holding the flowers, wonders who would even want to join, while another person thinks that if it's his own business, one person definitely will. He is greeted as director, as someone nearby expresses their anger at the situation. The cleaning team walks together, seemingly preparing for their next task. Expressions of gratitude and wishes for good health are exchanged, along with thanks for the enjoyable past few months. The smiling group brought gifts because everyone wanted to say hello to him, showing their support and appreciation. He is told that he has worked hard and is given strawberry-flavored red snacks that he likes as a reward. The disembodied heads questioned why he wasn't working on another dungeon. He was asked if he thought he could pretend he didn't know them later. Mr. Kim stood with two women, his expression unreadable as he listened to the unseen speaker. He held a bouquet of flowers, stating that it depended on what they were doing. The man in the suit expressed his frustration with a simple, "bruh." He reflected on the association where he spent half his life after his previous life. It was a farewell in a way that was completely different from his previous life. Mr. Kim, holding flowers in a bag, told everyone it was time to go and finish their work. Elsewhere, a lone figure walked down a brightly lit hallway. One man stated that he was sure they would be disappointed, while the other said it was disappointing, but they had other things to worry about. The man with the beard asked who they had in mind for a successor. The other responded that it was a concern. The woman with purple hair asked what about Kim Minju, the team leader? The man with the eye patch wonders who else could be like him. He asks if the other man asked her, noting she just cut it off. The man with the eye patch sits down heavily. Mr. Kim acknowledges that it can't be helped, wondering how many people will follow him after seeing what he has done. The man with the eye patch says it will be quiet, referring to the youngest of the young cleaners who has changed the association like this. Mr. Kim stands in an office, expressing his hope that he does well, his expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the stoic expression on Mr. Kim's face, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The man with the eye patch asks what present Mr. Kim is referring to. He reveals it's a secret, and that he heard Mr. Kim also talk to him without him, in secret. The man with the eye patch hopes he likes the present, sighing deeply as he considers the implications. The man with the eye patch dismisses it as nothing special, though his tone suggests otherwise. Meanwhile, a man reads a newspaper article about Association President Park In-bum's statement regarding Kim Jun-woo's resignation, realizing he didn't know. He's putting on a show. The news spreads. Aries Guild CEO Cha Suk-hyun comments on the surprising decision. Headquarters director is shocked by the news. What will be the future for the record-breaking director Kim? Hee hee ha ha ha. Mr. Kim laughs, seemingly pleased by the recent turn of events. Mr. Kim's associates join him. They can't believe Kim Jun-woo resigned. Their warning worked. Now that the thorn is gone, they feel relieved. Suddenly, a red energy blast strikes someone. The force of the blow is immense. The man is sent flying through the air, crashing into a wall. He feels like shit. The injured man lies on the ground. Mr. Kim stands over him, questioning if he thought a mere cleaner was a thorn in PB Corporation's side. The injured man grits his teeth, his expression a mix of pain and anger. Mr. Kim's eyes glow red with power. He is relieved that Kim Jun-woo walked out of the association on his own. The man walks away, leaving the injured man behind. They are tracking him, but haven't found him yet. They must find him. Mr. Kim warns that otherwise, they won't be safe. The headquarters is slowly trying to push forward the integration of the hunting rights with team leader Kane. This time, the man in the suit with glowing eyes vows to prepare perfectly. His goal, to acquire the time stone. A large black trash bag sits ominously. Kim Jun-woo stands in a meticulously clean room, two black trash bags nearby. A robotic vacuum diligently cleans the floor. He claps his hands together, a sharp sound echoing in the room. Kim Jun-woo looks startled, his eyes widening. Someone is knocking on his door. A woman with short brown hair looks concerned, asking why he looks so down and if she came to the wrong place. The woman stands with a suitcase. The woman stands in the doorway of Kim Jun-woo's house. She asks what brings him to her house and if the business preparation is going well. The woman looks surprised, exclaiming how clean his house is for a man living alone. A voice wonders what's going on and if something is wrong with the headquarters. The woman and Kim Jun-woo stand in the doorway. He explains he got fired as soon as he said he wanted to leave. She reminds him that he said he would take responsibility if she became unemployed, which he denies. They considered firing the top executive of the support team. The man in the red jacket seemed confused by the conversation. The woman with short hair told him to leave. She didn't think he would be much help. She offered him a gift to cheer him up. The woman presented documents detailing the status of the cleaning teams. The woman held up more documents. These contained information on independent associations in each country. Kim Jun-woo wondered if it was okay to bring this stuff in. The woman seemed to be pushing him. It looked like she was starting to get interested. The silence hung heavy in the air. The woman ate a cracker. The sound echoed in the otherwise quiet room. Her eyes narrowed. She seemed to be focusing intently on something. The woman's desk was covered in papers and crumpled balls of paper. It looked like she had been working hard. She claimed she had just cleaned it up. The woman seemed frustrated. She considered doing business with overseas associations. It would be best to build their reputation. The woman decided to focus on domestic matters first. Large branches needed at least 10 cleaning teams. The document details branches with 5 or fewer cleaning teams, most of which are in poor financial condition. The number of hunters is insufficient, so they rely heavily on private guilds, and the daily hunting yield is limited by the lack of cleaning teams. Moreover, these places do not have enough budget to increase the number of cleaning teams, leaving the man in the suit stressed. The man plants a flag on top of a building, declaring that this is the perfect condition for them to penetrate. The woman plans to hire employees, negotiate contracts with branches, and build relationships with waste treatment facilities. Manager Park Gun-tae said that it's going to be busy as he speaks with the woman across the table. Park Gun-tae thinks to himself that he will take care of gathering the necessary documents himself, and that she is so reliable. He reflects that if he had known she was like this, he would have made her his friend, not his subordinate, as she would have been much more helpful. Park Gun-tae calls out to the woman, trying to get her attention and asking if she is listening. He asks if she has a company name in mind, and she responds that she does. The woman suggests the Korea Agency of Reset a Dungeon Management Association. Park Gun-tae reveals the name Karma Corporation. He faces the woman, awaiting her response. Changing the subject, she asks how the research on the time stone is going, leaving Park Gun-tae confused. She thought her reaction was cool, but the research lab is still under construction. The woman laughs, stating that the equipment hasn't arrived yet. She says that he quit without making any progress, but she brought a beta version of the weapon they made with the time stone fragment last time. The woman presents the weapon with a flourish, but Park Gun-tae yells, questioning why she brought it. He demands that she put it back, but she says she doesn't know, maybe she... The woman states that she can use this to help Junwoo if he's in danger later. Park Gun-tae puts his hand on his head, asking if she even knows how to shoot a gun. Even though he quit, he doesn't know how the International Association will react. If they approach Leah Young, who is not even a hunter, the man in the white shirt stands confidently, hands on his hips. He declares that he will teach her how to shoot. Instructions are given, emphasizing the importance of a stable upper body for accurate shooting. The woman grips the gun tightly with both hands, her arms guided by Kim Junwoo. He helps her maintain the correct posture. He instructs her to focus on the target and hold her breath, preparing to shoot. The woman carefully aims. Her face is a mask of concentration, her brow furrowed in determination as she prepares to fire. Suddenly startled, the woman cries out, raising the gun haphazardly. Kim Junwoo reaches out to steady her. The gun is dropped, and a cup shatters on the floor, spilling its contents. She exclaims that Junwoo's lips are bleeding, believing she bit him by accident. The woman stands with her back turned, seemingly embarrassed. She asks why he blew air into her ear. Her face is flushed, her expression a mix of embarrassment and surprise at the unexpected intimacy. Kim Junwoo scoops the woman into his arms, carrying her bridal style. She seems surprised by his sudden action. She covers her face, flustered and unprepared for this level of affection. She calls out to Junwoo to wait a minute. Kim Junwoo's eyes glow with an otherworldly power. He declares that he will clean the mess. He towers over her, and the woman looks up, a question forming on her lips. His eyes glow with an unnatural light as he extends his arm, and she stares back, utterly bewildered. She demands to know what he is doing, her voice laced with a mix of confusion and alarm. Fueled by his passive skill, obsessive-compulsive disorder, Kim Junwoo begins to clean with supernatural speed and precision. The woman with blonde hair tilted her head, a question hanging in the air. Was this new venture better than Junwoo Kim had anticipated? 1 week into their full-fledged business venture, they had managed to secure both official registration and a humble office space, a small victory in the grand scheme. The building loomed large, a symbol of the challenges ahead. The woman with blonde hair stood beside Junwoo Kim, both gazing up at the towering structure. The woman with blonde hair offered a confident smile. She believed this was just the beginning, a sentiment Junwoo Kim hoped would prove true. Fueled by optimism, Junwoo Kim had naively believed this marked the start of a smooth, paved path forward, a belief that was quickly being tested. Until they faced the reality in front of them, the challenges of their new venture remained hidden, a looming threat on the horizon. A sigh escaped Junwoo Kim's lips, a subtle indication of the growing pressure he felt as the weight of reality began to settle in. Seated in his office, Junwoo Kim knew he couldn't keep sighing. It wasn't as if a resume would magically appear out of thin air, no matter how much he wished it would. A week had passed since he posted the job opening for a dungeon cleaner, and still, no resumes had arrived. Only one person had even applied for the job opening. Junwoo Kim refreshed the job board, hitting F5 on the keyboard. He couldn't blame them, though. Who would want to work for an unknown company? He listened as the man suggested asking Gu Sangchan for help, a suggestion made long ago. The woman with short brown hair stated that it was not a good idea, as another speech bubble suggested asking the chairman of the association for help. An older man roared, dismissing the idea of asking for a few people, accusing them of already using up the budget. He thought that the man would kill him. A speech bubble inquired if he would like to try contacting them personally, suggesting calling Soin SSI, Sanghyuk SSI, Yubin SSI, and Minju SSI. A building was being destroyed as people escaped. The woman with short brown hair noted that everyone was a veteran, but taking them all would cause trouble for headquarters. He sighed, acknowledging that he came to help, but questioned what he could do, as he had to listen to the CEO. This was frustrating. He wondered if he should just crack down on a few of them and make them leave. This was a frustrating situation for him, as it was created to avoid the eyes of the International Association. A hand pointed at a building on a target. The text stated that if the guys who used to be his colleagues all left at once, something would happen. He placed a stack of papers on the desk, wondering if he would become the target of the International Association again. He looked at a recruitment poster from Karma Corporation, seeking cleaners to clean the dungeon together. The woman with short brown hair suggested handing out flyers together, stating that it was nothing. The woman with short brown hair told him that no matter how she looked at it, he didn't have the makings of a businessman, which was embarrassing but undeniable. He is being rushed, someone demanding to know what he's doing and to hurry up. A wave of regret washes over him. Perhaps quitting his job wasn't the best decision. The Dimensional Management Association Seoul headquarters looms large. An empty position awaits. The sign is stark, unavoidable. Someone carries the weight of that empty position away. New Operations Director Choi Ho-sung, formerly the Suncheon Branch Director, steps into the role. Choi Ho-sung had been the director of the Suncheon Branch for several years, bringing gifts to curry favor with the director, CEO Min Cheol, whose power was enormous at the time. He thought his chance would finally come after CEO Min Cheol left. He was so upset that he felt like he was going to die of a stomachache for a few days, but heaven was on his side. The new director stands before stacks of documents. After 2 months, the cleaner guy stepped down from the position of the director, and he had another chance, as a man with an eye patch asks if he's up for it. He had pretended to agree with the chairman, even though he knew he couldn't. In the end, he was able to achieve the position he had been longing for. His time had finally come, the man thought, as he reviewed the documents before him. The man's face contorted in rage as he yelled, demanding to know what had been done. The budget was all gone, the text declared. They say that the former head of the department, Kim, was responsible. The suit was immaculate, the tie perfectly knotted. The name below read, Yu Young-soo. What did he support, how, and how much did he support it for the budget to be in the red until next year? Does the board know about this? Although the future profits were guaranteed thanks to the signing of the cooperation agreement with the private guild and the herbs from the Vietnam branch. Even those will only show results after a few months, the man thought, his hand on his head. In the end, it means that we have to hold on to this ridiculous deficit for a few months. If we can't solve the deficit, like this, the association will go bankrupt. Operations? Is it edible? Arg. Damn it. How can he leave after making such a mess? Wait, did that bastard Kim Jun-woo do this on purpose? The words hung in the air, a stark challenge to accepted reality. It simply didn't add up. Doubt crept in. There was no way he would do that. Still, the man suggested checking the General Affairs Department for the budget statement. Mr. Kim, the youngest, shortest term, and best performing director, stood with an air of integrity, a martyr for his employees' rights. Regardless of external praise, the reality was stark. Yu Young-hoon from the General Affairs team had sent the details of budget usage for 20XX. The chairman's message dripped with sarcasm. Rage flared. The man demanded to know what the cleaner had done, the file showing the usage history from 20XX. The budget was supposedly filled with cleaning team equipment, performance pay, incentives, and bonuses. The details swam before his eyes. Payment methods, card transaction dates, supply values, business registration numbers. The data painted a disturbing picture of excess. His face contorted with fury. How could he spend the entire quarterly association budget on the cleaning team? It wasn't embezzlement to unlock skills, but a pouring of money into the cleaning team, reconstruction of the support team's research facility, and special suits. The endless columns of figures detailed bonuses and support funds, a litany of questionable expenses. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim looked up, perhaps contemplating the future of the organization and his role within it. The decision was made. Salaries for the operation team would be cut this month. The association's top priority was the hunters. A somber atmosphere hangs in the air as the suited figures stand silently. The word is that the operation team salaries are being delayed because of the cleaners. The current director of operations vows to overturn the opposition if that happens. Director Choi Ho-sung clenches his fist, musing that he might become the director with the shortest tenure. He thinks that can't happen, not after all the hard work he's done to get here, seeing no other option. A masked figure orders to reduce the number of cleaning team members, instructing to prepare for restructuring. The text explains that lizards only cut off their tails when they're in a really dangerous situation, and it's their last resort. Mr. Kim stands at the head of a long conference table. He confirms that they want to reduce the cleaning team members. The man with the eye patch notes that the first agenda item brought up 4 days after the inauguration is restructuring, asking what kind of person used to hold that position. Mr. Kim simply states, I know. One man asks how someone who knows that can say such a thing, demanding an explanation. Mr. Kim explains that due to the previous director's spending of the next quarters, and even the quarter after that's budget, there's a possibility of problems paying the operations team's salaries this month. The revenue from the subjugation operation barely covered the damage from the last intercept. When the Vietnam herb case will generate revenue remains unknown. At the current rate, A significant deficit is projected for at least half a year, casting a shadow over the organization's financial stability. Han Sang-hyuk argued that cutting so many people due to a half-year deficit would damage the association's image, a concern weighing heavily on his mind. Even if they managed to adjust the hunters' salaries to get through the month, the question remained, what would they do next month if the situation worsened? The man in the suit seemed to disagree with the proposed solutions, his expression suggesting a deeper concern about the situation. To overcome this difficult time, the man considered reducing the cleaning team, a decision that clearly caused him internal conflict as he clenched his fist. The man with the beard vehemently disagreed, exclaiming that the cleaning team played a significant role in improving their subjugation performance. A voice questioned the subjugation performance and whether the budget allocated to the cleaning team was excessively large, hinting at deeper financial scrutiny. The man in sunglasses seemed taken aback by the discussion, his expression conveying a sense of surprise and disbelief at the unfolding events. The association's top priority was the operations team, and it would be unfair for the hunters to suffer to keep the cleaning team alive, they reasoned. Han Sang-hyuk was addressed as chairman, as the man with the beard agreed that the current situation was not something that should be done. Director Choi Ho-sung was warned that if there was even a slight problem, he would be held responsible for everything, a heavy burden placed upon his shoulders. Mr. Kim, ever the composed figure, responds with a simple, of course. The meeting continues, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension as the attendees await further instructions. Director Choi Ho-sung, visibly shaken, exclaims his disbelief, "What restructuring?" Manager Park Gun-tae speaks with another man, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily. He asks, "This is too much, isn't it?" Mr. Kim's expression hardens, a sinister glint in his eyes. He accuses, "You've been sucking a lot of honey while doing just one cleaning, haven't you?" The man urges Director Choi Ho-sung to take action. First, please accept the resignation requests and make a list. The reality of the situation sets in. Half of the cleaning team is on the line, and there will be no volunteers to resign. They're being told to fill the spots. A group of individuals lurks, their faces betraying a sense of dark anticipation, ready to manipulate the list by persuasion or coercion. A phone rings, cutting through the tension, as a man stands silhouetted against the bright window. Director Choi Ho-sung stares at his phone, his face etched with worry as he receives the message. A voice echoes, questioning the whereabouts of the chairman. News reports circulate, revealing the downsizing of the Korean Association's dungeon clearing team. The broadcast attributes the decision to the association's deteriorating finances, deeming it an inevitable choice. Chairman Park In-beom's statement, expressing support for the relocation of personnel, is captured by onlookers. The office staff reacts with visible stress and concern to the unfolding news. A woman confronts Mr. Kim, who is calmly drinking from a cup, her expression a mix of anger and frustration. Grabbing his suit, she demands to know if he has time to relax when interviewers are on their way. A voice dismisses the importance of the interviewers, claiming they are all familiar faces anyway. Her grip tightens on Mr. Kim's jacket as a voice announces that they are here. The woman's frustration boils over as she shouts at Mr. Kim to tell the CEO to come out. An arriving interviewee expresses disappointment with the office's unimpressive appearance, while another asks for their money back. A man's face is shown with a smirk. Mr. Kim's expression is smug as he declares the applicant accepted. He states that the applicant is accepted, despite another voice questioning if it's too much to accept everyone, given their staffing situation. Mr. Kim reveals that after his release from prison, his hunter license was suspended. The man dismisses the past and accepts the applicant. Mr. Kim greets someone, stating his name before declaring them accepted. The woman questions accepting everyone, even with the staff shortage. Mr. Kim counters that they've all worked for the association, so their skills are proven. The woman asks why they are even holding interviews. Mr. Kim replies that it's just a formality. The applicants sit, waiting to be called. The woman accuses Mr. Kim of planning everything. Mr. Kim confirms that the association's restructuring was planned from the start. The voice clarifies that the restructuring was more of a gamble than a plan. A few days ago, a steaming bowl of Korean cuisine sits ready to be eaten, a comforting meal before difficult decisions. A hand reaches in with a spoon, ready to eat. The plan is to expel half as many people as initially wanted. Resumes will be submitted on their own, but a list will also be sent. He is thanked for his hard work. Even if they aren't hiring, someone had to do it this way. He is told that if they had left it alone, it would have exploded eventually. That's all because. The man in the suit asks if all the budget was spent. In the end, it's all good, isn't it? Mr. Kim states that the association saves money. He gets to keep his employees, and the employees keep their jobs. He thinks that Choi Ho-sung is really crazy. Mr. Kim says not to let him get involved in something like this again. He is told that even Lee Do-sik looked at him like he was a bug. Mr. Kim apologizes for that, saying he'll explain it to him later. Choi Ho-sung asks how he knew that Choi Ho-sung would bring up the restructuring proposal. It's because he's the kind of person who will cut off his tail without hesitation when he is in danger. He's like a mentor to him, in a way. He was the man who succeeded CEO Min Cheol as the chief of operations before he regressed. He was the one who taught him a lot, even though he was just the team leader of the one first team at the time. Representative examples of his work include tail cutting and people manipulation, all part of his strategy. His achievements as the director of operations were truly remarkable, turning the team upside down at every opportunity. The cleaners' wages were cut every year until they were halved. Mr. Kim was convinced that such a man would think of downsizing as soon as he saw the budget he had spent. And that too, the cleaning team, which he considers to be the most useless by his standards, is on the chopping block. That's why he recommended him to the president of the association as the next chief of operations to stabilize the association's finances. Mr. Kim states that he won't just sit back and watch as the other makes their employees suffer after all this work. The other man simply replies, "Yes, sir." The man with the eye patch wonders what to do about Choi Ho-sung. He believes that Choi Ho-sung will do whatever it takes to keep his job. One is worried about leaving him there. The other says not to worry about it, as he's the perfect type to put in a position of power and use as a pawn. Mr. Kim smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes as he plans his next move. The man with the eye patch is described as crazy plus bad. A voice from above declares that it's all for today, and not to contact him again unless they need something else. The scene fades to black. The woman with short brown hair admits she is too tired to continue. She sits at her desk, a stack of interviews looming before her, and sighs heavily. Mr. Kim tells Lee Ah-young to prepare the contract and some documents. They're going to Suncheon. Lee Ah-young, surprised by the sudden request, asks what they're going to do there. He explains that Choi Ho-sung is in Seoul headquarters, so they should take advantage of the situation and sign the contract while the Suncheon branch manager is away. He wonders if they really have to do it today. Lee Ah-young sighs, stating that she has a ton of paperwork to sort through right now. Mr. Kim offers to buy her famous soy sauce marinated crab at a restaurant in Suncheon. Later, they are now in the car, presumably on their way to Suncheon. The car speeds down the road. Lee Ah-young praises him, saying he is amazing for persuading the president of the association, who is such a maverick. He clenches his fist, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he anticipates the unfolding events. The man with the smug expression notes that at this rate, the director will surpass Kim Jun-woo's influence in no time. Mr. Kim cautions him not to get too excited, as Jun-woo has done so much that they still have a long way to go. Mr. Kim is informed that the woman from Operation Team 1 and the control team leader are also part of Kim Jun-woo's faction, complicating matters further. The man with the smug expression declares that the association is not a place to play friends. He questions how long they will remain on the side of the person who left, suggesting they should stick to the director if they have any sense. Mr. Kim acknowledges the statement, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the implications. The man with the smug expression brings up that with half of the cleaning team gone, it will be hard to do the same kind of planning as they did in the Kim Jun-woo era. He asks what Mr. Kim plans to do about that. Mr. Kim dismisses the concern, stating that they can just do it the way they did in the Suncheon branch. The man with the smug expression questions if the whole idea of the cleaning team being large made the subjugation more efficient unfounded in the first place. He insists that the subjugation should focus on the operation team unconditionally. Mr. Kim, bathed in an ominous glow, declares that the start is good, hinting at a plan set in motion. The man with the smug expression urges them to keep pushing forward like this, reinforcing their shared ambition. He stands next to a woman in a suit, both looking towards a building in the distance. The woman observes that the association is much smaller than she thought, and doesn't even look like one at first glance. The man in the hoodie asks Mr. Kim if he is the former Seoul operation director, Mr. Kim Jun-woo, expressing surprise at his arrival. The man in the hoodie admits it has been almost a month since he resigned, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Mr. Kim states that he is just the president of a small company now, and asks to be treated comfortably. The man in the hoodie laughs nervously, wondering how he can do that, as Mr. Kim says he will get to the point. The text reveals that the number of subjugations by the Suncheon branch has been continuously decreasing for several years, as the woman in the suit looks on. The fact that the operation teams are not effective even with 8 teams is probably due to the cleanup teams. Currently, there are only 3 cleanup teams in the Suncheon branch, and each team has only 3 members. The man in the hoodie notes that the number of subjugations is decreasing, his expression thoughtful. The man in the hoodie acknowledges that there are a lot of subjugations to be done, but the number of people is limited. And more importantly, the branch's support funds are not always available, and he doesn't know if the number of subjugations will increase if they sign a contract with a cleanup dispatch team. He suggests that the problem could be solved by providing more support funds. The man in the gray hoodie seems skeptical. Mr. Kim, the general manager of the Suncheon branch, appears concerned about the situation. The man with brown hair seems surprised by something, while the woman next to him looks on with a neutral expression. Mr. Kim sits across from the man in the gray hoodie, asking him who he is. The atmosphere is tense. The man in the gray hoodie smiles, apologizing for the late introduction. Shim Hyun-soo introduces himself as the representative of the Beach Guild under the jurisdiction of Suncheon. Shim Hyun-soo continues, addressing Mr. Kim as either director or former director. implying he knows something about the limited budget. The text bubble explains that the headquarters gives subjugations to the local branches, but the subjugations are actually done by mercenaries. Shim Hyun-soo speaks of providing support funds to the guild. A man with glowing red eyes states that he is there to see the manager and doesn't have time to talk. The focus shifts back to Shim Hyun-soo, seen from behind as he listens intently. Mr. Kim and Shim Hyun-soo look at each other, the conversation about to continue. He declares that everything will eventually reach his ears. The man's voice booms through the meeting room, disrupting the otherwise professional atmosphere. Understanding the situation, the woman with red hair excuses herself. She slams the door shut behind her, the sound echoing her frustration. Mr. Kim watches the door close, a question forming in his mind. He wonders aloud what the man is doing. Mr. Kim sits at the table, seemingly embarrassed to reveal something. He explains that they rely on private guilds for most subjugations, as Shim Hyun-soo stated. The man in the suit asks if they should sign the contract with the cleaning dispatch team. He smiles, awaiting a response. The woman with red hair and another man are shocked. They think the man in the suit is spineless. The woman tells the director that she is no longer in a position to advise him, but he can't do this. Her tone is serious and concerned. The man with brown hair questions how the director of a branch can be so swayed by a guild. He emphasizes the need to be firm. The man in the suit is told that he needs to be in a position where the people below him can trust and follow him. He is told that the representative is right. The man in the suit admits that he is too spineless, but his branch is struggling to operate without the Beach Guild. He seems conflicted and worried. The woman and another man discuss how the subjugation rate increases with the support of the cleaning team and their operation team. They believe they'll be able to distance themselves from the Beach Guild. The man in the black jacket asks if everything will be all right. The woman in the suit is told that the Han Sang-hyuk and Moon So-yeon teams will be dispatched tomorrow. Mr. Kim is asked if he's leaving already. He mentions that he was waiting to treat the man in the red jacket to a meal at a nice place, complimenting his fancy car. Mr. Kim states he doesn't have time and has to leave immediately. He adds that the guilds have more influence here than in the branches, a fact the protagonist may not know. Mr. Kim asks if the protagonist has heard of the Guild Development Fund, his expression suggesting he expects a positive response. It's described as a fund that people working in this industry voluntarily donate to. Even a small amount is fine if you're willing. The protagonist seems to be considering this information. Mr. Kim emphasizes that it's good to maintain a good relationship with the guild, even as an external contractor, suggesting it's a beneficial arrangement. Kim Jun-woo declines, stating that they are an external contractor and don't really have a relationship. Mr. Kim says he understands and can't force him to donate. Mr. Kim says he understands, but feels a little uncomfortable saying this. Mr. Kim mentions that he is good friends with the new director, Choi Ho-sung, implying this could be advantageous. Mr. Kim says that if he asks the director for a favor, he'll help in many ways, and asks Junu Kim to let him know if he changes his mind. A voice echoes, laced with challenge. Someone is being called out for their audacity. Frustration mounts as a report is delivered. He informed Han Sang-hyuk and Moon So-yeon about the Beach Guild, but they remained indifferent to the news. The subjugation rate of the Sunshine branch saw a marked increase. This rise coincided with the arrival of Han Sang-hyuk and Moon So-yeon. He was consumed by his work. If things continued on this trajectory, the first dispatch would be a resounding success. However, a week would bring unforeseen changes. Her eyes widen, reflecting a deep sense of unease. Something is clearly amiss. One of the men asks if his master is sure about their plan. He reminds him that Kim Jun-woo used to be the headquarters director. Mr. Kim grins, his expression suggesting a sinister intent. Someone remarks that Kim Jun-woo must be loaded, and they need to slowly milk him dry. One of the men mentions hearing from Chief Choi Ho-sung that Kim Jun-woo was apparently kicked out of the association, adding that it's no wonder he quit his job so easily. The man in the suit wonders what a cleaner knows about running an organization. He thinks that Kim Jun-woo probably squandered all the association's budget and got himself kicked out. The man with blonde hair is asked why Guild Master Shim Hyun-soo is back. Director Kong is informed that they will be taking a 10% bigger cut from this month's operation. The man in the suit with glasses questions why they are doing this, as they are already struggling with a deficit. He wonders how Mr. Kim can afford to contract a cleaning team when they're running a deficit. Mr. Kim responds that if they don't like it, they can handle the subjugation on their own. One of the men acknowledges the cleaning company Mr. Kim hired this time, and asks to assign them to the dungeon they're going to subjugate. After that, Moon So-yeon and Han Sang-hyuk were dispatched to the Beach Guild subjugation. A week later, a guttural roar echoes through the air as a zombie appears, ready to strike. The hunter, caught in the midst of battle, faces a hulking green monster. He demands to know what it is doing. A powerful impact sends debris flying in all directions. With a mighty yell, Kim Jun-woo swings his axe, aiming for a decisive blow against the monster. The subjugation is complete. Han Sang-hyuk remarks that they need to increase their manpower or something. The hunter, exhausted from the battle, feels like he is going to die of exhaustion. A man in a gray hoodie appears to be searching for something. He grips a small bottle tightly, his expression intense. One of the figures in suits urges the others to hurry up and finish cleaning so they can rest. Two figures stand amidst the aftermath of the battle, the cleaning far from over. He is reaching his limit, stating that this is going too far, even for their job. The woman beside him looks on with concern. A voice calls out, asking Mr. Sang-hyuk to be patient. Sang-hyuk shouts that they are not servants. He complains about having to clean up trash, from plastic bags to cans and food waste. The man comforts her, saying they were treated even worse at the association. He reminds her that Junwoo trusted them and gave them their first dispatch, so they need to work harder. The voice continues, stating that for him, or they will terminate the contract. The masked figures acknowledge that they've only been receiving kindness from Junwoo so far. The pair work together, putting trash into a container. They decide that now it's their turn to give back. He looks determined, thinking about the situation. The woman smiles, saying if they work hard and raise the subjugation rate, they won't have to see those kids' faces anymore. She encourages him to suck it up and work hard. The voice tells them to say things like that with a smile on their face. The man is picking up trash, showing his commitment to giving back. Thinking about the times they couldn't use the cafeteria, he finds the situation much better. The blonde man grins, reminding everyone that it's time to pay the guild development fund. Han Sang-hyuk stands silently beside him. The man in the black suit stands before a group, his back turned to the viewer, an air of authority surrounding him. The blonde man explains the guild development fund to the woman with the bun, who seems confused by the request. The man in the black suit, Mr. Kim, crouches down, picking up scraps from the ground as he asks if their boss didn't tell them about it. The blonde man's expression turns manic, electricity crackling around him as he declares they can't use the portal without paying today. The blonde man recoils slightly, as the woman with the bun stands firm, seemingly unfazed by his threat. The woman with the bun, looking determined, tells Mr. Sang-hyuk to just go, seemingly trying to defuse the situation. The blonde man is caught off guard, his face contorted in shock as he asks if he was just hit. Han Sang-hyuk and the woman with the bun stand together, crackling with energy, declaring they won't give money and will protest to the branch. Mr. Kim's arm hangs at his side, his posture suggesting a controlled readiness for whatever might happen next. The blonde man clutches his cheek, reeling from the blow, while the woman with the bun glares down at him. A voice warns that they have some nerve and threatens that if they never want to work there again, they should go ahead and protest. The woman with dark hair looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. She hears a threat, wondering if the branch will listen. Elsewhere, a man in a gray hoodie points, his expression one of pure malice. He demands to know who is backing them. Han Sang-hyuk clenches his fist, his face contorted in rage. He shouts, calling someone a punk in a fit of anger. Han Sang-hyuk holds the woman, his grip firm. She pleads with him not to do something, her voice filled with desperation. The camera pans to a distant building, the scene quiet and ominous. A figure stands tall, their legs clad in dark pants and boots. They declare that they are okay, though their tone is uncertain. The woman's face is etched with worry, her red eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Han Sang-hyuk gestures with his hand, his expression firm. He states that he will take care of things, asking others to wait outside. He sighs, questioning what they mean by taking care of things themselves, his tone laced with annoyance. Han Sang-hyuk smirks, his eyes narrowed. He asks if Soyeon is really naive or just stupid, his words dripping with sarcasm. Han Sang-hyuk stands with two other men, Soyeon held captive. He declares that there's no point in talking to these pieces of trash, provoking a reaction. An enraged voice echoes, shouting Mr. Sang-hyuk's name with fury. Cars speed down the highway, their destination unknown, their purpose a mystery. Inside one of the vehicles, two figures sit in silence, the tension palpable. A soft apology breaks the quiet. The woman's expression is filled with regret. A worried thought surfaces. If they return in this state, Junwoo will undoubtedly notice something amiss. Elsewhere, the sunlight glints off the windows of a tall building, its purpose unknown. In an office, a woman questions the pair, noticing something is off with them. One of them coughs, explaining they caught a cold in the dungeon and requests to go to the hospital. The coughing continues, a persistent reminder of their ailing condition. The woman asks Han Sang-hyuk why he is wearing sunglasses, suspicion lacing her tone. The sunglasses conceal his eyes, adding an air of mystery to the scene. Soyeon's companion seems pleased with their appearance, chuckling at how good they look. She is informed that nothing special occurred during the operation, so they will be leaving now. Suddenly, a voice calls out, telling them to hold on a moment. A pair of sunglasses rests on a surface. Soyeon angrily tells Han Sang-hyuk to fix his face. The man in the suit wonders if those jerks were from Back to Child. The man is told that both of them should remove their masks. Someone sighs, stating that they have to be told if there were any special incidents. They add that one should endure, even if hurt, rather than letting the company suffer. Mr. Kim, eyes burning with anger, questions why something should. Someone states they will take care of this, so the other two should go to the hospital first. Mr. Kim strides forward, warning someone not to get their contract terminated for nothing. Someone wonders what will happen if they get their contract terminated, adding that they have plenty of... He seethed, his eyes burning with fury. He demanded that they stop concerning themselves with his work and focus on their own jobs. The woman in the suit, visibly frustrated, urged Ah Young to leave. The situation seemed tense and uncomfortable for everyone involved. The sound of something heavy echoed, punctuating the tense atmosphere with an ominous tone. The sound reverberated across the building's exterior, hinting at the force and impact of whatever had occurred inside. A voice questioned if the boss had noticed the expressions on the faces of those punks, hinting at a sense of satisfaction. The hallway stretched out, the double doors at the end suggesting a point of exit or a new area of conflict. From a seated position, one individual remarked that they would likely be more careful after being hit a few times, a sinister chuckle punctuating the statement. Mr. Kim stood over a kneeling figure, demanding to know if they had struck his employee, his tone laced with menace. The kneeling person looked up, their face contorted in shock and disbelief at the accusation. An announcement was made. The association is suspending dungeon distribution to Beach Guild, effective immediately, with Deputy Director Kong Hyung-won providing more details. Someone expressed outrage, questioning why the association was now involved in subjugations, revealing a deeper conflict and a sense of betrayal. A hand stretches out, reaching for a shimmering, blue interface, as if to grasp the very threads of reality. Leader Shim Hyun-soo brutally slams a man's head down, the sound of impact echoing through the scene. A simmering rage begins to surface, fueled by the events that have befallen his employees. His teeth gritted, he declares that he has no time for the fallout, so he will spare their lives. Mr. Kim's eyes glow with an ominous red light as he warns that someone of a much higher rank will be handling the subjugation. He commands them to be prepared. Inside an office, a man explains that he understands the situation, but their branch office lacks the manpower to handle the subjugation on their own. He states that it's time to choose between Beach Guild and them. The woman in the office responds that if they maintain their contract, they will solve the structural problems within their branch office, of course, at no additional cost. Meanwhile, a man in a suit expresses surprise, noting that he is here and that it's further than he thought it would be. He wonders if what is happening is even possible. A woman is shocked, exclaiming, "Why you are?" She recognizes team leader Kim Min-ju from the Seoul headquarters. Director Lee states that it has been a while, noting that the other person is a vice president now, right? Shim Hyun-soo greets someone as Hyung-nim, identifying himself and asking how they have been. A disembodied voice cuts through the silence, questioning the unfolding events. A response echoes, laced with false joviality, claiming a simple desire to catch up. Mr. Kim, phone pressed to his ear, chuckles, his words dripping with condescension. "You're as perceptive as ever." The conversation shifts to Karma Corporation, identified as the company that dispatches Kim Jun-woo's team. A man in a gray hoodie lies defeated on the ground, as another man states, "We had some friction." Despair hangs heavy as the distressed man laments the loss of dungeon access, questioning how ordinary people can survive under such circumstances. A sinister grin spreads across the grinning man's face, hinting at cruel intentions. The message is clear: Kim Jun-woo is finished. Mr. Kim spoke into the phone, relaying that they seem to have contacted the company where Kim Jun-woo worked. The man on the floor admitted it was annoying, wishing he had the power to kick them out of there. Mr. Kim inquired about stopping the cleaning company from working with the guild. A sinister grin spread across the man's face as he considered if it would be difficult to tell the guild that the external cleaning team company had not proven its expertise. The unseen figure suggested using their expertise to ask them to reconsider the contract. A phone screen displayed a message from Director Choi Ho-sung, stating he was busy setting up a training center for the operations team and to contact him later. The man on the phone chuckled, stating he understood and would contact him later. The man's sinister grin widened, hinting at the schemes brewing in his mind. The woman with long black hair looks down, a slight downturn to her lips hinting at displeasure. Behind her, a man wonders aloud if something happened during the meeting, questioning her pouty expression. Soyeon walks away, leaving the man to think that she is really something. In the background, two figures whisper, one asking if the other has any friends in the association. The whispering continues as a chaotic scene unfolds, depicting people escaping a building. The whispering persists, juxtaposed with a scene of someone lying in bed, confessing, "I am lonely," in a chat window. The woman with short reddish-brown hair exclaims too, as the woman with long black hair stands with her arms crossed, a man in a black suit standing beside her. A voice complains about the lack of contact since someone left, accusing them of becoming cocky. Soyeon, arms crossed and a slight smile playing on her lips, declares it's time to get down to business, promising to brief them on the meeting contents. The average difficulty of dungeons appearing in Sunshin is blue, with higher-level dungeons occasionally being yellow level, but not too difficult. The number of dungeons reaches about 150 per month, including the outskirts, meaning the weekly allocation is between 25 and 30. The team size is far less than at the headquarters, with only 4 operation teams, excluding mercenaries. The biggest problem is the many new hunters due to the branch's nature, so the operation efficiency is not good. Most of them are newly assigned to the branch, and few want to work in the countryside for the rest of their lives. As soon as they become a little skilled, they all go to big branches like Seoul or the metropolitan cities. For now, the team will support the subjugation for a week to put out the urgent fire. And then, we will need your help, teacher. Now you're asking me openly. The situation isn't good. Don't worry about that. We will solve the fundamental problem. There's one way to solve all of this. She offered an apology, her expression unreadable as the man in the red jacket stood silently beside her. The plan was to establish an association operations team rookie training center, a new initiative taking shape. 3 months later, the location was selected, but the project's approval remained uncertain as they stood before the building. The recruitment strategy involved dedicating 1 month per quarter for career recruitment, which should provide enough people, and the dungeon difficulty was set to low. The woman with brown hair expressed a sentiment, stating that it would be fine if it were possible. The discussion continued, focusing on the fact that the profit remained the same whether it was practice or operation, and the question of whether it would be approved. The training center project was under consideration, but the project itself may be difficult to realize. Word had spread that director Choi Ho-sung was recently pushing for the Songnam branch. Soyeon looked concerned, knowing the construction of the training center for the operations team was underway. The authority of his due restriction was mentioned, along with the idea of him pushing for something. The man in close-up had a realization, thinking to himself that something was right. Choi Ho-sung must have started receiving all sorts of lobbying and pushing for the Bunang side by now, probably. He assures someone that he will try to persuade him, then asks Ms. Ah-young for a business plan. In the meantime, Kim Min-ju is instructed to keep going out to support, and the schedule adjustment is being discussed. Someone asks if they should ask team leader Paeon about that matter. The group continues to walk, seemingly heading towards a meeting or appointment. It has been a while since someone has seen everyone's faces, implying a reunion or a long period of separation. A man erupts in anger, demanding to know what someone means, his face contorted in rage. Han Sang-hyuk mentions that he has already looked into a suitable location, suggesting the training center should be built in the Songnam branch. Someone slams their hand on the table, declaring that they're going to push for the Suncheon branch instead. Someone heard that the lack of personnel in the operations team makes them too dependent on the guilds. The man with the eye patch says he also heard that all sorts of problems are arising because of that, and the association branches have their pride. Han Sang-hyuk asks why there is something that someone doesn't like, his expression showing concern. The man tells himself to calm down, not wanting to show his emotions, trying to regain control. He is told to control his emotions, but the pressure is mounting. Han Sang-hyuk questions his authority to push for the training center's construction. He believes his observations should carry weight. Another voice suggests building in the Songnam branch, but questions arise about sticking to Songnam when other places are more urgent. Mr. Kim points out that a contract hasn't even been signed with a construction company, and nothing has been finalized. Mr. Kim wonders aloud if someone receives something in return for pushing the Songnam branch. The man with the eye patch's expression turns murderous as he considers the implications. Han Sang-hyuk denies receiving anything in return, his face betraying nothing. The discussion shifts, and the group decides to push for Suncheon instead. The two men sit in silence, the tension palpable as Mr. Kim agrees, but something is clearly amiss. Frustration boils over, resulting in a violent slam. Han Sang-hyuk privately fumes about the old man, seeing him as a beggar. He reaffirms his promise with the Songnam branch manager. Construction has already begun, a holographic display showing the progress. Mr. Kim considered the signed contract and the rebate he had received. Now, the location was in question. He had agreed at the time, but arguing with unreasonable logic could lead to trouble. If this continued, Director Choi Ho-sung would not only have to return the rebate, but might also face liquidated damages. His position might even be in danger. He gripped his pen tightly, contemplating the situation. A man with blonde hair answered his phone, a wide grin on his face. "It's me," he said. That was secondary, but it seemed like a training center would be built in the Suncheon branch. The man sat with 2 others. He asked what they were talking about all of a sudden. He had just heard about it himself, so they should listen quietly. Director Choi Ho-sung listened intently. The man on the phone looked up, his expression serious. Someone must have whispered to the president. The timing was also strange. As soon as the company and the branch were about to end, the president moved himself. He asked if they thought it was a coincidence, wondering who the hell they had offended. A recruitment poster was displayed. He told them to find a way to stop the training center from entering the Suncheon branch. The others wondered what power they had. He sits, listening to the instructions being relayed. The problem, he's told, is a lack of people and average dungeon difficulty at that branch. The man on the phone describes the potential influx of hunters. He imagines hundreds staying there every day because of the training center. Mr. Kim, on the phone, asks a pointed question. Does the person on the other end think they'll need to assign dungeons to him? The voice insists that there is no reason to stop them. They ask, with a hint of desperation, if they will, right? The unseen speaker demands they be stopped, no matter what, even if it means protesting or laying down in front of the branch. The man promises that if they stop them, he'll do whatever he was asked to do before. The stakes are clearly high. Rage boils over as someone is accused of making the speaker look like an idiot. They are frustrated that the conversation has drifted elsewhere. A desperate ultimatum is delivered with a shout. If they both want to live, something must be done. The person on the phone appears distressed, their expression conveying a sense of being overwhelmed by the situation. A simple, yet weighty, acknowledgement. Understood. The message is clear. The construction of the training center is an act that will kill everyone. The stakes are life and death. The signs declare the training center evil, urging people to save citizens and resolutely oppose its construction. The crowd's unified voice booms, fueled by distrust. They refuse to entrust their lives to untested hunters, demanding immediate withdrawal. The megaphone amplifies the protesters' resolve. They're determined to oppose the construction of the training center, their voices ringing out. The protesters feel abandoned, despite their sacrifices. They risked their lives and remained loyal, only to be left behind. Kim Jun-woo, the former director of operations, is now using his wealth and fame. The crowd outside the building makes their presence known. The protesters believe an association is killing the citizens. They claim it's taking away the guild's profits, which are run by the citizens. Kang Hyung-won and Kim Jun-woo are targeted by the protesters. They demand the immediate withdrawal of the Suncheon Training Center's construction. The man in the suit appears troubled, his expression hinting at unspoken concerns as he contemplates the situation. The man's thoughts are cut off as he begins to say, "It's not just." The woman with black hair explains that the protesters have reached out and brought all sorts of civic groups with them. The protesters want to give the impression that they are a big company with a lot of money, if anyone sees them. Someone is urgently asking for Jun-woo's location. They report that protesters are gathering in front of the branch, and it looks like the guilds are up in arms. The woman with brown hair realizes the implications of the situation, stating, "So that's how it is." A message is sent, the words contained within promising swift arrival. A sleek, black car pulls into view, its arrival noted by the woman with pink hair. Mr. Kim emerges from the vehicle, offering an explanation for his tardiness. The two women react to the arrival, one with shock, the other with a wide, expectant smile. Kim Min-ju greets Mr. Kim, while another man expresses his disappointment at being ignored. Mr. Kim strides forward, eager to begin the negotiation without delay. The man in the black suit stood, hands casually in his pockets. His presence commanded attention. All eyes were on Mr. Kim as he addressed the room. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The man with the beard listened intently. He had heard that Kim Jun-woo would no longer be affiliated with the association. Director Lee, a big shot in the association, had come personally. Even Vice Guild Master Cha Suk-hyun of Aries Guild was present. The man with red hair was visibly upset. He hadn't heard about this happening from Choi Ho-sung. Even if it was a region with low dungeon difficulty, they couldn't leave the subjugation to rookie hunters. The citizens would be in danger. Bravo Guild, led by Guild Master Kim Sang-woo, stood ready to face the challenges ahead. The man with the serious expression spoke frankly. They were worried that their rice bowls would be taken away once they built the training center. To get to the point, the Suncheon branch would no longer be assigning dungeons to private guilds. The man with the distressed expression seemed to be on edge, his face etched with worry. Even so, to do this so suddenly, Yunju Cha, Guildmaster of the Weavers Guild, felt they should have been given time to prepare. As everyone is aware, the association considers the branches to be more important than the guilds themselves. Mr. Kim states that they have no intention of withdrawing from the construction of the training center, even for the sake of the guilds. He emphasizes that this is why he is here, for the sake of the Suncheon branch. A woman questions if the association, which has signed cooperation agreements with guilds in Seoul, will ignore the local guilds. A man states that this is why he's here. He adds that even if he's not the one who manages the guilds nationwide, he can help in plans to reach out to all guilds in Suncheon and branches nationwide. The reason for building the training center is because the Beach Guild is exclusively receiving the allocation. Therefore, Bravo and the Weavers Guild propose to continue guild operations by formally contracting with branches that are lacking in subjugation personnel. Another woman yells, asking about their guild master Cha Suk-hyun. Someone asks Hyun-soo if it's true that he has been demanding guild development fund all this time. He vehemently denied the accusation, sweat beading on his brow as he spoke. His hands gripped the table, knuckles white with tension. A voice cut through the air, inquiring, "Have you ever heard of the guild development fund?" The voice continued, suggesting that he might not be familiar with it. The man in the suit stood among others, listening intently to the exchange. Kim Jun-woo looked up at the man, a mixture of defiance and uncertainty in his eyes. He explained that it was a fund where people in the industry voluntarily donate, even small amounts. He added that even for external companies, it was good to maintain a good relationship with the guilds. Mr. Kim spoke sternly, reminding him that collecting the guild development fund was officially prohibited and that he had heard about the harassment of their cleaners. The man's face filled the panel, his expression dark as he declared it a criminal act. His voice boomed, questioning how they could be trusted with dungeons in the future. Mr. Kim stated that it didn't happen just once or twice, and that they couldn't just stand by and watch this. The cloaked figure declared that the Beach Guild would be excluded from the dungeon distribution list nationwide. The man's face contorted in rage, his teeth grinding together. A voice demanded to know what authority someone had to stop the dungeon distribution. The angry man shouted that he was going to Director Choi Ho-sung. The director claimed he didn't know anything about this situation. Mr. Kim stood over a man in a gray hoodie who was lying on the ground. Mr. Kim stated that he had checked and confirmed the situation, adding that the director shared their opinion on the construction of the training center and the distribution of dungeons. A heavy silence fell. The man in the gray hoodie fell to his knees with a thud. Kneeling before Mr. Kim, he begged for forgiveness, promising never to do it again. Mr. Kim walked away, leaving the kneeling man behind. He was Guild Master Sim Hyun-soo. Sim Hyun-soo remained kneeling, utterly defeated. He grips Sim Hyun-soo's face, his expression a mix of anger and disappointment. Sim Hyun-soo, face contorted, demands to know if such actions were necessary against his employees. He looks furious. Mr. Kim assures him that they will pay the full penalty for canceling the dungeon distribution this month. He says to think of it as the Guild Development Fund. Mr. Kim concludes the negotiation, stating that if there are no objections, they may leave. He stands tall, exuding authority. Meanwhile, as planned, a training center for the operations team and a dormitory for trainees were built in the Suncheon branch. The building stands tall against the sky. Veteran hunters from each branch were dispatched to the training center as instructors. The center is modern and well-equipped. It became a mandatory place for new hunters, allowing them to sufficiently fill their subjugation quota through practical training. The new hunters had no chance of causing problems. Thanks to that, the civic groups that had been complaining about the lack of progress became quiet. A chibi figure is carried on another's shoulders. Kim Min-ju's contribution was significant. As expected, she showed great results after being dispatched as a senior instructor. She had asked them to grant her one favor in return for paying off their debt, and she asked them to go on an operation together without hesitation. One of the figures in uniform thinks that he'll have to wear the cleaning clothes again. They stand in formation. The figures march forward in unison, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Frustration boils over, the unseen character venting their rage at the ruined landscape. The figures discuss the dire situation, the Beach Guild teetering on the brink of collapse as members withdraw. He grits his teeth, a burning desire for revenge consuming him. He won't let the stabbing go unpunished. A plan takes shape, a promise to hunt down the one in the back and uncover their secrets. The sound of impact echoes as someone is struck, leaving another to question the boss's well-being. Consumed by a foul mood, he vows to kill Minho, his anger reaching a boiling point. Confusion and shock register on his face, the sudden revelation leaving him stunned. A figure emerges from the shadows, their white hair a stark contrast to the darkness. Speaking to Wai Yong, the character's intentions remain shrouded in mystery, the glowing eyes of the cat adding to the intrigue. He grabs the other's face, his rage focused on Minho, a promise of violence hanging in the air. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he silences any potential outcry. The snake head, stained with blood, breaks the silence. It wonders how everyone has been doing lately. Han Sang-hyuk reports that everything is fine at the Gangnam branch. The dungeons they're working on aren't too difficult, so they're making good progress. The team reports that they don't have any problems either. Receiving part of the contract fee in byproducts isn't bad either. The team received an inquiry from the Jeonju branch. They asked if they could cut up the bodies a little smaller, but the team finds it difficult with their current equipment. Han Sang-hyuk assures them that they will provide them with what they need. Han Sang-hyuk asks if there is anything else, any difficulties or suggestions. He encourages everyone to please feel free to speak up. A man raises his hand, hesitating to speak. He begins to say, I. Soyeon raises her hand, interrupting the man. She looks expectantly at Han Sang-hyuk. Han Sang-hyuk nods to Soyeon, giving her permission to speak. Yes, Soyeon, go ahead. Soyeon asks if he can please refill the snacks in the break room. Han Sang-hyuk responds that she is quite straightforward and that he got it. Soyeon is excited and pumps her fist. Han Sang-hyuk looks on with a neutral expression. A disembodied voice demands a new game console be installed. Another suggests replacing the chairs with something better. A calm voice interjects, telling them to take it easy. Soyeon asks Han Sang-hyuk if this is it. A woman in black questions if that is really it. Soyeon tells someone she refers to as teacher that they need to come here for a moment. They have found the body of a monster they've never seen before. The monster's skull is examined, and it is noted that it was already dead when they found it. The woman in black, along with Soyeon and Han Sang-hyuk, stand over the corpse, wondering if they should dissect the slime-like creature. A close-up reveals the monster's eye. A strange, striped object is surrounded by a red liquid. A woman with orange hair screams in terror as a figure looms behind her. Before them looms a monstrous, striped, tree-like figure, radiating an ominous presence. The situation unfolds as expected, but one can't help but question the nature of the bizarre entity before them. A student asks their teacher about the creature, who identifies it as a demon-shaped monster, impossible to dissect using conventional methods. The group observes the monster, aware of the danger it poses, as it is said to melt anything it touches. The group remains, dwarfed by the sheer scale and ominous presence of the monster before them. Damn it, he thinks, the fact that this monster was discovered means something dire. That day was finally upon him. Near Seoul Siocho Station, before the regression, he stands in the place where all of his comrades died before his eyes. The figure crashes down, the impact echoing through the alley. His expression hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The hooded figure confronts someone, demanding to know what their problem is. A pair of hands reach for a cat, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Confusion hangs in the air. He silences any further questions with a chilling chill. His eyes widen in disbelief, the realization hitting him hard. The men question the kid's sanity, wondering if he knows who they are. They consider teaching him a lesson. Standing over the fallen figure, one of the men declares him lucky to escape this time. The boss is urged to let the punk go, but another man claims to recognize him. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he reveals that Yang Minho is wanted with a bounty of 200 million. Before handing him over, they acknowledge Yang Minho's strength and discuss how to suppress him. A disembodied voice promises to sever an arm and a leg. Two figures survey the scene. One remarks on the unfortunate mess before them. Yang Minho is shocked that Choi Ho-sung managed to survive. The figure holding the weapon wonders if the bounty will be reduced due to the loss of limbs. The figure in the dark outfit calls someone a beggar nobleman. Yang Minho apologizes, explaining that he couldn't just leave after what happened. A blue energy washes over the scene. Someone cries out in pain. Two figures react with shock and horror. A hand reaches out amidst the chaos. The figure with white hair is surrounded by a blue aura. A hand glows with blue energy. He stands firm, the man in the black hoodie issuing a stern warning. He tells him to watch his mouth. The man looks up, a silent question forming in his mind. Mr. Kim grips Yang Minho by the neck, his expression cold and menacing. Mr. Kim's face looms closer as he announces that they finally meet. A black cat watches from behind. The man with silver hair is told that he has a reputation for meddling. A skill activates, the words marionette appearing in a digital display. Mr. Kim extends his hand, purple energy swirling around it. He complains about working overtime at the association. The black cat speaks, mentioning the trouble of cleaning up after what he did to Jang Yul. The man with silver hair is warned that Mark is looking for him, his expression hardening. Mr. Kim's eyes glow as he declares that this is the last chance they are giving him. The date is marked, and the mission is set for the youngest A-rank team, 2 leader, Kim Junwoo. Team leader Kim Junwoo is informed that the briefing will begin now, and someone responds with a simple okay. Monsters continued to pour out, and there was no boss present. It wasn't the usual dungeon structure, so they had to stop the monsters. It was an impossible dungeon to clear, and the dimension itself seemed unstable, like a passage connected to hell. Finally, those monsters are vulnerable. With holy magic, the briefing is over, and a monster pleads for someone to end its suffering. The monster's face is covered in blood, a testament to the brutal battle. A man stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. The scene shifts to day 1 of the Regan dungeon, marking the beginning of a grueling ordeal. Amidst the fallen, someone laments the loss of their most beloved junior. The scene shifts again to day 2 of the Regan dungeon, the situation seemingly worsening. It was no longer a dungeon, but simply a disaster where operations and plans were useless. A grotesque monster looms, a symbol of the disaster that the dungeon has become. A monstrous figure descends, its claws outstretched, ready to strike. The air crackles with ominous energy. The protagonist shouts, relaying dire news. The second platoon has been wiped out, and they need to buy time for a retreat. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily. The silence speaks volumes of the fear and desperation. Another cries out, alerting Lee Soo-young to the unfolding disaster. The team leader is now the focus of their desperation. The order is given, retreat. They must fall back to the gate, holding off the enemy as best they can. Panic sets in as the team scrambles to escape. The ground trembles with each step as they flee the unseen horror. A desperate plea echoes through the chaos. Survival is the only objective now, a stark reminder of their mortality. Priorities are shouted amidst the chaos. The priest classes must be protected, and the mage classes need support. Acknowledge, the order is received. The team prepares to execute the desperate plan. The monstrous presence looms, a terrifying reminder of the overwhelming odds they face. What can they do? He declares that he will handle the situation, urging his comrades to retreat. A selfless act in the face of annihilation. Charging forward, the protagonist prepares to confront the monstrous threat, a lone figure against impossible odds. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The monstrous figure looms, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Kim Jun-woo stands defiant, remembering those he lost, friends who had prepared for the hunter exam with him since childhood. A surge of power courses through him as he activates Holy Blessing. He charges forward, fueled by grief and determination. A primal scream tears from his throat, a roar of defiance. He recalls fighting with the determination of dying. The hunter cuts again, his blade a streak of light. Slashed again, the blade finds its mark. Surrounded, he faces the horde, a lone warrior against impossible odds. He moved as fast as he could, a whirlwind of steel and fury. His teammates, with the same determination, died all around him. He is beset by a monstrous foe, the impact sending sprays of blood into the air. The hunter's face contorts in a scream, his eyes burning with an inner light. 3 days had passed since the fight against the monsters began, yet the dungeon entrance remained out of reach, and Seoul's collapse seemed inevitable. Support arrived from national branches and guilds, and little by little, the areas taken over by the monsters were reclaimed. Soon, they reached the dungeon entrance once more, only for the dungeon to vanish on its own. It was over, but there was no joy, no relief, only the heavy weight of what remained. They hadn't won. The fight had merely reached a standstill, leaving them exhausted and depleted. They had barely survived, the city looming behind them as a silent testament to their struggle. He stood amidst the carnage, a solitary figure amidst the fallen. The cleanup personnel arrived, a grim task awaiting them amidst the devastation. The dungeon cleanup team inquired where they should begin their grim work. The cleanup crew looked up, awaiting instructions in the desolate landscape. His hand, stained crimson, trembled slightly in the aftermath. He stared intently, his expression dark as he questioned if they were affiliated with the association. The cleanup crew confirmed their affiliation, their faces unreadable. He demanded to know where they had been until things had deteriorated so severely. He looked down on them, his thoughts betraying his disappointment. Useless. He knew he was merely venting, his frustration boiling over. Reason had abandoned him. He knew it wasn't their fault, but the anger remained. He couldn't suppress the surge of anger that coursed through him. His name echoes in the empty space, a question hanging in the air. Junwa's name is called out, a sense of urgency laced within the tone. The silence is broken only by the faint hum of the city outside. The woman with brown hair tilts her head, noticing his distant gaze. She asks what's wrong. She notes that something must have happened. His expression is so dark. He dismisses her concern, saying it's nothing. The fact that the disaster struck suddenly before his regression was only a month away started to complicate his mind. Because it was the only dungeon he failed to subjugate during his active duty. He thinks back, his brow furrowed in concentration, the weight of the past pressing down on him. This dungeon is impossible to subjugate. When it first appeared in South America 40 years ago, there was no information because the subjugation system was not yet in place. Immediately after recalling this disaster from his previous life, he tried to ask the association president to summon all operation teams nationwide to Seoul in a month. But he said that it is legally prohibited for more than 15 operation teams to gather in one place in case of an emergency. He acknowledges that he has no choice but to handle things himself. The hunter realizes he has a lot of work ahead of him. The woman in the business suit states that she will make time if she can, standing in front of a large stack of papers. That's great, she says, requesting that he make her some weapons. About 5 or 6 kinds, she specifies, including a holy attribute saber and chain road. The woman's expression shifts to one of annoyance, her face reddening as she remains silent. He questions why they suddenly need weapons, reminding her that they are a cleaning company. Furthermore, he is not even affiliated with the association right now. The woman in the business suit asks if he had an interview today. He responds that he doesn't think so, looking down at the papers in his hands. A foot presses down, the sound of something breaking under the pressure. A voice murmurs in response. A man in a suit peers into the room, wondering aloud if he should apply to be a cleaner. The text reveals the man's name, Lim Dongbin. In dungeon cleaning, monsters are broadly classified into 3 categories: armored, skinned, and skinless. Armored monsters have hard shells, while skinned monsters have soft skin like humanoid monsters. Soyeon wonders if skeletons or ghost monsters don't have skin. The man with short brown hair confirms that is correct, standing amidst the corpses. The disassembly method is different for each category, but since this is a humanoid monster, they disassemble it starting with the head. A skinned monster's corpse lies discarded on the ground, its features grotesque and lifeless. Soyeon looks surprised, her hands clasped together as she listens to the man with short brown hair. The man with short brown hair confirms Soyeon's statement, agreeing with her assessment. The man with short brown hair kneels beside a headless corpse, a voice wondering if he's really going to be a cleaner. The man with short brown hair is told that he has a good understanding of dungeons and monsters because he's from the operations team leader position. The man with short brown hair remarks that he didn't know that dungeon cleaning was such a systematically organized job, and that it wasn't like this from the beginning. The man with short brown hair is told that their CEO analyzed, classified, and manualized it himself when he started the company. The man with short brown hair stares intently, his expression unreadable. She stood beside Mr. Kim as he spoke with a man, the details of their conversation yet unknown. The scene shifted, revealing two figures kneeling before Mr. Kim, the weight of the moment palpable. Mr. Kim recalled, when Lim Dongbin came to the office yesterday and said he wanted to apply for the cleaning team, I honestly thought he was joking. It was understandable, he mused, considering Dongbin had been kicked out a few months prior for trying to sabotage the cleaning team. Mr. Kim thought, who would believe that he would now come and want to join the cleaning team? He continued his internal monologue. Anyway, I couldn't just turn away someone who came for an interview, so I had a few words with him. It turned out that Dongbin had been having a pretty hard time lately, no longer able to work as a hunter since his rank had been revoked. So, Mr. Kim recalled, Dongbin said he joined a guild and worked as an operation planner. Of course, it was rumored that Dongbin had been disciplined and fired from that position as well, so he couldn't even dream of joining a large guild. And he said he just kept moving from one small guild to another, Mr. Kim thought, his expression unreadable. Mr. Kim admitted to himself, I didn't want to sympathize with him, but I realized that there is no point in differentiating between important and unimportant tasks. Those words of Dongbin, after all, we are all just doing what we are capable of, made Mr. Kim decide to hire him. Mr. Kim reviews a document, the sound of the paper crisp in the quiet room. The document lays flat, its contents obscured from immediate view. Elsewhere, Mr. Kim asks Lim Dongbin how he is finding the work so far. Lim Dongbin replies that it's not bad, just work, as Soyeon listens. Soyeon informs Lim Dongbin that he will likely be assigned to Team 1, led by team leader Moon Soyeon, and asks if that is okay. Lim Dongbin responds with a simple, of course. Mr. Kim acknowledges that it won't be easy to adjust to the new job, but they are planning to expand the team soon, encouraging him to work hard. Soyeon adds that they will put him in charge of the next team, so he should just bear with it until then. Someone nearby asks what they're talking about so soon. Mr. Kim tells Lim Dongbin that he believes in him. Lim Dongbin remains silent, his expression unreadable. Soyeon thanks Mr. Kim for saying that and excuses herself to attend another training session. Mr. Kim urges the others to keep up the good work as they walk through a grand archway. The sound of their footsteps echoes through the stone corridor. Elsewhere, Soyeon sits at a cafe, pondering a question. A man with a drink observes that someone seems to be working hard. He reflects on the new team members' potential, hoping they can be trained into a core asset, but cautions against jokes. A man in a suit urgently asks what has been discovered about the insider. A figure recalls a saying about doing whatever one can, without differentiating between important and unimportant tasks. The man remembers director Ho Sung's sayings before his regression. The saying emphasizes not hesitating to do any dirty work if it benefits them. If Dongbin hadn't said that last thing, he would have been suspicious, but now he's sure. The fact that he appeared spouting that saying is significant. The connection between Dongbin and Choi Ho Sung was clear, but the details remained elusive. The weight of their past seemed to burden the man in the foreground, as the other two watched over him. Soyeon inquired if there had been an investigation into the matter. Mr. Kim confirmed that they were seniors and juniors in college. The past revealed a meeting and alumni gathering after Choi Ho Sung joined the control team. Dongbin, after registering as a hunter, received help from Choi Ho Sung. Mr. Kim explained that this was how he was able to build up such an incredible track record as a newbie. The question lingered. Didn't Choi Ho Sung do anything when Dongbin was about to be fired? Mr. Kim stated that Choi Ho Sung was the kind of guy who would mercilessly cut off his tail if he thought it would harm him. Soyeon wondered if it was possible he didn't come here. Soyeon questioned whether Dongbin truly wanted to work as a cleaner himself. A sinister grin spread across the man's face, hinting at hidden intentions. Mr. Kim suggested there might have been some kind of deal, perhaps asking him to dig up something in exchange for his return. Soyeon asked if they had something like that. Mr. Kim's expression hardened. Honestly, there was something to be concerned about. The potential repercussions weighed heavily, as using the association funds would be an enormous risk. It wouldn't just be a minor issue. It would escalate into a huge scandal, ultimately amounting to embezzlement. In just 4 months, he had gone from a cleaner with a pittance of a salary to being a director, a rise that seemed impossible. No one, not even those closest to him, would be able to understand how he could have possibly started a company on his own. Soyeon expresses her shock, questioning if he's receiving financial support from the association's budget. Mr. Kim is confronted, Soyeon demanding to know why he did it and how she knows about this. Soyeon states that she is in charge of everything from the company's personnel management to accounting, so did he really think she would know? Soyeon assures him not to worry, stating she knows he's not the kind of person who would do this to line his own pockets, and there must be a reason he can't tell her. Mr. Kim listens intently, his expression unreadable. Soyeon continues, suggesting that director Choi Ho-sung is also suspicious of this funding, likely given the circumstances. There's a high probability that Choi Ho-sung planted Dongbin in order to secure clear evidence, which he could either spread to the media or use for blackmail. Soyeon then asks why they don't just not accept Lee Dongbin. The conversation weighs the risk of involving an insider, but the need outweighs the potential danger. The Regan dungeon looms, a silent threat hanging over everything. The unstable dimensional front dissipated after 5 days, its initial chaos subsiding. However, the damage inflicted during those 5 days proved to be truly enormous, a lasting scar. Not only ordinary citizens, but also 40% of the operation team perished at headquarters. Operating with only a lifeline proved difficult, hindering effective response and containment. The International Association seized the opportunity to interfere in the ongoing investigation. Though they didn't officially take over, the International Association acted as a puppet master. The deaths of key forces and the collapse of the association system marked a turning point. The arrogance of top brass, believing they could handle it themselves, contributed to the disaster. Incompetence further exacerbated the situation, compounding the existing challenges and failures. Legally, assembling such teams was only possible when the government declared a state of emergency. The Regan dungeon will naturally disappear in 5 days, so the city of Seoul will be evacuated until then. He stood surrounded by his subordinates, his hands clasped, a silent promise of impending chaos hanging in the air. A sinister smile crept across Mr. Kim's face. Just like in the past, many people will die. The woman with blonde hair watched Mr. Kim, a hint of concern in her eyes. She questioned what he was scheming now. At such a time of dilemma, Mr. Kim's intentions remained obscured, a dark shadow looming over the organization. Elsewhere, someone cursed the intensity of their cleaning work, a sign of the chaos to come. He wondered how much harder it would be when he actually started working, if this was just training. He resolved to hold on, seeing this as an opportunity he couldn't miss, whatever the cost. A man in a gray suit walks his dog, checking his phone with a neutral expression. A woman in a gray suit walks away, seemingly after a training session. On the phone, a man reports that his training is finished and he's on his way home. The person on the other end of the line asks how he feels and if he was caught, expressing disbelief that they could be suspected. Mr. Kim speaks into his phone, telling the person to hang in there and that he'll secure a spot for them at headquarters once he gets the funding details. The man on the other end hesitates, addressing Mr. Kim as senior, and seems to be considering a dangerous possibility. The man on the phone is told that what he's suggesting is not possible, his eyes widening in disbelief. He wonders aloud, what if it were true, even just once, and what would happen if it wasn't? Mr. Kim insists that there's no way it could be true, but he is getting more suspicious. The man is told to stop thinking weird thoughts and focus on his work. The man on the phone simply replies that he understands. The phone lies on the seat of the car. The conversation concluded. He seemed lost in thought, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. A phone was clutched tightly in a hand, the screen reflecting the dim light. Lim Dongbin sat heavily on the bench, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. Mr. Kim spoke, his voice firm. Choi Ho-sung isn't someone to be taken lightly, even compared to Seo Min-cheol. Doubt gnawed at him. Could he really trust him? The man's expression is unreadable as he stares down at his phone. Choi Ho-sung sits alone on a park bench, lost in thought. Someone can't believe what they are seeing, staring at the city skyline. The man in the suit gazes out the window, his back turned. The unseen speaker declares that he has no other choice. Mr. Kim's expression is grim as he considers the consequences. If he doesn't do as he's told, he'll have to stay as a cleaner. The door closes with a soft thud, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. The woman asks, what is it, as she hears that the task force's suppression rate is too high. The woman states that it's increased by 30% compared to before and wonders if that's too much. Mr. Kim questions if this isn't a workload that can be handled with the current number of task force and guild personnel. The man expresses his annoyance that the task force leader is complaining about the suppression rate, wondering if he is the association ace. The suited man sighs, acknowledging their situation. However, he notes the cleaning team can't keep up with the current workload, something clearly troubling him. He seems to be in deep thought, wondering if the plan focusing on the task force is the reason for their current predicament. Mr. Kim presses the issue, questioning why there haven't been any problems until now, his tone laced with suspicion. Soyeon counters, stating that it's not that there are no problems, but that problems are gradually arising, her expression serious. Frustration mounts, his eyes narrowing with barely contained anger at the situation. Mr. Kim acknowledges everyone is working hard, but warns that if this continues, it will only get harder. He then demands to know what that has to do with Soyeon. He challenges her, asking if she is the task force leader, to which she responds with a hesitant, yes? Mr. Kim questions what the cleaning team's struggles have to do with her, implying it's their responsibility to manage the difficulty themselves. Soyeon retorts that they're not the only ones in the main office, suggesting that the problems extend beyond just their team. Mr. Kim dismisses this, stating that the rest of them were just attached to them to hunt down the monsters, implying they are not truly part of the team. Soyeon clarifies that they're not going with them, they're just supporting them, further emphasizing the separation between the two groups. Soyeon explains that the cleaning team is working day and night, but the work is piling up and requests an increase in cleaning team members to prevent accidents. If the task proves too difficult, the suggestion is made to hire a dispatch company. The details of a dark suit and tie are highlighted, a symbol of authority and control. Mr. Kim questions if Kim Junwoo instructed her to say that, but Soyeon firmly states that she made the decision herself. Mr. Kim contemplates the evidence of Dongbin's embezzlement, seeing it as a matter of time before the association falls into his hands. He considers taking a step back. Soyeon believes it will be a loss not to be on good terms with this man, her expression unreadable. Mr. Kim instructs a representative to look into it, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. The main office, a place he hadn't entered in a long time after leaving his job, now looms before him. Meanwhile, a man stands with a woman, a strange feeling washing over him as they observe the scene. He thought they would be the first to offer him a contract over there, a smirk playing on his lips. To be honest, he was a little surprised, seeing this as literally an opportunity. Mr. Kim reflects on the rumors that cleaning team dispatch companies are becoming popular among the branches. He never thought that the representative would be his predecessor, considering it an honor. He introduces himself as a company representative, inviting open discussion. Junwoo then steers the conversation towards business, inquiring about a preferred dispatch period. Mr. Kim admits his unfamiliarity with the workings of the cleaning team. He seems to be at a disadvantage in this negotiation. The unseen speaker suggests adjusting the terms for optimal team efficiency. The details of the contract are becoming clearer. The cleaning teams are shown working diligently, averaging 3 dungeons per day. Each team is currently occupied with their duties. Junwoo proposes a contract for 10 dispatches per month, favoring their side. The negotiation continues to tilt in his favor. The focus shifts to the contract details, with the looming question, what will it cost? The tension rises as the financial implications come into play. Mr. Kim reacts with shock, his expression betraying his surprise at the proposed cost. The numbers are clearly higher than he anticipated. His shock morphs into displeasure, a clear sign that he's not happy with the terms. The negotiation has hit a snag. Junwoo observes that Mr. Kim can't hide his true feelings. The antagonist then asks if there are any specific teams in mind for the contract. A voice declares that any team is acceptable. The focus seems to be on securing the contract, regardless of the specific personnel involved. Junwoo smiles, a subtle indication of his satisfaction with the direction of the negotiation. He seems to be in control. Mr. Kim asks if it will be a new team, but then quickly dismisses his own concern. He says not to worry, hinting at something hidden. He was thinking about Dongbin, the team's leader, a veteran of the dungeon floor. What was he planning? A sinister smile crept across his face, a hint of the machinations brewing within. Mr. Kim never thought he would have to send Dongbin. This way, he could easily contact him without arousing suspicion. Still, even though it's a main office job, wasn't a rookie still a rookie, even if they're from the task force leader? But then again, he must be someone the representative, who was a legend in the association, recommended. Mr. Kim stated, I'll trust you. Mr. Kim urged, work fast. I like it. He admitted to having a lot to think about lately, so his head had been hurting. Mr. Kim observed the position of branch director was a very demanding one, indeed. A sinister grin spread across Mr. Kim's face. Shouldn't he help him with these worries? Kim Junwoo thought to himself, idiot. Mr. Kim asked if they should make the payment date at the end of the month. Kim Junwoo responded, whatever you want. Wouldn't it be a bad condition for them if they sent team leader Dongbin to the main office? It would be easier to contact him if they were closer. One person asked if the other heard that, and the other responded that they could not hear it even if they tried. The woman with short orange hair confronts Junwoo Kim, her voice rising with each word. She demands to know what he's hiding from her. He remains silent, and the woman with short orange hair states that even if he told her, she wouldn't believe him. Frustration boils over as the woman with short orange hair stomps her foot. The sound echoes in the room, a sharp punctuation to her building anger. Her patience snapping, the woman lashes out, kicking Junwoo Kim sharply in the leg. The attack is swift and unexpected. The hunter crumples, clutching his leg in pain. A visible wince contorts his features as he absorbs the sudden blow. The woman with short orange hair demands to know if they are not on the same side. She accuses Junwoo Kim of acting like he knows everything. The woman with short orange hair thinks that she needs to know the situation, even if it's just a little bit, so she can prepare what's needed. Pain flares, and Junwoo Kim's expression darkens with anger. For a moment, he considers retaliating with violence. He suppresses the urge, realizing she's not the type to back down if he withholds information. He steels himself, preparing to reveal the truth. Junwoo Kim reveals that a dungeon will appear in Seoul in 3 weeks, a revelation that hangs heavy in the air. The hunter confirms that it is a dangerous dungeon. The woman with short orange hair looks at him with concern. Junwoo Kim explains that the International Association will quickly take over the Korean Association, which is collapsing due to that dungeon. He considered the immediate threat, acknowledging that problems would persist even after the dungeon was dealt with. The woman with pink hair stood amidst the chaos, her expression a mixture of concern and determination as she surveyed the damage. In a brightly lit office, a man and woman discussed their strategy. The woman explained that they couldn't stop the Reagan dungeon, so they needed to minimize the damage. The woman with pink hair accused someone of deliberately letting Choi Ho-sung find evidence. She questioned if they were planning to bring down the president of the association, stating that there's nothing easier to break down than an organization without a leader. Kim Jun-woo's eyes narrowed as he declared it wasn't just the president who would face consequences. The unseen figure revealed their plan, to bring down all the key personnel at the main office that they knew. The woman expressed her shock, calling it betrayal. The man in the black suit responded coldly, stating that it was better than dying. A deep voice, filled with rage, demanded to know what had just been said, the words hanging heavy in the air. The man on the stairs loomed over the pair, his voice laced with menace. He questioned if he had heard correctly that they were going to bring him down. The woman with pink hair, her eyes wide with fear, desperately tried to backtrack. She insisted that wasn't what she meant. The older man with the eye patch exploded in fury, demanding to know what she meant if that wasn't her intention. The older man with the eye patch, his face contorted with rage, accused them of repaying his kindness with betrayal as he activated a skill to summon. He stood bathed in golden light, fury radiating from him. The hunter's voice boomed, accusing those before him of ingratitude. The woman in the beige suit raised her voice, insisting that he was misunderstanding the situation. A large tiger suddenly appeared, licking the woman's face. She looked increasingly uncomfortable with the display of affection. A confused huh echoed in the room. The woman knelt, seemingly frightened by the tiger's actions. The older man with white hair laughed, while the man with dark hair watched with a serious expression. He told the older man to stop the joke, as the woman was getting scared. A voice reassured her not to worry too much, stating that everything had already been discussed. The woman, now blushing intensely, clenched her fist, muttering that she would kill them both. A voice declared that they wouldn't proceed with such an important matter on their own. The man with dark hair stood beside the kneeling woman as the older man with white hair spoke. He remarked on the irony of the situation, stating that she was the one who put him back in the president's seat. A voice declared that she was the one who was going to make him step down. The man with dark hair looked down at the woman with a cold expression, telling her that it might be difficult for her to come back after it was all over. The older man with white hair and an eye patch stated that they wouldn't be around for 1,000 years anyway, and that his time as president of the association had been long enough. He voiced his concern. If he were to fall, there would be no one left to watch the others back. The older man, flanked by an associate and a tiger, dismissed the concern. He didn't need anyone worrying about him. Mr. Kim revealed that he had someone reliable tamper with the records, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The tampering, he clarified, was subtle enough to be discovered if someone truly looked for it. The protagonist, looking up at someone, instructed them to go all out, his expression determined. While Yang and he were away from the company, Dongbin, who was contacted by Choi Ho-sung, should be going through the office computer right now. A bead of sweat trickled down his face, his eyes narrowed in apprehension as he paused in his task. Dongbin was suddenly confronted by a woman who demanded to know what he was doing there, her tone sharp. The man in the suit speaks into his microphone, his expression unreadable. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he grits his teeth. The woman in the black uniform confronts him, her gaze unwavering. What's she doing here? He stammers, shocked to see team leader Leon. Why is she in Leon's office? His anxiety is palpable. In the background, another man speaks urgently on the phone because now is the time for Dongbin. Damn it, Choi Ho-sung. He thought. You said no one would be here. Soyeon's expression hardens. This is not the time for this, she says. Hurry up and get ready. Ready for? What? They're going to be deployed to headquarters in 2 hours. Soyeon clenches her fists, her eyes blazing with determination. They can't let them see us sneaking into headquarters. They have to go and show them how they clean things up. The man's face contorts in a mask of shock and fear, his mouth agape. The news hit hard, the words echoing with disbelief. Before them, the headquarters loomed, a swirling portal of energy crackling. The team received their orders. Sangyo was instructed to adjust the chemical concentration. The man in the black uniform secured the data. He took a copy of all the files on the computer. Mr. Kim eyed the USB drive, contemplating his next move. He wondered why he would trust that human. Mr. Kim instructed Hyung to take care of the perimeter. He thought it was better to hold on to it until his reinstatement was guaranteed. Soyeon responded, acknowledging the instructions. She had been so concentrated, she hadn't heard the calls. A voice instructed them to dismantle everything. They were to properly store the useful materials and take them later. The man in the black uniform seemed to acknowledge something. Soyeon declared she was going to support the boss's room. The team was warned that the boss slime was quite poisonous. Everyone should prepare their gas masks, as he knew from experience. Soyeon, she had been a member of the cleaning team when he was the operation team leader. He had once been the field supervisor, but now the tables had turned. A sense of powerlessness washed over him. Soyeon kept smiling, even though the work was hard. It felt like she was mocking his situation. How good must she feel, using him as she pleases now that she's the team leader? Kim Junwoo knelt on the ground, seething. Yes, this place is a world where the strong eat the weak. It was a simple, brutal truth. Right now, he was the weak one, and Soyeon was the strong one. She must know that too, he thought bitterly. To the top again. The image of Soyeon's smug face fueled his simmering rage. That's when he'd get his revenge for mocking him. The thought solidified in his mind. Now, he stared at the green slime, his expression unreadable. Let's clean up, he muttered, throwing himself into the task with renewed vigor. His body moved naturally, as he was trained to do. Why was he cleaning so well for no reason? It seemed like his distracting thoughts were disappearing, and it was actually kind of fun. He almost smiled. Elsewhere, the team was being thanked for their hard work. The atmosphere was light, but the work never stopped. It seems their work will soon be complete, pending the final report. One of the uniformed men confirms this, while the woman with the bun stands silently behind them. A voice cuts through the relative calm, demanding to know the location of the byproducts. Ah, there they are. Kim Junwoo is seen carrying a green container. The woman with the bun gasps, realizing something is amiss. Where did they go? She exclaims. An unseen figure barks an order. Go back and collect them immediately. Ah, a surge of energy crackles in the air. The dungeon is closed. The woman with the bun looks concerned, glancing at the other uniformed man. An angry man, eyes wide with fury, demands to know why the byproducts weren't collected. He trusted a reputable company, but what is this mess? The woman with the bun states the obvious. That's why he came with them. The figure with the bun hairstyle questions how a former team leader could make such a mistake. The red-haired figure retorts, claiming the other has always chased achievements without real ability. He continues, accusing the other of enjoying the title of team leader without doing anything properly. The red-haired figure demands how the other will take responsibility, threatening subjugation of uncleared dungeons. The figure with short brown hair bows deeply, apologizing and admitting it was his mistake. The field supervisor's lack of attention to potential mistakes on first-time dispatches is discussed. The figure with the bun hairstyle requests that any concerns be addressed directly to her, the team leader. Assurances are given that the cost of the dispatch will be refunded, with support for dungeon subjugation if needed. A close-up focuses on the details of the black uniform. The figure with the bun hairstyle asks Lim Dongbin if he can do something too. The red-haired figure admits to getting emotional without realizing the other person was Lim Dongbin, and that the cleaning is complete except for the byproducts. The figure with the bun hairstyle apologizes again, promising to never make such a mistake and to report the incident to the CEO without fail. She states that if he has to report it to her superiors, he should tell them it was her fault. Soyeon relents, saying she will let it go this time since he said so, but warns that she will report it to the director and cancel the contract if it happens again. Soyeon stands in the background as Lim Dongbin, looking frustrated, tells someone to just leave, stating that it is fair enough. The sound of footsteps echoes as Soyeon and Lim Dongbin walk away down the hallway. Soyeon addresses Lim Dongbin, but her words are cut off. Lim Dongbin exclaims, "Yes," as he feels like he's getting scolded. Soyeon tells him not to be too discouraged and not to take what she said earlier too personally, reminding him that mistakes are normal. Lim Dongbin recalls that he even cried alone once when he got lost on his first dispatch. Lim Dongbin states that he doesn't understand. He thinks about how he was the one who made a mistake, but Soyeon is the one bowing her head. He wonders if she is deliberately trying to cover for her subordinate. Lim Dongbin questions why Soyeon is even comforting him. An unseen figure demands answers, questioning if Director Choi Ho-sung has completed his task. The person on the other end insists that if they just wait a little longer, something big is going to happen. Mr. Kim, growing impatient, demands to know how many weeks he has been asked to wait, questioning if something is really wrong. He is told to wait a little longer, but Mr. Kim threatens to report everything to the press if the penalty for the construction progress isn't paid by the end of the week. Mr. Kim, his voice rising, declares that they have nothing more to lose, and this is the other party's last chance. Growing frustrated, Mr. Kim stares at his phone, which displays the contact information from Makeshift Construction CEO Kong. Things have gone wrong, and Mr. Kim desperately pleads for someone to answer the phone. The message booms. Answer the phone, Lim Dongbin. But the call goes unanswered, the number switched off. Enraged, Mr. Kim curses Lim Dongbin, his face contorted with fury as he continues to try and reach him. It's been several days since contact with Lim Dongbin was lost, and Mr. Kim wonders if he would really turn his back on him. Since Lim Dongbin, who holds a knife, has gone silent, Mr. Kim realizes there's no way out of this situation. Mr. Kim, his face a mask of fury, calls Lim Dongbin a son of a bitch. The message is clear. The headquarters has been seized. Bursting into the office, someone shouts for the director. Choi Ho-sung sits with his head in his hands, overwhelmed. Director Choi Ho-sung, looking shocked, gives orders. He doesn't think they need to pack their bags just yet. Director Choi Ho-sung holds up a document, a smug look on his face. He announces that he received the account details for Karma Corporation, believing heaven has helped them. Director Choi Ho-sung's expression shifts to rage. He demands to know who is responsible for this. The camera focuses on a man's hands, hinting at a sinister plot unfolding. Meanwhile, one day prior, the events leading up to the takeover began to unfold. Soyeon looks surprised, perhaps sensing something is amiss. The sound of something pleasant hangs in the air, but a question mark looms, hinting at uncertainty. Soyeon asks if everything is going well. Director Choi Ho-sung, reclining, assures her that it is, mentioning that Dongbin cleaned up based on CCTV footage. Director Choi Ho-sung smiles sinisterly, confident that with the account details in Dongbin's hands, they are out of reach. He believes once they make their move, it's over. Soyeon questions if they will follow the plan. She notes that she hasn't seen Dongbin lately, expressing concern. She wonders about Dongbin, questioning why he's been acting so strange lately. The change in his behavior is concerning. Soyeon enters the elevator, surprised by the person she sees. She notes that they are early today. The vice director, Han Sang-hyuk, greets someone with a smile. He offers a polite, "Good morning, vice director." The vice director reads from a manual titled Dungeon Cleaning Manual. He remarks that it's perfect weather for cleaning, isn't it? The vice director states that he will go clean up now. He adds that it's a dust-free day. Soyeon observes that Dongbin seems to be getting along well with his team members too. She seems surprised by this development. A question hangs in the air. Do they think he's turned over a new leaf? The vice director's expression shifts to disbelief and anger. He thinks about the guy who came in as an insider, is working hard on cleaning. The vice director is furious. He reflects that Dongbin gave up his chance to return to the association and is doing cleaning work. A voice expresses that Dongbin shouldn't get along with his team members, and he shouldn't like cleaning. The vice director is visibly agitated, clenching his fists. He thinks that Dongbin shouldn't be turning over a new leaf. The vice director's eyes narrow with determination. He realizes that there's really not much time left now. A horrifying grin stretches across a face, teeth bared in a predatory display. The text warns that further delays could trigger a catastrophic dungeon event. Inside an office, a seated figure broods, head in hands. A colleague wonders aloud if they should wait any longer, their anxiety palpable. Mr. Kim, a cruel smile, twisting his lips, orders his underlings to send the account details directly to the association's director. He intends to drag him out. A declaration of war. These parasites will be fed, personally. The speaker's intent is clear. Retribution will be swift and brutal. A man in a suit addresses the chairman, stating he has been digging around and found something interesting. Records exist of payments made to Karma Corporation under the names of Golden Donation Foundation. The man in the suit reveals that he checked with the management department, but they knew nothing about the payments. The man in the suit continues, mentioning that the chairman has a close relationship with Kim Jun-woo. The chairman, an older man with an eye patch, declares that this seems to be going too far. The man in the suit is asked why he brought this information instead of handing it over to the prosecution. The chairman claims he just wanted to check for any misunderstanding. The chairman erupts in maniacal laughter. The chairman states that misunderstandings are a plague, accusing the man in the suit of wanting to use the information for blackmail. The man in the suit responds that there's nothing wrong with being straightforward, revealing his desire to organize a dungeon expo in Bundang. The chairman points out that the budget doesn't match, suggesting they postpone the fair and handle it themselves after he's in charge. The man with the eye patch proposes a simple transaction, suggesting they both get what they want. He assures the man in the suit that he won't be reporting anything either, implying a mutual agreement to keep secrets. Mr. Kim finds the man narrow-minded, adding that his capacity for greed seems equally small. He expresses his confusion, taken aback by the comment. The man with the eye patch scoffs, questioning if Mr. Kim came to blackmail him over something so insignificant. Mr. Kim appears dumbfounded, his expression suggesting disbelief at the accusation. The man with the eye patch tells him to do whatever he wants to make public, stating he doesn't want to drag this out any longer. Mr. Kim slams his hand on the table, realizing the chairman still hasn't grasped the situation. The man with the eye patch smirks, seemingly amused by Mr. Kim's outburst, knowing the headquarters will be in jeopardy. The sound of the impact echoes as Mr. Kim's frustration mounts. Mr. Kim, part of the headquarters, doesn't want to see it fall, suggesting they resolve the matter quietly between themselves. His eyes narrow, a furious glare revealing his true feelings. Does he look like such a pushover? He towers over the other man, his voice a low growl. Stop with these lukewarm threats and quit begging. The man's face contorts with rage, a vein throbbing in his forehead. He claims to possess a trump card. His teeth bared, the man with the eye patch warns, if you're going to bite, make sure you sever the windpipe. Soyeon places a hand on Mr. Kim's arm, a silent gesture of caution or perhaps encouragement. Mr. Kim's target grits his teeth, realizing he underestimated his opponent. The pressure mounts. The stakes are high. Account records, negotiation tools, and the potential ruin of the entire association hang in the balance. The man's eyes widen with worry. He wonders why he would leak the information, a question hanging heavy in the air. Standing on the desk, the man with the eye patch demands, "What on earth are you thinking? If you just accept the deal, this can all be over without any." The man with the eye patch acknowledges that there is trouble, but only for now. Mr. Kim turns his gaze upward, meeting the intense stare of the man perched precariously on the desk. The man with the eye patch seems to be addressing Mr. Kim, but the rest of his statement is cut off. Soyeon and Mr. Kim stand side by side, listening to the man on the desk. He questions if there's a guarantee that Mr. Kim won't come looking for him again. He assures the silver-haired man that he will continue to be used as an excuse to keep using him. The silver-haired man retorts. Han Sang-hyok states that it's all over once that information is in his hands. He'd rather finish it here than drag it out, adding that Mr. Kim will regret those words. Park and Beam scoffs, declaring that Mr. Kim doesn't even have the courage to bluff. Mr. Kim's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with suppressed fury. Mr. Kim simply states that he understands. His fist clenches tightly, knuckles white, as he responds to the accusation. Meanwhile, news breaks that Park and Beam, the chairman of the Korea Dimensional Management Association, has embezzled hundreds of millions of won. The account details were sent by an anonymous insider. The news report lists the names of foundations under the Dimensional Management Association, including the Golden Foundation and the Youth Hunters Development Foundation. Furthermore, the fact that the representative of the company is Kim Jun-woo, former head of the Seoul Operation Headquarters, has added to the shock. The prosecution is investigating collusion between Jun-woo Kim and Chairman Park. Online, people express their shock at the news, questioning its validity. Others online express their embarrassment, realizing that those who idolized Kim Jun-woo as a hero must be feeling the same. Kim Jun-woo's actions have disappointed some, as a man and woman sit side by side, engrossed in their phones, seemingly discussing the matter. Another individual, bathed in the glow of a computer screen, questions the nature of Jun-woo's actions, wondering if receiving support funds is truly a crime. Online, the debate rages on. Some users find it nonsensical that the chairman could embezzle funds while Jun-woo is scrutinized for receiving support. The online community calls for a thorough investigation into not only Kim Jun-woo and Park and Beum, but also everyone around them, suspecting a larger network at play. Meanwhile, Soyeon stands with Mr. Kim near a car, as she remarks that everyone around them has already become their enemies, but she's used to it. Mr. Kim asks if this will be resolved, stating that everything is going according to plan, so there's no need to worry too much. He then asks how the rest of the weapon production is going, his expression serious as he awaits her reply. Mr. Kim is told that with the association's support and facilities, it should be completed within a week. Soyeon remains silent, her expression unreadable as she listens to Mr. Kim's words. Mr. Kim asks if she knows that a dungeon will appear in a week, stating that it's beyond being well-informed or guessing. It's just foresight. He continues, mentioning that he hasn't mentioned it before, but it was the same when he was in the association. Mr. Kim concludes by saying that she knew this, his gaze intense. The texture of the dark fabric hinted at the conversation to come. He stood with his back to Soyeon, concealing something long and thin behind him. She declared that she had information. Soyeon's expression was unreadable as she waited for Mr. Kim to respond. Mr. Kim turned slightly, his gaze intense. He questioned what kind of information people like her possessed. His mind raced, recalling a past life. He was murdered and regressed 10 years in time, bound by a skill called condition for release. He wondered if he should believe this information, if he should trust her words. Mr. Kim decided it was too dangerous to dig deeper. Soyeon spoke his target's name, Jun-woo, then later. A sinister smirk crept across Soyeon's face, hinting at her true intentions. Mr. Kim dismissed her words, stating that it wouldn't happen. Soyeon countered, her eyes gleaming, that he didn't know that. The tension hung heavy in the air. A figure screamed in agony, their eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. A face contorted into a sinister grin, energy crackling around it. Yang Miho kneels, restrained, as armed guards stand watch. Mr. Kim stands before him, a silent enforcer of PB Corporation's first rule, security. The corporation's message is clear. No one who violated this rule survived. An unstable dimensional faction, suspected to be a red-grade regeneration dungeon, has been detected in Seoul. That irregular, Kim Jun-woo, is the type to push his own neck if his colleagues are in danger, so he will definitely reveal himself. The man in the suit implies that Yang Miho should understand why he is being held. Mr. Kim confirms that he spared Yang Miho, but if he refuses the mission or fails, he will die. The only way for him to live is to bring Mr. Kim the neck of that irregular. According to Chloe, he acted on his own in the last mission. Mr. Kim's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with a predatory intensity. The command of this operation will be led by the head of Korea's division. Korean field operatives will also be involved, so don't have any foolish thoughts. Mr. Kim stands over Yang Miho, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. That Chloe, Mr. Kim thought she was just unlucky, but she's quite bold. He orders his assistant to put Yang Minho in the dimensional capsule, his foot pressing down. The man in the suit is told that Mark has already liberated the forbidden skill with Dimensional Stone. They don't know what side effect there will be if he is put in again in that state. If there's a rejection reaction, he may die. The monster is the one who killed 2 of their PB team leaders. Mr. Kim states that Yang Minho, as he is now, is not a match for him, his expression cold. The man on the ground is told that even if the mission fails, he will die anyway. He's just barely being kept alive like this, his smile wide and crazed. He is asked if he wants to go back into the dimensional capsule, where he could die. He laughs and thanks someone, his arms raised in the air. He thanks someone so much, his voice echoing. He is told that he is saving his life and telling him to kill that guy while becoming stronger, his smile wide and crazed. He says that he has been cared for so much, he must kill him, laughing maniacally. Mr. Kim looks up, his expression unreadable. Someone calls the target a crazy bastard, while another orders the preparation of bullets processed with Titanstone. He stands with his back turned, arms outstretched, as if ready for something, as one of the figures behind him says that he understands, chuckling. The name of the target is spoken, Kim Jun-woo. The man's face is filled with intense emotion. Someone declares that they cannot stand not killing him, expressing a desire for his head. Mr. Kim is strapped into a capsule as the figures watch. Strange symbols fill the air around the capsule. 1 week later, time passes. Pink energy surges through the city. The energy intensifies. The capsule fills with a viscous, pink liquid. The figures observe the capsule as something happens within. A thick, viscous substance splatters onto the ground with a heavy thud. Mr. Kim stares at the strange pool. He wonders aloud if it fell from the sky. Within the crimson mass, a single, massive eye opens, staring back at him. A swirling vortex of pink and black energy pulses ominously. Monstrous, canine-like creatures emerge, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A Reagan dungeon has appeared. In the wake of the association President Park In-beam's embezzlement scandal, the media erupted into a frenzy. The shock was palpable, as the association had only ever projected a positive image. Though the president stepped down, a major personnel reshuffle began, severing potential ties. Most of the operations team members, including Kim Min-ju, were reassigned to regional offices. The organization was being torn apart from the inside. Currently, only headquarters director Choi Ho-sung, the board of directors, and a handful of employees remain at the Seoul headquarters. The damage was done. Days passed after the aftermath of such a major incident. The man with slicked-back, red hair smiles, flanked by 2 other men in suits. And then, the control team members, including team leader Pyun, were scattered as well. Shadowy, monstrous figures began to emerge from the chaos. The city skyline is once again illuminated by the eerie pink lightning, a harbinger of the horrors to come. A monstrous head, teeth bared, eyes glowing with malevolent energy, descends from above. The monstrous figure's legs, equally menacing, follow, ready to crush anything beneath them. The full form of the monster is revealed, a towering figure of teeth and claws, crackling with pink energy. The Rage-In dungeon finally emerged in full force, bringing chaos and destruction with it. The hunter's face contorts in frustration as he faces the overwhelming power before him. He curses under his breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. Before him stands a monstrous creature, bathed in an ominous red glow. The protagonist prepares to face the beast, a blue energy crackling around them as they prepare for battle. A strange, viscous substance pulses with an unsettling life of its own. The ominous kum-tur sound effect hints at something sinister lurking beneath the surface. The hunter gazes up at the monstrous creature, its massive form looming over him. A flicker of fear crosses his face as he confronts the sheer scale of the threat. Amidst the chaos, a voice cries out, identifying the leader of their team. The voice calls for team leader Chu Jian, signaling a desperate need for guidance and command. The monstrous creature roars, its fangs bared in a terrifying display of power. The sound effect, Pak, amplifies the raw force and aggression emanating from the beast. The team relays critical information. All civilians within a 5 kilometers radius have been evacuated. They urgently request reinforcements, knowing they are outmatched by the encroaching threat. The man with red hair grits his teeth, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. He laments that the control team's assessment was an understatement, and the situation is far worse than anticipated. The monstrous creatures stand menacingly, their glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. The team's attacks are proving ineffective, leaving them vulnerable against these formidable foes. Each creature is at least a yellow-grade dungeon boss level, a daunting revelation. The team leader is informed that they lack the manpower to handle the situation, prompting a desperate proposal. One of the men urgently questions whether the others are aware of the dire situation at headquarters. The gravity of the circumstances weighs heavily on their faces. The situation grows desperate as someone wonders where reinforcements can possibly come from. The man in the suit stands silently, as a message declares that the remaining headquarters team members are already present. A monstrous, red figure looms overhead. One of the men wonders aloud why this is happening after the turmoil at headquarters. The monster descends as someone shouts a warning. Above you! The monster's claws strike, eliciting a cry of pain or shock from the team. The man in the suit is injured and on the ground, ordering his team to retreat. The man's face is filled with terror as he stares at the approaching monster. This is a suppression operation, but someone realizes they shouldn't be thinking about that now. Speaking into a radio, the man states that all operations need to focus on surviving, not the success of the mission. Teams are advised that the following orders are effective immediately. Operations teams are ordered to cease operations and retreat from the area. The order is repeated: cease operations and retreat immediately. Someone cries out to everyone. He stood firm, the monstrous presence looming menacingly behind him, a silent guardian or a looming threat. A voice echoed, a star command cutting through the tension: retreat, and do it quickly. The designated area, a 10-kilometer radius around the dungeon, was now a zone of extreme danger, a place to escape from. In the conference room, the speaker acknowledged their fortunate minimization of casualties, a small victory amidst a larger crisis. The man's face contorted in fury, his voice booming with outrage. How could anyone call this fortunate when Seoul was being overrun? Director Ha Sung slammed his fist, demanding justification for paying the operation teams when they had made no progress. The situation was dire. Each monster was at least a yellow grade boss level, and they were pushing forward relentlessly. The man in the suit argued that the operation would only make things more dangerous, questioning if they were calling that an excuse. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing behind them as his anger reached a boiling point. The question hung in the air: what was the plan? It was impossible to carry out the operation with current personnel, so they requested reinforcements. Director Ha Sung questioned the decision to wait until tomorrow. What if the containment zone was breached before then? The unspoken question hung heavy. Did they think he wanted this situation? He roars, his face contorted in fury. The situation with the gate has clearly pushed him to his limit. The unseen speaker demands to know what he is supposed to do now that the main force is gone because of the gate. At a long conference table, a figure stands at the head, addressing the seated members. The atmosphere is thick with unspoken tension. Mr. Kim speaks into his device, relaying orders. They will attempt to suppress the monsters with limited manpower until they receive approval to mobilize. Another man, seated at his own desk, questions who will be in charge of that operation. The speaker explains that he must take the remaining C and D rank hunters into the already occupied area, knowing that failure means death for more than just them. The two men stand silently, the weight of the situation heavy on their shoulders as they consider who among the needles can take charge of this operation. A man's voice cuts through the tension, branding those present as cowards. The man can only think of one person who could possibly handle the situation. Director Ha Sung is furious, recalling that the person in question was involved in both the gate incident and the headquarters incident. Two men argue, one insisting that they need to stay alive first, and that this is not the time to argue about such things. He asks if the other wants to take point. A man asks for confirmation of the command, expressing disbelief that they are bringing him back after barely dealing with the interference. The city looms, but a sense of impending doom hangs heavy in the air. All the work, all the risks, may be for nothing. Tensions rise within the group. One man vehemently disagrees with the current course of action, his frustration palpable. Accusations fly, the air thick with animosity. Someone is called a bastard, the insult hanging heavy in the silence. Mr. Kim asserts his authority, declaring that he would rather take command himself, as all operational directives fall under his jurisdiction. The plan is set. They will proceed with the suppression operation tonight, alongside the guilds that have agreed to participate. All team leaders are summoned to the headquarters office for an operational meeting. Director Choi Ho-sung awaits their arrival. Control team leader Huang Dong-hui is ordered to report the number and locations of the monsters as soon as they are investigated. The man acknowledges the order with a simple, "Got it," his expression unreadable behind his glasses. The man with glasses expresses his frustration, deeming the current forces useless and predicting they will be overrun at the current rate. Near the blocked area, the situation is critical. If there are more than 200 monsters, the area will be completely saturated, a dire prospect. By their calculations, they need to eliminate about 50 monsters before the operation team is even assembled. It's a daunting task. The man's expression is unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of silence as he contemplates the situation. The dungeon's monster respawn rate is 1 every 5 minutes. After 12 hours, about 144 monsters must be eliminated. Systematically dividing stamina and skills is essential. Han Sang-hyuk, seated beside him, questions his plan. She asks if he is truly sure he can handle this task alone, her expression a mix of concern and doubt. Mr. Kim gazes out the window, his eyes fixed on a group kneeling in the rain. His silence hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the urgency of the situation. Growing impatient, Han Sang-hyuk demands he take action. She urges him to get out of the car and help, her tone sharp with frustration at his inaction. Mr. Kim begins to remove his jacket, ignoring her plea. Han Sang-hyuk, exasperated, insists that he bring out the equipment he requested, her voice rising in pitch. Her patience snaps. Han Sang-hyuk explodes, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing, her face flushed with anger and disbelief at his nonchalant attitude. He retorts that he's in a hurry, questioning if she thinks he has time to change clothes. His tone is dismissive, indicating a deeper conflict beneath the surface. Her anger softens, replaced by a look of concern. Han Sang-hyuk tells him to take care, her voice laced with a mixture of worry and affection as she watches him. Going back in time, a memory surfaces, a whisper of the past echoing in his mind. The events of that day begin to replay. In a darkened alley, a figure stands cloaked in shadows. The air crackles with tension, a sense of foreboding permeating the scene as he prepares for what's to come. A monstrous roar shatters the silence. A terrifying beast emerges from the darkness, its eyes burning with malevolent intent as it confronts the figure. He grits his teeth, a visible frustration etched across his face. The situation is dire, pushing him to his limit. Damn it! A blinding explosion erupts directly in front of him, the force of it threatening to consume everything in its path. What could have caused such a blast? Amidst the dissipating golden energy, the silhouette of a monstrous figure begins to materialize. Its form is vaguely humanoid, but undeniably menacing. The hunter draws his sword, the blade gleaming with an ethereal light. Golden energy crackles around him, a visible manifestation of his power. He charges forward, a blur of motion, swinging a chained weapon with practiced ease. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to strike. The monstrous figure towers over the city, a grotesque parody of life. The hunter stands defiantly below, ready to face the overwhelming threat. The monster's skull-like face is contorted in a silent roar, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Its sharp teeth are bared, ready to tear flesh. System notifications flash before his eyes. Skill activated. Limit breaker and skill activated. Extreme superposition, swordsmanship. His power surges. The monster's gaze pierces through him, a predator sizing up its prey. Its power is immense, a tangible force that threatens to crush him. The hunter is engulfed in golden energy, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. He faces not one, but multiple monstrous figures. He continues his charge, the chained weapon whistling through the air. Each step is deliberate, each movement precise, fueled by newfound power. The monster's presence looms, a constant reminder of the danger he faces. Its glowing red eyes promise pain and destruction, a terrifying challenge. He activates a skill, golden light emanating from his outstretched hand. The hunter is suddenly surrounded by a horde of monstrous enemies, one letting out a deafening roar. The grotesque face of the monster fills his vision, teeth bared in a savage snarl. The skill Omnipotence activates, bathing the area in a blinding golden light as the monsters close in. He plummets towards the monstrous figure, the beast's blood dripping from its fangs. Surrounded, one of the devilish creatures speaks, sneering, "Long time no see, you filthy devil bastards." His hand grips the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. A sinister smile spreads across Kim Jun-woo's face. It's cleaning time. He prepares, energy crackling around his outstretched hand, ready to unleash a devastating attack. A mechanical creature, with glowing red eyes, stands ready to receive the brunt of the blow. Kim Jun-woo's expression hardens, his focus absolute as he prepares to activate his skill. With the words skill activation echoing in his mind, he leaps into the air, surrounded by golden light. A colossal monster looms, the word Almighty emblazoned as the hunter prepares to strike. The clash of power sends shockwaves through the area, blurring the very air around them. He descends, a blade of pure energy cutting through the monster's defenses. The monster roars in pain and fury, its massive form dwarfing the lone hunter. A blinding light erupts, signaling the climax of the battle. Bathed in golden light, Kim Jun-woo stands victorious, the aftermath of his attack radiating around him. From a distance, Han Sang-hyuk urgently asks, "Young, do you copy?" Mr. Kim's voice comes through, requesting, "Please confirm whether the current area is clear." The woman at the computer received an update. 30 enemies were approximately 2 kilometers from their current location. Her companions smirked, confident in their ability to handle the situation. "If it's me," he said, "it's possible, you know?" A figure requested guidance to the next area via the fastest route, eager to engage the enemy. A voice promised to take them there quickly, ready to fulfill the request. The city stood tall, a silent witness to the events unfolding within its boundaries. In truth, Choi Ho-sung was reluctant to summon Kim Jun-woo, but felt forced to do so by the circumstances. Choi Ho-sung lacked confidence, having never been in charge of such a large-scale operation before. He sat at his desk, the weight of the impending battle pressing down on him. However, at this point, there was no turning back. All the guilds that supported the operation had been mobilized, roughly 250 people in total. Considering the operation area and the number of monsters, the numbers were far from enough, leaving Choi Ho-sung distraught. Now, all that's left is to enter that hell and proceed with the subjugation, regardless of the odds. The director is alerted to an unexpected development, his brow furrowing in concern. The man with glasses reports that the number of monsters in the area is decreasing rapidly. Mr. Kim demands an explanation, questioning why the monsters are suddenly dwindling in number. The director wonders if freelancers are responsible, but the man in the suit clarifies that the monsters are fighting each other. The man with glasses explains that the monsters, lacking external targets, are now fighting over territory amongst themselves. A close-up reveals the intensity as someone asks, "Are you sure, Dong Wai?" Dong Wai confirms that he wouldn't verify the information himself. Mr. Kim realizes that there is no need to mobilize their forces. A wave of relief washes over Mr. Kim, as he believes heaven has helped them. Mr. Kim expresses his relief, the tension visibly leaving his face. Dong Wai stands by, his expression suggesting a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The director instructs the operation team to stand by, while Huang continues to observe the area, ready to report any unusual developments immediately. Footsteps echoed as the headquarters mobilization was prevented. The man with glasses spoke into his phone, stating that since there will be only one person in the quarantine zone, it should be handled without mistakes. He continued, relaying that he had sent the location of the irregular and instructed Team A to depart now. Support Dong HWI then ordered Team B to stay on standby for now, acknowledging the instructions. The man with glasses listened intently, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a team monitored Yang Minho closely, ensuring he was being watched since he could go anywhere. The man receiving instructions was told to wait for further orders, acknowledging the command. He was told he did well, a subtle nod of approval given. A figure with glowing eyes declared that he was needed to kill someone, a dark aura surrounding him. Amidst the chaos, a figure fought against a horde of monsters. He stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy and monstrous figures. Skill activation. A surge of power coursed through him, readying for the coming onslaught. Golden light erupted as he unleashed Sword Dance, a whirlwind of blades against the encroaching demons. The most troublesome thing for the association in his past life haunted him still. He knew these were demons, and only a holy attack would be effective against them. The battle was physically challenging, pushing him to his limits with each passing moment. Sweat beaded on his brow as he faced the relentless onslaught, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A unique skill, Demon King, remained locked, its power tantalizingly out of reach. If only he had the Demon King skill, he thought, he would be much better off than he was now. It was the most powerful skill he had before regression, a memory that fueled his current struggle. Huffing, he noted there were now 24 of them. A voice called out, "Junwoo, are you okay?" The woman on comms questioned how he could be fine, given it had been 2 hours. She urged Junwoo to retreat, or she would call for backup. A disembodied voice threatened dire consequences for continued defiance. The man with brown hair stood, back turned, as another figure approached. He questioned the newcomer's identity. Team leader Chu thanked the man with brown hair for the earlier assistance. He inquired if the subjugation was being conducted alone. The hunter, eyes blazing with determination, vowed to fight the monster bastards. The hunter screamed, energy crackling around him as he prepared for battle. The man with brown hair spoke, a hint of familiarity in his tone. "Long time no see." Team leader Chu stared ahead, a faint smile playing on his lips. Mr. Kim's expression shifted to concern, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A sinister smile crept across Mr. Kim's face. His presence here means... He understood. Team leader Chu recalled that it was the International Association bastards. Since they failed once, he thought they might come again, referring to Yang Minho. He leveled his weapon, a smirk playing on his lips. "Why? Do you think you can kill me this time if you gang up on me?" The gun, a masterpiece of dark metal and intricate design, gleamed ominously. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man sat, his expression one of amusement. "You even dyed your hair. Looks like you're well prepared?" He chuckled. His grin widened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "To meet you." The silver-haired man's thoughts drifted back to his past. "I endured excruciating pain." He remembered a figure in white, a defeated foe. "Every time I received a mission, I kept the heads of the targets as trophies." How romantic. The target, who was much weaker and surrendered, fought and died for me. The silver-haired man continued his dark monologue. However, Within all the missions I received, I have never failed before. His face contorted with a mix of rage and obsession as he stared at a brown-haired man. Only one. It means I couldn't have your head. The silver-haired man's curiosity grew into a maddening obsession. So, I'm curious, it's driving me crazy. Whether the heads of others look different. How the skull looks. His face twisted into a manic grin, eyes wide with a terrifying hunger. If there's something I don't. He revealed his twisted desire, surrounded by spectral skulls. No, is how your skull looks. The silver-haired man, consumed by his obsession, reached out as if to grasp the skulls. I want it so much. He grits his teeth, glaring at his opponent. This bastard. Just how many people have you? The hunter unleashes a torrent of energy, blasting forward with incredible force. The silver-haired man is bombarded by the attack, the force of it shattering the environment around him. Skulls and dark energy swirl around the silver-haired man, a malevolent aura emanating from him. The dark energy intensifies, a sign of the silver-haired man's growing power. Golden light erupts as the silver-haired man counters, his power overwhelming the hunter's attack. The silver-haired man stands amidst the chaos, his dark coat billowing around him. The hunter is caught off guard, a golden energy blast slamming into him. The silver-haired man looks down at the hunter, a sinister smile spreading across his face. You are still like a monster, but the hunter is pinned, unable to move. The silver-haired man grabs the hunter by the neck, his grip tightening. The silver-haired man speaks, his voice dripping with disdain. I know you're a human who retreats without. He advances, fist clenched, ready to strike, answering the challenge. A sinister figure declares himself a human who sacrifices himself for the weaklings. A green beam pierces Mr. Kim's chest, the impact echoing loudly. The wound glows ominously, and it's clear this is no ordinary attack. A smoking gun is revealed, confirming the source of the deadly bullet. There's no way. He collapses to his knees, blood staining his white armor as onlookers stand by. A woman, eyes wide with horror, calls out Mr. Kim's name, her voice filled with desperation. Her frantic cries echo in the darkness, desperately seeking a response from Junwoo. He lies face down, unmoving, the severity of his injury now apparent. An eerie chorus echoes in the darkness, the sound of skeletal laughter. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across the face of Kim Junwoo. Kim Junwoo admits he has been following him, waiting for the perfect opportunity. A hand descends, gripping Kim Junwoo by the hair, a human who... Kim Junwoo stands over the kneeling hunter, sneering at his pathetic strength. The expression on Kim Junwoo's face is one of pure, unadulterated glee. Kim Junwoo declares that the hunter is dead, punctuating the threat with maniacal laughter. Kim Junwoo lies prone, his eyes barely open. A woman stares at her computer screen, her face etched with worry as she calls out to Ju Junwoo. Her voice rises in panic as she demands Junwoo answer her. The woman stands, clutching her phone as a dial tone sounds. Tears stream down her face as she wonders what has happened to Junwoo. He lies still, defeated. Was the world ranking number 1 truly killed in the attack? Kim Min-ju refuses to believe it. There's no way they could have taken him down so easily. The woman sits in her car, her expression grim as she stares at the screen. Footsteps echo in the distance. Min-ju rises, her gaze fixed on something above. Clutching a gun, Kim Min-ju pleads for help. Junwoo went into the blockade zone alone, and she's lost contact. She needs to re-establish contact with him. Meanwhile, the woman with long black hair stands on a rooftop overlooking the city. She knew the teacher would go there alone, as expected. Having just arrived from Pohang after hearing the news from Seoul, the woman with long black hair declares she'll go look for the teacher. Yubin shouts that Junwoo is alone in subjugation and they've lost contact. Yubin is shaking with excitement, having already arrived at the scene. It's been a long time since she's been involved in a subjugation. The Ares and Artemis guilds have arrived at the scene, ready to assist. If the association can't handle it, the guilds will have to save Seoul. The summons from the association haven't been issued yet. If the operations... Someone is running through the city streets. Junwoo has helped us without asking for anything in return. A figure lies face down on the ground. The irregular has been neutralized. Well done. Then report to the... Mr. Kim is on the phone, his face contorted in a shout of alarm. Elsewhere, a man cries out as he's struck with a blade. The man's scream echoes as the blade cuts deeper. Despite the attack, the irregular is still moving. Mr. Kim listens intently as another man asks if the irregular was neutralized with a neutralizing stone. The man with the gun insists he was shot with it. The man being attacked is struck again, but he stops moving momentarily. The attacker declares he will shoot again. Mr. Kim, still on the phone, shouts for Team A's leader. The text explains that the neutralizing stone is an item that can temporarily block abilities. Weapons made from the stone could be deadly to hunters with abilities, but it's not working. Someone urgently demands that Team A's leader answer. The man being attacked curses his attacker. Vengeance burns, as someone declares their intent to strike a fatal blow. Mr. Kim's rage is palpable, promising a gruesome end to anyone who dares interfere with his objectives. His face contorts in a mask of fury, a terrifying display of unbridled rage. He looms over the fallen figure, demanding to know their identity, though he claims ignorance. Ha-sung recognizes the man as his former boss, plotting a treacherous strike from behind. Mr. Kim coldly offers the black-suited figure death, should that be their desire. Ha-sung's hand reaches out, poised to strike at the opportune moment. A surge of power erupts as a skill activates. Hyperboost. Raw energy explodes outward, a visual testament to the activated skill. Mr. Kim exclaims, as a figure plummets from a great height. He glances to the side, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. With a dismissive click of the tongue, Mr. Kim watches Ha-sung flee. A figure demands to know what Yang Mi-ho is planning, while another expresses their outrage. The words hang heavy in the air, the tension palpable as the situation escalates. A silver-haired figure grins, remarking that things have worked out well for them. He reflects on the destruction, lamenting that a few of his precious items were just destroyed. One figure suggests moving another 2 kilometers to reach the association and request support. The other insists that the team leader should leave because of the monsters still around. Mr. Kim, his arm bandaged, refuses to leave after what someone just did for him, his voice strained. He recalls overhearing their conversation, realizing it was the neutralizing stone after all. He felt the same sensation from the weapons fired at him before the regression. A squadron of soldiers stands ready, their weapons trained, prepared for the coming battle. The feeling of strength draining and mind-numbing washes over him. Thanks to that, he didn't even have the chance to counterattack, let alone cast a defensive skill. The weapons that were fired at him back then were also made by the neutralizing stone, he realizes with growing dread. Weapons fired down a street, the scene chaotic and dangerous as the battle intensifies. Additional effects of bank items are nullified, further complicating the situation for Mr. Kim. The upbow skill falters, the neutralizing stone interfering with its proper function. It was thought to be a trash skill, but it has an unexpected effect. With the skill activated, the character with glasses prepares to start the treatment. The perfect cure is now in effect. The character notes that there is already a hole. The perfect cure will restore the body to full health, but it will be immobilized for 10 minutes. A tense silence falls as someone hopes nothing happens for the next 10 minutes, while the body is immobilized. The character with glasses is on the phone, angrily demanding to know why they weren't told to wait until teams A and B depleted the irregular's health. The reason Team B can't be contacted right now is becoming increasingly clear as the situation grows more dire. The sitting character asks Hwang Dongwi if their goal isn't to eliminate the irregular, dismissing them as mere materials for the operation. The question hangs in the air. Do they eliminate the irregular? The scene shows a body lying prone, seemingly defeated. The character with silver hair responds on the phone, stating, "Oh," rather than that, implying a different outcome. Someone has found something interesting in Team A leader's pocket, a discovery that could change everything. It appears to be something like a remote control, its purpose yet unknown but potentially dangerous. The character wonders if this is the insurance that Leader Huang mentioned, a hidden card yet to be played. He grits his teeth, realizing that someone has gotten their hands on the remote control. The remote control is examined closely, a question forming. Could it be connected to the association? A figure stands silhouetted, issuing orders. Calling Team C at this early timing, what could it mean? The order is given. Eliminate Yang Mi-ho after removing the irregular. The man relays the message. The response is simple and direct. Understood. The irregular's location has been identified, and the question is posed. What should they do? The answer: eliminate him while Yang Mi-ho is absent. Yang Mi-ho has eliminated all the members of Team B. He will only be a hindrance to the operation now. The response: understood. Damn, Jinu curses under his breath, the situation growing more dire. A group of figures rushes forward, the timing of their arrival unbelievable. As the attack comes with such hostility, one can only think of running away. A figure with a sword looms over another, who plummets downwards. The man with long maroon hair surveys the scene, his expression unreadable. A sudden, brutal attack lands, and a pained grunt echoes through the air. A devastating sword skill, sword devastation, is unleashed with deadly force. The power of the sword technique intensifies, a blinding light emanating from a blade. The victim of the attack finds himself unable to move, paralyzed by the assault. Golden energy crackles around the scene, a testament to the power unleashed. The woman with long black hair rushes forward, sword in hand, urgently asking, "Are you okay?" The woman with orange hair looks up, her expression a mix of shock and anger. Director Kim, this is beyond. Words hang in the air, unspoken but heavy with meaning. Blasts of energy crackle through the air. Footsteps echo, growing louder. The figure with orange hair lunges, sword raised high, ready to strike. Mr. Kim prepares to defend himself. Mr. Kim's eyes widen in disbelief. How can a mere kid possess such strength? The figure with orange hair screams, declaring that they are not just a kid. A system message appears, skill activation, limit breaker. The user's strength is maximized. Mr. Kim narrowly dodges the enhanced attack, but the figure with orange hair is relentless. Mr. Kim grits his teeth, still shocked that he's being pushed back by a kid. The figure with orange hair strikes Mr. Kim, the force of the blow sending him reeling. The impact resonates with raw power. The figure with black hair wields a sword, its blade crackling with blue energy. Her eyes narrowed. The figure with black hair prepares to strike with unwavering resolve. The sword descends, a flash of blue light cutting through the air with deadly precision. The figure with black hair continues her assault, the glowing blade a blur of motion. Mr. Kim's eyes widen in disbelief, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. The skill activation flashes, True Iron Lotus, a technique of immense power. The figure in the black suit observes, noting the absence of the sword. Her sword, it's gone. The figure with purple hair declares, time's up, as they prepare to strike. A brutal punch lands squarely on Mr. Kim's face, sending him reeling back with a pained ugh. The figure with black hair and the figure with orange hair stand over a fallen figure, their mission seemingly complete. The figure with orange hair stares intently, their gaze filled with a cold determination. A monstrous figure looms over the ruined cityscape, a silent testament to wasted time. The woman with black hair listened as another stated it would take a day to eliminate them all, adding that the remnants of the International Association remain a problem. The woman with black hair declared that she would handle both the monster eradication and the International Association, ordering the two to leave immediately. The woman with auburn hair questioned what she was saying, her tone laced with disbelief. The woman with black hair, clad in a long coat, stood firm, asking what Mr. Kim was planning to do alone. She warned him not to make her repeat herself, stating it was an order to leave the place at once. Mr. Kim's face contorted in anger, his expression a mix of frustration and defiance. His eyes narrowed, the intensity of his gaze revealing his inner turmoil. The woman with black hair pointed a glowing sword at Mr. Kim, demanding to know what he was doing. If he intended to face the monsters and the International Association alone. The woman with black hair declared she would use all her strength to stop him, stating he no longer had any authority to command her. He is warned that going alone in his current state is too dangerous. Kim Min-ju insists that he shouldn't try to shoulder everything alone. Mr. Kim acknowledges that no matter how strong he is, this is too much for one person. A figure activates a skill, unleashing a wave of corrosion. The man grits his teeth, enduring the onslaught. The attack tears through the environment. The white-haired figure activates another skill, divine punishment. A scream echoes through the air. Suk-hyun, blinded by revenge, is mocked for not considering his opponent's attributes. His opponent declares that his revenge won't come to pass, promising to send his regards to the afterlife. The man stands over the kneeling Suk-hyun, magic swirling around him. Mr. Kim wonders if this is the end. The man with white hair grins, a predatory glint in his eyes. He declares his intent to make someone a special addition to his collection. The air crackles with unseen energy, the sound of impact echoing through the surroundings. He stands, blood staining his white shirt, surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy. The attack has clearly taken its toll. The white-haired man's smile widens, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He wonders aloud, Kim Junwoo, what exactly are you? The man with white hair continues to grin, relishing the moment, his expression a mask of cruel amusement. A fist, fueled by righteous anger, connects squarely with the white-haired man's face. The force of the blow sends Mr. Kim flying backwards, a streak of crimson painting the air. Spitting blood, he retorts, his voice laced with annoyance, you talk too much. His knuckles white, Mr. Kim clenches his fist, preparing for the next exchange. The man with white hair is now surrounded by a menacing group, each wielding a deadly weapon. He smirks. You had some fun earlier, didn't you? The man with white hair, unfazed by the armed figure surrounding him, declares, but now, I've had my fill, and I'm ready to go all out. A system message flashes, confirming the activation of an S-rank skill's safety lock, signaling a dramatic shift in power. The safety lock on the skill has been released, though its use is highly advised against. This means, Mr. Kim declares, that they are all dead now as he activates Overdrive S. His legs glow with power as he immerses himself in the activated skill. The man with white hair, bloodied and enraged, commands his team to maintain formation. A wave of blue energy surges forward. Mr. Kim's eyes burn with blue intensity as the skill takes hold. One of the men is blasted backward by the force of the attack. The skill is revealed to be Thunder Fist. The man with white hair is sent flying as his team is decimated by the Thunder Fist. It's impossible, someone thinks. An elite team composed of members equivalent to association team leaders is being decimated in an instant, his sheer brute strength rendering all tactics and formations meaningless. No matter what they do, They can't capture that damn cleaner. The golden weapon emits a bright glow as a voice pleads for a stop to the fighting. Mr. Kim stands tall, his white suit immaculate despite the ongoing conflict around him. Han Sang-hyuk acknowledges that he cannot win through brute force alone, holding a small device in his hand. The man in the black coat declares that he will resort to another method, his expression hidden in shadow. The device's screen reveals a shocking message. Bombs have been planted at the association's headquarters. Han Sang-hyuk demands to know what the man is saying, questioning how he could have planted bombs there. A sudden impact rocks the area, the force of it registering on Han Sang-hyuk's face. The sound of destruction echoes through the air. Han Sang-hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief and horror as the implications of the bombing sink in. Overcome with rage, Han Sang-hyuk calls the bomber a crazy bastard. The man in the black coat laughs maniacally, confirming that the administrative headquarters has been destroyed. The question hangs in the air. With the operations headquarters left, what will happen? Blood streaks down his face as he issues a chilling warning. It's best if you behave. Mr. Kim watches, the operations headquarters on high alert, every member on standby. His gaze narrows, fixated on something just out of sight. That remote. A sinister smile creeps across his bloodied face, a silent promise of violence. His grin widens into a maniacal display. He calls out, "That cowardly bastard!" Now, as he charges at the remote, he vows to strike a fatal blow and claim victory. Holding the remote aloft, he laughs a wild, echoing sound. "So, Kim Jun-woo, what will you do?" There's no time. His finger presses down on the button. His face contorted in manic glee, he revels in the impending chaos. A primal scream tears from his throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated madness. His body falters, collapsing. Ugh, ack, what? He saw the severed arm and the pool of blood, muttering that something had happened. The question hung in the air, a desperate cry. Yang? Elsewhere, the woman with orange hair stood firm, a hexagonal device clutched in her hands, surrounded by looming figures. Her actions prompted a sharp question, filled with urgency. What are you doing? The woman's face was set with determination as she gripped the device tightly. The demand was clear, shouted with force. Remote first. The man with white hair surveys the scene with disdain, clearly annoyed by the fallen figures around him. Below, Kim Jun-woo looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A voice cries out, calling for Yang, as the woman with reddish-brown hair appears on the scene, seemingly in response to the call. The injured man demands to know why Yang is there, emphasizing the danger of the situation. The other figures look on, concern etched on their faces. Yang, holding a remote control, shouts urgently, commanding someone to grab it first. Her expression is one of intense focus and desperation. Kim Jun-woo's eyes widen, his expression a mixture of shock and realization as he witnesses the unfolding events before him. A hand clutches a remote control, the fingers tightening around it as if preparing to activate a deadly device. The tension is palpable. Yang looks down at the man with white hair, her expression unreadable as she assesses the situation and the potential consequences of her actions. The remote control slips from someone's grasp, plummeting towards the ground, a symbol of lost control and impending doom. Kim Jun-woo surges forward, driven by a desperate need to intervene, muttering that he needs to push just a bit more to reach his goal. His face contorted with determination, Jun-woo focuses all his energy on the task at hand, knowing that every second counts in this critical moment. Yang struggles against her captors, desperately shouting for them to let her go, her voice filled with fear and urgency as the situation spirals out of control. The figures restrain Yang. A glint of steel flashing as a knife is held close, emphasizing the immediate danger she faces and the ruthlessness of her captors. She is pinned, helpless on the ground, as two figures loom over her. A discarded remote lies inches from her outstretched hand. A hand grips the detonator. If that bomb explodes, many casualties will occur within the association. A group of men in suits watch from afar. All their future plans will be ruined. But two figures stand together, their expressions unreadable. The fate of many hangs in the balance. Kim Jun-woo sprints towards the scene, his face a mask of determination. Yang, he cries out. Yang, struggling against her captors, shouts a desperate plea. Forget about me, grab the remote. Yang is held at knife point, her eyes blazing with defiance. You bastards, she yells. One of the men in suits grimaces, his face contorted in frustration. Kim Jun-woo continues his headlong rush. Be careful. The irregular is heading this way. Kim Jun-woo draws his blade, the energy crackling around him. Kim Jun-woo races forward, determined to reach Yang. Jun-woo, damn it. The silver-haired man taunts, questioning if his opponent is showing his back. He declares that no matter how strong they are, it won't matter. The man's face is covered in blood as he points a gun directly forward. He states with certainty that these bullets are deadly. His opponent lies defeated on the ground, admitting that the silver-haired man is a monster. The situation looks dire. The silver-haired man admits he wanted his opponent's head badly, but he can't beat him the usual way. He seems to be implying a different method. A woman with brown hair is in distress, yelling no, no. She desperately calls out to Junwoo, urging him to get up. Reaching out, Junwoo calls out to Yang. He's trying to reach her, but the distance seems vast. Junwoo continues to reach out, desperately declaring that he is coming. His determination is evident. A surge of blue energy crackles in the air, a sign of power and perhaps a turning point in the battle. The silver-haired man laughs maniacally, thanking someone and declaring that it's all thanks to them. He seems to be reveling in Junwoo's suffering. The silver-haired man continues to gloat, stating that because of Yang, Kim Junwoo is burning to death. His cruelty is on full display. Yang is kneeling on the ground, gasping in pain and despair. She utters a soft no, her voice filled with anguish. The woman with brown hair is crying, reaching out and calling Junwoo's name. She blames herself for the situation, her face stained with tears. Her hand extends, reaching out into the unknown. Yang calls out a familiar name, Junwoo. Tears well in her eyes as she looks upward, a desperate plea etched on her face. A hand, clad in a pristine white sleeve, firmly grips another's wrist, a gesture of control. Towering over her, a man wreathed in purple energy demands, "Why are you crying like a child?" A holographic screen flickers into existence, displaying the words, "Unique skill, Nalong, helper class, manager boss." All of the caster's abilities are enhanced. The man bathed in purple light acknowledges, "It's thanks to you, Yang." He reflects on his surprise at unlocking this skill. Another screen bursts forth, proclaiming, "Unique skill, Demon King." The Demon King skill is unlocked from this moment on, requiring sacrifice for a trusted companion. The text declares his unique skill to be Demon King, a condition he thought impossible to achieve. He gazes down at Yang, thinking that the trusted companion condition was a difficult one for him. The screen displays that traveling with Yang led to him relying on her a lot. All of the caster's abilities are unlocked, reaching the caster's unique class, Final Boss. Yang Miho admits it, stating, "You're the first to annoy me this much, Yang Miho." Meanwhile, a man with white hair and bloodshot eyes expresses his frustration with a guttural groan. A class skill, unlike any ever witnessed, exerts an unbelievable pressure. The power is so immense, its very existence is questioned. Before the silver-haired figure, a pair of enormous eyes glow with ominous purple light, radiating palpable power. The immobilized figure finds himself unable to move even a finger, paralyzed by the overwhelming force. The bloodied man gasps for air, each breath a struggle against the oppressive energy. His mouth hangs open, a silent scream trapped within as he endures the agonizing pressure. A desperate plea rings out, urging others to cooperate and stop him before it's too late. The men in black suits, armed and determined, rally each other, insisting that he is exhausted and vulnerable. A man warns others to stay back, recognizing the imminent danger of being nearby the source of power. The man with purple eyes activates the Demon King, strong devourer skill, immobilizing targets with lower power than him. The words skill activation appear as the power surges, emanating from his fingertips. His hands glow with intense purple energy, the source of the immobilizing force. The men in black suits express shock and disbelief at the sight of the unfolding power, questioning what they are witnessing. He is caught, purple hands constricting him. The hunter cries out, struggling against the unseen force. The grip tightens, the unseen power crushing him. His scream echoes in the confined space. Blood streaks down his face, but Yang Miho grins, a manic glee in his eyes. He thinks this is insane. Yang Miho stands, arms spread wide, as the skill activates. He commands someone not to be useless. Another scream pierces the air, a desperate cry against the encroaching darkness. The figure plummets, surrounded by swirling blue energy, falling prey to the activated skill. A silhouette stands defiant before the blue energy, but another voice cries out, "Hey, Yang Miho, you bastard!" The text describes the demon of decay, Nurgle, and its corroding breath, fueled by sacrificed life forces. Two figures stand before a colossal skeletal structure, the speaker proclaiming, "Ha ha ha, how is it? This is my full power." Yang Miho's face is twisted in a maniacal grin, blood smeared across his face as he declares, "It's over, Kim Junwoo. With this skill, even you are finished." His eyes glow with purple energy. Yang Miho focuses, muttering the word, activation. The system message details the unique skill, Demon King, activated by Tyrant, creating a single-use skill based on the caster's thoughts, with skill creation in progress. The skill creation is complete, purple energy crackling around him. A new power has been forged. The energy intensifies, focused through his fingertips. He prepares to unleash the newly formed skill. A monstrous skeletal figure materializes, its eyes burning with an eerie blue light. It is ready to execute his will. Kim Junwoo is launched into the air, while the hunter Yang Miho prepares to strike. The skeletal figure looms behind him. The skeletal figure descends, ready to execute its attack. Junwoo is caught in the crossfire. The skeletal figure's face is a mask of death, its empty sockets promising destruction. Its jaws are open wide. Kim Junwoo, bloodied, raises a blade wreathed in purple energy. He prepares to meet the attack head-on. He gasps, blood streaming down his face. The attack has clearly taken a toll on him. Despite the blood, a grim smile plays on his lips. He is far from defeated. Meanwhile, a woman in a business suit comforts a kneeling man. He struggles to rise, gritting his teeth in pain. The woman asks Junwoo if he is okay, but a disembodied voice responds, claiming to be fine, followed by maniacal laughter. Both the woman and the kneeling man are shocked by the response. Something is clearly wrong. He, bloodied and defiant, wonders aloud if his demise marks the true end. A disembodied voice promises that, starting tomorrow, all of Korea's field operatives will target his loved ones, one by one. The voice continues, a chilling reminder that even victory today means ultimate defeat. A recording plays on a phone, a sinister laugh echoing the threat. PB Corporation will keep moving. The record button glows red, a stark reminder of the impending doom facing the Korean field operatives. A woman taunts, urging someone to try their luck, while promising that the world will know their secret if they dare interfere. A close-up of an eye reveals a cold calculation, a voice remarking that the ranting before death was shorter than expected. The silence is broken by a sudden, sharp intake of breath. Kim Junwoo, clutching a phone, laughs maniacally, revealing that he didn't come alone. A defiant voice cries out in disbelief, but it's too late. Cha Seok-hyun, holding a device that emits a strange blue energy, declares that the remote won't do anything. Yang Miho activates his EMP skill, explaining that electronics are his specialty and a bad matchup for his opponent. The man with silver hair curses, blood dripping down his face. Beside him, another man with black hair shares a similar injury and expression. Yang Miho, eyes narrowed, orders someone to disappear. A surge of fiery energy erupts. Kim Junwoo screams in fury, his face covered in blood. A massive explosion engulfs the area. Meanwhile, Kim Junwoo urgently calls Dongbin, stating he needs a favor. The man in the suit questions the timing, but Junwoo insists, demanding he overlook the data theft. A sinister smile creeps across his face. He implies that it doesn't matter if the information was passed on, suggesting someone has cut ties with director Choi Ho-sung. The man on the phone threatens, asking where the other party will go if he's abandoned. He reveals that bombs have been planted at the operation headquarters and demands they be retrieved. He listens intently, being told that he should be able to find the bomb locations. Against a backdrop of burning buildings, 3 figures stand in silhouette, their purpose unknown. He is told that the remote has been disabled, but since they are bombs, he should hurry. The man in the dark uniform holds his phone, his expression a mix of fear and resignation. A desperate plea hangs in the air. Just kill me now. A phone is held in someone's hand, the screen displaying an active call. Han Sang-hyuk, in a darkened room, clutches his phone, concern etched on his face. What is happening? He wonders, unable to reach anyone. A man with silver hair grins maniacally. He thinks, since Yang Miho had the same goal, he had no choice but to hand over command to him. The silver-haired man stands with 2 suited figures, while Han Sang-hyuk is still unable to reach him. He is thinking, but now he can't reach him either. Han Sang-hyuk clutches his phone, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Han Sang-hyuk speaks urgently into his phone. Team Leader 3, I was worried about you. What happened to Sam Wong? A sudden, sharp intake of breath fills the air. Han Sang-hyuk stands with another man, Deputy Hwang Dong-wai of the control team. He says he saw team leaders save the contacts, so he tried calling and caught an unexpected big fish. 2 men argue heatedly over the phone. One accuses Kim Junwoo from the headquarters, "No, CO, you're making a mistake right now." The other retorts, "Mistake my ass. You made the first move." A voice booms over the phone. "You blew up the administrative headquarters just to kill me?" A cold reply, "That's our way." Han Sang-hyuk listens intently as the man beside him speaks into the phone. Yeah, keep babbling. Just wait a bit. I'll blow you all up properly." "What? Are you planning to leak to the media that the International Association tried to kill you?" A woman on the phone, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaims, "Do you think people will believe that? What nonsense are you spouting?" The phone call crackles with menace, the unseen speaker making a violent threat. They were talking about breaking heads. The man on the receiving end of the call looks alarmed. He learns that a team leader was caught by targeting a low-level employee. The caller asks who will get caught if he is targeted. The man with red hair holds the phone to his ear, his expression cold. He declares that the moment he sees the target, they're dead. A figure stands silhouetted against a window, the city lights twinkling in the distance. The sound of something snapping fills the air. A phone vibrates intensely, signaling an incoming message. The tension hangs heavy in the air. A shadowy figure wonders if they've been exposed. The consequences of such a revelation would be dire. Han Sang-hyuk sits with his hands clasped, a grim expression on his face. It seems so, he thinks, confirming the worst. A hand taps urgently on a phone screen, requesting information. The message relays that the damage extends up to headquarters, including himself. The unseen caller delivers another chilling threat. Mr. Huang is told that he is not going to live long either. Han Sang-hyuk orders someone to return to headquarters immediately. He also demands that they make sure to clean up the traces. And the message continues. The Korean branch is to be dissolved as of today. The situation has reached a critical point. Han Sang-hyuk, on the phone, simply acknowledges the order. He says understood. The city's skyline loomed, bathed in an ominous, unnatural light. The tower stood tall, a silent sentinel against the strange sky. The man in the suit recalled the order. When team leader Mark mentioned cleanup, it meant blowing up the operations base and erasing all traces. He stared at the device in his hand, a growing sense of uncertainty washing over him. He muttered, "I don't know anymore." His fingers hovered over the buttons of the device. The fate of the operation rested on his decision. His eyes widened behind his glasses, a sudden realization dawning on him. Something was terribly wrong. He turned, his gaze fixed on the towering structure before him. The mission's success hinged on its destruction. Silence descended upon the scene, broken only by the faint hum of the city. The building stood undisturbed. Frustration etched across his face. He gripped the device tighter. What the hell? Why isn't it blowing up? He thought. He sat amidst the tools and wires, a growing sense of bewilderment clouding his mind. He muttered, examining the device. Tears streamed down his face as he screamed in anguish. Damn you, Kim Jun-woo! His plan had failed. In the distance, two figures walked away, their silhouettes fading into the strange, reddish haze. He walked alongside Yang, the woman in the beige suit, and Han Sang-hyuk. The group suspected a mole within their control team. Kim Jun-woo questioned why Yang hadn't aimed for Yang Miho's head. He seemed frustrated by the failed attempt. Visibly agitated, Yang retorted that Kim Jun-woo was expecting too much from someone shooting for the first time. The realization dawned on Kim Jun-woo. Yang wasn't a hunter, but just a civilian. The implications of this revelation hung heavy. A sudden, ominous tremor shook the air. Kim Jun-woo and Yang exchanged a look of alarm, sensing a new threat. A monstrous presence made itself known, its appearance heralded by a guttural, echoing roar that promised violence. Kim Jun-woo and Han Sang-hyuk stood their ground, dwarfed by the towering form of the gigantic, shadowy monster before them. Kim Jun-woo recognized the creature. It was a gigantic witch-type monster, a red-rank threat known for nullifying magic skills. The monster unleashed a deafening roar, its power shaking the very foundations of the area. Saliva dripped from the monster's fanged maw, a grotesque display of its predatory nature and immense power. Han Sang-hyuk initiated a skill, a glowing blue circle of energy forming around him as he prepared to fight the beast. Despite his efforts, Han Sang-hyuk received a dire warning: insufficient power and stamina to use the skill. The odds were stacked against him. He grits his teeth, realizing his strength is fading. The situation is becoming dire as his power wanes. A surge of vibrant energy crackles, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The air vibrates with raw power. The energy coalesces, focusing into a concentrated point. Figures in the distance watch with bated breath as the power intensifies. Han Sang-hyuk looks on, surprised by the display. He recognizes it as an arrow skill imbued with holy attributes. From atop a nearby building, someone shouts Junwoo Kim's name. The situation is escalating rapidly. Two men arrive, their faces grim. One declares it's been a long time and that he rushed over when he heard the news. Another man, hands glowing, announces the reunion of former Operations Team 2. Reinforcements have arrived. A blonde woman and a spiky-haired man discuss the news, deeming it reckless. Concern is etched on their faces. A group of figures stand over someone who has fallen. The battle has clearly taken a toll. The man states that saving each other's loved ones makes them even. He is revealed to be guild leader Sun Jonghyun. A woman with a sniper rifle expresses relief that he didn't die easily. She notes that they almost arrived too late. A man's face is shown in close-up, his expression unreadable. The tension remains high. The protagonist, kneeling, expresses his gratitude. He acknowledges the arrival of those who have come to his aid. One of the women scoffs, dismissing the idea that headquarters could have responded quickly enough. CEO Kim acknowledges their voluntary arrival, questioning if they assembled without formal orders, a hint of amusement in his tone. One woman wonders if everyone is prepared to face the consequences. Another retorts that they wouldn't be there if they weren't ready. The approaching figures express their resignation and concern about the potential loss of a hunter license. One man points out that the monsters require holy attributes to be attacked. Another assures CEO Kim that they have accounted for that. CEO Kim seems surprised by this revelation. An order is given to execute Operation J-14. The order to execute Operation J-14 is emphatically confirmed. Kim Jun-woo realizes that holy attribute buffs are being provided by support classes. A woman with a rifle acknowledges the tremendous power being unleashed. Operations Team 2 is deployed, ready for action. Bathed in golden light, the woman with dark hair stands firm, determination etched on her face as her ally stands behind her. Kim Junwoo questions how the holy attribute buff skill was prepared in such a short time, golden sparkles surrounding him. The muscular man with the white harness declares that it wasn't prepared for the regeneration dungeon, his body radiating golden light. The man with silver hair credits the former guild leader's legacy, as the man with dark hair listens intently. The man with reddish-brown hair and glasses thinks about the former guild leader, his expression thoughtful. Tension mounts as hands clench, a silent prelude to the coming conflict. A monstrous figure descends, the sound of impact echoing as the attack commences. The woman with dark hair urges someone to rest, declaring that they will handle things from here, as a figure lies prone. The muscular man with the white harness states he was planning on it, as the woman with orange hair kicks an enemy in the background. The monster continues its assault, but the woman with orange hair and another figure fight back against the onslaught. Meanwhile, the administrative headquarters is under attack, a bomb causing widespread destruction. Two men discuss the gathering of operations teams nationwide in the quarantine zone, expressing concern over the lack of assembly authorization. It was said that they were participating voluntarily to rescue CEO Kim Junwoo. The man in the suit, visibly stressed, wondered if that excuse would work with the higher-ups. He questioned why such nonsensical things happened when he was the head, fearing the operation's failure. Another man in a suit declared that he had no choice in the matter. Amidst several figures in suits, one declared command authority. The man's face filled with rage as he stated that command was being transferred to that bastard, Kim Junwoo. A man asked if someone was sure about this decision. The man questioned why Kim Junwoo was even in quarantine. The man in the suit stated that this was the fault of that bastard who filed a false report. He ordered to transfer command to Kim Junwoo immediately and to bring Deputy Hwang Dong-wai in, planning to blame it all on them. A being of immense power emanates a dark, swirling aura. Its eyes glow with ominous energy. The monstrous entity unleashes a deafening roar. Dark energy pulses from its very form. A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by strange pink energy. Geometric patterns flash around them. The monstrous figure lunges forward, its claws and teeth bared. A terrifying predator unleashed. With a fierce cry, the figure brandishes their sword. Golden light flares around the warrior. The young man's eyes widen in shock. A wave of golden energy washes over him and the others. A low growl rumbles through the air, a primal warning of danger. The woman's expression hardens with resolve. Behind her, a massive lion-like creature bares its fangs. Screaming, the two figures plummet, trails of golden light marking their descent. The situation grows dire. Bathed in golden light, the figure with the sword prepares for what comes next. Power gathers around them. A figure is silhouetted against a backdrop of intense golden light. Korean characters are emblazoned across the scene. 3 days have passed since Choi Ho-sung relinquished command. The man now in charge surveys the scene. A voice crackles over the comms, identifying himself as Kim Junwoo. He orders the operation team to prevent the monsters from moving. Through the Bang Bay station, the overall situation is holding, he thinks, relaying the message to his team. Kim Junwoo tells him to hang in there just a bit longer. The response comes back, understood. A hand grips a knife, ready for action. He recalls being flattered, told he was the only one who could lead this operation. But he knew their true intentions without needing to see them. Even in this situation, the woman observes, he's worried about his own position. Typical of his former mentor's ability. Well, he thinks he would have had to step in to clean up the situation anyway. It's the 5th day since the appearance of the regen dungeon. There's not much time left until it disappears. Everyone is exhausted, the woman says, but if they continue like this, the problem he was worried about won't happen. Yes, fortunately, he replies. Kim Junwoo looks intently at the woman. The group that attacked him, the woman says, was the International Association, PB Corporation, a secret project with a chairman, overseas branch business. The reason he founded the company is related to these, right? She asks. Yes, kind of Kim Junwoo admits. What are you planning to do next? Continue the overseas branch business. He and the woman discuss the International Association's efforts to unify hunting rights worldwide, which were seemingly legal but attracting little attention. The man in the suit dismissed the topic. He considered it nonsense. Mr. Kim warned that she would be in more danger than before. Mr. Kim emphasized his warning, his gaze intense. The woman seemed frustrated, questioning why he couldn't just stop. The woman stated that once they started their overseas acquisition business, they would clash head-on with the International Association. Mr. Kim wondered if it wasn't enough to work quietly among themselves, questioning the need for such dangerous work. A close-up revealed Mr. Kim's sharp gaze. Mr. Kim reminded her that it was a personal goal from the beginning, and she could stop if she didn't like it. The woman mentioned the Second International Association and the Secretary General. The woman insisted that he had already helped enough. Mr. Kim clarified that he was just saying that and asked if she thought he'd quit because of that. The woman responded that she wasn't there because she liked his business, but because she liked him. Mr. Kim revealed he had a favor to ask, showing a bullet processed from neutralizing stone. The woman asked him to investigate it, noting it was made from neutralizing stone. She reminded him that if she got caught investigating without being part of the association, she'd go straight to jail. Mr. Kim told her to make sure she didn't get caught, making it sound easy. A sharp, electronic sound echoes. Kim Min-ju stands with another figure and is asked what the matter is. The team reports that the region dungeon has disappeared and the extermination of all monsters in Zone C1 has been completed. It is reported that Zone A3 has also been cleared, and all zones seem to be cleared. The silhouettes of several figures stand before a building as the operation concludes. Han Sang-hyuk, on the phone, congratulates everyone and asks them to report any peculiarities by team. Kim Min-ju looks shocked. The news breaks. Director Choi Ho-sung of the headquarters. Han Sang-hyuk's expression shifts to one of shock. Has been assassinated. A close-up reveals a suit, the glint of a pen in the pocket. Meanwhile, the crowd celebrates, believing it's finally over. He faced his opponent, the tension palpable between them. The air crackled with unspoken animosity. A subordinate questioned the efficiency of the cleanup process. He seemed tired of the grim task. The man in charge argued for caution when disposing of the monster corpses. Despite the operation's success, a bitter aftertaste lingered. An unbelievable incident had occurred, the assassination of the operation director. Based on the circumstances, the culprit was Deputy Hwang Dong-wai. He corrected himself, thinking he should call him team leader now. He hadn't expected Hwang Dong-wai to be this crazy. Had they failed at both the attack and the threat? Were they trying to make an example? There was no need to stir things up when he'd already been caught. Could Director Choi Ho-sung have caught something on them? Han Sang-hyuk thought they were damn bastards, not just becoming bolder, they were crossing the line. The association, the citizens, and the media were all in unprecedented chaos. If the operations headquarters had been attacked, the country would be doomed. People wondered who would be the next operations director. No one would want the job. The director was attacked and killed within 2 months. How could they properly manage future hunts? Some suggested turning it over to a government agency. The association now faces an unprecedented crisis, its foundation shaken. Hunters from guilds and freelancers alike are encountering mysterious accidents or vanishing altogether. 2 hunters are reported dead in a vehicle explosion, marking the 30th such incident. PB Corporation is purging its hidden members across the country, severing ties. The speaker expresses surprise at the extreme measures taken to sever connections. PB Corporation has withdrawn from Korea, though whether this is a positive development remains unclear. The man in the suit wonders what on earth is going on, his expression troubled. Not only was the administrative headquarters attacked, but the operations director was assassinated and hunters across the country are dying. Both the headquarters and branches will struggle to function properly for a while. It's more than just struggling. They could collapse any day now. Exactly. In this situation, Lee Do-suk refuses to accept the chairman position. It's clear they need someone to take responsibility for the association's downfall, the man with the eye patch states. There's no way the director doesn't realize this. Indeed, he must have stepped up knowing it. What a reckless guy. Well, we can trust the director to handle it, can't we? Trust and competence are not always aligned. They argue, knowing the association's weakness invites exploitation from all sides. They must remain vigilant during these times, the pair observes, or risk losing everything they've worked for. He reveals that director Lee Do-suk contacted him, asking for assistance, even if only temporarily. Mr. Kim considers the offer, pondering a potential return to a previous role or position. The man declines, stating he has his own pressing issues and other matters to attend to, dismissing the overseas branch business. He explains that PB Corporation has withdrawn from Korea, and they've caught their trail, so there's no reason to delay, but there's one problem. The organization lacks capital, a stark reality that threatens their operations. Mr. Kim wonders why he always talks about the same issue, hinting at a recurring financial problem. The man questions the need for money when they meet, highlighting the financial strain on the overseas branch business. The chart reveals a continuous revenue decline, indicating a worsening financial situation for the organization. Equipment maintenance, overtime pay, and special allowances strain the budget, leaving the man overwhelmed by the financial burden. After covering all the expenses, nothing was left, leaving the man frustrated and desperate. A headache pounds as the association's funds remain blocked. The situation is proving very difficult. The older man listens intently as Han Sang-hyuk speaks, questioning the nature of investments in today's world. Han Sang-hyuk emphasizes the challenges of a new business like a cleaning team dispatch company. The older man sighs, stating he needs to cut labor costs. The man with the eye patch is addressed as Mr. Chairman. The sinister man recalls a time when he squeezed water from a dry squid. If the company is struggling, everyone suffers together. Even he's been working without any special allowance so far. Anyway, they should brace themselves for what's coming. It's time for the return. The sinister man is ready to become the ruthless and relentless Kim Jun-woo from the old days. From PB Corporation headquarters in France, the order came down: delete everything. The priority was the hunter balance list, and all balance operations were to be scrubbed. Everything was halted, and the directive was clear: get rid of everything. It was a disaster. Employees scrambled, rushing to comply with the urgent command, their faces etched with worry. A sinister smirk played across the CEO's lips, a silent hum escaping him. The CEO seemed to relish the chaos, a strange transformation taking place within him. The sounds of panic echoed through the halls. One man, his face contorted with rage, grabbed another by the neck. He snarled, demanding to know if he was there to gloat. The man with the beard accused the other of audacity, blaming him for the company's current state of chaos. The text identified the man from earlier panels as Kane, leader of the International Eradication Rights Recovery Team. Kane's sinister smile widened, the text revealing that even the CEO was furious. Someone declared that they had warned others to ignore Kim Jun-woo, sensing a bad feeling about him from the start. He remarks that they are fortunate this is all that has happened. The man in the blue suit is told that their entire team could have been replaced. The man in the blue suit asks what the CEO has to say. He is told that the CEO has put the audit team on standby. Mr. Kim listens intently, his expression unreadable. Mr. Kim expresses his surprise that the Korean branch was disbanded so quickly. He wonders if they didn't put a lot of effort into raising it. Kane states that this is the fate of field agents. He adds that they were disposable from start and that they have plenty of replacements. Mr. Kim asks why they keep Hwang alive then. He clarifies that he means Hwang. Kane responds that they need at least one person who knows Kim Jun-woo well, his fist clenching. Mr. Kim asks if they have decided where to relocate. Kane tells him to prepare for departure as soon as things are settled, stating that they have been summoned. Mr. Kim questions their departure, wondering where to go in this situation. Kane states that they're going to Zambia. Mr. Kim is surprised by this news. A woman realizes that all of this is because of Kim Jun-woo. He was resolute, his expression unyielding. The plan was set, and he intended to see it through. One of the uniformed employees addressed her superior, her brow furrowed with concern. She questioned if he would really go through with it. The man in the suit stood firm, explaining that the company's situation left him with no other choice. But no matter what, he would proceed. There was an underlying expectation of resistance from the employees, a silent tension hanging in the air as the plan moved forward. If the employees were hunters, they would have already rebelled. But there was no plan to go easy on them, regardless of their feelings. The man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed. No matter how much they resisted, he wouldn't even blink. The two uniformed employees exchanged worried glances, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. A man with brown hair looked surprised, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he was hearing. The employees lamented that they barely even received overtime pay as it was, adding to their frustration. The group of uniformed employees discussed the situation, one pointing out that it was illegal. The others reluctantly agreed. Han Yubin sighed, questioning if the CEO was a good person or just a fool for proceeding with the plan despite the consequences. The announcement of the ban on night work at Karma Corporation sparks immediate concern. How much chaos will this cause among the employees? The figures in black uniforms discuss the grim reality. There is no other way, they say, and at this rate, they won't even be able to pay the employees. The woman with orange hair argues that the company is struggling, so they need to work more. She asks if they ban night shifts, who will do the work and earn money. The crowd is lining up to work overtime, even without pay. They believe this is going to ruin them, but they continue to line up. A lone voice expresses confusion, unable to grasp the situation's complexities. Mr. Kim wonders what it matters to them if the company goes under, his expression a mix of concern and frustration. The meeting continues, the atmosphere thick with tension as the implications of the ban sink in. Despite the grim outlook, the workers show a surprising eagerness, ready to tackle the challenges ahead. Mr. Kim is taken aback, seemingly surprised by the workers' reaction. He questions why it matters whose company it is, seeing it as just a company. Yang sighs, seemingly resigned to the situation, but the tension remains palpable. Yang tells Mr. Kim that she told him he'd hear complaints, as he touches his head, expecting them to ask for more money. The discussion continued, with some expressing surprise that employees would work without expecting payment. Yang explained that the company's mission meant more to some than mere monetary compensation, adding that they cover all expenses. Mr. Kim seemed unable to grasp the concept, questioning who had that mindset in this day and age. The conversation shifted to the disparity in base salaries compared to the association, highlighting the financial strain. Yang noted that the CEO runs around like crazy for the employees, and she would even be willing to dedicate her life there. Yang conceded that the CEO might be a perfect leader, but not much of a businessman, as she giggled nervously. It was said that if things continued this way, management would become difficult, and the fundamental issue was securing funds. Someone acknowledged that they hated asking for help, but business couldn't thrive on stubbornness alone. Mr. Kim sat at his desk, thinking that he never intended to be stubborn, but pride is meaningless in the face of money. Mr. Kim sighed, acknowledging that making money was a tough issue, and wondered if bundles of cash could just fall from the sky. A phone rang, displaying the name Director Lee Do-sik, prompting a moment of consideration. Meanwhile, after the administrative headquarters were blown up, operations temporarily moved to the operations headquarters. The situation was very chaotic, both inside and outside the association's towering headquarters. The man with the red beard stood firm, flanked by the woman with long black hair and Mr. Kim, listening intently. He had told Director Lee Do-sik, team leader Byun, and Kim Min-ju everything that had happened. The story involved Director Choi Ho-sung's death, the attack on the administrative headquarters, and the identity of Hwang Dong-wai as an insider. The information included details on PB Corporation and the plan to dismantle the existing international association. The man with the red beard revealed that the plan was to make the Korean Association the new international association, with Karma Corporation as part of it. The man with dark hair sat, stunned by the revelation. He questioned why he was being told this now. The man with the red beard stated that he needed to know this as the person in that position. The man with the red beard remarked that explained why he had resigned so suddenly, referring to a secret talk with the chairman. Mr. Kim inquired about the association's current state, noting the loss of the administrative headquarters and the impact on supplies and support. The man with the red beard confirmed that the association was barely hanging on, making operations impossible. Mr. Kim's eyes widened, processing the gravity of the situation. Knowing the situation, many have voluntarily returned to the association. With talents like these, they have to do their best. To them, the association is just a company, working with a sense of ownership for the company. Mr. Kim heard about the company from his daughter. He offers a business card, unsure if it will help. The business card contains the contact information of an advisor who greatly helped the association when it was struggling. He is extremely capable and passionate. A few days later, the advisor, Oh Jae-yeep, is pleased to meet them. He states it's an honor to meet them in person. Mr. Kim introduces himself as CEO Kim Jun-woo, pleased to meet them. He then introduces the others as their employees. One of the employees puts his arm around another, stating that great things are looking up. The advisor thinks that he was about to send his resume back to headquarters, thinking this place was doomed. Below, another man looks enraged. The enraged man yells, no matter how close you are with the CEO, in a formal setting, you should speak respectfully. The man in uniform looks nervous. The man in uniform gulps, understanding the situation. The man with brown hair is caught between two others, seemingly in disbelief. This can't be. The man in the suit raises his arms, addressing the room. He demands that everyone listen up. Mr. Kim states that there should be no personal feelings involved. The strength of an organization comes from its hierarchy. The CEO points out that flat structures and equal organizations sound nice, but they can lead to the collapse of the company's hierarchy. The woman with pink hair declares that from now on, all employees must show proper respect to CEO Kim Jun-woo. The woman in the suit asks if she could be shown to the office. The man in the suit replies, yes, of course. Damn. The man with brown hair smiles. Mr. Kim takes a sip from his cup, letting out a sigh. Mr. Kim, his back turned, addresses Yang, recalling her past assessment of his business acumen. Yang admits that running a business is certainly different from simply working. Mr. Kim, holding his cup, declares that he finally understands. A close-up reveals Mr. Kim's sinister smile as he states that this is how business should be done. Footsteps echo through the hallway, signaling an approaching presence. Two employees are startled, realizing someone is coming. They are caught chatting after lunch. Mr. Kim stands in the doorway, his presence looming over the two employees. His face contorted in rage, Mr. Kim declares that this is a company, not a place to have fun. A sinister smile spreads across Mr. Kim's face as he observes the scene. The employees, terrified, flee from Mr. Kim's presence. Within a week of his arrival, sales increased by 30%, and the company seemed to be running more efficiently. But Mr. Kim's patience quickly wore thin. He noticed the employees had eaten snacks from the break room that could feed 3 people. Finally, he could breathe again. Yes, this is what a company should be, he thought. Yu Bean and the other employees were being reprimanded. Mr. Kim insisted that the basics of the company are reports, and they must format them properly. The orange-haired employee was visibly upset. The line spacing was off, and the font was wrong. The orange-haired employee couldn't stand it anymore. She was quitting. She wouldn't do this anymore. She protested that she wasn't even a desk worker. She came here to clean, so why did she have to do this too? Mr. Kim was furious. Damaging company property, aggressive language, cursing, and not following company policies were unacceptable. These things should never happen in a company. Han Yubin was shocked. Mr. Kim fired her. Jae thought that was a bit much. Another employee remarked that it was just a joke, and they didn't want to seem too harsh. The screen displays a temporary increase in sales, but cost-cutting measures have already been implemented internally. The number 5,200,243 is highlighted. Mr. Kim sits with his head in his hands, overwhelmed. Securing funds is critical, but the dungeon reset has caused more financial difficulty than anticipated. The situation is dire, Mr. Kim thinks, as he sits at his desk. The company's financial state is more dangerous than it appears. Mr. Kim clutches his head, his expression fraught with worry. They won't even be able to compete with the International Association at this rate. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim sits at a table with another man, his expression intense. He declares that they need to find something that makes money, punctuating his statement with laughter. Yang sits across from Mr. Kim, holding a cup. She comments on the wonderful smell of the coffee, adding that she brought it with her own money for him to enjoy. Mr. Kim smiles, impressed. He compliments OJEO on his coffee-making skills, stating that this is what a company should be. A dark premonition hangs in the air. Some of them are about to lose it all. Elsewhere, a man in uniform sweats as he reads a book. He mutters about the cleaning lectures returning one day, wondering how Mr. Kim gets close to people so quickly. Yang and Mr. Kim sit together, the atmosphere deceptively calm. She remarks that the company is running so smoothly. A document is placed on the desk with a thud. The message is clear. Junwoo, they've done all they can. The woman with brown hair looks concerned, suggesting that they consider seeking corporate investment. He acknowledges the suggestion, finding it a realistic approach to their current predicament. The man with the eye patch explains that the chairman also suggested seeking corporate investment. Karma was specifically created to counter the International Association, but would anything actually stick? If an organization like theirs openly received corporate investment, it would reveal Karma's existence to everyone. To accept investment would mean Karma loses its very meaning of existence, its purpose. The association, their financial lifeline, is broke, and a company that can't be publicly exposed can't attract investment. Mr. Kim laments his lack of funds. Mr. Kim reflects on his past, before the regression, when he thought he'd live off a top hunter's salary and have fun. Accounting, investing, stocks, these are things Mr. Kim never thought he'd need to know. Accepting investment from a high-risk company is a last resort, a desperate measure. He didn't want to use this method, but there's no choice left to him. Yang suggests getting corporate investment without increasing the risk. Mr. Kim smirks, hinting at a plan. Let's just. The woman smiles, seemingly ready to move on from a previous topic. She appears confident. A modern building stands tall, a helipad perched atop its roof. The sky is bright and clear. The city sprawls with towering structures, reflecting the sunlight. Business thrives in this urban landscape. Mr. Kim leans back in his chair, groaning. He rubs his neck, seemingly tired from his work. Stacks of documents surround him, a testament to his workload. The sheer volume is overwhelming. Manager Pion approaches, holding a document. He asks if Mr. Kim is all right, then states that something needs to be handled today. Manager Pion explains that they received a reply from Hano Trading Company regarding the investment proposal. They want to meet. Mr. Kim considers the proposal. He wonders when they should schedule the meeting for this week. The man sits in his chair, facing away. The scene is dark, focusing on the back of his head. Manager Pion confirms that they sent an investment proposal to Hano Trading Company. He answers yes and no to unseen questions. Manager Pion reveals that they contacted the chairman directly. His expression is serious. Mr. Kim's eyes widen in surprise and concern. He mutters, "Oh no." The man with the beard states that there is so much to fix immediately. A few days ago, Mr. Kim instructs the woman with short hair to write that the expected profit from contracts with the guild is 200%. He continues, adding that they should include the estimated profit from legendary grade materials in the dungeon reset is 300%, and that they are perfectly prepared for overseas deployment with the know-how of establishing the Vietnam branch. The woman, looking concerned, asks if this is okay, a small text bubble indicating this is fraud. The woman thinks that people always write their resumes like this too, but then realizes this isn't a resume. Mr. Kim reveals his plan, stating that the fundamental reason Karma is struggling financially is because of the association. His plan involves a reset and administrative headquarters attack, requiring investment. Currently, dungeon privatization is underway as the association's momentum wanes in Korea and private companies are entering the dungeon business. In this situation, there's no reason top corporations wouldn't go for the association. Mr. Kim explains that it's because the association, their financial source, lost money due to the dungeon association are still valid, and if the association revives, Karma will too. Mr. Kim, with a sinister grin and glowing red eyes, demands that someone be grateful, correcting himself from director to chairman. The unseen speaker warns that investment always carries inherent risks. A few days later, the Hano Trading Company building looms large, a monument to ambition. A hand reaches out, perhaps grasping for power or sealing a deal. The glowing figure explodes in fury, demanding to know why he wasn't consulted. A woman braces against the force of a skill activation. Mr. Kim's associates suggest that this could be a great opportunity for the association, despite the outburst. The woman clutches her head in pain, barely able to speak. The man in the suit questions why he was made to accompany her. The man in the suit relays that the chairman of Hano Group requested a personal meeting. The other man admits he feels uneasy. One of the figures accuses another of being a crazy fool for starting this. They are urged to hurry, as they can't keep the investors waiting. Mr. Kim smiles, stating that the investors are waiting and they should go in. The building looms, a destination and a symbol of what's to come. The man in the suit is identified as Ha Deok-soo, the chairman of Hano Group. The sunlight glints off the mirrored facade of a modern skyscraper. Inside a spacious office, a meeting is underway. Several figures are seated around a large table. A voice rumbles, the speaker unseen. The investment proposal is considered quite interesting. Considering the future prospects, the man holding the document states profits are expected to be more than 10 times the investment amount. He is identified as Chairman Ha Deok-soo. The man's face is obscured by shadow, but the text reveals expected returns of over 200% for Vietnamese hub distribution. With plans to dispatch overseas, the expected returns are 200%. Estimated profits are over 300% from the acquisition and byproducts of SSS quality in the Reagan dungeon. Ha Deok-soo leans in, stating that if they invest, they can achieve it within a year. The man with the dark hair thinks to himself that Ha Deok-soo is talking like it's not his problem. He wishes him good luck. Chairman Lee Do-sik finds the proposal truly fascinating. From their analysis at Hano Trading Company, it seems not only difficult to make a profit, but also hard to even recover the investment. The image focuses on a polished shoe, suggesting someone is sending such an unreasonable investment proposal from the association. The man with the dark hair is asked if he is underestimating their Hano Trading Company. He remains silent. Ha Deok-soo looks at the man with the dark hair, who finds it intriguing as well. The terms of the proposal are already being called into question. The man in the blue suit suggests that if the proposal was known to be nonsensical, then this meeting would never have taken place. Mr. Kim finds Jun-woo to be of a different caliber. Mr. Kim states that he has always wanted to meet Kim Jun-woo in person, finding him interesting as a fellow business owner. The proposal's profit margins seem exaggerated, but the association believes there is something only they and Jun-woo can accomplish. Kim Jun-woo listens intently, his expression unreadable. Mr. Kim wants to get straight to the point. The offer is made. How about doing business with them? Mr. Kim and the woman explain their aim to secure an exclusive item import contract with the African Integrated Branch. He asks them to elaborate. They explain that private subjugation businesses are booming due to dungeon privatization, with over 100 private operation teams formed in just a week. He was escorted by suited men, a detail befitting a businessman of his stature. Indeed, while operation teams were sprouting up like mushrooms, the supply of weapons, equipment, and items was far below the demand. In such a situation, Mr. Kim knew that if Hano Group monopolized item supply, the profits would be enormous. One of the men inquired, curious if he had heard of Fractal. Fractal, an item essential for crafting A-rank or higher weapons, was traded at high prices due to its limited excavation sites. Mr. Kim had heard that near the Democratic Republic of Congo was the largest source of Fractal, and their goal was to secure an exclusive import contract for it. He now understood why they had made such a proposal. The African Integrated Branch was in a very bad situation currently. They were short on subjugation personnel and heavily intervened by the government. Moreover, there were rumors of rampant item smuggling centered around conflict areas. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. With ongoing civil wars causing chaos, the Integrated Branch must be able to consistently mine items, which requires a stable subjugation situation. He stood firm, the weight of the negotiations pressing down on him. The proposal was presented as mutually beneficial, citing expertise in stabilizing branches, a lesson learned from Vietnam. The Hano Group sought their strength and experience, offering investment in return, a partnership that seemed promising. However, the immediate overseas dispatch raised concerns. The risks were palpable, even with the backing of the International Association. The terms were laid out: immediate withdrawal from Korea, a promise of investment if the contract was signed, a gamble with high stakes. A sinister smile crept across the man's face, hinting at hidden motives and a dangerous game. The deal included a significant cut, 10% of domestic item supply sales, a lucrative but potentially treacherous offer. The man with the beard looked on in disbelief as Jun-woo's expression hardened, sensing the shift in the negotiation's tone. Fueled by anger, the bearded man's outburst revealed a personal vendetta. "Revenge, you bastard." Mr. Kim declared the deal sealed, adding a chilling request to take his son along, a pawn in his grand scheme. The man in the suit's face betrayed a hint of unease, but he remained silent as the sinister plan unfolded, knowing he will be very useful. Jun-woo's silence spoke volumes, his mind racing to calculate the true cost of this agreement. The meeting was to be scheduled as soon as possible, within 4 days. All necessary expenses would be covered by Hano, the man in the suit was assured. One of the women remarked that it would be nice to take both, like last time in Vietnam, but the situation didn't allow it now. The man in the suit resolved that he would have to take her. Team leader Ha was approached with a question. He was told to feel free to ask. Given the current dangerous situation in Africa, with civil wars and subjugation. The man wondered why Chairman Ha would insist on taking his son. He reflected that his father had always been worried about his soft personality since he was a child. With so many people eyeing his position, he felt uneasy. He seemed to want him to gain a lot of experience, the protagonist thought, considering he was the future successor of a large corporation, telling a stranger he met today about his weaknesses. No wonder Chairman Ha Diaksu was worried. He mused, but Africa, of all places. This was really troublesome, he thought. He seems lost in thought, something weighing heavily on his mind. The silence hangs heavy in the air. Mr. Kim speaks, his words laced with a hint of discomfort. Africa, he says, is too hot. Mr. Kim's expression is unreadable, his gaze intense. Something is clearly troubling him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of people are seen, with the word "screw loose" floating above them. Their expressions are a mix of confusion and amusement. The name of Chairman Ha Diaksu hangs in the air, unspoken but present. The implications are unclear. The scene shifts to a modern office, where a figure sits at a desk. The atmosphere is sterile and corporate. A disembodied voice speaks, its tone laced with a hint of threat. "You must be very worried," it says. Elsewhere, the woman with orange hair seems surprised by something. She murmurs to herself, "Oh my, weak." Tension fills the air as one person questions another's vacation plans. The response is defensive, citing prior approval. The argument escalates, with one side demanding the vacation be canceled and the other asserting their right to it. Back at the office, Han Yubin announces her return from a meeting. She greets Mr. Kim, inquiring about his availability next week. The woman with orange hair receives a gift, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. What could it be? A sudden bonus, perhaps? It seems this will be a temporary assignment. The woman with orange hair examines what appears to be a hunter license. For a week, someone named Kim Min-ju will be substituted in the subjugation for the association. The woman with orange hair speaks to a man in a suit, presumably about the substitution. Someone is upset, exclaiming about their vacation being ruined. The woman with orange hair is instructed to follow the vice chairman's instructions while someone is away. The woman with orange hair looks distressed, muttering about Kim Jun-woo. Meanwhile, on the day of the African dispatch, Han Yubin stands with her luggage, ready to depart. The frustrated character is informed that Yubin will be at the association as their substitute, and Yang will be filling in at the company, it seems. Just the two of them, on an overseas business trip. She could barely contain her excitement as she arrived at the airport. The man in the suit greeted Yang, noting her arrival. He thanked her for accompanying him, despite the association's busy schedule, mentioning this trip will be tougher than the last time in Vietnam. Yang dismissed his concerns, stating it was nothing, as it was his request after all. She smiled, trying to hide her nervousness. The woman felt a bit awkward being just the two of them. The man introduced team leader Ha Sung-il from Hano Group, who had decided to accompany them. A voice exclaimed their excitement at meeting Min-ju, declaring themselves a fan. Ha Sung-il nervously asked if he could shake her hand. He thought to himself that this is what fans do. Yang held her phone, seemingly unfazed by the interaction. Someone offered to carry her luggage, but she declined, saying it was okay. She's offered water by Ha Sung, who notes that it is new. Yang declines, admitting that she feels pressured by the trip. Ha Sung puts on his sunglasses, the lenses reflecting the bright terminal lights. He tells Yang that they should get going. Suddenly, it occurs to her that this is her second overseas business trip. The team arrives in Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The heat hits hard. Yang finds the temperature more intense than she anticipated. Kim Jun-woo notes that their activities will be more restricted compared to their operations in Vietnam. Jun-woo attempts to lighten the mood, brandishing small fans, but Yang remains unimpressed. Someone cautions the team leader, suggesting he doesn't need to go so far. An associate praises Jun-woo and Yang as legends. He insists on accommodating them, given their involvement in dungeon-related work. The team wonders if Jun-woo's corporate socializing is genuine skill or mere banter, but acknowledges his expertise for the job. Jun-woo is asked if he's been to Congo before. He admits to a few business trips, but only for small contracts, wondering how he could impress them. An unidentified man inquires if they're the ones from the Hano Group. Bruce, the Central Africa branch manager, apologizes for his tardiness. Bruce indicates that a car is waiting and suggests they head to the branch. A hand reaches out, beckoning a dog closer. He couldn't shake the feeling that the branch manager greeting them personally felt a bit suspicious. Bruce, Ha Sung, and Yang stand together, their luggage beside them as they prepare to move forward. He dismisses any concerns, stating that it's nothing to worry about. Ha Sung, standing with Yang, warns someone not to doze off this time. Ha Sung confirms something with a simple yes, while someone nearby sneezes, wondering aloud if they're being badmouthed. Someone thinks to themselves that they just did a little in their head. Meanwhile, the Central Africa temporary headquarters of the International Association looms large. Bruce, holding papers, states that they want to sign an exclusive agreement. The document outlines an export contract for fractals, emphasizing that it's beneficial for them. Ha Sung and Yang stand with another person, as someone declares that the current situation is quite dire. He explained that they were even considering asking for operational support from external companies. The situation was dire. Action had been promised a year ago, but they'd practically been abandoned. The man in the suit considered the information. The International Association had abandoned them. Ha Sung asked if they could provide details on the operational situation. The man stated that he may not look like it, but he was an expert in this field. Ha Sung considered the information and said, "All right." The man in the suit was addressed, "Mr. Kim, I've already reviewed your credentials." The man offered, "Here's the operational status. Please take a look." The team reviewed the operational status documents. The woman presents the document, but the man in sunglasses seems unconvinced. She begins to speak, concerned about the contents. The woman states that the situation doesn't make sense and mentions branch manager Bruce. The numbers are off. Mr. Kim leans forward, urging honesty. He wants to understand the full scope of the problem and offer assistance. The report reveals a stark reality. Despite having 43 operational teams, the monthly extermination rate is only 300. Each team is handling fewer than 10 cases per month. Mr. Kim, visibly concerned, questions the accuracy of these figures. The implications of such low numbers are troubling. Sweat beads on the brow of one of the men present, a clear sign of the immense pressure and stress he's under. The report continues, stating that the area is embroiled in border disputes, leading to frequent civil wars. This instability is affecting operations. The chaos of war is evident as hunters are diverted from their primary missions to deal with the ongoing conflicts. The situation is dire. Hunters are being deployed as military assets. The question arises, are hunters being used as military force? Another man wonders if the International Association headquarters is aware of the situation. The implications of this are significant. The man in the suit states that the headquarters is unaware. If they knew, he wouldn't be in his current predicament. The man with a concerned look urges others to listen to the man in the suit. He questions if he realizes the severity of the situation. He questions who made the decision, assuming it wasn't the person he's addressing. A meeting is underway, the participants seemingly unaware of the brewing storm. Kim Jun-woo finds it hard to believe that an international branch is being influenced by the government. Mr. Kim explains that they cover the whole of Central Africa, not just a single country. He adds that refusing deployment requests would result in the government denying exit permits. The government, of course, denies any responsibility for the situation unfolding in Africa. The situation has worsened the disputes even further, creating a mess. The question arises whether they are there to resolve a national conflict instead of securing a contract. Mr. Kim sits back, contemplating the complexities of the situation. He admits to having no idea where to even start, lost in thought. The man's posture reflects his internal struggle, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. Kim Jun-woo's expression hardens, a resolve forming in his eyes. Someone suggests giving up on Africa and looking elsewhere, but another believes they can manage and wants to begin. The man talking seems surprised by the suggestion to proceed, while Kim Jun-woo looks determined. He is thanked, the man in the suit expressing gratitude for his capabilities in solving the problem. A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air, a palpable tension rising. The man in the suit is taken aback by Mr. Kim's sudden involvement, who looks back with a knowing smirk. Mr. Kim's expression hardens, his smirk solidifying into a declaration. This is business. Kim Jun-woo and the woman with black hair exchange surprised glances, sensing a shift in the situation. The woman's question hangs in the air, demanding an explanation for the sudden intrusion. Kim Jun-woo's face is etched with worry, wondering if he has made a mistake by involving the government and neighboring countries. The man in the suit apologizes, admitting that the situation is beyond their capabilities alone, and that he thought involving the Congolese government would solve the issue. Mr. Kim scoffs, pointing out that if the Congolese government were amenable, they wouldn't have imposed such conditions, and that the man in the suit was short-sighted. The man in the suit reveals that he actually has some connections within the Congolese government, a fact that seems to surprise the woman. Kim Jun-woo reflects on his actions, realizing he thought he could make it work, but now doubts creep in. The woman's shocked expression mirrors Kim Jun-woo's own surprise at the unfolding events. He mentions that he has been to Congo a few times on business trips. Mr. Kim smiles, explaining he built connections while negotiating a supply contract for hunting equipment with the government. Mr. Kim puts his arm around team leader Ha Sung-ael, who respond with a nervous, "Why yes?" A man with red hair says that next time, they should share such details in advance. The man in the suit thinks that Chairman Ha Deok-soo might be helpful, and he is starting to like him. A building in the Democratic Republic of Congo stands tall against the sky. The man in the suit looks at the building and sighs, "Phew." He looks up, realizing that the businesses of these major companies are all depending on him. He thinks to himself, "On me." He resolves that he can't let them down. An outdoor seating area bustles with activity. He listens as the woman asks if sending Sung-ael alone is the right choice. She explains that it's a personal connection visit. The decision has been made, it's better for him to go alone. There's nothing they can do if they go together. Elsewhere, others express their worry and unease about the situation. They feel they have no choice but to trust and wait. Mr. Kim reflects on Africa and the International Association. He doesn't have many memories from before he came back. He admits he had no interest in Africa, so he didn't pay attention. But something lingers in his mind. There was definitely a temporary headquarters back then, but he's never heard of them deploying hunters. A woman with long brown hair approaches, noting that there are no available seats. She asks if she can join him. Mr. Kim looks up at her and simply says, "Ah, sure." He pauses, a thought striking him. Wait a minute. He realizes that something isn't right. There are plenty of empty seats. Something wicked this way comes. A masked woman in a white suit stands before two figures, bathed in an eerie purple light. He senses something amiss, a menacing presence that prickles at the edge of his awareness. The source of the disturbance is a masked woman, her features obscured by an enigmatic covering. The masked woman wears a pristine white suit, its starkness contrasting with the shadowy aura surrounding her. The woman's face comes into sharper focus, her gaze intense as she speaks a name, Junwoo. A smile plays on her lips as Emma introduces herself, declaring she's from the PB Corporation. Junwoo Kim's eyes widened in disbelief as a woman materialized, a glowing sword aimed directly at him. A figure loomed, her eyes burning with an unnatural red glow. The woman's white suit seemed pristine, untouched by the chaos around her. An unsettling void replaced her face, a stark contrast to the elegant attire. The woman's voice echoed, a greeting directed at Junwoo Kim. Emma from PB Corporation introduced herself with a polite smile. Emma requested permission to sit, hinting at a conversation of considerable length. The woman with the sword stood beside Junwoo Kim, as Emma identified herself as a representative. The disembodied voice conveyed the strangeness of PB Corporation's arrival. She's questioned about her true skills, if ambushes and assassinations are her specialty. He wonders what kind of trick she is pulling now. The pristine white of the suit jacket gleams, a stark contrast to the shadows. Emma remains composed, advising him to calm down, stating that it is already a hot country. She wonders if people have the means of conversation, doesn't they? Kim Junwoo retorts that if she wants a conversation, she should bring her superior. Emma declares that she is not interested in small fry anymore. She then tells him that he came to the right place. Emma reveals that she is the representative of PB Corporation. It's new meeting Mr. Kim in person, after only hearing reports. Junwoo Kim's eyes narrow as he focuses on her, stating that this is about her. His expression hardens, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He is clearly taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, "Huh?" The Democratic Republic of Congo basks under the sun's golden rays. Song Il steels himself, whispering that he can handle the project now in his hands. He raises his hand, knuckles rapping sharply against the ornate door. The door creaks open as he steps inside, ready to face what awaits. Senator Cedric greets him warmly. "Cedric, how have you been?" Song Il responds with enthusiasm, calling Cedric his friend. The two men clasp hands, sealing their greeting. Cedric expresses gratitude for their past contract, while Song Il insists he should be the grateful one. Senator Cedric smiles, asking what brings Song Il to him today. Senator Cedric's smile widens, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Song Il scratches his head, mentioning that as he begins to explain. He reveals there's a project between the Korean Association and their Hano group. He is met with a finger raised to his lips, a gesture for silence. The man in the red jacket is told that he has taken too much of his time. Mr. Kim watches as Song Il turns to leave. Mr. Kim remarks that it is already time for his friend to arrive, chuckling to himself. He states that he'll be off after a pleasant conversation. Song Il acknowledges the statement with a subdued, "Ah, yes." The man in the red jacket responds with a simple, "Right," as Mr. Kim watches him. Mr. Kim expects a positive response about what they discussed earlier, his expression intense. The name, Mr. Cedric, is spoken. Song Il stands with Mr. Kim, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Song Il thinks that he's a bit intimidating, as Mr. Kim looks on. Mr. Kim suggests they move to a different place. The exclusive import contract with the Donghap Ranch was at stake, and preparations were almost complete. The African pacification needed to stabilize for the contract to proceed. Mr. Kim spoke, addressing Cedric, stating it was only for a while. Mr. Kim considered Song Il a good friend, but reminded him that they were at war, a stark contrast to his friendly tone. The government alone could not stop this civil war, he stated, the weight of the conflict heavy in his voice. All the pacification rights in Central Africa were at stake, the implications vast and far-reaching. Mr. Kim smiled, mentioning that things were managed in Congo, besides deploying hunters to handle the situation. Song Il looked shocked, as Mr. Kim stated that now was not the time to talk about business, his expression hardening. The International Association had integrated the branches, eliminating the independent associations in Central Africa, consolidating their power. That's when the Civil War began, a conflict fueled by the struggle for control and resources. Uganda, Rwanda, Angola, Zambia, the conflict spread across the region, impacting countless lives in these African nations. Those associations were small but could sustain themselves with pacification revenues, a fragile balance now threatened. But now, the International Association is eradicating them, crushing any remaining resistance and tightening its grip. Ha Sung expresses his confusion to Cedric, questioning the International Association's motives. He seems genuinely perplexed by their actions. Cedric places a reassuring hand on Ha Sung's shoulder, admitting he doesn't know their exact intentions either. The room is decorated with flowers. But something is brewing, a plan is being hatched. The gears of something larger are in motion. Cedric's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with determination. He declares that the association wants all African countries under one banner. The International Association is achieving this unification by unequally distributing pacification rights. This is causing civil wars within Africa. Elsewhere, a man gazes out at the Eiffel Tower, revealing that they are allowing internal collapse. The city lights twinkle below. The man continues, explaining that after the collapse, they will unify Africa with minimal effort and devour it. His face is obscured in shadow. Ha Sung's eyes widen in alarm, realizing the implications of this plan. He understands that they must stop the deployments even more urgently. Cedric clasps his hands, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. He insists that this war cannot be stopped by the government alone. The message is clear. Somalia must leave Africa. This civil war is escalating, and the stakes are rising. Ha Sung looks at Cedric, seeking clarification. He asks what Cedric means by all of this, his expression a mix of concern and confusion. It's revealed that the guest from earlier was from the International Association suborganization. Ha Sung is shocked, while a man with a mustache looks on with a sinister grin. He considered the implications. It was the first time they'd moved so directly, proposing weapons smuggling for the Civil War. Cedric approached, his expression grave. He questioned if it was okay for him to share this information. A man stood with his back to the viewer, gazing out of a window. Cedric smiled faintly, stating it was for his friend. Elsewhere, a group of people walked down a sunny street, seemingly unaware of the conspiracies brewing elsewhere. A woman looked down, her expression unreadable. The man smiled, holding a glass of iced liquor. Someone lamented that because of another, their PB corporation had suffered a lot, but they never... The woman in the white suit questioned, "Mr. Kim, who are you really, that you torment us so much?" The man with short brown hair looked annoyed, thinking that anyone would think he's the villain here. He presses for the truth, demanding to know the other party's real objective. The woman with blonde hair states her intention plainly, to eliminate a dangerous cleaner like Mr. Kim. The man with brown hair dismisses the claim as utter bullshit. Mr. Kim questions the sudden shift from negotiation to a death threat. The woman with blonde hair suggests they skip the pleasantries and make a deal. An unseen figure demands that Mr. Kim leave Africa immediately. The man with brown hair counters with a threat of his own, promising retaliation against anyone who harms him or his allies. The man with brown hair seems unconcerned. The woman with blonde hair asks if he understands the implications of his actions, her eyes glowing red. The woman's expression is intense. The woman with blonde hair looks up at Mr. Kim, her expression unreadable. He muses that he must be a thorn in the side of such a well-hidden organization. The fact that the representative came in person was meant to scare him. A voice echoes, demanding to know if any reports were received. The unseen speaker awaits information. Mr. Kim stands tall, radiating an aura of power. The woman beside him thinks that he has no backstory, as if he simply appeared. The man's smirk deepens as he considers the situation. He thinks to himself that it's too early to threaten him, and wonders why he should back off if killing the other party would end everything. An intense gaze pierces through the scene, the red pupil hinting at immense power and perhaps a dangerous intent. The woman with dark hair questions if the hunter is going to fight here, in the middle of the capital. Tension hangs in the air. Mr. Kim is flanked by two figures. A woman in a white suit states that as long as they restore it, everything will be fine. The woman in the white suit smiles, telling the hunter that he is indeed hotter than she had heard. Her words carry a suggestive tone. He states that, unfortunately, he does not intend to fight right now. He seems to be holding back for the moment. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the air, signaling an imminent shift in the situation. The stylized visual effect amplifies the tension. The hunter is poised, ready for action. The stylized visual effects suggest a surge of power or a swift movement. The woman with dark hair says, instead, hinting an alternative course of action. The situation remains tense and uncertain. The structure looms, its sharp angles glinting in the harsh light. Its metallic surface reflects the ominous sky, hinting at hidden power. Mr. Kim, standing tall, reveals his hand. He states that he's invited a guest to handle Jinu Kim. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. That gun. Jinu Kim's eyes widen. a flicker of fear crossing his face as the implications sink in. The text speaks of an anti-monster firearm, designed for pacification operations, a weapon that killed him before his return. A figure rappels down, the word Titan emblazoned on their weapon, descending into the fray. In the shadows, figures in tactical gear stand ready, their presence a silent promise of violence. The figure in tactical gear holds their weapon, prepared for the coming conflict. Another figure stands poised, the anti-monster firearm raised and ready to fire. Mr. Kim's face twists into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The gun is raised, and Junu Kim's expression turns crazed, a desperate edge in his eyes. Junu Kim's eyes widened, a sudden thought piercing his mind. That gun. The memory surfaced, the anti-monster firearm, Titan, the one that had ended him before. From above, a figure in tactical gear descended, rappelling down with a large gun in hand. The alleyway was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with anticipation. A masked figure emerged from the shadows, the glint of a gun barrel catching the dim light. Mr. Kim leveled his weapon, a sinister glint in his eye as he muttered, "Whoa." His face contorted with rage, the muscles in his jaw clenched tight. Mr. Kim's voice dripped with venom as he spat. "How dare you insult me like this?" A voice, filled with fury, echoed through the alley. "Who the hell are you?" Mr. Kim knelt, pointing his gun at the person on the ground, a cruel smile playing on his lips as the other man asked, "Me?" Junu Kim's eyes glowed crimson, a manic grin spreading across his face. An avenger. Mr. Kim stands, his expression unreadable as he grips the weapon in his hand. The air crackles with unseen energy. An unseen assailant launches forward, their form a blur of motion and intent. The attack is imminent. The unseen attacker's voice rings out, taunting Mr. Kim. "You fool." Red energy flares around Mr. Kim as he retorts, his voice laced with defiance. "If you're going to kill me, you should have done it like last time." The red energy intensifies, a chaotic storm of power unleashed against him. The hunter's face contorts in a grimace, caught in the blast. The force of the attack explodes outward, a blinding wave of crimson. Blood streaks across Mr. Kim's face, teeth bared in pain or defiance as the energy rips through him. The hunter is engulfed, a silhouette struggling against the overwhelming power. A scream tears through the air, a testament to the ferocity of the assault. The energy dissipates, leaving behind a scene of devastation and swirling dust. Yet, he stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unharmed. Onlookers voice their disbelief. What's happening? Isn't he dead? He grits his teeth, eyes glowing with a furious red intensity. The hunter's rage is palpable as he calls out a name. The man in the suit sits on the ground, seemingly defeated. His opponent stands over him, hand outstretched, ready to deliver another blow. A screen displays the activation of First Sniper, ensuring every attack will hit its mark. Mr. Kim's voice rings out, laced with arrogance. "Don't get cocky." Mr. Kim levels the weapon, a futuristic cannon of immense power. He prepares to unleash its devastating force. Kim Jun-woo charges forward, undeterred by the display of power. He closes the distance, intent on stopping the attack. Purple energy crackles around Mr. Kim, his eyes burning with an unholy light. He is channeling a dark power. The words echo in his mind. Demon King activation. Mr. Kim is tapping into a forbidden strength. A surge of energy courses through Mr. Kim, and he cries out in shock. The power is almost too much to bear. Kim Jun-woo's voice drips with malice as he taunts his opponent. He promises a beating that will leave Mr. Kim on the brink of death. Mr. Kim screams in agony as the purple energy intensifies. The Demon King power is overwhelming him. The force of the unleashed power sends Mr. Kim flying backwards. He is completely at the mercy of the Demon King's might. Kim Jun-woo grits his teeth, anticipating the final blow. He is ready to end the fight. Mr. Kim, prone on the ground, struggles to comprehend his predicament. Is he truly being defeated by an Asian cleaner? His face contorted in rage, Mr. Kim shouts, demanding to know if they even realize who he is. A foot presses down on Mr. Kim's chest, pinning him. A voice commands him to explain who he is. A woman with long, dark hair simply scoffs at the scene. She strides forward, her expression unreadable. Her usual demeanor is gone, replaced by something else. It's as if she holds a deep grudge. She demands that Mr. Kim talk and reveal his identity. Meanwhile, a man with short, red hair asks if Mr. Kim is still keeping his mouth shut. He threatens to stomp Mr. Kim until he begs for death, wanting to see how long he can last. The man with red hair boasts that he's done this to a few of the PB Corporation bastards before, and he intends to see how long Mr. Kim can endure. Mr. Kim gasps, struggling for air. A close-up reveals Mr. Kim's face contorted in pain and fear, his eyes wide with terror. The man with red hair warns Mr. Kim not to mess with him, declaring that he's now going to fight seriously. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in their depths. The figure asks if Mr. Kim intends to use a forbidden skill as a green aura surrounds him. The dark figure admits that he didn't underestimate Huang Dongwei and Yang Minho after all. He knew he was right. The man was a major obstacle to their plan. The creature thinks that he should have taken care of him from the start. The figure declares that from now on, he'll eliminate Kim Junwoo under the name of the Balance Team leader. Mr. Kim tells the others to call it a day. It would be troublesome if that guy's state were seen here. The man asks if he is with PB Corporation too, threatening to shave his mustache if he doesn't shut up and get lost, stating he still has unfinished business with that bastard. He laughs, saying that Mr. Kim has no attitude at all. He says that in Korea, they call that no manners. They declared that they had unfinished business, making their intentions clear. But the situation was far from simple, a tense standoff brewing. Mr. Kim advanced, his sword glinting. He stated that it was uncomfortable for the protagonist to hide. Kim Junwoo faced his opponent, trapped within a hexagonal barrier. He questioned how they had found him. The protagonist stood firm, the hexagonal energy field crackling around his sword. Finding him and his colleagues was just a matter. Mr. Kim raised his sword, ready to strike. He declared there was nowhere for the protagonist to run while he was here. The man with the sword scoffed, asking if the protagonist thought such threats would work. He reminded him of his friend's recent defeat. A woman with a spear-like weapon launched an attack, her expression fierce. Mr. Kim smirked, stating that the protagonist was only a secondary target to them right now. The man with the beard mentioned an emergency call from Secretary General Wesley. Mr. Kim suggested they call a day. The man with the sword stated that it was an appointment, so they would leave for now. He told the protagonist to learn some manners next time. A figure stood amidst a shattered landscape, offering a comfortable death. The woman extends her hand, a faint blue glow emanating from her palm. Silhouetted against the light, they observe that even hunters are now in the city. Too many eyes were watching, Mr. Kim decided, suggesting they leave quickly. The woman agreed. Amidst the smoke and chaos, a lone figure stands before a brick building. A taxi driver calls out to someone, trying to get their attention. Mr. Kim wonders what's going on in the direction of the square, mentioning Director Kim and Hunter Kim Min-ju. The taxi driver, Jonathan, angrily corrects the person calling him Driver Kim, demanding to know if they are aware of the situation in the square. He shouts, repeating something 10 times. The yellow taxi speeds down a city street, street signs visible in the background. The man apologizes, seemingly regretting his confident tone. Mr. Kim's expression is unreadable. He tells the man in the red jacket that he doesn't have to be so harsh. If something is not possible, then it is not. Mr. Kim explains that the current civil war in Africa is related to the International Association, who are illegally trading weapons needed to unify Africa. The woman with long dark hair looks surprised at what Mr. Kim is saying, while Junu Kim listens intently. Elsewhere, the sky burns with the colors of sunset over a nondescript building. If what team leader Ha Song-il says is true, they plan to justify controlling the global hunting rights. Is this the plan they were talking about? The International Association's involvement is suspected. Seeing the representative directly involved, it seems like a long-prepared plan, with the building cracked in the middle. The reason they warned him must be because of what happened during the Time Stone and in Vietnam. From their perspective, he's been interfering everywhere they go. If the Congolese government does not back down from sending hunters under the pressure of the International Association, the civil war in Africa won't stop. But this is actually an opportunity, he thinks, a sinister smile spreading across his face. If we play this right, we can screw the International Association and get them out of Africa. Kim Min-ju is told to get ready, as they will directly participate in this civil war and sweep away the International Association bastards. The man is told that he and team leader Ha Song-il have something to prepare for. He appears concerned by this revelation. Kim Min-ju walks alongside Mr. Kim, who declares that it's time to get started. The air is thick with anticipation. The man with the mustache warns PB Corporation to be prepared. He vows that next time they meet, he will definitely. The faces of the two men are shown side by side, filled with murderous intent. The words "kill you" hang in the air. At the Zambia border, Cedric, a congressman from the Congo government, has been identified. He stands with a group of others. Cedric is asked if there are others besides the few sentries back there. One of the hooded figures states that they've already discussed everything with the team leader. The hooded figure continues, stating that there are formal procedures, but given the situation, there are 100 firearms and 100. The figure explains that the swords are processed with fractal technology. They are weapons actually used by the International Association, so their lethality is already proven. Cedric listens intently, his expression unreadable as the hooded figures discuss the weapons. One of the hooded figures holds up a firearm, stating that the swords are in good condition. Another figure assures them that they've inspected them as well, so there are no worries. A figure mentions that Zambia is ready for something, his expression smug. A close-up of a hooded figure shows him preparing to test the durability of a weapon. Another hooded figure comments that the durability is certainly good, being American-made. He is asked what he is doing. The hooded figure with glowing red eyes replies, stating that he is checking the durability. The hooded figure continues to inspect the weapon, noting that there are only 199 more to inspect. The two men exchanged a look of disbelief, question marks practically materializing above their heads. Kim Min-ju observed Song-il, anxiously biting his nails, a sign of his growing unease. These days, the boss seems incredibly violent. The cloaked figure stood over the fallen sentries, addressing the last man standing. All right, I've dealt with the sentries, and now only you remain. The figure's gloved hand extended, offering a choice. You want me to guide you quietly? The man beamed, a hand resting on his head in a gesture of gratitude. Thank you for making my dream come true. He reflected on his aspirations. It had been his dream since childhood to become a guide, but now he felt like he had wasted his time. The man with glasses steeled his resolve, a determined glint in his eyes as he prepared for what was to come. Mr. Kim listened intently, his expression grave. I'm cooperating because I trust Song-il's word, but is this really okay? Song-il frowned, considering the situation. They were quite tough in Korea, but this isn't a problem that can be solved with brute force alone. A close-up revealed a face filled with grim determination. And they will definitely retaliate. Don't worry. Mr. Kim smirked, a glint of confidence in his eyes. I'm an expert at screwing over the International Association. Kim Min-ju stood alongside the cloaked figures, the operation now in motion. The operation can't be stopped now. As soon as team leader Song-il contacts. The man urgently commands, emphasizing the lack of time and the need for obedience from the armored figures. The armored figures stand silently as the words hang in the air. The future of Africa rests in their hands. They must remember. Kim Min-ju is reminded to remember the operation. She affirms her understanding with a resolute yes. The cloaked figure vows to end the International Association, declaring that today marks the end of it all. The woman reports that Wesley is ready, her expression serious and focused on the task ahead. The dialogue reveals a strategic game. If Zambia wins, they can tame the unruly Congo. If Congo wins, they can demand reparations from Zambia with fractals. A precarious house of cards stands, symbolizing the fragile state of affairs. No matter who wins, they'll have a broken Africa to toy with. The narrative reveals that the current situation deviates from the original plan, all because Kim Jun-woo showed up in Africa. A man smiles ominously from behind the house of cards, his expression hinting at a sinister scheme. The woman reports that, according to Kane's report, a congressman from Congo requested an arms deal, confirming expectations. Mr. Kim sits at his desk, a house of cards built on top, his arms crossed as he contemplates the unfolding events. He states his intention to head to the site, a smirk playing on his lips as the Eiffel Tower looms behind him. The connections of a stubborn old man, linked to the Hano group, had served as a bridge for Kim Jun-woo. Mr. Kim muses that keeping him alive was worth it after all, his hand raised in thought. No matter how much they pestered him, it seemed like he wouldn't show up, the woman with long hair remarks. Kim Jun-woo. It would be a shame if he didn't come, the man with silver hair thinks, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Emma, that old man is no longer useful, so send someone to kill him, Mr. Kim orders, his expression cold and calculating. Wesley, I don't get it. One of the figures on the screen says, questioning why they're deliberately dragging him into this civil war, which is becoming a hassle. The man with silver hair remains silent, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. You're not thinking of, the woman with long hair exclaims, her eye wide with shock. Yes, I'm going to execute a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. The woman with long hair stares up at a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes, a sense of dread washing over her. Then, the reason you didn't tell Mark and Kane about the plan, the woman with long hair says, her expression hardening with resolve. He stands resolute, a man with a mission, declaring that he must fulfill his duty. Mr. Kim's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within as he questions why Emma wasn't deployed to the field. A new directive arrives, there to find Noah, the cryptic message hanging in the air. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to an aerial view of a tropical landscape, perhaps the heart of Congo itself. In the shadows, soldiers stand guard, their vigilance a silent promise of security. The arms deal with Congo is complete, they report, their staff returning, and mercenaries planted within the region. The soldiers consider the implications, even if Zambia falls, Congo will still have. What exactly? To ensure responsibility, they've sent Cedric a reliable friend, a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. The operation must be completed, the woman on the screen emphasizes, her words carrying the weight of command. The J-Team leader reports a problem, his urgency palpable as he delivers the news. The situation escalates. Kim Min-ju, an A-class swordmaster, has infiltrated the hideout, a dire revelation. And according to reports, the irregular cleaner, Kim Min-ju, stands ready, surrounded by an ethereal blue glow. A figure with glowing red eyes declares his presence. Beside him, another man expresses confusion about his location. A man in a suit remarks that he felt bad that they always had to come to him, implying a shift in power or responsibility. A sudden attack lands. The victims scream, echoing through the scene as they are struck with unseen force. A man with a mustache scolds someone for lacking manners, specifically for entering a house without knocking, as blue energy crackles around him. Kim Min-ju's gaze is intense, her expression unreadable, but the single glowing red eye hints at a hidden power or transformation. A man, face contorted in rage, shouts the name of Kim Jun-woo, suggesting a personal vendetta or a desperate warning. A figure engulfed in purple energy is told that their team is about to be disbanded, and they should start looking for a new job. The figure remains cloaked in shadow, the details of their form obscured, as the purple energy continues to swirl around them. The man with glowing red eyes challenges someone to escape alive, his face twisted in a maniacal grin as purple energy emanates from his fist. A surge of purple energy explodes outward, consuming everything in its path with raw, destructive power. Another figure is struck by a blast of blue energy, the impact causing a visible reaction as they are thrown back. Kim Min-ju, standing before a screen displaying complex data, concludes that the information presented signifies something important. She watches the screen. The words "RE is being executed" displayed prominently. The battle rages on, fighters exchanging blows with ferocious cries. A grunt escapes as one of the fighters is struck, the impact echoing through the air. One fighter taunts his opponent, wanting to see how long he can last in a fight. The guard is about to break, the fighter's expression one of intense strain. The fighter recalls a previous sparring match, wondering if it made his opponent soft. One of the fighters challenges his opponents, asking if they think they can take on both of them alone. A sword is raised, ready to strike down on the opponent below. The sound of impact reverberates as the fight intensifies. A fighter is struck, the force of the blow sending him flying backwards. The fighter's face contorts in pain as he is struck, his guard failing. One of the fighters demands to know what the other is looking at, declaring himself the true opponent. Figures plummet through the air amidst the chaos. Kim Min-ju is being counted on. Sword in hand, she declares that she will handle him, a sinister chuckle echoing. The man stares intently, revealing that he has been waiting for a fight like this. A proper duel, with etiquette, sword against sword. Kim Min-ju is an A-class swordmaster, ranked 3rd in Korea. Kim Min-ju's expression is unreadable, her eyes narrowed as she prepares for battle. He states that Kim Min-ju is the key to this operation, and that the etiquette-obsessed freak is stronger than anyone she's faced before. It's time to push your limits again, he thinks, his face shadowed and intense. Kim Min-ju is told to leave it to her, and she's trusted to do so. The man demands to be shown if she is worthy before he serves her. Kim Min-ju declares that she will show her teacher, her resolve hardening. Kim Min-ju reflects on how strong she has become, her eyes gleaming with determination. A powerful impact shakes the ground, signaling the start of the clash. Mr. Kim's face contorts in rage, his mouth agape as he unleashes a guttural cry. Falling through the air, Jun-woo grits his teeth, vowing that he won't let anyone die. Landing hard, Jun-woo looks around, questioning why the sandstorm is the way it is. Mr. Kim's eyes glow with malevolent intent as he asks how Jun-woo likes the new arena, explaining that he wanted a private place for them to talk. Standing amidst the swirling sand, Jun-woo proposes a game to break the ice, suggesting they call it surviving in the sandstorm. The sandstorm intensifies, a voice within it declaring that it's time to get ready quickly, as it's already itching to start. Mr. Kim's grin widens, and a skill activates. First Sniper, ensuring all attacks will never miss the target. A hand grips a futuristic-looking gun, ready to fire with deadly precision. Holding the gun, Mr. Kim taunts, asking if this is all Kim Min-ju has got. His red eyes gleaming, Mr. Kim declares that it's time to start the game. Mr. Kim stands over Jun-woo, the game about to begin. Mr. Kim leveled his blade, demanding that his opponent prove their worth before he took the fight seriously. The woman with long dark hair landed lightly, her breath coming in ragged bursts as she dodged his initial attacks. Mr. Kim, his eyes narrowed, questioned if she was only planning to evade him, rather than engage directly. He challenged her to cross swords with him, goading her into a more direct confrontation. The woman stood her ground, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword. With a mocking tone, Mr. Kim urged her to try dodging his next attack as well, confident in his superior speed. The woman's eyes widened, acknowledging the speed of his attacks. A red aura flared around the woman, a sign of the power she was about to unleash. Mr. Kim, intrigued, voiced his surprise at her sudden display of power. The woman activated her awakened skill, Heavenly Sword, Sword Emperor, using it to defend herself while airborne. The grip on Mr. Kim's sword tightened, as he admitted that her skill exceeded his expectations. With a fierce cry, the woman unleashed the full force of her Heavenly Sword skill. Kim Min-ju faces her opponent, a smirk playing on his lips. He seems pleased by the challenge. Mr. Kim's smile widens, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He admits that he is very excited right now. Blue energy erupts around Mr. Kim as he prepares to unleash a forbidden skill. He declares he will show his real strength. Kim Min-ju's eyes widen in alarm. She can sense the shift in his aura, realizing the danger. Suddenly, soldiers rush to Kim Min-ju's aid, answering the call of Captain Kane. They are ready to join the fight. The soldiers are warned that the target is just one person, but they must not let their guard down. They raise their weapons. One of the soldiers shouts, his face contorted in determination. The order to attack is imminent. A hand signals the attack, the command ringing out, attack all at once. The assault is about to begin. The soldiers cry out in pain as they are overwhelmed by a surge of blue energy. Their attack has failed. The blue energy crackles around the sword, a testament to its immense power. What is happening? Kim Min-ju stands amidst the fallen soldiers, her sword dripping with energy. She wonders who allowed them to join this fight. Kim Min-ju's expression hardens. Now that the nuisances are gone, she can focus on the real threat. She stared intently, her orange eyes glowing with fierce determination. A blue aura enveloped Mr. Kim as he held his sword, a fight that stakes the pride of swordsmen. He spoke, "Shall we begin?" The blade gleamed, reflecting the intensity of the moment. It was showtime. Across the ruined landscape, Kim Min-ju and Mr. Kim faced each other, ready to clash. With a burst of speed, she dashed forward, a blur of motion. A flicker of surprise crossed Kim Min-ju's face. Her eyes widened, a silent impossible, escaping her thoughts. Mr. Kim stood amidst swirling shadows. He thought, I couldn't see his movement at all. Meanwhile, a man in a suit reported, target, Mr. Cedric, approaching complete. Shoes squeaked against the floor, a subtle sound amidst the chaos. A figure sits silently, as a voice demands to know if they were sent by the International Association. Elsewhere, Mr. Kim, masked and armed, declares that someone should have behaved better. The silencer is attached to the end of the gun, ensuring a quiet shot. A figure lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated or unconscious. Meanwhile, the man with tattoos orders someone to go check it out, his expression serious. A gloved hand firmly grips a handgun, ready for action. The man with spiky hair stands alongside the tattooed man, both observing the situation. An armored figure attacks a man in a suit with a blade, the clash echoing through the scene. The armored figure expresses frustration, shouting, "Damn it!" The tattooed man realizes it's a trap, his eyes widening in alarm. The person lies still, unmoving, as silence fills the air. The prone figure is questioned again. Were they sent by the International Association? He stood amidst the fallen, armored figures looming over the scene. The air crackled with unspoken tension, a silent prelude to further conflict. Mr. Kim's expression tightened with concern. The International Association, he thought, was acting recklessly, without looking back at the consequences. Jahyun spoke with conviction, stating that they were deceived by the same methods. He added that their kind wouldn't hesitate to do worse things from behind. A woman in a suit presented a merger agreement with the Korean Dimensional Management Association. She offered protection from the International Association in exchange for a signature. The man with a mustache addressed the representatives of Angola and Zambia. He insisted that they must have seen it with their own eyes, whatever it may be. The woman in the suit remarked that they always work on a grand scale. She added that they must have had a tough journey. One of the armored figures declared that this settles the debt he owed their representative from the Reagan dungeon incident. The past, it seemed, was far from forgotten. The man with the mustache expressed his concern, stating that turning their backs on the International Association was too reckless. His unease was palpable. The unseen speaker urged the representatives to actively prohibit hunter activity. The call to action hung in the air. Amidst the deployments, someone mentioned Director Bruce's name. The situation was complex, and alliances were shifting. The speaker declared that they had to save every single hunter from being sacrificed in the Civil War. The stakes were rising. The man in armor stated that, one step at a time, they might be able to save Africa from the International. A grand ambition, indeed. The word hangs in the air, a declaration, association. Kim Min-ju struggles to catch her breath, each inhale a ragged gasp. Mr. Kim's weapon descends, a blur of motion and deadly intent. A sharp cry escapes her lips as the blow lands. Mr. Kim's glowing eyes narrow behind his mask. He wonders aloud if this is all Kim Min-ju has to offer. The hunter lies prone, defeated. She groans in pain, the taste of blood filling her mouth. After a long time, Mr. Kim speaks again, mocking her inability to even hold her sword. Her breath hitches, each gasp shallower than the last. She struggles to maintain consciousness. Is this really the end? The thought echoes in her mind, a chilling realization. Am I really going to die like this? The question hangs heavy, laced with disbelief and despair. Mr. Kim raises his weapon, his voice cold. He commands her to face death with dignity. A flicker of disappointment crosses Mr. Kim's face. The fight was far too easy. She was sorry. She wanted to be with her teacher much longer. She would stop him, even if she had to use all her strength. Like before, maybe the teacher will come and save her, Kim Min-ju thought. Was she thinking? She was fully capable of doing this, he believed. She was too weak, all talk, no substance. From the start, she couldn't have done this alone. Just leave it to him and don't worry. She was glad she wasn't too late. Mr. Kim smiled. He truly believed in her. He truly believed in her. Kim Min-ju was injured. The man with the mustache yelled at her to go train some more in hell. The man stood over her. He yelled that she was despicable, and how dare she. She coughs, blood staining her lips as the text declares this a sacred duel between swordsmen. Mr. Kim's eyes narrow, his voice dripping with disdain. Is this what you call a swordsman? Mr. Kim continues his verbal assault, questioning her pride as a swordsman. Kim Min-ju spits out more blood, the words echoing that disgraceful behavior is a courtesy to her opponent. Sword raised high, Mr. Kim declares that he showed her, and now she should just die peacefully. The sound of steel rings out as their blades meet. Despite her injuries, Kim Min-ju activates a skill, her hand glowing with power. The clash of their swords echoes once more. In a flurry of motion, Mr. Kim cries out in pain as the battle intensifies. Kim Min-ju stands firm, her boots planted on the ground, as she curses her opponent's disgraceful actions. Looking down at Mr. Kim, Kim Min-ju declares that she doesn't care if her actions are disgraceful. Her hand, slick with blood, fails to grip the sword properly. She vows to use her teeth to stop them. Blood streaks down her face, her red eyes burning with resolve. Kim Min-ju declares that fighting is better than becoming dead weight. A desperate cry echoes as she is struck, blood flying through the air. Heavy boots step forward, crushing the ground beneath them. How disgusting. Mr. Kim's expression is one of utter disdain. Disgusting. If I can't wield a sword, I'll use my. Her face smeared with blood, she grits her teeth. It's much better than being a burden. She shouts, her voice filled with defiance. Disgusting. Let's see you stop me if you can. Mr. Kim's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on his opponent. A pained cry escapes her lips as she is struck again. Mr. Kim stands firm, his stance unwavering as he faces her. She clicks her tongue in annoyance. The force of the blow sends her hurtling through the air. She is sent crashing through the sky, a mere silhouette against the bright expanse. His boots land heavily on the ground, the impact echoing through the surroundings. Bloodied and battered, she coughs, her expression a mix of pain and defiance. A warning flashes, her power and stamina failing. Skill use is restricted until she recovers, but time is running out. She knows if she loses focus, she'll collapse immediately. This last skill has drained her, she can't use anymore. Now, the woman only has enough strength for one more swing. Blood drips from her face and hands, a testament to the battle. Her opponent's words echo in her mind. She's already sustained a major injury. The close-up reveals the intensity in her gaze. To one's shoulder, it must be hard to even lift your sword. And now you don't even have the strength to use skills. Her unseen foe taunts her, declaring that she's reached her limit. The end is near, but she refuses to yield. It's true, she was startled when she first saw those fierce eyes. But now, something has changed within her. A surge of power erupts around her, a crimson aura blazing to life. She grips her sword, ready to fight on. When I look into those eyes, all I feel is pure rage. I, Kane, have fought with many swordsmen and maintained courage. Test until reaching this position. The clash of swords echoes as the battle continues, a dance of skill and desperation. The scars I've gained were proof of my struggles as a swordsman. Each mark tells a story of battles fought and victories won. But a wound from being bitten instead of cut by a sword, how shameful this wound is. A mark of dishonor, a sign of weakness. Kim Min-ju's eyes narrowed, blue energy crackling around him. He declared that she had disrespected him to this extent, and he would never let her die easily. The sword technique he was about to use was known as the Forbidden Sword Technique, Dan Billion, combining the abilities of all knights of King Arthur's Round Table. Mr. Kim stood ready, his sword glowing with power. Kim Min-ju faced him, her own blade drawn on the desolate battlefield. A sinister grin spread across Mr. Kim's face. Kim Min-ju gasped, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and fear. With a fierce cry, she lunged forward, her sword aimed at Mr. Kim. The sound of metal echoed as their blades met. Her expression shifted to horror as she saw the impossible. Kim Min-ju stood, her sword held high, but something was clearly wrong. Mr. Kim remained in the background, unharmed. The sound of shattering steel filled the air. Mr. Kim watched as Kim Min-ju's broken sword clattered to the ground, the fight clearly over. He expressed his pity, noting her wasted talent. Mr. Kim questioned how she could fight without even using skills, adding that she was rotting away in just the Korean Association. He remains kneeling, as Kim Min-ju stands over him, her back turned. He thinks to himself that he could tell while clashing swords with her. Kim Min-ju glances back. As Mr. Kim continues to speak, telling her to put her swords to one side. Mr. Kim states that she is the strongest person he has ever faced. He continues, saying that she has always fought from a position of strength, only in perfect condition. Mr. Kim notes that it must have been her first time swinging a sword with such an injury. Kim Min-ju stands over him, as he asks if her shoulder wasn't already shattered. He tells her to develop grip strength in her left hand, and that her balance must be even to put more power into it. Kim Min-ju thinks to herself that she has been fighting with shoulder pain for a long time, so she is used to this level of injury. Mr. Kim states that he could maintain his balance no matter the condition. He says that it is ironic because he lost because he was... Kim Min-ju stands with her back to him, as he hopes she continues to improve and develop a proper attitude. A burst of energy erupts behind Kim Min-ju as she walks away. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her terrified face. Kim Min-ju whirls around, crying out, "From above!" A figure descends, wreathed in a radiant, violet aura. A monstrous figure looms, its form radiating an ominous power. What is that? The monster's face is a grotesque tapestry of eyes, glowing with malevolent energy. A beam of violet energy slams into the nearby structures, obliterating them. The energy washes over several figures, who scream in agony. The winged figure unleashes a barrage of energy beams. Kim Min-ju cries out as she is struck by the energy. A surge of power erupts, and a desperate cry echoes, "Teacher!" A blinding flash obscures the scene. A powerful blast sends debris flying in all directions. A figure is encased in a glowing, blue, hexagonal barrier. Mr. Kim holds a gun, his words laced with disdain. "Kim Jun-woo, how long are you going to keep running like a rat?" The man in the black suit stands firm, his gaze intense. She is struck by an unseen force, staggering backward. His eyes glow with an eerie light, his expression grim. He leaps forward, closing the distance with incredible speed. The kick connects with brutal force, sending her flying. The man with dark hair declares, "I've come as you." The impact leaves him gasping in pain. She plummets downward, the words game over echoing in the air. Mr. Kim is struck by a blade, crying out in agony. The glint of metal catches the light, a ring prominent on his finger. Kim Min-ju lies prone, as Mr. Kim towers over her. He demands she answer his questions and suggests they have a little chat. Mr. Kim kneels, his gaze intense, as he continues to press Kim Min-ju for information. Kim Min-ju, lying on the ground, insists she doesn't know his intentions. Kim Min-ju sighs, knowing she never answers in one go, and that she needs more punishment. Mr. Kim stands, looming over Kim Min-ju, his expression unreadable. Mr. Kim's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Blood trickles from Mr. Kim's face, his expression now one of intense focus. Kim Min-ju screams as she's bombarded by a barrage of pink energy beams. The pink energy beams streak through the air, devastating everything in their path. The narrator reflects on the destructive power, noting that without an S-rank defense skill, one would be full of holes. Mr. Kim stands triumphantly over the defeated Kim Min-ju, the aftermath of the attack visible all around them. A radiant, winged figure hangs in the sky, an anomaly never before witnessed. Elsewhere, Operation Coder is set in motion, tasked with eliminating all remnants. Mr. Kim, holding a glowing purple gem, declares that team leaders must complete their missions by any means necessary. His face contorted with rage, he vows to erase their existence, if needed. Team Leader Mark is praised for keeping the balance team running smoothly. Team Leader Mark stands tall, seemingly indispensable to the organization. He sits overlooking a cityscape, the Eiffel Tower a distant landmark. Mr. Kim's hand looms over another man, berating him for failing his mission. Wesley is told he is not essential to the operation. Desperate, Mark vows to redeem himself, insisting he is different from the disposable parts. The kneeling man is reminded that refusing or failing a mission means death. Wesley is grabbed by the neck and told that he is replaceable, just like all field agents. A desperate plea echoes, a demand to survive and be reborn. Team Leader Mark's presence is requested, his name hanging in the air. The man gives a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with purpose. He orders, "Complete your mission." A monstrous maw opens, its teeth like jagged shards of dark energy. Falling through the air, the man screams Kim's name, promising death. Mark stands on the desolate ground, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. A rush of motion blurs the landscape, something hurtling downwards with immense speed. Mark's eyes widen in shock, his face a mask of surprise at the sudden event. The monstrous entity unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the world. A colossal shadow looms, dwarfing a lone figure beneath its immense presence. The world burns, reduced to embers and ash. A cloaked figure stands amidst the destruction, seemingly unaffected. A horrifying visage emerges, a face distorted by a multitude of eyes. A figure is sent flying, coughing violently as they crash to the ground. The injured woman struggles, realizing she can't move her legs. The many eyes gleam ominously, a silent threat looming over the scene. She knows that if she doesn't escape quickly, she's doomed. A hand reaches out, grabbing something amidst the chaos. Team leader Ha Sung-el arrives on a motorcycle, a beacon of hope amidst the destruction. The injured woman is rescued. She thanks a man with goggles, relieved he wasn't too late. He confirms that Cedric and the other members are safe, offering a small comfort amidst the devastation. The injured woman points out something, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. A monstrous roar echoes as a winged, dragon-like creature unleashes its fury. Amidst the fiery destruction, a figure watches as the dragon-like creature crackles with blue energy. It snarls, warning them to stay out of its way. The dragon-like creature is surrounded by rings of power. It commands its enemies to get lost. Energy crackles around the creature's massive claws as it prepares to strike. A glowing figure, wreathed in light, seems to be the source of the energy. An armored figure speeds through the fiery landscape, acknowledging the tremendous power emanating from the dragon-like creature. They hold on tight, moving at full speed. The armored figure races away from the dragon-like creature, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. Injured, a woman pleads for her teacher to return safely. The dragon-like creature, Wesley, stands in silhouette. It seems someone named Wesley was defeated with a single blow. Now glowing with purple energy, Wesley wonders if this is the power of the energy stone, a power it has never felt before and cannot control. Mr. Kim, kneeling low, calls upon a forbidden skill from past life. The power emanating from him is on a whole different level as a dragon appears. Red energy crackles around the dragon's eye, a sign of immense power. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar, its maw dripping with what appears to be blood. A man watches with a sinister smile, declaring the situation truly pitiful. The dragon towers over a small figure, its immense size a testament to the forbidden skills that enhance its physical and supernatural limits. Mr. Kim smirks, questioning if his opponent is truly that stupid to challenge him. The dragon's eye narrows, conveying a sense of impending doom as it warns that time is running out. The dragon declares its intent to finish the opponent off quickly, its massive form poised to strike. Suddenly, a skill is activated, Uriel. A small figure is bathed in golden light, a defiant "ha" echoing. Golden rings surround legs, suggesting a powerful force is being unleashed amidst splatters of blood. The dragon is struck by a blinding golden light, interrupting its attack. He coughs up blood, the force of the blow clearly taking its toll. A beam of crimson light pierces the darkness, aimed directly at the dragon. The beam strikes true, impacting the dragon with tremendous force. A figure watches from a distance, remarking on the dragon's surprising speed. Kim Jun-woo, his face grim, prepares to retaliate, posing a question of his own. The silhouetted figure stands defiant before the dragon, accusing him of time siphon robbery and interfering with the Vietnam Association. The forbidden skill, Divine Punishment, is being cast, the Bolrodin dragon's unique class effect greatly reducing the casting time, 75% complete. Surrounded by crackling energy, the dragon roars, demanding to know the identity of his attacker. Kim Jun-woo observes the dragon, noting the danger and questioning the use of such powerful skills. The dragon activates the skill, the air crackling with anticipation. Divine Punishment, a forbidden skill, is now at 100% cast status. Raw power surges, lightning illuminating the battlefield. He unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike crackling with purple energy. The skill, First Sniper, activates, ensuring every attack will strike its intended target. Mr. Kim grits his teeth, overwhelmed by the dragon's monstrous strength. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar. Its eyes glow with menacing power. Mr. Kim continues his assault, undeterred by the dragon's might. Bathed in light, he stands defiant. The air crackles with energy as the dragon retaliates. Mr. Kim is struck, recoiling from the force of the blow. The dragon declares that there is no escape. Mr. Kim's anger flares, remembering how the dragon dared to drag him around by the head. The dragon's claws stand ready. The dragon's massive claws dig into the ground, each step a tremor. Its rage echoes, a promise of destruction. You ruined everything. The dragon's fury intensifies, fueled by a sense of betrayal. Because of you. My authority. My mission. Its very existence seems threatened. The dragon's anger reaching a fever pitch. Even my very existence. The dragon's claws scrape against the ground, a prelude to another devastating attack. The dragon vows to make its enemies suffer. I won't let you die easily, Kim Jun-woo. The dragon's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to strike. Kim Jun-woo lies prone on the ground, defeated. Mr. Kim stands his ground, his boots planted firmly on the earth. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar, but Mr. Kim remains unfazed. Damn it, I've heard. Mr. Kim's expression hardens, his patience wearing thin. Enough. You've been whining about your misfortune from the start. It's getting old. He looks up at the dragon, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Lizard. The dragon wonders if Mr. Kim knows what it's like to fall from the top, feeling anger, hatred, and grudge. The dragon's words are accompanied by a display of skills, abandoned because he was weak. Mr. Kim questions if it's more unfair than getting backstabbed without using a single skill. He states that things are working out well, reminding the dragon that his title was balance team leader. The dragon says to know well about the criteria for ranking hunters, questioning why Mr. Kim is suddenly talking about it. The dragon states that the biggest criterion for ranking hunters is subjugation points. Mr. Kim stands before the dragon, who explains that it means monster subjugation. He declares that he was an SSS rank hunter, and right now, he has a monster. Mr. Kim admits he doesn't really like fighting people, so he's been holding back. The dragon retorts, telling him not to be ridiculous. The dragon's mouth opens wide. Mr. Kim is sent flying back by the dragon's attack. The dragon plummets through the air, a guttural growl escaping its jaws. He watches the beast fall, a swirling aura of purple energy surrounding him. Mr. Kim's eyes glow with power as he prepares to use his unique skills as a demon lord. Let the subjugation begin. Skill creation is in progress, drawing power from eruption, hyper boost, polymorph, and other abilities. The process continues, channeling omnipotence, isolate, replica, limit breaker, thunder fist, and ignite. Using the skill excessive bleeding as a creation source, Mr. Kim focuses his energy. The energy crackles intensely as he clenches his fist, preparing to unleash the new skill. The dragon looks up, a pained expression contorting its features. Its sharp teeth are bared, a sign of the intense strain it is enduring. A new skill has been created, drawing from the skills he already possesses, Hyper Boost, Destroyer, and more. Bathed in purple light, Mr. Kim prepares to strike, his eyes burning with determination. In his hand, a sphere of pure, crackling energy awaits release. A flash of violet light erupts, consuming everything in its path. The immense form of the dragon looms, scales shimmering in the fading light. Its jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth ready to strike. Glowing purple eyes pierce through the darkness, filled with an unknown power. Arcane symbols flare, crackling with raw energy, a force about to be unleashed. A beam of pure light descends, illuminating the scene with an ethereal glow. Mr. Kim smirks, a chilling satisfaction in his eyes. As expected, beating a monster is more satisfying. The sun sets over a seemingly endless desert landscape. Mr. Kim lies on the ground, his body trembling from the aftereffects of a powerful blow. He groans, his face contorted in pain. He feels as if his entire body is shattered. He struggles to breathe, acknowledging the ridiculous amount of damage he has sustained. Without the supernatural ability stone, he believes he would already be dead. A hand reaches out, grasping for something unseen. Mr. Kim realizes the side effects are wearing off, and he might actually survive. He notices someone is awake. A figure steps forward, his boot landing heavily on the ground. He declares that they will finish their conversation. Another man asks if the time stone is used when dealing with dangerous individuals. With a swift motion, the figure draws a weapon. Mr. Kim, still prone, claims the other party has no idea what he's talking about. He insists they're the ones who have the time. The man's face is contorted in pain as he is struck by a powerful blast. The man reiterates that they both know what he's talking about, and that's not what he's asking. He levels the weapon, the barrel pointed directly forward, a question hanging in the air. The disembodied voice speaks of the body-rending pain of being struck by the Titan. Mr. Kim holds his aim, declaring that he will make them know if they claim ignorance. He looks down, stating that the time stone is used on targets deemed impossible to kill. A disembodied voice simply asks why. The injured man's voice explains that the time stone erases their very existence. Mr. Kim seems to consider this, questioning if the Titan and time stone can erase a person's entire existence. The disembodied voice asks how they return to the past. He asks if they were trying to get the time stone back because they have to use it on someone and if they were going to use it on him. The injured man scoffs, telling them not to be ridiculous and that they are overestimating themselves. The voice declares that they are the world's #1 ranker. Butterflies flutter around a serene statue. He states that originally, they needed the time stone to deal with him. The man with brown hair stares intently, his expression unreadable. Mr. Kim stands over Jinu Kim, his sword pointed downwards. He demands an answer to his question. Bloody and injured, Jinu Kim is asked who he really is. The glare reflects off a futuristic gun. The wielder believes he has already answered the question. The man with brown hair declares that he is an avenger. A beam of light emits from the sword. The injured man looks up, shocked, and cries out for them to wait. Someone asks if they are planning to kill him, suggesting it would be better to turn him over to Interpol. A bang sound effect is heard. They have just received shocking news. Evidence surfaced alleging the International Hunter Association encouraged the Zambia Provisional Association to attack the Congo branch. Further reports detailed evidence of illegal arms trading between Zambia and other countries within the region. Top officials from the nations involved presented evidence of their own, attempting to counter the allegations. Due to the high credibility of the reported evidence, Interpol is expected to launch a large-scale investigation soon. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim clicked his tongue, the sound sharp against the backdrop of the unfolding international scandal. The news revealed that the Korean Association of Supernatural Ability Management had acquired their branch in its entirety. This concludes the international news, the broadcast declared, cutting to a different segment. The focus shifted to the United Central African branch, now under intense scrutiny. The camera panned across a modern skyscraper, sunlight glinting off its many windows. One of the men in the office confessed that he still couldn't believe it, the news clearly weighing heavily on him. The man in the suit appeared deep in thought, his brow furrowed with concern as he considered the implications. One of the men in the office questioned if they shouldn't have to worry about it anymore now that they've been caught, but the other remained skeptical. He listens as the man in the red jacket expresses hope that Interpol can handle the situation well. The man adds that he was really surprised by the incident. The man in the red jacket knew Mr. Kim was influential in the Korean Association. Mr. Kim was surprised by this, but he didn't expect to still have full authority even after resigning. Mr. Kim smiles, dismissing the idea. He tells the man in the red jacket to think of him as someone who remembers the exclusive fractal contract. A small figure peeks from behind a panel. A grin spreads across someone's face. A hand slides a document across a table. Mr. Kim asks if he remembers the exclusive fractal contract. The man in the red jacket confirms that although the byproducts belong to the branch, he reviewed the contract beforehand. Mr. Kim adjusts his glasses, stating that he doesn't recall this part of the contract. The man in the red jacket points out the profit distribution is 8:2. A smirk plays across the man's face. He believed that despite the trouble, being part of the Korean Association was still favorable. Another man, overwhelmed with emotion, sobbed while holding a document, lamenting that they would never find happiness compared to the International Association. A voice declared that while managing internal teams was acceptable, some behaviors would absolutely not be tolerated. The unseen man at the table acknowledged the statement, promising to keep it in mind. A man in a suit confirmed to his father that they had managed to land the fractal contract. The man on the phone relayed that he had heard about it through the news and the association, assuring the other party that they did a great job. Another man, also on the phone, inquired about the Hanno Group. The man on the phone was thanked by his father, and he promised to work even harder from now on. He thought to himself that this was what it meant to be father and son. The man stated he would contact team leader Ha once he was home. One man told another that he had a favor to ask, prompting the other to ask what it was. The man in the red jacket looks concerned, asking if he could borrow some money. He points out that hospitals are expensive here. He makes a pinching gesture with his fingers, emphasizing the need for funds. Kim Junwoo looks surprised, uttering a soft "oh" at the request. A woman lies in a hospital bed, her eyes closed in what appears to be a deep sleep. The woman in the tan suit, Junwoo, questions if he is pushing Minju too hard. The woman in the tan suit remarks that she was really in danger this time, her tone laced with concern. It will take a long time for her to completely recover. The woman in the tan suit continues, her voice soft. Kim Junwoo reassures her that this experience has made her stronger. He believes she'll be fine in the future. A somber thought lingers. What's the point if she dies like this? The woman in the tan suit stands beside the hospital bed, her hands clenched tightly in a visible display of worry. Kim Junwoo places a comforting hand on her shoulder, telling her not to worry too much. He adds that the International Association won't be able to act as recklessly. He felt a throbbing in his head, a familiar ache that had been present since earlier. A screen flashed with warnings, the sound of the alert echoing in the room as Mr. Kim stood observing. The International Association struggles were giving Mr. Kim a headache, as requests for withdrawal flooded in. The screen detailed the conditions to deactivate the karma skill and the current probability of achieving the goal. The deaths of the team leaders had cost the International Association a significant amount of power. This wasn't like before. Junwoo had started meddling with them on their own territory. He was sure they had marked him as a threat, but he had learned a lot from this. With the karma skill, he regressed and became a dungeon cleaner, and had to become the Secretary General of the International Association within the time limit. Since joining the International Association was impossible, he chose to establish a second International Association instead. However, he had now found out that his death in his previous life was related to the International Association. Mr. Kim stood in front of a window, his expression unreadable as he looked out over the city. If he dug into them a little more, he was determined to uncover the truth, to find the secret behind his regression. The world was changing, with power consolidating in unexpected places. The Korean Association had expanded its reach, now on par with the International Association itself. Mr. Kim considered his own assets, the resources he now commanded. Funding secured, A-rank combat personnel ready, and a competent assistant at his beck and call. The top guild leader in Korea was a force to be reckoned with. A versatile worker, and more, were all pieces in his grand design. He had top-tier resources now, incomparable to what he possessed before his regression. A team stood ready, prepared for any eventuality. Mr. Kim felt that now was the perfect opportunity to act. It was their turn to make a move, to seize the advantage. The plan was set, the pieces in place, ready to execute the operation. Mr. Kim smirks, mentioning the International Association with a sinister tone. He delivers a chilling warning, implying a confrontation is imminent. You'd better be ready. A vibrant butterfly, wings flapping, lands delicately on a waiting hand. Elsewhere, Minju stands in a sun-dappled forest clearing, unaware of the danger approaching. A voice echoes through the trees, the hunter closing in. There you are. Minju turns, surprised to be discovered in such a peaceful place. I never thought I'd find you relaxing in a place like this. The butterfly remains perched, its wings fluttering gently as the tension rises. The butterfly takes flight, its wings beating rapidly as Minju stands alert in the background. Minju's expression hardens, a silent acknowledgement of the impending danger. A sudden, violent explosion throws Minju backward, the force of the blast immense. Mr. Kim's fist clenches, the source of the devastating attack now revealed. Minju's eyes glow with a menacing red light, a sign of the power unleashed by the attack. She remained kneeling on the rock, the forest quiet around her. The woman in the suit stood in the clearing, the air around her displaced with a rush of wind. Minju's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as she spoke. General Wesley wanted to see her. Minju stood before a towering figure, cloaked in shadow. The masked figure's eyes burned brightly, piercing the darkness. A man with a beard offered his apology. Noah reassured him that the message had been received. The creator laments the lack of buffer episodes, expressing exhaustion from the relentless schedule. The creator reflects on the demanding schedule they've maintained, contrasting it with other creators' seemingly easier paths. The image depicts the bloody tears of the assistants, symbolizing the immense effort and sacrifice involved in the work. The creator honestly admits to the sweat and fear of being killed at any moment. The creator acknowledges that they were only able to do this thanks to all their help, expressing gratitude to Kahun, Chapsoking, Samdol Lee, Yaina, J-Sam, Millie, and Kim Kyung-jin for their hard work and support. The creator expresses gratitude to the person who has always given them so much help and advice. The creator expresses their frustration and desperation, pleading for help. He is asked by the cat-like figure to help fix the storyboard. It's the middle of the night, and he wonders what this is. He looks at the paper in his hands, questioning what on earth he has made. The creator reassures, suggesting they go over it step by step and fix it up. He admits he's never drawn with method before, so he's not sure he can do it. The creator suggests trying method B, looking for another solution. He states that he planned to do it this way and that way, implying a specific intention. The cat-like figure says there is another method, as the creator brandishes a gun. He thinks that someone is going to kill him, expressing extreme anxiety. The biggest realization he's had after finishing Season 2 is that he still has so many shortcomings. Every episode he worked on, he felt like he wasn't talented enough to express everything properly. He wasn't sure the readers would enjoy it, and so he fell into a lot of frustration. A digital screen glows, illuminating a cascade of comments filled with frustration and despair. A small, cartoonish figure reacts with surprise and delight. Someone liked this episode. The figure is overwhelmed with emotion, realizing he can actually bring joy to people. A wave of contentment washes over the small creature, a peaceful smile gracing its face. He declares his intention to hurry up and give Junwoo a happy ending for the reader's sake, a fierce determination etched on his face. A simple wave bids farewell, a gesture of gratitude and closure. The cat-like figure expresses sincere thanks to everyone who stuck with him until the end of Season 2, acknowledging the cliché. Between two attendants, the figure on the stretcher asks for patience, conveying honesty in the season afterward. A helicopter carries the stretcher towards a building marked with a cross, a symbol of healing and recovery. Meanwhile, in Seoul, South Korea, Karma Corporation prepares for a preliminary virtual training session before tomorrow's hands-on activities, ensuring the safety of its employees with cutting-edge equipment. Since dungeon cleaning happens inside dungeons, unexpected variables might arise, so the company provides private training rooms and state-of-the-art equipment. A man with glasses smiles, explaining that Karma Corporation has implemented cutting-edge equipment for this preliminary training session. Each person will receive one piece of equipment, and they are encouraged to report any issues right away. The virtual training session looks incredibly real, eliciting amazement from the participants. The trainee marvels at the top-tier company's private training rooms and state-of-the-art equipment, feeling like he is in a dream. The instructor announces that it is time to begin the cleaning lecture. One trainee swears his loyalty to karma for life. Later, the trainees celebrate with a lavish meal, one jumping for joy at the spread. A soft moan escapes as someone savors the sweet taste of a macaron. Eyes sparkling with delight, the woman relishes the delicious treat. A voice rings out, pledging unwavering loyalty to the president. The team members acknowledge that expensive equipment really is the best, cutting their work time in half. The team is reassured that President Kim stocked up on extras, encouraging them to use them freely. The team members agree that Karma's president, Kim Jun-woo, is the best. A hand clenches in frustration as someone realizes that at this rate, they might go bankrupt. The woman exclaims that the internal expenses are way too high, addressing Jun-woo SSI directly. Gold rings and a bracelet adorn the hands of someone who seems unconcerned. The vice president agrees that they've spent 3 months' worth of funds in just a week, and some of it is unnecessary. A smiling face questions the idea of unnecessary spending. Sitting on a golden throne, the figure asks if all of this isn't part of the company's benefits. He could see why Vice President Lee A-young and advisor Oh Jae-yeep were saying that. However, Mr. Kim was on the verge of making a ton of money, so he couldn't just sit tight. Mr. Kim had to avoid the watchful eyes. To avoid the watchful eyes of the International Association, he started a small cleaning company with his partner, Karma. He even considered shutting the company down. But as they say, even when the sky falls, there's always a way out. Then, they landed a massive contract from Hano Group. The mission? Go to Africa and secure an exclusive contract for fractals. Of course, those bastards of the International Association didn't make it easy for them. The road was rough, but not only did they cripple their forces, they also successfully secured the exclusive fractal contract. Now, those assholes are under Interpol investigation for the atrocities they committed in Africa. For the time being, those bastards won't be able to act up. And Karma? Not just back on track, they hit the jackpot. Everything is going smoothly. The company was poised to expand, fueled by their substantial financial resources. The woman with short blonde hair lamented that a direct contract would have been a bigger win. The woman in the black suit stated that at the current rate, they wouldn't last past next month. The woman guessed she had come at a bad time, observing the scene before her. Team leader Ha Song-il had stopped by while on an overseas business trip, bearing gifts. It was a relief that everything worked out well, even securing exclusive import rights for Fractal. If it weren't for Mr. Kim, they wouldn't have even been able to attempt it, someone said gratefully. Hearing that made Ha Song-il feel embarrassed, though he was glad to be appreciated. Ha Song-il must be really busy, someone commented, wondering what brought him all the way here. Ha Song-il just wanted to drop by and see them, he said with a smile. Actually, they brought in the fractal, but there aren't many places that can actually process it, which worried him. No matter how high-end the material is, it still needs to be processed correctly. He and Mr. Kim discuss the feasibility of processing top-tier materials. Private companies struggle with the facilities and personnel. Mr. Kim believes the association support team should be able to handle it. He mentions they are one of the best teams in Asia. Ha Song-il thanks Mr. Kim, who assures him not to worry, stating that he will handle it. A thought surfaces, revealing that this outcome was the speaker's goal all along. Ha Song-il asks what Mr. Kim's next move is, inquiring if he will continue focusing on overseas expansion. Mr. Kim says that was the plan, but there's nothing urgent at the moment. He will stay in Korea to take care of some things. Mr. Kim admits he might have gone a little overboard acquiring so many branches at once. The association seems to be feeling the strain. Association President Lee Do-shik put his foot down and ordered him to stay in Korea for now. Meanwhile, Ha Song-il wonders why the hell Lee Do-shik is holding back someone who's actually getting things done. Mr. Kim hears a rumor that the Japan branch is planning to withdraw from the International Association soon, causing him concern. Ha Song-il asks why the Japan Association would do that, as the Africa incident shook up the International Association. The situation in the Asian Association is revealed. China operates independently, and Korea has taken over a significant portion of Southeast Asia. Ha Song-il explains that while it's just a rumor, it came from a political journalist. He thought Mr. Kim should at least be aware. Mr. Kim considers the information, finding it an interesting rumor. The man with red hair finds the prospect of the rumor to be tempting, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He believes the best time to strike is right after they withdraw, when they're still in chaos. The text warns that if they wait until the Japan Association has settled down as an independent association, it will be too late. The Japan Association has several strengths, but without a doubt, their greatest asset isn't capital or manpower. Their greatest asset is the Haramura clan. If they can exert influence over the Haramura clan along with the Japan branch, they might just get their hands on a means to control the International Association. On top of that, Japan is home to master craftsmen specializing in fractal-based weaponry. The text suggests combining their overflowing supply of fractal resources with Japan's weapon processing expertise. The man with red hair believes that this is a gold mine waiting to happen, his sinister smile widening. He muses that acting upon a rumor is a huge gamble. If you want to catch a tiger, you have to step into its den, he thinks. The only way to know if the rumor is true is to go there and find out for ourselves. Mr. Kim stands with a confident smirk, ready to take action. Han Sang-hyuk is surprised. Japan, all of a sudden? Mr. Kim explains that they've never had any real interaction with the Japan branch until now. He adds that the association told them to focus on internal restructuring for the time being. If they don't have a reason, they'll just make one, the disembodied voice declares. There's always a way. Mr. Kim tells Han Sang-hyuk that this trip is just a preliminary investigation, so he'll only need one person to accompany him. The thought of just the two of them on a business trip causes a stir. The woman with pink hair looks shocked and excited at the prospect. Mr. Kim tells Han Sang-hyuk that she has too much on her plate already. He suddenly realizes he knows the perfect person for the job. He speaks to someone, though they're not visible in the immediate vicinity. A woman with orange hair is furious, reminding him of a promised vacation after her last deployment. She wonders when she'll ever get a vacation. Mr. Kim is suddenly going on a business trip to Japan, which enrages the woman further. She threatens to report him to the labor board. He assures her that he'll be back in no time. Han Sang-hyuk is on the phone, furious about the chaos the Africa acquisition has caused. He accuses the person on the other end of stirring up more trouble by running off to Japan. Mr. Kim continues to walk away, pulling the orange-haired woman in his suitcase. He is told to think about the association situation. He responds that his feelings are hurt. Mr. Kim is on the phone, asking if they seriously think he's going to Japan for his own personal gain. Han Sang-hyuk continues to yell into the phone. As he knows, the strongest force in the association right now is Kim Min-ju. But Kim Min-ju's Black Wolf blade was damaged during combat in Africa, and that means a huge loss of firepower for the association. Mr. Kim insists that this is for the association. He states that in order to forge a new sword for Kim Min-ju, he's going all the way to Japan. An unseen person is the target of someone's ire, called a sneaky little bastard. On the phone, Mr. Kim is told not to stir up trouble and to return as soon as possible. Having acknowledged the instructions, Mr. Kim declares it's time to claim Japan as theirs. Mr. Kim smiles, crushing a small figure under his arm while still on the phone. Someone demands an answer, pulling a suitcase along. The woman with orange hair questions why she's being left out, asking about A-young and Min-ju. Mr. Kim states that they are essential personnel. The woman with orange hair is shocked and angry, exclaiming that it's unbelievable that she isn't included. Mr. Kim adjusts his tie, saying it's relatively speaking, and reminds her that she worked there. He pats the woman with orange hair on the head, as she insists it was only a temporary dispatch for an inter-branch cooperation project, but still means she worked there. Mr. Kim offers to buy her some figures while they are there. As she announces, she has a question. The woman with orange hair asks what exactly is the reason for the trip to Japan. A troubling rumor has surfaced. The Japan branch is planning to withdraw. Mr. Kim and Han Sang-hyuk are on a plane, and he states their purpose. They're going there to confirm it. Mr. Kim already has a plan, even if the rumor is true. He believes they won't share information with someone they haven't signed a contract with. A group of people cheer, celebrating their president's plan. Mr. Kim explains that they're not going to target the branch directly. They'll start by approaching those around them first, specifically the Haramura workshop. Since it's closer than Vietnam or Africa, Mr. Kim figured it'd be relatively easier. That was... A woman is wearing a kimono. A hand reaches out. Japan, home to the Tokyo Supernatural and Dimension Management Association. The man tied up insists he doesn't know, that the most he's done is have drinks with Haramura a few days ago for work. The man being questioned thinks to himself that they're not even that close, and that this bastard thinks he's an idiot. The man with the mustache asks if he really thinks he doesn't know he's been working with Haramura for years. The man with silver hair kicks the tied-up man in the stomach, the force of the blow echoing in the room. The man with red hair states that they've returned, branch chief. He checked the workshop, but he's still nowhere to be found. Japan's rank 3 hunter, Jinta, and Japan's rank 4 hunter, Danjo, are sought after by hunters from all over the world, not just in Japan, who come looking for Haramura's weapons. The man with the mustache thinks that if this keeps up, their Tokyo branch is finished and the International Association will cut them off. The tied-up man is beaten again, the man with the mustache thinking that those goddamn bastards, what the hell do they want? At least give them a reason. The man with silver hair and the man with red hair stand side by side, their expressions grim. The man with the mustache thinks that going silent without notice, what the hell are they supposed to do? The need for the Haramura clan's weapon forging technique grows urgent. Patience for lesser clans has run out. Tokyo branch chief Shoichi grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead as his frustration mounts. Shoichi declares that even dismemberment is acceptable, so long as they find Haramura and secure the technique. Monstrous roars echo as the special weapon forging technique begins to manifest, a terrifying display of power. Meanwhile, the hunter orders his guide to retreat, knowing the danger is too great. Even for the second-ranked hunter, this is a perilous undertaking. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he recognizes something about the blade. It's a legendary sword, crafted by the Haramura clan, now glowing with ominous power. Haramura's blade, strengthened by blood, is granted permission to feast, its power surging. He grips the grim demon blade, ready to unleash its dark potential. The blade pulses with a sinister energy, its crimson glow intensifying. With a fearsome cry, Kim Jun-woo prepares to unleash the grim demon blade. He plummets through the air, surrounded by a vortex of crimson energy. The monstrous dragon head looms, teeth bared in a silent snarl. Kim Jun-woo's eyes widen, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. It's insane. He took down King Ghidorah in an instant. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the very air around it. Krah! Gasping, Jinu Kim hears a voice urging him forward. Take it, boy. The blade gleams, a promise of power and protection. As long as you wield that sword, there's no need to fear. Kim Jun-woo raises the sword high, determination etched on his face. Feel the breath of the blade and become one with it. Move as the sword guides you. The dragon roars again, its fury shaking the very ground. Krah! The massive claws descend, threatening to crush everything beneath them. Kim Jun-woo channels his power, preparing to strike. O sacred blade of Haramura, my body, my soul. His eyes burn with resolve, ready to unleash the blade's full potential. I entrust them to you. The dragon's head fills the frame, a terrifying visage of scale and fawn. He unleashed the Haramura blade, its power surging through him as he faced the dragon-like creature. The older man praised the boy, acknowledging his success against King Ghidorah. The boy, panting, confirmed that he had done it. The boy felt as though he had become one with the special power of the Haramura blade. The older man chuckled, telling the boy not to get cocky, reminding him that the sword did all the work. The text declared that the weapons crafted by the Haramura clan are truly legendary. An advertisement for the Haramura workshop showed the older man and the boy promoting pre-orders for new products. A close-up of the older man's face, a confident smirk playing on his lips, filled the panel. Japan's #2 hunter, Tai Chi, highly recommends it, according to the advertisement on the phone screen. The girl with orange hair held up her phone, showing the advertisement to the man in the suit. The girl thought the Haramura clan was so cool. They were once just a small family of blacksmiths running a humble workshop, but rumors started spreading that their blades held a special power. Meanwhile, a few years ago, a red-rank dungeon in Japan caused an entire subjugation team to be wiped out. Amidst the chaos, a C-rank hunter wielding a Haramura blade managed to defeat the boss. That incident spread like wildfire across Japan, and the Haramura clan skyrocketed to legendary status overnight. Their reputation grew so much that the International Association even proposed a merger with the Japan Association. Right after they became part of the International Association, the fifth-generation master blacksmith expanded beyond just swords, crafting other types of weapons. Their influence grew to the point where they could even sway the International Association itself. Meanwhile, the man in the suit and the woman with orange hair have arrived. She notes that they've arrived near Tokyo, Saitama Prefecture, in front of the Haramura workshop. The woman with orange hair observes that this is the Haramura workshop. She also notices something posted over there. The man in the suit wonders what the posting says. The woman with orange hair asks the man in the suit if he seriously came all this way without even checking. He asks an old woman if he can ask her something. The old woman wondered when the Haramura workshop had shut down. She mentioned it had been a few days since Mr. Haramura was last seen. The man with the bandage recalled seeing Mr. Haramura fighting outside about a week ago. He initially thought it was just a random dispute. The man in the suit realized they were Tokyo branch officials. He speculated there was some kind of conflict with the Tokyo branch, possibly over forging techniques. The man with the bandage stated that Mr. Haramura would never sell them. The old woman shook her head, saying she had no idea about that. The man in the suit understood and thanked them for their time. He told the woman with orange hair to stick to the original plan. The man in the suit considered their next move. He was curious about what exactly happened between the Haramura clan and the Tokyo branch. Perhaps, he thought, as the woman with orange hair walked behind him, they were not getting anywhere, just sitting around. The man with the bandage asked if they were there to see Mr. Haramura. The woman with orange hair looked on with a questioning expression as the man in the suit considered their options. She wondered if he was seriously going straight to the Tokyo branch. The Haramura workshop, a 5-generation tradition of the Haramura clan, a brand adored by hunters across the International Association, but no matter how you look at it, it's just a normal workshop. He stood in the workshop, listening as the apprentice explained that his master hadn't been around lately. Itsuki realized he hadn't introduced himself. Itsuki smiled warmly. Itsuki offered to find any pending orders if Mr. Kim would just give him his name. Mr. Kim dismissed the offer, stating he would get it directly from Mr. Haramura later, as it was an important item. Itsuki questioned if he was sure, as it could take a while to get it directly from him, but Mr. Kim insisted it was fine. Itsuki wanted to ask something. Itsuki asked if he knew what happened between the workshop and the Tokyo branch, as right now, the Tokyo branch is angry at them. Mr. Kim thought back to how his master suddenly started rejecting every single weapon order because he values trust above all else. If he had to guess, it was probably because he doesn't trust the International Association headquarters anymore. Itsuki explained that he never said it outright, but he thinks he wants Japan to leave the International Association. A few days ago, the International Association was mentioned. He explains that since the Tokyo branch holds a lot of influence, their actions are silent protest against the Japan Association. Itsuki considers that the withdrawal rumor wasn't baseless after all. If the Haramura clan is taking such a hard stance, the Tokyo branch must be losing their minds. The narrative suggests that between the International Association and the Haramura clan, they'll have to choose one side eventually, but it's not like they can easily side with either. Someone asks if they've tried talking to the Tokyo branch. For something this serious, they should at least try negotiating first. The Tokyo branch guys did come by the workshop a few times, but the master just sent them all away, saying he had nothing to discuss with them, his back turned to the conversation. The speaker emphasizes that the master has always been stubborn. The man with the headband is seen again. The branch must have given up since things were quiet for a while, but a few days ago, they started showing up for a different reason. It's revealed that they tried to buy his forging techniques, which made the master absolutely furious. They seriously thought they could buy techniques passed down for generations? After kicking them out a few times, that's when the others started showing up. Itsuki wonders who the others are. The man with the headband is addressed. "Oi, Haramura, you here today?" He seems surprised by the arrival of these guys. Haramura exclaims that the reason Master stopped coming to the workshop is because of them. The group gathered, their matching suits a stark warning. If he wasn't here, it would be a problem. The man in the white suit demanded they come out. He threatened to smash the workshop to pieces. The man in the dark suit wondered aloud if there were customers. That would mean Haramura was here too. The man in the white suit asked where Haramura was. The other man replied that he'd like to know that himself. The man in the white suit declared that they should leave since he wasn't there. They had nothing to do with this. Suddenly, the man in the dark suit was struck. The force of the blow sent him reeling. Haramura lay on the ground, gasping for air. He was clearly injured. The man in the white suit demanded to know if he really didn't know where Haramura was. The man gripped Haramura's wrist tightly. He warned him to be honest with them. The man in the white suit declared that they were from the Tachibana-gumi Dongonkai. The two men stood close, the tension palpable. Something was about to happen. The man in the white suit said he saw. He had come a long way too. It was a shame he wouldn't get to see him. He seethed, a violent urge rising within him to tear his enemies apart. But getting involved with the Yakuza would only complicate matters. He reasoned, better to scare them off. The man's expression shifted to surprise, his eyes widening slightly. The Tachibana-gumi members unleashed a brutal kick, their target collapsing under the force. One of the Yakuza members declared that he can't stand those who cause trouble out of nowhere. The Yakuza member admitted that he just can't hold himself back from violence. The Yakuza members looked down at a girl with orange hair, one of them questioning her presence. The girl with orange hair grinned menacingly, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. A Yakuza member ominously declared, "You are already dead." Mr. Kim grimaced, regretting his decision to bring her along. The punch lands with brutal force, the sound echoing in the confined space. The force of the blow sends the man flying, crashing to the ground amidst the chaos. The group of men in white suits look down at the fallen figure, one of them muttering about a damn kid. He looks up, his expression a mix of pain and defiance as he stares back at his attackers. The person with orange hair grins menacingly, declaring, "You are already dead." The other men in white suits exchange uneasy glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern. They continue to look down, wondering why everyone is so hot-tempered. The men discuss the situation, one questioning if he will take responsibility for messing up and getting caught up in something bigger. The person with orange hair is accused of just wanting to beat people up. The person with orange hair smiles, a sinister glint in their eyes. He is questioned about the silence, and if it's actually true, he sighs. He demanded to know who had sent them, his expression stern. The kneeling men scoffed, declaring that they wouldn't spill so easily. The man in the suit stated he'd rather commit seppuku than reveal anything. Park Gun-tae grinned, suggesting that Han Yu-bin might need a little more persuasion. The kneeling men insisted they were just small fry following orders, begging for mercy. Park Gun-tae retorted that it was their boss's fault, his expression hardening. The man in the suit wondered if he really had to go this far to get a proper answer. One of the kneeling men blurted out that it was the big boss, fear etched on his face as a knife was presented. The kneeling men pleaded with them not to start off so brutal, claiming they weren't gangsters. Park Gun-tae suggested they start with a fingernail, his eyes gleaming with menace. One of the kneeling men shouted that it was Mr. Haramura who hired them. He had pretended to be against them, but actually asked them to cause a scene. The man in the suit, now identified as Haramura, looked down in disbelief. Park Gun-tae grips the woman's wrist, his expression unreadable as she looks up at him, fear etched on her face. His face darkens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. This revelation completely flips everything he thought he knew. The interrogation intensifies, fists flying as the truth is demanded. The accused vehemently denies the accusations, claiming Mr. Haramura's involvement. A voice wonders why people can't just talk nicely from the start. It accuses someone of making up lies to cover up the Tokyo branch's involvement. The woman with orange hair is grabbed, her eyes wide with fear as she swears she's not lying. A blacksmith who suddenly vanished, supposedly put in a request to have his own technique stolen. At first glance, it sounds completely absurd. The man thinks, his brow furrowed in contemplation. However, a sinister smile spreads across his face. If the Haramura clan is exactly what he thinks it is, it's not entirely impossible, the text box declares, hinting at a hidden truth. The woman with orange hair is told to take them to her boss. She is asked if she is seriously believing these lies. Why the hell would they make up such an obvious lie? The voice wonders, questioning the motives behind the deception. One of the men takes a hit, questioning why it's always him. If what they said is true, the man in the suit thinks this is actually good news. The man in the suit believes that if they play this right, they could take over the Haramura clan. He thinks that if he seizes control of Haramura first, he won't even need to buy out the Tokyo branch. The plan is to take the Haramura clan first, then use that as leverage to force Japan to leave the INT. The man in the suit is told that it's still an investigation until the deal is sealed. The subordinates fear that if they go to the boss, they might die. They are instructed to bring his bag and take care of the apprentice. Meanwhile, branch chief, the Tachibana Dongonkai members are searching for Haramura. Someone exclaims, questioning why those thug bastards are here. They've been harassing the workshop almost daily, the man in the suit is told. It seems like someone put in a request. For what we can tell, that seems to be the case, says the man with silver hair. He slams his fist on the desk, scattering papers everywhere. Who could possibly be behind this interference? A third party is suddenly interfering, disrupting the established order. The CEO's face contorts with rage. Two competitors already meant trouble enough. His teeth grit, the veins in his head bulging. If the forging techniques fall into the wrong hands. The man in the suit stands at the window, his back to the room. Japan could lose the Haramura brand forever. A figure shrouded in a purple aura asks if this means the balance team is involved. The figure with silver hair and a stern expression questions if such a move isn't too dangerous. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache expresses his outrage and watches Haramura gets taken by some nobody. Mr. Kim's face is a mask of determination. Both the title of an international association branch and the Haramura brand are too valuable to give up. No matter what, we have to find Haramura first. Meanwhile, a bustling city street teems with pedestrians crossing a crosswalk. A maid in a frilly dress stands near a crosswalk beneath towering billboards. She warns someone to watch their step. The man in the suit and two others arrive at their destination. Here it is. The suited man and his entourage arrived at their destination. It appeared to be an ordinary office building, nothing special to note. The question hung in the air, thick with unspoken tension. What had been said to provoke such a reaction? The man seated before them was Kimura Yusuke, Tachibana Dongonkai leader. His expression was one of barely restrained fury. Kimura Yusuke's men informed him that the esteemed guests wished to see him. The atmosphere was thick with barely concealed hostility. Kimura Yusuke's face contorted in rage. How dare they show respect to someone else in front of him? His subordinates immediately apologized, sensing their boss's rising anger. The tension in the room was palpable. Kimura Yusuke declared that he would get straight to the point, his gaze intense and unwavering. The man in the suit stated they were looking for Mr. Haramura, inquiring if Kimura Yusuke knew his whereabouts. A sinister smile spread across Kimura Yusuke's face. He did not do business with foreigners. Kimura Yusuke continued, stating that if they were there to borrow money, he would have roughed them up and sent them on their way. Kimura Yusuke declared that now, he couldn't let them walk out of there. The atmosphere grew even more menacing. Kimura Yusuke thought that men who couldn't even keep their mouths shut were useless. The situation was rapidly escalating. The man screams in agony as blood splatters around him. A voice demands to know who they are and if they're with the branch. Antagonist Mr. Kim offers a business card, claiming to be a simple businessman meeting Mr. Haramura. He adds that he knows where he is. The man refuses to divulge any information. Even then, someone wonders why they are always the one getting hit. The man with glasses claims he's hiding an old friend, which is why he's doing what he's doing. Antagonist Mr. Kim implies that if he's an old friend, he must know a lot about Mr. Haramura. Antagonist Mr. Kim retorts that he even knows how many moles the man has on his ass, a smug look on his face. The man with tattoos is told that he must also know about the rumor that Haramura's weapons being special is a lie. The man with glasses gasps, shocked that they know that information. The woman with orange hair is also shocked by this revelation. Three people exclaim in Japanese, wondering what's going on. Another man looks terrified, his eyes wide with fear. Kimura Yusuke is sent sprawling to the ground, taken by surprise. The man with the tattoo shouts at someone named Ryu Hei, demanding they stay hidden. A man with silver hair is revealed to be Haramura Rihei, the fourth-generation master of the Haramura workshop. Antagonist Mr. Kim reveals himself, stating that he is Kim Junwoo, president of Karma Corporation. A hand presents a card, revealing that Karma is the company that exposed the International Association's corruption in Africa. The man with brown hair confirms that they worked on it alongside the Korean Association and Hano Group. Haramura Rihei expresses his surprise at being found out like this. The girl with orange hair seems shocked by the revelation, as she shouts, "Wait." The girl with orange hair questions if the weapon rumor was a lie. She wonders aloud what that means for his sword. Haramura Rihei asks if they are planning to turn him over to the Tokyo branch. Antagonist Mr. Kim assures him not to worry, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Haramura Rihei's eyes widened slightly as he heard the unexpected declaration. The man behind him looked equally surprised by the statement. A sinister smile stretched across a man's face, his eyes gleaming with an unknown intent. "If you agree to work with me." Mr. Kim's expression shifted, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He seemed confident in the offer he was about to make. "I'll make it a reality for you." An unknown figure boasts, claiming to know even the number of moles on someone's skin. The tattooed man declares that the rumor about Haramura's weapons being special is a lie. Someone is sent flying backwards from an unseen blow, while two onlookers watch in shock. Mr. Kim, visibly agitated, yells at someone to stay hidden, while another wonders how they were found. The silver-haired man is revealed to be Haramura. A woman with long black hair looks up, exclaiming Ryu Hei. The man with glasses questions what is being said, repeating the claim that their weapons being special was a lie. The character with orange hair looks shocked, realizing their sword was fake. Mr. Kim remains silent, observing the unfolding events. Haramura demands to know how the man in the suit discovered the truth, stating that he never told anyone. Mr. Kim responds that it was obvious just by looking at it, questioning why Haramura would even ask how he found out. The camera focuses on Mr. Kim's suit. Mr. Kim doubts that Haramura set out to deceive people from the start. The narrative shifts to the past, explaining that Haramura's predecessor, who used to make kitchen knives, probably exaggerated when he shifted to crafting supernatural weapons. The narrator explains that the weapons were said to be on a whole different level from mass-produced weapons. In reality, the quality was worse than a factory-made B-rank weapon, but Haramura's father had a knack for this kind of thing. And to some extent, it worked, word spread, and people from other regions started seeking out their weapons. At that point, Haramura must have been thrilled, but then trouble hit. A C-rank hunter took down a red-grade dungeon boss with a Haramura-made weapon. Logically, a C-rank hunter defeating a red-grade boss just because of a weapon doesn't make sense. It was nothing more than a coincidence, but at the time, this news for Japan, struggling to compete in the global monster extermination market, was like a festival. The news spread quickly. A red-grade monster, defeated by a weapon forged in Japan. This was a message to the Japanese people. For the public, it was a new beacon of hope. Even though it was clearly just luck, they didn't want to see it that way. They didn't want to see it that way because people don't believe in facts. They believe in the facts they want to believe. That early exaggeration from his predecessor turned into full-blown hype. Special weapons imbued with unique power, they said. That's right. The man in the suit listened intently. Haramura was able to get away with it for so long because foreigners had this romanticized view of Japan. He saw an opportunity to make enough money to live off for a lifetime. Was he afraid he'd get caught? And he exploited that masterfully. Still, it seemed his predecessor had some conscience. He never took on mass production orders like he does now. But Haramura looks like he went all in on the lie, churning out weapons that barely qualify as C rank over and over. So why suddenly refuse the latest order? The man in the suit listened as the explanation continued. The International Association has been having scandals pop up left and right. He figured it was time to get out. He remarks that the association wouldn't simply let this slide. He knew they would come knocking, though he hadn't anticipated an offer to buy the forging method. A subtle shift in expression crosses Mr. Kim's face. Mr. Kim suggests that he would turn his lies into the truth, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He reiterates that it was exactly what he said, referring to his lies. Mr. Kim declares that he will make those lies a reality, emphasizing the need for the Haramura family's influence. Haramura explains that they heard rumors of the Japanese Association potentially withdrawing from the International Association, leading them to consider a takeover. He continues, stating that if they were truly planning to leave, they wouldn't have sought to buy his forging method in the first place. A woman with orange hair interjects, stating that this situation is working out even better than expected. Haramura asks how exactly Mr. Kim plans to help him. He then inquires if Mr. Kim intends to hand over advanced forging techniques from the top-tier research facility in Korea. Haramura says that if that's his offer, he might actually consider cooperating, while Mr. Kim silently questions the use of the word offer. Mr. Kim, with a menacing expression, tells him that he still doesn't understand his situation. He states that the other man has misunderstood him simply because he was being polite. A voice declares that they are not there to help make actual special weapons. The man with gray hair is told that all he has to do is continue existing as the head of a family that can influence the International Association. He doesn't care about the weapons. He warns that if the other party doesn't want to end up ruined, they should listen carefully. A voice commands someone to shut up and do what they say. Meanwhile, someone asks why the hell another person is so pissed off again. The woman with orange hair is infuriated. She complains that if he was just going to drag her around without explaining anything, why did he even bring her along? She demands at least a heads up. He thinks that there was a reason for that, and he's going to get hit again. Someone is frustrated. He apologizes, saying he was in a rush this time, so he couldn't explain. He promises to be more careful from now on. The woman with orange hair responds with a dismissive, He smirks, contemplating how to twist the Haramura clan's deception into reality. He muses that if he can't, someone else will. The woman with orange hair erupts, her frustration boiling over. She accuses him of promising immediate action. She questions him, alluding to a famous Japanese saying. Mr. Kim is reminded that repeating a lie makes it the truth. Mr. Kim states that he has already given Haramura his orders. He suggests they wait for the results. He dismisses her concerns, stating that he will explain the plan as they move. He seems eager to get going. The woman with orange hair pauses, a serious expression on her face. She announces that she has a question for him. She presses President Kim, questioning why he brought the fractal along. She reminds him that he already knew Haramura's special weapons were a lie. She explains that she came under the pretense of making Minju a new sword. She implies that she wouldn't bring a fake weapon. Mr. Kim denies ever saying he'd order a sword from a fraud like Haramura. He seems offended by the suggestion. He understands or pretends to. Mr. Kim suggests they have some time to kill, so they should find a decent place to do so. The woman with orange hair retorts that he really hasn't properly explained anything from start to finish. She is clearly frustrated with his lack of transparency. She reminds him that he does have to keep his promise to buy her that figure. She emphasizes that it must be a genuine one. He walks with a child through the city streets, the sounds of laughter and chatter echoing around them. The night is alive with activity. A man's face contorts in rage, his voice booming with a desperate cry. Ryu-hi-I, he shouts into the void. Another man, his face etched with frustration, confronts someone. He demands, "You're not actually buying into their bullshit, are you?" The man's expression darkens, a memory flashing before his eyes. The memory shows him giving a thumbs up, but the present is filled with doubt. The man's face is twisted in anguish as he shouts, "So what? Are you saying I should just come clean and let my entire life go to shit?" Mr. Kim walks away from a tattooed man, seemingly dismissing his concerns. The air is thick with unspoken tension. A voice echoes with desperation, questioning the duration of their confinement. For how long? A year? 2? Or until I fucking die? Mr. Kim stands at a window, his back to the viewer. He states with a hint of pride, "You know, my son just got into a top university." A phone displays a picture of 2 men, a voice musing on one of them. He grew up without a mother, but he still turned out to be a damn fine young man. A briefcase filled with money lies open, a silent promise. A voice declares, "At the very least, I have to be there for his wedding." The tattooed man apologizes, "Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my voice." The other man responds, "So you've already made up your mind." Meanwhile, a man in a white suit bursts into HQ, causing a stir. Someone exclaims, "Some guy just barged into HQ." Another responds in shock, "What?" The man in the white suit shouts, warning that someone is looking for him and cannot be stopped. He urges someone to escape, promising to hold them off. His eye widens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the situation intensifies. The man in the white suit is alerted that the boss is up ahead. 2 men stand behind him, ready for a fight. A figure is struck amidst shattered glass, crying out in pain as the attack lands. The man is sent flying through the air, blood splattering as he takes the brutal hit. The man in the white suit, the boss, stands over the fallen figure, the sound of the impact echoing. A man in a suit and cap looks down, questioning the situation with a surprised expression. The man in the suit and cap delivers a kick to the downed figure, declaring that this is where he was. Branch Chief Shoichi is said to be looking for him with fire in his eyes, as the fallen man cries out in pain. Mr. Haramura is told to stop being stubborn and come with them, as he wonders how HQ knew he was here. The man in the suit and cap states that this is his final chance, relaying that the branch chief gave them orders. The order is revealed. If he won't listen, break his limbs and drag him back. He is told to run, but a foot comes down hard. Haramura cries out, scrambling to escape his attacker. The man in the suit delivers a brutal kick. He finds the situation to be a pain. The attacker prepares to activate his skill, energy gathering in his hand. The skill activates. Marionette, a unique class for a mage. Haramura screams as the skill takes effect, his body contorting. The man in the suit manipulates Haramura with his skill. The branch chief is informed that the target is secured. Meanwhile, a man on the phone expresses surprise that he was hiding in a Yakuza den. The man comments on the International Association's balance team. The man on the phone finds something impressive. Agent Huang Dongwei is on the scene. A groan escapes, the captive's body feeling as if it's falling apart. His vision swims, the floor stained with crimson. Where is he? The man with gray hair shouts, his face contorted in rage. He hangs suspended by chains, his eyes wide with disbelief. What's going on? Heavy footsteps approach. A voice declares that he is finally awake. It's been a while, Mr. Haramura, one of the men remarks, his expression unreadable. 3 figures approach, their faces obscured by shadow, the clink of chains echoing around them. Branch Chief Shoichi's companion pleads with him, but the branch chief seems unmoved. A voice laments that he won't listen anymore, his decision causing distress in their operation. The man with gray hair grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Haramura draws his sword, remarking that he thought they were finally going to get along. The silver-haired man's face contorts in rage, his voice booming with disbelief and defiance. Surrounded by a surge of blue energy, he prepares to strike with his sword, his resolve unwavering. An unknown voice echoes, lamenting the sudden silence and broken communication. The men in suits stand firm, their desperation evident as they plead for his continued assistance. Kneeling, the silver-haired man is offered a generous reward for his forging methods, but he responds with outrage. The staggering sum of 1 billion yen is mentioned, highlighting the immense value placed on his skills. A close-up reveals the silver-haired man's terror, his eyes wide with fear as the pressure mounts. The men in suits express disbelief at the rejected offer, one of them readily admitting he would accept it without hesitation. Tears stream down the silver-haired man's face as he firmly refuses, his resolve unwavering despite the immense pressure. The incredulity is palpable as the men question the value of his methods, hinting at something far greater than money. The men in suits speculate that his forging methods must be worth more than 1 billion yen, their interest piqued. The focus shifts to Manager Huang, suggesting his involvement or importance in the unfolding situation. He stands, awaiting the next demand. Mr. Kim asks if he could ask for another favor. Mr. Kim explains that Sensei's son has recently enrolled in a prestigious school. He wants Han Sang-hyuk to bring him Masato, a freshman majoring in economics. Mr. Kim's tone shifts, becoming menacing. He warns Han Sang-hyuk not to dare lay his hands on Masato. A hand gives a thumbs up. The man is identified as Mr. Haramura. Mr. Kim grabs Han Sang-hyuk by the collar. He asks if he is not asking nicely, implying he will bring his son's head if he doesn't listen. Han Sang-hyuk, enraged, yells that it was a lie. Mr. Kim's expression is sinister, his eyes narrowed. Han Sang-hyuk continues to yell, revealing that there was never any forging method or special weapons to begin with. Han Sang-hyuk's face is contorted in rage as he screams. The scene shifts to a group of men standing over bodies. Han Sang-hyuk claims it must have been a coincidence. Someone explains that some guild had some leftover scraps, so they took them and made them look impressive on the outside. Mr. Kim confirms that there weren't any techniques from the beginning. A man pleads, desperate for someone to leave Masato out of this. The man in the suit is surrounded, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. Mr. Kim states that he knew something felt strange from the start. He shouts, declaring that the current topic is not the real issue. Mr. Kim warns that the higher-ups at headquarters will lose the Haramura Workshop brand, and things will get out of hand. He continues, explaining that as the one in charge of the contract between the Haramura Workshop and the International Association, he will be in serious trouble. Han Sang-hyuk kneels, resolving that he's not going to let that happen. The man with glasses sweats nervously as he stands next to Han Sang-hyuk. Mr. Kim assures someone not to worry, stating that he'll start talking once they bring his son here. A woman yells at the group, asking if they can't see she's busy. Someone announces that the president of Karma Corporation has arrived at the office. The man in the suit says that they claim they're here to proceed with the weapons contract with Haramura Workshop. He stared intently, his expression a mix of calculation and barely suppressed fury. Kim Jun-woo's eyes widened behind his glasses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Mr. Kim leaned forward, his voice low as he addressed someone just out of view. He held up a document, stating, as he mentioned to the assistant, he was there to proceed with the weapons contract with Haramura Workshop. Mr. Kim's expression darkened, a silent thought echoing in his mind. What terrible timing. Kim Jun-woo's face contorted with anger, thinking about that Haramura bastard and whether he was lying about the weapons. The disembodied voice mused that, either way, this was going to stir up trouble if word got out. The man in the chair inquired if there was a problem, but Mr. Kim quickly dismissed the notion. Mr. Kim explained that, as he said, he could have gone to them directly, but the volume was quite large, so he preferred that their branch would handle it. The man with the mustache admits he had his doubts at first, his expression betraying his unease. Mr. Kim smirks, suggesting the weapons must be reliable if the International Association's hunters are using them. He continues, stating that he could not refuse such impressive weapons, emphasizing how appealing their offer is. Mr. Kim leans in, his expression intense, as he asks if he can expect a positive response. The man with the mustache retorts that it's written all over Mr. Kim's face that he's in a tough spot, his own anxiety rising. He adds that Mr. Kim can't afford to have words spreading about the workshop, his desperation growing with each word. Elsewhere, Mr. Kim sits across from a kneeling man, revealing that he's already heard from the Yakuza that the man with the mustache took Haramura. Sweat beads on the brow of the man with the mustache as he says he understands, his voice barely a whisper. Mr. Haramura attempts to buy time, asking to discuss the matter with Mr. Haramura first. Mr. Kim responds with a sinister smile, stating it's a coincidence because he's been wanting to meet with him too, his words laced with menace. He demands that Mr. Haramura be asked to come over right now, giving him credit for trying to weasel his way out of this. But Mr. Kim makes it clear there's no chance, calling Mr. Haramura a bastard, his eyes gleaming with malice. The man with the mustache chuckled nervously, claiming he had forgotten to mention something. He stated that Mr. Haramura was currently taking a break from work. His hands were clasped tightly, a subtle sign of the pressure he was under. We can't get in touch with him either, he added. The news of Haramura's break sparked a flurry of reactions. One wondered if he was really taking a break, while another admitted they also didn't have the details. Haramura continued, feigning ignorance about the contract. He exclaimed how clueless he was being. It seemed moving forward with the contract would be difficult for the time being. A hand clenched tightly on the table, a silent expression of frustration. He thought to himself, I should have known better. Haramura handed over an envelope. The man receiving it questioned why he was being given this. Come on, you know what I'm talking about, Haramura replied. The conversation turned to handing over a foundation. Haramura stated, I'll hand this foundation over to you. The envelope was held in someone's hands. Of course, we'll handle the operations, but I want you to manage the finances, he said. Mr. Kim stated, we will be providing you with the funds. You may use them as you see fit. The man receiving the offer asked if he was talking about a rebate. The man receiving the envelope questioned Mr. Kim, asking if that wasn't what he was looking for. The tension in the room was palpable. Mr. Kim smirked, confident in his plan. The text revealed, the trap has been set. Once this deal is set in motion, the amount of money he'll be receiving will be in the millions. A close-up of intense eyes questioned, can you resist such a juicy offer? The stakes were high, and the temptation was immense. Haramura reviews the document, his expression a mask of calculation. The man in the suit states that he will do his best to persuade Haramura. He then asks if it would be all right to test the weapons. Haramura replies that it's just a formality. The man asks when they would like to have them, and Haramura says in about a week from now. A voice declares that they would prefer to test them in a real dungeon for a more realistic trial. The man in the suit is thanked for his time. He replies that they will see each other in a week. Haramura stands with the man in the suit, the weight of the conversation settling in. A close-up reveals Haramura's sinister gaze, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of composure. Frustration boils over, a simple damn at escaping someone's lips. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Japan, the setting sun casting long shadows over the city. Confusion reigns, as a character is surrounded by question marks. A voice asks what someone is wearing, stating that they are in Japan, so they have to try them out. A figure stands clad in a traditional kimono, ready to embrace the culture. Haramura states that the one they are referring to will turn lies into reality. The question arises, is that Shoichi, the Tokyo branch chief? From now on, Mr. Kim is going to turn all of Haramura's lies into reality. He's going to gather all the masters from across the country. Mr. Kim declares that they must protect the reputation of Haramura Workshop. Mr. Kim instructs her to take a look at this and get ready to move on to the next door, stating this will be their last stop for the day. Haramura questions why, pointing out they still have a week left. The group needs to find someone. Haramura asks if they should find someone. Yes. Yusuke Taichi, Japan's second-ranked hunter. Huh, why? But we still have a week left, don't we? The girl with orange hair asks. The man in the black jacket holds a teddy bear. The group needs to find someone. The girl with orange hair looks annoyed. He simply replies, yes. The text states, Yusuke Taichi, Japan's second-ranked hunter. The sound of footsteps echoes. The man shoe steps forward as he says, Sensei. The man in the suit asks if the kneeling man can make that special weapon for real. The kneeling man replies that if he could, he wouldn't be in this mess. Someone questions if this is a manga. The president of Karma Corporation wants to sign a weapons supply contract with Haramura Workshop. The man in the suit speaks, delivering the news. The man with silver hair looks shocked by what he hears. The offer was substantial, driven by the swirling rumors. Taichi's associate demanded to know if he had accepted the deal. He confirmed it with a single word, yes. Mr. Kim revealed that the potential clients were suspicious and had requested a demonstration test. That was why Mr. Kim was asking Taichi for this favor. Taichi was told to make it real just once. He hesitated, struggling to find the words. Taichi admitted that he couldn't, that he didn't have the technique, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to create a real one. Mr. Kim loomed over him, demanding to know why he should keep Taichi alive. Taichi, looking up, had an idea. Mr. Kim stated that they would handle the demonstration test themselves. He warned that once the deal was finalized, Taichi wouldn't be able to handle Karma's demands and would be forced to take his own life. A man looked on, utterly shocked by what he was hearing. Taichi questioned if Mr. Kim was even hearing himself. He has offered compensation, but the gesture feels more like a threat. Mr. Kim promises to cover Taichi's son's tuition and ensure he gets a job at their branch. Taichi is shocked by the offer, exclaiming that it's insane, fearing what will happen if people find out. The sound of a slap echoes as Mr. Kim strikes Taichi, sending him sprawling. Mr. Kim adjusts his tie, warning that the dead don't talk, so no one will find out. Mr. Kim tells him that he will be staying there until the demonstration, and not to worry, he will be well fed. Taichi kneels on the ground, the impact of the blow still resonating. Mr. Kim demands to know if Taichi got the forging technique, warning him not to run into him. Mr. Kim remarks that he's a stubborn bastard, and asks Agent Huang what he is still doing there. Mr. Kim's expression hardens, declaring that he can't let that happen. Agent Huang says he was just waiting to say his goodbyes before heading back, stating there's someone he'd rather not run into. Mr. Kim questions Agent Huang, asking if he has some kind of connection to the Karma president. A voice offers a piece of advice: avoid getting mixed up with Kim Junwoo. The man in the suit looks down, his expression grim. He declares, "You're fucked." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Tachibanagumi Dongonkai hideout in Tokyo. Mr. Kim, lounging in a chair, reveals that right after they left, Haramura was taken. Taichi sits beside him, along with a young girl. Mr. Kim observes that for someone who's suspicious, he's awfully calm about it. A voice declares that if it weren't for Taichi's message, they would have assumed he was working with them and sent their guys to turn this place upside down. Mr. Kim, sporting a bandage on his forehead, reveals he looked into Taichi's past. It turns out he's kind of a big deal in Korea. Mr. Kim asks if Haramura is being held at the Tokyo branch. Taichi says he hasn't seen him. Taichi states he saw it with his own eyes, judging by the situation. He adds that Shoichi, the branch chief, has been restless like he's hiding something. Mr. Kim, looking agitated, wonders if they really pulled this shit. Taichi asks if he wants to rescue Mr. Haramura, a question that infuriates Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, his expression intense, reveals that Haramura and he have been best friends since they were kids, and they made a promise to each other. Ryuhei declares that he's leaving the workshop, intending to become a Yakuza. The man with glasses questions why someone so talented would make such a decision. He states Ryuhei will be the light that leads the world. Mr. Kim understands their ambitions too great to exist in the same world. Mr. Kim says that 10 years from now, they'll meet again at the top, with their ambitions fully realized. An annoyed man dismisses whatever drama the two have. If he wants to rescue Haramura, the tattooed man demands some information. The woman with orange hair looks on. The man relents, asking what he wants to know. Mr. Kim is asked why he's asking about Taichi. The man questions why he's asking Yakuza about a hunter's whereabouts, especially him. He clarifies that he's looking for the former 2nd ranked in Japan, king of the underworld, Taichi. Taichi used to be a hunter, but now he's the boss of the biggest underground syndicate in Japan. Mr. Kim sits listening intently. He is told that, as someone with underworld connections, he must know Taichi's location. The unseen man expresses his outrage. How could a Korean know about such things? He demands to know. Mr. Kim responds, his voice calm. He reveals that he has a history with Taichi. The unseen man grits his teeth, his anger palpable. The man with glasses relents. He will reveal the information, but claims he's risking his life by doing so. The unseen man makes his demand. In exchange, Haramura must be brought back. Elsewhere, the camera pans over a cityscape. The scene shifts to a bustling street in Shinjuku, Tokyo, filled with neon lights and pedestrians. Taichi is approached by a woman in a leopard print dress. She tells him he looks lonely today. 2 other women vie for Taichi's attention, each wanting him to talk only to them. Suddenly, a man in a black outfit pushes the woman in the leopard print dress away, calling her an insolent wench. The woman screams in shock and surprise. At the bar, a man in a suit demands that the woman he's with be removed from his sight. Another man bows deeply, apologizing to Taichi. Someone shouts Taichi's name with urgency. Taichi, the king of Japan's underworld, expresses his dissatisfaction with the women he's been with. He muses that the woman should feel blessed to be in his presence. Taichi wonders if women avoid him because they think he's too good for them. The sound of a brutal impact echoes as someone is violently attacked. Ryuhei stands over a fallen figure, declaring that he has finally found him. The person on the ground urges Ryuhei to run. Mr. Kim stands with a woman, looking down at the scene. Taichi's expression is one of shock and disbelief. Mr. Kim and the woman discuss Taichi, with the woman expressing disbelief. The Japan-Korea joint operation saw them working together. Since Japan was part of the International Association, their top-ranked hunters had already been scouted. That meant, instead of teaming up with Japan's number 1, he had to settle for number 2. He wasn't thrilled about it, but Taichi never dragged him down, executing his missions flawlessly. Mr. Kim was far stronger and sharper in battle than he expected. He gave up on everything, but here's the theory. until he became Haramura's brand ambassador. Something seemed off. No matter how famous the Haramura workshop was, there's no way they'd pay a top-tier hunter enough to let him retire for life. That's when he completely fell apart. That crazy bastard turned into a total joke after becoming Haramura's model. Even he couldn't let his skin get ruined. Rumor has it, he made so much money from the gig that even a hunter's salary couldn't compare. Which means, Taichi must have figured out the secret behind Haramura's weapons. And so, he gave up on everything. But here's the theory. No matter how famous the Haramura workshop was, there's no way they'd pay a top-tier hunter enough to let him retire for life. And in exchange for his silence, he must have extorted a huge sum of money. Taichi disappeared after that. After that, Taichi disappeared. Since Japan is right next door, he'd hear rumors about him from time to time. Apparently, with his fortune and former fame, he climbed his way to the top and became the king of the underworld. Kim Jun-woo, president of Korea's Karma Corporation, would like to propose a deal. Does a mere company president dare to make a deal with him? A voice booms, demanding to know if they are recognized. The man considers the unseen speaker's question, seemingly humoring them. The woman with orange hair declares she might consider it if the sexy lady asks nicely. The woman's words are accompanied by a swoon effect as she stands next to the man. The woman seems confused by something, questioning with a huh? The man in the black jacket responds with a simple, affirmative yeah. The man wonders aloud, questioning where, as he looks around. The woman glances sideways, a subtle shift in her gaze as the man speaks. The man points directly at the woman's forehead, prompting a confused reaction. The man nods, a subtle gesture that suggests a decision or realization. He points forward, his expression intense, as if targeting something specific. The woman looks up at the man, her eyes wide with surprise or realization. A man in a black suit sits at a table, seemingly unbothered by the comment about a sexy lady. The woman in the orange kimono smiles, seemingly pleased with herself. Someone is blushing intensely, overwhelmed by the woman's beauty. Han Sang-hyuk looks at the woman, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Another man's face contorts in anger, muttering insults under his breath. The woman confidently declares her own sexiness, but finds something unsettling about Han Sang-hyuk. She considers violence, then whispers Han Sang-hyuk's name, a realization dawning on her. A sinister smile spreads across Han Sang-hyuk's face. Recognition hits her hard, and she screams in denial. Terror grips her as the truth becomes undeniable. A craftsman's face contorts in a scream of frustration and pain. Mr. Kim towers over the fallen craftsman, his face a mask of fury as he unleashes a torrent of abuse. The craftsman's agony is palpable as he is reminded of his failure to meet expectations. Mr. Kim stands amidst a scene of discarded swords and broken dreams, demanding a fraction of a special weapon. The deadline looms, and the pressure mounts with each step he takes. An advisor suggests finding another way, as there are no other craftsmen left. The craftsman questions if this is all Japan has to offer, his voice filled with despair. Haramura lies injured, as Mr. Kim demands to know what he did. The craftsman utters a name, Kusanagi-san. Now that he thinks about it, the craftsman can only whimper as Mr. Kim's foot presses down. The man in the suit remarks on his target's surprising lack of discretion. He wonders aloud who else knows the technique is a sham. He looms over the kneeling figure, a dark aura emanating from him. The man warns that if he's hiding something, there will be consequences. Mr. Kim's expression hardens, his threat becoming explicit. Even the man's son, he says, might end up following him to the afterlife. The man with a sinister smile says he'll turn the rumor about the Haramura clan into reality for the other man. The other man looks concerned. 3 silhouetted figures stand guard over a kneeling figure in a courtyard, the scene bathed in an ominous light. Mr. Kim's eyes narrow, suspicion etched on his face. He believes someone is concealing information from him. A close-up reveals the man's stern expression, hinting at the ruthlessness beneath his composed exterior. Elsewhere, a bustling city street glows with neon signs, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the previous scenes. Han Sang-hyuk dismisses someone, stating that the meeting is important and they need to leave. He refers to the others as boss. Mr. Kim stands before a woman with orange hair, his back turned to the viewer. Someone thinks he's definitely a crazy bastard. The man smiles sinisterly, while the other looks angry or concerned, the tension palpable between them. A hand pours liquor into a glass, an invitation to lighten the mood and have a drink offered amidst the tension. He explains that they are simply businessmen from Korea. They're to propose a deal to the king of this district. Mr. Kim adds, seeing him up close, "You little shit." A voice warns that the lady would be dead already. Another voice observes that Yu Bin is so wasted that his brain is barely functioning. The man in the black jacket drinks from a bottle. The woman with orange hair watches him. The man in the black robe sits nearby. The woman with orange hair clenches her fist, her expression furious. The man in the black jacket smirks, stating that this is pissing him off for real. The man in the black robe holds a cup, thinking that they need to seal this deal right now. He hopes they can handle this smoothly without making a mess. The man in the black jacket tells the woman with orange hair that he'll give her the signal, then take down that lunatic. She responds with a confused huh. The man in the black jacket and the woman with orange hair sit together, whispering to each other. A voice warns that if that secret gets exposed worldwide, the ones who'll be in the biggest trouble are the Tokyo branch. A voice says that up until now, Haramura has had their backs, which made it easy for him to secure his place in the underworld. The man in the black robe is asked if he is just going to let go of that gold mine. The man in the black jacket holds a red orb, stating that he has a plan to take down the Tokyo branch. The man in the black robe is questioned about who the hell the man in the black jacket is, and if he really knows everything. He considered the man before him, wondering if he was an assassin sent by Haramura Workshop, or perhaps, he mused, a field agent from the Tokyo branch. Either way, the man holding the glowing object resolved. He couldn't let him leave alive. A voice urged, "Don't give him time to think." The call to action came. "Yubin, now." The man behind Yubin cursed, expressing his serious frustration with the situation. Yubin's expression was unreadable, but a Chu graphic appeared next to her. The scene shifted to a room where Yubin and another man stood before a painting, while a third man sat observing. A man's face filled the frame, his expression contorted with rage. The focus tightened on a man's mouth and chin, highlighting his barely contained fury. Yubin was now dressed in a wedding gown, holding a bouquet, a vision of serene beauty. The wedding scene unfolded, with a man carrying Yubin, the bride, as well-wishers offered their congratulations to the boss. The man and Yubin were seen together, a moment of peace amidst the chaos. A little girl rushes forward, arms outstretched, calling out to her papa with unrestrained joy. A small dog watches the heartwarming scene. Tears stream down a man's face, his expression a mix of sorrow and relief as something weighs heavily on his mind. Han Sang-hyuk sits back, swirling the contents of his glass. He declares that he will accept their deal, stating he is tired of this. The woman with orange hair looks up at Han Sang-hyuk, her expression expectant. She asks him what the plan is. Then, at a bar, Han Sang-hyuk stands tall, a bottle of liquor nearby. The woman with orange hair watches him intently. A few days later, it was the day of the appointment with the Tokyo branch chief. The city streets bustle with activity. He is on the phone, instructing someone to call him when they arrive at the broadcasting station by 4 p.m. Han Sang-hyuk walks with two men in suits, stating he is on his way to the broadcasting station. He adds that the person's voice is so kawaii. Just hearing Yubin Chan's voice makes his heart flutter. The man with sunglasses wonders if he will be able to do this well, a suited man standing guard behind him. He thinks that if he gets a love-filled cheer from Yubin Chan, he'll be fine, telling himself to just focus on the job. The woman with orange hair grits her teeth, thinking she'll just have to hear it from him in person after work. Speaking on the phone, the woman with orange hair expects him to arrive on time as planned. The man in the suit has arrived at the meeting location as well, and is told to keep watching him, Yubin Chan. Han Sang-hyuk, on the phone, asks if someone wants to die. A man in a suit says it's been a long time and asks how he's been, adding that with such a big deal ahead, there's no way he could have been well. Someone says they couldn't participate in today's test, as people stand around a portal. A man thinks that it's dangerous for ordinary people to enter a dungeon anyway. Someone notes that there are more people than expected, and that safety comes first, adding that they're conducting the demo with the operations team, just in case. The team is ready, with a control team on standby outside. It is revealed that Mr. Haramura is present. Kim Jun-woo, from Korea, introduces himself. He states that it is an honor to meet the man. Ryuhei Haramura greets Kim Jun-woo, stating it is nice to meet him. Kim Jun-woo is asked how it went. He explains that the test was just a smokescreen. Once the deal goes through, they plan to make it look like he took his own life while holding his child. Ryuhei Haramura says he understands. He warns Kim Jun-woo not to take the deal, saying it won't do him or anyone any good. Someone states they haven't been sitting idle for the past week. Kim Jun-woo reveals that he has brought Tai Chi onto their side. In an hour, Tai Chi will leak to the media that the International Association has been. Ryuhei Haramura questions why Tai Chi. Kim Jun-woo explains that back when he was part of the association, he was famous for using Haramura weapons. The man is described as the whistleblower, who has quite a lot of influence. Ryuhei Haramura asks how he even knows Tai Chi. Someone says it's not really an important story, so they'll be going now. If they drag this out any longer, they'll start getting suspicious. It is important, someone insists, as they take a step forward. He's the most suitable person to have spilled the beans that he knows the secret, it is declared. Haramura questions why Yusuke Taichi's name is being brought up, as the man with brown hair states that he is the most suitable person to be the whistleblower. The man with the mustache asks how they even know Tai Chi, while the man with brown hair responds that it's not important. The man with brown hair thinks to himself that this is a really important story, so he'll be going now, and if they drag this out any longer, they'll start getting suspicious. Taichi's already spilled the beans that he knows the secret. The man with brown hair looks intently at someone. The man with the mustache states that they seem to be having quite a chummy conversation. For that, Haramura asks if it seemed that way, stating that he's honestly just a fan of the Haramura clan, while the man with brown hair says it wasn't anything important. So let's move on. It is announced that the test will take place here in an orange rank cave-type dungeon, and that the boss is Snow Ghost, a ghost-type monster. A group of people stand in what appears to be the dungeon. Physical attacks would be ineffective, it seemed. Mr. Kim stood firm, aware of the situation unfolding around him. He had prepared for this eventuality, though it must have taken considerable effort to set up. Mr. Kim glared, his expression a mix of anger and calculation as he looked at Haramura. He never expected Haramura to be so loose-lipped. Mr. Kim realized that the branch leader must have already planted people near Tai Chi. Well, it wasn't as if he hadn't expected this, Mr. Kim thought, having made his own preparations as well. A figure, cloaked and masked, walked through the city streets, a sword glinting in their hand. It had been a while. Haramura stood alongside another man, his expression unreadable. A woman with orange hair watched from behind cover, a look of surprise on her face. Mr. Kim smirked, drawing his sword. They had waited long enough. Haramura-sensei has prepared a weapon specifically for this test. It is the 10th weapon in the Odachi line, the most popular series from the Haramura workshop, 10 Beasts Half Moon Sutra. The weapon gleams, its blade reflecting the light with an almost ethereal glow, promising both power and precision. One man in a brown suit questions the ridiculously grand name of the weapon. The other, in a dark suit, dismisses it as just a flashy toy sword. The man in the brown suit announces the hunter who will be joining the test. He calls out, beckoning Kurita to come and introduce himself. Kurita, dressed in a dark uniform, states that his class is swordsman and his rank is C, a declaration delivered with quiet confidence. Kurita shakes hands with the man in the brown suit, stating that he is looking forward to working with him. A close-up of a man's face reveals his inner thoughts. This bastard. The handshake continues, but a critical eye observes that if he were truly someone who regularly gripped a sword, he should have calluses. The assessment is made. This guy is not a swordsman class, a silent judgment hanging in the air. A dynamic image shows a man and woman engaged in sword combat, a stark contrast to the earlier handshake. His body is generally well-built, but compared to his upper body, his lower body muscles are underdeveloped. That means he plays a role that doesn't require much movement in battle. On top of that, his lips are discolored from frequent potion use, and there are traces of mana rebound left on his hands and face, painting a picture of reliance on external aids. He is clearly an A-rank level mage class, yet he pretends to be a swordsman. The man in the suit scoffs, considering this the best plan he could come up with. How childish. The man in the suit asks if they are ready to proceed, standing before a fiery backdrop. Another man replies, stating, of course, as they stand before the fiery background. The man in the suit smirks, seemingly confident in the plan despite his earlier comment. A disembodied voice declares that Yubin has to finish this within a time limit. Jinta is questioned about what he is doing, his expression one of anger and confusion. Taichi-sama is addressed, with the speaker expressing surprise that he ended up playing Yakuza after disappearing. A man lies on the ground, wondering if the association sent someone to kill him because of his secret behind Haramura Workshop. The man with silver hair stands over the fallen man, a sword pointed downward. The silver-haired man remarks on the shocked expression, stating that the association is just sucking the marrow out of Haramura. The man scoffs, wondering if a mere third-rank hunter was sent to kill him, the second rank. The man below seemed unbothered by the other's sinister grin and dismissive words. The man with the glowing sword declared his purpose, a path forged in love, daring anyone to stand in his way. The silver-haired man, Tai Chi, observed his opponent, noting that he was not the same as before. Despite his words, the aura emanating from the man was undeniably that of the old Taichi-sama. The man's eyes glowed with an intense red light, mirroring the energy crackling around his blade. The man with the glowing sword issued a challenge, confident that his opponent would not withstand his blade head-on. With fierce cries, the two warriors clashed, their battle about to begin. The blade shimmered with an otherworldly blue light. The energy of the blade intensified. The man swung his blade, the blue energy crackling as it cut through the air. The man stood poised, his sword ready for the next strike. The man's sword cut through the city air, the battle spilling into the streets. He cries out, the force of the unseen blow sending him sprawling. What speed could have caused such a reaction? Tai Chi stands over him, sword at the ready. He thinks to himself that this man was supposed to be the second-ranked hunter. Tai Chi raises his sword, the steel glinting in the light. He declares that, for the future of Japan, the man must die. The blade descends, a flash of deadly intent. A woman with orange hair cries out, a blue energy shield materializing to block the blow. The scene is viewed from below, the sudden intervention leaving everyone in question. The woman stands between Tai Chi and the injured man, a protective stance taken. The woman scoffs, finding the injured man's reaction to the obvious attack laughable. She tells someone to move their ass, indicating she'll take care of the situation. The woman questions where the person crawled out from, calling them fatty and demanding to know who they are. The woman's anger intensifies, questioning if the person's eyes are broken or if their brain is the size of a goldfish. Someone off-panel tells her to calm down, assuming that since they get along so well, they must be on the same side. She stands between Tai Chi and his attacker, as Tai Chi questions why they can't get along. He seems ready to fight to the death. A man with silver hair declares that he can't simply let someone walk away. He grips the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. A voice wonders if the two are lovers, just out of curiosity. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The woman with orange hair tells Tai Chi that she was just going to rough him up a bit and send him off. Tai Chi looks up at her, surprised. A voice declares that they are not letting anyone leave now. The situation is escalating quickly. The woman with orange hair stands tall, a glowing blue sword materializing in her hand. The air crackles with energy. The woman with orange hair seems impressed, exclaiming, "Oh, sugoi," as she gazes at the blade. A blue sword materializes, its power palpable. The weapon hums with contained energy. A man in a suit leaps into action, wielding the blue sword with a cry. He is surrounded by strange, shadowy figures. The man with the sword stands alongside 3 other men, observing the situation. The performance is solid, but something is off. The dialogue questions whether one can draw out the weapon's power whenever they want. It only grants power to those who are worthy, it is said. One of the men declares that Kekurita is a worthy hunter. The others seem to agree, a sinister smile spreading across one man's face. The situation seems a little too good to be true. One of the figures suggests waiting outside, noting the boss seems dangerous. Another declines, determined to see things through. Mr. Kim accuses someone of sweating bullets and being terrified of exposure. He suggests that if they're going to fake it, they should at least try harder. The group stands in a vast, icy hall, the air thick with anticipation. A powerful aura erupts from a ghostly figure. The man in the suit observes that it is a snow ghost in an orange-rank dungeon. This is going to be a real pain. The snow ghost seems surprised by something. A masked figure is visibly terrified. A hand glows with a blue, magical energy. Mr. Kim realizes someone just used a magic skill. Mr. Kim orders the operations team to proceed with the subjugation. 2 unique skills are unleashed, Thunder Fist and Rampage Thousand-Year Madness. A monstrous form looms, its many arms poised to strike. The snow ghost stands before Mr. Kim and another man in a suit, awaiting orders. One of the men wonders aloud what will happen to Mr. Haramura if the deal goes through. Mr. Kim smirks, stating that once the deal is done, it's only a matter of time. Mr. Kim believes that before people realize it, the weapon will be seen as a fraud. The man's face contorts in anger as he asks if the plan is to take everything and then dispose of Mr. Haramura. A suicide note, blaming Karma's unreasonable demands, will be perfect, ensuring the rumors about the Haramura clan die for good. Mr. Kim suggests that they could pin the blame on someone else, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The other man asks if Mr. Kim already knew and was just testing him. The man in the suit tells Mr. Kim that the branch chiefs have a major problem. Mr. Kim learns that the media is now reporting that they were the ones leading the distribution of fake weapons. A furious grinding of teeth betrays barely restrained rage. The man's fury erupts. He demands to know what the other party has done. Mr. Kim smiles thinly, suggesting that if they know what's good for them, they will hand over the Tokyo branch while he's still asking nicely. 2 men in suits stand face to face, locked in a tense discussion, the weight of their words hanging heavy in the air. In Tokyo, a woman's expression hardens as she wonders aloud if everything was just a test. If this place is shaken up, even the Japan Association would be rocked, for it is the core of Japan. Other countries have power imbalances, but it's worse in Japan. They underestimated the International Association, which slowly took over by relying solely on the brand of Haramura Workshop, knowingly or not. The International Association tweaked the system to control the Japan Association however they pleased, and poached all the promising Japanese hunters under the guise of scouting. And now, taking over an empty husk of a branch is no big deal. A smirk plays across the man's face, a hint of dark satisfaction in his eyes. His face contorted in rage, he demands to know what kind of bullshit this is, accusing someone of making fake weapons. He roars, demanding to know who dared to speak about them in such a way. The demand is clear. Release a rebuttal article immediately. One man grabs another by the collar, his voice strained. They insist they didn't start it. A man in a suit wonders aloud, curious about who made the statement. "Hello, citizens," Tai Chi announces, stating he has worked for years as a hunter. After much consideration, the man has decided to expose the Tokyo branch. The Tokyo branch, it is revealed, has been making fake Haramura weapons to profit off the International Association. Haramura weapons go through a special process that cannot be rushed. The Tokyo branch knew they couldn't meet the quantity the International Association demanded, so they started mass-producing and selling counterfeit weapons for their own profit. In the process, they didn't hesitate to threaten and beat up his dear friend, Haramura. He wonders if he is truly a dear friend. A tattooed man yells for the cameras to roll, and his subordinates confirm. The Tokyo branch really messed up, someone states, confirming they're the bad guys. A former hunter agrees with Tai Chi. Someone recognizes Tai Chi, almost not recognizing him. They are instructed to contact the broadcasting station and the national. The man with the mustache barks orders into his phone, demanding the assembly be shut down. His subordinate relays that no one is answering. Elsewhere, a national assemblyman, heavily lobbied by the Yakuza, appears stressed in the back of a car. A major conglomerate CEO, Habaki, conducts drug deals with the Yakuza as reporters clamor for a statement. The broadcasting station director Kiichi, a regular at Taichi's bar, the station cameraman Ijo, who has Yakuza friends, and lead PD Dua, promised a cat by the Yakuza, are all implicated. The woman stands amidst fallen bodies, declaring that before she even arrived, the branch bastard sent people to kill her. The man states that he overpowered them with his own strength, showing his wound as proof of the struggle. The man tears open his shirt, revealing a stitched wound, and swears revenge as Japan's #2 hunter who fought hard for the people. The man on the phone watches the hunter's display. He orders the other party to leave the Tokyo branch to him and get out of the spotlight. The man in the suit declares his love and expresses his desire to take this opportunity. A thud echoes through the room as 4 men stand in what appears to be a confrontation. The man grits his teeth, revealing that he was aiming for this outcome from the very start. The man yells, questioning if they think they'll get away with their actions. Kurita is sent flying through the air, the force of the blow expelling air from his lungs. He lands hard, the city lights blurring above him as he struggles to regain his footing. Mr. Kim states that the best-case scenario for Kurita right now is this. He continues, ordering him to step down as branch chief, grab what he can, and get the hell out of here. Mr. Kim reminds him that with the advance payment and the foundation he gave him, he could live out his days in comfort somewhere scenic. Kurita is told that once things settle, they'll call him back. Mr. Kim asks what will happen if he doesn't, and is told he'll take the fall for everything. Mr. Kim wonders if they think the International Association will just sit still as the man kneels before him. Kurita is told that there's not much time, and even if by some miracle he manages to dodge the International Association. Mr. Kim yells at Kenta, calling him a useless piece of shit, and reminds him that he told him to get rid of Tai Chi. He thinks that if he just killed Haramura and pinned it on that Korean bastard, everything would have been over. He stands framed by what looks like a guillotine, thinking that things are escalating as that damn bastard said. He reflects that he is already as good as dead, considering this is all for the Tokyo branch. Mr. Kim stands in a brightly lit office. He is told that they are offering to clean up the mess he made, so why is he hesitating? A hand presents a document, stating that Mr. Kim will delegate the full authority of the Tokyo branch to him, if he just signs here. Mr. Kim crumples the document in his fist, cursing under his breath. He vows that if they screw around, even a little while he's gone, he won't let it slide. A close-up reveals Mr. Kim's face contorted in anger, his eyes wide with fury. The crumpled document falls to the ground, discarded. A sudden, violent attack leaves someone gasping in pain. A monstrous figure looms over someone, urging them to keep pushing while the person struggles against the intense cold. Someone curses the situation, wondering why they would choose this dungeon for a weapon demonstration. A monstrous entity roars, its form wreathed in vibrant blue energy. The man demands orders, insisting that a single squad is insufficient for the subjugation. A colossal hand glows with an otherworldly light. Panic sets in as the group realizes their chief has vanished. He was just here, one of them exclaims. Mr. Kim's face contorts in fury, demanding to know where the hell he went. The situation is dire enough that they're openly casting spells, one man observes, adding that Branch Chief Shoichi has appointed him as his acting representative. 2 men stand amidst the chaos, the acting representative facing away from the viewer. The man clarifies that he's not officially the branch chief, merely standing in while the chief is absent. The others express disbelief, questioning whether the chief truly delegated his authority. They call it bullshit. The man with the sword warns that it's too dangerous and they should fall back, demanding to know what the others are doing and ordering them to leave. A voice booms that this isn't a place for civilians, accompanied by a guttural sound. The monstrous figure, wreathed in blue energy, advances. Panic sets in as one of the fleeing figures shouts for a full retreat. Kim Jun-woo's eyes narrow, a storm of determination brewing within him. A surge of power emanates from him, his eyes glowing with an intense purple light. A system message appears, indicating a unique skill is being created based on his thoughts as energy gathers around a sword. The system judges the skill to be S rank or higher, initiating a safety lock override sequence. Verifying activation conditions, the system confirms both the caster's identity and rank as Kim Jun-woo is enveloped in purple energy. Battle status confirmed. The figures continue their desperate retreat. A woman with long black hair tied in a ponytail looks on in stunned silence, a question forming in her mind. The unique skill, Demon King, activates, creating the infernal hell of 8 flames as a monstrous figure roars in agony. A sudden exclamation pierces the air. An eye glows with intense red light, reflecting the chaos unfolding. The system confirms the activation conditions for the unique class, Demon Swordmaster, and releases the safety lock for the skill. He was consumed by the infernal hell of 8 flames, the newly acquired Demon King skill taking hold. The flames roared, manifesting as a monstrous maw, teeth bared and ready to devour everything. His eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, teeth gritted in a display of terrifying power. The flames parted as Mr. Kim emerged, drawing his sword, the blade reflecting the inferno's light. Elsewhere, a group of figures stood silhouetted against a bright doorway, one muttering in disbelief at the unfolding events. One of the figures turned back, confirming that the sword wasn't a fake and that the rumors about the Haramura clan were lies. The branch chief himself seemed to know more than he let on, a smirk playing on his lips. Mr. Kim sheathed his sword, declaring that everything looked wrapped up and it was time to head out, hinting at many things left to do. The group began to depart, aware that they were about to get very busy from here on out. One of the men, with silver hair, seemed surprised by the turn of events, his expression one of disbelief. He sprints through the darkened forest, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the night. Frustration mounts within him. He thinks, deciding to abandon the current plan. Mr. Kim considers his assets. He believes he could live comfortably if he uses the right people. His polished shoe strides forward with purpose, the sound sharp in the quiet air. A heavy splash echoes through the night. The man with glasses plummets downwards, letting out a cry of pain. The man with glasses looks up, his face contorted in terror as he sees his attacker. He asks how he is here. Mr. Kim looms over him, his presence imposing. Mr. Kim reminds him of their unfinished business, his voice cold. The man with glasses begs for mercy, mentioning Secretary General Wesley. The shoe disappears beneath the murky water. Breaking news reports that Shoichi, the former Tokyo branch chief, ordered the production of fake weapons targeting the International Association. Authorities are desperately pursuing Shoichi's whereabouts. The message on the phone urges anyone who has seen the former branch chief to report it immediately. Mr. Kim is on the phone. He remarks that he knew that bastard would blow up someday, and wonders if there's a reward or what. He acknowledges to the team leader that the Japan branch is currently in chaos. Mr. Kim knows that HQ is in total chaos because of that as well. Two figures discuss what they should do. It seems like they're completely preoccupied with this mess, and they consider whether to try to make a move. Mr. Kim firmly states, no, leave it alone. He expresses shock and disbelief on the phone, questioning what the other person means. They lost the branch right in front of their eyes. Mr. Kim asks what that has to do with him, his tone dismissive. He sternly tells the person on the other end of the line not to stick their nose into HQ matters, and to just do what they're told. Mr. Kim threatens to kill the person if they try to tell him what to do again, his voice laced with menace. He offers a terse apology, his expression unreadable. Now is not the time to worry about minor issues. There are bigger things to deal with. The person on the other end of the line remains silent. The person on the phone pauses, considering their response. The person on the phone looks concerned as they listen to the other person. The situation is escalating, with even bigger things on the horizon. He asks if it's that good, while the woman confirms that it is. He expresses how hard it was to get this, and the kind of crap he had to go through. He is annoyed just thinking about that fat ass that pissed him off, and what he had to go through to get it. She suggests that he should still never know, and why not go on a date at least, with a laughing emoji. The question hangs in the air. Are they truly certain about this course of action? The woman with orange hair states that even with delegated authority, the International Association won't simply allow them to run the branch. Mr. Kim, standing tall, dismisses the concern. Of course, he believes they won't allow it, making the entire endeavor pointless. He smirks, suggesting that things might not necessarily unfold as expected. Once everything is official, he muses he'll possess rightful authority as a branch chief, independent of the International Association. Mr. Kim asserts that they will have no choice but to accept the withdrawal. Either way, they won't be able to stop the Japan branch from falling into his hands, but letting go of one of their own branches. The woman with orange hair is told that from now on, she will manage the Japan branch. Mr. Kim states that he doesn't have time for that and will appoint someone else to be in charge. He wonders aloud, questioning who he might choose. The answer is about to be revealed. It is revealed that Mr. Haramura will be taking the position. The offer seemed to catch someone off guard, a genuine question hanging in the air. Mr. Kim stood before them, the gravity of the situation settling in. He was one of the main culprits in this mess. His expression hardened. Mr. Kim made it clear, this position was no mere gift. Mr. Kim declared that Japan would fiercely criticize the Tokyo branch, now under Korea's wing, as the International Association would pressure them. The branch had been lost in broad daylight, a fact that hung heavy in the air. His gaze intensified. The man emphasized that this wasn't some shiny position of power. The man's expression shifted, a silent reaction to the weight of the words. Mr. Kim stood firm, expressing his desire for the other party to understand the situation fully. In other words, Mr. Kim was entrusting something significant to Mr. Haramura. Mr. Kim presented the sword, a silent offering with unspoken implications. He admitted he lacked the ability to craft special weapons, emphasizing the sword's unique nature. The sword, though lacking special powers, was imbued with everything he had. He realized a lot when he saw him slay the snow ghost. Even if all the swords he's made until now are fake, something about this one feels different. The man in the suit states that the effort and passion he put into this particular sword is real. Mr. Kim holds the sword aloft, the sunlight glinting off its polished blade as he gazes upward. A close-up reveals a sinister smile, the man noting that the sword's edge is sharp. Two figures walk away from a smaller one, with one reassuring, "Don't worry." The sound of footstep echoes as someone rushes forward, calling out, "Boss." The pursuer demands to know where the person is running off to in such a hurry, naughtily turning their eyes to ignore them. Clutching a bouquet of flowers, the running man declares he'll pretend he doesn't recognize the person chasing him. A man's face is shown, with the implication that he wants someone to turn back to look at him. The man, with his back turned, expresses a desire to believe that his actions caused pain, lamenting that he must be a fool. The person in the purple hoodie walks away, unable to even get a word out. A hand reaches out, initiating a simple greeting by grabbing the person in the purple hoodie. Someone calls out to Yubin, but the person being addressed admits they didn't recognize them. The character with black hair embraces the character with orange hair, confessing they fell for them at first sight, even back when they were saved. The character with orange hair, holding a lollipop, seems confused by the confession, while the character behind them looks shocked. The character with black hair thinks that the other must be happy, their smile unchanged, but it only makes him feel smaller every time. The character with black hair continues to think about the other, feeling like their silhouette is getting farther away. The character with black hair thinks that someday he'll meet another person who has a smile like the character with orange hair. The character with black hair looks out the window at a plane taking off, thinking that the person he loves won't be him. The character with orange hair is described as an unforgettable person. On the plane, the character with black hair says it's a shame, referring to Shoichi, the branch chief. The character with orange hair asks what he means. Someone reflects on how, no matter how much of a lying bastard he was, he's still going to mooch off of the money they gave him for the rest of his life. The character with black hair tells the character with orange hair not to worry about it, saying that the whole thing was just an empty promise. The character with orange hair is confused. Someone questions whether they would actually hand that bastard that kind of money. The man in the suit listened as his associate explained that Shoichi received 1 million Venezuelan bolivares. That amount, the text indicated, was worth about 21,397 won today. The promised Youth Hunter Development Foundation turned out to be ruins. The woman with orange hair stated that Shoichi, clueless as ever, jumped at the offer. She expressed gratitude for this. The man in the suit, sitting with his arms crossed, thought that everything was basically wrapped up. He mused that one should always double-check things. A text box declared that all the blame for distributing those low-quality weapons had been dumped squarely on Shoichi. The field test results spread quickly among the hunters. It was now practically accepted as fact that Haramura's weapons have unique powers. With this, the man in the suit had the Japan branch under control, too. It couldn't have gone better, he thought. The man in the suit looked up, surprised. "What is it?" he asked. The text indicated that the man in the suit had worked hard, and a lot had happened over there, too. The two women and the man with brown hair exclaimed that it was Mr. Kim Jun-woo. The group stated that they were there for a clean deal, thanking him for the smooth transaction. Something was amiss. The man in the suit was furious, yelling about what the hell was going on. He accused them of selling that stuff behind his back. The woman in the black suit walks away, declaring that she didn't have a choice in the matter. She explains that there was a byproduct from the Angola branch, and the support team had an accident while trying to refine it. The woman clarifies that no one was hurt, but all the equipment was burnt and wrecked. Mr. Kim asks how they are supposed to support the operations team. The association is trying to restore the repair facilities, but all functionalities are currently down. Mr. Kim fumes, recalling that a support team with branches in 7 countries blew up an entire lab trying to refine some byproduct. They can't run operations with just temporary facilities, and rebuilding everything from scratch would take who knows how long. Mr. Kim presses, asking what the byproduct was exactly. The woman responds that she doesn't know. The support team guys said they'd never seen anything like it before. They were experimenting with it, and this is what happened. The woman reveals that it's being stored somewhere, prompting Mr. Kim to ask where it is now. Looking down at something, Mr. Kim repeats the question, demanding to know if it's stored. Even after a fire that burned down the whole lab, it's still intact? He pauses, realizing something. Wait a minute. Mr. Kim questions what the support team's accident has to do with them selling his stuff. If the association can't run subjugation operations, where are they supposed to earn from? He and a woman discuss the need to sell off luxury items. They must find a way to contribute to the rebuilding effort. The question hangs in the air. Just how much will this rebuilding ultimately cost, and who will pay the price? The woman reveals the staggering figure, 300 billion won. The sheer scale of the damage is becoming clear. Mr. Kim's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched across his face. The weight of the situation settles upon him. Elsewhere, a woman with long black hair examines a weapon. Her expression is unreadable as she considers its purpose. The woman learns that President Kim has sent it as a gift for Minju. The implications of this gesture remain unclear. The woman with long black hair relays the message. She explains that President Kim intended to deliver it himself, but something came up. The woman with long black hair blushes slightly, a hint of warmth in her eyes. She seems touched by the gesture. She reflects on the length someone is going to in order to look out for her. A swirling blue portal shimmers with untold power. The woman resolves that she can't keep holding him back any longer. She unleashes a powerful kick, ready to face whatever comes next. The monster reels from the impact as she vows to get stronger and return the favor. Her determination burns bright. The woman with dark hair and golden eyes looks up, pleading with her teacher. She begs him to watch her. With a gasp, the green-skinned monster faces her blade. She stands ready to strike. The woman's expression shifts to worry. Had she done something wrong to her teacher? Meanwhile, a woman lies in a hospital bed, attended by a man and another woman. A basket of fruit sits on the bedside table. The towering office building stood as a silent witness to the turmoil brewing within its walls. Kim Jun-woo stared at the document in his hands, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief as he read the contents. The two employees walked down the hallway, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the tense atmosphere. The notice was stark. Due to the company's financial situation, the cleaning class would be temporarily suspended. The man with the document tried to reassure everyone, explaining that the company was struggling and needed everyone to pull together. He gestured with his fingers, trying to convey a sense of optimism, promising that things would eventually return to normal. The group of employees listened intently, their faces etched with worry as they discussed the implications of the announcement. One employee considered abandoning ship, wondering if it was time to bail to the association now. The hope was that if they could just tough it out for a few months, they could bring back the fancy refreshments. At least they had plenty of spare equipment, a small blessing, but why weren't there any spare snacks in the break room? An accusation hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. The woman demands answers, her voice sharp with betrayal. Why did you lie to me? He feigns ignorance, a carefully constructed mask of innocence slipping into confusion. His hand rests on a document, the details obscured, yet radiating an ominous weight. She presses him, her suspicion hardening into certainty. But the proposal says 600 billion. Why is that? The woman's eyes narrow, her voice laced with a dangerous calm. Surely you didn't think I wouldn't find out. He counters, his tone laced with accusation. And you're not trying to go all in just because you sold off some gear without permission, right? Go ahead, tell me, President. 2 days prior, the seeds of this conflict were already sown. Meanwhile, the current Korean Association president, Lee Dyu-shik, grapples with a recent disaster, his brow furrowed with concern. Lee Dyu-shik faces the woman's interrogation. He explains there was a fire caused by a short in the lab equipment. Lee Dyu-shik attempts to justify his actions, but the weight of the situation is evident. Rebuilding's going to cost 300 billion. Lee Dyu-shik reveals the dire financial straits. We've already pulled the budget to run the Tokyo branch, so we've got no funds on hand. If the support team goes down. He paused, a glint in his eye as he considered the situation. This could actually be an opportunity, he mused. The association had already been hitting its limits with the old support team facilities, a fiery problem that needed addressing. Even weapon production was capped, forcing outsourcing. But now, a partnership with Hano Group, the best domestic company, was on the table, while dungeon privatization remained in effect. The International Association felt more cornered than ever. The pressure mounted as the Korean Association considered its next move. A sinister smile crept across Kim Jun-woo's face, a silent promise of the ambition brewing within him. With all these conditions, the association president declared they would officially move forward. But with what? Some wondered. The man spoke of the proposal he'd mentioned before about growing the Korean Association into a second international association. Now was the perfect chance to boost the Korean Association's power. He stated, his expression intense. A voice cried out, questioning if they were going overboard with their plans. The woman exclaimed, aghast at the idea of covering land, construction, and equipment costs themselves. Did he know how much that would be? The man countered that they were helping out her dad's business, so she should be glad. But that wasn't the point, she retorted. She understood the desire to grow the association, but the cost and time involved weren't worth it. At this rate, they might go bankrupt, she feared. The woman with blonde hair considered the situation, acknowledging that something would have to be done eventually before the association takes off. And long term, this would benefit them more than the association itself. Protagonist Kim Jun-woo held his drink, contemplating the potential impact of their actions. He questioned who a support team built entirely with their funds would truly belong to. The woman acknowledged that officially it would be under the association, but the actual management rights would be theirs, a private company owning a support team with world-class gear. The impact, he guessed, would be massive. But honestly, that's just the beginning. Protagonist Kim Jun-woo and the woman with blonde hair stood together, discussing their plans. There's already a plan in place to eventually merge back with the association. The entire reason they founded Karma Corporation in the first place was to rebuild the association from the outside. Protagonist Kim Jun-woo explained that some things are easier to fix by building them from scratch. They're finally in a position to strengthen their power for that goal. The plan's great and all, but how are they going to get that missing $300 billion? The woman with blonde hair looked concerned. He tilted his head back, a smug grin spreading across his face. They had a cash cow, didn't they? The woman with short hair countered, reminding him that Hanno Group wasn't a charity. They wouldn't just hand over that kind of money, but they would. He reminded her that they had access to top-tier byproducts from Africa. They would be scouting top-performing domestic facilities and distributors for byproduct handling. Once the support team was ready, they'd have them taking byproducts from all over the country, turning waste into profit. He continued, explaining that they'd offer Hanno Group exclusive rights to supply the processed items and weapons. That should get them to invest enthusiastically. He added that he'd be visiting some byproduct processing facilities to work on securing supply contracts, ensuring a steady flow of resources. The woman with short hair held 2 cups, her expression unreadable. She listened intently, absorbing the details of his plan. She thought to herself that he always seemed reckless, but he always said he had a plan, and so far, he had delivered. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Asin, South Chungcheong Province, a remote countryside byproduct processing facility known as GA Logistics. The location was key to their plans. From a Glory Guild, they got 9 units. Warang Guild provided 11 units, and GT contributed 11 units, forming the backbone of their operation. Dungeon provided 17 units. Chianan Association Branch contributed 33 units. The question remained, what was the delivery deadline for all these resources? The guilds demanded the materials in 5 days. GT Dungeon wanted them even sooner. The man clapped his hands together, urging everyone to move faster to meet the tight deadline. The sign declared this the Monster Byproduct Processing Facility, the final destination for monster corpses collected by dungeon cleaning teams. Monster shells, fangs, and horns, the extracted items, went through the final processing stage, handled by workers in protective suits. Usable materials were extracted from the monster corpses and delivered to various vendors, a process that relied on advanced technology. The better the processing tech at the facility, the better quality materials they could turn over, resulting in higher-grade items being made. With so many monsters being taken down, the workload was brutal, leaving the workers looking exhausted and stressed. Working every day without a break was a given, with high-intensity shifts averaging up to 14 hours, making leaving work on time a rare luxury. Kong Sang-woo, GT Dungeon Executive, greeted someone with a polite, "Good day, Foreman Kim." Executive Kang's presence prompted the question, "Executive Kong, what brings you here?" The demand was clear. "We need the delivery deadline moved up to tomorrow." The response was immediate and firm. The man stated that it was impossible, as they had 17 units just from GT Dungeon alone and other deliveries to consider. He was told to push them back and prioritize GT Dungeon. The man in the red jacket demands clarification, his expression a mix of confusion and annoyance. His companions look equally perplexed by the unseen speaker's words. Neutral Kong Sang-woo, standing tall, mentions a new byproduct processing facility in Jeonbuk. His tone suggests a veiled threat or a subtle power play. He adjusts his glasses, continuing with a thinly veiled warning. Neutral Kong Sang-woo implies that their decision led to a partnership with someone else. A disbelieving voice cuts through the tension. The unseen speaker finds the situation absurd, bordering on unbelievable. The man in the red jacket, visibly agitated, questions the unilateral demands. His frustration is palpable as he gestures emphatically. A voice, laced with condescension, questions their sloppiness. The speaker then demands to know the identity of the person they are addressing. A man with dark hair and a sharp gaze smirks confidently. His expression suggests he holds all the cards in this exchange. The man reveals his name, Kim Jun-woo. The revelation hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The man with glasses is visibly shocked by the name. His eyes widen behind his spectacles, betraying his surprise. The man with glasses' expression is one of dawning realization. The implications of the name Kim Jun-woo begin to sink in. The man in the red jacket and his companions are now listening intently. The atmosphere has shifted, charged with a new sense of urgency. Kim Jun-woo, head of Karma Corporation, stands firm. His gaze is unwavering, his presence commanding. The offer was substantial, a volume so large that it warranted generous compensation, or so they claimed. The man with glasses slammed his fist, decrying the offer as a violation of basic business ethics. Kim Jun-woo countered smoothly, suggesting that choosing the more profitable deal was only natural. The bespectacled man, agitated, warned him not to twist words. Kim Jun-woo smirked, stating that if they intended to use contract termination as a threat, they should have been prepared for pushback. The man with glasses seemed taken aback by the counter-threat. Another man, holding the contract, stammered that he didn't mean it. A stern voice cut through the tension. The man asked the gentleman to leave. Kim Jun-woo, holding the contract, stated he would discuss it with the president. He continued, stating he had no intention of caving to GT Dungeon's threats or Karma's offer. Kim Jun-woo declared that promises come first, and they would deliver to those who had been waiting longest. He finished, stating that if they wanted theirs faster, they should make a proper formal request and stop wasting his time. He listened to Kong Sang-woo, who stated that he understood his principles. The man with brown hair added that he looked forward to a positive review from his president. An unseen man reacted with disbelief, questioning if he had turned down that kind of money. The man's anger flared, calling him a stubborn bastard. A woman asked if he was a processor, suggesting it had to be them because... Kim Jun-woo's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed. Elsewhere, a woman with long black hair stood silently, listening intently. She had been discharged and came to say hi, but overheard them talking about GA logistics. The woman with short brown hair asked Kim Jun-woo if he knew something about that hard-headed foreman Kim. The woman with long black hair thought to herself, actually, both the woman with short brown hair and Kim Jun-woo looked surprised by her statement. Kim Min-ju's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she overhears harsh words. Someone believes her life is being wasted. The woman's dark coat shifts as she turns, the conversation's intensity hanging heavy in the air. A woman with short hair questions Kim Min-ju's presence. She states she only came to say hello after being discharged. The conversation continues, revealing that Kim Min-ju overheard talk about GA logistics. The woman asks if she knows anything about team leader Kim. Kim Min-ju, looking down, quietly answers yes. The woman with short hair stands beside a man at a desk, both looking at Kim Min-ju with concern and curiosity. Kim Min-ju reveals a shocking truth. Team leader Kim is her dad, causing visible surprise. The woman with short hair is visibly shocked by the revelation that team leader Kim is Kim Min-ju's father. Kim Min-ju insists she didn't say anything, while the woman with short hair acknowledges that team leader Kim is indeed stubborn. He stands, head bowed, admitting his mistake. Nearby, Mr. Kim listens, his expression unreadable as he rests a hand on the desk. A voice assures him, stating that everything is all right. The woman with black hair speaks, admitting that she has never seen anyone able to break Mr. Kim's stubbornness. She continues, noting that even she cannot sway him, that it is simply the kind of person he is. Jinu Kim explains that he anticipated his father's reaction, knowing how he feels about the association. He kneels, the weight of his actions heavy on his shoulders. Mr. Kim reassures her, stating that nothing is wrong. The woman with black hair tells him not to worry too much, explaining that Chairman Lee Do-shik and the other team members take care of her. She worries about living up to their kindness. She tells her father that the association has changed. Mr. Kim explains that it is no longer a place that just chases its own interests. The woman with black hair elaborates, stating that everyone does their best with a sense of duty, and the teams help each other with a camaraderie that didn't exist before. She concludes that it is all thanks to Master changing the association, but he is too young to understand. He listens intently as the other man speaks about the association's current difficulties. Mr. Kim explains that Junu Kim's high position as team leader is influencing his perspective. Mr. Kim advises him not to place too much trust in others within the association. Elsewhere, a woman walks down a hallway, seemingly deep in thought. Junu Kim reflects on his father, who worked as a hunter for the association and was a swordsman like him. His father took pride in being part of the association and worked diligently. That pride gave him the dream of becoming a hunter affiliated with the association. He jokingly spoke of forming a team with Min-ju to hunt monsters together, but it was truly his dream. That dream was shattered when he injured his shoulder, an injury he carried like his son. Seeing him unable to endure the pain, he spoke up to his superiors and co-workers. They pressured him to keep working, dismissing his injury as an act. No one believed a lifelong Barank like his father, even after he worked himself to the bone for the association. The reward for his efforts? A cold, impersonal dismissal notice. The woman with black hair looks down, her expression a mix of sadness and frustration. It hurts her because her father was far stronger. Mr. Kim clenches his fist as a woman questions if he was stronger than Barank. The woman with black hair declares that her dad was truly strong, and she means it, having seen it with her own eyes. The mood suddenly shifts, the faces of Mr. Kim and the woman showing shock and disbelief. The woman with black hair recalls something that happened when she was little at an amusement park with her father. Of all places, a dungeon rampage occurred at that amusement park, turning a place of joy into a scene of chaos. The woman with red hair recalls that an orange rank boss monster broke out of the dungeon. The situation was so sudden that the association couldn't respond in time. A monstrous creature looms, its form grotesque and terrifying. But then a voice calls out, asking Minju if she is okay, urging her to stay close. A man with brown hair, sword in hand, embraces the young Minju, shielding her from a danger. The young Minju was terrified at the time, and being so young, she doesn't remember everything clearly. She recalls the impossible feat, her father taking down a monster all by himself. The memory is vivid, yet tinged with a sense of unreality. The image flashes, a hunter silhouetted against a fiery backdrop, battling a monstrous foe. The scene is epic, almost unbelievable. In her memory, her younger self believed her dad was incredibly strong. It was a time of heroes and impossible victories. The narration in her mind continues, stating that for a B-rank hunter to take down an orange-rank boss alone is practically impossible. Despite the odds, she remembers her dad did the impossible. The conviction in her younger self is unwavering. She thinks that if her dad had met someone like her, things might have been different. The memory is bittersweet, filled with longing. Perhaps he would still be working at the association with her, just like he dreamed. The thought is a fragile hope in the face of reality. Meanwhile, Han Sang-hyuk realizes she's been rambling. The weight of her memories seems to be affecting her present demeanor. The office is quiet, the mundane setting a stark contrast to the epic battles of her past. The desk sits silently. Han Sang-hyuk reflects that such a feat would have caused an uproar in the association. She also recalls the lie that started with the special weapons of the Haramura workshop. Mr. Kim states that even before the regression, he never heard any mention of that happening in the association. His expression is serious, questioning. Mr. Kim suggests that childhood memories often get exaggerated. Perhaps it was a lower-ranked monster, or maybe there were other people around. He is trying to gently bring her back to reality. Han Sang-hyuk's golden eyes gleam with determination, her fists clenched tightly. In the office, the air is thick with unspoken tension as Han Sang-hyuk stands before Mr. Kim, who sits at his desk. Another woman stands nearby. Now it becomes clear, Mr. Kim was once an association hunter. Even with the same materials, the quality differs depending on the supplier, and GA Logistics always had outstanding quality. If the new support team's tech gets added in, they could produce items of a higher rank, promising a significant advantage. The experience of having used items and weapons as a hunter is invaluable, shaping their understanding of combat. Something feels different, combined with his stubborn personality. It's what makes GA Logistics so desirable, but he holds a grudge against the association, and he's not someone who can be swayed by money, making him a difficult figure to negotiate with. Mr. Kim adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. That might be the only way, a grim realization settling in. Elsewhere, the GA Logistics building stands tall, a modern complex promising advanced capabilities. The location is Asen, Cheongcheongnam-do, home to GA Logistics. Kwak Chul-soo, CEO of GA Logistics, looks shocked, questioning Karma Corporation's direct exclusive contract offer. He considers the situation, noting that Executive Kong from GT Dungeon was present, yet they still pushed forward. Mr. Kim admits he doesn't like GT Dungeon, but acting rashly could trigger major blowback for the company. Mr. Kim explains that no matter how well Karma is doing, they're still mid-sized, and GT Dungeon is the real heavyweight. The text emphasizes the risk of offending a major corporation and questions whether Karma is backed by the Hano Group. The speaker suggests that if anything happens, they could probably cover it up. The text questions whether Kim Jun-woo, the hero of the association, is involved, noting his rise from cleaner to director. Mr. Kim states that if they plan to stay in this industry long-term, it's dangerous to underestimate CEO Kim Jun-woo. Kwak Chul-soo scoffs, saying that if they believed everything in the news, there wouldn't be any bad guys in this country. Mr. Kim considers CEO Kim's career and Karma Corporation's path, judging by their actions. The text suggests that they might indeed be different from other companies, but in the end, he's still from the association. Mr. Kim observes that people from the association act like family on the surface, but treat you like a stranger when something goes wrong. Kwak Chul-soo listens as Mr. Kim states that he is not interested in whatever they want with money and their status. A loud bang echoes, and the camera focuses on Mr. Kim, his expression unreadable. Kwak Chul-soo thinks about Mr. Kim's stubbornness, wondering who'll be able to stop him. The camera looks up at Kwak Chul-soo, who stands with his hands in his pockets, seemingly unfazed. Elsewhere, the words CEO Kim Jun-woo appear, followed by the question, is he really? Three figures observe something with varying degrees of intensity, their expressions suggesting a complex situation. The man in the suit greets someone, saying, "Hello, Team Leader Kim." A woman exclaims, surprised to see Minju, while another person explains that their teacher wanted to formally introduce himself. Someone is confused and questions the idea of a formal introduction, wondering what the other person is talking about. A woman blushes, her expression a mix of surprise and fluster, as a man smiles beside her. Someone explains that they owe Minju a lot since their time at the association, so they felt it was only right to properly greet her like this. A man's face is shown in extreme close-up, his expression contorted with rage. He stares intensely, his expression unreadable as the word father hangs in the air. Elsewhere, a woman's face flushes, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The woman with long black hair appears to be contemplating something. The older man with gray hair looks on, questioning what is happening. Mr. Kim appears to be deep in thought, his expression unreadable. The older man with gray hair is being threatened with family. The man sitting at the table seems unconcerned. The woman with long black hair confirms that threatening intention to her dad. The woman with long black hair states that she definitely wants to sign a contract with GA Logistics. The man with brown hair and a gray suit has been reviewing other companies too. The man with brown hair and a gray suit says that they're the ones taking charge of the project. Mr. Kim reveals that they've already secured investment from Hanno Group. The older man insisted on securing the best logistics facility available. The man in the suit responded with a dismissive, "So what?" The older man questioned if Mr. Kim was threatening him by implying his daughter would be fired from the association if he didn't sign. Mr. Kim simply stated, "No." Kim Junwoo and the woman with black hair stood side by side, their expressions unreadable. Kim Junwoo began to speak, a realization dawning on his face. "Which that means?" A man's face contorted in rage and worry, thinking, "That bastard is dangerous. My sweet daughter." The angry man erupted, demanding to know what the hell was going on. The woman with black hair, her expression fierce, declared that this wasn't some kind of joke. As Kim Junwoo sat across from Mr. Kim, the older man stated that he absolutely wanted to sign with GA Logistics. Construction was starting soon, and they were running out of time. Mr. Kim admitted that payment couldn't sway the other party, so he figured he'd try everything he could. Kim Junwoo remarked how typical it was for someone from the association to do everything as they'd like. He is told that he can continue with the CEO, but Junwoo has nothing more to say. The man with white hair looks on, as does the woman with black hair. Team leader Kim's expression hardens, a visible sign of his resolve. He is absolutely not going along with this. Mr. Kim's resolve intensifies. He won't let it happen, whatever it may be. The sound of his resolve echoes. The man with white hair sits at the table with the woman with black hair and Mr. Kim. The atmosphere is tense and uncertain. The man with brown hair sits across from the woman with black hair. The conversation seems strained, with unspoken tension hanging in the air. The woman with black hair's hands are clasped tightly, a subtle indication of her anxiety. The stakes are clearly high. The man with brown hair speaks up, stating that he has a question. His expression is serious and focused. The man with brown hair asks what the real reason is that they don't want to sign with them. The man with white hair listens intently. The man with white hair appears concerned, a slight sweat forming on his brow. He seems to be under pressure. Even though they're just a subcontractor, if you're a businessman, you know where to place your bets at a time like this. They're busy trying to meet delivery deadlines. They don't even have time to think about that. Team leader Kim has done his best to hold the team together. Mr. Kim states that his back hurts and that he is dying. They've determined that taking on more work would be too much. He listened to the complaints. The hunter, Kim Junwoo, grimacing at the mention of eye infections and skin problems from handling monster corpses all day. The older man's face was stern, his words firm. When forced to choose, he believed they could only go with the stable option. So that's why Mr. Kim, as the subcontractor in a power imbalance, knew he couldn't easily make bold decisions. He thought back to his own experiences. Kim Junwoo had experienced that countless times himself as a cleaner in the association, the working hours and intensity insane. Thinking back to those days, Mr. Kim knew that even if they offered him more money to take on one more dungeon, he would have refused too. But if that's the reason, then this is easy. Back then, his goal was to unseal his skills. But he'd already reformed the cleaner system within the association once, Kim Junwoo thought. Mr. Kim was confident. He could do the same with GA Logistics. His hands clasped. He was ready to make his offer. Mr. Kim knew a way to give them more flexibility and increase their profits. He explained to the woman beside him. He turns, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the unexpected statement. The man with the mustache explains that they've already run many simulations and optimized everything. Mr. Kim states that the issue isn't internal, it's external, and he did a rough check on all the parts GA Logistics has received until now. It's revealed that they only come from places without specialized cleaning teams like guilds or GT Dungeon. The man with the mustache looks concerned, his brow furrowed as he listens intently. The group continues their discussion, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. It is thought that this is the efficiency level when working jointly with Karma and the association. If it's a CEO, Kim said, taking the contract might not be impossible. The man with the mustache is shocked, his hand flying to his head as he reads the document. He admits that he's still hung up on team leader Kim. It is said that he really is the backbone holding GA Logistics together. The man with brown hair reassures the others that they don't need to worry too much about that. He adjusts his jacket, the words, Team Leader Kim, while hanging in the air. The unseen speaker is determined, stating they will definitely join the plan. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mr. Kim walks along the street, a single word echoing in his mind, Dad. He pauses, meeting with a woman in a black coat, both lost in thought. The woman apologizes, explaining that the teacher is just quite the gung-ho person. Mr. Kim holds his cup, admitting that he feels the same way the teacher does. The woman believes helping Karma will benefit GA Logistics too, seeing this as a mutually beneficial deal. Mr. Kim's expression hardens, telling her that this isn't something she should be butting into. His thoughts betray his anger, believing that someone has really brainwashed his little girl. The woman looks at Mr. Kim, the tension palpable between them. She declares that she isn't speaking as his daughter, but as the association's operations team leader. For the sake of the association, she asks him to trust them just once. Mr. Kim appears concerned by her words, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. He reflects, perhaps realizing something he hadn't before. A vision appears, showing the woman in the black coat standing behind a younger version of herself. Mr. Kim expresses his displeasure, noting that she's really with the association now, coming at him like this. The woman in the black coat smiles, seemingly unfazed by his reaction. She addresses him as Dad, then pauses, a thoughtful expression on her face. He explains that he hasn't given a definite answer yet, needing to hear what the CEO thinks, and that the company has its own situation too. Meanwhile, a sinister man believes convincing team leader Kim will be easy. The woman in the black coat thinks that no parent can beat their child, and he'll give in, he'll see. He walked away, assuring the other man that he had a plan to address the company's concerns, so there was no need to worry. Mr. Kim expressed that he was desperate for team leader Kim's help earlier, hoping for understanding from the other party. He suggested that since they were going to be partners, they should keep things amicable, though he seemed to hold back a harsher sentiment. Kim Jun-woo, looking skeptical, questioned what this amazing plan of his actually entailed, his expression betraying his doubt. Mr. Kim stood with his arms crossed, a subtle smile playing on his lips as a woman with dark hair stood beside him, observing the exchange. Rather than explain the plan, Mr. Kim proposed showing it instead, his smug expression hinting at something unexpected. The next day, a monstrous, dragon-like creature roared, its form crackling with energy, a terrifying display of raw power. The camera focused on the creature's massive arm, then panned up to Mr. Kim, who gazed upward with a calculating expression. He recalled someone saying he was going to be made to relive something, the words echoing in his mind with a sinister undertone. The dragon-like creature unleashes a ferocious roar, its jaws wide and teeth bared. In the distance, several figures watch the unfolding battle, their expressions unreadable. The orange-haired character sprints forward, a determined look on their face. They declare that they have been waiting for this day, ready to unleash their ultimate move. The character attempts a soccer kick, but a notification indicates that the skill is unavailable. Frustrated, they decide to go for limit break. A notification box appears, confirming the use of the skill limit break. During combat, the caster's strength doubles. The character moves with incredible speed, blurring across the battlefield. The dragon-like creature roars again, its eyes glowing with intensity. Now that its leg is broken, the dragon-like creature is being relentlessly attacked. The order is given to keep attacking, so it can't move anymore. The skills M134, minigun and curse shot, are activated, preparing for a devastating assault. The character fires a massive weapon, aiming for the dragon-like creature's wings. A powerful energy blast erupts, signaling a significant impact. The dragon-like creature reels as both of its wings are disabled. The beast roars in fury, its maw glowing with intense heat. The dragon-like creature is struck again, and it dares to question the attack. A voice calls out, urging team leader Kim Min-ju to seize the opportunity. Another blow lands, impacting the already wounded creature. Its golden eye reflects the onslaught, a flicker of defiance within. The massive beast looms over a group of silhouetted figures, their hope resting on what comes next. The group below watches with bated breath, anticipating the final strike. With a final surge of power, he prepares the third strike, Demon Cannon. He unleashes a furious cry as he channels his energy. Her face contorted with determination, she screams her resolve. The final attack connects, obliterating the dragon-like creature. The dragon-like creature snarled, its red eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. The woman with black hair watched in dismay, realizing the sword hadn't struck a fatal blow. The dragon-like creature recoiled as it was struck by a powerful attack. The force of the blow ripped through the air, impacting the monstrous form. With a shout, Kim Jun-woo leaped forward, weapon in hand, ready to press the advantage. The man with dark hair sighed in relief. He thought to himself that it was as expected of the former director. The man with dark hair couldn't believe Kim Min-ju had made such a mistake. The man with dark hair stated that the clearing was complete and ordered the deployment of the support and cleaner teams. The man with spiky black hair grinned, eager to show his skills, while the woman with the bun reminded him it was an orange rank boss. The scan results confirmed that all monsters in the rooms had been cleared, and the team had cleared it pretty fast. The woman with red hair and glasses spoke into a walkie-talkie, lamenting that they could have found the item rooms faster if the support team's equipment wasn't broken. Association support team leader, Song Hae-yun, relayed her frustrations over the broken equipment. The man in dark armor apologizes, telling Ji-yun that he put her in danger. She waves it off, saying she wouldn't get hurt over something like that. He laughs, but then notes that the mistake was unlike her, the team leader. Ji-yun holds a glowing blue object in her hand. She admits it's embarrassing to blame the weapon, but she still hasn't found a sword that fits. Her face flushes. She wonders if she got nervous because her dad was watching. Ji-yun insists that's not the reason, declaring that she's not a kid. The armored man teases her, saying she's acting like one though. Two smaller figures laugh, one remarking that she's like a kid messing up at a school performance. They are glad Team Leader Kim didn't cry. From behind, Team Leader Kim watches the team. They're cleaning up after the battle. Someone asks what the other thinks, seeing it for themselves. All the teams are working together like one team, regardless of rank. Team Leader Kim stands with another man. He says it must be a sight you could never imagine when you were with the association. Team Leader Kim looks on, his expression unreadable. It's definitely something is different from before. Ji-yun stands with the group, smiling. The team seems to be in good spirits. A group heads down a corridor, the destination unknown. Han Sang-hyuk notes that working with the association and using karma is more efficient than before. The man in the tan suit agrees, mentioning their alliance with Hano Group. The speech bubble reveals that GT Dungeon has basically taken over the domestic market. The man wonders if they can catch up to GT Dungeon through efficiency alone. Han Sang-hyuk acknowledges that they didn't pay enough attention to the market. The man in the tan suit says that's why they need to make up for lost time. The text indicates that they need to make up for lost time. Han Sang-hyuk says they're trying to expand in ways GT Dungeon can't. The man in the tan suit questions what ways GT Dungeon can expand. The man in the suit explains that by combining their special system, technical skills, and monster parts from dungeons above orange rank that GT Dungeon can't handle, they'll make high-rank items and expand their presence. Han Sang-hyuk states that's why they have to get ready quickly to meet the new support facility's completion date. The man in the tan suit mentions dungeons above orange rank. The speech bubble says that dungeons don't appear that often, right? Another speech bubble says you never know, maybe a ton of dungeons will suddenly pour out in the middle of Seoul. Han Sang-hyuk asks if the man in the tan suit is kidding. The sound effect fills the air. An emergency disaster alert blares as uniformed figures react to the unfolding crisis. Something big has indeed happened, and disbelief hangs in the air. The scene shifts to a devastated area, where two men in suits survey the destruction. The question hangs heavy, what's going on? Han Sang-hyuk is on the phone, seeking answers. He asks A-young for the situation report, his expression grim. On the other end, Mr. Kim urgently informs Jun-woo that something big has happened, his voice laced with concern. The woman relays the dire news. A large number of dungeons have suddenly appeared in Seoul. Support and control systems are overwhelmed. The city burns, contingency plans seemingly non-existent. The situation is serious, demanding immediate action to clear the dungeons. The woman on the phone instructs Yang to report their successful completion of the Buchin dungeon. She orders the team to split into 3 groups after a quick resupply. Portraits of concerned individuals fill the frame, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the unfolding events. Team leader Kim Min-ju's image is displayed alongside other team members, highlighting her leadership role in this crisis. Han Sang-hyuk confirms he will report to the association and get back to Mr. Kim, his tone professional despite the chaos. Meanwhile, CEO Kim is joining the clearing effort, seeking to relive past glories as the scale of the disaster becomes apparent. He stood with a colleague near a sleek car, the air thick with urgency. It's an emergency, one of them stated. We need to clear fast. The CEO smirked, a glint in his eye as he recalled a similar time. He remembered when a bunch of orange-rank dungeons appeared in a single day. The image of a monstrous dungeon filled his mind, a reminder of the chaos and opportunity that had presented itself then. Rush dungeons. Mr. Kim mused that since they don't have a boss monster, 3 A-rank hunters can easily clear them while picking their noses. He smirked, confident in his assessment. The narrative continued, explaining that for someone like him, S-rank or higher, it was considered a bonus dungeon where you could slack off and still haul in loot. The woman with orange hair, standing nearby, proposed a bet. Since we're splitting into 3 teams anyway, how about a bet? Mr. Kim looked at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. She continued, suggesting that whoever comes in last in monster parts after clearing buys dinner. The stakes were clear. There was something on the line. The woman challenged, "What? You don't try hard normally?" The woman with black hair interjected, her expression sharp. "Last place has to buy beef," she declared, then questioned why he was suddenly joining in. Mr. Kim held the woman with orange hair, a teasing glint in his eyes. He asked if she was still not joining because she was scared, then sighed. He stood with the 2 women, his expression hardening. You know the company's struggling and money's tight, right? He stated, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Mr. Kim's face twisted into a sinister grin, a monstrous figure looming behind him. So don't expect any mercy, he warned, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. A voice booms, daring someone to challenge him to a clearing contest. He decides it's a good time to set some discipline. The dog-like creature growls, revealing sharp teeth. It expresses excitement for action after cleaning dungeons every day, stating this sounds fun. A woman with orange hair and a wide, toothy grin repeats the word beef with manic energy, ready for the challenge. The rabbit-like creature, standing next to a woman with dark hair, declares that it will do its best too, offering its support. A man's eyes glow with an intense orange light, surrounded by flames. He seems focused and ready. The woman with orange hair stands beside the glowing-eyed man, her own eyes mirroring his intensity as they prepare for the contest. Mr. Kim stands with another man, observing the scene. The atmosphere is undeniably intense, even for them. Mr. Kim clenches his fist, a sign of determination and resolve as the clearing contest approaches. A voice calls out, encouraging Minju, showing support as the competition begins. A hulking, armored figure lumbers forward, its heavy steps echoing through the darkness. The monster's movements belie its size. It moves faster than one would expect. The woman in the black coat warns her team to remain vigilant. They must keep their distance. The subordinate listens intently, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he acknowledges the danger. The plan is set. The rear support team will draw its attention first. Then, they will attack its ankles to disable it. The woman instructs So-Yun to synchronize with the cleaner team. They must enter at the right time. A subordinate responds with affirmation, a glowing blade reflecting in her determined eyes. Another woman, armed with a futuristic weapon, stands ready. Her expression is grim. The woman with the glowing sword declares the start of the operation, her resolve unwavering. Red Dog, team leader Han Yubin's team, is ready. A maniacal laugh echoes through the air. Chaos erupts as a woman with orange hair is caught in the thick of the battle, her face a mask of terror. A monstrous head lunges forward, its razor-sharp teeth bared in a fearsome display. Team leader Han Yubin laughs, declaring that clearing is far more enjoyable than cleaning. Amidst the fallen, a figure relishes the first strike, clearly enjoying the battle. Someone expresses their annoyance toward that crazy woman, while a monstrous visage lurks below. Engulfed in fiery energy, the figure stands poised, ready to unleash their power. A truck speeds into view, its arrival signaling the next phase of the operation. The truck's tire kicks up dust as it comes to a halt, the weight of its cargo evident. The team confirms the parts delivery has arrived, and gossip spreads about a clearing contest with a team dinner at stake. One man asks if the other wants his daughter to win, but he dismisses the idea, claiming work already gives him a headache. The team will now check the parts delivered by Black Wolf, Red Dog, and the temporary team, ensuring everything is accounted for. The manifest shows the temporary team from Yongsan delivered 24 monster parts, while Red Dog team from Yaksu delivered 45. The team will perform one final count before sending everything to the quality inspection team. The man with the mustache congratulates Mr. Kim, exclaiming that his daughter's team came in first place. Mr. Kim simply acknowledges the news. Mr. Kim clenches his fist, his expression hardening. He thinks that it doesn't matter who sent the parts. They all still have to work on them. The man with white hair tells someone to move quickly, as there's a mountain of work to do. He seems happy, and someone comments on it. The woman with blonde hair confirms that these are the parts from the Black Wolf team. Mr. Kim is present, observing the parts. Mr. Kim is told that he'll be surprised when he sees this. Black Wolf team sent a lot of rare stuff, and it's the first time in 6 years that someone has seen such a lucky haul. The smiling man asks if something isn't amazing. He seems to be looking at the parts from the Black Wolf team. Mr. Kim looks into a box, a question mark appearing above his head. He seems to be examining the contents closely. Mr. Kim's eyes widen, and he wonders if this could be it. His expression is one of surprise and perhaps a hint of excitement. The panel shows a close-up of a monster, its form obscured by shadows and strange energy. A woman with short hair asks if someone thinks they can handle it alone. Her tone is questioning. Someone thinks about a centipede monster that showed up and nearly caused them to pass out from stress while dismantling its leg. They wonder if they should get help from a cleaner team. The voice on the other end of the line chides him, reminding him that he had bragged about winning alone, but now cleaning is taking up all his time. The woman on the phone appears cheerful as she speaks. The woman on the phone, her expression bright, offers Mr. Kim a choice. Good news or bad news first. Holding a knife, he listens intently to the woman's proposition. The woman's voice continues, informing him that he's currently in last place, 3 times behind the leading team. 2 women are shown, seemingly representing the team's current standing. Frustration mounts as he wonders why his teammates don't always work this hard. The woman asks if it's time for the good news, revealing that the Black Wolf team sent in Lover's Teeth as monster parts. The delivery includes a massive quantity of the monster parts. He questions if she's messing with him, incredulous that this could be considered good news. The woman responds, noting that he seems more serious about the bet than she expected. He expresses his frustration, lamenting that he's wasting time because of a useless centipede. The lover is a boss monster, known to appear in orange rank dungeons. The lover's teeth are highly valued for their utility and performance, making them suitable for high-grade weapons. Even when dismantled, the lover's teeth retain supernatural energy, making them useful in advanced potions, but the lover is an extremely rare spawn monster. On the phone, he relays troubling news. Lovers are appearing in large numbers. There's no way this is happening. Aeyong is contacted and asked if anything unusual occurred when GA Logistics received the lover teeth. The response is affirmative. There was a lot of smoke or haze when they got the parts. Someone opens a box, and smoke billows out. Aeyong orders GA Logistics to be contacted immediately, instructing them to isolate the parts and to not approach them. She also requests a cleaner team. She urgently requests the location of the dungeon Kim Min-ju is clearing. A voice cries out, asking what's going on. Someone curses, not expecting that thing to appear. He stares down at the creature, a sense of unease washing over him. This is no ordinary lover. The creature writhes, a grotesque parody of the familiar monster. It's using the lover as a host, twisting it into something far more sinister. The text identifies the creature, a dungeon parasite known as the Dream Eater, Mech, a being of nightmares made real. Meanwhile, amidst the carnage, the woman in the black coat surveys the scene, a wry amusement in her voice. She wonders if she's used up all her luck. But something feels wrong to her. This definitely doesn't feel like the lover she remembers from her childhood. She tries to articulate the difference, noting that while it looks the same, its size is completely different. The narration reveals the truth. This monster had no strength and didn't resist. The lover was never a non-aggressive monster. Elsewhere, one of the team members reports that all monsters have been cleared except for the boss room. Cleaning is almost done too. The woman in the black coat acknowledges the report, praising everyone for their good work. She announces that they should rest up and recover a bit before entering the boss room. The team leader has declared it's break time. Standing amidst the fallen foes, the woman prepares for the next challenge, the sounds of cleanup echoing around her. He lay prone, unresponsive to the woman's touch. She urged him to get a hold of himself, questioning what was wrong. Her expression was one of concern, her brow furrowed as she tried to rouse him. Kneeling beside the fallen man, the woman in the black suit called out, "So-yun." Elsewhere, So-yun, her hair neatly in a bun, admitted that maybe they had worked too hard, confessing she was so sleepy. Her body swayed, exhaustion threatening to overcome her as she struggled to stay upright. Her struggle was in vain. So-yun collapsed to the ground, succumbing to the overwhelming fatigue. The woman in the black suit's desperate cry echoed through the chamber. "So-yun!" The woman with long black hair clenched her fist, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her. Her eyes widened in disbelief and horror, her mouth agape as she yelled out in shock. She covered her mouth, realizing she had inhaled the smoke. She wondered if everyone was falling asleep because of it. That's when she saw it. So-yun was being constricted by a large, pink, fleshy tube, slowly being consumed. Desperation fueled her voice as she screamed, "So-yun, wake up!" A monstrous entity tears through the veil, its glowing eyes promising destruction. The woman in the black suit watches as grotesque figures surround her. What is that thing among the lovers, she wonders. Is that creature controlling them and releasing the strange smoke? She realizes So-yun is in danger. The monstrous entity looms, ready to strike with immense power. Kim Min-ju grits her teeth, fighting the encroaching darkness. She must get it together, or So-yun will be lost. Her body refuses to obey, the sleeping gas taking its toll. Something drips, a morbid reminder of the stakes. The monstrous entity unleashes a torrent of blue energy. Its claws dig into the ground, a prelude to devastation. Kim Min-ju has stabbed her thigh to stay awake, but she can't keep fighting like this. She needs to contact the support team and ask for help. But before that, what about So-yun? The monstrous entity looms, its grotesque form filling the space. Han Sang-hyuk watches from below, a silent observer to the unfolding horror. Kim Jun-woo sprints towards the fiery portal, a desperate race against time. He knows this type of monster is rare, and most hunters don't know how to fight it. Kim Jun-woo's face is etched with worry, his eyes reflecting the urgency of the situation. He must reach Kim Min-ju before the monster touches her, before it's too late. The monster's eye glares, a silent promise of destruction. Kim Min-ju's mind will be completely destroyed if he fails. Darkness surrounds her, a prelude to the pain that grips her mind. Her eyes widen, a silent scream trapped within the confines of her skull. She grits her teeth, fighting the lingering effects. She needs to snap out of it, and fast. Staggering to her feet, the woman with black hair knows what she must do. She has to save So-yun and the others quickly. Her hand reaches out, grasping for something solid in the swirling chaos. The monster's touch still echoes in her mind, a searing pain that threatens to overwhelm her. Her mind was being destroyed. Analyzing the monster's attack pattern, she realizes it's likely a ghost type. She needs a plan to counter it. Nausea rises, a physical manifestation of the mental assault. Her head feels strange, disoriented. Clenching her fist, the woman with black hair wonders if these are the aftereffects of its mental attack. She grits her teeth, knowing she needs to hurry. Her leg is a wreck, and she can't fight like this. Her breath hitches, ragged and uneven, a testament to her weakened state. A figure kneels, the weight of unseen events pressing down. The name So-Yun echoes in the air. He pleads for someone to open their eyes, desperately clinging to the hope that this isn't real. The woman with long black hair reels, struggling to accept the reality of Sang Hyok and So-Yun's situation. Another figure calls out, the single word, uni, hanging in the air. Tears stream down his face as he cradles someone in his arms, consumed by the question of why he couldn't protect So-Yun. The woman's eyes widen, a mix of shock and determination hardening her gaze. She collapses, the weight of the situation overwhelming her. A figure with glowing eyes declares that someone is just dead weight, their words laced with contempt. Towering over her, a figure demands to know why she always makes things worse, their tone accusatory. The words echo in her mind. She can't even do anything on her own. Despite the accusations and failures, the woman steels her resolve, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. A distorted face proclaims their leadership, questioning why someone couldn't stop the unfolding tragedy. You're the only one who made it out alive, one of them shouts, towering over the injured survivor. Another mutters that they should have joined a different team, questioning if the survivor was supposed to be strong. The woman with long black hair grits her teeth, thinking that she never should have served under the team leader. Her eyes glow with a fierce inner light. Tears well in her eyes as Kim Min-ju clenches her jaw. The weight of the recent events bears down on her. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms, the darkness around him amplifying his menacing presence. He accuses someone of failing to protect their teammates. Kim Min-ju stands, her back to the viewer, her long black hair cascading down her back. She had expectations, but someone let her down again. Her eyes wide with anguish. Kim Min-ju thinks that if she had known how things would turn out, she never would have accepted that person as a teammate in the first place. A disembodied voice wonders why someone so weak is still even in the association, the words hanging heavy in the air. The injured survivor, with red hair and glasses, acknowledges that it's true. She has always just gotten in the way, a useless piece. He stands before Kim Min-ju, towering over her. He declares her a useless piece of trash, adding that this is all his fault. Kim Min-ju looks down, her expression hardening with resolve. She will not be broken by these accusations. Elsewhere, Kim Min-ju kneels before him, a sword laid out before her. The tension between them is palpable. A voice wonders if he must think she is pathetic right now. Too, the words laced with bitterness. Tears streamed down her face, each drop a testament to her anguish. She reflected on her father's words, a desire burning within her to prove her worth. The association, she thought, was more than just power. But this, Adar power, seemed to swell within Kim Min-ju, a sinister force looming behind her. Is reality, isn't it? The darkness grew, enveloping her as she spread her arms wide, embracing the monstrous presence. A surge of blue energy erupted, a chaotic display of raw power unleashed. A disturbing smile stretched across Kim Min-ju's face, the monstrous figure looming ever closer. Kim Jun-woo lunged forward, desperate to break through the encroaching darkness. Min-ju, snap out of it, he cried. His face contorted with rage and determination. He roared, Dad's here to save you. A descent into chaos, a desperate plunge into the abyss. Terror gripped her face, her eyes wide with fear as tears welled up once more. A single tear escaped as she whispered, "D-Dad." She stirs in his arms, and Mr. Kim speaks softly, telling her she must have had a bad dream. A monstrous maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth appears, a silent threat. Kim Min-ju, now awake, looks up at her dad, Mr. Kim, her voice filled with concern. She asks how he got there, if he is okay. Mr. Kim explains that she doesn't remember clearly because she was so young, but then recalls the amusement park. The massive, purple monster looms behind them, a stark reminder of a past terror, its presence casting a long shadow. A realization dawns as someone reflects that it wasn't Lover that day, but this very monster. The monster's grotesque form is highlighted, its menacing presence growing stronger. Mr. Kim stands protectively in front of Kim Min-ju, his sword drawn, ready to face the incredibly strong monster. Kim Min-ju, her voice laced with a hint of defiance, questions the significance of the past. A close-up reveals the intensity in Mr. Kim's eyes as he recalls the memories of that day. Mr. Kim, holding Kim Min-ju close, reassures her, urging her to stay behind him for safety. Tears welling in her eyes, Kim Min-ju cries out for her dad, her voice filled with fear. She felt suddenly sleepy, just like that day. The day of the gas attack from what they thought was a lover. The gas put her and everyone around her straight to sleep, leaving them vulnerable and unaware of the danger that was to come. Mr. Kim's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he recalls the dire situation he faced that day. And as the only hunter there, he knew the responsibility to protect everyone rested solely on his shoulders against a monstrous foe. Her dad had no choice but to stand alone against a monster stronger than himself. He didn't beat the monster in one blow. He just endured again and again, taking blow after blow, until the support team finally arrived to assist him in the desperate fight. Until his body was completely broken, all to protect her, to ensure she would be safe from the overwhelming threat. Kim Min-ju looks at her dad with concern, asking if he is okay, her voice filled with worry and a hint of returning memory. Despite the pain and injuries, Mr. Kim responds with a simple, resolute, "Of course," reassuring his daughter in the face of adversity. He recalls that he totally one-shot that monster. Why did she ever forget the strength he showed that day, the lengths he went to for her? It wasn't his power as a hunter that impressed her most, but something far deeper and more meaningful than any supernatural ability. But his strength as a father, facing a monster he knew he couldn't beat, and still holding his ground to protect her, that was what truly mattered. She had become a hunter, driven by a singular purpose. And yet, she found herself ensnared by her own limitations. Despite the blood on his face, Mr. Kim stood firm. Mr. Kim's voice boomed, concern etched into his features. "Min-ju, you can't fight like that." She knew he was right. Her current condition made proper combat impossible. Turning away, Min-ju knew facing the monster now meant certain defeat. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Mr. Kim. He knew that if they failed here, everyone was in danger. Min-ju steeled her resolve, remembering her father's past actions. She silently pleaded for his strength, drawing on his memory. It had always been her dream to fight alongside him as hunters. And now, that dream was finally within reach. She and Mr. Kim faced the monstrous entity, its tentacles writhing. They discussed a plan. Eliminate the tentacles before another gas attack, then exploit its reaction to find its weak point. Mr. Kim proposes a wager to boost morale. He suggests they make a bet to see who can clear more tentacles in less time. Kim Min-ju seems surprised by the suggestion. She turns to Mr. Kim, a puzzled expression on her face as she says, "Huh?" Mr. Kim elaborates on the terms of the bet. The hunter declares that whoever clears more tentacles in less time wins. With a determined leap, Mr. Kim launches himself toward the monster, sword in hand. He adds that the loser does dishes for a week. Kim Min-ju watches her father's impulsive action. She sighs, realizing he was secretly jealous of the clearing bet. The ground cracks as Mr. Kim lands, ready to strike. Kim Min-ju remarks that he is the same as he was back in his hunter days, questioning who told him to start already. Mr. Kim's sword flashes as he slashes at the monstrous tentacles, a fierce determination etched on his face. The blade slices cleanly through a thick, purple tentacle, severing it with brutal efficiency. Several figures express their gratitude to CEO Kim, acknowledging his power and leadership. A brilliant blue energy tears through the air, a testament to Mr. Kim's skill and power. Mr. Kim smirks, confident in his abilities and enjoying the thrill of the fight. He roars, his face contorted in fury as he charges forward. Kim Min-ju, eyes wide with alarm, prepares to fight alongside him, surrounded by a shimmering blue aura. Something massive looms, its grotesque form filling the space. A lone figure reacts to the sight. Amidst the chaos, a woman with long black hair stands firm. Her expression is unreadable, but her stance is resolute. The woman is surrounded by the remnants of battle. She mutters about the relentless onslaught. She wonders aloud why gas attacks aren't being deployed, despite the number of enemies she's defeated. Her best guess remains unspoken, hanging in the air like a dangerous secret. It's explained that gas attacks are not an option. They require too much energy and time to be effective. The woman grips her standard-issue sword, realizing that cutting down more enemies is pointless. Her stamina is dwindling. Someone calls out, asking if Min-ju is okay. She replies that she is fine. Min-ju, sword in hand, hears someone, presumably her father, say there's no point in attacking the discussion turns to the ineffectiveness of gas attacks against the lovers. It seems they're no longer viable. A monstrous hand descends, claws extended, ready to strike. From below, Mr. Kim watches the impending attack. Seeing the danger, she cries out, determined to save him. Kim Min-ju rushes forward, desperate to intervene. Mr. Kim, weakened, apologizes, his body not moving as it once did. He supports his daughter, concern etched on his face. She reflects, regretting not training harder when she was younger. Min-ju realizes her father has always protected her, pushing himself to his limits. Awakened from the mental attack, Kim Min-ju's expression hardens. She steels herself, a silent resolve forming. The elephant-like monster roars, a terrifying sound that echoes through the battlefield. Its presence looms large, a symbol of overwhelming power. Determined, Minju declares that she's rested enough. She announces she's borrowing her father's sword, ready to fight. With a determined cry, Minju charges forward, sword in hand. She moves with newfound purpose, ready to face the monster. The monstrous elephant stomps, its massive feet shaking the ground. The air vibrates with the force of its rage. Despite the danger, Minju knows she can't let her father fight alone. She shouts that it's too dangerous for him to face it alone. Her hand tightens around the hilt of the sword, a symbol of her resolve. She has to be the one to finish this. With a mighty yell, she unleashes her battle cry. Minju prepares to strike, ready to give it her all. She vows to put everything she has into this final attack. With a surge of power, she unleashes her final strike. Kim Minju screams, declaring this attack is for her dad and her team. Mr. Kim watches, believing she has taken the monster down. But the monster's hand twitches, revealing it is not defeated. Mr. Kim's expression shifts to concern as he notices the blood on his face. The monster roars, surprising Kim Minju. The monster's grotesque form looms large. Kim Minju faces the monster, ready for another attack. The monster grabs her, cutting off her attack. She cries out in pain as the monster's grip tightens. Meanwhile, a group of uniformed people watch with relief. She screams, trapped within the monster's grasp, her face contorted in terror. The monster's massive eye seems to question the source of the incoming power. A unique skill activates. Thousand-Hand Buddha Awakening. Third strike, Demon Buddha. A blinding light erupts, engulfing the monster in a wave of pure energy. The energy intensifies, searing the monster with immense power. Mr. Kim's expression hardens, his eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. With a determined stance, Mr. Kim prepares to strike the monster with his blade. He declares that with his final blow, it will all be over. Mr. Kim descends rapidly, sword aimed directly at the monster below. Kim Minju cries out his name, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. The energy continues to surge, a testament to the power unleashed. The monster groans, feeling the full force of the attack. He clutches the woman, blood staining his hands and face. A heavy foot comes down, crushing the ground. It's a stubborn monster, indeed. Kim Junwoo holds the small purple creature aloft. It feeds by devouring human minds, a truly vile monster. The creature's face contorts into a sinister smile, its eyes glowing red. Judging by how violent it is, it must have been starving. A voice echoes, relishing the sight of suffering. It urges the creature to eat until it's full. Kim Junwoo grips the purple creature by its neck, his expression unreadable. A shadowy figure looms, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The purple creature seems to be inside a mind. Is this the mind of a monster lover? The face with red eyes grins wider, a sense of twisted curiosity in its expression. What is this? Kim Junwoo continues to hold the creature. It seems to be reacting to him. This human. The faces with red eyes surround the creature, their smiles widening into crazed grins. This goes way beyond any human-level evil. He is assaulted by a monstrous entity, its form shifting and crackling with ominous energy. The creature's grotesque head pulsates as it cries out, seemingly against its own will. The monstrous energy fades, revealing a man in a blue suit standing amidst the dissipating aura, observing the scene with a curious expression. A woman with long black hair watches with a knowing smile, her expression unreadable. The man in the blue suit declares, "If you're that grateful, then count this one as my kill. You, Seo Kim." One of the uniformed men remarks that it feels like he's still dreaming, wondering if the whole thing feels cleaner than expected and speculating about what happened while they were unconscious. Another man bows deeply, offering an apology for misjudging. He explains that back when he was a hunter, he once faced that ugly elephant monster. The man continues, stating that he didn't manage to defeat it and barely held out until it vanished on its own. The monster's face reappears, its psychic attacks described as beyond painful. He recalled a time when his will to protect his daughter was the only thing keeping him standing. Someone acknowledged that he didn't just resist. Mr. Kim was told that he blew it apart. Junwoo was praised for his willpower to protect Minju and her teammates, possessing the strongest mind anyone had ever met. Mr. Kim began to speak, though his words were obscured. Someone declared that with someone like him, they would entrust Minju without hesitation. As team leader of GA Logistics, Mr. Kim was told that he would be trusted, along with Karma Corporation, to give his all to the work ahead. Mr. Kim looked forward to working with them. A smile played across Mr. Kim's face. Mr. Kim smirked, a hint of something sinister in his expression. Kim Minju chuckled, stating that she would make sure to work Kim Minju to the bone. With this successful. And finally, the construction of Eclipse, the item development lab, was completed under the Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dimensional Management Association. The name sounded cool, but it didn't really mean anything. And as its leader, the lab's new director was the woman with short brown hair, is visibly frustrated. She wonders why she always gets stuck with this stuff. She questions if they even know how many things she's already handling, throwing papers in the air in frustration. They might as well just hand her the CEO title. The first item made by Eclipse was Kim Min-ju's sword. It was the sword passed down from Foreman Kim, enhanced with fractal and the best materials available. A silhouette of a figure holds the sword aloft. GA Logistics and the world's top research facility. Mr. Kim sits on a throne of money, a smug look on his face. Now it's left. Time to rake in cash, LOL. Mr. Kim lies back on a pile of money. After all that work, the man with the shocked expression realizes they are still 80 billion won in debt. Insane. Clearing a loan brought in 120 billion won, but the more we make, the more we spend. They still have to repay what they borrowed from Hanno Corporation. Now that the lab is done, they need to invest in its equipment and hire people. The discussion continued, focusing on the need to pay the down payment on the byproduct disposal facility. The woman with brown hair beams, confident that future profits will be massive if they hustle now. Mr. Kim lets out a sigh, the weight of their financial situation seemingly heavy on his shoulders. A voice dripping with sarcasm remarks on how comforting the situation is. Still, the woman insists that they are now truly ready, standing beside Mr. Kim at his desk. Her expression hardening, she declares their ultimate goal, to take over the International Association. Mr. Kim listens intently, his gaze unwavering as he considers the task ahead. The text echoes Lee A-young's sentiment. With all their gear and manpower in place, they are prepared. A fist clenches tightly, a visual representation of the resolve to go to war with the International Association. The stakes are high. Everything hinges on winning this fight. He stands silhouetted against a bright light, his motivation clear. Winning means he'll finally be able to go back. A smile plays on his lips, a hint of confidence or perhaps something more sinister. He gazes forward, a slight smile playing on his lips. The thought of going back was what brought him this far. But if he goes back, Mr. Kim knows he'll have to leave everything here behind. Images flash through his mind, memories of what he might lose. He crosses his arms, a gesture of resolve or perhaps resignation. The woman in the business suit speaks, and Mr. Kim simply replies, "What?" The woman smiles confidently, remarking that it's not the first time he's noticed her beauty. Mr. Kim chuckles, dismissing her comment with a simple, "It's nothing." She reminds him that he's free today. Both of them are surprised by the sudden reminder, wondering what's happening now. The results of the bet are revealed, showing that someone came in last. The woman reveals that she was planning to schedule a company dinner and team bonuses for today anyway. The woman with brown hair stares, her eyes wide with surprise. He rushes past her, a blur of motion heading towards the exit. Mr. Kim's expression hardens with resolve. He is going back to the place he came from before the regression. A figure in a dark jumpsuit reclines against a wall, seemingly at ease. The woman with orange hair idly holds a small, golden sphere in her hand. The golden sphere is revealed to be a locket, open to display a picture inside. Startled, the woman is confronted by CEO Kim, who demands, "What are you doing here?" Towering over her, CEO Kim accuses her of slacking off during work hours, his expression stern. The woman explains that she was on standby and just taking a short break before questioning what CEO Kim is doing here. Her face contorted with anger, the woman clenches her fist, retorting that he's the one slacking off. CEO Kim ignores her accusation, his gaze fixed on the locket. He notes the photo of her friend and a look in her eyes, reminiscent of the U.S. joint op. The woman, kneeling before him, looks up, wanting to know what exactly happened. The woman's expression is unreadable as she stares downward, lost in thought. The silver-haired figure was the first friend she made after moving to the U.S. Kim Min-ju leaned on her for support and care. The red-haired man felt that what she'd heard was pretty much all there was to the story. They gave their all working for the U.S. branch. But they threw the silver-haired figure and him away just to save a bit of support money. So when she decked that bastard Jason, it felt so damn satisfying to Kim Min-ju. Mr. Kim and Kim Min-ju walked away. That's all lip service, she thought. They probably redirected that money and manpower somewhere else. Mr. Kim asked if the U.S. branch did that. He then asks, "Who is this cleaner?" Her name's Sophia Westonwood. She doesn't know the details about her either. It was a top-secret operation from HQ. But from what she's heard, the dungeon Sophia was sent to was low risk, nothing life-threatening. She even submitted a report saying the cleanup was complete. Everything seemed fine until that point, the hunter recalls with a furrowed brow. But then something happened after the job was done. The woman with orange hair asks what happened exactly, but he doesn't know beyond that either. Right after she submitted her cleanup report, staff from the International Association showed up at the dungeon. They said Sophia never came out. Her teammates weren't in any state to be questioned, but whatever it was, it must have been traumatic. They all quit soon after. No one knows where they went. After that, she left the U.S. Association too, so she lost touch with everyone. Sophia Westonwood, the protagonist, seems to be thinking about her. He can guess some of what might have happened. But even so, there are too many strange parts, Jinu Kim thinks to himself. What the hell went down? Meanwhile, Jinu Kim is confronted by the woman with orange hair. She asks what he is doing out here. She explains that Yu Bin said she had something on her mind, so she was giving her some employee counseling. He stood face to face with the other man, the tension palpable between them. The woman with brown hair stated that they had found another bank item, her expression serious. Mr. Kim's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on his face. The words bank item appeared, emphasizing the significance of the discovery. The woman questioned what was meant by finding a bank item, seeking clarification. The Angola branch's byproduct was remembered, along with the accident during testing. It was said that it might be a bank item, so it was sent for analysis. A purple crystal floated within a container, surrounded by a glowing blue substance. The woman wondered if it was a supernatural stone, her eyes fixed on the crystal. Mr. Kim looked on, his expression unreadable, but something was clearly amiss. A menacing figure held the purple crystal, its power evident. A monstrous maw filled with jagged teeth gapes open, dark energy swirling within its depths. He stands alongside Kim Min-ju, both observing something out of view. Mr. Kim kneels, picking up a small, purple fragment. He recalls comparing it to a fragment from the International Association. The difference in energy density between the fragments is insane, based on what he found. Kim Min-ju reveals that the International Association's version was just a fake, made from fragments. They've been using that unstable knockoff version, channeling its power through a massive structure. Kim Min-ju curses, realizing the fragments are stuffed with mixed supernatural energies. Mr. Kim understands why the supernatural stone is said to be the most dangerous of all bank items. Normally, it grants supernatural powers, but said to affect anything, not just people or animals. In other words, it can weaponize anything it sees. If they wanted, they could create an army of hundreds of thousands of superpowered soldiers. Even that fake version had that much power. He stood before the massive crystal, its violet glow illuminating his face. The swirling energy within seemed to pulse with an unknown power. Sweat beaded on his brow, a grimace twisting his features. The implications of their discovery weighed heavily on him. Kim Min-ju inquired, asking if he had reported it to the association president. He responded, stating that he had not done so yet. The woman in the suit expressed relief, suggesting they report it as not a bank item. The weight of the situation was palpable. Kim Min-ju questioned why, stating that if it were real, Korea would now be holding 2 bank items, or even 3 if they counted the nullification stone extracted from PB Corporation's bullets. The implications of the situation became clear. This could be a launch pad for something bigger, and that's exactly why it's a problem. Mr. Kim and Kim Min-ju stood together, contemplating the gravity of the situation. She urged him to think about the International Association's past actions. A memory surfaced. They had tried to sink half the operations team just to retrieve the time stone, and likely cause chaos in Africa chasing this supernatural stone. Amidst the carnage, the woman with long black hair stood firm, her sword glinting in the dim light. The battlefield was littered with fallen soldiers. Kim Min-ju's expression was one of deep concern. Now that both the time and the stone were involved, the stakes had been raised. The realization hit hard. Supernatural stones were in Korea, and they wouldn't care about diplomacy anymore. The situation was escalating rapidly. Her eyes widened, a tear forming at the corner. Which means, Kim Min-ju listens as Mr. Kim states that they'll come by force. The implications are clear. They're officially at war. The supernatural stone is more than just an item. It's a catalyst. If the International Association discovers its presence in Korea, they might truly resort to war. Perhaps that outcome wouldn't be entirely unwelcome. He's been meaning to get a good look at those bastards' faces anyway. Mr. Kim and Kim Min-ju stand together, the weight of the impending conflict heavy in the air. The figure in question is the Secretary General of the International Association. One man questions, asking if the International Association truly had nothing to do with the civil war at the Africa branch. Detective Tace demands an explanation for the document, which confirms that weapons were illegally supplied to the Congo branch. Interpol agent Detective Echo can only offer the same answer as before. The man insists that they have no connection to that incident. Secretary Wesley, they say they really wanted to work with him, but at this point, it'd be best for everyone if he just admitted it. If he's being this stubborn, there will be consequences. The woman activates her stealth skill, becoming temporarily invisible. A faint shimmer betrays her location. A voice cuts through the room, questioning the nature of the situation. Is this an N1 classified matter? Mr. Kim demands to know what is happening. He reminds them that this is an active investigation. The scene unfolds from above, revealing the layout of the room. One of the men points accusingly as the woman stands calmly. A voice interjects, excusing themselves for a moment. The tension hangs heavy in the air. 2 figures listen intently, their expressions unreadable. The stakes are clearly high. The man with glasses is shocked by new information. It seems the item they sought has moved to the Korea branch. The name Kim Jun-woo hangs in the balance, a silent accusation, or a desperate plea. Mr. Kim fumes, recalling the loss of the Tokyo branch during the Interpol inquiry. Now, the supernatural stone is gone too. Mr. Kim declares that it's time to clock out. The atmosphere is thick with unspoken tension. One of the men warns that if they refuse to cooperate, they will report directly to their superiors. The threat hangs in the air. Mr. Kim shouts, demanding someone return to their seat immediately. His anger is palpable. His gaze lifted, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding chaos. Confusion rippled through the room as one man questioned, "What the hell is going on here?" Arms outstretched, a figure stood defiant, seemingly at the heart of the turmoil. The tension was palpable. The assembled group stood firm, their expressions unreadable as events spiraled out of control. The sound of impact echoed as the figure remained unmoved, a silent declaration of power. Elsewhere, an explosion ripped through the base of a towering building, signaling a shift in the conflict. The explosion consumed everything in its path, a visual representation of the chaos unleashed. Flames danced around the pair, a backdrop to the unfolding drama and the heat of the moment. A frantic call went out. "Contact Emma. Tell her to gather the balance team. ASAP." The response was a bewildered WH. The air crackled with anticipation as one declared, "Looks like it's time to declare war." From the highest echelons, the order came. From this moment forward, designate Kim Jun-woo and the Korean Association as a cartel. Mr. Kim's expression hardened, his voice a low growl. "I was trying to handle this quietly, but you just had to push." Mr. Kim sighs, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him. He mutters about the lack of time to breathe, forced to work even while moving. He reflects on Kim Jun-woo's unpredictable influence. Still, he thinks, being busy is better than having nothing to do. Inside a moving vehicle, Pyeon Changhyun drives, a smile playing on his lips. The association control team leader seems pleased. He states that there's no middle ground. He then inquires if the byproduct delivery report has arrived yet, his expression expectant. Mr. Kim states that there are no issues, though the staff is going through some trouble. But overall, they're saying they're satisfied. Looking back, Mr. Kim reflects that President Kim is on another level. He acknowledges that he's amazing in terms of ability, too. Kimura Yusakur sits on a throne, surrounded by money. He thinks about how they've overtaken the domestic dungeon share and monopolized byproduct delivery. Pyeon Changhyun thinks about the association. He says he's never seen anyone who left the association but still looks after it like this. He emphasizes that it's especially rare for someone who said he wouldn't even piss in the association's direction, his tone laced with intrigue. Mr. Kim's expression is thoughtful as he considers the implications of Jun-woo's actions. The weight of the situation is evident on his face. The room is silent as the implications of the proposal hang heavy. Mr. Kim considers the proposal to elevate the Korean Association. He wonders if there's even a need for a second international association. The man in the chair sits silently, his back to the room, as the discussion continues. Park Geun-tae admits that the organization has grown too large for comfort. Mr. Kim states he is satisfied with the association as it is now, his expression unreadable. The man in the suit asks if they should scrap all the projects to preserve the association's current state. The woman corrects the man, stating that he should refer to her as president. Park Geun-tae warns that the International Association is far more ruthless and frightening than they may think. Mr. Kim guarantees that once the Interpol investigation is over, they'll come after them again. The woman states that if they wait until then to respond, it'll be too late, her expression grave. Park Geun-tae clenches his fist, a sign of building tension and resolve. Mr. Kim reflects on Jun-woo's words, realizing that this peace might only be temporary. Kim Jun-woo, driving, asks if there are any scheduled appointments right now. The man with the beard replies that he doesn't have anything planned, questioning what's going on. A woman in a suit informs someone that there's a guest at the association right now, waiting. A bald man's face is shown in extreme close-up, questioning the arrival of a guest. The bald man's expression is grim, his features tight with suppressed anger. The phone screen displays call ended and the name of the caller, Lee Do-shik. Elsewhere, a woman tells Lee Do-shik that someone is trying to run away again, mentioning Jun-woo's name. Kim Jun-woo looks shocked, his eyes wide as he listens to something on the phone. His eyes narrow, the word president echoing his disbelief. Lee Do-shik, on the phone, states that it's Kim Jun-woo, the crazy cleaner PB Corporation has been keeping tabs on. Kim Jun-woo, enraged, demands to know if he's been sent by the International Association and what he did to the president. A figure with burning red eyes makes a chilling demand. "Let's talk face to face." A voice promises to be waiting at the association, the words hanging heavy in the air. The International Association has started to move, a woman exclaims into her phone, worried about her father. Another man, consumed by urgency, vows to save the president, no matter the cost. A stern warning echoes, don't take a single step until contact is made. A figure sprints down a hallway, the sound of hurried footsteps filling the narrow space. A hand reaches out, grasping the ornate handle of a heavy door. Kim Jun-woo gasps, the name of the president escaping his lips in disbelief. The man's expression is grim, his eyes shadowed with concern. Two figures stand face to face, one declaring, "We finally meet." Rumors swirl between the two men, talk of something happening in this field. The man in the suit is labeled a lunatic, one who opposes the International Association. He hears himself called the crazy dungeon cleaner, the irregular Kim Jun-woo. A figure descends upon Mr. Kim, foot aimed squarely at his head. The man spits out his assessment of the attacker, definitely a lunatic. The attacker wonders aloud if he even knows who he is. Mr. Kim responds, confident in his knowledge of the attacker's identity. He states the obvious, the attacker is super famous. The attacker is revealed to be Noah, global hunter rank number 1. The force of Noah's kick sends Mr. Kim flying through the air. Noah's current US rank is number 1, and his current global rank is number 1. Noah was the first ever hunter to achieve S rank, and he leads the Noah Guild. A monster so dangerous, entire militaries must be mobilized when he gets serious. He grunts, recoiling from an unseen force, the impact throwing him off balance. The force sends him hurtling backwards, momentum carrying him towards the floor. Before his return, Mr. Kim was ranked number 2 in the world, a testament to his power. He was nearly the second person to reach SSS rank, a feat that speaks volumes about his capabilities. Though Mr. Kim is more famous for another reason, his power is undeniable. A rebel, Mr. Kim tried to overthrow the International Association, seeking to establish his guild, Noah, in its place. Of course, his revolution ended in a spectacular failure, a crushing defeat for his ambitions. The International Association had even asked him for help in dealing with Mr. Kim, a testament to his influence. Mr. Kim stands tall, looming over the man on the ground, his presence imposing. Did they recruit this guy knowing exactly what he's thinking? They were definitely hostile with each other, so why are they cooperating now? The man on the ground is labeled a cleaner. Mr. Kim declares that it's enough, ordering the man on the ground to know his place. He stands over the seated man, issuing a stark warning. Unless he wants to see blood, he should listen. Mr. Kim explains that the Secretary General has a message. He demands the man listen quietly. The man with red hair scoffs, unimpressed by the threat. The man's eyes narrow, a smirk playing on his lips. He questions if the world's number 1 hunter is short on cash. The man with red hair continues, sneering that he looks like a dog that obeys the International Association. He asks if Mr. Kim cleans too, suggesting there are incentives for that at their company. The man's expression remains smug, confident in his words. The man declares that it's bastards like Mr. Kim who bring about their own deaths. He thinks Mr. Kim is a clueless idiot. Suddenly, the room explodes in a burst of energy. Kim Jun-woo is caught in the blast, his face a mask of shock. The aftermath of the explosion leaves a scene of devastation. The force of the explosion sends debris flying as people scream in terror. Nearby, civilians stumble, struggling to understand the sudden devastation. An earthquake? One asks, fear etched on his face. A figure shrouded in shadow, eyes glowing with eerie light, speaks with a chilling calm. I heard you fought the entire balance team alone and came out fine. The figure's taunting continues, the glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Why don't you show us your skills, you punk-ass janitor? A monstrous face looms, glowing eyes burning with malevolent intent, a hand reaching out as if to grasp its prey. Boots stand firm amidst the chaos, but a desperate message reveals the growing panic. Neither the president nor Junwoo is answering their phones. A woman with blonde hair looks on in disbelief, her expression a mixture of fear and confusion. What the hell is happening? She exclaims. The woman with blonde hair pleads, running alongside a man, their faces etched with terror. Please, she begs, desperate to escape the unfolding nightmare. A woman with long, dark hair grits her teeth, determination blazing in her eyes. Let's hurry up, she urges, ready to face the unknown threat. Silhouetted figures sprint through a dimly lit hallway, their forms distorted by the shadows, their destination unknown. The woman with dark hair calls out, her voice filled with urgency. Junwoo, she cries, flanked by two others, their expressions mirroring her concern. Her eyes widen in horror, reflecting the chaos and fear that gripped the world around her. He groaned, struggling to sit up amidst the wreckage. The world spun, a dizzying mix of debris and fractured metal. Voices echoed in the chaos. Shouts of "President" and desperate cries of "Dad, wake up! What happened to you?" pierced the air. The woman with black hair sprinted forward, followed by another figure. They rushed toward the man lying prone on the ground. The bearded man, cradled by the women, insisted, "I'm okay now, but..." His words trailed off, concern etched on his face. Junwoo got. Mr. Kim's eyes widened in disbelief. He was sucked into a dimension that suddenly appeared. The text bubble stated that Junwoo was taken along with the number 1 ranked hunter. The woman with brown hair looked shocked. The woman with black hair stared intently at the woman with brown hair, her expression a mixture of worry and determination. The man on the ground remained unconscious, the scene around him blurred and chaotic. Elsewhere, a voice echoed, laced with anticipation. So we finally meet. A figure in a suit descended a grand staircase, his presence commanding attention. He stated, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Kim." The man in the suit stood bathed in light, his expression unreadable. He declared, "I'm International Association Secretary General." The man's name was Wesley. His eyes gleamed with a sinister intent. A dark shoe steps forward, the owner of the shoe declaring that some people bring about their own deaths. The man in the suit faces a glowing figure, who scoffs at the man's apparent lack of comprehension. The glowing figure boasts that he fought the entire balance team alone and came out fine. The glowing figure demands to know why the man in the suit doesn't show his skills. The glowing figure's eyes narrow, his expression murderous. Kim Jun-woo stands his ground, finding the situation unbelievable. The man's face contorts in anger, reminding Jun-woo that he was the one who hit their association president first. The man's eyes glow with fury. Purple energy crackles around the man, who questions why Jun-woo isn't sitting still after taking a hit. The man's suit ripples with power. He faced his opponent, a towering figure wreathed in ominous purple energy. The energy pulsed, a silent declaration that enough was enough. Amidst the fiery glow, Mr. Kim declared, "So we finally meet." The metallic structure hummed, with contained power, ready to be unleashed. Looking up, Jun-woo heard the words, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Kim." Bathed in light, the man in the brown suit announced, "I'm International Association Secretary General." The man with blonde hair simply stated his name, Wesley. "That bastard is." The man with red hair looked on, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Wesley stood with his arms crossed, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The great leader of the so-called secret organization is making a personal appearance now. He demands to know why the other man has finally decided to show his face. Why come out now after giving orders for all the dirty work? The man's eyes narrow, the text questioning if he is the Real International Association Secretary General. Even before his return, he had never been seen in person. But from the media and what he'd heard, the man wasn't some young brat like this. The image shows a man in a suit. The man's expression is serious, his gaze intense as he stares forward. Kim Jun-woo calls him an impersonator, demanding to know what he is, some stand-in for the great Secretary General. He tells him to tell the real one to come himself if he has business with him. The man with light hair laughs maniacally, realizing he really had the wrong idea about something. He reflects that he was trying to talk to a beast who doesn't even understand human speech. So for Beast Kim, he'll speak in a way he can understand. The air crackles with energy. The masked man in the suit stands with arms outstretched, power emanating from him. Kim Jun-woo stands firm, a serious expression on his face as energy crackles around him. The image shows a collage of faces addressing all association presidents, ops team leaders, and rank hunters of their international association branches. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-woo walks forward, approaching another figure in the distance, ready for confrontation. The man in the suit begins, stating that the International Association has worked tirelessly for peace. Another man yells in disagreement, dismissing the association's efforts as bullshit. A woman declares that the Korean Association has committed atrocities by any means necessary to expand its power. The figures in suits are shown walking through ruins, as the narrative explains the Korean Association's expansion. The man in the suit reiterates the International Association's dedication to safety and peace. The panel shows the grim result of the conflict: dead people. The people looking at the screen recall the Central Africa incident, where the Korean Association sowed discord. The figure with red eyes represents the hunters deployed to stop the Korean Association, but they all died. The figure on the pile of bodies indicates that the Korean Association has taken over Tokyo and inflicted astronomical damage. The monster's mouth symbolizes the impending doom. The bald man in the suit declares that the International Hunter Association is declaring war on the Korean Association and its ringleader. The man pointing his finger emphasizes that the Korean Association is acting as a cartel. The international subjugation law is now in effect, deeming any subjugation activity by the Korean Association a violation. Jun-woo and Mr. Kim stand face to face. A hand gestures, seemingly emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Mr. Kim declares that if they proceed despite the warning, the International Association will not hesitate to use force to eliminate the cartel. He believes they're going all out. Another man in a suit contemplates the situation, urging someone to think about everything they've done. A close-up reveals a declaration. This will be a lesson from civilized people to beasts who don't know their place. The man with the angry expression believes declaring war in such a dirty, underhanded way is the act of scumbag. Two men in suits discuss how they didn't need to gather association officials and put on a show. They already made their move by attacking the president. A man with sunglasses declares that with that last statement, they've officially become the enemy of the entire world. At this rate, Korea will become a war zone as chaos erupts. The man with the angry expression looks on, his face contorted in rage. Mr. Kim questions why the ones that used to move in secret as PB Corporation are suddenly going public like this. A man stands before images of faces, contemplating that if it were just about revenge, there are plenty of better methods. A decision is being made, though the reasons are not yet clear. He smirks, a predatory glint in his eyes. Desperation, he believes, breeds the loudest boasts. Standing before another figure in a desolate landscape, Mr. Kim proposes a negotiation. The man's collar is crisp, his posture suggesting power and control. He wonders aloud if the other party is truly in a position to negotiate. Even after his simple explanation, they still don't understand. He offers the supernatural stone. His teeth are bared, a silent snarl hinting at the ruthlessness beneath the surface. He mentions the time stone as well, his expression shifting to one of irritation. A hand gesture crackles with energy, set against a backdrop of cosmic power. Standing on a precipice overlooking a surreal landscape, he is told not to speak. He thinks of someone as that bastard, his hands clasped tightly. Mr. Kim wonders if his true goal has been discovered, his gaze intense. There is no benefit to acting now, a decision seemingly made. He stood on the steps, looking up at Junwoo Kim. The man in the red jacket wondered why they were bothering with negotiations. Kim Junwoo faced him, the fiery background reflecting in his glasses. He conceded that Mr. Kim had a point. The difference in their attire was stark. The hunter's suit was immaculate, while Mr. Kim wore a more casual jacket. A small, dark stone sat on the tiled floor, seemingly insignificant amidst the tension. Mr. Kim looked down, considering the terms. If he took down the Korean Association with force, everything would be his. A hand reached down, fingers outstretched towards the dark stone, ready to claim it. Kim Junwoo held up the stone, a glint in his eye. He warned that Mr. Kim wouldn't get the bank items if he didn't accept the deal. Mr. Kim's expression hardened. He threatened to destroy the bank items if the negotiation failed. The hunter urged him to take what he could while he still could, reminding him that he had already caused enough chaos. Kim Junwoo questioned whether he could simply walk away empty-handed, pressing the advantage. The hunter's gaze intensified, calling Mr. Kim very beast-like as the tension mounted. It was fascinating, the hunter mused, that they were the ones holding the blade. He wondered how Mr. Kim was still standing so tall. He looks off to the side, a question forming on his lips. The words hang in the air, a veiled threat delivered with chilling calm. He states that he's held the blade ever since he came back from near death. Mr. Kim's gaze lowers, his expression unreadable as he asks what it will be. Count Azura? His eyes narrow, a hint of steel glinting within their depths as he awaits an answer. The response comes, a reluctant agreement to the terms. The negotiation hangs heavy in the air, the tension palpable between Kim Junwoo and Mr. Kim as they stand on opposite sides of the agreement. The terms are set. The date will be 3 days from now. The location will be decided after an internal discussion, and they will be contacted. Just in case he'll say this. Mr. Kim stands bathed in a fiery aura, a silent warning radiating from him. The message is clear. Don't even think about stabbing us in the back, or you'll lose something precious. Kim Junwoo stands in the background, while a muscular man in a suit looms in the foreground, a silent enforcer of the agreement. He warns Junwoo that if he wants to meet again without being torn apart, he'd better curb his attitude. The hunter is called a crazy janitor bastard. Junwoo sarcastically agrees to keep his advice in mind, calling him Global #1 Hunter. Mr. Kim tells Noah to travel safe, ending the conversation. Tyrone Westonwood corrects Junwoo, revealing his real name. He stands tall, looking down at the hunter with a menacing glare. His fist clenches tightly, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. The hunter curses Tyrone under his breath, his anger barely contained. Kim Junwoo demands to know how Tyrone knows his real name, his expression a mix of fury and disbelief. Tyrone grabs Junwoo by the collar, his grip tight. He declares that it's time they part ways. The hunter smirks, telling Tyrone that if he wants answers, he should come himself in 3 days and not send anyone else. Tyrone's eyes widen with rage as he reveals that he knows about her, too, escalating the threat. Tyrone unleashes his power, the air crackling with energy as he prepares to strike. A blinding blast of energy erupts, filling the space with raw power. The hunter is engulfed in a blinding orange light. A figure calls out to their teacher amidst the chaos. The energy intensifies, the name, Junwoo, echoing through the air as the light expands. The aftermath of the blast leave shattered glass scattered across a surface, a testament to the power unleashed. A woman demands to know if someone agreed to hand over the bank items, her expression a mix of anger and desperation. Kim Junwoo stands, his face obscured, but his posture radiating a quiet intensity. Mr. Kim speaks, musing on what might happen if something falls into the International Association's hands, mentioning their previous attack with just the Dimension Stone. A smirk plays across Mr. Kim's face, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he considers the situation. A voice declares, I made a friend, while elsewhere, the opulent interior of a grand building is shown. One of the men remarks that the irregular is a madman, like a wild beast never domesticated. The large man in the suit assures his companion that the irregular will be wagging his tail soon enough before inquiring about the request he made. The response comes that it will only be a little longer, as they've got some leads now. The man with blonde hair says he'll keep that in mind, but he doesn't exactly like their arrangement either. He stands before a much larger figure, who dismisses the idea of going himself. The larger man explains that he intends to send Emma and Chloe, citing their respective expertise with bank items and negotiation. A voice interjects, volunteering to go instead. The dark-skinned man's face contorts in anger. The man in the suit speaks of needing to get revenge on that damn janitor. The man with the eye patch listens intently. The man with the eye patch warns, hoping he doesn't do anything unnecessary, reminding him that he is a beast just like Kim Jun-woo. Director Lee Do-shik of the Korean Republic Supernatural and Dimension Management Association has been attacked. The Korean Association has yet to release an official statement. Citizens are concerned about the director's condition. Citizens are questioning whether the association can function properly in his absence. Director Lee Do-shik lies in a hospital bed. Mr. Kim observes the scene. As long as that monster is in the same place, if things go south, a war could break out at any moment. Regardless of everything that's happened until now, the International Association is a global powerhouse with immense influence. And such an organization has labeled us a cartel. Even just one Noah can turn an entire city into a sea of flames. If the major powers affiliated with the International Association were to get involved, alone would be nearly impossible no matter how strong I am. And even if I managed to do so, if the overseas branches were to get roped in with us and are also labeled a cartel, then those overseas branches will be in danger too, Mr. Kim states. He questioned if those bastards would take back what they said about the cartel. The woman sat, listening intently as he suggested they play dumb and retrieve the bank item. Ae-young knew they were the type to absolutely do that, considering they've dragged things out this far. She stood abruptly, her resolve hardening with each step. Ae-young declared that they must not let things go the way the enemy wanted. She demanded to know if he had a plan, insisting he tell her too. Mr. Kim confirmed that he did, of course, have a plan. He stated that he would move alone, but Ae-young questioned his decision. Ae-young declared she couldn't forgive the bastards who did this to her dad. Mr. Kim cautioned Ae-young that this wasn't something she could act on with emotion alone, calling it an extremely dangerous mission. She retorted, asking when their missions had ever not been dangerous. Others declared that they would join too, their faces determined. They stated that they came this far to stand against the International Association and weren't letting him go alone. The team stands together, the weight of their mission heavy in the air. The woman with long black hair reminds them that they've always risked their lives for each other. The sentiment is echoed. They are ready to do the same. Mr. Kim assures them that they will fight for each other and for the association. The gravity of the situation settles over them. The man with red hair shouts that this isn't something to just charge into emotionally. He continues, stating that their boss is making a move himself. The man with red hair urges them to think about all the filthy things they've done, reminding them it was all for this deal. He reminds them that they've suffered because of these people, and they know what they're like. Psychos will do anything for their own gain. The group stands together, a mix of determination and concern etched on their faces. The woman with short brown hair warns that if they get it now, they shouldn't even think about getting in the way. The woman with short brown hair agrees that Jun-woo is right, and they'll need to prepare for something much bigger. Uncertainty hangs in the air, the weight of the unknown pressing down. The woman with short brown hair asks how many personnel will be available. She adds that since Han Yu-bin is here, she will look into some things. Support-type team members are needed, just in case anything happens. The Eclipse Lab needs to stay. The woman with short brown hair states that Sang Hyuk and So-yeon need to stay in Eclipse, no matter what. Mr. Kim adds that they have association-level experience, and it will be a piece of cake. He'll help out. Mr. Kim states that he'll convince the investors and protect Karma until everything's settled, a determined look on his face. Someone declares they'll prepare the all-important chocolates for battle. The woman with short brown hair exclaims, asking what if they've been sharpening their knives. She declares they'll show them they've been sharpening theirs too. The woman with short brown hair shouts, declaring they'll wipe out the damn International Association. The team stands together, united in their resolve. The guy snapped real quick, laughing and teasing. The woman with black hair insists that So-yeon be allowed to shout fighting to encourage the team. The team places their hands together, a silent vow of unity in the face of the coming crisis. The woman with black hair urges Kim Jun-woo to stop being dense and join them. They resolve to do everything they can to help Jun-woo with his plan, even if they were dragged along. Kim Jun-woo watches over a patient in a hospital bed, who weakly raises a fist in encouragement. Elsewhere, D-Day arrives at Incheon Port, South Korea, a sprawling network of shipping containers and cranes ready for action. A low growl rumbles as a group of menacing men stand ready. their expressions grim. The growl intensifies as the men advance, their purpose unknown but clearly hostile. One of the men remarks that they didn't see this coming, a sense of surprise and unease washing over them. A bald man questions if they've met Mr. Kim before, hinting at a past encounter and a brewing conflict. Chloe, head of the bank item management team at PB Corporation, introduces herself. A flashback reveals that she participated as the support team leader during a joint operation with the U.S. branch. An unseen voice speaks, expressing surprise that she is still alive. Chloe's expression hardens as she hears the voice, a hint of defiance in her eyes. The man in the black suit asks why the Secretary General didn't show up. Chloe responds with arrogance, questioning if the Secretary General would move for this level of deal. The man in the black suit finds it strange, remembering that today was supposed to be the Secretary General's day. The man in the black suit wonders if he has some voyeuristic kink, as Chloe looks on with a mix of concern and disgust. The man in the black suit questions why he isn't showing up and just watching from inside. The perspective shifts to a close-up of a camera lens, implying that someone is watching them. The man in the black suit says he seriously thought she'd come in person and even prepared a gift just for her. The man in the black suit's face appears on a screen, and he asks if PB can't even afford a damn microphone. The masked man sits, connected to 4 drips, as Han Sang-hyuk stands silently behind him. A massive fist hurtles toward an unseen target, promising brutal impact. Mr. Kim's expression remains unreadable, his gaze fixed and intense. A chaotic brawl erupts, bodies colliding in a flurry of fists and fury. The world blurs into streaks of motion, a visual representation of raw speed. 2 women react with shock and fury, their faces contorted in disbelief at the punch's power. The masked man warns, his tone menacing, that they haven't even started yet. Time is of the essence. They need to get on with it and see the... Meanwhile, Han Sang-hyuk stands with a briefcase, awaiting instructions, her expression unreadable. The voice declares that this isn't the deal location. Mr. Kim, glancing at his watch, tells someone to just wait a moment. The clock ticks, promising that something will show up soon. The clock ticked closer to the appointed hour, the tension palpable. A blinding light erupted, bathing the area in an ominous orange glow. A collective gasp arose as a fully formed dungeon materialized before them. The prediction had come true, the dungeon appearing precisely on schedule. The man with dark skin watched the blond man's reaction, his expression unreadable. This was the designated location for the deal, and there was no safer place than inside a dungeon. The man smirked, unsurprised by their shock, even with their advanced detection systems. Estimating a dungeon's emergence time down to the minute was nearly impossible, but this one was carefully chosen for the deal. The screen displayed details of a newly acquired passive skill, a testament to the difficulty in predicting the dungeon's exact appearance time. Only the minimum personnel required for the deal would enter the dungeon. The rest would wait outside. Inside a dungeon wasn't so bad, the man thought. If anyone tried anything, they wouldn't even need to bother with cleanup. The man with dark skin called out, "Wait, Noah." He was really going along with that? There was no better place to bury someone without a trace. He and Han Sang-hyuk walked toward the light, their figures shrinking in the distance. From a distant monitor, an observer wondered if they were really entering the dungeon. The woman ordered her subordinate to find out what kind of dungeon they had just entered, as soon as possible. Had he predicted the dungeon's appearance and planned the date and location of the deal around it? That was beyond the capacity of a normal human being. Kim Junwoo, just what the hell are you? The item's legit, he thought, observing the container. Now then, his side needed to pay up too. The man holding the container stated that it wasn't something they could do right here and right now. He insisted they go back and take care of it later. A briefcase clicked open. Han Sang-hyuk was told that they would be doing it right now, as one man stated that they couldn't just demand something like that and expect it to happen. A defiant gesture seals the grim resolve. He declares that they have no choice. Han Sang-hyuk vows that they will all die together. Kim Junwoo's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he wonders what the hell is going on. The man with dark hair questions the protagonist's sanity. He states that if dying is his wish, so be it. Energy crackles, the air thick with anticipation. A figure bathed in emerald light promises to kill them right then and there. 2 figures walked towards the light, unaware of the events about to unfold. The figures continued onward, as one observed that Noah followed them in on his own. The woman in the suit ordered them to find out what kind of dungeon they just entered. The man in the robe sat in his chair, responding that he understood the situation. The man considered the situation, thinking that no matter how he thought about it, this was strange. The figure stood before the vortex, noting that even predicting the exact time of appearance was beyond even the best detection systems. It was beyond the capacity of a normal human being, no matter how sharp someone was or how good their insight. Unless they've already experienced the exact same dungeon, the man thought. The man's expression was unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of stoicism. The man stated that from the moment he came back from the brink of death, he'd been holding the sword. One of the figures stated that it couldn't be helped and guessed they'd all just die here. The information had been confirmed, but something was clearly amiss. The woman with red hair spoke, her expression unreadable. "What is it? Is there a problem?" she asked, her tone laced with a hint of impatience. He hesitated, his brow furrowed with concern. Something was clearly bothering him, but he seemed reluctant to voice it. He questioned the plan, his voice tinged with disbelief. "So this was your brilliant plan? To hold the deal in a split dungeon?" The figure in the white suit responded, a chilling aura emanating from him. "Fine, if it's your dying wish, I'll kill you right now." A strange energy crackled around the figure, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. Another figure interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. "Come on now, we're going to die together anyway. Why waste energy fighting each other?" He pressed on, his expression hardening. "You must have checked the dungeon info by now, right?" The figure in the white suit responded, his threat clear. "If you did, then you know I'm not just bluffing." The figure trying to de-escalate spoke again, his tone urgent. "We don't have much time, Mr. Glorious Secretary General." A device was activated, its purpose unknown, but its presence added to the growing tension. He notes that this is an unactivated split dungeon, after all, and seems surprised by this fact. Damn it, he thinks he should have never followed them in. Most dungeons are complete, closed-off spaces, but this is a split dungeon. That means dungeons are totally isolated from one another, with no influence or connection between them. But split dungeons are different. They're the only kind that interact with other dungeons. In fact, split dungeons have no meaning on their own. Unlike normal dungeons, they're inactive, have no boss, and eventually vanish harmlessly over time. So, under normal circumstances, there's no reason to clear one, but the protagonist and others are entering one now. Getting in is easy, but getting out isn't, he thinks. A split dungeon isn't really a dungeon. It's more like an empty space ripped into some dimensional void. Park Geun-tae gazed up at the imposing structure of the split dungeon. A disembodied voice warned of the consequences, leaving before activation. The voice continued, describing the potential fates awaiting those who failed to heed its warning. Now inside, Kim Junwoo knew the only way out was to activate the dungeon. A menacing presence declared that to activate it, they had to clear specific dungeons. Park Geun-tae stated that he already knew that, but the real problem was something else entirely. The menacing presence declared that they only had 1 hour to complete the task. That was how long this split dungeon could stay unactivated, the voice explained. The menacing presence warned that if they didn't activate it within that time, it would disappear completely. Park Geun-tae realized that meant they had to clear the required dungeons within an hour. The menacing presence stated that everyone would get stuck forever, along with the bank items. The menacing presence added that if they thought it was lying, they were welcome to try another method, but it had to be done within the hour. The man in the white coat stands with a woman holding a briefcase. He considers the mission, deeming it risky but unimpressive. The bald man scoffs, declaring he'll figure out the split dungeons and clear them first, dismissing the current strategy. The woman argues that finding the relevant dungeons takes at least a day, and 1 hour isn't even close. The man in the white coat asks if they're stuck from the start. A man with dark hair assures them there's no need to worry, a smug look on his face. Two figures stand before a swirling vortex of energy. A voice declares that if they pay the price, they'll start clearing them. The voice continues, hinting at a known condition. However, as you know, the voice explains that they're designated as a cartel, so they can't legally operate. If they want them to proceed with the subjugation, the bald man is told that they'll have to revoke that status. He is visibly annoyed by this demand. The voice warns that the longer they wait, the later they'll start clearing. A close-up of a briefcase is shown. The voice adds that the bank items might get lost in here, calling the situation unbelievable. A man in a suit stands before a glowing portal. He asks what else they want, stating they'll all die together. A clenched fist tightens. The man wonders if it's worth risking his life over this, questioning how they could negotiate with the International Association without that level of resolve. The man with blonde hair questioned if their subordinates would simply sit back and watch. Kim Junwoo responded, dismissing the possibility of them hoping for such restraint. He stated that he gave strict orders for them not to make a single move without his say. The man with blonde hair seemed to react to what he said. Kim Junwoo internally declared that it was a lie. Judging by how things usually go, he knew they would ignore him again. This time, he had made extra sure to tell them not to subjugate under any circumstances. Two subordinates in frog suits acknowledged the order, but seemed to have other plans. A woman with long black hair knew they didn't listen for shit. Knowing Kim Min-ju and Han Yubin's personalities, a woman with short orange hair knew they would definitely go to start the subjugation just to save him. Kim Junwoo realized that from here on out, it was a game of chicken. He wondered if he should bet on his team subjugating to save him, or if they would accept the deal first. He stared ahead, his expression unreadable behind the lenses of his glasses. The suited men stood ready. The message was clear: whoever panics first will fold. The woman with long black hair stood with another woman, the fiery background casting long shadows. The woman with long black hair considered their options. She thought Minju, if they don't give in by the end, what will you do then? The woman with orange hair responded, no. No matter how I think about it, I'd rather live than negotiate. The woman with long black hair stared ahead, thinking of the boss. The woman with long black hair knew he had risked his life for all of them. Tears welled in her eyes. She wondered, if they jumped the gun, what would that make his resolve? Her voice trembled as she declared, no matter what, they wouldn't start the subjugation. The woman with orange hair looked at her, her expression unreadable. The woman with orange hair smiled slightly. The woman with black hair admits she wasn't thinking clearly. Kim Minju and Han Yubin are under pressure to clear the dungeons. The woman with black hair and the woman with orange hair stand side by side, as someone begs to be saved. Someone wonders if they really have to step in themselves. A woman in a suit demands to know why the linked dungeons haven't been found yet. Someone apologizes, explaining that they're doing everything they can. The man with glasses is told that finding the linked dungeons for a split dungeon in an hour is pushing it. Someone suggests waiting a bit longer. PB Corporation Control Team leader Jose Luis is in distress. The man with red eyes asks if they will make another bank item if the dungeon closes. A red circle pulsates ominously. Jose Luis begs Mr. Wesley for forgiveness, admitting he was wrong. The man in the suit stands amidst the chaos, clearly frustrated by recent events. Damn it. The masked man reflects on their predicament. They can't clear dungeons in Korea because they're tagged as a cartel. The leash they put on Korea is now choking them. Kim Jun-woo's face is shown, a sinister smile spreading across his face, hinting at his involvement. The masked man wonders if this was part of his plan. Who knows how far ahead that guy has planned? The man in the suit expresses concern. Now that they've come this far, they can't afford to lose 2 bank items. A disembodied hand reaches out, as if to gather something. The masked man thinks if we could just gather them all. The woman in the suit listens intently. She understands, and will call a meeting to discuss the situation. A voice commands no, prepare a recording, suggesting a different course of action. The woman in the suit looks determined, ready to carry out the instructions. The masked man plots. Record a decoy and send it to Chloe. As long as they fool Kim Jun-woo, everything else will work out. Park Gun-tae stands, a subordinate beside him, wondering how far ahead Kim Jun-woo has planned. The unseen speaker emphasizes that they cannot afford to lose 2 bank items, now that they've come this far. A disembodied hand clenches, a silent wish to gather all the items. Park Gun-tae suggests lifting the cartel designation, his expression thoughtful. The response is clipped and businesslike. Understood, a meeting will be called. Han Sang-hyuk wonders how much time remains before the dungeon is in a safe state for subjugation. Han Sang-hyuk is told that subjugation must begin within 10 minutes to be safe, at the very least. Han Sang-hyuk considers the bank items, knowing she can't guarantee their safety if it starts after that. Han Sang-hyuk orders someone to prepare a recording. Han Sang-hyuk instructs them to record a decoy and send it to Chloe, confident they'll fold first once their time starts running out. Time dwindled. The dungeon's collapse was imminent, with only 30 minutes remaining. A blonde woman in a trench coat stood among armed figures, carrying a briefcase. Supporting Park Gun-tae observed the scene, noting their lack of awareness. He considered the situation, a plan forming in his mind. Supporting Park Gun-tae found the current state of affairs utterly boring. He turned to the blonde woman, inquiring, Ms. Chloe, how did you end up joining PB Corporation? The blonde woman, with a cool gaze, listened intently. The question hung in the air. There must be a reason she joined, right? Was it money? Fame? But fame doesn't really apply to a secret. Supporting Park Gun-tae pressed further, asking the woman with the briefcase how much the secrets were worth. He questions if she's being paid enough to work there. He suggests they chat, as it's a waste of time to stand around. They might be sharing their last moments together. Park Gun-tae crosses his arms, asking if she's trying to flirt. Chloe denies it, stating that she's studying the bank items. She explains that researching bank items was part of her recruitment deal. Chloe wonders if she doesn't really have to be with PB, as long as she can research them. Park Gun-tae looks surprised by her statement. Chloe dismisses the idea, saying, no way. Park Gun-tae mentions a new research lab, and that he thought he might scout her, having heard about Eclipse. Chloe is angered that the lab director is her, calling it a joke and saying they put someone completely useless in charge. She seems to have caught Park Gun-tae off guard. Chloe threatens someone, asking if they want to die, and then scoffs at her own temper. The woman with pink hair confronted Kim Jun-woo, her expression a mix of anger and challenge. She asked if he wanted to fight, threatening to show her temper. The tension was palpable as the woman with pink hair stood her ground. The air crackled with unspoken animosity, the reason for their sudden conflict unknown. Kim Jun-woo, his expression firm, attempted to de-escalate the situation. He told her to stop testing each other, addressing her as Mr. Kim. The woman with pink hair, unmoved by his words, declared that it was over now. Her tone suggested a finality, a point of no return. After a conversation with the Korean Association and Kim Jun-woo, a new development unfolded. The implications of this discussion hung heavy in the air. It was confirmed that the conflict was a misunderstanding between both sides. The tensions seemed to dissipate, replaced by a fragile truce. Therefore, as of this moment, the designation of the Korean Association as a cartel was officially retracted. A significant shift in power dynamics had occurred. They sincerely apologized for making a rash judgment without proper confirmation. The woman with pink hair and Kim Jun-woo seemed to have reached an understanding. The woman with pink hair exclaimed that they did it, addressing Kim Jun-woo. A sense of accomplishment and relief washed over them. As requested, the cartel designation had been lifted. Now, the order was given to proceed with the subjugation, signaling a new phase of operations. Han Sang-hyuk stood overlooking the city, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be contemplating the next move, a silent observer of unfolding events. Han Sang-hyuk remained a figure of quiet authority, ready to execute the next phase. The city lay before him, a stage for his plans. The dungeon rumbled, the very structure threatening to give way. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, the air thick with impending doom. The structure groaned, the integrity of the dungeon failing rapidly. Debris rained down as the dungeon's collapse accelerated. Two figures stood silhouetted against the chaos, dwarfed by the destruction. A figure scrambled away, fleeing the collapsing dungeon. A briefcase tumbled through the air, caught in the dungeon's death throes. The figure's eyes widened, a silent exclamation escaping his lips. The dungeon's collapse prompted questions. Why was he hesitating? Begin the subjugation already, they urged. His hand moved, reaching into his pocket. Han Sang-hyuk urged him to proceed. The crew was waiting in front of the dungeon, right? He countermanded the order. No, he commanded, pull everyone back. The figure, eyes burning with an eerie light, challenged him. Daring to deceive me? The air crackled with unseen energy, a silent promise of violence hanging heavy. Kim Jun-woo knelt, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Han Sang-hyuk's eyes narrowed, a cruel smile twisting his lips. I intended to keep my promise with you. The figure's voice dripped with disdain. And seriously, you guys love calling me janitor over and over. The woman in black questioned Han Sang-hyuk, her tone laced with accusation. Isn't your dead sister also an International Association janitor? Han Sang-hyuk retorted, his voice rising in anger. If you did, that would have hurt her feelings even in death. His smile widened, revealing a chilling intensity. The promise hung in the air, heavy and inescapable. The figure with glowing eyes stood, power radiating from every pore. The woman questioned if pushing Kim Jun-woo like that was okay, but Han Sang-hyuk dismissed her concerns. Well, they started it. The figure's threat echoed, laced with deadly intent. I'll kill you. Kim Jun-woo stood amidst the debris, the weight of the impending conflict settling upon him. He narrowed his gaze, a silent intensity building within him. The power surged, a declaration of his unique status as Demon King and final boss. His stats boosted. Bathed in violet light, he stood as a figure of immense power. Time was running out. The dungeon's collapse was imminent. His expression hardened, a grim determination etched on his face. The offer hung in the air. He could be killed within that time. He extended his hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips as the clock ticked. Elsewhere, the sound of heels echoed, each step precise and deliberate. A woman called out to Mr. Wesley, who stood at the podium. It seemed the fake recording had failed, and he wondered how much time remained until the dungeon's collapse. 15 minutes remained, a stark reminder of the dwindling time. He was shocked, questioning how they had discovered it was a decoy. The man's eyes glowed with a furious intensity, his thoughts consumed by the impossible challenge before him. Wesley was urgently informed, Sir, we have a problem. You need to hurry. The message was clear. The dungeon was collapsing far faster than anticipated. Wesley's expression shifted to one of stunned disbelief. His eyes widened, reflecting the gravity of the dire news. Wesley's face hardened, a grim resolve settling over his features. It was reported that Noah and the Irregular were still locked in fierce combat. Their battle was tearing the very dungeon apart, accelerating its collapse. Neither fighter seemed to care about the dungeon itself, consumed by their all-out battle. Wesley's face contorted in rage. These freaking lunatics. Wesley is urgently informed by his assistant that they have a problem and need to hurry. He asks what the problem is, concern etched on his face. Wesley learns that the dungeon is collapsing way faster than expected, his expression shifting to one of alarm. His eyes widen, the gravity of the situation becoming clear. It is reported that Noah and the Irregular are fighting each other right now. Their battle is tearing the dungeon apart and accelerating its collapse. A sinister grin spreads across a face, eyes glowing with malevolent intent. It seems neither fighter cares about the dungeon itself, battling with their full strength. The dungeon shakes. Wesley grits his teeth, exclaiming that they are freaking lunatics. The woman with orange hair received the order. The boss had said to retreat. Damn it, she thought she knew this would happen. Her expression hardened with frustration. President Kim, she realized, really intends to die for their sake. They had come all this way because of him. A hand gripped the hilt of a glowing blue sword, ready to strike. The woman with black hair stood beside her. She declared she wasn't just going to stand by and watch him die over something like this. If they wouldn't, then she would carry out the subjugation. Her resolve was firm. Supporting Han Sang Hyuk reflected on her promise. She had promised she wouldn't act first for the boss's sake. Her eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. She was determined to clear the split dungeon. They had to subjugate all of the dungeons that interacted with it from the outside. They'd already cleared 2 of them, just 1 left. And now, they were waiting right before the last subjugation. A monstrous figure loomed. The 2 women stood together, ready to face whatever came next. Their resolve was unwavering. Supporting Han Sang Hyuk received the order to retreat. The message was clear, but her heart was conflicted. If they were to subjugate on their own, the boss's life-risking resolve would become meaningless. But they would lose him if they didn't act. A silent apology hung in the air. "I'm sorry, boss," the woman with the sword declared. "I'll disobey your orders one more time. If it's decided, let's go." The woman with the sword's resolve hardened. If he dragged them here, he would have to take responsibility for them. The demon unleashed a deafening roar, its power surging. With a battle cry, the woman with the sword clashed against the monstrous foe. A figure descended from above, calling out, "You bin, let's go together." The woman with the sword unleashed a powerful strike, her determination burning bright. The demon stood its ground, unfazed by the attack. He activated a skill, 1 counter, increasing damage when striking a weak point, boosted by his Demon King passive. He stood over the bald man, the air thick with anticipation. A surge of violet energy erupted from the bald man's hand. The force of the blast sent him hurtling through the air. The bald man watched as he crashed against the dungeon wall. Debris rained down as he struggled to regain his footing. Time was running out. Only 7 minutes remained before the dungeon collapsed, then 5. He grimaced, knowing that using Demon King any more would doom them all. His eyes widened, a surge of determination flooding his face. With a shout, he activated Auto Guard, a blue aura enveloping his fist. The energy crackled around him as he prepared to counter the bald man's attack. The bald man was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. He had acquired a new skill, Aftershock, and it was now activated. He unleashes the power of Aftershock, the golden energy crackling around him. The force of the blow sends Park Geun-tae flying backwards through the air. The bald man crashes into the debris, the impact creating a cloud of dust. The woman in the black suit watches the scene unfold, muttering in disbelief, "No way." Park Geun-tae spits out blood, sneering. "I thought you'd be strong, so I had high hopes. Turns out you're all talk." A trickle of blood runs down his face, his expression hardening. His rage begins to boil over. "That damn cleaner dares." His eyes glow red with fury. "To wound me." His eye twitches, the humiliation burning deep. He vows, his voice a low growl, "I'll rip you to shreds and repay." A dark energy begins to emanate from him, a promise of brutal retribution. 2 figures stand in the distance, their purpose unknown. Han Sang-hyuk notes that they haven't heard back from Min-ju. Park Geun-tae believes they're already in the middle of the subjugation, since he got from the call earlier. The phone shows Min-ju's strangely emotional voice. The faint sound of a monster's roar echoes. It is imperative that Min-ju and Yu Bin clear the final dungeon now. A monstrous figure looms, its presence imposing. Park Geun-tae wonders if it will really be okay if they complete the subjugation. A portal will form here, and the enemies will see it. Then they'll get everything they want without even retracting the cartel designation. Han Sang-hyuk realizes they've come all this way just to get the bank items. The man in the suit thinks that by now, the Secretary General must realize the dungeon is collapsing faster. They're out of time, and their only choice is to hurry and cancel the cartel designation. Park Geun-tae states that they've got a problem. Han Sang-hyuk asks what it is. He spoke with a grim expression, suggesting they might have pushed someone too far. A system message flashed, a stark reminder. Only 2 minutes remained before the dungeon collapsed. Park Geun-tae watched as Kim Jun-woo moved, muttering that the protagonist planned to settle things. The protagonist's fist crackled with energy. It seemed he had completely lost control. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-woo stood, radiating power, his expression unreadable as the energy swirled around him. Park Geun-tae questioned Noah's actions, accusing him of trying to destroy the entire dungeon. Park Geun-tae's voice rose in disbelief, asking if they had forgotten their goal, the bank item. A close-up revealed the tension in Park Geun-tae's posture, the unspoken fear that none of them would survive. Noah, surrounded by swirling energy, was challenged by Park Geun-tae, who demanded to know who he thought he was to give orders. Noah's face contorted in rage, a promise of deadly retribution hanging in the air. He would kill first. Park Geun-tae grimaced, realizing it was no use. Noah was beyond control, lost his rage. Kim Jun-woo declared that they would die there, ensuring none would escape the collapsing dungeon. He is clearly angered by the situation, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. The skill is being activated, a dangerous power that could wipe out an entire city. The acquired skill is identified as Apocalypse Survival, Rule 7, also known as Cataclysm. If he were to use Demon King, he could nullify the skill, but the dungeon's current state would collapse for sure. Kim Jun-woo realizes that whichever choice he makes, it's a death sentence, but there's only one way. Even before the regression, this was getting cleared before that skill lands, and he believes he can neutralize it. In that case, Kim Jun-woo steals his resolve, his expression hardening with determination. He decides that he'll have to trust his comrades this time, placing his faith in their abilities. If the dungeon collapses, his comrades stand ready, weapons drawn and faces set with grim determination. A woman urges Kim Jun-woo to do something, her voice filled with desperation and urgency. A voice commands everyone to step back, preparing for an imminent action. The skill user unleashes the attack, screaming for Kim Jun-woo to die. He plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. Elsewhere, Park Gun-tae stands amidst the shattered remains of the dungeon. Power gathers, a blinding light threatening to consume everything. A crimson flash explodes, searing the darkness away. The air crackles with raw, untamed energy. Park Gun-tae's eyes widen in disbelief at the unfolding power. A crushing pressure descends, an unbearable weight on his very being. I've never felt pressure like this before. The force intensifies, threatening to buckle him under its immense strain. Particles of light dance around him, a visual testament to the overwhelming power. His hand clenches, struggling against the invisible force. Muscles strain, his face contorted in a desperate effort to resist. A surge of energy erupts, a final stand against the encroaching darkness. The woman's eyes widened, a silent gasp escaping her lips. His face contorted in disbelief, a shout building in his throat. Amidst the devastation, a lone figure stood, seemingly untouched by the chaos. His arm, mangled and bleeding, was a testament to the battle's ferocity. The injury defied logic, a violation of the expected order. Kneeling in defeat, he voiced his shock, his power negated. Skill, dominance of the strong. While the skill is active, any attacks from those weaker than the caster become null. Park Gun-tae stood, a swirling vortex of purple energy coalescing in his palm. The thought echoed in the mind of the injured man. A cleaner had accomplished this? Park Gun-tae's expression remained smug as the system confirmed the dungeon's stability. The subjugation was complete, the timing impeccable. Kim Min-ju congratulated Han Yu-bin, their mission a success. A woman stands tall, her hand resting near the hilt of her sword. At her feet lies a figure with orange hair. The kneeling man admits he's never taken this much damage before. Before him, the protagonist stands near a swirling purple portal. The kneeling man's expression is one of disbelief. He wonders aloud who the hell the protagonist is. A sinister smile spreads across the protagonist's face, hinting at a hidden confidence. The protagonist recalls a past encounter. Even before his regression, the kneeling man knelt before him and asked the same question. The kneeling man is met with a rhetorical question. Doesn't he already know? The protagonist's eyes narrow, a glint of amusement dancing within them. With a knowing smirk, he declares that he's just a cleaner. Kim Jun-woo activates his unique class skill, Dominance of the Strong. Attacks from those weaker than him become null. The protagonist's power emanates from him, a visible force rippling through the air. A man kneels on the ground, his arm covered in blood, a testament to the battle. He stands over the injured man, a question hanging in the air. Just a cleaner? All split dungeons have been subjugated, and a portal has been generated. The woman with blonde hair and glasses realizes they were doing the subjugation after all. She urgently relays a message. They must tell the Secretary General not to retract the cartel declaration. Elsewhere, the woman with pink hair lunges, thinking, "This idiot." The attack connects, and a man with blonde hair cries out in pain. The woman with pink hair taunts him, asking if he wants her to smack him again like before, promising to show him what real temper looks like. The man with blonde hair grits his teeth, thinking what a temper she has. A woman grips a blonde man's hair, holding him down. Park Gun-tae displays his phone, declaring the situation resolved and the deal complete. An announcement is made to all branch heads and ranked hunters of the International Association. The blonde man realizes he was too late. After speaking with the Korean Association and Kim Jun-woo, it's confirmed there was a misunderstanding. The man in the suit stands tall, awaiting the next announcement. The statement labeling the Korean Association as a cartel is formally retracted. A sincere apology is issued to everyone who worked hard for the International Association. They also apologize for making a hasty judgment without proper confirmation. Park Gun-tae concedes, acknowledging that Kim Jun-woo has won. Park Gun-tae vows there won't be a second time, once the bank items are recovered. A dark figure promises to be the first to cut down their neck. Chloe looked very displeased that the plan had gone awry. Unlike her, Noah seemed completely unbothered, even with the plan's failure. Given his personality, he probably didn't care if the International Association took a hit. He declared the deal was over, and they didn't need to stick around. Chloe scoffed, asking if he seriously thought they wanted to do it together. He retorted that he never said they would. Noah told her to sit down if she didn't like it. Ms. Ayoung then asked if she would be staying there. Ms. Ayoung quickly moved to Noah's side. She told Chloe that she would go with him. The woman with blonde hair seemed surprised by this declaration. Chloe, seemingly resigned, told him to go ahead. She stood silently, a briefcase at her feet, as if waiting for something. The man's face flushed with excitement. He agreed to something with enthusiasm. The man questioned why he would not join the subjugation, a hint of mockery in his tone. Park Geun-tae insisted that she was only there to observe, hoping they wouldn't get the wrong idea. The city loomed, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The group moved forward, their footsteps echoing in the empty streets. One of them stated that once the cartel designation was withdrawn, it couldn't be taken back, right? The other responded that it shouldn't. Changing their stances twice would destroy their credibility. They acknowledged that they were people who couldn't just take the loss, and they definitely wouldn't stay idle. The woman with short hair stated that things wouldn't play out as easily now. Park Geun-tae revealed that once this was over, they planned to merge Karma Corporation and the association. He gazed into the distance, his expression unreadable. On the other side of that door lurks an orange rank monster. It chases you to your death if it gets a chance. Staying here is safer, he thought. One of the women insists they'll be with him. The other notes it spreads a disease deadly to civilians. The tall, bald man says they can't help it if that happens. He tells the others to stay put and forget about fighting. A masked figure walks by, carrying a briefcase. Kids these days, he muses. Protagonist Kim Jun-woo stands before the glowing doorway. He declares that they should get this over with quickly. The brown-haired woman looks determined, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The doorway glows intensely, a portal to the unknown. Beelzebub's eyes glow with malevolent intent. The full form of Beelzebub is revealed, a terrifying sight. Beelzebub attacks. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of a devastating battle. Two figures stand amidst the rubble, the tension between them palpable. Park Geun-tae declares that now is the time to talk. He takes a step forward, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Park Geun-tae demands to know how he knows about his sister's death. Park Geun-tae states that they are finally alone, and he will keep his word. Kim Jun-woo raises 3 fingers, stating he will answer exactly 3 questions. Park Geun-tae's fist clenches, his voice rising in anger as he questions Kim Jun-woo's sanity. His face contorts with rage, his eyes burning with fury. Kim Jun-woo simply replies, "Yep." He holds up 3 fingers, a silent reminder of his limited offer. Kim Jun-woo lowers 1 finger, indicating that Park Geun-tae has 2 questions remaining. He grits his teeth, eyes wide with fury, barely holding back his rage. Kim Jun-woo explains that he knew about the sister's death before his regression, when he opposed the International Association. He reveals that Park Geun-tae himself told him. Kim Jun-woo states he heard it from Park Geun-tae's own mouth. He accuses Park Geun-tae of lying, stating he is not close with the press. Park Geun-tae stands firm, declaring that he has never told anyone this information. Park Geun-tae's associate stands behind him, silent. He wonders what else Kim Jun-woo is curious about. Park Geun-tae brings up the subject of his sister, his face contorted with grief and suspicion. Kim Jun-woo smiles coldly, questioning if she really died in an accident. Park Geun-tae's associate looms over him, demanding that he reveal everything he knows immediately. Kim Jun-woo calmly states that Park Geun-tae has already used all 3 of his chances, suggesting he should have thought more carefully before asking his questions. He warns Park Geun-tae not to think that nullifying one skill means he can push him around, adding that he could kill him right now. Park Geun-tae's associate urges him to calm down and talk. The tension hangs heavy in the air. Kim Jun-woo says that if Park Geun-tae makes the right offer, he might even give him more chances. Park Geun-tae's smug expression belies the venom in his words, a taunt about the protagonist's sister hanging in the air. The bald man in the white coat looms over Kim Jun-woo, demanding he spill everything he knows, his patience wearing thin. Park Geun-tae declares that Kim Jun-woo has used all 3 of his chances, suggesting he should have thought harder before asking questions. The 2 men stand in a standoff, the tension palpable as Park Geun-tae awaits Kim Jun-woo's next move. Park Geun-tae's threat hangs heavy in the air, promising to kill Kim Jun-woo, but also suggesting he calm down and talk. Kim Jun-woo is offered another chance, with a possibility of even more, as Park Geun-tae seems to be toying with him. Park Geun-tae's expression shifts to one of curiosity, as if he's waiting for something unexpected to happen. Park Geun-tae's face contorts in rage, his eyes glowing red as he expresses his disbelief at the situation. The bald man's rage intensifies, demanding to know what Kim Jun-woo was aiming for from start. Kim Jun-woo asserts his dominance, making sure Park Geun-tae knows that he is the one holding the sword. Park Geun-tae reveals that Kim Jun-woo fell for his bait from the start, implying that everything was part of his plan. The woman calls out to Kim Jun-woo, but it was never a fight he could have won. She asks if he is okay, and if the subjugation is over now. They'll see them if they act now, so they'll set another date separately. Park Geun-tae watches them leave, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Park Geun-tae states that it's all done now, and tells someone to get out of here, as the Secretary General will be feeling extremely frustrated waiting for them. A surge of anger erupts, teeth bared in frustration. The man wonders how Park Geun-tae dares to try to use him. Park Geun-tae reveals that this was his whole plan from the beginning. Park Geun-tae smirks, stating that they'll run into each other soon enough. Park Geun-tae says he'll send their contacts, but they should just stay with the International Association for now. If they act like this conversation never happened later on, they better be prepared for it. The man grits his teeth, a storm of fury brewing within. Park Geun-tae's lips curve into a knowing smirk, a glint in his eye. Elsewhere, the sprawling Incheon port bustles with activity, a web of containers and cranes. A group advances, their footsteps echoing in the vast space of the port. One asks what was discussed with that man after the subjugation. Another mentions being nervous about handing over the bank item, so it was tossed. The word hangs in the air, some bait. Park Geun-tae sits, a woman beside him. She notes that he doesn't really trust the International Association. The woman's eyes widen in surprise, questioning why now. One of the group declares that he is suspicious, thinking something else happened. The woman explains that when PB Corporation made him an offer, he must have seen it as a good opportunity. A man's face looms, a chance to investigate things for himself. He dropped hints to get his interest. He is informed that it's Director Kim, so he knows. The question of Sophia's death hangs in the air. Park Geun-tae's face fills the panel as he admits, "Of course I lied." Park Geun-tae sits silently, lost in thought, the weight of his admission settling. The woman with brown hair wonders how she would know that, as he never told her himself. He shifts in his seat, a subtle movement betraying his inner turmoil. The woman with brown hair states that he just threw that out there without knowing the truth about a family matter at that. She adds that she's not such a careless person and will start looking into it now. A voice booms, questioning if someone is bad-mouthing in front of Minju. Park Geun-tae's eyes narrow, stating that the incident smells a little fishy. There's definitely something there, a hidden truth lurking beneath the surface. Park Geun-tae calls out to Kim Minju, summoning her to come closer. A voice declares that they clearly ordered a retreat. Kim Minju is asked why she went ahead with the subjugation. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. If anything had gone wrong, the whole plan could have collapsed. The woman with black hair offered an apology, though her expression remained unreadable. The protagonist, still fixated on a reward, lamented that he still hadn't gotten that beef dinner. The woman stared at him, speechless. The woman with black hair was told that her decision was worthy of the association's ace. She was reminded that Minju and Yubin had saved them. The woman with orange hair stated that she was complimenting them. She then asked when they were getting that beef dinner. The woman with black hair promised that once everything was wrapped up, she would treat them. The woman with orange hair told her to keep that promise. The order was given to withdraw. The group of people acknowledged that it was finally over and began to leave. Someone complimented their boss's good work. It was noted that the International Association would be quiet for a while too. Besides that beef dinner, all the annoying stuff was over. It was time to look for the next honeypot, he thought. The woman with black hair was told that everything wrapped up nicely. She was reminded to keep her promise. The protagonist was on the phone. He stated that it didn't look like they would move right away. The order was given to keep observing the situation. The person on the other end confirmed. He recoiled, his expression a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. The news from the phone call clearly shook him to his core. Kim Jun-woo's eyes darted around, seeking confirmation or perhaps a way out of the unfolding crisis. Park Geun-tae watched him, a flicker of concern in his gaze. Into the phone, Kim Jun-woo issued a terse command, his voice tight with urgency. He was already mobilizing, cutting off any chance of argument. They had barely escaped one disaster, and now another loomed. The situation was spiraling out of control with alarming speed. Kim Jun-woo broke into a sprint, his body a blur of motion as he raced towards an unknown destination. Every second counted. Park Geun-tae's frustration was palpable. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The situation seemed absurd. Elsewhere, a massive cargo ship cut through the waves, its destination shrouded in mystery. The fate of many rested on its journey. A woman with long silver hair, appearing on a screen, inquired about the security of the bank item. Her expression was unreadable. The response came swiftly. The item had been received without incident. The briefcase lay open, revealing its precious contents. The blonde-haired woman offered a heartfelt apology for the events that transpired during the deal. Her regret was evident. Her face was etched with worry, her eyes reflecting the weight of the situation. The consequences of the failed deal were clearly immense. The woman on the screen dismissed her concerns, stating that the Secretary General himself couldn't help. The real issue lay elsewhere. The order came down, confirm something, then bring the bank item to HQ. Emma, CEO of PB Corporation, seemed pleased with the unfolding events. Emma stated that she would bring it to the lab herself. The man with dark skin was told to deliver it to team leader Noah. Emma urged them to proceed and hurry back. The man with dark skin listened intently. The man confirmed he had it. The man with dark skin stated that he had it. The woman with blonde hair agreed. The man with dark skin was told to leave a note with any important details. Emma inquired what the two had been talking about earlier. Emma pressed, asking what the conversation about his sister had been about. The man with dark skin dismissed it. Emma inquired if she was a cleaner for the International Association. It was the first she'd heard of it. Her eyes narrowed, a hint of suspicion flickering across her face. The force of the unseen speaker's words landed like a physical blow. A stern woman commanded someone to stay out of it, her expression unyielding. Emma continued, noting that someone really had no filter with her senior. She stated that they were now part of PB Corporation and should respect what needs to be respected. An enraged man threatened to break someone's pretty mouth, his face contorted with fury. The word chairman hung in the air, juxtaposed against the backdrop of a towering building. A man questioned what someone meant by this, his expression a mix of confusion and anger. The unseen speaker demanded to know if someone would shut down the association, and if someone had put pressure on them. A man, his back turned, denied any pressure, though his posture suggested otherwise. He believed this was the right path, though technically it was not. Something felt off to Kim Jun-woo. What was he really thinking? This decision felt way too sudden for everyone involved. Park Geun-tae had been considering this since the suggestion to make the Korean Association a second international association. And of course, this wasn't a decision Park Geun-tae made alone. The association executives, former chairman Park In-beom, the president, and allied organization officials were all involved. And the woman, who was also part of the decision-making process. It was everyone's decision, including his wife. Park Geun-tae seemed to be breathing heavily, as if under pressure. Park Geun-tae was handing over the association to him. Lead the new association from now on. The man in the black turtleneck states that the decision was everyone's. Jun-woo's name is spoken. Jun-woo is told that he is being handed over the association. The man in the black suit is told to lead the new association from now on. The man in the black turtleneck asks what on earth the other is thinking. Jun-woo is told that the association's position and role have become ambiguous. The man in the black turtleneck says that Jun-woo, of all people, should know. All the association's brilliant prestige is now gone. The text explains how much influence the association used to have, but that its influence has steadily declined. Raid businesses backed by huge capital are snatching not just the direct raids, but also all the affiliated businesses the association used to run. It's not wrong, and above all else, the Death Dungeon. The Reagan Dungeon, the explosion at the administrative headquarters, the bank items, and the fire all contributed to the association's woes. The recent surprise attack on the International Association's operations headquarters only worsened the situation, leaving citizens shaken. With this string of disasters, even the citizens don't trust the association like they used to, seeking alternatives. The question hung in the air. Can the association really go on like this, given the circumstances? Park Geun-tae proposed keeping the association's role, but changing its position to adapt to the current climate. He suggested turning the association into a brand, proposing a merger and acquisition under the name Karma Corporation. Kim Jun-woo's expression hardened. Of course, he couldn't possibly accept this proposal. His goal was to grow the Korean Association into the International Association, not to dismantle it. It wasn't about making his own business successful, but maintaining the association's original form. That was the only way he could grow it into a second international association or become the Secretary General, fulfilling the Karma release condition. Corporation, the very thought sent a chill down his spine. His chance to achieve his goal could disappear forever. No, the association must stay the same, he resolved, steeling himself against the alternative. He insists that if they don't make a change now, all their efforts will be for nothing. The man with the beard explains that they're just changing the structure to a corporation. Park Geun-tae states he plans to keep everything else the same as he faces Kim Jun-woo. He points out that if they were to merge under the Karma name, then Jun-woo would become the association president. The man with dark hair says that everyone wants him to be the one to hold things together. Park Geun-tae continues, saying it's better for a well-funded corporation to take over than a powerless, independent association. The protagonist says he understands, but seems to be thinking something else. To Park Geun-tae's surprise, Kim Jun-woo says he'll accept his proposal to become president. Kim Jun-woo states he'll take over the association and be the association president, wondering if it was too easy. Park Geun-tae thinks to himself that knowing his personality, he thought he'd hesitate, wondering if he's good at persuading people. Park Geun-tae laughs, calling it an excellent decision, saying that Kim Jun-woo will lead the new association well. Kim Jun-woo thinks that the subsidiary he started as a front now has to swallow up the main headquarters. His plans have been thrown way off course by recent events. He might have to start over from square one, but there was only one reason he accepted the proposal. The stakes are high, and the consequences of failure are dire. The International Association looms large, a shadowy organization with unknown motives. Park Geun-tae has been attacked, and those moving in secret are resorting to more violent methods. They've now gotten their hands on both the time and supernatural stones, escalating the conflict. Then, someone else might die, a grim prospect hanging over everything. It's now a dangerous position, no matter who sits in it, he realizes. Now, Kim Jun-woo has to face them himself, a decision made with grim determination. Park Geun-tae tells him that he's been working hard all along and should now rest somewhere quiet. The protagonist is asked if he's the kind of guy who'd just dump all the responsibility and walk away, as Park Geun-tae wonders if they'll ever see each other again. Park Geun-tae admits he doesn't have the guts to be the one in charge, but he'll support from behind the scenes. He vowed to actively support the association from his position. Park Geun-tae thought that director Lee Do-shik wasn't cut out for the president's seat. This morning, the Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dimension Management Association held a press conference. Association President Lee Do-shik stated that it would be difficult for a non-profit organization to continue raids in the privatized market. President Kim Jun-woo pledged to use this merger as an opportunity to create a new welcome. The new paradigm in the raid market would not just be domestically, but overseas as well. Furthermore, with the inheriting of the legacy of the Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dimension Management Association, he declared that he would take full responsibility for stabilizing the raid market and ensuring the safety of the public. Former director Kim Jun-woo is now back in the association, and he is welcomed back. Kim Jun-woo thanked everyone for the welcome. Kim Jun-woo, former director and now president of the association under Karma Corporation. He is congratulated on his return as director, no president. The merger and the appointment of a former cleaner as president felt like ruin. One subordinate found it illogical, agreeing that they were totally ruined. Another man snapped, annoyed by the complaining before they'd even started. He suggested they focus on some cleaning. Team leader Ju was asked what his problem was. Had he already forgotten how that bastard screwed them over? Kim Jun-woo stood silently, a slight smile playing on his lips as he listened to the complaints. One of the men declared that if they were done with that, they should hurry up and get to the operation. Another man replied that they didn't have an operation today. One of the men suggested some cleaning. He wondered what the hell was wrong with her. He walked past stacks of documents. He thought to himself that maybe he shouldn't have agreed to become the president. Someone told CEO Kim that it wasn't right, asking if they should call him president. Kim Jun-woo asked them to just call him by his name like a normal person. He mused that he was anything but ordinary. A man with an eye patch observed that he seemed to want to be addressed ordinarily. A voice congratulated him on finally taking his seat, asking what his plans were. Kim Jun-woo planned to keep the overall system the same as the old associations, though he would handle the planning and details in his own way, having people in mind who would do a better job than anyone else. The woman with long black hair agrees to be in charge of all domestic raids. Kim Jun-woo states that their goal is to be recognized as an international raid organization within 1 year. He warns that there is one thing they need to be careful about, prompting a confused reaction from his subordinates. The director reflects that their start has been smooth so far, but that doesn't mean there's nothing to be wary of. Kim Jun-woo's expression hardens as he considers the most persistent and vicious thing. He thinks that the one thing that can drag the situation straight to rock bottom in a single blow is to not do anything that could be used against them by karma. The director walks through the office, thinking that with this, the basic setup is complete. He believes that for now, this should be enough talent to lead the new association with, and that the International Association guys will have to clean up their own mess. Kim Jun-woo thinks to head to the US as soon as possible, before experiencing a sudden headache. He clutches his head, feeling like it's going to split open. The director wonders if this headache could be something more. Kim Jun-woo collapses, papers flying from his grasp, as he thinks to stabilize the association until then. A red-tinted system alert flashes, lines of code and warnings filling the screen. The message warns that failure to achieve the goal will result in Kim Jun-woo's complete annihilation. The system message details the karma release condition, ascending to a high-ranking position within the International Supernatural Association. A passive skill activates, obsessive cleanliness syndrome. The system urges him to just go clean. The screen is filled with a repeated question, why aren't you cleaning, as the passive skill's effect intensifies. A hidden skill is revealed, along with a strict time limit of just over 4 years. Failure carries a penalty. He grits his teeth, the weight of the new conditions pressing down on him. The shimmering surface of the water reflects a tense question. Was it truly alright to not see Kim Jun-woo? The tiger companion seemed unconcerned, while Park Geun-tae chuckled, recalling the tired look on the newly inaugurated face. Park Geun-tae, the first president of the Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dimension Management Association, was told he was really something else. The man with white hair responded that it was bad enough he was pushed into becoming the president. Lee Do-shik, the 2nd president, added that Park Geun-tae also had to hand over the entire organization to someone else just when he was getting used to it. Lee Do-shik chuckled, stating that for him, becoming president was the only option he had. The tiger looked on as Park Geun-tae was asked if he didn't regret it. Park Geun-tae responded that it wasn't like he wanted to be president in the first place, and he didn't care what happened to the association. More importantly, Lee Do-shik was about to say something else. The fishing line sank into the water as Lee Do-shik continued his thought, while Park Geun-tae listened. Park Geun-tae dangled the fish, remarking that he would hand the association over to him. The fish flopped, as Park Geun-tae looked on with a raised eyebrow. A tiger roared, its power seemingly contained within the image. The tiger, small and cartoonish, carried a fish in its mouth. It seemed to be time. Park Geun-tae asked if it was right for the person who could do it better to take over. He figured that much out. Park Geun-tae wondered what it would have been like if Kim Jun-woo had become a hunter. He was talented, so he probably would have reached the top of the domestic rankings in no time. Park Geun-tae paused, considering the possibilities. He made a name for himself not just in Korea, but on the world stage. It's not like he knew the full extent of his abilities. Kim Jun-woo stood, bathed in blue light, a figure of immense potential. No, he could have even aimed for #1 in the world. Park Geun-tae urged him to be just #1, suggesting he would have achieved SSS rank. The other man laughed, saying that was going a bit too far. The conversation shifts, the topic turning to Kim Jun-woo. Park Geun-tae is asked his feelings on the matter, but he believes he's already made his thoughts clear. The other man clarifies, suggesting a different kind of relationship. An image flashes of a man in a suit carrying a woman in a maid outfit, a vision of a potential future. The man with the eye patch expresses his excitement, hearing that Jun-woo and Lee-young are always together. Park Geun-tae's face is partially obscured by his cap, but the man with the eye patch seems to think something is already happening. A sudden, forceful command breaks the reverie. A man lies on the ground, defeated. A figure stands tall, looming over another. His eyes snapped open, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. A splitting headache pounded behind his eyes as he struggled to sit up. Damn it. He pushed himself to his feet, confusion clouding his thoughts. How long was I out? He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, trying to place where he was. Is this the president's office? I was definitely in the conference room. He remembered something, a flicker of light. Park Geun-tae's face appeared, his expression a mix of concern and relief. Team leader Park Geun-tae. No, head of cleaning. He reached for a glass of water, his hand slightly trembling. A voice echoed, concern lacing every word. Are you really all right? I called the medical team while bringing you here. They should be arriving any minute now. Kim Jun-woo's expression hardened, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Already called and told him not to come. Park Geun-tae continued, his tone laced with worry. You were fine even when you were cleaning dungeons full-time. Kim Jun-woo dismissed his concerns, a faint smile playing on his lips. It was just from fatigue, so I'm fine now. I guess using my head is more tiring. Despite his words, a sense of unease settled over him. Something was off. Clearly, karma definitely sent me a warning. He stared at the screen, the data painting a grim picture. His unofficial ranking was 1st in Korea, 37th in the world. The screen flashed a warning. The current relationship with the International Hunter Association was very hostile. The probability of achieving his goal by following the current plan was a mere 1.068%. The confirmation of the Korean Association's corporatization and the deviation from the original plan made him anticipate a warning from karma. It seemed lenient about the process of becoming the Secretary General itself, but the numbers told their own story. Of course, it could just be a warning, but he gripped his pants, a knot forming in his stomach. The feeling was different from before, and he felt anger and a sense of unease wash over him. The screen displayed the conditions. Upon achieving the goal, the aptitude would be automatically unlocked, and he would return to the moment before his death. If he failed, Hunter Kim Jun-woo would be completely annihilated. What on earth was it trying to tell him? He wondered, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He needed to think of anything. Was he missing something crucial in all of this? Park Geun-tae approached him, a concerned expression on his face. Ah, it's fine. Do you need something? The man clasped his hands together, sweat beading on his knuckles. Well, you see. Park Geun-tae continued. I know it's shameless of me to ask on your first day, but I was waiting, thinking you might listen. He had tried to resolve the problem himself, using all his abilities. But it simply wasn't working out, leaving Park Geun-tae to wonder. Park Geun-tae explained that he'd been making suggestions to higher-ups, but the association had been busy. He mentioned a problem with the cleaning team. Kim Jun-woo declared that his body had been itching for a good clean anyway, so he would go to the cleaning team himself. Park Geun-tae knew that Kim Jun-woo had always loved cleaning. Park Geun-tae pointed out that it was Kim Jun-woo's first day, and he must have so much to do. He was directly alleviating the staff's grievances. Kim Jun-woo stated that it was the duty of a representative, and a true leader should be able to take care of even small details. Park Geun-tae thanked Kim Jun-woo, saying the cleaning team members would be thrilled if he went himself. He would just dump the paperwork on the support team for a bit. Kim Jun-woo thought, definitely not, because he was trying to slack off. First, Kim Jun-woo needed to do the things only he could do. The screen displays a message, hinting at the source of the team's frustration. Park Geun-tae stands before the screen, the words passive skill cleanliness syndrome looming behind him. The team's discontent has been building for some time. A voice booms out, questioning how much longer they must endure the situation. One of the cleaning team members asks why they are being questioned, stating they've already submitted a request. Choi Dae-hai, of Cleaning Team 2, wonders if the higher-ups are even listening. She expresses her frustration, noting that management always postpones addressing their concerns. Another voice challenges, asking if they're implying management has never listened to them before. Woo Byung-jin and Bae Hae-gap, team leader of Cleaning Team 2, believe someone in charge will be sent down. The team members continue to voice their concerns, questioning if the company even wants them to work. This is the reason they were so on edge. The facility was none other than the temporary storage facility. As for the situation, Im Dong-bin, the explanation fairy, would fill her in. Why would they cancel their cleaning lecture? The sign read, Temporary Corpse Storage Facility. The facility was an institution established throughout the city. The cleaning team used it to temporarily store corpses after their work. After noting the monster's type, name, and any special characteristics, they sorted the corpses. A designated transport company collected the corpses every night. They delivered them to a nearby byproduct. This method had been used since the days of the old Korean Association, all the way to Karma. But recently, a complaint was filed regarding the temporary storage facility in District 19. The area was famous for its wealthy residents. The reasons to request the closure of the temporary storage facility were piling up. In truth, this was an unreasonable request. Naturally, for the safety of the citizens, the temporary storage facility was built underground. It was thoroughly managed to prevent issues like foul odors or gas leaks. A nearby apartment complex cited foul odors and emotional distress. At first, they tried to resolve it peacefully through dialogue, but the backlash was too severe. The storage facility was shut down, marking the beginning of a new problem. With the storage facility in that district gone, they had no choice but to relocate the corpses to another district's facility. Previously, corpses were collected nightly, making it less noticeable to the public. The change led to increased visibility and, consequently, another complaint arose from the residents. Citing a negative impact on children's emotional well-being, plans were made to regulate corpse transport near schools and apartments. Ultimately, they had to take the longest possible detours from that area to reach other storage facilities. Even as they endured and continued their work, news spread that monster corpses had been completely driven out of the neighborhood apartment complexes. Now, requests to shut down storage facilities are flooding in from all sides. Im Dong-bin and Bae Hae-gap, who were sent in earlier to resolve it, find themselves facing an uphill battle. It was never a problem that a mere cleaning team employee could solve in the first place. Had they gone around town showing off the corpses or something? They even covered them properly with vinyl, so they couldn't be seen. Choi Dae-hai and Woo Byung-jin discussed the situation. She asks if he really thinks it's because of the kids. Han Sang-hyuk believe they just don't like monster corpses being moved around in their living areas. He expresses his concern, stating that the current problem isn't something they can solve on their own. The team leader assures Woo Byung-jin that he and the other seniors are having a much harder time than him. Woo Byung-jin sighs, relieved to hear that his team leader is also struggling. Choi Dae-hai, visibly annoyed, wonders if she should just go meet the president herself. Her anger flares. She thinks she can give him a piece of her mind. Choi Dae-hai confronts Im Dong-bin, asking if he's the new association president. She heard that the baby president used to be a cleaner, too, and asks if that's true. Choi Dae-hai questions if Im Dong-bin is kidding her, asking if he's too busy handling important stuff like subjugations and overseas business. She calls him a thoughtless blockhead, stating that he's hopeless and needs to start over as a cleaner. Choi Dae-hai demands that Im Dong-bin repeat after her. Cleaning is the foundation of the association. She insists that he should be paying more attention, repeating that cleaning is the foundation of the association. She stands defiantly, facing the man in the suit. Two figures in black uniforms approach from behind, their expressions unreadable. The two figures tower over Choi Dae-hai. They declare that she's not on their team, their tone cold and dismissive. Elsewhere, a man with crimson hair stares wide-eyed, his face contorted in a realization of error. Choi Dae-hai raises her arms, tension radiating from her posture. Is she being blamed for the shutdown requests? The woman with purple hair confirms the situation, her expression unreadable. The pressure mounts. Park Geun-tae observes, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He wonders if Choi Dae-hai finds her work difficult. Park Geun-tae urges Choi Dae-hai to speak freely, despite his position. He questions her about the difficulties she faced when submitting the proposal. Silence hangs heavy in the air. The tension is palpable as everyone awaits a response. The woman with purple hair remains standing with her arms raised, while Park Geun-tae watches her. Woo Byung-jin sits silently. Meanwhile, Choi Dae-hai asks if this is how they want her to act. She notes that their work is becoming more difficult due to requests to shut down temporary storage sites. Park Geun-tae states that she submitted the proposal because there were difficulties. He adds that their entire work schedule is being delayed. The man in uniform is called out by name. Woo Byung-jin is accused of being a punk. Woo Byung-jin wonders why they are acting like he's going to bite them. He notes that their average daily workload could decrease by over 40% if this continues. The task was nearly complete, but time was quickly running out. He knew he had to move, a pressing need driving him forward. Lee Young was likely already in the president's office, dealing with the situation. Her expression was grim as she reviewed the data on her tablet. A note urgently requested paperwork approvals, signed by Kim Jun-woo. What could he do to expedite things? He was tired of being stuck doing paperwork. The command was clear: step on the accelerator and go faster. The president was present as a swirling portal of energy crackled before them. He insisted on accompanying them, stating it would be shameful not to. The equipment was presented, but the man seemed hesitant to accept it. They appreciated the offer, but the equipment was too dirty for him to use. It was the protective suit he used as a cleaner. Even the gas masks and other cleaning equipment are all old models. Lee Young notes that they don't even have enough spares. They've been using the same equipment for days. The stains are a complete disaster. Kim Jun-woo is asked if they're still using this kind of equipment. He responds that he allocated a budget for it. Kim Jun-woo heard that the situation made it difficult for them to replace the equipment. On top of that, some of the apartment complexes are filing complaints. Speaking of which, they have also been demanding settlement money for emotional distress. It seems that much of the budget is being spent on that. Kim Jun-woo is asked how he knows all this in such detail when he's just a rookie. He seems to know more than he lets on. Kim Jun-woo says it's all things that team leader Bae and the seniors told him. The man with stubble thinks that the more he sees Kim Jun-woo, the more he likes him. As he thought, there's no way department head Park Geun-tae was just slacking off. Their precious company budget was being leaked somewhere else. He grits his teeth, the frustration evident in his tightened jaw. The protagonist knows that first, he needs to pinpoint the core issue. His gaze sharpens, focusing on the task ahead. The team knows that it will get dangerous if they delay any longer. Choi Dae-hai says that if he can dismantle this faster than her, she'll let him put his arms down. She is the ace of cleaning team 2. Everyone is told to set their timers. The team is ready to go in. Woo Byung-jin says he just came here to slack off a bit, but this brings back old memories. The team stands ready, their expressions a mix of determination and concern. The temporary storage site looms in the distance. Someone demands to know when exactly they're going to shut down the temporary storage site in their neighborhood. The man in the suit asks if they could please try to be more understanding, as the Sector 12 temporary storage site is quite a distance from their complex, ma'am. The matter at hand was of utmost importance, a location of critical value. The Platinum Park Complex Women's Association president questioned if he thought she was interfering with his work. The Platinum Park Complex Women's Association president reminded him of the elementary school near the storage site. The constant transportation of remains, back and forth, day and night, weighed heavily on the children. He assured her that they were transporting the remains as securely sealed as possible. The Platinum Park Complex Women's Association president stated they normally only transport them once per night. The Platinum Park Complex Women's Association president noted the many requests to close the storage sites. He explained that they had no choice but to transport them during the day as well. The Platinum Park Complex Women's Association president, visibly enraged, demanded the immediate shutdown of the storage site. She emphasized the emotional distress it caused, her voice sharp and unwavering. He promised that they would come up with a solution as soon as possible. The Platinum Park Complex Women's Association president dismissed his promise, stating it was his problem to solve. Sighing deeply, he wondered what course of action he should take. Han Sang-hyuk wondered aloud if she had stopped by again today. Mun So-yeon stood beside him, holding a stack of documents. Han Sang-hyuk confirmed that she had asked them to shut down the Sector 12 storage site as well. The man in the suit exclaimed that they absolutely could not do that. Mun So-yeon stated that leaving the storage site in the Gangnam area would be a disaster if they blocked that one too. The man in the suit wondered what choice they had, suggesting they might have to give them some support funds like last time. He then asked if there was any budget left. Barely. The frustrated man exclaimed that this was driving him crazy, adding that he had to replace the cleaning team's equipment too. He was clearly at his wit's end. Mun So-yeon exclaimed to the department head not to lose his precious few hairs. The woman looked distressed. The text bubble suggested talking to Jun-woo. No, the president. He is trying his best, but nothing seems to be working out. The team acknowledges that their president always works hard for them. The department head is confident that he will be able to solve the problem. He expresses his gratitude, feeling indebted to everyone. The president is praised for being much better than most cleaners. The question arises, Where will they transport the byproducts now? They used to go to Sector 19, but that area has been shut down. Now, they must go to Sector 12 in Gangnam. One of them asks if Sector 12 isn't pretty far, but the other says it can't be helped. Despite the association struggles, he finds the situation inefficient. Kim Jun-woo resolves to tear it all down and start from scratch. He wonders if they have been working like this since before he took office. Trucks rumbled down the road, heading towards the distant Sector 12. The team had arrived 50 minutes earlier than usual, he thought, due to the light traffic. Park Geun-tae considered the waste of time if they had to travel to a storage site in rush hour. Park Geun-tae clicked his tongue, dismissing the thought as nonsense. Kim Jun-woo stated that he also had a daughter about that age, and that all kids were the same. A flashback showed a mother telling her child that if they didn't go to the academy, they'd end up like them. The mother asked if the child wanted to live their life, touching dead monsters and not earning much. Park Geun-tae chuckled, telling Kim Jun-woo not to pay her any mind. The child protested, but the mother insisted she was talking about them, not him. Kim Jun-woo's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Park Geun-tae. The man questioned if Park Geun-tae thought he employed them all just to be insulted on the street. Kim Jun-woo demanded that Park Geun-tae hold on and repeat what he had just said. A voice boomed, demanding to know what they all thought they were doing. A woman with dogs approached, stating she had told them to close the place down and not to store things there. The woman's voice echoed, demanding to know if they had heard from their superiors. Park Geun-tae stood his ground as the woman pointed accusingly, the air thick with tension. She raised her voice, questioning who they were to make such a loud disturbance. Kang Sun-ok scoffed, implying that their employee training was severely lacking. Kang Sun-ok identified herself as the president of the Women's Association for Platinum Park. Kim Jun-woo remained stoic, listening to Kang Sun-ok's complaints. Kang Sun-ok's face contorted in rage, demanding to know what he had said. Park Geun-tae's expression hardened, finding the situation unbelievable. Park Geun-tae demanded to know his name, his tone aggressive. Kang Sun-ok threatened to report everything to his boss immediately. Kang Sun-ok identified Park Geun-tae as the department head, reiterating her warning not to use the storage site. Kang Sun-ok, still on the phone, continued to argue about the site. The voice booms, accusing someone of storing things again. Menacing growls echo as two dogs bare their teeth. The voice declares his name is Kim Jun-woo, assuming he's a rookie. Kang Sun-ok stands defiantly, stating she won't stand for it anymore. She demands understanding. Kim Jun-woo appears, his expression unreadable. The woman's voice warns that he's in big trouble now. Kang Sun-ok, a sinister grin spreading across her face, relays that his boss is on his way. She orders him to wait right there. The woman stands firm, her anger palpable as she declares she won't stand for it anymore. He looks down, a smirk playing on his lips as he addresses someone as a rookie. The woman's face contorts with rage, her words a clear threat. You're in big trouble now. A message appears on a phone screen, delivering a stark warning. Your boss is on his way, so you just wait right here. The man and two women react with shock, their faces reflecting disbelief and fear. Elsewhere, a woman and a man stand before a car, the scene hinting at a swift departure. The man and woman are rushing, their expressions urgent as they respond to a call. He questions if they thought it wouldn't escalate, demanding if they understand who they're dealing with. The man in uniform stood beside the woman in the pink tracksuit as she laughed, seemingly amused by the unfolding situation. Her expression shifted, her voice rising as she warned, "You should watch who you mess with. You've really picked a fight with the wrong person today." A new figure arrived on the scene. Han Yu-bin, director of the planning division, demanded, "Could you tell me what's happening here?" Han Yu-bin, dressed in a suit, stood with a stern expression, flanked by another man in a suit. The woman in the pink tracksuit's face contorted with rage as she prepared to speak her mind. The woman in the pink tracksuit stood alongside Han Yu-bin and the man in uniform, her anger palpable. The woman's words echoed. "I'm telling you, I specifically told Manager Park not to use this storage facility today, but these guys are bringing corpses here again." Her thoughts raced, calling us guys and speaking so casually when we just met. The woman continued her tirade, exclaiming, "Good grief, how can you even think of transporting something so revolting in a..." Her anger intensified as she declared, "Perfect, then this should be a residential area. Anyway, hurry up and send these people somewhere else, and make sure they can never use this place again." The woman, now face to face with Han Yu-bin, threatened, "If this happens one more time, I'm filing a complaint with the district office." She continued her rant, "Is supposed to serve the people, but you're ignoring a citizen's request? Oh, and what's wrong with this guy?" The Platinum Park Complex Women's Association president fumes, unable to believe his audacity. Seriously, how does he even train his staff to behave in such a manner? The woman with brown hair declares that she can't just let this go. She demands that he apologize for his subordinate, or she'll speak to his president herself. The woman with brown hair states that she wants to talk to him. The man in black sighs, seemingly unfazed by her threats. The woman with brown hair declares that she'll go to his president. Her eyes widen, a realization dawning on her face. The Platinum Park Complex Women's Association president is shocked, questioning if he is the president. The dogs bark, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. The man in black stands calmly, surrounded by the excited dogs. He apologizes for the delayed introduction, revealing himself as Kim Jun-woo, president of Karma Corporation. He crouched, his gaze fixed on the small dogs that surrounded him. The Women's Association president recoiled, aghast at the idea of a president doing such work. The Women's Association president explained that they had been receiving numerous complaints about the temporary storage facilities. After witnessing the situation, he saw no need for further investigation. The Women's Association president's face contorted in anger. The Women's Association president insisted that the storage facility not be used anymore. The Women's Association president questioned the need for reasoning, stating the problem was obvious. The thought of living near monster corpses filled the Women's Association president with disgust. He acknowledged her point, assuming she agreed with him. The Women's Association president clarified that she was suggesting tearing down the apartment building. If she didn't want a storage facility near the apartment building, then the issue would be solved if the apartment building was gone, right? The Women's Association president hears Jun-woo Kim's words, finding his suggestion perfectly convenient for employee housing. Kang Sun-ok, head of the Women's Association, responds with a forced laugh, her expression unreadable. Kim Jun-woo looms over her, his smile sharp. He asks if his suggestion sounds crazy. The Women's Association president declares that she will be crystal clear about her stance. Kang Sun-ok states firmly that they will not be closing any temporary storage facilities from now on. Kim Jun-woo addresses the woman and child standing nearby, prompting a confused reaction from the woman. The woman recalls a previous conversation about the importance of studying hard, meant to be educational. The child looks on with a solemn expression, stating that he is not trying to start an argument. Kim Jun-woo acknowledges that he is fully aware that this kind of attitude still exists. The Women's Association president states that such prejudices are obviously real. Kim Jun-woo declares that he can't blame only her for this situation. The woman and child stand together, listening to the exchange between Kim Jun-woo and Kang Sun-ok. The sentiment was shared by many, the situation demanding a comprehensive resolution. Dungeon cleaners worked tirelessly, though their efforts were often misunderstood. As long as the negative perception of cleaners persisted, the same problems would continue to arise. To dismiss their work as merely unpleasant was incredibly self-centered, he thought. The family knew this situation needed a complete solution, their expressions reflecting concern. What dungeon cleaners actually did, and why they were essential, remained a mystery to many. He knew he needed to change how the public saw them, by any means necessary. People with so-called compensation money fueled his anger. He needed to stop his hard-earned money from being wasted. Director Han Yubin agreed, seeing the current waste as unacceptable. The solution: organize a dungeon expo for students next week. Whether his employees were forced to use distant storage facilities or he had to silence an expo, from planning to cleaning and byproduct disposal, the woman thought they should use this chance to educate people about the entire process. She informs the three figures that she will provide VIP passes, urging them to attend. Han Yubin states her intention to move forward with securing employee housing. A child is shown, looking somber. Han Yubin instructs team leader Bae Haegap to finish the job, bringing the current discussion to a close. The consequences of not attending weigh heavily on her mind. A figure with purple hair desperately pleads for someone not to come. The figure yearns for a house as well. Someone wonders why she's being stared at in such a way. The question is posed to President Kim. What is the reason for all of this? Han Yubin is told that she could have simply brushed off the complaints, though she would have caught some heat. The question arises, why go as far as organizing an entire expo? It's honestly irritating. Someone remarks that there's a limit to power trips as Han Yubin listens. The man in the suit states the need to shift public opinion. He admits that explaining things to everyone is not so easy. The man in the suit believes that seeing is believing. Han Yubin is told that they need to get everything ready within a week. Han Yubin is asked why she is being asked about the expo, as it is a responsibility. Bae Haegap expresses his distaste for fan conventions. Bae Haegap thinks it would be a disaster if Lee Ae-young found out about this. Bae Haegap mentions he bumped into her earlier, and she seemed to be in a foul mood. It's mentioned that she's getting deployed to Eclipse for a week. It's also mentioned that someone dumped their paperwork on her. Bae Haegap says she was goofing around and setting up an expo, and he doesn't even want to think about it. Bae Haegap looks concerned. He listens to the man in the suit, who asks what he wants from him. Since the expo was already announced, it seems to have to follow through anyway. The man in the suit admits he was irritated earlier, but the timing works out now. The goal is to change how people view dungeon cleaners. The man in the suit declares he will handle all the preparations, so they need to do exactly what he says. Bae Haegap seems to be questioning the situation. Meanwhile, it's the day of the Dungeon Expo, and the building looms large. Someone urges everyone to move, as the expo starts in an hour. Staff members are seen preparing for the expo. The woman with orange hair finds this too much. She complains about being made to run the expo dressed like this out of nowhere. She questions the nonsense and asks if they are serious about this. A question hangs in the air. What is the point of this expo? Isn't the expo meant to improve the public's perception of the dungeon cleaning team? The plan is to create an image that is completely different from what people expect of cleaners. And what better way to put people at ease than to be pretty and adorable? The maid outfit, a symbol of cleanliness, is now being reimagined. The woman with orange hair questions if the adorable part is herself. Now, she announces, it's time to introduce today's main attraction. The mascot, in charge of cuteness, will capture the visitors' hearts at this expo. The maid outfit is on full display, a symbol of the cleaning team's new image. A cleaning cat, with President Kim Jong-woo setting the example, appears. The cat maid figure demands to know what everyone is staring at. The maid outfit is presented as the main attraction. He gaped, sweat dripping down his face as he wore the maid outfit. Behind him, another figure in a similar outfit looked equally horrified. A voice declared the scene to be so gross, the sentiment hanging in the air like a palpable stench. The Dungeon Clearing Expo was now open, drawing crowds eager to see the latest advancements. A voice boomed, welcoming everyone to the Dungeon Clearing Expo. Kim Min-ju, director of operations, announced that he would be the host for the day. Attendees gathered around, eager to hear what Kim Min-ju had to say about the expo. The Dungeon Clearing Expo, hosted by Karma Corporation, was organized into various sections. The expo was divided into 8 halls with 16 different sections, covering dungeon clearing basics. The maid outfit Kim Min-ju wore was quite revealing. Some attendees were impressed by Kim Min-ju's maid outfit, while others made unwanted advances. Some attendees whispered, commenting on Kim Min-ju's appearance and popularity. Kim Min-ju tried to remain calm, knowing that getting angry would only hurt him. The command and control team, someone explains, plays a crucial role in dungeon clearing. Park Geun-tae wonders why Kim Min-ju, not even on the cleaning team, is dressed like that. A chibi-style character retorts, asking if it even matters, stating it's nice to look at. Someone asks if an opening speech should be given, changing the subject. Park Geun-tae suggests that they should at least explain the purpose and significance of this expo to everyone. He questions the point of repeatedly telling them it has this or that meaning. The man in the suit believes they need to see it for themselves, as talking didn't work in the first place. Most visitors were students on field trips, with some families and friend groups mixed in. Like any expo, they plan to offer both individual and group tours, the children exclaim. Park Geun-tae states that the main attraction of this expo is a special experience only available to the VIPs he invited. Someone reflects on the trouble they went through to prepare this special experience. Someone questions why they had to invite those Kumin high school kids, noting they're pretty notorious troublemakers. Team Leader Bae reported that the Kumin kids constantly harass them in that area. Park Geun-tae grabbed someone by the collar, his expression hardening with intent. He stated that he invited them to give them a proper education, among other reasons. A figure in a cat-made outfit stood in a doorway, ready to greet the attendees. The attendees were welcomed to this year's expo, the speaker's expression unreadable. Now, it was time to entertain their VIPs, the cat costume's face filling the frame. Kim Jong-woo introduced himself as the guide for the Dungeon Clearing Expo. The person in the cat-made outfit greeted everyone, while the attendees whispered amongst themselves. The attendees questioned if the president would really be doing tours himself. Some guests hadn't arrived yet, so they were asked to wait a bit longer, the attendees snickering. Up close, there's no way that's Kim Jong-woo, one attendee thought. The attendees were totally surprised that the guy dressed like that was President Kim Jong-woo. An unseen figure expresses impatience, suggesting a desire to take a break. The man in the cat costume is asked to wait a moment, as others are expected to arrive soon. He greets the arriving group, signaling that the gathering is complete. The group observes the protagonist, with one person commenting on his coolness. The woman with brown hair appears irritated, her expression suggesting disapproval. The woman with brown hair announces that everyone is present, setting the stage for the next activity. A figure declares that the tour is about to begin, hinting at the start of an event. A man with an eye patch expresses surprise at the mention of a dungeon expo. The man with an eye patch learns that Kim Jong-woo is hosting the Dungeon Expo himself, finding it random. The man with an eye patch hears about complaints regarding the removal of temporary storage facilities, calling the people selfish. Even though public opinion of dungeon cleaners has improved, most people still don't understand, Kim Jong-woo thinks. Park Geun-tae clicks his tongue, calling Kim Jong-woo that stubborn kid, clearly disapproving of something. He always charges ahead without thinking when it comes to his employees, Park Geun-tae thinks, holding a mug. The tiger sits at the table with Park Geun-tae and Kim Jong-woo, listening to their conversation. It eventually had to be done, someone says. Kim Jong-woo is called a rascal. The president acting as a tour guide might look a bit odd, but isn't it kind of sweet? Park Geun-tae's expression is unreadable as he listens to the others talk about Kim Jun-woo. The tiger asks what's wrong, tilting its head. The others look at each other, considering the question. Someone doubts Kim Jun-woo is just going to calmly guide them around, knowing his personality. The tiger and the man with the beard look at each other, seemingly agreeing with the sentiment. Someone says that there's no way he'd lose his temper. He's a president now. After all, the tiger suggests they should sneak in and take a look, and the man with the eye patch agrees, saying let's do it. Kim Jun-woo stared at the sword in its display case, marveling at its craftsmanship. Another man nearby scoffed, calling him an idiot. A voice declared that the sword was, of course, not real. Another voice excitedly pointed out a gun elsewhere in the room. A child, surrounded by adults, complained to their mother about being sleepy as the tour continued onward. The tour guide explained the roles of the control team, support team, and operations team, as well as the overall subjugation system. The guide announced that next, in Hall 8, they would learn about the non-combat teams specifically. The dungeon post-management teams were responsible for dungeon cleaning and byproduct management, a voice explained. Someone questioned why they had to listen to stories about cleaners. Another asked if they could just leave now. A voice chuckled, stating they were almost done, urging everyone to pay attention and follow to the very end. Someone remarked that if they had gone to school, they wouldn't have seen Kim Min-ju in a maid outfit, laughing at the thought. Someone else groaned, calling the others perverts as they approached a dark doorway. The sound of footsteps echoed as someone wondered what the hell was going on, noting how dark it was in here. A voice declared they couldn't see anything, stating it was like a real dungeon as they entered the darkness. He wondered aloud if the other had ever actually been inside a dungeon. The group listened as one of them began to explain the dungeon cleaning team's role. The man with short hair laughed, calling someone a crazy bastard and asking how much servants make. One of the group wondered why they weren't doing it themselves if the servants made good money. He scoffed, stating that if the pay sucked, he'd hire someone to clean his room. The sound of something stopping echoed in the dungeon. The character in the maid outfit looked at them, thinking they could study for 100 years and still be hopeless. Someone asked how much cleaners make, followed by the sound of a smack. He exclaimed, complaining about his eyes and questioning what the hell they thought they were doing. The character with red hair stated that they probably make twice as much as the company's students will kill themselves studying to get into. No, actually 3 times as much. The character with red hair questioned if they were servants to the operations team. The character in the maid outfit stated that they didn't explain that the cleaning team schedule is the most critical part of planning a subjugation. The student with black hair is told that he wasn't listening. Therefore, he is talking nonsense. A student with brown hair cries out, startled by the sight before her. What is that? Before them lies a massive bloody monster. The sight causes another student to exclaim, what the hell? The student with brown hair recoils in horror. She questions if it is a real monster. The character in the maid outfit stands near the monster's corpse. She states that there is no need to mention it. The character in the maid outfit explains that this is normally a hands-on experience. However, it's different for the VIPs. The monster lies covered in blood. The character in the maid outfit declares that they will all have to do the cleaning themselves, as this is a special service for VIPs. The student with glasses asks if she is serious. The student with brown hair looks on in disbelief. The students are asked if they want to clean up that thing. The student with brown hair asks if they really have to do that, stating that it's disgusting. Another student asks if she is insane. The character in the maid outfit crosses her arms. She asks if she looks like she's kidding and states that none of them are leaving until the cleaning is complete. The student with brown hair exclaims in disbelief at the situation. Another student urges them to just do it. A voice orders the students to finish quickly and get out of there. A woman in a maid outfit states she didn't expect the lady to move first, offering cleaning tools. Another woman expresses annoyance, implying this was the other's plan all along. A close-up reveals a knife, its blade reflecting the light. The woman with brown hair holds the knife, her expression wild. The woman in the maid outfit explains that skimming money from the equipment budget led to this situation. The protagonist notes the knife is old but sufficient. The woman with brown hair finds the task disgusting and the smell unbearable. The woman in the maid outfit mentions something she forgot to mention. Everyone participating in the training will receive a training fee. The protagonist, Kim Jun-woo, reveals that each person will be paid 1 million won, though it's not a huge amount. It is announced that the exceptional participant who finishes the cleaning work first will receive an additional reward. The woman with brown hair and a man with glasses react with shock to the announcement of an additional 10 million won. A large man exclaims in excitement about the 10 million won, telling the woman with brown hair to get out of the way. The scene focuses on the cleaning tools, implying the cleaning is about to begin. The green slime splatters, completely engulfing the figure beneath it. Kim Min-ju, now coated in the substance, can only utter a stunned, "What on earth?" Silhouetted figures bicker. One suggests handing over a knife, while another proposes splitting the cleaning money. Someone remarks, surprised by the sudden passion for cleaning amongst the students. Her face contorted in fury. Kim Min-ju demands, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you think you'll get away with this?" A looming presence makes itself known, its eyes glowing with an ominous light, as a voice booms, "What's the matter?" A sinister man grins, amused. "All I did was offer you the money you're so obsessed with." The announcement of a reward for exceptional cleaning work sends shockwaves through the group. The promise of 10 million won ignites a fierce desire in everyone present. The value of the reward is almost unbelievable. The promise of wealth quickly devolves into chaos as the cleaners scramble and shove, each desperate to claim the prize for themselves. One unfortunate cleaner finds herself covered in a strange, green slime, a casualty of the escalating frenzy. Standing over the fallen cleaner, another holds a knife, seemingly unconcerned with her plight. Park Geun-tae attempts to mediate, suggesting they split the reward to avoid conflict, but his words seem to fall on deaf ears. The woman with brown hair erupts in anger, questioning their audacity. Park Geun-tae smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He claims he only offered them the money they are so obsessed with. A monstrous maw gapes, teeth bared in a silent, deadly threat. For now, they can work without protective gear for convenience, but that is not always the case. Even with equipment, exposure beyond 90 minutes will damage the skin and respiratory system. The gas is deadly, even by simply standing in its presence. Dismantling the monster itself is still safer than dealing with the lingering poison. A dead monster might still contain lethal poison, a constant threat to the unwary. The risk is not just poison. The corpses could even explode. That's why, if focus slips for even a second, you could lose everything. Even if the corpse is dismantled without problems, exceeding the dungeon's time limit means certain death. The risks pile up. Poison, explosions, time limits, all threats to the cleaning team. He knows the cleaning team is constantly exposed to danger. They might not have known before, but now they do. They have to accept this fact. He recalls a time when he almost lost his life, underestimating the dangers. And yet, multiple times a day, the team dives into that dangerous place, ready to face the unknown. That's what a dungeon cleaner's job is like, facing the grime and gore that others leave behind. To create an environment where hunters can focus entirely on subjugations, the cleaners must deal with the aftermath. While others protect with swords and guns, this is the job that protects them with brooms and mops. The sound of scraping echoes through the dungeon as the team works to clear the remains. One of the cleaners asks if they are done, eager to wrap things up and leave this place behind. Another cleaner laments that this is a disaster, noting that careless hacking makes the work harder. One of the cleaners questions if they really need to worry about that. Another cleaner, covered in grime, retorts that this was supposed to be a hands-on experience and threatens to get mad if they don't stop and let them go. One of the cleaners concedes that he is right. He thinks to himself that since this is just a training exercise, there's no need to go overboard. The announcement rings out, acknowledging the team's hard work. The men's eyes gleam with dollar signs, their expressions a mix of disbelief and greed. A voice cuts through the celebration, commenting on the lingering stench of the dungeon. The apology for the forceful training session is delivered amidst the revelry and scattered money. Instructions are given. Write down account numbers to receive payment and then head home. A woman, scarred and weary, demands to know who receives the 10 million won. Park Geun-tae announces that there's one last thing they need to do. The team is directed to a warehouse labeled temporary storage on the basement floor. Park Geun-tae's face is visible through the costume, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The task is revealed. They just have to move it there, but failure is not an option. Two figures strain as they push a heavy cart, the weight of the unknown cargo evident in their posture. Despite the grim task ahead, some celebrate their good fortune, eager to spend their earnings on frivolous upgrades. He smirks, pleased with himself, thinking about the 10 million won he earned. The man in the blue jacket receives confirmation. The VIPs are now leaving. A close-up of supporting Park Geun-tae's face reveals a sinister smile. The special service for the VIPs isn't over yet. His expression intensifies, a manic grin spreading across his face. Because the real training starts now. The scene shifts to a purple-lit area, hinting at the new challenge. The staff members look disturbed. One of them whispers, "So creepy." A woman, covered in grime, questions what is happening. Someone exclaims in disbelief, "You've got to be kidding me." A maze is revealed, built in the basement of an exhibition hall. The workers complain, suspecting they're being sent into the maze to avoid being paid. One exclaims that it must have cost more than 10 million won to build. One of the workers declares that they're definitely getting that money, no matter what. The workers shout together, ready to face the challenge. They continue to pull the cart, the wheels echoing loudly in the underground facility. The cart came to a halt with a clatter, the sound bouncing off the metal walls. The man with glasses, dirt smudged across his face, looked up, a question forming on his lips. A sign on the door read, "Closed," confirming their worst fears. They were at the wrong place. Frustration mounted as they wondered where they were supposed to put the cart's contents. A woman's voice apologized, explaining that the temporary storage was currently unavailable. A woman in a maid outfit explained that visitors had complained about the smell, making it difficult to use the storage. The maid requested that they use another location, her tone polite but firm. The woman in the brown outfit expressed her disbelief, questioning the logic of the situation. She demanded to know where this another place was, her frustration reaching a boiling point. The man with glasses, face flushed, pleaded with the maid to show them the right way. The maid directed them to return the way they came and turn right to find another temporary storage area. They're still civilians, but it feels like this is going too far. If they don't want to do it, they're free to leave it and go whenever they want. People's attitudes only change when they experience things firsthand. The student, covered in grime, declares he can't do this anymore. Another asks if they should just dump it here and leave. That's what I'm saying. We should have just left it at that temporary storage back there. You want us to just dump these corpses on that pretty maid? That's right, Mrs. Kong. The students are right this time. Ugh, whatever. Let go again. He can see the temporary storage over there. The student stops, a look of disbelief washing over his face. W8. The sound of something being sealed echoes. This temporary storage area cannot be used. This place was also closed due to complaints. The maid outfit character says they should head to another location quickly. The cart pusher's eyes burned, the stench of decay assaulting his senses. The corpses around him emitted a chorus of groans and complaints. A woman in a maid outfit scolded them, demanding their return. She insisted they leave the bodies where they stood. The woman declared that the facility was closed and they couldn't dump the bodies there. Her tone left no room for argument. And so, the VIPs continued their grim journey, pushing the cart toward yet another temporary storage facility, hoping for a different outcome. The macabre procession continued, the VIPs trudging onward with their gruesome cargo, the weight of their task bearing down on them. But the next temporary storage, as well as the one after that, were also closed. Every single place they went was closed, compounding their misery. Physical exhaustion was one thing. But an even bigger problem was that every time they passed a closed temporary storage, the sights became more and more disgusting. The woman in the maid outfit looked on, her expression a mixture of disgust and resignation as she realized this place was truly rock bottom. The corpses, their spirits broken, began to give up. They pleaded for an end to their suffering, their voices a chorus of despair. The scene was captured on a phone screen, a testament to their misery and the absurdity of their situation. Their plight was now a spectacle. The voice mused that by now, the VIPs should have passed the 3/3 storage area managed by that jerk Han Sang-hyuk. Team Captain Han Sang-hyuk. Im Dong-bin, dressed in a cat costume, declared it excellent. He suggested they go to the cafe and watch the VIPs' continued struggles. He chuckled, enjoying the misfortune he had caused. The man in the maid outfit seemed pleased with himself, unaware of the consequences. The unseen speaker rationalized his actions. If she didn't find out, there wouldn't be a problem. Im Dong-bin continued, boasting about dumping all his work on her. He believed she wouldn't have time to worry about his schemes. Others in the room expressed their desire to go home. One woman questioned why they were leaving without watching. The man with the eye patch thanked Kim Junwoo for his help. He vowed to never forget him. A woman's face, surrounded by flames, conveyed intense anger. Im Dong-bin, still in his maid outfit, wondered about the cheesy act. He seemed oblivious to the potential danger. The woman demanded to know what he thought he was doing, calling him an idiot. Kim Junwoo's vision went black. And so, the first day of the dungeon exhibition came to an end. After that, he couldn't stay at the exhibition because of Lie Yang. The initial online reaction was far from celebratory. Some attendees voiced harsh criticisms. However, the tide began to turn. The response to the exhibition was more explosive than anyone imagined. In a slightly different sense, the exhibition had a surprising draw. He and others were dressed as maids, posing cheerfully. The maids were a total eye candy, according to some online comments. The Dungeon Subjugation exhibition, hosted by the association, was a hit. He hums a light tune, a clear sign that something has eased his mind. The boy notices his father's good mood. He asks if something good happened. Kim Junwoo smiles, confirming that the thing he was stressing about at work has been resolved. He explains that a friend he hadn't seen in a while helped him solve it, and thanks to them, everything is sorted out. It's a relief. The boy watches a video game on a tablet. The boy is told about his father's friend, since he helped him. The video game shows a knight battling a demon. The boy thinks the friend must be a good person. Kim Junwoo agrees, stating that it goes without saying, and that he's such a great guy. The boy's eye glows red. The demon in the video game says he's glad the boy has such a friend. A door creaks open, breaking the silence. The assistant announces, "President, I brought the documents for your approval." Assistant Shin Suji arrives, carrying a stack of documents. Shin Suji appears surprised by something. The president fumes, "I can't believe it. How could you start slacking off the second I'm not looking?" Park Geun-tae continues to sign documents, seemingly unfazed by the outburst. A speech bubble emphasizes, We have to finalize the accounts for the Middle East branch by next month and review the business plan for the Japanese branch. Shin Suji is questioned about her actions. You just tossed all that aside to hold some kind of expo. Are you out of your mind? A response comes, well, actually, there's a reason for that. Yes, I'm sure there's a reason. Park Geun-tae is asked why he was out acting as a guide. A smaller panel shows a child saying, I don't want to do my homework. He is presented with the documents for his approval. Shin Suji stands nearby, awaiting his response to the paperwork. The endless paperwork weighs on his mind. He thinks there's no end to it because he keeps putting it off. Sin suis et pression hardens. She seems displeased with the president's attitude towards the documents. A woman's eyes glow with an intense light. She curses her luck at being caught in the act. Park Geun-tae wonders how she manages to take care of all that work before coming here. He questions if she is some kind of monster. The Dungeon Expo was prepared in just a week and ended in success. There were worries about the short time, but it got a great response from the general public. The event really changed the public's perception of dungeon cleaners. The Dungeon Expo is being hailed as a success. Social media posts praise the Dungeon Expo. People express their desire to visit the event again, impressed by the maids. Mrs. Kong's son OK not only stopped filing complaints, but she even brought a drink for Section Chief Park Geun-tae and apologized. Those rude school kids don't look down on the cleaners anymore. The Dungeon Expo has changed their perspective. You could say Han Yubin really carried this Dungeon Expo. Her efforts were instrumental to its success. Park Geun-tae states that he wants to improve public perception with an expo, so he asked for suggestions from those present. He listened as suggestions were made, an interactive experience hall, and a photo zone for families and couples. Han Yubin was recognized as Employee of the Month, her framed picture displayed proudly. Someone received their vacation pass, a reward for the Dungeon Expo's success. The Dungeon Expo not only improved the perception of cleaners, but also opened the citizens' hearts who didn't trust the association and had an overall very positive effect. Park Geun-tae reviewed a document, a thoughtful expression on his face. Shin Suji asked if this was the entire report on the Tokyo branch, wondering if the International Association had no particular reaction to their merger. It was strange that those guys were so quiet, and there's no way they don't know they tricked branch manager Shoichi into handing over the Tokyo branch. Park Geun-tae wondered why they hadn't reacted yet, a hint of concern in his eyes. The Tokyo branch is valuable enough that they would spend a fortune or even force another armed conflict just to get it back, but they're just going to give it up? Shin Suji wondered if the International Association was just tired of dealing with them now. Or maybe they just don't have a reason to care about them anymore, Park Geun-tae thought. Since they acquired all the bank items from the last negotiation, the gems floated in the air. Park Geun-tae declared that he didn't care about what they did now, if that was the reason. His eyes narrowed, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he considered their next move. It seemed they had already achieved their goal, though he admitted he had a bad feeling about it. Shin Suji admitted she didn't know what their objective was, but unsettled her that they had all the bank items. Park Geun-tae agreed, stating that they would have to proceed with the deal faster than planned. Shin Suji questioned what deal he was referring to, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Park Geun-tae clarified that he was talking about the deal they made with Noah, the one where he promised to tell him about his sister's case. The man in the suit stated that they put it on hold, but if they proceed now, they can at least recover the supernatural and time stones. He was the guy who started a war against the International Association over his sister in his past life, so he'll get them back even if it means killing the Secretary General. The man in the suit continued, stating that if the information he promised him is valuable enough. Park Geun-tae listened intently, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications of their deal with Noah. He instructs someone to contact the U.S. branch and schedule a meeting. Park Geun-tae thinks he'll need to go there himself to investigate. Therefore, a full-scale investigation on their end is required. Colleagues sent in on the operation also disappeared. Park Geun-tae's expression hardens as he considers the implications of the missing colleagues. Something was discovered in the dungeon Sophia was sent into. The International Association headquarters wanted to possess it. Noah's sister died, and all the pieces seem to be connected to this incident. In the end, it's unknown whether they obtained it or not. The situation remains shrouded in mystery. The International Association's headquarters looms, a silent monolith against a swirling, ominous sky. What is the International Association's goal? The question hangs heavy in the air as the team gathers. Park Geun-tae's expression is grim, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he contemplates the situation. He resolves to find out everything himself, deciding to go there personally. Han Yubin asks where he is going. Han Yubin objects, stating that he's not going to the U.S. right now. She insists he finish his work first. Park Geun-tae pauses, considering Han Yubin's words. The air is thick with unspoken tension. The man with brown hair declares he's going to the bathroom. He wonders if they think he slacks off all day. Someone off-panel accuses him of trying to run away again. The woman with blonde hair looks displeased. The sound of a door opening echoes. Seriously, he needs to run. How did she know? He's escaping to the US before the day is over. Meanwhile, the curry turned out great today. Someone absolutely loves it, saying it's the best. Han Yubin is congratulated on becoming Employee of the Month. She says it's all thanks to Kim Min-ju and So-yeon. Han Yubin suggests matching their vacation days. She even got a day off thanks to them all, so she'll treat them to steak. The woman with black hair responds, saying that sounds great. Han Yubin tells Kim Min-ju that she wouldn't know since she was at the association. She recalls that back when she was at Karma with President Kim, her vacations always got cut short because of overseas business trips. Someone suggests that shouldn't be a problem anymore, right? The response is affirmative, stating therein, the association's demands now outweighed the company's needs, much to Han Yubin's dismay. She was determined to enjoy her vacation. Park Geun-tae announced that Han Yubin and Kim Min-ju were also present, which was perfect for his plans. The man inquired if they were free this week, his tone leaving little room for refusal. Han Yubin's anger flared as she vehemently declared that she would be on vacation starting tomorrow. The man in the suit clarified that this time it was a business trip to the US, so Han Yubin's attendance was mandatory. Han Yubin vehemently refused, clinging to the idea of her vacation with desperate fervor. She pleaded with him to take someone else instead, her voice laced with frustration. The man, unfazed, stated that he would report her to the Ministry of Labor if she refused to go. Since they were going anyway, Han Yubin decided to put on a smile, as it had been a while since they had been to the US. Han Yubin resigned herself to the trip, deciding it was time to depart to investigate this mysterious case in the US. The man, Kim Min-ju, and Han Yubin prepared to go to America, ready to face whatever awaited them. The woman with black hair and a purple suit stands in a large room. She wonders if this is okay. Kim Min-ju states that the Tokyo branch is a strategically important location. She questions if it's alright to just leave. Kim Min-ju expresses frustration, saying it's as if they were robbed blind by that bastard Kim Jun-woo. Kim Min-ju suggests sending their people in to wipe them out and take everything back. A hand clenches as a voice declares that it doesn't really matter anymore. A man floats in a tank, his body seemingly recovered. He thinks about his body finally recovering. The man in the tank continues to recover, thinking about the anti-supernatural stone, the dimension stone, and even the supernatural and time stones that were in Korea. He believes they're all in their hands now. Kim Min-ju asks if the other person still has some romantic notion about world domination or something. A man in a robe stands at a table with bottles and glasses. He says that she's not wrong and that she's not a child. The man in the robe continues, stating that for the past few thousand years, every guy with a bit of power has tried it. The man in the robe finishes his thought, saying that everyone has tried it without exception. The first attempts involved riding around on horses and planting flags in each country. That's why having a good horse was important. But that proved too inefficient and time-consuming. The world once ruled by religion. A few hundred years ago, power shifted to those with tanks, then to those with oil. The unseen speaker declared that one element is all that is needed to influence the entire world. Dungeons, supernatural powers, and hunters are the keys to getting the whole world. Supporting Park Geun-tae, bathed in purple light, stated that they now have the bank items that can control. They can do whatever they want with the international society. The unseen speaker dismissively asks if they are concerned about a few measly branches, telling them to have them. The woman with long hair thinks that is a decent offer. The man with red hair thinks that as long as Eden is never discovered, that is. A question mark hangs in the air. Then, if only it didn't exist, he thinks, he can't let these 50 years go to waste again. The woman with long hair states that if the Dimension Stone controls dungeons, and the supernatural and anti-supernatural stones control supernatural powers. The woman with black hair, eyes narrowed, pressed for answers. What purpose could the Time Stone possibly serve? Park Geun-tae offered a single, cryptic word in response. A break. A smug expression crept across the man's face, hinting at a deeper understanding. A voice cut through the tension, offering a tantalizing proposition. Shall I tell you something interesting? So-yeon's expression hardened as she revealed the subject. It was about Kim Jun-woo. From within the vehicle, a startling revelation emerged. He wasn't from the present time. A storm rages outside, lightning illuminating a darkened house. Inside, a man lies in bed, his expression troubled even in sleep. His brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as he grits his teeth. His hand clutches across, knuckles white with tension. A figure crawls through a desolate landscape, struggling against the elements. The man in bed's face contorts in pain as another man looks on, shouting something. A hand grips a rock tightly. The man in bed groans in distress. A woman weeps, tears streaming down her face. The man with short hair stares intently, his expression unreadable. The man with short hair shouts, startling the man in bed, who looks up in alarm. The man in bed gasps, seemingly waking from a nightmare. That dream again, a haunting echo in the silence. A desperate embrace, a futile attempt to shield someone from an unseen horror. A plea escapes his lips, a desperate whisper for Sophia. A monstrous visage looms, begging to be released from torment. A deafening roar shatters the fragile peace. He had to save himself, a desperate prayer amidst the chaos. The name echoes, a desperate mantra. Sophia, please stop. A desperate plea for life, a curse muttered under his breath. A wish to forget, to erase the horrors of that day. Meanwhile, as if they've arrived, the rain-slicked streets of New York City come into view. The man in the suit wondered if the person from the American branch had arrived. The woman with orange hair mentioned that Young sounded furious. They should have finished everything before leaving. Someone declared everyone to be cowards, stating it's not like she's going to eat them alive. The man in the suit listened intently, the woman with black hair looking on with concern. A voice declared that she won't eat them, but she'll eat the man in the suit. The woman with orange hair was told that one more stupid comment, and she's fired. The woman with black hair thought that he only acts like that with her. The man in the suit was told that they must be from Karma Corporation. A woman under an umbrella introduced herself as Chloe, the support team captain from the American branch, offering to be their guide. Chloe stated that that's enough for introductions and that they should get moving. The man in the suit looked surprised, as did the woman with black hair and the woman with orange hair. Chloe was identified as the one who's supposed to be there. Rain lashed against the city streets, blurring the lights. Cars sped along the slick asphalt, their headlights cutting through the downpour. She knew what they were all thinking, but if they had a problem, they should say it instead of glaring. If they hated her that much, they should have killed her during their last deal, but that was an official meeting, so she was let off the hook. The dark-haired man stated that this was plenty official and wondered if she thought he was happy to be stuck guiding them around. The man with dark hair said that it looked to him like they were here just to mess with them. After what happened to Control Team Captain Jace, thanks to them all, a whole line of higher-ups at the American branch got fired. Naturally, the branch director changed too, the blonde-haired woman explained, adding that the new director was the one who sent her. The dark-haired man stated that last year's Joint Crew US operation made them think she'd be a good fit because they thought it'd be better to have someone from PB Corporation watch them. The current director has no ties to us. So, is it the American branch this time? What? The situation was deemed petty. Han Yubin is relieved that Kim Jun-woo knows his way around. She notes that the rain isn't so bad. Kim Jun-woo states that the problem is that the branch isn't in New York City. Han Yubin is confused by this statement. Soyeon explains that they moved to Long Island last year, after what happened. The message was sent to Jason. Han Yubin suggests they take a taxi. Soyeon thinks Aeon will flip when she sees the receipt. A hand grips something tightly. Someone thinks Kim Jun-woo is from the future, but dismisses it as a delusion. Too much of what Wesley explained actually fits. A decisiveness that's hard to believe for someone so young. Skills that rival any hunter in the world. A terrifying intuition that borders on precognition. And above all, actions motivated by neither money nor honor. Actions with a completely unknowable purpose. A crimson eye stares out, unblinking, as the silence stretches on. So-yeon's expression hardens. The question hangs in the air. Is Kim Jun-woo from the future? The implications of such a possibility weigh heavily on her mind. Kim Jun-woo stands calmly, as he wonders how such a thing is even possible. So-yeon and Kim Jun-woo walk, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the hall. So-yeon considers the time stone. She wonders if it could be responsible for such a thing. So-yeon's eyes narrow, demanding to know how Wesley knows all of this. Kim Jun-woo smirks, a subtle expression playing on his lips. So-yeon sits at her desk, frustrated that the crazy bastard won't say a damn thing. She feels like he's just toying with her, especially considering what Wesley said about the time stone's purpose. The hypothetical scenario is laid bare. If he could control every dungeon, supernatural ability, and hunter in the world, Wesley would literally conquer the world. And he is not the type of man to work for world peace, the text declares. A lone figure stood, silhouetted against a backdrop of fiery destruction. The man imagined a world where everyone bowed before him, but knew it would be far from a utopia. But what if? The text declared Kim Jun-woo to be the leader of the opposing faction. He had sacrificed himself to return to the past to stop Wesley, but he might know more about the time stone than they did. Soyeon, her expression resolute, thought she needed to learn everything she could about it. A hand reached out to connect to team leader Noah. Someone asked if team leader Noah and Karma Corporation had made any moves to acquire the American branch recently. The response was negative, prompting further questions. It was speculated that since Chloe was called to be their guide, they were likely the guys from Korea, so he asked just in case. The bald man remained silent, his expression unreadable. The man dismissed the concerns, stating that the Secretary General wouldn't care anyway, and to just ignore it. The bald man inquired if the supernatural stone and the time stone he gave them were still at headquarters, adding that the Secretary General was personally. She looks up, a question forming on her lips, her brow furrowed with concern. A large man, seen from behind, abruptly ends a call, the sound of the disconnection echoing. A woman in a sharp suit declares it's time for her workout, signaling the end of their conversation. Alone at her desk, the woman fumes, frustrated by the lack of clear communication from her contacts. Another woman, eyes shadowed, contemplates a violent solution to her problems, her expression murderous. The rain lashes against a skyscraper in Long Island, American branch, as a voice discusses reducing burdens and generating profit. Michael, the director of the International Association's American branch, states they have no reason to sell clearing rights to profitable regions. In a meeting room, a voice explains that the areas in question will mostly be rural and desert areas with low profitability. The voice continues, mentioning a small town in Nevada called Tonopah, offering clearing rights for the 50 kilometers radius around it. A man in a suit agrees, stating that the terms are very well with them, his expression unreadable. In an elevator, a man thanks a woman for a great time, while the text indicates that the matter requires approval from the Department of Defense. Soyeon smiled, assuring the person on the other end that the application would be filed soon. It would take about a week. He added that they were also trying to hire the cleaning team locally, believing someone with experience would be better than a rookie. The man with black hair inquired if they had anyone he could recommend for the job. He considered the many experienced cleaners, thinking someone who had resigned would be fine too. Soyeon mused that there were a few cleaners who had resigned about 3 years ago. They were incredible veterans, extremely skilled, he was told. Well, besides the staff currently at the branch, there aren't many, but it'll probably be difficult to meet them. From what he heard, they've completely cut themselves off from the world. More importantly, they didn't leave on good terms, so they're all in a bit of a tricky state. Soyeon decided he would try to meet them anyway. The other party understood, promising to send their contact information via email. That was easier than he thought, Soyeon mused, needing to act like a thorough businessman to investigate the truth of the incident that happened 3 years ago. She stood, listening as the man spoke, his words hanging heavy in the air. The man's silence stretched, thick with unspoken meaning. Light streamed into the room, illuminating the tension. Soyeon asked if he was looking for someone. Others walked by, oblivious to the veiled threat. The man questioned if that was really the reason, recalling that she previously didn't care about what he did. He suggested she could stop being so interested now, his tone laced with warning. The man warned that his leniency only applied as long as she didn't cross the line. He continued, implying that investigating the incident from 3 years ago would be a different story. Soyeon stared back, the unspoken threat hanging between them. The blond man in the suit stands near the elevator, his arms crossed. He wonders aloud why they are being sought. Kim Jun-woo strides forward, flanked by 2 women. He explains that experienced workers are more convenient. The blond man questions if that is the real reason. Kim Jun-woo continues to walk, his expression unreadable. Kim Jun-woo's expression hardens as he tells the blond man that he can stop being so interested now. The protagonist warns that this only applies as long as he doesn't cross the line. Kim Jun-woo elaborates, stating that if he were to suddenly start investigating the incident from 3 years ago, for instance. The blond man stares intently at Kim Jun-woo, his expression unreadable. The tension between them is palpable. The blond man seems surprised by the protagonist's words. The 2 women stand silently in the background. Kim Jun-woo's back is turned, his words hanging in the air. The blond man's eyes narrow, a hint of defiance in his gaze as he responds to Kim Jun-woo. He presses, wanting to know about the incident from 3 years ago. Chloe asks what he is talking about, questioning if he's pretending not to know. The man with brown hair wants an explanation, his expression unreadable. Chloe thinks back, remembering him being brazen during the Incheon port deal. She considers looking at the expressions of the others to determine the truth. Soyeon and Han Yubin claim they don't know anything, question marks floating around them. Chloe expresses her annoyance. Kim Jun-woo's face is contorted in frustration. The 3 women are surrounded by question marks, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. Kim Jun-woo's group wonders if something is going on. The former Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dimension Management Association is now Karma Corporation. Someone is being forced to work until late. A quick look around reveals that no one is here. Kim Jun-woo is also out of the office right now. There's only one person crazy enough to stay at the company this late. Lee A-young is the target. It's payback for annoying him. He'll have to give her a little surprise. The woman with documents mutters that she can't think of anything. The man in the suit walks through the office. The woman with documents senses a presence. No one should be here at this hour, she thought, her fingers flying across the keyboard. She was not going to be bothered by the International Association. Not now. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the silence. Lee A-young, why aren't you answering your phone or coming home? Her father's face filled the screen, his expression stern. He scolded, your mother is nagging me that, once again, you're skipping meals to work instead. A colleague chimed in, reminding her, she said you're not allowed back until you send a picture of yourself eating your lunchbox. A-young jumped, startled by her father's sudden appearance. Dad, you scared me, she exclaimed. Her father continued to berate her, his voice echoing through the office. He accused, it looks like you were planning to just sleep at the office. Another colleague added fuel to the fire. I heard he dumped all the work on you to hold an expo, and then he went to the US again. Her father questioned, is that why you're still here at this hour? A-young sighed, well, I can't say you're wrong. Ayoung thought to herself, seeing this as a chance to organize the bank item data while he's away supporting Eclipse. Frustration evident on her face, Ayoung muttered, "That jerk, Kim Junwoo." The unseen speaker remarks that it's not like Mr. Junwoo is slacking off. Soyeon smiles faintly, holding a device in her hands. Soyeon wonders how often one finds someone who personally looks after their employees like this. A man with a beard acknowledges that Soyeon's statement is true. The man with the beard reads a document stating that Kim Junwoo's performance has been at its peak since he took office. Soyeon expresses that she is not so sure about the situation. Soyeon glances at a board covered in documents, noting that the International Association has finally gotten its hands on all the bank items. The man with the beard explains that every country has hunters and dungeons, even if the numbers differ, but possessing all the bank items would be significant. The man with the beard continues, stating that they'd be able to control every dungeon and hunter in the world as they pleased. The text explains that they could manipulate the global economy by adjusting the number of dungeon appearances. The man with the beard looks on intently, as the text explains they could use that as leverage to seize control in all international affairs. The man with the beard concludes that it's the ones holding them that matter. She stands among colleagues, the air thick with concern. One asks if those they face are dangerous people, a question hanging heavy in the room. The woman with glasses wonders if there is any way to stop them. She is also researching a way to destroy the bank items. The response comes that nothing has been found yet. Alternatively, there's the option of retrieving the bank items again. Kim Junwoo sits with his arms crossed, while two women stand behind him. The biggest problem is that they don't have a backup plan should he fail. That's why Mr. Junwoo went to the US to secure a backup plan. Since they're lacking information on the bank items, she doesn't know how they'd respond if they decided to launch another full-scale attack. The woman with glasses asks if they have ever heard of Eden. One of the men states that he doesn't know the exact details, but it's a story he heard from Park In-byum when he was young, 50 years ago. On the day dungeons opened and supernatural powers appeared all over the world, a comet fell to Earth, a comet called Senia. It's speculated that this comet is what caused the current phenomena. Researchers studied the comet's debris for days, but they couldn't find anything special. It was all just frozen rock. However, a hypothesis proposed by one of the researchers at the time began to gain traction among scientists. Unknown Soyeon sat, listening intently. A voice from off-panel asked, "What was it?" The answer came, "The as-yet undiscovered core of Senia is the cause of all these phenomena." And they named that core Eden, adding to the growing theory. The scientist with black hair and a bun considered the implications. If Eden is destroyed, we can return to the way things were. The words hung in the air. Return to the way things were. Literally, back to a time without dungeons, hunters, or supernatural powers. Meanwhile, the city sprawled, unaware of the cosmic forces potentially shaping its destiny. The woman with black hair and a bun stood with another person. She stated, "But in the end, it's just a hypothesis." She continued, "It's nothing more than a ghost story. If that thing called Eden..." The scientist with black hair and a bun paused, her expression thoughtful, "were to actually exist and be found. The bank items would become useless," she concluded, the weight of the possibility settling in. The prevailing theory suggested dungeons and supernatural powers would vanish. The man with brown hair listened intently, considering the implications of the hypothesis. The discussion turned to the possibility of the International Association discovering Eden first. Soyeon considered that outcome to be the worst-case scenario for their operation. She reminded him that it was just a hypothesis, a possibility to consider. The woman with glasses expressed her hope that Kim Junwoo would be the one to find it. Kim Junwoo nodded, his expression unreadable as he listened to her words. The documents pinned to the board hinted at the scope of their investigation and the stakes involved. Meanwhile, information surfaced regarding Oliver Johnson, age 34, who had worked for 5 years in the U.S. The file indicated that Oliver Johnson had resigned from Branch's cleaning team 2-3 years prior, citing personal reasons. If it was indeed the same cleaning team from 3 years ago, this was definitely him, one of the people who was in that dungeon. The man with brown hair had heard that he cut himself off from everyone, leading him to believe he might be in hiding. The woman with black hair checked her phone, her expression unreadable. But it didn't seem to be the case, she thought, as she wondered how long they'd been waiting. The man in the suit stood near the door. About 30 minutes, he thought. This is the right address, though. A disembodied voice echoed from within the building. It said, "Ah, and here I thought meeting him would be easy." Kim Junwoo considered their options. "I'm sure I heard a noise from inside earlier. Should I just kick the door down and go in?" Soyeon cautioned him. "Sir, that's breaking and entering." The door handle began to turn. A man lay on the ground, looking up. "Huh, so you were inside after all?" A hand gripped a pistol, finger tightening on the trigger. The gun discharged. Kim Junwoo and Soyeon reacted instantly, energy crackling around them. A foot stomped down with immense force. The figure crashed through the ceiling, sending debris flying. The man on the ground cried out in pain. A figure is struck, a guttural cry escaping his lips as he falls. The man recoils, his eyes wide with alarm as he raises his hands defensively. A blade is pointed at the man, who is identified as branch manager Michael, who thinks this isn't normal. Someone recommended them. Soyeon states that he is Kim Jun-woo, president of Karma Corporation. The pair ask Michael if he would be willing to have a word with them, while the text at the bottom says firing a gun without warning. Soyeon wonders what in the world Michael is so afraid of. Kim Jun-woo and Soyeon offer Michael a higher salary than his previous one if he joins their team, but he is not interested. Michael says that he will also guarantee their safety. Michael questions if they are not from the International Association. Kim Jun-woo's expression is unreadable. Kim Jun-woo and Soyeon state that they simply wish to recruit him for their new cleaning team. He sat on the floor, glaring up at the pair. Michael accused them of lying, his voice laced with suspicion. Michael insisted that there were hundreds of retired cleaners besides him, implying he wasn't special. The man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. Michael demanded to know the real reason they were looking for him. Michael's thoughts turned to his ultimate goal. He was going to destroy the International Association. Kim Jun-woo extended a hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. He asked if Michael had changed his mind about talking to them. The man's gaze sharpens, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. He questions if the other man is truly from the International Association. The man states that they simply wish to recruit him for their new cleaning team. Unknown Soyeon stands beside him, silent and watchful. The man on the ground shouts for them to stop lying. He insists that there are hundreds of retired cleaners other than him. The man's lips curve into a thin, unsettling smile. He is about to reveal the real reason. The man on the ground declares he is going to destroy the International Association. He seems to be reacting to something unseen. The man with brown hair asks if he has changed his mind about talking to them, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The man on the ground cries out in distress, seemingly overwhelmed by an unseen force. The man begs for them to stop calling for him, his hands covering his ears in a desperate attempt to block out the voices. The man screams, demanding to know what they want, his face contorted in terror and desperation. The man with brown hair asks if he is okay, while the man on the ground insists that something has been calling for him this whole time. Unknown Soyeon watches. A man in a suit stands in a hallway, listening to something. He claims it keeps calling for him from over there. Another man is kneeling on the floor, seemingly in distress, as if he had fallen. Kim Jun-woo is being helped up by Unknown Soyeon. They are in a hallway with a window at the end. Kim Jun-woo insists there is nothing there. He begs to be taken out of the house, saying he can't stay any longer. Unknown Soyeon continues to assist Kim Jun-woo, who remains on his knees. He seems to be muttering to himself. Elsewhere, the interior of a church is shown, sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows. Kim Jun-woo's condition is being discussed. The man with brown hair appears concerned. The man with brown hair relays that Kim Jun-woo used to live with his wife and kids, but is now divorced and living in hiding. Unknown Soyeon and Kim Jun-woo are being discussed. It will be hard to work with him in his current state, and they can only get information from 3 years ago. They agree that they don't know what might happen in a dungeon. The towering arches of the church loomed overhead, a sanctuary of stone. Soyeon stood beside him as he sat in the pew. She asked if he was feeling any better. On the phone, he explained that the thought of being killed at any moment made it impossible to live a normal life. He sat in silence, his expression unreadable. The man on the phone was asked what he meant by saying they might kill him, and if he was being threatened. The man with brown hair confirmed that he was, of course, being threatened. The map highlighted regions across Asia and Australia, pinpointing areas of interest. The voice explained that if they purchased the regional clearing rights for that country, they could conduct their own operations. The Go board showed a complex arrangement of black and white stones, a silent battle of strategy. The man on the phone was told that the official reason they were looking for him was because they needed experienced people who could be immediately deployed. The man with brown hair was informed that recently, the International Association got their hands on something very important. To make destroying his enemies impossible, a deal was struck with the International. The agreement involved handing over a certain item to the association's employees. The man agreed to investigate an incident that occurred 3 years prior. The bearded man clasped his hands together, a look of desperation etched on his face. Kim Jun-woo stood in a church, revealing the real reason he had come to find someone. If information was given about the incident from 3 years ago, safety would be guaranteed. Kim Jun-woo wondered what on earth had happened 3 years ago to cause such concern. A woman stood nearby as a man sobbed in the church pew, overcome with emotion. The man clenched his fist, finally relenting. "All right, damn it. I'll tell you." The distressed man pleaded, his eyes wide with fear. "You have to keep me alive." His eyes reflected the horror of what happened in that dungeon 3 years ago. The flashback revealed a scene in a dungeon where the man and his colleagues were present. They had discovered Eden. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of shock. A sudden, blinding light filled the area. "WH?" someone exclaimed, their voice laced with panic. Kim Jun-woo stared ahead, his expression shifting to disbelief. So Eden was real, he thought. A deafening roar echoed through the chamber as the structure began to crumble around them. Explosions ripped through the area, sending debris flying. A desperate cry pierced the air. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the structure, tearing apart the walls and floors. Flames engulfed the area, consuming everything in their path as the building continued to collapse. A strange, honeycomb-like energy field flickered amidst the destruction, its purpose unclear. The honeycomb energy pulsed, deflecting debris as Kim Jun-woo fought to maintain his footing. His eyes narrowed, the intensity of the situation etched on his face as the destruction continued. He realized this must be the work of the International Association. Someone was responsible for this. An injured man cried out, begging to be saved. He pleaded for someone to look at him. He was trapped, a crushing weight pinning his leg. Kim Jun-woo's name echoes in the air. The man's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate chaos. A rough voice cuts through the din, questioning their presence. Noah stands amidst the destruction. Debris rains down, the sound of destruction filling the air. Noah's face hardens as he states he has no business with Kim Jun-woo anymore. A menacing figure, eyes glowing red, threatens to kill anyone who gets in his way. A command rings out. Move. Someone recognizes Noah, regretting their trust. Two figures, fear etched on their faces, warn each other that he is charging to kill them. The woman with long black hair urges someone to get Mr. Oliver to safety, offering to buy them time. Kim Min-ju is told to get back, warned that he is still too much for her. A sword flashes, arcing through the air with deadly intent. The blade connects, and Kim Min-ju is struck. She felt an overwhelming force, a monstrous strength she couldn't withstand. The impact reverberated through the air, a brutal shockwave of power. Kim Min-ju cried out as the blow landed, sending her reeling backward. A heavy boot stomped down, crushing the ground beneath it. The hunter's fist connected with Kim Min-ju, the force of the blow radiating outward. Kim Min-ju screamed in pain, her face contorted in agony. The force sent her flying, a ragdoll tossed aside by Kim Jun-woo's wrath. He seized her, his grip tightening with fury. Kim Jun-woo demanded to know what she thought she was doing, reminding her of their forgotten deal. He held her close, his expression a mask of rage and betrayal. It was an attack meant to kill, a violation of their agreement. Kim Jun-woo's fist clenched, declaring that the deal was off. He coldly states that if she doesn't like it, she should have figured out sooner. Activate skill Apocalypse Survival, Rule 8. A devastating blow lands. The force of the impact causes a massive explosion. Oliver Johnson's name is spoken. A colleague begs for his life, claiming he doesn't know anything. A man recounts hearing from the Secretary General about something that happened 3 years ago and what was discovered. Someone asks why supernatural stones and time are needed. The man declares his plan to kill Kim Jun-woo. The man looking at the document doesn't think there's any need for that now. The man with dark hair states that they already have everything they need. Oliver Johnson stands over another man seated at his desk, concerned that Kim Jun-woo will cause even bigger problems if left alone. The pale-skinned man is described as the one with a record of killing all the PB team captains. The pale-skinned man asks if he wasn't recruited to catch Kim Jun-woo. Oliver Johnson confirms that he is aware of the situation. Kim Min-ju says that even if they were to have all the vault items, that beast is still a concern. Kim Min-ju asks if the other party can guarantee they'll kill Kim Jun-woo if given the time stones and supernatural stones. Oliver Johnson responds, of course. The man in the suit asks if a deal was made with Kim Jun-woo. Kim Min-ju asks if he offered to tell him why his sister died. The man with dark skin asks if in return, Kim Jun-woo asks to get the vault items back. Oliver Johnson is grabbed by the collar, and the man accuses him of knowing something. A man with silver hair smirked, bringing up the cleaner who died 3 years ago. He asked if she was Oliver Johnson's sister. The man with silver hair continued, questioning if Oliver Johnson had been investigating them ever since. He was reminded that he was recruited even though they knew. A man in a suit yelled, demanding to know if they were planning on keeping an eye on him from up close. His face contorted with rage. A hand made a dismissive gesture. The man in the suit stated, of course not. Another man in a suit, standing amidst the destroyed landscape, claimed he genuinely recruited him because he needed his strength. The air crackled with energy. Oliver Johnson reached upwards, a look of surprise etched on his face. He seemed to be in disbelief at the revelation. The man in the suit smiled, declaring that even if they suspected him from the start, it didn't matter to him since he had nothing to hide. His expression was confident. The man in the suit sat down, his posture relaxed. He seemed unconcerned by the accusations leveled against him. Oliver Johnson denied the accusation, stating that they didn't kill the other person's sister. His expression was serious and determined. The man with silver hair looked down, beginning to recount an event from 3 years ago. He spoke of a dungeon in a she. Oliver Johnson gasped for air, his hands clawing at his throat. He was being choked, his face turning red. The man standing over the prone figure declares that everything is at stake, including who killed Sophia. The legs of the man standing are shown as he stands on rubble. Oliver Johnson is being begged to be spared. A woman is crying with blood on her hands. Another man tells Sophia to give up already, stating that they also have to survive. A close-up of a man's mouth says that's right, Sophia. Another man says that Sophia should have handed over Eden when they asked nicely. A close-up of a man's mouth asks if they know how much that's worth. A man says, "Pay for your sins, you son of a bitch." A voice declared that they were not responsible for the sister's death. The woman in the suit stated it was her co-workers who were responsible. A furious voice demanded an explanation for the accusation. The narrative shifted to 3 years prior, when Eden was found in that dungeon. The man in the suit remained seated, the details of the conversation obscured. Elsewhere, the cleaning team had stumbled upon something the operations team missed during the raid. The group discussed whether to report to the branch, their expressions a mix of concern and calculation. The gemstone would have been worth a fortune on the black market, but they knew keeping quiet would have been safer. The man in the suit defended Sophia, stating she wasn't that kind of person. Another voice agreed, stating that it seemed Sophia was against it. That's when they got into a fight, and there was an accident when a man pushed her. He shouts, his face contorted in rage as he confronts someone off-panel. A hand holds a gem, its facets catching the light, a symbol of power or perhaps a lost hope. Concern etched deeply on his face, the man's eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air. The balance team sensed Eden's energy and arrived late at the dungeon. 2 figures stand amidst a desolate landscape. They apparently threw Eden back. The man states that Eden is still trapped in the dungeon with his sister, and he expected her to have shown up by now. Roll Kim Min Jeo suggests they consider the matter cleared up, now that they've cleared up this little misunderstanding. The man states that he doesn't think they need to make that deal with Mr. Kim anymore. The 2 men stand close, their conversation intense and private. Roll Kim Min Jeo declares that the bastard who killed his sister and those who hid the truth are all the same to him. He demands to know the name of the bastard who killed Sophia. The man considered what he had just heard, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The man's rage erupted, confirming, Oliver. I believe his name was Oliver Johnson. Standing atop the rubble, the man surveyed the destruction he had wrought. His fist clenched, the man roared, "You bastard! Blinded by Eden, you did that to Sophia." Oliver Johnson's face contorted with fury as he screamed, "Pay for your sins, Oliver." A strangled gasp escaped his lips, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. Stumbling in the newly formed ditch, Oliver Johnson struggled to regain his footing. The sound of shattering stone echoed through the devastated landscape. Kim Jun-woo charged forward, his expression a mask of grim determination. Oliver Johnson, barely dodging the attack, shouted, "Kim Jun-woo, are you going to get in my way again?" His face twisted in rage, Oliver Johnson threatened, "I'll kill you if you interfere." Kim Jun-woo's eyes narrowed, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. He unleashed a flurry of blows, each strike amplified with devastating power. The force of the attack sent shockwaves through the air, a brutal assault. Oliver Johnson gasped, his face contorted in pain as the blows landed. The force of the strikes sent him flying, his body crashing against the hard ground. He groaned, the impact stealing his breath as he tumbled helplessly. Kim Jun-woo stood over Oliver Johnson, his expression cold. "You really picked the wrong day. You've been pissing me off for a while." Oliver Johnson, dazed, could only think, this bastard acted all pathetic and begged me to protect him. And for what? Kim Jun-woo's voice dripped with disdain. "You really thought you could kill someone out of greed and live peacefully?" He continued, his words like a sentence. "Forget about taking down the International Association. You need to rot in jail." Another man watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. "Are you going to kill this bastard?" His face contorted with rage, Oliver Johnson vowed revenge for Sophia. Kim Jun-woo regarded him, a question hanging in the air. "Then, after you kill him?" Oliver Johnson paused, the question catching him off guard. What would come next? Kim Jun-woo pressed, wanting to know if the International Association was his next target. Oliver Johnson's expression hardened. "That's right," he confirmed, his gaze unwavering. Kim Jun-woo listened intently as Oliver Johnson explained that the ones who killed her and covered it up were all the same. Oliver Johnson challenged him, asking why the Secretary General decided to tell him that story now if he really thought he had it backwards. Oliver Johnson's mission was clear, to kill everyone involved in that incident 3 years ago. Kim Jun-woo scoffed, finding the idea ridiculous. If that were true, he thought, he would have been told already. Back then, Kim Jun-woo had thought he could get clues about Eden since they were the only witnesses. But now, there's no need for that anymore, Kim Jun-woo realized, because he has all the vault items. Kim Jun-woo considered the situation. Now the Secretary General is just trying to stop Eden from falling into anyone else's hands. A sinister smile plays across an unseen face, hinting at a larger scheme. Neutral Oliver Johnson stands firm, but the bald man confronts him, insisting, "We have to find Eden first." Neutral Oliver Johnson counters, stating that taking down the International Association is the priority. He believes the bald man has it backwards. Neutral Oliver Johnson dismisses the bald man's personal vendetta, telling him to screw off. The bald man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he stares down at Neutral Oliver Johnson. The bald man questions Neutral Oliver Johnson's sympathy, asking if he could let his family's killer live. He demands to know if Neutral Oliver Johnson could do that if it were his family. The bald man insults Neutral Oliver Johnson, calling him an annoying bald bastard and questioning if his brain fell out with his hair. The bald man's rage intensifies, his face contorted as he asks if Neutral Oliver Johnson is stupid and threatens him. Close up on the bald man's face, his expression a mask of pure fury. The bald man, now glowing with power, declares he tried to be nice, but he can't take it anymore. Energy crackles around the bald man as he warns that this is the second time someone has messed with one of his people. A woman sits, seemingly injured, stating that even a nice guy like her can't let it slide twice. He knew that, at the very least, he had to stop Eden from falling into the International Association's hands. To do that, as much as he hated it, he needed the bald guy's help. A sinister smile spread across the man's face, hinting at the darkness within. The man declared that he had no choice but to knock some sense into someone. A figure plummeted downwards, engulfed in a fiery red aura, as the challenge echoed. "Beat me, you say?" The red-eyed man sneered, stating it would be stupid to think it'd be the same as last time, boasting he hadn't even used half his power then. Another man, eyes glowing with an intense blue light, smiled with chilling confidence. The man scoffed, retorting, "Is that so? I wasn't even using a quarter of mine," dismissing the previous boast as that crap again. The muscular man glared, declaring that the other's arrogance was the part he hated the most. Kim Jun-woo responded with a smirk, stating he never liked the muscular man's cocky ass either. The foot descended, poised to crush its target, as the question hung in the air, "Do you still?" The muscular man was slammed into the ground, as the crushing blow demanded, "Not know your place?" He is struck from above, the force of the blow immense. With a shout, he leaps away, narrowly avoiding another strike. The muscular man grabs him, a guttural gotcha, escaping his lips. The muscular man's knee slams into him with brutal force. He grits his teeth, enduring the pain with a suppressed groan. Another blow lands, and he cries out, staggering back from the impact. The air vibrates as the muscular man prepares another attack. He is sent flying, crashing through stone and debris. He thinks, I guess the world's number one is still the number one. If I take too many hits in a row, even I could be in trouble." He activates a skill, a surge of power coursing through him. He acquires the skill, Sword of Purification, Aliyar. He was sent hurtling backward, the force of the blow immense. Debris exploded outward, pulverized by the sheer power unleashed. The muscular man stood firm, unfazed by the counterattack, or lack thereof. His eyes narrowed, focusing on his downed opponent. Kim Jun-woo struggled to rise, gritting his teeth. Damn it. The muscular man's imposing figure loomed over him. He's fast. The man prepared to strike again, wielding a strange, colorful weapon. The weapon connected with a sickening thud, sending Kim Jun-woo reeling. The force of the blow lifted him off his feet. Kim Jun-woo's eyes widened as he saw the strange weapon up close. Pain shot through him as the weapon struck again, eliciting a cry of agony. He was sent flying, crashing through the air as the muscular man watched. He was sent sprawling, the attack knocking him off his feet. He stared at the item in his hand, a strange, colorful duster. He questioned why this damn feather duster popped out instead of a sword. A penalty has been imposed upon him, a system message declared. The system informed him that Liar, the Sword of Purification, has been replaced with the purification tool, Feather Duster. The system explained that the Feather Duster summons and cannot be broken until cleaning is done, its power increasing based on cleaning experience. Crap, what is this, he thought. He wondered what the hell this was, and why his skill turned into this. "You never told me about a penalty," he exclaimed. The system message told him to just go back to cleaning, you moron. He was left speechless, wondering what was happening. Kim Jun-woo's name was spoken, though it was unclear who said it. He stared down at the feather duster, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. A hulking, shadowy figure crackled with ominous energy. The shadowy figure declared that he was done putting up with his crap. The figure's eyes glowed with murderous intent, promising to kill him. The shadowy figure loomed, a terrifying presence. Kim Jun-woo's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face. The shadowy figure lunged, closing the distance between them with terrifying speed. He grimaced, muttering a curse under his breath. His jacket fell to the ground, discarded in the face of the looming threat. A blue screen appeared, ordering him to return to cleaning, calling him a moron. Cleaning experience was being granted. Clutching the feather duster, he resigned himself to his fate, thinking he was so dead.